A happy smile rewards 1000 yuan each time. With your current life, how much can you earn in a day? You are an ordinary worker, looking at the 6000 yuan saved in your card, you sigh helplessly. There are only 200 days left until the new year. Who exactly is doing those jobs that save hundreds of thousands a year? Bro, doesn't T want to work hard anymore? Quickly bind a system for me. Ding, detected that the hostess dog head emoji was selected. The good person happy Tycoon system has been successfully bound. All of the hostess daily happy actions can earn varying cash rewards, the amount depending on the hostess level of happiness. Everything is sourced legally and reasonably. Please live happily, host. Hearing the voice in your mind, you are completely stunned. Damn, the system really came, and it's one that rewards you just for being happy. Without hesitation, you turn and walk quickly toward your rented room. Back home, everything familiar around you eases your tension. You walk over to the sofa, carefully take out a cigarette. Ding, the host feels they have made a contribution, feeling very happy and proud inside, rewarded 1000 yuan. No way, this works too? You quickly calm your excited mood and then open the system's built-in store. Your current savings are still over 6000. After a moment of thought, you buy a watch from the system store and click to place the order directly. Ding, the host ordered a Casio octagonal watch, feeling very much looking forward to its arrival, rewarded the host 6666 yuan. In an instant, the numbers in the balance bar at the top right jump rapidly. Your face lights up. Damn, this really works. This watch costs 4000, which means you got a free watch and earn more than 2000. Instantly, you feel completely relaxed. You had countless times felt like a dog chained at the doorstep, forever confined to a limited range, having to wag your tail and beg for a little food. Now it's completely different. At this moment, you just feel like you've come alive. You walk to the kitchen and turn on the stove. When the water boils, you pull out some noodles and throw them into the pot. Then you casually grab a big bowl nearby, scoop a piece of snowy white lard with a spoon, followed by soy sauce, vinegar, salt, MSG, and chili powder. A simple bowl of clear soup noodles from the Sichuan region is ready. 2.5 minutes later, the lard and scallions, along with the sauce and noodles, burst in your mouth. For a moment, you seem to grasp the true meaning of life. When hungry, there's delicious food. When thirsty, there's just the right water. Life is only a few tens of thousands of days. Why make yourself so tired? After finishing the big bowl of noodles, you lazily lean back in your computer chair. Ding, the host made a fragrant bowl of lard noodles, thoroughly enjoyed a meal, felt great and realized the truth of life, rewarded the host 66,666 yuan. Damn, how much? Startled awake in the throes of illness, your whole body trembles, and you immediately pull up the system menu. Seeing that real 5-digit balance, you're completely stunned. After working hard for years, your savings were just a few thousand yuan, and now you're telling me that just by eating a bowl of pork lard noodles, you earned a 5-figure sum. In an instant, you seem to feel like you've unlocked the correct way to use the system. But right now, your little body can't quite handle it. Otherwise, you'd just go for 99 times 81 straight away. Wouldn't that be awesome? But soon you smack your lips, realizing that's all the ambition you have. Others get systems and immediately have luxury cars, mansions, and shopping malls, but you? You just want to eat, drink, reward yourself, and occasionally go out for a stroll to enjoy the scenery. Just then, the door suddenly knocks. You get up and walk to the living room. At the door stands a delivery guy. Hello, is this Mr. Su with the last 4 digits 7712? Yes. You nod immediately. He then hands you a paper box. You reach out to take it and quickly thank him. The delivery guy smiles and nods before closing the door. You don't open the box right away. Instead, you tidy up the desk, then wash the dishes. Ding, the host washed a dish. Looking at the clean and tidy stove, you feel refreshed and get a 200 yuan reward. Sitting down, you take out a utility knife and cut the tape on the box. Inside is a jet black case with just the simple English letters Casio on it. You can't wait to open the watch box. A bright copper-colored watch appears before your eyes. You chuckle and eagerly put it on your wrist. The host bought a watch, thinks it looks great, feels happy, and rewards the host 888 yuan. Looking up, the system balance is already a full 77,141.48 yuan. In other words, today you're purely enjoying yourself and still earn tens of thousands. Spending money equals making money, and making money means spending money. Awesome. After tidying up, you get up and head outside. The warm afternoon sun shines on you, making you feel cozy all over. Your mood is like the gentle afternoon breeze, calm and unhurried. At the bus stop, you look around the city. Before, whenever you went out, you were glued to your phone, either scrolling short videos or reading novels, or rushing anxiously through the streets. It's been a long time since you calmly took a good look at this city. You've been in society for a few years, but you always felt out of place here. Compared to the hustle and bustle of big cities, you actually prefer the quiet of smaller towns. In these cities, there seems to be a barrier between people. Everyone keeps their distance, with little warmth, just transactions of interests between people. Su Yang. Suddenly, a surprised voice sounds, tinged with confusion and a smile. You look at the girl in front of you and hesitate for 2 seconds. That familiar yet strange face makes it hard to remember. It's me, didn't you forget? Your gaze shifts to her name tag. Seeing the name, you suddenly realize, Song Xiao, I didn't recognize you with the new clothes. Ding, the host meets an old classmate and recalls their youthful school days, rewarding 2,888 yuan. Hearing your words, she seems a bit embarrassed and brushes her hair, but her eyes quickly scan your outfit and have already roughly priced you, not because she is calculating, but because she is a luxury goods salesperson, used to judging people as spending power by their dress. She looks straight into your eyes, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Long time no see. You haven't come to any reunions since graduation. What have you been busy with lately? Not really busy, just messing around. You shrugged and shook your head, signaling to chat while walking. Do you work here? You looked straight into the other person's eyes. If it were before, you definitely wouldn't have been able to control your gaze, your eyes would have been wandering. But at the moment, his eyes were as firm as when he joined the party. With a touch of confident smile. Yeah, LV, Song Xiao raised her hand and flicked the badge on her chest, her fingertips tapping on the badge to make a crunching sound. The depths of her words carried a hint of fatigue, exhausted, dealing with all sorts of people every day. It's almost the new year, I guess there's a wave of improvement in your performance, right? Su Yan tilted his head and looked at the other party. After all, big purchases for the new year seem to be the habit of most people. A lot of people didn't mind being extravagant before the new year. This is true. Song Xiao hemmed and hawed. This dainty laugh instantly broke her imperial sister's aura. Are you going home for New Year's Eve this year? Back in a while. Su Yang skimmed his mouth. I guess I'll have to go back and squeeze around again. Yes, Song Xiao also has some headaches. Spring festival, this is no matter what, a crowded, high-speed subway train, you even take the plane, the airport can also be crowded, people confused. Look up all the people, everywhere is people. I'm here. Song Xiao stopped and pointed to the side of the store, somewhat unfulfilled. It's been a long time since her classmates met up, she still has a desire to talk, but the store is busy again, she's just taking time out of her busy schedule to come out and have a meal. Just in time, going home for New Year's Eve, have to buy 2 pieces of clothes to put on a hand. Su Yang waved his head. It is also considered to support a wave of old classmates, to give you some performance, don't forget to make a little welfare for the family. Ow. Song Xiao smiled at that. You still have a little sense of humor. Chapter 4. As an otaku, how could there not be a heart to be a hipster? Su Yang's honesty made Song Xiao feel a little more good about him inside. The working class to buy luxury goods is naturally to pretend. Before encountering some male classmates, who still do not understand who open mouth hundreds of thousands of dollars, to buy what so-and-so car, ask her if she has no time. Looking at the huge store in front of me. Polished transparent glass, so that people can see the details of the store at a glance. Various counters, dazzling lights, and the sales that were already very bright in looks. Such a store, for Su Yang, he had always stayed away from it. Welcome to Louis Vuitton. The 2 uniformed female sales standing at the door, immediately smiled and bowed, with a sweet smile on their face, that clear voice, not too loud, but also just the right amount of gentle, as if it was plucking their heartstrings. Compared to this, Su Yang felt that replacing Louis Vuitton with a VIP one was a little better. This is my classmate, I'll just bring it. Song Xiao looked at the 2 on the side, after nodding to the 2, raised his hand and said, what do you want to see? Come on a set, you watch and help me choose. You don't have the luxury of expecting a hyena to pick out anything good, right? Su Yang skimmed his mouth, not minding the self-deprecation in the slightest. For his own aesthetics, he himself wasn't very convinced. From the beginning to the end of the all black, either a jacket or a tracksuit, the only extra color match is probably white. Ah, it's obvious. Song Xiao looked at the down jacket on Su Yang's body, with jeans and a pair of canvas shoes under his feet. This collocation can be said that 80% of men have such a set of configuration. Perhaps it was a matter of mentality. Su Yang did not have the slightest inclination to pretend in front of women as most men did. The change in his mindset had been able to make him very open to spit flirting. What's the budget? Song Xiao led Su Yang to the side. She looked at the clothes on the hanger, and measured Su Yang's figure, and asked thoughtfully. A small few tens of thousands. Su Yang blinked. Just get it according to 60,000 or less. Holy. Song Xiao instantly looked at Su Yang in shock and surprise. You're preparing to go on a blind date, right? How do you know that my parents want me to go on a blind date in the new year? Su Yan looked at Song Xiao with astonishment for a moment. This is a bit evil. Su Yan thought about the blind date, make his conditions a little better. So that the matchmaking object and their relatives can also know that they have earned a little money. Thus, slowly let his parents can accept that he has earned some money outside the fight, and then slowly he can continue to improve the living environment of his family. Otherwise, if it was too sudden, it probably wouldn't be too easy to handle. Who spends so much money on clothes without a blind date? Wasteful. Song Xiao also couldn't help but spit out a sentence. She pondered for 2 seconds. Clothes and pants will all match you according to the grade of $1,000. I'll pick you some jacket sweatshirt, even to the summer can wear, pants will be simple, you go outside to buy a few jeans or something on your own. Song Xiao looked at a piece of clothing in front of her in a serious manner, rubbing her chin. She herself did not lack performance, nor did she think much about earning performance on Su Yang. So the consideration was also very much about Su Yang's situation. I guess you don't like too fancy, how about this one? Song Xiao picked up a black denim jacket with a small LV print on it. Looking at it wasn't much fancy. Su Yang with a smile on his face, gazing at Song Xiao's side face, looking at her pink skin, under the incandescent light seems to be able to see the fluff on her cheeks. Especially that pink and tender earlobe with a small diamond stud on it, making that tiny ear even more adorable. Suddenly an idea popped up inside Su Yang. Should he himself get an ear piercing as well? Porker also wanted to become a great dancer. And as an otaku, why wouldn't he have a heart to be a hipster? Just look, it's weirdly embarrassing to keep staring. Song Xiao's cheeks also gained a hint of redness, and she spat out a little less than kindly. You see a very pretty flower on the side of the road, would you stop to look at it? Su Yang smiled faintly and didn't feel embarrassed, instead, he inquired to Song Xiao. When Song Xiao heard this, the redness on her face increased a little more. The small face was suddenly red. She could naturally hear the meaning in Su Yang's words. So, people like to appreciate beautiful things, it's nature. After saying this, Su Yang stopped the topic because it would be a bit presumptuous to talk like this, and randomly asked, do you think I want to get my ears pierced? This topic shift caught Song Xiao a little off guard. Su Yang tilted his head and looked at the incandescent light hanging high on the ceiling, and said with some sighs, why don't I, otaku, have a heart to be a hipster? Do you have a favorite person? Song Xiao's expression was slightly strange. It seemed that Su Yang's words from before had inadvertently drawn the relationship between the two closer. For such a question, Song Xiao did not shy away from asking it directly. What makes you say that? Su Yang froze. You said that you are an otaku, if you don't have a favorite person, you definitely won't dress up yourself, consider any luxuries, want to be a hipster, these ideas, odds are, it's because you have a favorite person. That's why you care about your image. Song Xiao teasingly looked at Su Yang and raised his eyebrows, is it true that you have someone you like? An electric light flashed through his mind. Right. Su Yang narrowed his eyes for a split second and said with a smile, so smart, to find out that I like you. Song Xiao? In an instant Song Xiao's muscles all over his body instantly became stiff. The derisive smile on her face also instantly disappeared. Her tone was a bit flustered, and she seemed to be able to feel the violent heartbeat in her chest as she hurriedly said, don't you talk nonsense. Knowing that, why don't you still hurry up and pick out clothes for me? Su Yang immediately waved his head and signaled, if you don't serve your customers properly again, I'll directly move my little mouth to give you a complaint as a New Year's gift. Ah! Todaya! Song Xiao instantly let out a sharp explosion within her heart. Damn it! Petri dish! Taken! Song Xiao glared at Su Yang and immediately turned around and walked away. Walking not far away, she reached out and pushed a clothes rack. With a cold face, she picked a few sets of clothes and hung them on the hanger. Then coldly said, Sir, please follow me, the fitting room is inside. Okay. Song Xiao's attitude change made Su Yang somewhat unable to hold back. He had long wanted to molest the girl like this, but he didn't have the guts or the courage to do so in the past. Now that he tried it, it was quite interesting. Looking at Song Xiao's goose-egg face, cheeks slightly bulging, gritted teeth appearance, Su Yang walked to the fitting room. Seeing that Su Yang had not yet apologized to himself, Song Xiao reached out and pulled the door of the fitting room closed. Puffing and puffing, she wrapped her hands around her chest. Then she leaned aside and waited. Su Yang, who was in the fitting room, surveyed the slightly wide fitting room. There were about 7 or 8 square meters. Who has a small sofa in a fitting room? See a ghost. It is estimated that it is reserved for VIPs, and for casual customers like yourself, it should be a normal fitting room, like a cubicle like a toilet. It was probably arranged by Song Xiao. The girl's heart is really just like the OP, the main one is soft. Casually took off his down jacket and threw it aside. At this time outside the house, Song Xiao held her hands and leaned aside. Colleagues in the store immediately came together. Gossip looked at Song Xiao, your boyfriend? No. Don't talk nonsense. I don't have one. Song Xiao immediately crossed her eyebrows and immediately opened her mouth to explain, it's a former college friend, it's been a long time since I've seen him, and I just happened to run into him. Yo, the girl immediately teased, just now that little face red, don't know still think that Harriet. Die. Song Xiao hurriedly reached out to cover the sister's mouth in a panic, and looked at the door of the room in a panic. The soundproofing of this fitting room wasn't much better, if Su Yang heard it. One could probably only detonate the entire Louis Vuitton. Don't talk nonsense. Song Xiao covered the other party's mouth and immediately whispered in the other party's ear, it's really just old classmates. The girl mischievously spat out her tongue and licked the palm of Song Xiao's hand. Song Xiaoxiao immediately retracted her hand in disgust, wiped it on the other person's clothes, and shouted in disgust, "Are you evil or not? My family's little hands are all sweet, not disgusting. Just heard that the budget of $60,000, small rich mano. Looking at a person's wealth from their clothes is the most stupid. This thing can only tell a person's spending habits." "I don't know," Song Xiaoxiao shrugged. In fact, she was also a bit curious, but she didn't really want to go deeper. "I haven't seen much of him since I graduated. He's a cold-natured person when he was in college. Except for the class group and a few friends who play well, he didn't add any friends either." Before the class reunion, when asked, a class came more than 30 do not have his contact information. As soon as she thought of this, Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help but want to laugh. "I remember the class president wanted to contact a wave of Su Yang, but as soon as he sent a message, the red exclamation point. The ones present almost didn't die of laughter directly. The girl also nodded at her words. It was understandable. In fact, since leaving school, most of the classmates did not have much to do with each other. Unless it's the second generation, or there's some kind of interest involved, or the handsome or good-looking ones. Like this inside, it is estimated to be the standard ordinary template, so most people after a long time will also forget, maybe one day bumped into the casual pleasantries 2 sentences. The door of the fitting room opened. Su Yang looked at the 2 people standing in the doorway and nodded slightly, tilted his head and looked at Song Xiaoxiao and asked, "How is it?" "Still quite handsome." Song Xiaoxiao looked at Su Yang in front of her, eyes did light up, changed clothes and changed like a new person. "It is that this hair is a bit stuck in the eyes." Chapter 5, a little pretend a hand. Bao, considered a question? Su Yang looked at his jacket and pondered for 2 seconds. "Let's just say, is there a possibility? It's winter now?" Idiot. Looking at Su Yang just wearing a jacket with a t-shirt over it, she couldn't help but poof a smile. "Wouldn't you pair it with a hoodie or sweatshirt inside?" "I purposely chose one that's a bit bigger." Oh, Su Yang suddenly realized, "I thought there were dirty things licking my arm in this store. It's cool." Indeed, wearing this jacket, winter is a little topsy-turvy. Which parts of the arm are cool? A side of the sister also cannot help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha ha," laughed to death. Su Yang hurriedly turned around and closed the door. Leaning against the door, he covered his heart. "Hell no. She called me a fool, yeah. Almost had a heart attack." He hurriedly eliminated the flirtation from his mind. He still preferred a bit of pure eroticism than talking about feelings. For example, in Japan and Korea, he heard that the service in those places can squeeze the marrow out of a person's bones. His emotions were easily swayed, so feelings he didn't really want to talk about for fear of becoming a relationship brain. "Your friend talks so interestingly." The girl hurriedly took Song Xiaoxiao's hand. "Does he have a girlfriend?" With a certain amount of financial strength, good looks, and humor, she admitted that she already had the idea of continuing contact with the other party. If the person was a bit nicer, it would simply be the perfect choice for a boyfriend. Being a luxury store sales for a long time, she had seen a lot of rich people, and she was a bit scared for them. So she just wanted to find a boyfriend with a little bit of money. Song Xiaoxiao for a moment only felt that there seemed to be some twists inside, but she couldn't tell, but subconsciously said, "There is." "Ah." The other party immediately shouted with regret, "Sure enough, all the good men have been snatched away by others, damn it." Wei. It's your turn." The girl at the bar not far away yelled. It was like the customers coming in the door of the store were all in sales rotation. One person receives one. Like robbing customers, such a situation is still relatively small, because most people, there is a certain moral bottom line level. "Okay." Song Xiaoxiao beside the girl hastily stepped on high heels and quickly left. Su Yang inside the fitting room changed a few sets of clothes and took a look in front of the mirror. Satisfied, he nodded his head. Sure enough, there was still an argument for the high price of these clothes. Whether it was in terms of fabric or workmanship, they were better. At least it wouldn't be the same as the ones they bought on TV, with a thread popping up every now and then. But the price is really expensive. Like those places in the mall, clothes pants, hang tags on the price may be hundreds of thousands. In fact, the selling price is estimated to be only 100 or 200. But the tag price here is the real price. Changed back to their own clothes, wrapped in a down jacket, the whole person warm, Su Yang suddenly feel comfortable. Still have to be down jacket, ow. Bashful some. Pushing open the door, Su Yang looked at Song Xiaoxiao standing against the wall and said, "Just those, wrap it up and pick me another couple's outfit." A wave of bad taste popped up on Su Yang's face. "For your girlfriend?" Song Xiaoxiao's brows subconsciously frowned. Thinking about how Su Yang had just said that he wanted to go home for a blind date, and now he wanted to buy a couple's outfit? One here and one back home? A scummy guy? Bought it for my parents. Su Yang shouted in a bad mood, "There are many ways to hurt people, you had to pick this kind, right? I know I'm single, I don't need you to remind me." Song Xiaoxiao spat out her tongue with some embarrassment. Wrong, don't curse, and then curse people silly. "But how did you think of buying couples' clothes for your parents?" Song Xiaoxiao did not understand but was greatly shocked. A strange operation popped up in his mind. Bad taste. The corner of Su Yang's mouth hooked up a touch of Dragon King's General Nike smile. Jia 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 jia. Old der. Scared? You're still really bad taste. Song Xiaoxiao wanted to laugh a little at the thought of the two older wearing couples' clothes. The duo spent 10 minutes picking out a couple's outfit, but neither was too satisfied. After all, compared to these luxury stores, there were still fewer couples' outfits like this. There was no choice but to pick one at random. Alright, just these, wrap it up. Okay boss. Song Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. She thought it was just an old classmate catching up, but she didn't expect to give herself a wave of benefits. You wait a bit first, I'll wrap it up for you. Good. Su Yang then sat on a chair not far from the bar. The receptionist on the side immediately took a bottle of water and walked over, placing it on the coffee table. Respectfully, he said, Sir, please drink the water. Do you need a little fruit plate or dessert? No need, thanks. Su Yang smiled politely, so he sat on the chair and pulled out his cell phone. Okay. Sir, please wait for a moment, we are packing for you. The front desk girl returned to the bar. Several people at the bar were folding the clothes and putting them in boxes. If not to say that these clothes were expensive, the box looked a bit higher grade. Also, a piece of clothing does not move thousands of tens of thousands of dollars, wrapped in a plastic bag. He directly to the boss head hit crooked. Okay. Song Xiaoxiao moved quickly. She carried the bag over and put it aside. Raising her eyes to Su Yang, she asked, Is it a credit card or WeChat? QQ. Su Yang teased, Do I look like someone who goes out with a card? Song Xiaoxiao spat out her tongue. Also, now go out with a card, there are a few. Then she took the code scanner and swept it against Su Yang's cell phone screen. There was a ding. Oh no, I should say 2 dings. One sound in Su Yang's mind. Ding. Post in Louis Vuitton bye. Consumption of $69,800, some fear, but also feel in a comfortable mood by the way in front of the old classmates small load a hand, mood good reward, 166,666 yuan. Su Yang looked at the balance and froze for 2 seconds. Balance, 174,009.48 yuan. Watching Su Yang froze, Song Xiaoxiao said with some sighs, Right, when you buy it, it's cool, but when the money goes out, it's a bit confusing. Just that sweep $60,000 to $70,000 is gone. She was a little heartbroken for Su Yang. Right, you remember to get your hair. Really hard to comment. Song Xiaoxiao looked at Su Yang's hair, and for a while, she really didn't have any words to describe it. What to say? 10 men, 9 are like this. Not permed nor dyed, pushed light on both sides and cut short in the middle? You're walking inside about 200 meters, there's a Parisian family image commune, where to get it right? Su Yang looked back and skimmed his lips. You know what? Men's loyalty to barbers is second only to their wives. I've been cutting my hair for 4 or 5 years at the barbershop by our university, and now you're asking me to go to another place? Wouldn't that be cheating on me? Then are you cheating? Song Xiaoxiao glared at Su Yang in a bad mood. He mentioned an opinion you click to me a meal to say? Out. Su Yang hemmed and hawed. Song Xiaoxiao instantly white-eyed Su Yang. Bah. Scum man. Add away. Don't say scum man anymore. Su Yang watched as Song Xiaoxiao's eyes fluttered as she handed her cell phone over. He casually swept it derisively and asked, Do you still add? Add. I'll hide in your friend bar to find a chance to assassinate you. That I wish you success out. Su Yang then got up from his chair and spoke, Put the stuff here first, I'll come back for it later. Okay. Song Xiaoxiao nodded and stuffed the ticket in her hand in the bag. Remember to keep the ticket, if there's any problem, you whiz and send me. Good. Su Yang raised his leg and walked towards the store door. Walking outside the store, he looked at Song Xiaoxiao on the side and spoke, Let's go. Song Xiaoxiao was a little reluctant to leave. Indeed, it was a little easy to get along with Su Yang. There were not too many utilitarian thoughts, and Su Yang was also humorous. Instead, it made her very relaxed. Bye. Song Xiaoxiao watched Su Yang leave and waved her hand. Su Yang turned his back and raised his hand and waved it, and continued walking towards the commercial street. What? Can't give up? If you can't give up, just follow along, you're almost off duty anyway. The girl called Wei Wei appeared out of nowhere like a ghost, scaring Song Xiaoxiao. She hurriedly touched her bunny heart. Scared me to death. Stop it, it's just old classmates. Song Xiaoxiao hummed petulantly, turned around and left. And at this moment, Su Yang walked on the street, found a sitting place and lit a cigarette. Took a deep breath. He was now considering a problem. That was that this reward seemed to have a saying. That is, the reward seemed to be a bit higher if one personally went to consume, and lower if one consumed at the system mall. So the system was trying to get himself to go outside more to experience this outside flowery world? Try again. The bowl of noodles he had cooked earlier had rewarded him with several $1,000s. Just now, buying a wave of things had rewarded him with 100,000 or so. This reward did have something to say. Su Yang then walked to the entrance of the store that Song Xiaoxiao had mentioned. He looked at the barber store in front of him. It was brightly lit, and the inside had an extremely solemn appearance, all of which reflected that the consumption inside was definitely not low. For Su Yang, a haircut would cost up to $30. He also had to wash, cut, and blow dry, and any more than that would not work. However, today he also wanted to see how things are here. Raised his leg and walked in. The receptionist immediately came over. "Sir, haircut?" "Aha." Su Yang nodded. The girl in front of him wearing a short skirt on a cold day made him somewhat doubt whether he was really in winter. The other party had a faint perfume odor, not very pungent, and the heating on in the room also dispelled away some of the chill. "Help me with my hair, make it handsome." "Okay, sir, please follow me." The girl smiled daily and measured Su Yang's cheeks. Then she led Su Yang towards the inside. Raising his leg and stepping on the steps, Su Yang's gaze drifted a little. The girl was wearing a pleated skirt and walking in front, Su Yang, but whenever he raised his head to look, he was a little worried that he would see something he shouldn't see. He could only shift his gaze and look at the rest of the people cutting hair in the store below. Soon walking upstairs. The girl led Su Yang to the door of a glass room and pushed it open. The girl probed and said, "Brother, this handsome guy wants to get a style." Chapter 6. Let me Kong how a thing. "Okay, sit down first, don't mind if I finish the game?" The man looked up at Su Yang. Su Yang shook his head, walked inside and sat his butt on the sofa. The girl, on the other hand, walked to the side and asked Su Yang, "What do you want to drink, handsome?" "Any tea?" "Have a cup of tea." Su Yang took off his own down jacket. The house was heated and naturally he wouldn't feel cold. Instead, wearing the down jacket would be a bit hot. He wouldn't feel cold with a sweater over it either. The girl hurriedly took Su Yang's down jacket and hung it on the coat rack on the side. Walking over to the water dispenser, she reached out and brewed a cup of tea for Su Yang. Then placed it on the table. From under the coffee table, he pulled out a few atlases. Then sat on the opposite side of Su Yang, crossed his legs, constantly swinging the sandals under his feet. The one pearly toe made people's eyes can't help but stay. Su Yang also did not feel much self-centered that the other party was seducing himself and looking at himself. It is just some small means of sales. In the past, when selling properties in the sales department, those big sisters were familiar with these things. Create an ambiguous atmosphere with the male customer, and then take advantage of the other side of the head to guide the other side to place an order. Some small action, they do not lose, but can place an order. In fact, in addition to those involving millions of orders, part of the female is not really to sell their bodies to get orders. For female sales, Su Yang still admired. Those people are all human beings. Step-by-step seduction, professional ability is also very strong. Some people always looked at female sales with colored glasses. Su Yang still preferred to look at some things fairly. "Handsome man, your name?" The girl sitting on the opposite side of the table, with a head of short pink hair, tilted her head and looked at Su Yang, looking playful and cute. It was just that the OP was a little small. "Free from expensive, surname Su." "Don't call brother, just call Su Yang." Su Yang leaned on the sofa. "So Su Yang?" The girl sniffed and laughed softly, smiled and said, "Just call me Crispy, I'll take a look at the shape of your face," said Crispy as she probed. Looking straight into Su Yang's eyes. Su Yang also did not have the slightest avoidance, looking straight at the sister in front of him. The two of them looked at each other. Su Yang's aggressive eyes made the girl's gaze flutter a little for a while. Hastily, she reached out and jerked up his hair that was covering her forehead. "Your bone phase is very good, yeah, and the Danfeng eyes look like a kind of gangly handsome feeling. If I personally suggest, you can consider going towards the gangly witch side. This one indeed." The man who was playing king looked up at Su Yang. "You're estimated to be around 1 m, just dress up and kill directly in the bar. You guys just watch and get it. I personally don't have much of an opinion." Tisk. Crispy sniffed. "I still like to be a bit more opinionated. It's a shame that I didn't become your ideal type owl." Su Yang looked at the pasty in front of him, not to mention the first time he went straight to the flower-haired hipster girl. The other party's body that was full of vitality really made him a bit bright. "Stop it." Crispy instantly blanked Su Yang, took the tablet on the side, opened an app on it, and handed it to Su Yang after some operation. "Most of these are similar to your face shape. You pick some that match your own aesthetic according to your aesthetic, and later we'll get them according to the ones that match your aesthetic, no problem?" "That's fine too." Su Yang looked at the picture in front of him, the hairstyle in it, and asked without turning his head back, "This one is okay. Slide to the right if it's okay or to the left if it's not. Isn't this tan?" Su Yang immediately opened his mouth in amazement. "Pretty much." Crispy hemmed and hawed a bit. "Brother Jia, let someone get the software. Not to mention, I've seen a lot of picking women, but this is the first time I've seen picking men. This breeder is it?" Su Yang couldn't help but spit out a sentence. "How do you know?" Wang, who was sitting on the chair, immediately looked up at Su Yang with a hint of surprise in his tone. "Holy! You're a real ING?" Su Yang's body shuddered and his but eyes suddenly tightened. "By mistake. Big Bird Spinning Hair Shop?" "Big brother, this is Du Chang, Xuanqi Road." Wang daintily blanked Su Yang. "Of the 100 men here, at least 20 of them are the same. Is it too late for me to leave now?" Su Yang suddenly had a bitter face. That delicate blank stare almost didn't make Su Yang you out. He maintained an incomprehensible but respectful attitude towards all of this. If you dare to leave, I'll straddle you on the spot. Brother Wang freed a hand and flaunted his super strong biceps. Taking the liberty of asking, would your excellency be surnamed Wang Jia? Su Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. He. Wang Jia burst out laughing foolishly. For a while Su Yang's mind kept flashing through the ghostly videos on the B station. Brother Jia. Brother Jia. Don't. Of course Su Yang was only joking as he kept picking out pictures in his hands. Crispy on the side watched the interaction between the two already couldn't help but giggle out loud. Covering her stomach, she was shaking with laughter. Ha ha ha. This is too ed up. Laughing. Hold it back. Su Yang immediately chided with a stern face. After getting along with the social terrorists more, not to mention, it was quite fun to get along with these social terrorists. There were some jokes that both sides could afford. Alright, that's all. Crisp took the tablet and opened the interface and scanned around. Is the aesthetic that straight? Most of them were more hardcore or gangly hairstyles. Jia is here, can't bend it a bit. Su Yang leaned back on the sofa with his teacup and took a sip of tea. Crispy once again broke his back and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then sighed back 3-7, Korean style like it? It's the one like Mr. Huang Zhe. Anything, compared to my aesthetics, I still believe in your aesthetics. Su Yang shrugged his shoulders. Professional things still have to be handed over to professionals, and girls naturally know what kind of hairstyles men get to be a little more handsome. Then I can really thank you. Crispy blanked Su Yang, turned her head to look at Wang on the side and asked, is it going to be finished? There are still a few minutes left. Then I'll wash his hair first. Crispy then got up from the sofa and waved her head at Su Yang, let's go. Saying this, she led Su Yang out. After walking out the door, Crispy looked at the back before opening her mouth to Su Yang. This set is estimated to cost 2,078, what do you think? Su Yang heard tisk tisk tsk, also quite expensive, so get it, have not cut so expensive, let me kong how a thing. Seeing that Su Yang could accept it, Crispy didn't bother to say anything. Price anyway, just now, and Su Yang chatting a little high, she forgot to say the price in advance. So after coming out to remind a little, let's start to get after and feel expensive. To change into the previous, more than $2,000, Su Yang estimated to have to ask whether the cut is a big head or small head. But now he is more focused on the novelty of the experience. He had never permed or dyed it before. Now he wanted to give it a try as well. Then elbow it. Crispy led Su Yang to a side room. Pointing not far away, you lie down first. What's the difference between this second floor and the first floor? Su Yang slowly laid down on the hair washing chair and moved his body to make himself more comfortable. The second floor is a little more expensive. Crispy spoke to Su Yang, don't look at Wang as his skills are really good. He used to study abroad for several years, and then came back after doing it himself for a few years, and then opened this store. Please, there's nothing wrong with speaking a few more words. Su Yang bitterly looked at the young girl in front of him, the way you said it, makes me feel that in a while Jia is going to come in and hug me. Ha ha ha. You don't be too funny. Once again, Pasty couldn't help but burst out laughing, it was obvious she had a low laugh track, wait a minute and yank your head off. Crispy reached out and pulled the shower aside to slowly sprinkle water on Su Yang's head. The small hand blocked the edge of the hairline, lest the water splash onto Su Yang's cheeks. I see that the quality of your skin is a bit poor, later on I'll recommend you to use a few skincare products that you can buy yourself, as well as your eyebrows need to be trimmed. She reached out and slowly traced between Su Yang's eyebrows with her fingertips. For a moment Su Yang only felt a strange sensation running through his entire body. Some tingling. Could it be a problem that he hadn't been in close contact with a girl for too long? This is a bit difficult for me. Su Yang looked at Crispy's eyes, just two people in a hair washing room like this. The atmosphere also inexplicably made people feel a little weird. I have one shoe skincare and one Debeo, I've been using them for more than 20 years. You're asking me to use skincare products? Isn't it Ulmer's? Crisp narrowed her eyes and smiled, she smiled beautifully, and when those large eyes smiled, they were like crescent moons with smiling eyes. That was used when I was a child. Su Yang said in a serious manner, I'm already an adult. Is it that even if you rub Debeo, you only rub it when you go out? Crispy teasingly asked. I'll give you a chance, now go to my house and dismantle the surveillance. Slightly Pasty made a face at Su Yang and slowly pressed his head with her small hands. For a while Su Yang only felt permeable. You don't say, you really don't say. After you wash your face in the future, remember to rub a dab of Debeo, even though you are a boy, you still have to be a delicate piggy boy. Said she playfully dabbed a bit of foam and dabbed it on the tip of Su Yang's nose. Su Yang shrugged his nose and raised his hand to wipe the tip of his nose. Looking at her slyly he threatened, if you keep this up do you believe I'll immediately break myself, go seduce brother Jia, and then let you call me brother-in-law? Crispy? There's such a good thing? Suddenly a burst of slightly excited words rang out from the doorway, thank you for the gift of nature, Amat Babuda. Su Yang was instantly shaken and sat up in hammer death shock. The whole person bounced up from the recliner. Looking at the slightly excited and impatient Wang Jie at the doorway, Su Yang inwardly thumped. Oops. It's going to be Sun. That. Su Yang's voice was a little trembling at the moment, swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, slowly moving his feet backwards. Chapter 7 Brother Jie takes you to Deng Duolang. Wailing, he opened his mouth. Brother Jie, can you calm down? Oh? You don't want Brother Jie to teach you to board Duolang? I'm just kidding. Jie. Da ba. Su Yang immediately raised his hand and grabbed Jie's hand that was about to take off his glasses, interrupting the spell casting. He was genuinely scared here. After all, Jie didn't look like he was joking. And with these biceps that were thicker than his own legs, he suspected that he really didn't have much ability to resist. Really don't? Jie was a bit regretful. Really don't. Su Yang looked bitterly at Jie in front of him. I'm just joking with Crispy. Crispy reached out and grabbed Su Yang's shoulders and pushed him to the recliner, letting him lie down before slowly scratching and rubbing Su Yang's scalp. Looking at Su Yang's palpitating appearance, he almost didn't die on the spot laughing. Ah, let's see if you still dare to tease Brother Jie. She gloated and teased. Pity. Brother Jie stood aside and skimmed his lips. There was some teasing in his eyes as he looked at Su Yang. After walking aside, he organized the items on the table. Opening his mouth to Su Yang, he asked, have you decided on a plan? 3 or 7 side backs. If you have a better idea, you can also. Su Yang looked at the Crispy in front of him, looked at the other party's cheeks, and kept shuffling through his memories. This place can't come. It was too horrible. Then I'll follow my favorite. Sanji. Just 3-7. A sharp pop came out of Su Yang's mouth. Jie. Ha 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 ha. Crispy took a towel and wiped Su Yang's hair. Covering his stomach, he sat aside. I can't, I'm really going to pull a laugh. I'll go change my anti-towel. Ha 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 super. Obviously a delicate lowly voice. How did you say such vulgar words? Just outrageous. Su Yang looked at Crispy who was walking outward and was a little scared. So what, want to come together? It's fine, I'm not afraid. Crispy playfully winked at Su Yang. Su Yang said bitterly, I'm afraid. Alright, Jie is playing with pure love. Brother Jie, who was standing on the side, grabbed Su Yang's arm and pulled. Su Yang's entire body was pressed onto the chair. Brother Jie, I already have someone in my heart, so Yang, you're too late. There's no longer a place for you in Brother Jie's heart. Really? Su Yang looked at his reflection in the mirror and blinked. False. The Dragon King crooked his mouth. But speaking of which, you are open-minded. Wang Jie, who was standing behind Su Yang, had a bitter smile on his face. The acceptance of this in the country is still poor, and after knowing that a lot of people are unwilling to come. I don't care. Su Yang shrugged his shoulders, looking at the comb combing his hair became strand by strand, smiling at Jie, as long as you don't gank me, we are still good friends. Just for your words, I'll give you a 50% discount in the future. A smile appeared on Brother Jie's face. Su Yang smiled faintly, just be yourself. Aha! Brother Jie nodded, and then devoted himself to cutting up Su Yang. Not to mention, looking at this big guy, his hair-cutting action was very crisp and clean. The swish of the scissors repaired his hair. The debris of his hair was falling down. Every time you cut your hair, it seems to be a gamble. That's why Su Yang likes to cut his hair in one place all the time, so that he can at least have a bottom in his heart. But this time to cut the head to more than 2,000, Su Yang felt that the estimated cutout will not be too bad. Maybe it was the price that gave him the bottom line. Or maybe it was the confident air that Wang Jie brought him when he picked up the scissors. Yo! Changed? Su Yang looked at the walking Crispy and asked in a conspiratorial manner. What? Want me to dazzle your mouth? Crispy looked at Su Yang and skimmed her mouth. Jie, look at her. Su Yang immediately called out to Brother Jie. I advise you not to be too skinny, I'm afraid that Brother Jie really can't help but straddle you. Su Yang looked at the reflection of Jie's eyes in the mirror and shut up in an instant. Brother Jie, don't look at me like that, I'm a little panicked. The back of his undershirt is a little cold. Ding! The host boldly joked with a stranger while getting a haircut and drew the relationship closer. Reward, 8,888 yuan. Who the hell did you say you were getting closer to? Make it ing clear. System. Speak ing clearly. Don't be like this. I'm panicking. Seeing Su Yang get deflated, Crispy hemmed and hawed. Pulling the chair, he came over. Sitting on the edge, stretching the back of the chair with both hands, leaning sideways on his arm, he curiously asked at Su Yang, Su Yang, what do you do? Otaku. Su Yang looked at the crisp reflection in the glasses. You? Die? Crispy immediately shook her head, her tone full of skepticism, which otaku has such a smart mouth. Your house. What your house, holy? You. Crispy reacted for a moment, as if he had been molested. At once, she bared her teeth and looked at Su Yang, Brother Jie, him. I'll help you drug him. Su Yang. Can't a bit. Jie glanced at Su Yang and Crispy. Not to mention, this mouthware like an otaku. Actually, Su Yang used to talk less. But it seemed that because he didn't have to think too much about himself, and after his bottom line became stronger with the system, he seemed to have changed a lot. He was willing to communicate and joke with strangers, and his person became confident and humorous. Really, you otaku? Crispy was a bit unbelievable. Yeah, usually stay at home and write novels and copywriting and whatnot, be a short video blogger and earn a little money to mix it up. Su Yang let out a long sigh. Isn't it almost the new year? So said a flower chanting, come over for a luxury, get a handsome hairstyle, ready to go home to find a rich woman, chop a soft rice. 6. The corners of Crispy's mouth twitched. Jai raised an eyebrow. Really? Then I won't take any money this time. Don't. Su Yang sniffed a little flustered for a moment. Just kidding. This place is really not daring to come Not Jia, you can believe this mural? The first time they met, it was still the meta-energetic pink-haired girl. Now the mental little sister full of swear words. This contrast you play is clear. Even the tone of speech has changed, just now was soft and sweet girl. You start to let yourself go, right? Wash, cut and blow a set down. Su Yang sat on the chair, his head was wrapped in a thick layer. He sat on the chair, a little bored. Crispy came over to Su Yang's side and asked excitedly, playing games? Su Yang immediately turned his head and called out, Brother Jia. Pasty wants to play games at work. My brother is the boss. I just came over to play. Just helping out a bit on the way. Crispy dejectedly raised an eyebrow at Su Yang. Su Yang, 6. Just right. Take me 1. Jia also pulled a chair to the side and sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. Playing what? King? Chicken? Is there a possibility? I only know how to play endgame? Su Yang was slightly embarrassed. Next chant. Play king. Crispy on the side immediately pulled out her cell phone. Su Yang sniffed and slowly pulled out his own cell phone. Where did you get this old antique from? Crispy looked at the classic small square in Su Yang's hand. This is a ING6S, right? Thanks, it's an 8. Su Yang rolled his dead eyes and looked at the crisp in front of him. Then he mobilized the system mall. Bought a latest 15 por. Configuration all pulled to the highest. 14,000? This price is still a bit high But it doesn't matter, anyway, white whoring, nothing hangs. Su Yang then placed an order. Ding. The host purchased a cell phone to play games with his new friends, a long-lost experience that reminded him of when he was a teenager. Reward, 55,555 yuan. Exempt. Topped off like that? In an instant, his balance was topped to about $220,000. Outrageous is as outrageous as it gets. How long has it been since I had a balance of $6,000 in the morning and now it's $220,000? It really was just like living in a dream. You guys play first, I bought a machine to arrive later. Su Yang raised his eyes to look at Crispy and took a sip of tea from his teacup. Ha? You bought it? Crispy was a bit confused. Su Yang, I advise you not to be too outrageous. Which model did you buy? 15 por. Su Yang tilted his head and looked at Crispy, a little puzzled. Wasn't it you who wanted me to play games? But? A bitter smile appeared on Crispy's face. I didn't ask you to buy a cell phone either. Big difference, it's almost time to change your cell phone anyway. For a while Pasty's heart was extremely complicated. Was he so valued? Is it so outrageous? More than $10,000 was not a lot for her, but it was not so much that she could just buy it. Then I'll play a game first. Jia, who was on the side, looked at Su Yang strangely and opened the game. With a Timmy, he looked at Crispy and asked, what about you? I'll play later too. Crispy smacked her lips. For a while she was still unable to come back to her senses. She felt that her brain was a bit inadequate. She had to eat something to replenish her brain. Want something to eat? No? Got a bit of a craving. Just watch what you're having. After Jia turned on the game, he pulled out an ashtray from the side and placed it on the table, handing Su Yang one. While her mind was still a little confused, she then wickedly pulled out one and handed it to Crispy. Is pointing at the takeout of the crisp, subconsciously took the cigarette. Let's. When I go back to tell our mom that you even smoke. Jia brother Dragon King laughed. The area of shortcake, one-handed pinch. Okay. Crispy rolled his eyes. Every year so play, you are not tired. Wait a little later, I and my girlfriend say a word this year to help you cope with it. It's not just a New Year's Eve blind date. What's wrong with being? Just talk to them directly. Crispy turned her head to look at Su Yang and inquired, what do you want to eat? Su Yang was silent for 2 seconds. Cup noodles. Good. Ip-man pointing.jpg. Ask you what to drink and you want tea, ask you what to eat and you want cup noodles? Crispy looked at Su Yang in amazement. Where the hell are you an old man from? Can't your hobbies be a bit younger? I don't care, I'm going to order fried chicken. Just eat fried chicken. Slightly. Chapter 8 Jia will get angry. I think you're all redundantly asking. Su Yang skimmed his lips. I don't want you to feel, I want me to feel. Why don't you two just get married? Wang Jie gossiped and looked at the two. If I say that the family raised you two little things, this interaction is still strange to see. Roll. In unison. The duo screamed out in unison. Both eyes collided and immediately shifted away again. Dao Xian was almost unsteady. Feelings were touched by someone like himself? He himself is a Japanese and Korean Shibari party. What family out of a young girl, what girl group waiting for me? Oneself is to fight for the country's glory, ruthlessly injecting patriotic genes. This shot is called patriotic. Before Wang Jie's game was finished, his own cell phone was delivered. The young girl at the front desk walked up with the box. Is Mr. Su here? There's an express delivery for you. Yes. Crispy immediately got up and walked to the door. In a while when my takeout arrives also help me bring it up for a bit, I'm too lazy to go down, thank you sister love you yo. Crispy even raised her hand to compare her heart. Good. The front desk lady smiled faintly and handed the box to Crispy before turning around and leaving. Crispy walked over with the box in hand, and smoothly took the eyebrow trimmer on the table and handed it to Su Yang. Su Yang handed his cell phone to Crispy. Help me with it. Crispy skimmed her mouth and said arrogantly, seeing that you're still ironing your hair, I'll help you once for the time being, remember that you owe me once. Okay. Little children are little children. Catty. Crispy immediately opened the box before taking out the cell phone. Where's your old cell phone? What to do about it? Lose it? Lost it for what? Su Yang quickly said, just put it in the box for me, I've saved so many websites. Disgusting. Crispy hurriedly threw the phone on the table, always feeling that squeezing this phone was like squeezing something strange and weird. He's teasing you. Playing the game, Wang Jie's eyes under the lenses flashed an obscure light. A real man, the browser won't have any left. You're all bent you know a hook ate. Crispy did not avoid spitting at all. Su Yang almost didn't strain to laugh out loud. Looking at the throat-locked Crispy, as well as Wang Jie's somewhat regal eyes, he immediately collected his laughter. Immediately tilted his head and looked at the side holding back his laughter. Crispy, who almost choked, gasped violently. Completely disregarding his image, he sat on the ground. Coughing violently a few times looking at Wang Jie with a sly grudge, I'm suing my mom, saying that you bullied me. Your mom is also my mom. Sue for nothing. It's so annoying. Sooner or later I will detonate the entire Wang family. Make you lose your reputation. You can try. Wang Jie just raised his eyes. The one-fingered Crispy immediately shrunk her neck, just like a quail. Muttering, just know how to bully me. She held her mouth and handed her cell phone to Su Yang. Wi-Fi is logged on, place it yourself. Taking the cell phone, Su Yang put down the game and transferred another wave of data. Su Yang looked at the unread message of WeChat puzzled and opened it to look at it. Looking at the nickname was a little confused. Clicking in is a transfer. Milk candy flavor little, transfer 3,200 yuan. Candy flavored small, I'm not so bad as to earn money from my classmates, the commission to you. This is Song Xiao Xiao? Su Yang does not have a lot of friends, and he basically remembers who each one of them is. So he didn't bother to make any notes. Looking at this message, Su Yang scared his mouth and reached out to receive the transfer. Then sent a message. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex God of War, high style Song Xiao Xiao. Not to be polite with you. Milk candy flavored Xiao Xiao, yes, don't be polite but next time I won't transfer it to you. I'm going to have to eat too. Hey. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, you recommend the barber store is good, Wang Master technology is very good, is cut the head do not know why the buttocks a little pain. After sending the message, Su Yang opened the game. Calling out to Crispy, up number up. Come cluck. Crispy helped Su Yang log into his own trumpet and then took his cell phone and went on the number himself. Wang Jie also happened to finish. The three of them then opened the game together. You play auxiliary is easier. Crispy looked at Su Yang and said, I'll play AD. Juk. Su Yang nodded, my humble self perennial mixing LOL gold segment, the district of the king's hand to take the pinch, sister you believe me. Buddy this does not you feed the super god count me playing dish. Well, that old brother. Old sister can rely on you. Crispy also agreed very favorably. A minute later. Not you hook 8, running down the road for what? Crispy looked at Su Yang suspiciously. Su Yang looked at Crispy in bewilderment, where is the auxiliary going if not to go down? To help the fielding After helping the fielder come to the upper road. No. I'm an auxiliary. Why should I go up? Su Yang's brain was buzzing a bit. Assist me. I'm on the upper road. Crispy was also a little surprised. You're AD to go on, so what's the point of going on top? Wang Jie had clammed up. Ha chow. Laughing to death. Please get married in situ, I won't watch this year's spring festival gala without you too. Wang Jie. Although the map and LOL are not very different, the mechanism is also not very different. But there are still some differences in the gameplay. Generally accustomed to LOL, when you first start, there will be some feel strange. After all, the high-scoring division of the road sometimes did look a little different from other bureaus. Alright. Hurry up and come over. Listen to my instructions to pad your sword. Crispy took 2 deep breaths. And at this moment, Su Yang moved his character and walked quickly to Crispy's side, so he heard her words and was a bit puzzled. What cheesecake? The perm still had some noise, plus his brain was wrapped in a thick layer. He did hear a little less clearly. ING. Says. Padded knife. Oh, electric knife. Su Yang suddenly realized, opened the mall and looked at the various kinds of equipment inside. Crispy saw Su Yang finally understand what she meant. Long let out a sigh of relief. As a result, the next moment she was silent. Where is the electric knife? Oh, found it, lightning dagger, right? But Luban, this is melee and control, right? It's going to come out of electric dagger as well? Crispy. Wang Jia, ha 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 ha. This is so f***ed up. Crispy turned her head to gaze into Su Yang's confused eyes. Her eyes carried 3 parts helplessness, 3 parts anger, and 4 parts hopelessness. Helpless to assist, she still needed the assistance so much that she could only endure the humiliation and hide the MMP in the bottom of her heart. No need to get out the lightning dagger. Crispy took a deep breath and eased her temper, softly saying, just follow the recommended outfit. She returned to her sweet voice. Clipped up. After pulling a chair and sitting on Su Yang's side, she immediately softly and delicately said, brother, you're on later when I let you on. Can you be normal? Don't be like this, I'm a bit scared. Su Yang was a little apprehensive inside. This is not the Crispy I know. It's okay to brother, I'm usually like this, you'll just get used to it. Su Yang. His body was a little crispy. How can this person speak so close, finish also delicate and soft to call brother? Halfway through the game, the takeout arrived. The receptionist put the takeout on the table and left. 3 people continued to struggle. After the game ended, the 3 people did not say that they wanted to play the next game. Ding! Host Blood Pit's new friend, your friend has begun to doubt life. How could there be such a vegetable in this world? Reward, $666. You say another hook 8. How can it be my problem? It seemed like Wang Jia and Crispy's Dow hearts had been shattered. The 2 of them ate their fried chicken with a sullen face without saying a word. Only Crispy raised his hand from time to stuff the chicken pieces in Su Yang's mouth. It was just a bit hard. Crispy viciously stuffed the chicken nuggets in Su Yang's mouth. Choke you to death. Choke on you. Sheena. Her insides kept screaming and cursing. Actually, it's not my fault for losing this game. It's the fielder who's too good. No control of resources, can't catch people, and was single killed every day in the field. Su Yang dryly coughed and opened his mouth to explain. Wang Jie said in a cold voice with a black face, the playing field is me. Su Yang. You didn't say it earlier? But then again, the playing field wandering in the wild area, although it ran into the opposite side, it also gave us favorable information and map vision. It's the reason why the middle road isn't very good at supporting. Wang Jie's face became even more somber. The middle lane is my boyfriend. Su Yang. Alright, I'm laying my cards on the table, it's Crispy's problem. This hook 8 AD plays like. Can't carry it a bit. Su Yang felt that Jie's deterrent power was still very strong. Anyway, it's definitely not his problem, so I'm sorry. Can only pick the soft persimmon. Crispy? Come to pot for a chicken nugget. She reached out and grabbed Su Yang's face, squeezed his mouth open, and immediately stuffed his mouth with chicken nuggets. Su Yang quickly gritted his teeth and tried to seal it. Chapter 9. What are you touching? Su Yang immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Brother Jia, I know you're angry, but don't be angry yet. My main focus is a sense of distance. I'm also motivated to experience a wave of Japanese and Korean customs industry, not talking about feelings but only flesh, so Jia, calm down. Tisk Jia skimmed his mouth and immediately looked at Su Yang with interest and teasingly raised his eyebrows. Take me one? He was actually quite happy to make friends with Su Yang. After all, it was easy to get along with Su Yang without too many worries. There is not much interest between the 2 sides. One could just get along as very ordinary friends. Mom, dirty. If you dare to get saliva on my hands again, I'll beat you to death. Crispy walked in and sat down on the couch, just not as unrestrained as before, and seemed to have a touch more baggage as well, and was inexplicably a bit more restrained. Even the dirty words were put back. Su Yang saw this and dryly coughed. It won't happen next time. Humph. Crispy raised her hand and looked at her watch. It's almost time, you can wash. Hurry up and come over. You want to say roll over or not? You're so gentle, I feel like you wanna karma me. Su Yang looked at Crispy with some caution. Wang Jia moved the iron away and smacked his lips as he listened to his own sister's words. Good. All of a sudden you're giving me a serious look? Is this the beginning of caring about your image? Hook 8, don't let Crispy make a trip here and play herself out. You. Crispy was furious for a while, her cheeks puffed up, and she pointed at Su Yang with a puff of anger. You, roll over, well. Su Yang? Are you losing your temper? Or are you just being petulant? Just roll over, why don't you do it? This soft voice almost didn't let Su Yang lose himself. Sure enough, he was still a loser and almost became a warped mouth. He walked to the hair washing chair and lay down, then closed his eyes. Crispy, cheeks slightly red, looking at Su Yang in front of him, inexplicably felt that this person seemed a bit smooth. But when he thought about Su Yang's behavior just now, he was a little angry again. That manicure was about to be stuck into Su Yang's scalp. Su Yang bared his teeth and opened his eyes, looking at Crispy in front of him. The two of them looked at each other. Crispy's sight was no longer as bold as before. Instead, it was somewhat fluttering. What are you looking at me for? Pasty's gaze was averted and her tone was a bit nervous. You're practicing the 9-in white bone claw with my skull? What? Make a hole in my skull? Although I am also a Moro, my brain is probably not as tasty as a real Moro's. The life of a moron is also a life. Su Yang spat out a sentence without any good humor. Crispy sniffed and hastily reduced the force she used on her hands. Coughing awkwardly, shut your mouth. Roger that. Su Yang immediately closed his mouth and enjoyed the massage. Soon after washing his hair, Su Yang sat on the chair. She took the hairdryer and blew Su Yang's hair. Looking at himself in the mirror, Su Yang's mouth couldn't help but hook up a little. Ha! Who is this guy? So handsome. Oh, so it's me. Su Yang narcissistically looked at himself in the mirror and fooled around blindly. Crispy, who was standing at the back, burst out laughing and whacked Su Yang's shoulder. Narcissistic. If a person doesn't even love himself, then how can he love others? In an instant, Su Yang's voice became hoarse and low, and his eyes became deeply emotional. Looking at himself in the mirror, the corners of Su Yang's mouth were harder to suppress than AK. This money is worth spending. Wang Jia, clipped? The movement of her hand froze. Looking at Su Yang's reflected face in the mirror, she pursed her lips. Putting down the hairdryer in her hand, she reached out and opened the box on the side, taking out an eyebrow trimmer from it. Turning the chair around. Su Yang couldn't see his own handsome reflection in the mirror for a while, and was a bit enamored. After looking at it for 2 seconds, I guess I have to fall in love with myself. Alright, don't move, I'll fix your eyebrows, said Crispy as she sat on Su Yang's side and looked at Su Yang's face. Her cheeks were slightly red, oddly embarrassed. It was still the first time she had trimmed someone's eyebrows. With her little thumb against Su Yang's cheek, she took the eyebrow trimmer and slowly trimmed the corner of Su Yang's eyebrows. Because of the close proximity, both of them could feel each other's breath. Su Yang immediately shifted his line of sight. And Crispy's eyes also fluttered a little. Her white and tender cheeks were also a little more pink, like a ripe peach, making people want to rua a little. She blew a breath at Su Yang's eyebrows, blowing away the debris, and moved to the other side to continue trimming. Su Yang, on the other hand, shifted his line of sight and continued to look at the other side. The main fight was a line of sight without contact. Don't look around. Look at me. Crispy frowned and immediately scolded Su Yang, wait and trim it crooked. What I'm moving is the eyeballs, what does it have to do with the eyebrows? Su Yang was a bit puzzled. Am I a professional or are you a professional? I'll shut up. Su Yang immediately gazed ahead, his eyes as firm as when he swore in the party. The eyes were round and the pupils were dilated. Just like the military training kid brother, generally very firm. This appearance made Crispy couldn't help but roll her eyes. Giving Su Yang's eyebrows a trim, it looked even smoother, sword eyebrows, although the eyes are now glaring like copper bells, but even if it is star eyes. Stars are round anyway, he. Crispy smiled inwardly with a heave. Inside, she was filled with a sense of accomplishment. When she thought of Su Yang's earth dog appearance when he came in just now, and now it was completely different. She inexplicably felt some sense of accomplishment as well. Alright? Seeing the chair turn back to the direction where the mirror was, Su Yang got up and stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself reflected inside the mirror. He nodded with satisfaction. There was indeed an argument. The hairstyle suited himself well. And it wasn't the unchanging side-backed 3/7s. Rather, it was more of a fine-tuned fit for the shape of his face, and the aesthetics matched his own. Usually don't use much to take care of it, wait for 2 days and the hair will come down a bit, it won't be too warped as it is now. If you feel like lying on your back, just use a curling iron or come over here and I'll get it for you. Okay. Su Yang nodded. Turning around, he said, let's go. I still have some things to do. Oh, Crispy skimmed her lips, let's go, I'll take you to the checkout. Remember to take 50% off aisle. Wang Jia said without lifting his head as he played the game. Got it. Crispy took Su Yang's down jacket from a hanger and handed it to him. Wang Jia looked at the back of the duo's departure and scared his mouth. This kid's desire to capture and play is really flowery. First play a little ambiguous, let each other on the head, but also shallow. This wave of pulling he gave full marks. His sister completely play but a little oh. Put on the down jacket, Su Yang and Pastry walked to the downstairs. Crispy stood at the front desk, operating the computer. To Su Yang asked, "How much is your phone number? I'll get you a membership card." Su Yang sniffed with some difficulty. In fact, he didn't want to come later. After all, he was really afraid of Jia. Brother Jia looked at himself with some wrong eyes off. Jia brother, even if this girl look at their eyes also some strange. But it does not matter, anyway, did not come next time can also be, is a pity, this hair to get really good. 133. Pasty entered the phone number, raised his eyes and asked, "Where do you live?" "Estimated to have to move next year." Su Yang immediately spoke. "Oh, I'll fill in my house then." She took another membership card and entered the code into it before handing it to Su Yang. "Let's see how, 50% off, $50 for Makoto benefit." Crispy pressed on the computer in a serious manner, slapped the membership card on the table and reached out to look at Su Yang. "Su Yang? Front desk girl? Isn't it over 2,000? It's more than 1,000 if you hit it anymore, right?" Su Yang's gaze was a little weird looking at Crispy. "You have a problem with this. My brother took 10 minutes to cut his head, I did the rest. I'm not an employee for nothing chanting, he'll just cut his head casually, give a $50. Front desk girl, 6. Su Yang took the membership card on the table and looked at the QR code on the table. Immediately after sweeping a wave. Then he turned around and walked away, swept, gone. Hey, he hasn't paid yet. The front desk girl saw that the horn on the side didn't sound, and hurriedly prepared to go around the bar to block it. "No way, Crispy, this is your friend? That's a bit stingy. Don't even want to give 50? Sitting in his chair, Crispy slowly ripped the wrapping off the lollipop and placed it in his mouth, the tip of his tongue wrapping around the lollipop over and over again. Ding! WeChat receives 3,000 whole dollars. Hearing this transfer sound, the corner of Crispy's mouth slightly hooked up. With a bow sound, she pulled the lollipop out of her mouth. "Don't underestimate my fancy friend. Sis." Saying that, she dejectedly winks the other party. Looking at the other party's somewhat dazed appearance, she arrogantly hops towards the upper floor. Su Yang, who was walking on the street, listening to the crunching sound in his head, was somewhat silent. Ding! The host spent 3,000 yuan on a haircut, flirted with the boss's sister on the way, and flirted with the boss again. Although it's complicated inside, it's still joy in the end. Reward, $11,111. What hook ate 11,111 yuan? If it was usual, Su Yang wouldn't feel anything at all. But looking at it now, it always felt as if the system was touching something. It's numb. Tingling all over. Looking at the Chanel on the side, he raised his leg and walked in. "Welcome to Chanel." The welcoming young lady at the door had an interesting tone with a new tone. "What can I get for you, sir?" "Let's have a perfume. Around 3 or 4,000. Don't let the flavor be too harsh, something light and elegant. One for the ladies and one for the men. A price around this range will do. The flavor should be lighter." Su Yang previously smelled Song Xiaoxiao's body's perfume flavor is also not pungent, light and elegant fragrance. He also preferred a lighter perfume flavor. "Okay sir, please follow me. Chapter 10 Buddy and you heart to heart, you and Buddy brainstorming, right?" The other party brought Su Yang to the counter of perfume and walked in. Started to pick and choose. After taking out a few samples, took a wet paper towel and wiped his hands. After spraying a little on the back of his hand, he probed his hand to Su Yang's face. "Sir, you can smell it first. This is one of our stores wood scent, front tone guaiac wood flavor, middle tone camera back tone with a little milky flavor. This is one of our stores better sold." Su Yang sniffed. Indeed, the flavor is good, not pungent, and with the fragrance of wood. He couldn't say, but felt good. After the sales wiped his hands, he changed to another one. After giving Su Yang a few models to try, he waited silently. "Just the second model. The men's will be fine with the first model. Check out." Su Yang was already decisive and didn't have much hesitation. "Yes sir." The sales voice carried some joy and opened the bill. The two added up to almost close to a small $10,000. It's also a high-quality single. And the customer was very decisive, without much hesitation. Walked to the bar. Su Yang paid the money. "Sales will speak. Mr. Convenient to add a WeChat? Usually if there is any new product recommendation, I will send in the circle of friends. If you have the rest of the Chanel needs, can also contact me on WeChat." Can. Su Yang pulled out the QR code for the other party to scan. "Just contact if you need it, and if you don't need it, just put it on the friend bar and wait for the other party to assassinate himself." Ding! The host was ready to buy a perfume for Song Xiaoxiao, not wanting to owe the other party a favor. Also thoughtful to buy a perfume for himself, successfully stepped out of the first step of the scum. Reward, 66,666 yuan. "Su Yang? Don't slander me. Smoke, sweat, or perfume?" Su Yang thought that most people should like the perfume smell more, right? As for whether it's girly or not, one can only say that it's a matter of benevolence. Walking out from the store, Su Yang walked on the street towards Song Xiaoxiao's store. In fact, to be honest, Song Xiaoxiao transferred the money to himself. He received, just do not want to dwell too much. This money was originally her commission, then it was what she deserved. She was in the way of her classmate's identity, so she didn't want this commission, but for Su Yang, since he enjoyed the other party's service, then one has to give the corresponding payment. Besides, a few $1,000s was probably not a small amount of money for her. He is also not bad, so little money, so should give still have to give, since she does not want a commission. Then they will give back to the other party in accordance with the way of the gift is good. Perfume as a woman's daily life is more practical consumables. Send out will not be too presumptuous, the other side can also understand their own meaning. Walked to the door of Louis Vuitton. Wei Wei at the door saw Su Yang arrive and smiled. Mr. Su, you're here? HM. Came to get something. Su Yang smiled and nodded. Mr. Su's hairstyle is very handsome. Wei Wei complimented Su Yang after looking at his hairstyle. Thanks. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. If the head cut after spending $2,000 doesn't look good, then I'll knock the boss's head, ask you. Smiling faintly, she led Su Yang inside. Where is Song Xiao Xiao? Su Yang looked at the other party and inquired. He didn't seem to see Song Xiao Xiao's figure. She's on the early shift today, so she's already off work. Su Yang sniffed and raised an eyebrow as he carried something. Then this thing troubles you to give it to her. I've troubled her today, so I have to send something to express my gratitude. Okay, Mr. Su. The girl looked at the bag of Chanel handed over by Su Yang and nodded with some envy. HM. Then I'll leave first, please. Carrying the bag, she walked out. Su Yang walked to the street entrance, hit a cricket car at the curbstone and sat in the back seat. He took his cell phone and looked at the messages. He only saw that Song Xiao Xiao had sent several messages. Milk candy flavored tiny. What do you mean? Milk candy flavor little. No. What about you? Milk sugar flavored tiny. You say it. What the hell is wrong with you? Milk sugar tiny. Please, please, please. Come back with a message. Say something. What's wrong with you? Milk candy flavored tiny. There are times when I really want to call the police. Milk candy flavored tiny. Voice call 10. Looking at this series of messages, Su Yang's mouth slightly twitching. Together you really know the other boss is Good, good, good. Good for you, Song Xiao Xiao. Buddy and you heart to heart, you and Buddy brain, right? Su Yang dialed back a phone number. The phone was quickly picked up. Hello. How are you doing? Thanks for the invitation. Just arrived at the anorectal department. Su Yang stifled a smile and made a joke. Ha? You. The tone of Song Xiao Xiao on the other side of the phone was complicated, with a hint of guilt and remorse. Alright, just kidding. But Boss Wang's skills are indeed good. You're teasing me? Song Xiao Xiao's tone carried a hint of aggravation and incredulity. Do you know how anxious I was? I'm almost at the entrance of their store. Su Yang raised his eyebrows at this. No wonder he said that the other party's breath was a bit unsteady. It's not that you really think I'm being straddled? Su Yang was a bit incredulous. That Wang Jia has a big waist, if he really looks at you. Said Song Xiao Xiao's voice became smaller and smaller, more and more unconfident. It seems like he himself has been set up? Ha! So you know you still let me go? Well, Song Xiao Xiao, buddy, and you have a heart-to-heart, you use your brain with buddy, right? Jilting it. Then I don't know, you go directly to their second floor to find the boss to get your hair off. How do I know? I was taken up to the second floor after I went in. Su Yang skimmed his mouth. I'm sorry, Song Xiao Xiao, who was standing in the center of Chuanxi Road, pouted and whispered. You should be glad that I'm straight. Su Yang said quietly, otherwise I'll be farting ha in the future. Okay, no more, you go back to the store, left something for you, I still have something to do, bye. After saying that, Su Yang hung up the phone. And at this time, standing on the street, Song Xiao Xiao was a little puzzled. What fart ha? What kind of stunt is this? And left something in the store? What things? Song Xiao Xiao returned to the store with doubts. Wearing a trench coat, she walked to the door, and Wei Wei immediately came over. Yo, so soon? You've been around as a nymphomaniac squatting on your male classmates? She extraordinarily aggravated the 3 words male classmate in a conspiratorial manner. Alright, he said he left something for me at the store? What is it? Song Xiao Xiao looked at Wei Wei curiously. Wei Wei sniffed sourly and said, just see for yourself. Said the duo as they walked to the warehouse. Bai Wei took the bag from the cabinet and handed it to Song Xiao Xiao. Song Xiao Xiao took the bag, opened it and looked at the perfume box inside. Reaching out, she opened it. It's several $1,000s. Bai Wei scat her mouth, enviously separating the mass walls, not because the gift was expensive, but because someone sent it, but still reminded, you have to be careful, this man is afraid to be a scum. He's got a girlfriend, and he's giving you perfume, and he's saying something about you helping to bring him today, so he's giving you a gift. And he changed his hairstyle, he's really handsome. Tisk. Song Xiaoxiao's mouth opened and closed, and for a moment she didn't know how to explain. Could it be that he actually doesn't have a girlfriend? But after thinking about it, she decided not to explain. But looking at the perfume on her hand, her expression was still a bit complicated. Couldn't help but defend. Actually, I counted out the commission money separately and transferred it to him. Originally thought that they were all classmates, so I didn't earn his commission. Ha! Bai Wei froze at her words. No, sister. What kind of operation are you doing? Having money and not earning it? Then didn't he give me a gift? Song Xiao shook the perfume bottle in her hand. Also, this seems to be a new winter product, right? It's over $4,000–$5,000. Bai Wei was a little sour. This person can handle it, not taking advantage of it at all. It seems he still loves his girlfriend. Bai Wei cupped her hands in a flowery manner, doesn't get too involved with any women, and favors are counted clearly. If I had such a boyfriend, I'd break my bones to make soup for him. Song Xiao. AI, it's a pity. Bai Wei became downcast again in an instant. Good men are really all from other people's families. There is no greater pain in the world than having a fancy for a handsome man, but the other side has an owner. Song Xiao fell silent. After putting the things away, she spoke. So what, I'll go back first. Got to prepare some New Year's goods and send them back first. Let's go by. Go. Bai Wei waved her hand in disinterest. Song Xiao, who was carrying perfume, walked out of the store with somewhat cheerful steps. The sound of crisp high-heeled shoes kept leaping. She looked at the perfume in her hand and took out her cell phone. Looking at Su Yang's chat screen. There was silence for a few seconds. Typed a few words and deleted them, and after some more deliberation typed a few more words. After a long time of enjoying, she sent it over. Milk candy flavor little. I received the stuff, thank you, I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Milk sugar flavor little. Kitten shaking glow stick. GIF. Looking at the cell phone, did not reply. She was a little apprehensive. After thinking for a moment, she put her cell phone in her pocket. Just the attention is always subconsciously paying attention to the pocket. At this time, Su Yang, lazily leaning on the sofa, hung his clothes on the hanger. Sitting in front of the computer, he played the game. Ding! The host played a game of LOL and was bloodily abused, but he is used to failing, and his heart is not shocked and even wants to laugh a little. Reward, 555 yuan. Su Yang's mouth twitched. 555 tick 8, a real man will never cry. I tower me out at change 1. Su Yang immediately changed to CSGO. 2 minutes later. A burst of shouting and cursing came out from the rental house. Hook 8. AK run to hit a headshot. Hang. There is hanging. Ding. The host played a game of CSGO, felt that he was a piece of trash, couldn't play any game well, and doubted himself. Reward, $555. Su Yang. Pussy is bound to prove a wave of ego today. 4 hours later. Twilight shrouded the sky. On the edge of the balcony. A young man, with vicissitudes in his eyes, looked at the sky. Chapter 11. This broken teaser cannot be brushed. The cold wind whistled past, and the glistening fire on the cigarette flickered under the light. A mouthful of thick smoke exhaled. A questioning voice with desperation rang out from the balcony. Who's winning this game all the time? Ding! The host has lost the game in a row, and has not only begun to question his own strength, but has even begun to doubt the heavens. Reward, $666. Nishinai. Destroy it. Cowards will jump from here now. The host fights a same death. Su Yang raised his eyes and looked at the balance, more than 290,000. Today a day down, he is also considered to be a daily income of more than 100,000 people. But he wasn't much happy. He had just been messed up and killed in several waves and was a bit angry. He looked at his watch. It was already past 9 o'clock. The stomach was also a bit hungry. Then he got up and walked inside to change his clothes. The newly purchased clothes were letting the dry cleaners pull them away, so naturally he was still wearing the same old ones. Previously, Su Yang actually wanted to go experience a wave of massage. But barring that, I heard that it would cost $1,000 or $2,000 a time. Su Yang felt that this level of consumption exceeded his income level. So he extinguished the idea. There was no shortage of money right now, so he was going to get a massage tonight. And eat something outside on the way. Su Yang changed his clothes. After taking a taxi, he rushed towards the downtown area. In Duchang, it was natural to eat hot pot. The hot pot must also look for the old alley hot pot. Those are the authentic ones, flavorful enough. Soon Su Yang walked to the old neighborhood. Finding the hot pot store with a lot of family, he walked in. The boss lady sitting at the bar brushing the video looked up at Su Yang and asked, "Chicken bit? Just nest a wrap." "One wrap?" The boss's wife also froze when she heard this. "One person you eat hammer hot pot?" The look in her eyes seemed to say just that. Su Yang also some not too good. "Wait, how? I help you ask how no one to share a table, otherwise a packet of people is not good. Little brother, want not?" Broad too. Su Yang then stood aside and waited. It was indeed not too tasty for him alone. The dishes were all served one by one, and the portions were larger. If it was just one person, then he could only eat one meat and one veggie. More would be a waste. If there were more people, the dishes could also be more. Sit Hassa. The boss's wife pulled a chair and placed it on the side of the bar, signaling Su Yang to sit first. Su Yang then sat on the chair, swiping his cell phone and waiting. Suddenly the cell phone rang. Su Yang looked at his own old lady, called himself again, somewhat puzzled and connected. Claw? Nothing, teasing is just soaking feet. I suddenly realized that I le geo or people soak, you even did not. Su Yang. You might as well kill me directly. Not. Please, Mom. I le pro mother Lu. Please don't brush the sound. If you are like this, I won't come back this year. It's okay, don't come back, just don't come back. Anyway, your mom, even if you die you don't come back, is also okay. Have a son is the same as not have a son is also okay. As a matter of fact, Su Yang's life can't compare to his own mother's. In a moment, it was as if Su Yang had put on the same kind of clothes as his mother. For a moment Su Yang seemed to wear a mask of pain. The night to give yourself a phone call, just to stress yourself? Su Yang took 2 deep breaths. I'll go back. Really, Mom, if you have nothing else to do, go to the village to plow 2 acres of land, don't stay here to torture me, okay? Are you talking like a human being? Lu Fang instantly questioned with a cold and angry voice. Then you see what you just said is human language? Su Yang also immediately refuted. Alright, annoying. The phone was hung up on this. Su Yang looked at the hung up phone somewhat confused. Not this. The phone rang once again, this time it was from his own old man. After the call was answered, Su Yang's tone was a bit tired. He picked up the phone and asked, What? The old Sun family's youngest daughter-in-law gave birth today, and we're having a full moon reception next month. A single sentence brought to light the inside story of why his own mom suddenly tortured him. So she is not happy, have to bring me also not happy? You're really our own mother. Whether it's good or bad, she has to share a wave with herself. But isn't Uncle Sun, his youngest son, just a teenager? Right. 19. He's working outside and suddenly called to say his girlfriend is having a baby. Su Daqiang's tone is a bit saddened. What is this thing? He hasn't even grown up yet and the child is already born. TSK. How outrageous. Su Yang also scared a bit. There are so many melons in this village. Waiting to go back for the new year, squatting in the intelligence department to eat some melons properly. Ding. The host took a bite of the same village's melon, slurped and marveled at the diversity of human personalities. Reward, $6,666. Well. This melon is a golden melon, isn't it? Or is it a melon from a shed? So expensive? But Dad, why do you think my mom has to focus on this matter of me getting married? Su Yang was a bit depressed. Su Daqiang shrugged his shoulders, his tone was used to it, it's like that in the village. A bunch of old ladies chatting about just a little bit of comparing. You can do it yourself, you can get married or not, as long as you are happy. Remember, you live for yourself. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your father, I'm over 50 before I understand this, alas. Su Daqiang sighed. Alright, no more, old Wang asked me to go fishing, let's go. After saying that, Su Daqiang also hung up the phone. Su Yang looked at the hung up phone, dumbfounded, shook his head. The old man is also considered to live to understand. Aha! Poor more well stacked. Is it like giving a sweet date with a stick? One for hurting, one for comforting? You two PUA me? Su Yang suddenly reacted, it's still you two, you really know how to play. He sighed inwardly. Continuing to play with his cell phone. Su Yang? Song Xiao? Su Yang blinked as he looked at Song Xiao in front of him, who had changed her clothes, had long hair draped over her shoulders, and was wearing light makeup. Hee, are you trying to say that you didn't recognize me again when I changed my set of clothes? Song Xiao crossed her eyebrows and teased, her hands wrapped around her chest as she gazed at Su Yang. Yes, ah. Su Yang smiled as he looked at Song Xiao in front of him. My memory of you is still stuck in my student days for the time being. Why? Suddenly a silhouette emerged and looked at Su Yang curiously. Meeting again. Su Yang looked at Bai Wei, who popped up and nodded slightly in greeting. It should be because there are more memories from that time. Su Yang shrugged his shoulders and looked at the duo and asked, you guys came over to cha meal? Yeah, Song Xiao nodded and opened her mouth. Wei Wei just got off work and it just so happened that we both wanted to eat hot pot, so we came over. You two? Waiting for someone? Right. Waiting for you guys. Su Yang's eyes lit up and immediately said to the boss's wife, who was watching from the side, boss's wife just happened to run into a friend, the 3 of us at a table. Brought Isaac. The boss's wife nodded and turned her head to yell, Erwa 3 wraps, take them in. Coming. A yell came from inside the store, and the teenager wearing an apron walked over, looking at the 3 people. Follow me, there are only places inside. The 3 then lifted their legs and walked towards the inside. By way on the side a little, this coincidence, coming out for a meal can be encountered. Mr. Su, you are following my little. Su Yang's footsteps lurched, and suddenly a loud jia sorrowful smile came out of his mouth. He turned his head to gaze at Bai Wei, sizing up the other party's slender legs, and laughed obscenely. Is it possible? It's you I'm stalking? This sorrowful smile made Bai Wei tremble a bit, oddly scary Lu. The 3 of them took their seats. If you like me, you can say it straight, you don't have to follow me. Bai smiled and threw a wink at Su Yang. Sister also quite likes you. Pushin female steamed shrimp head. Su Yang skimmed his mouth and looked at the duo. What do you want to eat? Bai Wei. How are you able to make such smooth emotional transitions? Such a big jump in thinking? Song Xiao Xiao on the side laughed lightly, looking at the menu without lifting her head and asked, Can you eat spicy food? Who are you offending? Su Yang raised his eyebrows, and those freshly trimmed eyebrows were like sharp swords unsheathing, covered with sharp edges. Me. A person from Sichuan Shu. You asked me if I can eat spicy food? Wrong, Song Xiao Xiao hastily apologized, charmingly blanked Su Yang, slightly spicy, medium spicy, extra spicy? Compared to these, I think I want you to spicy, this might be a little better, what do you think? Su Yang didn't lift his head and ticked a few strokes on the order form. Song Xiao Xiao swished her face suddenly red. The two of them were already leaning close to each other because of the problem of looking at the ordering menu. And after saying this, Su Yang couldn't help but want to hit his own mouth. This pussy mouth cannot restrain a little. He is usually used to being flirty when he is in the water group, and some of the words he says are not even with a brain. According to the past self, that is in group flirting is a set of set, in reality he spoke stuttering. But because of the sudden rich, he seems to change a little more. There are also a lot less worries. And at this time, Bai Wei, who was sitting beside Song Xiao Xiao, spoke quietly, Then I'll go? The teenager on the side also skimmed his mouth, Order the food properly. Don't you wow me. Su Yang dryly coughed and moved the menu a little bit towards Bai Wei, then changed his position. Do you mind having a cigarette? Smoke. Bai Wei shook her head, and Song Xiao Xiao on the side nodded in silence. It was the reddened cheeks and the slightly fluttering eyes that made her look a little shy and nervous. She raised her hand and brushed her temples, pulling up her hair and pinning it behind her ear. Su Yang felt that the movements of a woman when she pulled up her hair could really reflect the charm of a woman. The next thing was bending over. Bai Wei also pulled out a long and thin lady's cigarette, sat on the chair with the cigarette in her mouth and took a deep drag on the cigarette. Seeing the other party's action is also an old smoker. In fact, there were quite a few female smokers nowadays. Su Yang didn't have much of an opinion on these either. He belonged to the category of you talk to me about gender equality, then you must be completely equal to me. If you don't talk about gender equality with me, then I can be a gentleman. On the internet, female fighters are flying around, but in reality, I really haven't seen many of them. Because if in reality boxing, you a sentence aside from the facts, the next moment someone is expected to eat the favored big mouth. Chapter 12 Don't get in the way of me making money ow. Su Yan, what do you do? Bai Wei, her slender fingers, gently clamped a cigarette, smoke from her red lips spit out, with a hint of lethargy and casual. A house. Su Yang spat out the smoke, casually flicked the ash, holding the teacup on the table and sipped the tea. But aren't you guys working on Chuanxi Road? Wouldn't it be a bit far to live here? He had some doubts, it was still a long distance from Chuanxi Road. It wasn't too convenient to come and go. The house price here is a little cheaper when I bought a house with Xiao Xiao in this neighborhood, so I can only live here. Bai Wei shrugged her shoulders and sized up Su Yang in front of her. Looking at his handsome face, his eyes gleamed as if they could see through the secrets hidden in a person's heart. It had a very strong aggressiveness. Bai Wei realized that once she locked eyes with Su Yang, then the other party would look straight at her. The way she looked at it, she didn't quite dare to continue to look at Su Yang and subconsciously would shift her gaze. Holy, 2 of you. Su Yang sked, buying a house in your 20s? I'm just an iron waist to this day, and I'm just muddling through. Su Yang's tone carried admiration. These days those who could buy a house, Su Yang felt that they were all bullish. Especially those who could buy a house in their 20s, what was it if not talent? Even if the family contributed some of the money, those who had the guts to pay off the mortgage were also cowards. You can't say that either. Song Xiao Xiao hurriedly opened her mouth, her tone gentle and relieved. Actually, you boys have a lot of employment pressure. We girls have less employment pressure, and there are many industries that we can engage in, and we don't have as much of a burden, so you're pretty awesome too. So understanding. Taking a sip of tea, Su Yang looked at Song Xiao Xiao, his eyes were a little complicated. How come I haven't seen a few such understanding girls before? Wow, that's true, in the past, I didn't really talk to women. He. Bai Wei could see that Song Xiao Xiao did have a high favorability towards Su Yang. She spoke a little in favor of Su Yang. Soon the bottom of the pot was served. The dishes were also placed one after another on the side of the bamboo dish rack, which was already covered with mottled old traces. Can also see some old dirt from the cracks of the bamboo. But the three of them didn't mind. In an old store like this, when things are used for a long time, there are some places that are not good for cleaning. This tabletop was also covered with mottled marks. From the chairs to the table to the floor and walls, the marks of the times could be seen in every corner. There was also old red paint on the walls with a few big words written on the walls, serving the people. But it was also a bit mottled because of the age. Old streets like this had a good atmosphere and flavor. The three of them got up and walked over to the condiment area, adding dipping sauces to their bowls one after another. Sesame sauce is essential. If the hot pot doesn't have sesame sauce, then this hot pot will be meaningless. Would you like some? And something to drink? A little bit is fine, seasoning. Have some cold beer. Su Yang handed the bowl to Bai Wei. Bai Wei used a spoon to scoop up a little bit of sesame sauce and shake it into Su Yang's bowl. Because he often cooked at home, Su Yang was actually not too unfamiliar with seasonings. He remembered the last time he ate hot pot outside was the last time. How to put it, his family's condition wasn't very good. But it was also able to maintain basic supplies, so like going out to play and eat hot pot or something, Su Yang was inherently resistant to some. Because it was beyond his own financial strength. A hot pot $200 or $300. Even if a few people have to pay $70 to $80. With $70 to $80 to eat a meal, it was estimated that once a year, he could still accept it. But after graduation, busy, he did not have that time to go out to eat what hot pot shopping what street. Delivery of takeout day and night to run around, delivery courier also day and night to run around. When I was working at the construction site, my body was covered with dust every day, so I felt ashamed and didn't really want to go to a crowded place. After that, I stayed at home and did short videos, and I stayed even more, so I didn't want to go out. Basically most of the time at home, occasionally go out to buy some food or go out for a walk. So Su Yang's temperament is not in a hurry. Already accustomed to his slow pace of life. After mixing the dipping sauce, the three of them returned to their positions. Su Yang no longer had much desire to communicate. A few casual words to relieve his boredom would be fine. He was now thinking about one thing, that is, whether to go for a massage tonight. What are the arrangements after eating later? Bai Wei looked at Su Yang and Song Xiaoxiao who were eating in silence. Massage. Su Yang took a big bite of beef, the soup from the hot pot, the sauce in the bowl. When chewing, the flavor of the beef gradually plumped up in his mouth. Massage? Great healthcare? Bai Wei raised an eyebrow. Her gaze went to Song Xiaoxiao who was on the side. It shouldn't be, by all rights, it should be a proper one. Su Yang chewed the meat in his mouth and laughed. I've never been there before. I heard someone say that the massage is quite refreshing, so I'm going to try it. Pouring a glass of cold beer into the cup, Su Yang tilted his head tons and drank 2 mouthfuls. He exhaled comfortably. One cold and one hot, this complex experience is really quite refreshing. Su Yang didn't like drinking much, only occasionally when he went out to have fun he might drink some, the rest of the time he basically wouldn't drink. He drank a couple of sips and ate slowly. When he took off his down jacket, it represented that he was ready to fire up. After eating for a while, several people's bodies got hot, so naturally they all took off their jackets. The two of them, Song Xiaoxiao and Bai Wei, wore turtleneck sweaters and tight skirts, one black and one red. The voluptuous body was wrapped by the sweater, enchanting and charming body curves in the yellowish light to show. That full and rounded, every move brought up a fragrance, so that people could not help but look sideways. Su Yang looked at it for a couple of moments and then shifted his eyes. Continuing to eat the hot pot, thinking about his own first experience of his own massage. What kind of way should I use to enter the door, if I don't look good? With my own nature, even if I don't look good, I don't feel too good to say that I'll get a different one, right? There are girls here. Yet Bai Wei shrugged her nose, dissatisfied looking at Su Yang shouted, you want a massage? Quietly go well, say out why. Not you ask it? Su Yang was a little puzzled. I asked you to say? You asked me to say it, Su Yang snorted, lie to you to do what according to a massage and is not something unseemly. Then I'm going too. Bai Wei's foot under the table lifted. Song Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, are you going? The frothing Song Xiaoxiao froze, her eyes somewhat confused as she raised her head. Looking at Bai Wei scowling at herself, she was a little helpless. She just had some good feelings for Su Yang. It's not like she really wanted him to be her boyfriend. What do you mean by pushing yourself over so urgently? Not going. Her expression had some helplessness. What was the point of going to those places? She was just treating Su Yang as an old friend that she hadn't seen for a long time. Then go later. Su Yang clinked his cup with Bai Wei, then tilted his head and finished it, continuing to eat the meat. It's so refreshing. I copy. Dead straight man. I've helped you so much, but you don't even have a single statement. Why don't you at least talk to someone? Bai Wei looked at Su Yang and Song Xiaoxiao speechlessly. These two really are. Viciously, she ate a mouthful of duck blood powder. The meal took close to an hour. Eating hot pot was like this, chatting while eating and eating slowly. Su Yang finished eating and leaned on the chair, took out cigarettes from his pocket, handed a cigarette to Bai Wei and looked at Song Xiaoxiao. Song Xiaoxiao immediately shook her head and refused. I don't smoke. Then smoke a second-hand smoke, help. Su Yang bit the cigarette, holding the lighter sideways to light it, and then came to Bai Wei's face. Bai Wei hurriedly came over and took a bite of the cigarette in her mouth. In an instant, her face wrinkled up, so spicy. This is 88 ah. Su Yang took a drag and exhaled a thick mist from his mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that the big red box and the red double happiness can't be bought now, I wouldn't be so extravagant as to smoke a $14 cigarette. This crappy cigarettes I smoked from $10 to $14 now, it's outrageous. Looking at the cigarettes in his hand, Su Young scat his mouth. Big red box? Red double happiness? Bai Wei raised her eyebrows. My grandfather only smokes these. It's not very tempting, but if you call me grandpa, it's okay. Off. Bai Wei laughed and cursed, whacking Su Yang's shoulder. Su Yang got up and said, let's go, walk over there to take the edge off. Song Xiaoxiao looked at the interaction between the two and inexplicably felt that she seemed to be the redundant one. No, you guys are playing like that, right? Walking to the bar, Su Yan looked at the boss lady and asked, how much? A total of 243, you just give 240. The boss's wife looked at the bill in her hand and said to Su Yang. Good. Su Yang nodded, immediately puckered his butt and pushed Bai Wei behind him against him. Bai Wei was caught off guard, her feet stumbled, and she fell into Song Xiaoxiao's arms. Stretching the two of them before they could react, Su Yang immediately swept the code to pay. I advise you to not to be ungrateful, don't block me from making money out. WeChat transfer 240 yuan. Ding. Host's first experience of eating with two beautiful women and constantly flirting with the two during the meal, reward 24,000 yuan. Su Yang raised his eyebrows, this meal is 6 off. Good. So playful, huh? Bai Wei stood on her tiptoes and reached out to lock Su Yang's shoulders, then next time I'll treat. It can be no problem, then today's consumption will be paid for by me, Mr. Su. Scream. Walking out of the store door, Su Yang didn't feel embarrassed and immediately pointed a finger to the sky and yelled. Bai Wei on the side also shouted out in a very flattering manner, Mr. Su is bullish. After Bai Wei shouted, she immediately turned her head to look at Song Xiaoxiao. The corners of Song Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched slightly, her character was relatively quiet, and she couldn't get out of this matter. Lowering her head, she weakly called out, Mr. Su, bullish. Compared to the passionate Bai Wei, Song Xiaoxiao's weak murmur was quite interesting. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction, holding his cell phone and looking at the map. Let's go, can you walk? Can just walk, a little more than a kilometer. Took a look at the high heels under the feet of the two. Chapter 13 T0 Fighter applies to fight. No problem. Bai Wei complimented Su Yang, very sweet yo Mr. Su, but we drove here. You're welcome, it's just a matter of 2 sentences. Bai Wei instantly rolled her eyes. Song Xiaoxiao on the side let out a light laugh. The three of them strolled through the streets like this. Looking at the hot old street, the surrounding stores were laughing and cooing. The yells of the rowing and bragging bosses were constantly circulating in their ears. Su Yang was a little emotional, his day-to-day was more exciting than those years before. Want to go sing? Bai Wei's cheeks were slightly red, she had just drank some beer, so her face had already changed a little. At the moment, she only felt her cheeks were slightly hot. It's okay. Song Xiaoxiao nodded slightly, it's been a long time since I've been there. Then let's go sing first, then go wash your feet. Su Yang nodded approvingly, he indeed hadn't gone singing for a long time anyway. Then I'll call a few more people? Bai Wei pondered for a moment, it's no fun with fewer people. That's fine too. Remember to call a few more beauties and get some benefits for old me too. Sister Wei. Su Yang immediately looked at Bai Wei expectantly. In the past, Su Yang was still very resistant to meeting new people or getting along with strangers. But now there was nothing to hang on to. Bai Wei raised her pretty eyebrows and looked at Su Yang with dissatisfaction. Isn't it enough for us Louis Vuitton 2 golden flowers to accompany you? The more the better. Jia. Su Yang immediately jia laughed out. I also want to live the days that Dong Shanghua has lived. Good. Bai Wei had a Yi-man smile on her face and pointed at Su Yang. I never thought that you would be such a person. Xiao run away. It's scum. Saying that, Bai Wei immediately raised her hand and pulled Song Xiaoxiao's hand, trotting towards the front. Looking at the back of the two, Su Yang laughed. But don't say, really there is a girl on the side, the mood has become much better. Whether it is to play or eat and drink, one person or shortcomings meaning. Relaxed, Su Yang slowly followed behind the duo. Song Xiaoxiao, who was walking in front, suddenly thought of something and asked Bai Wei, who was at the side, do you know why a fart will ha? Bai Wei froze and immediately understood in seconds, looking at Song Xiaoxiao in amazement. Xiao, did you play so big? What do you mean? Song Xiaoxiao was a bit puzzled. Seeing Song Xiaoxiao's confused look, Bai Wei came to her ear and whispered a few words. For a moment Song Xiaoxiao's face, which was already red from drinking some wine, turned even redder. Like a steamy G, she covered her face and stood in place. A whimper escaped her mouth. Whimper. Shame on you. I can't stay in this place. As soon as she saw that there was a melon, Bai Wei immediately came over to Song Xiaoxiao's side and couldn't wait to ask for details. After some explanation from Song Xiaoxiao, Bai Wei laughed for a split second. Ha. There's still this matter. No way, I have to ask. Bai Wei immediately turned around, quickly walked to Su Yang's side, and teasingly asked, I heard that you went to get a haircut today, and farted ha when you went out? In an instant the smile on Su Yang's face disappeared. Oh no, the smile didn't disappear, it was transferred to someone else's face. He immediately pulled out his cell phone in a fake manner, turned around and put the phone to his ear. Hello? Musk? Did you have a flight to Mars recently? Yeah. Blue Planet can't stay. Bai Wei had already laughed out loud without any image at the moment. The roundness wrapped by the red tight sweater was also fluctuating in waves. Laughing to death. Which second floor did you really go to? Bai Wei couldn't help but look at Su Yang and laugh. Yes. Su Yang sat on a batch face, skimmed his mouth. As soon as I went in the front desk, that little sister took me to the second floor. Su Yang's expression was exaggerated, with a hint of heart palpitations, embellishing his encounter. Amusingly, the two women laughed and couldn't straighten their backs. I really have to thank Song Xiaoxiao. Su Yang sked his mouth conspiratorially, letting me feel a wave of Du Cheng's native characteristics. It's the first time I've encountered her since I grew up. This place is quite a lot. Bai Wei hugged her arms and raised her eyebrows, especially this circle of Chuanxi Road. Do you want me to introduce you to a few? It just so happens that I know them too. Jilted. Micro. Su Yang was also too lazy to pretend to be a high cool guy, so what if he was a sand sculpture guy? At least he was happy. So the speech was also more spontaneous. In the past, he was always shy and coy in front of the girls, not knowing how to talk to each other. In his heart, but always thinking, he should be how, but ultimately cannot say. Now these words could be said. Cool, but all drunk, walk over. This car will come back tomorrow to drive. Put, drink, and don't drive. Steady. A dog's life is important. Bai Wei actually does not matter, just a little bit of drink. Even if I run into the traffic police later, I can't blow up anything. Be steady. Su Yang hurriedly said, if you have to drive, then don't blame me for moving my little hand to point the report. Yeah, Wei, don't drive. Song Xiaoxiao also nodded. I remember there is a KTV right in front, go there. Okay, blah blah blah. Bai Wei took her cell phone and initiated a message, then I'll call a few friends. The three strolled down the street. Su Yang had a cigarette in his mouth, the breath coming out of his mouth was clearly visible. Bai Wei walked on the side and made a phone call. Su Yang smiled at Song Xiaoxiao and said, your BFF is quite lively. Aha! Song Xiaoxiao looked at Bai Wei and said with a smile, she's quite interesting. I used to know her when she worked part-time at the university, but don't mind she's just so big-headed. Song Xiaoxiao's subtext was nothing more than reminding Su Yang that Bai Wei was originally big-hearted. Don't mind if you are offended. In fact, Su Yang and Song Xiaoxiao were familiar with each other, but not completely. Old classmates who hadn't seen each other for a long time would naturally be more familiar than ordinary friends. Over the years, Su Yang has also gotten used to the fact that some people walk around and fall apart. So he didn't have much deep attachment to relationships and went with the flow. If they could play together, then they would play together. If they faded, then they faded. Okay. Called several, I don't know if they're coming or not. Bai Wei walked to the side of the two, looked at the two, narrowed her eyes thoughtfully and said, you guys were just talking about me? Song Xiaoxiao's gaze fluttered a little, looking toward the light sign that was flashing with a mass red light not far away. Yeah. Su Yang smiled and nodded, saying that you are attractive. I almost wanted to be your dog licker. Almost? Bai Wei's embroidered eyebrow raised, immediately questioned with a tight step, almost that? Almost in that you're not Thai enough? Not as flirty as me. Su Yang was serious, arrogantly tilted his head, scornfully looking at Bai Wei in front of him. The corner of Bai Wei's mouth twitched, at the expense of me listening to you very carefully. Single walk a 6. Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help but cover her mouth and let out a light laugh. This one is indeed, you're not as flirty as him. Today Su Yang changed Song Xiaoxiao's perception countless times. Originally thought it was an otaku who couldn't hold a fart for a few minutes, but didn't expect it to be quite humorous. Originally thought it was a straight man, the result was also very comfortable to get along with. Aren't you going to call your girlfriend? Bai Wei looked at Su Yang suspiciously, she didn't seem to see Su Yang contacting his girlfriend. Could it be that you are trying to raise fish behind your girlfriend's back? Bai Wei looked astonished, her expression pompous as she looked at Su Yang, raising her hand to cover her mouth. My goodness. Didn't I already bring it? Although he didn't understand why she thought he had a girlfriend, Su Yang didn't mind making a joke. Came? Where is it? Bai Wei immediately turned her head to look around. Isn't it here? Su Yang raised his hand and waved it in front of Bai Wei's eyes. Bai Wei? Song Xiaoxiao? They were all adults, not children, it didn't matter if they made fun of themselves. Su Yang did not open the yellow accent to the two, that is, that they are teasing, when the fun people only. Bai Wei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Song Xiaoxiao also laughed lightly. Don't be too outrageous. Su Yang. Chapter 14, more than $50,000 worth of wine? Let me Kong how a thing. Oh to that? Su Yang looked up at the KTV in front of him. Lifting his leg, he walked in. The welcome guest at the door immediately walked over. Welcome to Sakura Quantity Store, may I ask how many are there? Not sure. Su Yang shrugged his shoulders and looked at the welcome guest. There are still some people who haven't arrived, open a big bag. Okay. The welcome guest raised his hand and signaled, "Please follow me." A few people walked to the mall and looked at the things inside. "You guys choose, I don't know how. I'll pay." Bai Wei immediately spoke up, "I called my friends, it's a bit unreasonable to let you pay again." "It's fine." Su Yang picked the snacks and said with a smile, "I'll do it, I haven't seen Song Xiaoxiao for a long time, just think of it as catching up. It's better for me to come. I know all of Wei Wei's friends, and you and I know each other, so it's more appropriate for me to come." Song Xiaoxiao whispered to the waiter at the side, "Bring me 10 bottles of water." "No la, the main thing is that my friends are expected to come and bring someone else, and I don't know how many people will come with people." Bai Wei looked at the duo helplessly, "So I'll do it." "Hey! If you say that, then I can go." Su Yang took a bag of melon seeds and threw it in the basket, threatening Bai Wei. Okay, you come." Seeing Su Yang so tough, Bai Wei was a bit helpless. "So a game down $10,800, also all can afford to consume." The main thing is that Bai Wei is not clear about what Su Yang actually do, asked Su Yang also did not say, so it is not clear whether Su Yang in the end is really rich. After all, Su Yang wearing so full of cheap feeling TB clothes, so look at Song Xiaoxiao face. Also don't really want to let Su Yang suffer, and Song Xiaoxiao's friends, they also want to entertain, to their girlfriends to earn some face. And Su Yang is purely to make money. Spend out as much as you can to earn as much as you can. Rating less? Su Yang looked at the wine in front of him with some surprise, 35 a bottle? Yes sir. The waiter had a smile on his face as he looked at Su Yang in front of him. The low consumption of the big package is $28.88, you don't actually need to order extra. Just the ones in the package should be enough. If you drink more, then take 2 more cases of V8 and drink directly until you vomit. The waitress didn't push too much, instead she kindly explained. Yeah, us mountain pigs, we can't drink fine chaff. Bai Wei also came over, looked at the wine in Su Yang's hand and opened his mouth. I know the boss of this winery, this crap wine's entry price is only $8 a bottle. It's all local wine, it's not much. The waiter's face showed a smile of embarrassment, taking the liberty of "Ow. Come here for what?" Su Yang looked at the side of Bai Wei, playing with the bottle of wine in his hand. He said with a smile, "Nothing more than to have fun. In order for you to have some novel experiences, give me 5 bottles of this, taste the flavor." Su Yang handed the wine in his hand to the waiter, then continued to look in front of the wine cabinet. Not to mention, the prices of the wines in this place were quite expensive. The decoration of the store was also very extravagant. Su Yang suddenly stopped his steps, his eyes looked at the wine at the top of the wine cabinet and looked at the price tag below. 58,888? This wine is made of gold. What's the matter with letting me Kong? A bottle of that Hennessy Richard too? Not so much. No way. Bai Wei and Song Xiaoxiao also hurriedly pulled back the excited Su Yang when they heard this. This wine is unnecessary. It's really unnecessary. Those friends of mine don't deserve this wine. A bitter smile appeared on Bai Wei's face. She hurriedly looked at Song Xiaoxiao for help, signaling the other party to persuade her. Right. We'll just drink some casually. Su Yang sniffed and looked at the duo with an expectant face. Don't you guys want to try what this wine tastes like? There was a hint of compulsion in his tone. Think about it, what is it like to drink a wine that costs more than $50,000? The duo's mouths were open and closed for a moment and they were somewhat speechless. Bai Wei's expression was a bit serious. She looked at Su Yang with a serious face. Do you really have money? It's not for the sake of gaining face in front of Tiny? I'm treating you as a friend, that's why I advised you. Why would I want to gain face? Su Yang's gaze had some doubts. It's not like I'm picking you two up. It's not like I'm pretending, purely because I want to see how this thing is. How it can sell for $50,000. Mainly an experience. Su Yang licked the corner of his mouth. Bai Wei was momentarily dumbfounded. She expressed that she didn't quite understand. Song Xiaoxiao was also a little less understanding. Although what Su Yang said made sense, but to spend $50,000 just to see what this wine was all about, she indeed didn't quite understand it. The corner of the waiter's mouth also twitched. Damn, so pretentious. This hand of pretending was clear and light, not so cheesy. 6. He has been a waiter here for a while, and has seen a lot of men who pretend to be a bully in front of women. But to be honest, I've seen a lot of them and I'm tired of them, but I've seen one of them come out of nowhere, and I don't know if it's quite chic. In their logic of thinking, every sum of money spent has its own unique meaning. Either in front of the girl to pretend to show off financial strength. Either it is to have some plans. As a result, now suddenly came spending money just to experience it, this clear reason. A few people felt a bit sick. What about that Louis XIII flavor, is it the same as Hennessy? Su Yang looked at the waiter on the side. The waiter's face revealed a smile of embarrassment. This one too, I didn't have the chance to experience it. Then have a bottle too. Come in for a drink later to taste how it is. Su Yang smilingly raised an eyebrow at the waiter. Okay, thanks. The waiter looked around and coughed. What's that? We will have some losses in the store. The wine can be ordered less later, I'll talk to the manager. Su Yang nodded, yes. The province should save the flour. Unwarranted money cannot be spent, since it will send some wine he naturally does not mind. Then when will these 2 wines be delivered? The waiter looked at Su Yang to solicit his opinion. Just send them directly. Su Yang was a bit puzzled. It's like this. Seeing Su Yang a little puzzled, the waiter also understood. Su Yang usually did not come to these places much, probably did not know that after ordering these wines there would be a group of people carrying a lighted sign to send over. It is also considered a pretentious ceremony, otherwise who would buy these wines off? This wine will have a wine delivery session, that is, to pretend. When will your friend arrive? The waiter also explained directly. Since Su Yang didn't seem like he was much of a calculating person, he was also a bit bolder. That's not necessary, I don't like these much. Su Yang shook his head. He felt that this was a public execution, a group of people carrying lighted signs to send over things. It was a bit awkward. And at this moment, not far away, the 2 women stood in the corner a little skeptical. Bai Wei touched her chin with one hand, covered her mouth, and asked with some skepticism, "What kind of path is this classmate of yours? The way is so wild? Spending tens of thousands of dollars just to taste what this wine tastes like? I don't know." Song Xiaoxia was also a bit confused. In the past, when I was in school, I didn't know Su Yang very well. It was probably a nodding acquaintance kind of thing. At that time, Su Yang was just like the rest of his classmates, not much more prominent than the main fight is an ordinary. That is, today suddenly ran into, and then inexplicably came to their own store to buy tens of thousands of dollars of clothing. He clearly said to buy tens of thousands of dollars of clothing is to go home with a blind date to pretend to use. But now look, you call this home blind date pretend to use? Look at his posture, spend tens of thousands of dollars and buy a lollipop the same posture. It is the same as when you go to the supermarket to shop, suddenly see a lollipop, want to taste what flavor, and then buy one. The 2 of them looked at Su Yang's back and were a bit weird. This is really just to buy to taste the flavor? Not to pretend? They felt that they couldn't understand their old classmate more and more. Do you need a DJ? What's a DJ? Su Yang was puzzled. It is to hire a female DJ to rub the disc in front and play DJ. The waitress gave a patient explanation. Come one. Su Yang nodded. Then the dancing ones want one? All the young ladies are good looking and have a good body. How much? 1,000 for a dance. How do you dance? Su Yang was a bit puzzled. $1,000 for a dance, how is it? Just wear a cool dress, then twist around, mainly for the atmosphere. The waiter simply explained. Su Yang enjoyed for 2 seconds. We'll talk about these next time. Today there are girls who are afraid that it's a bit inappropriate. Not much inappropriate, and nightclubs are almost the same, but it is made into a private room. The side are like their friends only. But it's okay. The waiter immediately nodded. Chapter 15 Deep Blue. Adding points. Since the boss had said so, he naturally wouldn't advise. Accompanied by alcohol, these are not needed, right? The waiter looked at the 2 women standing not far away. No need. Su Yang suddenly froze and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Aren't you guys a mass merchant? How come it's the same as Merchant K? Cough cough. The waitress coughed slightly awkwardly, her tone a little fluttering. Part-time. 6. It's also okay. That's all then, pay up. Su Yang and the waitress walked to the front desk, looking at the order on the computer. The cashier also froze. A total of 93,664. Our store's spring festival event, all consumption is 20% off. It's 74,931 after the discount. I'll remove the change for you, it's 74,900. The cashier lady smiled at Su Yang every day. May I ask if you're swiping your card or WeChat? WeChat it. Su Yang raised his hand and took out his cell phone and swept the code. After entering the amount, his face was swiped. $70,000 were gone. Ding! The host had lavished a handful of money, spending $74,900 and roundly pretending in front of the crowd that it wasn't tacky. The heart is secretly happy. Reward, 222,222 yuan. TSK. I've lost 3 months of my salary. Bai Wei at her mouth. The waiter standing at the side revealed a flash of envious smile. My salary for more than a year is gone. Su Yang could only smile and not say anything when he heard this. Saying just like who isn't, this tens of thousands of dollars is equal to Su Yang's previous year's salary. As a result, a drink today is gone? But don't say, it's quite refreshing. People like to be touted, envied and admired. The feeling of being a saint in front of people is not bad. So how should we go home for New Year's Eve? This is a problem. When Su Yang finished paying, the waiter raised his hand to signal Su Yang to follow him. Brother Su and the 2 ladies, please follow me. Hello Mr. Su. And at this moment, a middle-aged old handsome man in a suit walked over quickly and enthusiastically reached out his hand. Thank you for supporting our cherry blossom. I'm the manager of this store, Zhang Ming. You're welcome. Su Yang also hastily reached out and shook the other party's hand. Hello brother Zhang. No. You can just call me Manager Zhang. A bitter smile appeared on Zhang Ming's face. Although it was cool in his heart to be called brother by these rich people, but it was also important to know some measure. If he offended the customers, the boss directly spun his shoes in his own mouth. Xiao Gong, serve Mr. Su. Zhang Ming glanced at the waiter and then immediately said to Su Yang respectfully, Mr. Su, I'll go and get things ready. Okay. Su Yang immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Immediately followed the waiter towards the elevator. The elevator lady was already standing at the door of the elevator, pressing the button of the elevator. Waiting for a few people. Good evening, Mr. Su. The elevator lady smiled at Su Yang Tian and bowed slightly. Humph. Su Yang nodded slightly. Remaining the same polite habit he once had. It didn't become arrogant and domineering just because he was now rich, instead, he became more amiable. Standing in the elevator, he let out a long breath. Damn, it was worth the money spent. Just spent a few tens of thousands of dollars, and half of the KTV people knew what they were called. Along the way, Su Yang constantly watched the waiters in the corridor bow to himself and call Mr. Su. He froze a bit uncomfortable. Walking to the private room, Su Yang was relieved, paralyzed on the sofa, took out a cigarette. Just as he was about to light it, a pair of beautiful hands reached out in front of him. Bai Wei held a lighter in her hand and helped Su Yang light the cigarette. Smiling, she said, how is it? Cool or not? As cool. Su Yang thought of the scene along the way. How can I say it? His heart was still a little dark, but he was not too used to it. Bai Wei took off her own trench coat. The waitress in the private room immediately walked over, reached out and took the clothes, walked to the side and hung them in the hidden closet. Su Yang also took off his clothes, handed it to the waitress and said thanks. Su Yang, who was sitting on a chair, took his cell phone and looked at a red dot that suddenly appeared more. Somewhat puzzled, he clicked in. A cherry little Mariko avatar. The nickname was a bit outrageous. Pink Nymphette? Pirate Captain hey pink lady ouch. Damn, why did a magical melody pop up in my head for some reason? Reach out and click through. Pretend you're playing with your cell phone. Consciousness immersed in the mind. Tapped on the system's mall. Singing on your own was just that, so who wouldn't want to sing better if you could? Deep blue. Extra point. Otaku. Why wouldn't I want to be a great singer? The skill of singing was found on the skill page. Singing beginner, $50,000. Singing intermediate, $500,000. Singing advanced, $5 million. That's how you play it, right? 10 times increase? Su Yang then small kryptonite to buy primary skills, not intermediate cannot afford to buy, but primary more cost effective. From the system's interface to understand that the primary is probably similar to the amateur, that is, ordinary people and the singing is better, has received some training. From the breath to the tone of voice change and so on carried a certain rise. Su Yang did not think much about how good the singing, he is not to dream of show business, purely for their own fun. The balance in the account was reduced by 50,000 in an instant. In an instant, the balance became about 411,000. I'm not going to calculate in too much detail, just come up with an approximation. There's also the slow pace of the book, which focuses on a daily routine. There won't be much of an increase in the amount of money. Not moving a few hundred million a billion, too vague. Too false. Cannot write a little. Suddenly a fragrant wind came. Bai Wei's face appeared in front of his eyes. Only to see Bai Wei bowed and bent over, came to his face, her face is only a little distance from his own. Su Yang seemed to be able to see the fluffy hairs on her face, and could also feel the faint perfume odor on the other party's body. A fresh fragrance. Didn't even dare to think about how fragrant and soft she really was. What are doing? Getting up to order a song. Bai Wei's afterglow looked at Su Yang's cell phone and watched as he looked at the WeChat interface and didn't see the details. One could only see that the first column was a female. That's right. Walked to the side of Song Xiao who was ordering a song. Su Yang probed and looked at the song on the screen for a moment, some silence. Don't look at me as just a sheep. You sit at the kids' table. Song Xiao who was ordering the song's cheeks reddened, gritted her teeth and turned her head. If you don't have a job, go bite the fire engine. Looking at Su Yang who was close at hand, she hastily leaned back. Blanking Su Yang. Dog scum man. She had already discovered Su Yang's nature. That is scum. He had molested himself from time to time when he just met with himself today, and then he molested Bai Wei from time to time after that. Song Xiao snorted and turned around. Her hair through Su Yang's face, and it still stung a little. Su Yang scratched his face and looked at Song Xiao in confusion. Women, your emotions are just too changeable. I can't understand a little bit. Standing in front of the jukebox, Su Yang was a bit hesitant. Most of the songs he usually listens to at home are more joyful, a little bit of sand sculpture, or else it is the old songs with DJs dirt high. But singing these songs in such an occasion, his image. No, there was an image of himself as a hooker eight. Sing. Su Yang immediately ordered some songs. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned his head to look. The waitress walked in with a few people. Sister Wei. Little Miss. A group of girls fishtailed into the box, and for a while, the box was chattering. Su Yang was a little confused for a while. No, a box of people couldn't come up with 2 koan? Bai Wei immediately clapped her hands. Come. A few of you, let me introduce you. Clank, this is our main character tonight. Su Yang. Mr. Su. Bai Wei stood beside Su Yang in a very pompous manner, her hands spread out to Su Yang. It was as if she was displaying some merchandise. The corner of Su Yang's mouth twitched. Wow. Handsome guy posting. Ha. This sister doesn't recognize for nothing, there are handsome guys she is really introducing. Jie, come let sister boo a bite. For a while Su Yang only felt his scalp go numb. Some of them couldn't get used to it, they really couldn't get used to it. A group of female giggling, he shivered. Froze out of his social fear. Forget it, it's better to be an emotionless Mike. Chapter 16, Letting Yourself Go. Listening to the rhythm of the music, Su Yang shook his head and twisted in front with a flirty posture. This flirty look made a few people look at him and couldn't help but laugh. She always just leaves her phone number. She never let me take her home. I heard you were in love with her once. You couldn't help yourself. You said you couldn't learn to pretend to be cool. The rhythm was already upbeat, and basically many people could sing it. Su Yang then shook his body and hummed the song. Following the music video on the screen, he danced. The dance was so sassy and magical that people couldn't help but laugh. The atmosphere also became hot, and a few people also took the microphone and pushed the cups, drank and sang. Su Yang felt the eyes of the crowd in the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. He had thought about this scene many times, but because of his shy character, he always just thought about it in his mind. Now he was able to flirt with it in a big way. Xiao, Sister Wei, what is this? The girl beside Bai Wei, 2 people, surprised to see Su Yang's action, face with a smile, cannot help but laugh. How to say it, the man flirty up really nothing about the woman. And the flirty man, always more attractive than those who are prudish. My college classmate's Song Xiao looked ahead, raised her hand and held her cell phone to shoot the video, sent it to her classmate group. Joy, she also wanted to be a joyful person. Right, he has a girlfriend. Song Xiao seemed to have thought of something, immediately reminded the few women at the side, feel free to stop thinking about it, just have fun, today is still his treat. The door of the private room was once again pushed open. Oh, this time it was the men's group. But there weren't many, just 3. Looking at the hot atmosphere, the crowd shook their heads and walked inside the private room as well. Casually opening the wine, he immediately clinked glasses with a few people. Yo, you're all here? Long time no see, beauties. Let's introduce. This is Coco, this is her boyfriend Chen Ming. Bai Wei immediately introduced herself to Su Yang. This is Su Yang. Bai Wei tilted her head and looked at Su Yang beside her and said with a smile, tonight is my family's Mr. Su's treat. Hello? Su Yang smiled and looked at the Chen Ming in front of him, he was quite handsome. Hello brother Su. Chen Ming reached out and shook Su Yang's hand, still a little uncomfortable. How many people were meeting and shaking hands nowadays? But it was also this kind of behavior that made Chen Ming feel strange inside, but also inexplicably left some impression on Su Yang in his heart. At least he was clear that Su Yang was very polite, right? Bai Wei introduced the remaining few people again. The waiter on the side carried a tray with wine and cups on it. After pouring a glass for Su Yang, he handed it to him. Seeing this, Su Yang reached out and held the glass. The remaining few people took the wine on the table themselves. Getting up. After clinking glasses, they took a sip of the wine in the glass. Su Yang frowned. Hard to drink out. $35, one is considered this grudge seed. The waiter on the side saw Su Yang frowning, and was very insightful and immediately changed to wine. Changed a cup, poured a cup to Su Yang's cup. The few people on the side looked at this attentive service of the waiter were a bit puzzled. What kind of way? After that, they silently stood aside as invisible people. Su Yang walked inside, sat on a chair, took a bottle of water and took a sip. The waiter placed the wine glass in front of Su Yang. Su Yang subconsciously nodded his head and said, thanks. The waiter smiled slightly. There was also a special pouring of wine in Nima. This was money well spent. Brother Su, let me toast you. Chen Ming walked over with his wine glass. You're welcome. Su Yang also hurriedly got up and took a sip from his wine cup. The waiter was quite cocky in pouring the wine, just one sip. It wasn't much either. Chen Ming immediately sat on the side of Bai Wei and asked Su Yang, what does Brother Su do? TSK. This terrible opening line. It seemed to have become the mainstream of the moment. Seeing anyone wanted to know what the other person did. Su Yang smiled and said, just fooling around. Not much of a main career. What about you? Su Yang took out a cigarette and handed it to Chen Ming. Chen Ming also hastily accepted it with both hands. In fact, most people are very polite nowadays. Like the arrogant and bossy ones in the novels that Su Yang had read before, there were still fewer of them that he had encountered. Me? I just opened a tuning store, you can contact me if you need anything. Let's add a prestige. Chen Ming hurriedly took out his cell phone, opened the QR code and handed it over. Seeing this, Su Yang scanned the other party's QR code, sent an application and asked, around $500,000 to $600,000, what kind of car is better for pretending? 5 or 600,000? For pretending? With this peculiar claim, Chen Ming's expression was a bit strange. Bai Wei and Song Xiao on the side also looked at Su Yang strangely. Then BMW 5 Series, Audi A6, Mercedes-Benz E300. These are all pretty much the same. Chen Ming said it directly even though he was puzzled. Su Yang nodded slightly at the words. He didn't know much about cars. Perhaps it was because he didn't have any needs and didn't reach that segment. So he was too lazy to understand this. Since he now had the ability to do so, he also understood it. And since he was going back to pretend to be a bully in the new year, then naturally he had to buy a car. Thanks. Su Yang gestured with his wine glass and took a sip. Chen Ming also held his wine glass and took a sip of wine. The rest of the people didn't seem to have any desire to communicate with Su Yang, and they gathered around the side of the girl, drinking and bragging. And Su Yang also continued to hold the microphone and sang. The main focus was a relaxation. Singing songs, drinking wine, and singing a chorus with others every now and then. The group of people weren't much more outrageous, instead they all got along very well. There is not too much worldliness, there is no comparison, there is just ordinary play and drink. Mutual will not persuade each other to drink and play. Su Yang also smiled at this scene. It seems that Bai Wei's friends are not bad, at least will not instill alcohol, are here to relax. Looking ahead, the two women who took the microphone and started to sing. The two women, one flirtatious, one obviously imperial sister but with a naive singing joyful beautiful sheep. Su Yang leaned on the sofa, looking at the cigarette box. No more cigarettes. The waiter on the side immediately walked over, bowed to Su Yang and asked, Mr. Su, do you need help with the cigarettes? Help me bring 2 packs of Huazi. Su Yang looked at the waiter and calmed down for a moment. Thank you. You're welcome. The waiter walked to the side, took the walkie-talkie and spoke before continuing to stand against the wall. After drinking some plus bouncing around, the colored lights hanging from the ceiling twinkled. It gave him a novel experience. Don't say, it is indeed quite novel. In the past, even if it was a get-together, it was a group of people who just knew how to drink around. After finishing chatting and bragging, Su Yang felt like a marginalized person. In that kind of occasion, Su Yang really want to be an invisible person, don't want to drink, don't want to communicate with people. He didn't want to drink and interact with people. He really didn't like parties that were too secular. Instead, he liked something like this, singing and drinking. Everyone was just venting and relaxing after a tiring day. Chapter 17, No Internal Conflict, Stress-Free Friends. Okay, listening to the microphone, someone yelled out whose song it was. Su Yang immediately raised his hand and got up. That's right, it's mine. A group of people hurriedly raised their hands and applauded with a smile, not to mention that Su Yang sang good songs, and they were all quite good, and the rhythm was also very cheerful. A hotspot is not a good choice. Just like the professional atmosphere group. Su Yang was standing in front, enraptured in singing. Sailor Park. Gala's song. There was a flavor of disregard for others, dying, with a touch of psychosis. The main thing is that it's magical and brainwashing, and sandy. It feels sad. I'll stay with you in the sun. Without an umbrella or a watch. I won't panic and I won't rush. I'll turn my head and drink a soda. Looking at Su Yang who was above, twisting like Bai Suzhen who drank Xianghuang, extraordinarily sand sculpture. Bai Wei and Song Xiao bared their teeth and burst out laughing. And the rest of the people were dumbfounded as they looked at Su Yang in front of them. Not buddy. You return your halo to me. Just now, from the moment they entered the door, they actually all felt that Su Yang had a type of male aura over his body. And because they weren't familiar with it, they felt it was mysterious. But now take a look. This is which family's mental illness ran out. And at this moment, the door of the private room pushed open. Zhang Ming, who had a big smile piled up on his face, looked at the scene in front of him a little confused. Walked in the wrong place? He immediately closed the door and looked at the box number on the side. That's right. Opened the door the wrong way? He opened the door once again. Only to see a sand sculpture in front of that, not caring about his image at all, twisting around. If you feel happy, I'll accompany you on your voyage. SpongeBob SquarePants. I'll take you all with me. Hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder. We'll hold a lollipop. No, where's my brother Su? Are you possessed? Although the contact time was very short, Zhang Ming had a very good feeling about Su Yang. Because the other party is humble, rich, and handsome. And also speaks softly to give a very gentle feeling. But inside this. At this moment, Zhang Ming only felt that the lens seemed to shatter before his eyes. He took a deep breath. One hand cupped Hennessy and one hand cupped Louis XIII. The whole person also twisted his body flirtatiously. What else could be done? The person is a big customer, so naturally he is holding it. He twisted and walked in. Su Yang looked at the other person's eyes lit up. Confirmed eyes. You and I are in the same path. You and I are both sand sculptures. For a while, Su Yang let himself go. Twisting his body and the other party stared at each other and approached. Magic brainwashing songs can make people relax physically and mentally. Letting go of all worries, Gala's song originally carried a flavor of spontaneity. It was like abandoning worldly views and concentrating on being yourself. After finishing the song, Zhang Ming exhaled twice. Mr. Su, drink now? Drink now! Su Yang hooked his hand at the two women who were laughing into a ball not far away and scolded with a smile, stop laughing. Even though Su Yang had finished singing, everyone was still laughing. A sound disappeared, making Su Yang also somewhat unable to hold back his laughter. Zhang Ming looked at the waiter not far away, then placed the wine on the table. By the way, where is that Xiao Gong? Su Yang didn't see the waiter from before then inquired, I just said that I would let him come and taste it too. I'll call him over right away. The manager's eyes flashed as he heard this and immediately took the walkie-talkie and said, Xiao Gong. Mr. Su asked you to come up here. Zhang Ming immediately understood that Su Yang was the type of person who was more nostalgic and valued feelings and promises. In other words, as long as the relationship is good. Then in the future, Su Yang would definitely want to come to his place to take care of business if he had these needs. Come and try them all. Su Yang looked at the few people in front of him and said with a smile, I saw it just now when I was ordering wine with your little sister Wei. I was a bit curious about what this wine tasted like, so you sister Wei and little miss bought me a bottle each. Su Yang's words made by Wei and Song Xiao both froze for a moment. Little miss is awesome. Sister Wei is awesome. With this hullabaloo, the duo were both held up. Bai Wei arrogantly tilted her head, with an arrogant look like yes, it was the cowards who bought it. While Song Xiao looked at Su Yang helplessly. This was holding up the two of them in front of their two friends. Scene man out. How much is this wine? The girl came over and looked at the wine on the table, picked up a cup and asked curiously. Hennessy. $58,888. Zhang Ming smiled as he looked at the large opie in front of him. This one is Louis XIII, $28,888. Big Opie's hand shivered and the corner of his mouth twitched. One sip of this wine is worth a day's salary for me. Nobody, you, are so wild in your ways? The eyes of several people looking at Su Yang were also a bit strange. Such tens of thousands of dollars of wine, did they deserve to drink it? And it was just an ordinary fun bureau. It's not like it's a girl flirting bureau or a man flirting bureau. It's just that I saw it just now, I'm a little curious about what it tastes like, I haven't drank it before, so I bought it to taste it. Su Yang lightly smiled and waved his hand, signaling the crowd not to care. Chen Ming on the side with a somewhat deep expression, dejectedly looked at a few people and raised his eyebrows, actually, I've drunk this wine. The crowd sniffed and looked at Chen Ming with some surprise. How can I say the flavor, it's okay. Chen Ming smacked his lips, it was that day when I went to the bar, when someone flung his hand into my mouth, just a drop. Crowd. For a moment, speechless lived, thought they had really drunk it. Cannot help but laugh out loud, damn, another sand sculpture. Su Yang also laughed lightly. Xiao Gong quickly arrived. There are not many people, even if one person has a cup there is still most of it left. End of the cup. After Su Yang looked at the crowd, he raised his cup and clinked it with the crowd. One sip was drunk. Su Yang's brows wrinkled for a split second. How's the flavor? Song Xiao looked at Su Yang and teasingly hooked up the corner of her mouth. How should I put it? Su Yang's face was about to clench into a ball. Mountain pigs can't eat fine chap, this wine might not suit me too well. Looking at the crowd as they savored the wine, Su Yang could only say so. If it's hard to drink, it's hard to drink. Bai Wei smacked her lips. Because she knew exactly what kind of person Su Yang was, she felt that Su Yang's character shouldn't be too fond of hanging out with pretenders. So the ones Bai Wei called were the ones who played better. Indeed, it might be that we are not in the right class. Not used to drinking. Chen Ming let out a laugh and put down his wine glass. Zhang Ming on the side also said with a smile, indeed, it doesn't feel like it's worth $58,000. Manager. The sight of Xiao Gong quickly opened his mouth to exclaim, Big brother don't talk nonsense out. Nothing. Su Yang smiling, a look of understanding, I spend money to consume, you should earn, this broken wine is estimated to sell a brand. Pretty much. Zhang Ming nodded and concurred, this wine is cheaper outside, we have more additional consumption here. Opening another wine and taking a sip, Su Yang was directly the same as a squirting baby. Spit it out into the trash can. Gargle a mouthful. Play together for a while? Su Yang looked at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming immediately shook his head, almost New Year's is a little busy, you guys play. Xiao Gong will send 2 fruit plates later, count it on my account. Thanks. You are a big customer, right Mr. Su, convenient to add away? If you need anything in the future, you can contact me. Whether it's a nightclub or KTV, I still have some contacts in this area of play. Yes. Su Yang once again added a V. He didn't even know how many V's he had added this day. TSK. It was equal to the sum of the previous year. The crowd played once again. And none of the crowd had the habit of pouring alcohol, so Soo-young still felt quite comfortable. If you wanted to drink, you had a drink, otherwise you sang. The few that liked to drink came together to drink. There was no pressure to get along. It's quite comfortable. Like this is not internal friction, get along with no pressure, people get together is really happy. And they don't pretend, and they don't hold themselves back. Sand sculpture like playing together. Chapter 18 Love rises with the bell. Perhaps because of Soo-young's previous experience, all of them didn't tense up anymore and played very freely. Jumping and dancing, the alcohol catalyzed the speed greatly accelerated. A group of people drunkenly walked out from the store. Ding! The host ate, drank, played all night, drank and sang, let himself go, and was in a soothing and happy mood. System reward, 6666 yuan. Soo-young just felt his feet fluttering a bit. He belonged to the type of person who was very sober and became more rational even when he was drunk. It was just that his body was hot, plus the alcohol catalyzed some wanting you. Mr. Soo, where are you going? I'll arrange for someone to send you and your friends. Zhang Ming hurriedly walked over quickly to the door. No need, no need. We'll just take a taxi ourselves. The few people waved their hands. After saying goodbye, they directly left. Soo-young yawned with a brash smile on his face. Press your feet. All drunk? You still think about getting your feet pressed? Bai Wei and Song Xiao couldn't help but look at Soo-young helplessly. This was a bit of a dip obsession in the end. Then manager trouble you to send him there. It was just a friend relationship that he knew, so there was really no way to care or anything. Besides, there are quite a lot of places to press feet nowadays, and you can often swipe them on short videos. It's not like all of them aren't decent, most of them are now. It's not as fancy as it used to be, and most people go there for a massage to relax. It's just that Song Xiao Bai Wei and Soo-young probably all belong to a kind of people that are following the rules and are used to the worldly arrangements. For such an entertainment place, it was still a bit respectful. But Soo-young had already let himself go, so it didn't matter. Sitting in the car, Soo-young leaned back in his chair, holding a cigarette. Song Xiao and Bai Wei looked at the station wagon leaving. Only then did Bai Wei say with a smile, this classmate of yours is still interesting. Right? Song Xiao also nodded slightly. Indeed, a long time no see, still feels strange interesting. And it feels that Soo-young's change is really big. Previously, Soo-young cannot say how lively or how withdrawn, is the same as most ordinary people. Outsiders are very cold, in front of acquaintances and very sand sculpture look. The vehicle slowly stopped at the entrance of Yunmeng Bay. Soo-young was assisted out of the car by Zhang Ming. The corner of Soo-young's mouth slightly hooked up. Honestly, so many years down, Soo-young is still the first time to get drunk and be assisted by someone. And it's still the manager? Whether it was the tone of voice or the service, it made him feel soothed, and there was a feeling of being honored and courted. From being the server to being served, it was still a bit uncomfortable. Brother Zhang, what brings you here? Yunmeng Bay's lobby manager hurriedly ran over quickly, reaching out to help Soo-young. In fact, Soo-young was originally not very drunk, walking was also okay. He was being helped by someone, and always felt strange. It made it seem like he was really drunk. Moreover, being assisted by two strangers like this was not really something to get used to. This is Mr. Soo, my big client, you have to take good care of me. Zhang Ming hurriedly instructed the other party. The lobby manager hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, leave it to me, absolutely take good care of it. Saying that, he assisted Soo-young and sat on the sofa. Soo-young curiously surveyed the splendid hall. This was the first time he came to this place, he was a bit not used to it. That Mr. Soo, please change your shoes first. The girl at the front desk half squatted beside Soo-young and reached out to help Soo-young pull off the sneakers on his feet. Soo-young was instantly glad that he had to thankfully not have smelly feet. I'll just do it myself. He looked at the girl in front of him with some constraint, always feeling a little strange, and hurriedly put on his slippers. Receiving the hand sign handed by the other party. He then followed behind the girl, following the other party's guidance, and walked inside the private room. The manager, on the other hand, followed at the side, reaching out to falsely protect Soo-young, with a look of worry that Soo-young bumped into the side. Enthusiastically said, Mr. Soo, I'm telling you, our service is absolutely one of a kind, all the personnel have gone through 3 months of training before they can be on duty. Let you experience what is called a home away from home superb enjoyment. Listening to the other party's introductory words, Soo-young's expression was a bit strange. The more you say that, the more I think you're weird. Dude, this is a serious place, right? There isn't any problem, right? Walking inside the private room. Soo-young looked at the private room and saw a sofa similar to a single bed, with a coffee table placed on the side. Soo-young sat on the top, raised his eyes and looked at the big screen in front of him. The manager stood aside, looking at Soo-young with a smile. What would Mr. Soo like to drink? Just give me a cup of tea. Soo-young at the moment still felt some tonal sensation in his nerve response, probably a feeling of numbness. That confused and sluggish feeling after drinking too much. Good, I'll make you a cup of tea, and come a fruit plate, right? Mr. Su is hungry? Do you need to get something to eat? Pressure first? The manager's tone was concerned, looking at Su Yang's slightly reddened cheeks, full of the afterglow of being drunk. Su Yang shook his head, he actually wasn't hungry yet. That's fine, I'll arrange for the technician to come over first, take a look. This is the item list, said the manager as he handed the list to Su Yang. Turning to leave, Su Yang looked at the departing manager and the receptionist who stayed here. After 2 seconds of enjoying, he looked at the girl in front of him with some curiosity and said with some not so good intentions, "That's my first time here, can you recommend it? And what do I need to do to follow up?" To be honest, Su Yang upholds the fine tradition of asking if you don't know. Otherwise, lest it would be awkward later. Mr. Su, you can change your clothes first. There is also my personal recommendation, then is this 398 essential oil massage. The girl's voice is sweet, smiled, and Su Yang introduced the items included in this. Generally drink wine to the customer, are selected this package. Couldn't understand a bit, but since it was also recommended, there must be her reasoning. After a while the girl reached out and opened the door. Several technicians walked in. Su Yang looked at the several uniformed technicians in front of him and raised his eyebrows. Indeed, and brushed the same as those who brushed the sound. Oddly good-looking Lu. However, Su Yang did not have much of an idea. He chose one that looked more pleasing to his eyes. Then he changed his clothes. The technician walked to Su Yang's front, reached out and lifted the white sheet on the mattress. Reaching out, he unwrapped the cushion. Underneath was clearly a foot wash basin. The technician turned on the faucet on the side, poured water into it, looked at Su Yang and asked with a smile, "Sir, do you want to add milk or vinegar? What's the word?" Su Yang sat above with his legs crossed, looking curiously at the girl sitting on the small soft stool. "Add vinegar if your feet smell, but you don't have much of a smell, adding milk is a bit better. Skin care." Hearing this, Su Yang nodded. Then that's how it should be. Putting his legs in the foot wash basin. The hot water wrapped his legs. The body that was already slightly intoxicated, chilled down by the wind outside. For a moment the chill seemed to be dispelled. The sister let Su Yang lie down. Then went around to the back and reached out to press and rub the top of his head. With a hot mask on Su Yang's cheeks. Feeling the temperature of Zaihui's face, there was also the sister's soft razor constantly kneading the acupoints on the top of his head. Su Yang only felt a little tingling all over his body. Ding! The host is experiencing massage for the first time. His body was permeable and comfortable, his muscles and acupoints were relaxed, although it hurt, it was really comfortable. System reward, 6666 yuan. The other party ripped the mask away and slowly applied something strange on Su Yang's cheeks with his hands, giving his face a skincare treatment. Chapter 19, Who's a godly man, eating rice noodles in the morning? Pain, pain, pain. Su Yang bared his teeth and looked at the technician who was pressing his feet. Is Mr. Su a bit too strong? The girl laughed softly and couldn't help but look at Su Yang. Do you need to be a little less forceful? Smaller at Su Yang immediately nodded his head with a chicken peck and said with a bitter face, "First time here, can't eat some strength." Is that so? The girl sniffed and looked at Su Yang in surprise. I thought Mr. Su came often. No. Su Yang lightly laughed, took the cigarette case on the table, pulled out a cigarette from it and held it in his mouth, smilingly said, "It's true that I haven't been here before, so I came over to experience it. Then I'll lighten up a bit. I see the manager personally received. I thought you often come here." The girl was indeed very talkative. At least much better than Su Yang. And she also spoke gently, just a bit too strong. Su Yang is a bit skeptical. She in the end did not make a smaller force. Just like this and the girl chatting, experiencing the essential oil massage. Su Yang felt like a salted fish, constantly being turned over and cooked. $398, about 2 hours of massage. The pain was really painful. According to the sister's words it was, pain is painless, passage is painless. Su Yang felt that his body, wherever not pass. That's why it hurts everywhere. The next morning, Su Yang climbed up from the bed, yawned, the whole person is a little soft. But there was some pain all over his body, but it was the kind of feeling that made it hurt and feel good at the same time. It was probably, does it hurt? Ouch. Then will you come back next time? I'll come. Taking the watch on the table and looking at it, the time was already past 1 o'clock. This sleep is really comfortable. It's just these places on the shoulders that still hurt a bit. Casually picking up his cell phone, he saw a few messages. Looking at the message sent by the Pink Lady, it was more than 12 o'clock last night. Pink Lady, you karma? Pink Lady, 7 or 8 hours before you pass? Pink Lady, where are the people? Dead again? Pink Lady, Sinead. Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, you are? Somewhat puzzled, but didn't pay much attention. Walking to the bathroom to take a shower and wash up some more, he nodded slightly as he looked at his reflection in the mirror. Not bad, not bad, the young man is still handsome. After putting on his clothes, he walked out of the store. Straight away, he walked towards the front desk. Brother Su? Waking up? The manager was bragging with the girl at the front desk, and when he saw Su Yang walking out, he quickly walked over, and in passing, he took out the cigarette in his pocket and handed one to Su Yang. Su Yang received the cigarette, quickly raised his hand to protect the fire, inhaled and spat out the smoke. Give me a card, charge a 10,000. Okay. The manager did not expect to help Su Yang. Point cigarette can also have such a harvest. Immediately to the inside receptionist girl said, fast, to Su brother to do a card. Just activate that card with the tail number 6666. Zhang Gong instructed to the receptionist. Looking at Su Yang, he asked, Brother Su, what's your cell phone number? Su Yang reported his cell phone number and then waited on the sidelines. Taking his cell phone, he swept the code of the receptionist. Then it transferred 10,000 over. Ding! The host recharged his card in Yunmeng Bay with 10,000 yuan, laying a certain foundation for future enjoyment. Reward, 66,666 yuan. Hearing the system's reward, Su Yang raised his eyebrows. And Zhang Gong also smilingly handed the membership card to Su Yang. Brother Su, come back again when you have time out. Looking at the departing Su Yang, Zhang Gong smilingly looked at the wiki and changed Su Yang's note. After all, Su Yang does not seem to lack of money. Look, in this person charging card punch tens of thousands of people or also a lot of people, is not much to see. But what is rare is that Su Yang looks only about 20 years old. After the incident can also be in the KTV kind of place to spend a few million. A night consumption of 100,000 or so, that designated not ordinary people. And at this time Su Yang is shivering rice noodles at the rice noodle stall, thoughtfully thought of last night when chatting with Chen Ming. The other party said the car. His current balance is definitely affordable. Why don't you just buy one and drive it? Driving an Audi home was probably enough, right? If it was a bit more, he would have to continue to swipe his money. TSK. Because he had been living in poverty, Su Yang really didn't know how to spend money now. Being used to economizing, for an ordinary person like him, it seems that he just buys some luxuries, buys a car when he's done, and doesn't know how to spend money when he's done. Because always feel that some consumption does not seem to need. After all, you still need to get used to the life of the rich. Su Yang had some feelings in his heart. I'm afraid of being poor. I don't dare to spend a penny. When I think about it, there is a certain Zhao who has not spent a single penny on noodles and garlic. It feels like there shouldn't be much difference between himself and him. Who gets up in the morning to eat rice noodles? And just add an egg when you're done. Saying it out makes people laugh. Su Yan laughed softly as he ate. Damn, it was really outrageous. Does he count himself as having fallen off the god's pride? Would it be a bit of a loss of face to let others know? Meanwhile, within a village hundreds of miles apart, Lu Fang and Su Daxiang were sitting in front of the courtyard, high on melon seeds. Another day has passed, Missy will be back soon. Lu Fang's eyes are full of anticipation, looking at the road not far away. How much I hope Su Yang's figure appeared in the not far away, but go out for 2 years don't know to come back a trip. Le Tortoise skin is afraid of a little itchy. The child big leave home while Su Daxian laughed softly, in the eyes are more than some longing. I don't know if I've lost weight or not, how are you doing out there? The parents are worried about their children traveling thousands of miles, but because they are not good at expressing themselves, Lu Fang often makes a mess of things. A car suddenly stopped in front of the house. Lu Fang and Su Daxian were both a bit puzzled. Only to see the door of the car open and a large woman in a demonic dress walk down from the car. There was a mink draped over her body, and her yellowed face was coated with rich lipstick and eyeshadow. Lu Fang looked at the person coming down from the car and her face changed for a split second. Aya Fang, baking in the sun? The big mom walked between the two and casually copied a small bench from the side, so she sat across from the two. After reaching out and grabbing a handful of melon seeds, she asked Lu Fang, when is your family Su Yang coming back? This year and not come back? You say Lu a melon child, froze do not know to come back a trip. Su Daxiang can only smile awkwardly and pour a cup of tea for the other party. Then sat aside silently stoned melon seeds, cannot see me. To come back this year, it is estimated that it will be soon. Big Mom nodded smilingly, looking at Lu Fan's outfit and Su Daxiang's outfit, a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. Smiled and teased, it seems to have earned money, only this year is ready to come back, your family Su Yang Na, is too strong, not like my son, come back every year. Chapter 20 Don't be too outrageous Ao. Hong Ming, come down and call someone. Big Mom turned her head to look at the car yelling. Then she sighed, after buying a new car you know to sit in the car every day. And Lu Hongming in the car looked out the car window breathlessly, opened the door and then stepped down from the car. Some of them are not too nice, and they took out cigarettes and handed one to Su Daxiang in a formal manner, Uncle Chang, Auntie Fang. Lu Fang and Su Daxiang both smiled and nodded with each other. After all, they were the same age as their own sons, and when they saw each other, they thought of their own cubs. Right, Fang, what does your son do? This went out for so many years, there is no news, didn't I hear that he was outside delivering takeaways before? He did a little business of his own. Lu Fang had a slightly embarrassed smile on her face. Really? Big Mom instantly pulled aside Lu Homing with a smile. My family Homing also opened a store last year. Don't you see that this year he changed his car? A year to earn 100,000 it, and he is also filial piety. Look at me, this sable, is he bought for me, several thousand apiece it. The smile on Lu Fang's face is getting less and less, just silently getting high on melon seeds. Hey De Chang, what about you? I heard that the work is not good these years, you're dragging your paycheck again today, right? Stoned on melon seeds, Su Daxiang inwardly sighed a long sigh and helplessly nodded. Yeah. By the way, my family Hong Ming said that the house needs to be repaired. You come to my house this afternoon to help measure it? See how much it costs to repair the house? Well, Hong Ming and I still have to make a trip to town to buy some things, I'm leaving first, said the other party as she got up and walked towards the car. Looking at the departing Big Mother, Su Daxiang inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. The other party's person was actually okay, but he just liked to show off. If I really can't, I'll go work at their construction site tomorrow. It can also earn some money. Su Daxiang some worry, the youngest child this year are almost 25, and so behind the marriage is certainly to buy a house low, have to give him more money to save. Dead are not going to help her family work. She looks down on who? Lu Fang instantly exploded, not just do a little business to earn some money, right? Who is she looking down on? Lu Fang took out her cell phone from her pocket and immediately made a call. Su Daxiang didn't even have time to stop it. Missy, I order you to come back immediately, remember to open a car, open that what, old Su teasing is your old boss to open that, what tiger? Land Rover. Su Daxiang pity looked at the cell phone. Why don't you just let your youngest son attack the United States of America? At this time, Su Yang on the phone a black line. What the hell? Mom, what's wrong with you again? Su Yang was somewhat helpless. Well, no one is actually messing with me. Lu Fang with tears in her eyes, tilted her head arrogantly said, tease is some want you. Seeing other people's home lo mama have someone to hold, Nest did not have, Nest sad. Su Yang's nose is sour. Coughing, sniffing, good, I'll be back in 2 days. Good. Lu Fang's voice on the other side of the phone became joyful for a moment. Your old man bought half a pig, don't you like to eat barbecue meat? When the time comes, let your old man get you a roast, okay? Good. Hearing Su Yang's voice, Lu Fang felt warm in her heart, as if not so unhappy. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Yang, she hung up the phone. To the side of the Su Daxiang said, you hurry to pack up, later go to see the old Lu family Lu house jangling, look at the time cannot do some work in his home site, earn some money. When the youngest came back, then to the youngest to buy some more delicious Lu. Good. Su Daxiang stretched his knees, got up from the chair, covered with grooves on the cheeks, covered with a smile. Turning around, he walked towards the utility room. Chen Ming, how much is the Land Rover? At this time inside the used car market, Su Yang looked at Chen Ming and inquired. Chen Ming, who was squatting by the side of a six and looking at the car, froze at the words, Land Rover? There are several models, basically around $1 million. What? This car doesn't work? Chen Ming was a bit puzzled. Just now, Su Yang came to his store and said that he wanted to buy a car, asking him to help him take a look around, a first-hand one to be reserved, and buy a second-hand one. He thought it was fine and followed. And, my mom let me buy Land Rover. Su Yang face with a touch of gentle smile, the thought of their own parents, such a small wish can still be satisfied. It's not just $1 million. Right, how about this? Su Yang looked at the A6 in front of him. It looks good. The condition of the car is good, the price is almost suitable, last year's car, kilometers only 2,000 kilometers, 56,000 has been okay. Basically it can be said to be a quasi-new car, and it's top of the line. Yes boss. The sales at the side also immediately spoke up, this can be completely said to be a quasi-new car, the owner is because of a family accident then sold it. Buy it. Swipe your card. Su Yang casually handed out his bank card. He was too lazy to get entangled, just buy it if you like it. Chan Ming? For a while Chan Ming was a bit confused. Last night he asked himself what kind of car to buy for $500,000 or $600,000, and he recommended so many models. This first car hadn't even been looked at for long, about 10 minutes? And he was ready to pay? Don't. Big brother, calm down first. Brother Su. You are my own brother, calm down. Why don't you find someone to look at it together? Chen Ming's tone was a bit flustered. I'm afraid that I won't be able to look at it correctly, and if there's a problem with this car, then won't I make a mistake? The salesman on the side bared his teeth when he heard this, my hand is out. I advise you not to be ignorant. The sales looked at Chen Ming with a grudge. Chen Ming, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed and said to the other party, can you drive to my store and take a look? I have a car rack there, and I'd like to take a look at the lot. It's possible, but our store also has a car rack. Our store will pay you 3 times for a fake, soak the car or whatever is wrong with it, and we'll just say so. You can rest assured. It's good to hear half of what sales says. Let's take a look then. Why don't you just take it for a test drive? And then stop by the back of ours on the way? The sales looked at the duo and asked for an opinion. Su Yang nodded, yes. Chen Ming, you drive. Su-yang reached out and pulled open the car door, sitting on the back seat. His expression was bland and expressionless, making it impossible to see his inner thoughts. And at this time, Su-yang was thinking, how is the Land Rover a thing? Since the old lady was aggrieved, he cannot help her out of anger? It's just money. He did not go home before because he felt, no money, even if you go back is not much use, finish still have to be relatives and friends chanting. Plus, he would call his parents from time to time, so he wasn't much of a homebody. But he neglected one thing, that is, his parents' opinion. Being out on his own, they were definitely all worried. Alas. The corners of Chen Ming's mouth twitched. Only met him once and drank 2 cups of wine, do we have to have so much trust? He felt that his trust in himself was not even as high as Su-yang's trust in himself. He had said a sentence yesterday, and after half a day, he had even sat in the car to experience it. Chen Ming, 6. He felt that after a while, if he gave Bai Wei a word, the other party would probably be dumbfounded. Yesterday when we chatted, we knew that Bai Wei and Su-yang had just met not long ago, that is, Song Xiaoxiao's old classmates only. It is not very familiar with the kind of old classmates. Nowadays, the vigilance of outsiders are already so low? Or are buddies so trustworthy? Chen Ming himself do not believe himself. The result of Su-yang brush pull out the card, froze him shocked confused. Looking at Su-yang that natural sitting in the back seat, looking out the window, Chen Ming felt that it is estimated that it is indeed which big young man. Sitting so smoothly and naturally. I do not know where to scrape the holes in the down jacket, the leakage of the down looks like the leakage does not seem to be the down, but he cannot hide the nobility. Driving the car, Chen Ming constantly accelerated and decelerated, feeling the vehicle. Under the guidance of the sails, the duo arrived at the garage in the back. After driving the car up to the edge of the frame, the vehicle was slowly erected. Su-yang curiously stood by the side of the car. He was timid and always felt that this thing would fall off. Looking at the bottom of the car, he couldn't see anything. One could only tell that there seemed to be some ash underneath. The car is indeed good, there's nothing wrong with it. Quasi-new car. Can the price come down some more? I'm afraid this is really difficult, why don't I ask the boss? The sales saw that Su-yang did have the ability to buy, and was a very decisive type. He knew that as long as the price was suitable, the other party would immediately be able to swipe his card. It didn't matter how much it went down, what mattered was that since his friend asked if it could be lowered, then it definitely had to go down some. After putting the car down, he drove the car to the front of the store again. Su-yang held a cigarette in his mouth, sat in the front of the car and took a deep breath. There's nothing wrong with the car, right? Indeed there is no problem. I've looked at it several times. Chen Ming exhaled, but brother Su, you're a bit too decisive, right? The rest of the 2 models are available, should we take another look? Forget it, it's a big difference, there's no need to waste time. Su-yang flicked his cigarette ash at the ground. Crossing his legs, he said with a light smile, trouble you today, I'll treat you to dinner later. You're welcome. Chen Ming also smiled and said, I'll be satisfied if you leave the car's maintenance to me in the future. Aha! Su-yang nodded his head. After a while the sales trotted over, lower it by up to 5,000. 54,500, this car's top-end landing is almost 70. Just drove it for so long, this price has bottomed out. That's it, swipe the card. Su-yang handed the card to the other party. It was also fortunate that he had bought a bunch of messy things on the road and swiped 100,000 or so, otherwise the money might not be enough for a little bit. The other party happily took the card with both hands. Boss, come with me inside to sign the contract. Walking inside the store, sitting on a chair, Su-yang consciousness sank into his mind to ask the system if there were any problems with the contract. Ding! No problem with the contract. Seeing that there was no problem with the contract, Su-yang signed. Ding! The host spends $545,000 to buy the first car. Qua po. Reward, 122,2222 yuan. Mr. Su is like this, the insurance has not expired yet. When the time comes, please make a trip to the insurance company by yourself to change the name just a little bit. There is also the license plate as I accompany you or you go by yourself? Just go over and pick a number. It's estimated to be done in an hour or so. Let's go together and have a meal on the way. Su-yang raised his hand and looked at the time. When it's done it's almost time to eat. Chapter 21 So, how to drive this car. In an instant, Su-yang's balance skyrocketed to $1,200,000. One good thing about the system was that there was no need to withdraw cash. Whether it was a prestige payment or a credit card swipe, it would be deducted directly from the system, saving him the trouble of fiddling around. Su-yang at the car was confused after receiving the key. How do you drive a car with an automatic transmission? He turned his head to look at the duo beside him and pondered for 2 seconds. So what, how does this car drive? Chen Ming? Sales, no, you don't know how to drive. No, you don't know how to drive, why did you buy this? The corner of Chen Ming's mouth twitched. He thought spending so many minutes to buy a car was already outrageous enough. He didn't expect there to be an even more outrageous one. That is, he wouldn't be able to drive it. This car. He was still thinking that this great young man probably drove too many sports cars at home, so he wanted to buy a civilian luxury car to experience it. But now look, this is where the family sports car driving too much. It is estimated that from childhood to adulthood or chauffeur transport, get a driver's license is also purely to get a license only. Chen Ming sat in the passenger seat. Su Yang sat in the driver's seat. Under Chen Ming's hands-on teaching, the vehicle slowly started and drove toward the front. Su Yang drove the car and looked at the road ahead, nodding slightly. Not bad. Chen Ming, 6. He froze, not being able to see a single expression or emotion from Su Yang's face. It was mainly because Su Yang had been alone for a long time, and when he was done, he was used to not having too many changes in expression. He was actually quite happy in his heart. After all, he was buying a car for the first time. Driving the car on the streets, soon arrived at the DMV. Su Yang stood in front of the number selection machine, randomly ordered a number that looked good to the eye. Because there were few people, and it seemed like they had a relationship in the store. So the speed was fast. An hour later, the license plate was ready. Turning back to the car, Su Yang went back to the insurance store. A set of operations. The three of them, Su Yang, finally sat down in the hotel. Exhausted. Su Yang exhaled a long breath. In the future, he didn't want to go to the store to buy a car, so troublesome feeling. If he bought it in the system mall, he could probably skip so many steps. Going to the store to buy it, unless there was a need to pretend, there was no need. Feeling. Finding a copper pot shabu shabu store, the three of them walked in. Sitting on a chair, Su Yang flipped through the menu and without lifting his head, he said to Chen Ming, "Where's your girlfriend? Has she eaten yet? Call her to come and eat with you, more people will make it more lively, and you can order 2 more dishes." "That's fine." Chen Ming nodded and sent a message to Coco. In passing, he sent a message with "by way." Such an outrageous matter, he felt all over the place if he didn't say it out loud. He then sent a message in the group of himself and others. "Chen, no kidding, that's Su Yang from last night, looking for me to help look at the car today." "Chen, not a total of half an hour, I myself have not understood." Big brother brushed the card out to pay for it. "Chen, honestly, I am a little confused, now the trust between people has been so big? Bye. He really bought it? Song? So outrageous?" "Chen, that's right, send me a message in the morning to say look at the car, finished, already finished, just in the dinner." "Chen, A6 More than $500,000 Also ing full payment Full payment. Really hook 8 outrageous. A group of people looked at the cell phone, pupils some tremors. If it was an unfamiliar person, they wouldn't feel anything. But the problem is, last night and Su Yan play quite happy, so it is considered a friend. What is the feeling when you know that your friend, out of the cold, spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in full to buy a car? Numb. The actual number is the knife pulls the ass, open the eyes belongs to be. Song Xiao Xiao and Bai Wei in the store glanced at each other. Both could see the bewilderment in each other's eyes. Confirmed, Su Yang is indeed not trying to pick up the two of them, but purely how Kong Kong is a matter. Right. Su Yang held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Chen Ming in front of him. "What kind of fun do you recommend in the vicinity of Duchang? However, nightclubs and other temporary forget it, do not like that kind of too noisy environment." "Xincheng Mountain The salesman on the side looked at Su Yang and said, "There is a hot spring resort nearby, you can go and have fun, it is really good. After finishing, you can also go climbing the mountain, and pay homage to the temple on the way." Like that? Su Yang did know about Qingcheng Mountain, but he had never been there. After all, he didn't have the time to climb the mountain before. Didn't have that leisure, nor did he have that time and money. But it is true that you can go to a hot spring, the time is almost suitable, after all, it is winter, soak in a hot spring, finish climbing the mountain, go to the Qingcheng Mountain Temple to stroll around. The hot pot was quickly served, but the people hadn't come yet, so Su Yang's several people didn't move their chopsticks. Just chatting. Su Yang's knowledge on this aspect of having fun was indeed lacking a bit. For him, it seemed like going out to the park and strolling around twice, then finding a place with a lot of beautiful women and looking at them. Transferring his online aesthetic to the real world, it was like having fun. Now that he talked with Chen Ming and the two of them, Su Yang felt like an old man. Every day either drinking tea and smoking, or hiding at home reading novels and playing games, occasionally go out to shop also because the home cannot stay, only go out. Because at home can earn money, so he is also too lazy to go out to work to get grips. But the good thing about this is that he can be at home. The downside is that it slowly strips away from the social circle. Some in society cannot get online, so Su Yang's some ideas are from the network side of the understanding. "I have always felt that women how bad. But in reality it seems like it's not actually like that. It seems like I'm still too nerdy." Su Yang scat inside as he looked at the walking Coco and smiled and nodded with the other party. See, these people still had stage names in society. Honestly, come to Duchang so many years, haven't had much fun outside, part-time job in college, after graduation delivery, courier, basically in Xingyang that circle. Su Yang smiled to himself, to put it in a humiliating way, Chuanxi Road, and Taikoo Li I have only been there 2 days ago. I'm pretty much the same. The sales at the side took a sip from his wineglass and slurped his mouth. His eyes were a bit vicissified and tired. Those places, where are they for ordinary people like us to go? There are. Coco reached out and pointed to Chen Ming on the side. Chen Ming immediately scratched his head somewhat shyly. He used to hang out at Taikuli Road when he had nothing to do. End of story. That's where he and I met. Coco looked at Chen Ming with contempt. Only later did I realize that this person is cheap as hell. Was running over there to look at the girls and look at the legs. Coco shucked the meat, only to feel some pain in the roots of his teeth. Su Yang. Sales. Chen Ming, he. Su Yang was an earth dog, for those places, really insulated, so he really didn't want to go to those places to hang out. Easy to see the world's layer difference. Where class is reflected clearly, honestly for the poor, see the prosperity of the big city, indeed easy to shatter the heart of the Tao. Doubt what the meaning of their own efforts for so many years in the end. Chapter 22 Passionate Consumption, Rekindle Passion. A meal that took about an hour. Eating hot pot is like this while eating and chatting, not to mention the strange pleasure. Su Yang is accustomed to the house, so for such a lively scene, or some not quite adapted. But he quickly adapted, chatting, and bragging with the crowd. Continuously from the words of a few people, understand the Ducheng fun place. After finishing the meal, Su Yang paid the money, said goodbye to a few people and drove away. He didn't drink any alcohol. After all, driving is not drinking. Lowering the car window, he waved his hand at a few people. Coco looked at Su Yang's departing vehicle and asked Chen Ming with some sighs, honestly, have you ever felt a kind of spontaneity and passion from his body? A kind of spontaneity and decisiveness that doesn't fit our age? No. Chen Ming shook his head, looking at the departing car and said with a smile, this is the kind of passion that should be present at our age. Like someone our age. Why would we live like we do now, looking over our shoulders and being indecisive? At our age, shouldn't we be this spontaneous and free? Chen Ming's tone was somewhat emotional and envious. He also envied Su Yang's decisiveness and spontaneity. It seemed that Su Yang didn't want to waste his time on hesitation. Because it seemed like he needed to leave his time for the rest of more things, such as enjoyment. He could slowly savor a beef hot pot and spend an hour. But he wouldn't waste his time on, say, buying a car. What a strange, but interesting man. It seems like buying a car, looking at it, nice, like it. Then you buy it. As for the follow-up, he didn't seem to think much about it, maybe because he helped him, a person who didn't know anything about cars, look at it twice. Let his heart have some bottom. Think this car as long as you can drive it will not suddenly break down, there is no problem. Some and Su Yang's brain circuits do not match. And Su Yang, who was driving the car, smiled as he drove and arrived at the dry cleaner. Pushing open the door, he looked at the boss lady in front of him and asked with a smile, sis, are my clothes ready? Alright, all wrapped up for you. Said the other party took out 2 big bags of clothes from under the counter and placed them on the table. Su Yang looked at the bags, reached out and took them. After placing them on the floor, he raised his eyes and looked at the other party. How much in total? A total of 704. These clothes of yours are all luxury items, so they are more careful when getting them, and they are a bit more expensive. The other party reached out and placed the collection code on the table. Hearing this price, Su Yang also raised his eyebrows, scat his mouth and sighed, it's quite expensive. Said the payment. Ding. The host consumed 740 yuan to have the clothes dry cleaned. System reward, 1,400 yuan. Thanks. Su Yang smiled and thanked the other party, carrying the bag slowly walked to the back of the car and reached out to open the trunk. Threw the stuff in. Not to mention, this Audi's trunk is indeed quite large. Sitting in the car, Su Yang can only have time to link the Bluetooth at this moment. Reach out and open the net suppressor cloud, by the way opened a yearly vinyl membership. Ding. The host spent $398 to purchase a net suppression cloud annual fee SVIP vinyl membership. System reward, 699 yuan. Su Yang looked at the recharge interface and couldn't help but laugh lightly. Smooth listening member, vinyl VIP, finish even have vinyl SVIP. This money-making real number is letting these people play understand. Let him think of the time when he used Chuanlei before. Zunbird's VIP is really outrageous. Flipping through his song list, Su Yang opened I Like and let the songs play at will. Turning up the volume, he just drove his car towards his home. Sitting in the car, feeling the power of the vehicle, listening to the music, Su Yang grinned. It's still weirdly comfortable. Because he was used to being alone, Su Yang didn't feel anything. Back home, changed a set of clothes. Broad and narrow alley walk up. I heard that the broad and narrow alley is good. Su Yang also do not want to wear in the same as the hyena, continue to wear their own that hold-down jacket. Although there are segments on the internet about wearing a camouflage stained with paint coveralls to Chuanchi Road and ending up being called a high street boy. A baseball jersey with a sweatshirt and jeans underneath with a pair of AJ. This set of dress up, honestly, was acceptable for Su Yang. It was all in the acceptable bracket. Too fancy for him to actually be too acceptable. Driving the car, following the navigation arrived near the broad and narrow alley. Stopped the car. took his cell phone from the car and stuffed it in his pocket. He walked slowly towards the middle of the street. During this time of the year, there were still a lot of people. Although it was almost New Year's Eve, it was well known that people in big cities usually didn't celebrate New Year's Eve. That's why the personnel who came out to shop could be seen everywhere, as Inchuanchi Road. Many people took pictures with their camera phones. There are self-media upmasters and street photography photographers. Looking at this busy street, people and shadows are staggered, and the surrounding houses are all antique buildings, green brick houses. It seems like this kind of commercial ancient town and commercial ancient street is now very popular in the country. Everywhere is like this. Looking at the Apple store on the side, Su Yang raised his eyebrows, just in time, to buy a headset. Hello, may I ask what I need? Su Yang looked at the black overalls on the clerk wearing the Apple logo on his chest. Su Yang nodded at the other party, his tone was still that unhurried and very affable. I'll take a look at the headphones. Okay, please follow me, the girl raised her hand in signal. Su Yang then followed behind the other party and walked towards the inside. Looking at the cell phones placed on that one long table. There were also tablets and notebooks. It suddenly occurred to Su Yang that the ultimate belonging of the tablet would all be bubble lids. It was true that the usage rate of the tablet was not very high, it was just watching movies. But it was indeed possible to buy one. Su Yang thought for a moment, after all, buy a flat panel, and you can still watch movies while lying in bed at night. It seems that Apple's resolution is quite high. The picture quality could also be better, but when Su Yang thought that the movies he watched were all pirated, so he didn't bother buying one. On pirate websites, there was no resolution to speak of. As for those online video platforms to charge a membership, Su Yang killed himself not to charge. If you want to watch a movie on Iki, then the movie you want to watch will be on Tingshu, and if you want to watch a movie on Tingshu, then you will be asked to search for the movie on Tingshu. The real hook 8 is the round of VIP. So punching a VIP is equal to punching all the platforms. Although Su Yang is rich, he doesn't want to be a fool. These are the AirPods 2 in our store. Priced at 1,399. Bleh? When Su Yang heard this price, his pupils trembled, although he knew before that this Apple's headphones were expensive, but he didn't expect the price to be so expensive. But it didn't matter to buy it. Wrap it up. Su Yang didn't even hesitate for 2 seconds, because too long of a bland life had made his passion fade away. So he was just going with his heart now. Want to buy something? Then just buy it. Chapter 23. Sure enough, the comfort zone is still comfortable. Don't care about value for money or all the rest. When there was an idea in his heart, then he immediately went ahead and accomplished it. Perhaps when one day he suddenly wanted to travel to that country, then he would be able to do so without a care in the world and take a trip. Instead of looking ahead and pondering the arrangements along the way, constantly hesitating and considering. Give me one of these too. Su Yang looked at the over-ear headphones that were hanging on the bracket on the side. He actually usually still liked listening to songs when he was idle. So an in-ear wireless headset and an over-ear wireless headset. Aha, he seems to have the feeling of a fashionable man. The clerk sniffed surprise to look at Su Yang, but also nodded, is not no such an ear purchase of people. However, Su Yang's age is very little, most of them are students and so on. She tentatively asked, may I ask if I have a student ID? You can get a discount with a student ID. No, Su Yang shook his head and looked at the teller standing inside the counter. Do I look like a student to you? Indeed, it didn't look like it. There wasn't that clear and stupid feeling. The teller let out a soft laugh and shook his head. The difference between someone who had been in society and a student in school could indeed be seen in their mental outlook. The over-ear headphones were slightly more expensive. 3,499. Ding. The host impulsively spends $4,898 on 2 headphones. The passion of being a teenager is being rediscovered. System reward, 8888 yuan. Listening to the prompts in his head, Su Yang reached out and took the bag. Turning around, he walked towards the outside. Simone, have a fried yam. Su Yang stood at the entrance of that snack bar. Looking at the big mom inside with a mask, he yelled. The big mom inside nodded, then fiddled with the potatoes in her hand, frying the fried potatoes. Also known as wolf's teeth potatoes. Cut strips with a wavy knife, put them into a frying pan and fry them, add some mushrooms and leeks, then sprinkle them with chili noodles, soy sauce, and vinegar, and throw them in a basin and stir them. Followed by a sprinkle of some scallions and parsley in the bar. $10 a serving. TSK. Su Yang childhood, so a box is estimated to be $5. Nowadays, the price of goods cannot understand a little. Ding. Host spends $10 to buy. Taking a bamboo stick, inserted a potato, stuffed in the mouth chewing. Su Yang does not like to eat crispy too much, so let the big mom to give himself a fragrant soft fried. Chewing the potatoes, Su Yang continued to loiter slowly. Suddenly stopping in his tracks, he looked at the grocery store on the side. It was also the boutique that the girls were talking about. Walking inside the boutique, Su Yang surveyed the various small objects in the store. There were a lot of girls in the store, and it could basically be said that there were no boys. Not to mention the likes of Su Yang. Su Yang was basically able to ignore other people's eyes now. After looking at it for a couple of moments, Su Yang looked at the doll in the corner with a twinkle in his eyes. Pikachu? Or the Pikachu doll co-branded with Deadpool? No man could refuse that thing. He finished his food at the door, wiped his mouth with a paper napkin, and threw the trash in the trash can. Then walked inside. Standing there looking at the doll in front of him, he gave a bristling smile. How much is this? Su Yan looked at the girl who was standing beside him, wearing a black apron, and inquired. The other party smiled after looking at it and said, $198. How much? It's probably just a small doll 6 or 7 centimeters tall, and you're telling me 98? This thing can't be authentic, can it? Pikachu has nothing to do with Deadpool. Originally, the first is a picture spoof. Su Yang, when he saw it, is also quite fragrant to buy one. Su Yang raised his hand and picked this up and looked at it. It is indeed good, the quality and workmanship are good. But looked at the light above. It is yellow light, this thing shines to see some not too clear. Then he took out his cell phone and turned on its flashlight. Under the white light, shone it at the doll in front of him. Still good, $98 to buy one is no problem. Flushed. Get me one of this one. Su Yang pointed at Deadpool's Pikachu, and then pointed at that Doraemon. But it was the humongous version, just like the male gun inside LOL, wearing a trench coat suit, with a cigar on his mouth and a cowboy hat. And a double-barreled shotgun cupped in his hand. Awesome. Cool. Su Yang had been wandering around the store and bought several dolls. Didn't care in the slightest about the gazes of the people on the side. He was just sweeping the goods. If you like it, then buy it. That momentary excitement in then you have to pay action. If you hesitate, after a long time, it will be the same as before. Su Yang, passion faded. But unfortunately, this is not a store that specializes in selling peripherals. There were only a few more peculiar ones. It was probably reserved for the boyfriends of the girls who came to the store to buy jewelry. How much money? Su Yang stood in front of the counter, looking at the small box of 7 or 8 centimeters, smilingly looking at the girl in front of him. Looking at the girl's pretty face, Su Yang had to sigh, this Ducheng beauty is indeed much. A total of 908. Just to make up 10, Su Yang sniffed and nodded. To the other side asked, do you know a place to sell anime peripherals? Do not? This neighborhood did not have, specifically where I do not know bar cashier, is also a sister in Sichuanshu, after all, in Sichuanshu indeed. Want to add a prestige? I have time to ask and tell you? The girl in the white dress looked at Su Yang with a smile. Su Yang froze at the words. Blay? Dude actually had a day where he would be added a prestige? Exempt. Okay, Su Yang nodded and added a prestige with the other party. His heart was still weirdly happy. I can't believe I've been added by a pretty girl. Ding. The host spends 980 yuan to buy the hand puppet that he couldn't afford to buy in the past, to pay for his childhood, to pay for himself. System reward, 1,800 yuan. Carrying the bag in his hand, Su Yang continued to loiter slowly. Standing at the entrance of Honey Snow Ice City store, Su Yang looked at the sign for ordering. Looking at a bunch of unfamiliar things on it, he was just about to open his mouth and ask for a pearl milk tea. But after a careful thought, he let out a light laugh. It was true that human nature was still hard to change. He didn't have much cost of trial and error in the past, so he always liked to be conservative and go for something he often ate, and wouldn't try new things. Liking to stay within his comfort zone. Thick taro puree milk tea, hot, normal sugar. Su Yang raised his eyes and looked at the clerk in front of him, smiled and nodded, trouble. After paying the money. It didn't take a few minutes for the clerk to hand the item to Su Yang. Taking the milk tea, Su Yang took a sip and immediately his expression changed. Sure enough, staying in the comfort zone was actually quite good. Sweet or not, bitter or not, it's complicated. And sure enough, these things are still a bit more suitable for girls. A shiver ran down his spine. Chapter 24. Otaku wants to work out at the gym too. Wandered around for a while longer, buying some messy things. Decorations like necklaces and rings and stuff. Who said an otaku couldn't have those? He raised a big flag for otaku. Returned home, took a shower, and laid down on the bed, still a little tired after a day of shopping. The next morning, a refreshed Su Yang reappeared. He hummed a song and listened to the house DJ. Twisting his body, he walked to the bathroom and took a shower. Taking a shower, Su Yang looked at the reflection of his body in the mirror. How to say it, not fat and not thin. How about going to the gym for a bit? Said to go. Su Yang changed into a sportswear. Wrapped in a coat, turned around and jogged downstairs. Walked to the side of the car, reached out and pulled open the door, sat in the car and hastily turned on the heating. Opened the map and searched for a gym. After all, it was important to find a gym that was a little better and wouldn't run away. Soon Su Yang found a store with a high rating. After turning on the navigation, he drove his car towards the location of the other party. The distance was not far, roughly 6 or 7 kilometers from where he lived. Because the rent hadn't expired yet, Su Yang was also too lazy to move for the time being. Otherwise, moving things was quite troublesome. Soon the vehicle arrived at the downstairs of the gym. Looking at the gym in front of him, he stepped down from the car. Straight away, he walked towards the inside. Walking inside the store, the front desk lady immediately got up. "Hello, sir. Welcome to the Himalayan Club. Hello, I would like to set up a card. You should have a professional coach to guide you here, right?" "Yes. We will measure your body data and give you the most professional guidance, and make a fitness program and meal recipes." "What does the charge say?" Su Yang looked at the girl at the front desk, and had to say that the other party was indeed well practiced. Wearing sportswear looked very spiritual and capable. "Sir, you can first go with me to the gym to see the facilities and environment. I will explain to you and say the price." The receptionist immediately walked out from the bar, leading Su Yang towards the inside. Su Yang followed behind the other party, listening to a heartbreaking ah-ah sound. Both men and women were sporting headphones. Su Yang swept his eyes and felt that the atmosphere was still good. That one block brother, it is estimated that he can slap himself to death. One would still have to say that it was dead muscle. If you charge, it's divided into members and non-members. For non-members, members. Su Yang sniffed and nodded thoughtfully, then do a half-year card. Arrange a private tutor for me when you're done. You do the math. Okay, sir. It seemed that he didn't expect Su Yang to be so decisive. The receptionist froze for a moment, then led Su Yang back to the front desk and made Su Yang a cup of tea. The other party seemed to be contacting the coach. Su Yang, on the other hand, sat on the sofa and sipped the tea. In fact, Su Yang wasn't sure if he could hold out. After all, he quite liked pigeons. In case he didn't want to come one day, he probably wouldn't come. The main one was to do as he pleased. "Sir, do you have any requirements for the gender of the private tutor?" "Anyone. Professional is fine." Su Yang shrugged his shoulders. It's not like he was really full of color. It was just that he had been provoked twice by Wei, and for a moment, he wanted to be a bit shifty. Most of the time, he was still very rational. That is, this gym, this one shark pants, yoga pants girl, really good looking. After glancing at them, Su Yang continued to brush his cell phone. Suddenly he froze. "White may be your friend." While brushing the teaser, Su Yang suddenly saw Wei's teaser. With the same city recommendation, Su Yang did not pay attention to the other party. Looking at Wei, who was distorted by the beauty face, Su Yang lightly laughed. Or reality is a little better. It's true that beautiful women don't need a beauty face, adding a beauty face instead feels a bit strange. After all, the proportions of her face were all just right. Opening the other party's homepage and looking at it, Su Yang raised his eyebrows. "Exempt, small chic, kinda guy. There are still about 100,000 fans, seems to be a small netizen. Oh. It's also true that with good looks and a good body, it's understandable that there are a lot of fans." Brushed the other side of the video, most of the clothes are recommended. Brush 2 eyes. Su Yang changed one and continued to brush. It's either OP or legs, or else it's all kinds of contests, or interesting portals, and the comment section is also interesting. This damn big data, it really knows itself. "Hello sir, the private tutor has arrived, do you want to take a look?" The receptionist reminded, so Su Yang looked up. There was a girl in front of him, wearing yoga pants and a sports undershirt. The pink yoga pants wrapped her slender legs, which were as round and full as the bright moon. Her waist was as thin as a willow leaf, as if she could hold it with one hand. Raising his eyes to look at the other party's face, Su Yang thumped inwardly. Oh no! It was the feeling of a heartbeat. She was definitely the one that Su Yang temporarily loved the most at this second today. Yes, this is it. At least from the other party's body, she had a certain degree of professionalism and enough self-discipline, otherwise she couldn't have practiced to such a degree. What's the teacher's name? Su Yang got up and looked at the sister. The girl smiled slightly. Surname Huguyu Hu. HM. Teacher Hu. Su Yang nodded at the other party and then walked to the front desk to account for the bill. A total of over $9,000. Ding. The host began to pay attention to his physical health. An everyday department of godly hoarder naturally has to manage his physical health. System reward, 5,555 yuan. Reward increases for each day the host persists. 308 for one lesson, kinda expensive, one lesson for 1 hour. Su Yang directly bought 10 lessons. 1 hour a day, just right. Let's practice first. Mr. Su, then let's go inside first? I'll help you map your body data? By the way, let's take a trip to the hospital for a simple physical examination. Yes. Su Yang then followed Mr. Hu and walked in. After walking into the room, Teacher Hu reached out and opened the drawer and said to Su Yang, "You take off your jacket first." Su Yang then took off his jacket, just leaving the t-shirt inside. Then standing in place, Teacher Hu walked over to Su Yang's body and reached out with a leather ruler to measure Su Yang's waistline. Su Yang already had a certain resistance to such contact, because of Bai Wei's problem. Otherwise in the past, Su Yang would have been unable to resist his heart jumping again. After measuring a circle with his hand open like this, teacher Hu complimented with a raised eyebrow at, actually, your body data is still good, it's just that there are no signs of exercise. It's still relatively healthy. Looking at the form on her hand, she looked at Su Yang and asked, do you have time now? Yes. Su Yang nodded, put on his clothes and bobbed his head at her, going now? No need. The other party looked at the form in her hand and said with a light smile, as far as this body data of yours is concerned, there's definitely nothing wrong internally. If you have time, just have a simple preliminary training today, and I'll take a look at your physical quality. Okay. Su Yang sniffed and followed teacher Hu out. Okay. Sit-ups first, let's see how many can come. Teacher Hu pointed to the yoga mat on the side. Su Yang laid down on the yoga mat and the other party helped Su Yang adjust his posture. Then he knelt on Su Yang's instep and pressed his hands on Su Yang's knees. Use your waist and abdomen to generate power. Don't move your neck. Su Yang's first one was still relatively easy. Looking at Hu Yu's cheeks that were close at hand, he smiled and asked, is this considered a reward training? Teacher Hu? Hearing this, teacher Hu, elbowing Su Yang's knee, playfully winks, what do you think? True enough. Beautiful women are one of the driving forces for a man's progress. Su Yang smilingly continued to do sit-ups. The rhythm was calm. His movements were also fairly standard. Oh, is that so? Then what is the second motivation for a man's progress? Hu Yu looked at Su Yang curiously. The corner of Su Yang's mouth grinned, it's the ideal. Hu Yu immediately blanched at Su Yang delicately, she thought that with a mouth like Su Yang's would say colorful. And Su Yang was now full of motivation. 5,000 a day, crap, it seems like he's now looking for a 5,000 a day only for an hour shift. Can't do it anymore? Hu Yu knelt down and sat on Su Yang's side, reaching out to rub Su Yang's abdominal muscles. Su Yang only felt his muscles aching and exhaled, how is it? 31, it's fine, it exceeded my expectations. Hu Yu nodded and helped Su Yang relax his muscles. Looking at the clock not far away, she said to Su Yang, now do push-ups. Okay, teacher Hu. Su Yang then plopped down on the yoga mat and started to rise and fall. Keep your arms straight. Don't collapse your waist. Hu Yu raised her hand and patted Su Yang's waist, almost not knocking Su Yang down. That's enough, take a break and do a few deep squats later. Chapter 25 Sigma Man? And at this time, Hu Yu looked at Su Yang's jacket hanging not far away and thought. Looking at the price displayed on her cell phone. A brilliant light flashed in her eyes. Do you live in this neighborhood? Hu Yu sat cross-legged opposite Su Yang. The flexibility of this body had to be said to be very top. Su Yang froze and couldn't figure out how the feet could be pinned like this. No, 4 or 5 kilometers from here. Propping his hands on the ground, he still had some gasps. Although he hadn't sweated yet, for an otaku, this was almost the amount of exercise he had done this year. I guess you didn't come over too well then. Not too bad, driving on the back roads, and no traffic. Thanks to the previous delivery and takeout, Su Yang knew a lot of small roads in this circle. Okay. Hu Yu clapped her hands, got up from the ground, and said to Su Yang, I'll give you a demonstration, watch the action. Saying that Hu Yu stretched out her hands in front of Su Yang and slowly squatted down. The moment she squatted down, Su Yang was as if he saw a peach. This body type. Amat Ba Buddha. Remember. Keep your back straight and don't lean forward. Alright, you try. Hu Yu got up and waved her head at Su Yang. Su Yang then stretched out his hand and slowly squatted down following the other party's example. Seeing this, Hu Yu reached out and touched Su Yang's waist, straighten your waist and squat straight. Right, that's it. Okay, one more. It had to be said that Hu Yu's voice was beautiful, as crisp and pleasant as an oriole. It came a few like this until Su Yang stopped moving after he felt he couldn't do it anymore. With a long sigh of relief, he sat down on the ground, only to feel his thighs aching. Hu Yu sat on her knees and rubbed Su Yang's legs. I can roughly have the data I almost have. What time do you have time every day? In the morning, I guess. I don't like to exercise in the afternoon. Su Yang looked at Hu Yu, who was kneeling in the middle of his legs, rubbing his legs, always felt strange. But couldn't say it again. That's fine, I'll arrange it for 9 o'clock in the morning. How about it? Hu Yu looked at Su Yang and inquired. Su Yang nodded, it's fine. Then, do you want to plasticize for your specific workout? Or muscle building? For physical health? Su Yang scratched his head, something that will allow me to indulge in eating and drinking for the next few decades? This answer was something Hu Yu froze, not expecting. She looked at Su Yang's small mouth slightly opened and closed, and pondered for a long time. Yes, then just practice a little bit of all of them, but if you want to live a long time, then you still have to pay attention to your diet. Too greasy and too spicy can't be eaten. Then what am I exercising for? Su Yang tilted his head and looked at Hu Yu in front of him and said with a smile, I exercise just to eat good food, so it's good to keep my body in an okay condition. As long as there won't be any major illnesses in the future, so I don't have much to ask for in terms of the amount of exercise, just appropriate is okay. Okay. Hu Yu took a deep breath, talent. This is exercising for enjoyment? Interesting. Right, how old are you? Huyu tilted her head and looked at Su-young. 25 now. Second generation rich? A guess popped up in Huyu's mind. Any better? Huyu stopped her hand movements. Su-young nodded, much more comfortable, thank you teacher Hu. He got up from the ground, walked aside, took his jacket and put it on, and asked Huyu, then I'll come over at 9 tomorrow? Yes. Huyu nodded and spoke, I'll arrange a training program for you tonight, add a wiki, I'll send you the schedule at that time, you'll have a mental estimate first. Okay. Su-young took out his cell phone and scanned Huyu. Looking at the other party's string of Sanskrit nicknames, Su-young tapped add and then raised his hand to signal, added, you pass. Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior? So childish? Looking at this nickname, Huyu couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Su-young also nodded with a smile, childish. Alright, I'll leave first. Su-young rubbed his stomach, originally looking to come over to take a look, then place an order and come back tomorrow. But I didn't expect to drag it out for an hour like this. Waving his hand, Su-young walked towards the outside. Looking at the departing Su-young, Huyu immediately walked to the changing room and quickly changed her clothes before walking quickly towards the outside of the store. Huh sister Hu, are you leaving? Something's up. Huyu waved her hand at the front desk little sister before walking quickly towards the outside. And at this moment, downstairs, Su-young drove his car and slowly moved out of the parking space. Huyu looked at that 1S6, although it wasn't very satisfactory, it was not bad. She pretended to walk past the side, and Su-young in the car looked at the side of Huyu, seemed to have changed a set of clothes, as if something was wrong. He couldn't help but lower the car window and asked, Teacher Hu, something's up? Right. To go home to get a little something. Huyu looked at Su-young in the car with a surprised look. Where? Su-young himself was also considered warm-hearted, after all, he was still his own private teacher and inquired. Right in front, are you on your way? Huyu looked at Su-young expectantly. Su-young smiled and shook his head slightly, this was indeed not very by the way, sorry, Miss Hu, you go by yourself. It's not on the way. It wasn't like he had never seen a woman before, Su-young turned around and drove away. Huyu looked at the departing car, confused. Not. Let's go. Sigma man? No kidding, I really ran into Sigma man. I'm such a big and beautiful girl, you don't even have hesitation, right? Huyu stood on the side of the road, looking at her reflection on the dark-colored glass. She was wearing a black trench coat with a long halter dress. Her slender but full legs were wrapped in black silk, and she posed in the mirror. Her own figure was quite good, right? The face value was pretty high too. Her more than 100,000 followers on Teasing Voice was enough to represent that her face value was in line with male aesthetics, right? This body, the front and back of the convex hip-waist ratio is also very good. It can't be, right? The way Su-young looked at himself, Huyu could also feel it. Yu Jilan. I'm going to eat Yu Jilan. At this time, Su-young inside the car shook his body, his mouth excitedly kept calling out the name of Yu Jilan. He saw Yu Jilan when he was brushing the video last night. What a Black Pearl 2 diamond recommendation. In the past, when he delivered takeout, he had heard of it, what Jade Chilam was a food list made by Meituan. It seems that the degree of recognition is still good. So he was ready to go and try Yu Jilan, a private dining room that cost about $1,000 per capita. Cell phone ringing, Su-young doubtfully answered the phone. Hey Moshi, this is Su-young. Baka. Su-san. The cherry blossoms in my hometown are blooming, but you're dropping greatly bad. A rude shout rang out from the opposite side of the phone, speak. You and Song Xiao, what is the situation? Drop work. Chapter 26, My son exempted. Song Xiao? Su-young blinked, slightly puzzled. I ran into Song Xiao 2 days ago, so I got together with her for a meal. But, brother chicken. How did you know? Su-young's tone was a bit puzzled. The person on the other side of the phone was from his college days and played quite well. Did you plant surveillance in my house? Su-young's tone was wary. Scram. Tycoon corner of the mouth, said with a light smile, is last night Song Xiao Shelves classmates group sent a video, brother if you look, hey good guy, that tie hanging hair is not you? Finish a phone call to ask. Tycoon toned some ridicule, so, you and her? Me and her what? Su-young laughed lightly, a woman like Song Xiao is something a buddy can touch? If she says a word to us, it's considered a New Year's Eve for the buddies. Su-young in their dormitory of hanging hairs, plus the relationship was already good, talking naturally did not matter. Just by the way bumped into, looking for a meal together, after all, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Su-young explained. Hearing this, Tycoon raised his eyebrows, always felt that something was not quite right off. That's fine, it's fine, stand down. By the way, do you want to get together before the new year? I'll say something to the oldest too? Find a time? Get together? Tycoon inquired at Su-young. Su-young pondered for 2 seconds and nodded, yes. You arrange it, just call me when it's time. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Originally, there was not much pleasantries that could be exchanged between men, so if there was something to say, it was over. Because Yu Jilan was originally in Xinjiang, so the distance from Suyang is still relatively close. Drove the car immediately arrived at the old street. Suyang was actually quite curious, after all, he had not eaten. The vehicle quickly arrived at the destination according to the system's navigation. Suyang once again unlocked a new use of the system, just like VR, retina navigation. A road would appear in front of one's eyes, allowing one to just follow the road. The vehicle stopped at the edge of the street and Suyang stopped the car. Walked down from the car. Looking at the green brick houses on the side of the road, Suyang let out a light smile. It was again the same style as the broad and narrow alley. After walking down the road for a while, Suyang stopped at a dark gate. There wasn't even a signboard in front of this store. And it was still one of those old-fashioned gray bricks stacked out of the house. He knocked on the door. The door of the room was then immediately opened. Looking at the decorations inside, Suyang scratched his head. It was just plain and even a bit old. "May I ask if it's Mr. Su?" The receptionist girl, with a wave of trump, inquired at Suyang. Suyang nodded slightly, "Yes. Mr. Su, please." Suyang followed the other party and walked inside slowly. It was actually like an ordinary old courtyard almost. There were a few tables set up in the courtyard, while the rest of the place also had some tables set up. It wasn't clear what this had to close the door and finish without a signboard was thinking. To preserve the mystery? Or maybe rich people like this tone? Suyang really couldn't understand a bit, because this thing was too far away from him. On the door of the big black door, Suyang did not know, also thought that inside is the secret of the alley. Walked to the private room. Honestly, the decoration does let Suyang still feel on the general. They are not even willing to lay the floor or tile on the ground. Just Nima simply came a lapis lazuli tiles, laying on the ground. Good. Looking at that ground. And looked at the walls, It's just like the old house from more than 10 years ago. The bottom is yellowish and the top is white. The walls were a clear color tone, just like in any office or school. But on the side of the fake put a wooden screen. Desktop is also old wooden table, chair is also the master chair. Hiss. Suyang looked at this decoration, really want to ask the boss in the end in what kind of mental state with this. Looking at the two wooden shelves placed in the window not far away, two ceramic flower pots similar to celadon were placed on it. Took another look around. Pulling back the chair and sitting in it, he reached out and took the menu handed to him by the waiter. He casually flipped through it, unable to read a little O. Although they are all Chinese characters, but honestly, have not eaten, so Suyang's heart really does not have much confidence. Then said to the waiter on the side, "Just me alone, you see, recommend a hair on the line. Broad too." The waitress nodded. "Right, lure broad to smoke not?" Suyang looked at the big mom who turned to leave and inquired. Big mom nodded, walked to the side and reached out to open the cabinet, took out an ashtray from inside and placed it on the table. Then she turned around and walked out again. Sitting on the chair, Suyang was already a little apprehensive. Damn, don't give buddies a cartwheel owl. This is his first time experiencing a high-end restaurant. Looked at the cell phone. The girl that was added in the boutique yesterday sent a message. There's also that pink pussy too. Southern Gardenia, in? Pink nymphette, in? Suyang looked at these two red dots and said that he really didn't want to return and didn't know how to chat with the girl. Thought for a moment, not back is not good. Thereupon sent a message. Sue, at dinner. After sending the message, continue to open the teasing sound and brush the video. It was the same old legs and legs again. Big data held him to death. Having no choice, he backhandedly opened pie shrimp and started brushing it. Inside the sand sculpture video is still okay, just don't know why, now it pushes some emo videos from time to time. See Suyang straight frown. Casually brush for a while. Waiter carrying dishes came over. Lua is the dessert, you first eat to ha the rest of Lu back child only come. Looking at the pre-dinner dessert on the end, Suyang raised eyebrows. Looking at the dessert in front of him, Suyang suddenly bared his teeth. Good. Suyang sort of understand what is called the combination of Chinese and Western. Chinese meal, Western portion, right? Suyang took his chopsticks and picked up the round sweet potato cake and took a bite. How can I say it, tasty and not greasy, not bad. Originally thought to experience the so-called combination of Chinese and Western, I thought it was Chinese food with a Western restaurant style. The end to a combination of Chinese and Western. The result was not expected. I did not expect. Do as Chinese food, finished is the portion of Western food. Price not to mention, dead expensive. One bite of sweet potato cake. Not bad, crispy exterior, inside the sandwich filling, or relatively sweet. Soon another dish came up. Lua is our storeless signature dragon beard noodles. My son exempt. Suyang looked at the small bowl inside the dragon beard noodles, just a little bit of flute? 198? Suyang incredulously looked at the big mom beside him. Big mom sniffed and grinned, rich people are not all Lua eat Lua well. Suyang. Chapter 27 Specifications so high? Looking at the things on the table, Su Yang raised his eyebrows, his tone was a bit unbelievable, bared his teeth and looked at the big mom. Lu, it is a positive dish? Yes, Lu smiled and nodded. The smile is really polite but not Lu's the awkward smile. Looking at the bite of a dish, Su Yang is really taut. He bared his teeth and sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and how can I say it, it's really hard to comment. Helplessly, he took his chopsticks and picked it up, putting it in his mouth and chewing. How can I say it, but all the delicious ones that are made, the first bite you eat will feel delicious. But subsequent to a few more bites, perhaps the flavor will be worse. So the boss is very 6 There was only one bite, so eating it naturally felt delicious and naturally tasted good. This is the second dish. Sliced lungs for husband and wife. Looking at the 2 green and red bell peppers inside, 2 lung slices stacked on top of each other, Su Yang also gave a nod to the boss. Let's just say, just a little bit, frying is probably not too good, right? And at this time Su Yang looked at the husband and wife lung slices stacked together in front of him, fell into deep thought. Where is the rice? I'll just eat it. I'll just eat it. Or that dragon beard noodles, buddy bite eat too fast? Finish that thing is a staple? But that lobster noodle, it's really just one bite. Eating a mouthful of lung slices, he nodded slightly, it was still good, it didn't taste too heavy and fishy. It is this hook 8 slices of lung, just 2 pieces of children, finished with 2 green and red peppers, but also ing are cut too, this ing really is taut a little. Looking at this dish, Su Yang really cannot help but laugh out loud. Good. So play right? A meal to eat and lazy people, Su Yang is really hook 8 taut a little. Song, where? Su, in Yujilan foraging for food. Su Yang are embarrassed to say that they are eating, because of this portion, feel that they really is to forage for food. Do me a favor and give some. Song, Yujilan? I heard it's weirdly expensive. Su, it's okay, just a little less food, come back on your anniversary. Su Yang reached out and sent the picture he took of the husband and wife's lung slices. It was followed by a friend's circle as well, which was nifty and really fun. Su, 298 worth of husband and wife lung slices, don't you want to experience it? Here is that matching picture. This hook 8 is a real joy. Song Xiao looked at the picture sent by Su Yang, and his expression also became a little strange, just a little bit? But are the specifications of his old classmates so high now? Eating at places like Yujilan? Ding! The host spent $1,940 experiencing a high-class restaurant for the first time. Although the flavor was okay and it was a novel experience, the portion was touching. System record, 3,333 yuan. Walking out of the store, Su Yang sighed, this place is still more suitable for any party, or any anniversary to bring people, if you come alone, it's still a little der. Open the circle of friends, looking at the few comments within the circle of friends. It was still Song Xiao and by way, and the finish was Chen Ming and Pink Lady's comments. But it was also quite good. At least there were people who read the circle now. Casually interacting with a few people. Su Yang reached out and pulled open the car door and sat down. Took a cigarette and lit it. One thing that is not bad about the S6 is the keyless entry. As long as the key was in the pocket, it was okay. This was really high tech for Su Yang. Previously she were to experience such a thing. So far he hasn't mixed up an electronic lock, let alone a fingerprint lock. If not for his own change of 15, he still does not know what is called face recognition. Every time you make a payment, you still have to enter a password. Laughing to death. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, he reached out and pressed the button on the side. The vehicle engine started. Su Yang reached out and pulled the seatbelt, inserting it into the carabiner. The seatbelt automatically contracted. Previously, Su Yang was startled by the seatbelt automatically contracting. He thought there was some kind of ghost touching himself. After all, he had seen too little of the world. Time is still early, Su Yang then drove the car, listening to the car dirt high, follow the song. Shaking his head with a cigarette in his mouth, shaking his body. One good point about the automatic gear is that there is no need to shift gears. So free a leg and a hand. Driving the car, Su Yang traveled to Tycoon. This time did not go to Chuanxi Road. Chuanxi Road has been, a lot of pretty girls, legs are also very long, girls are not afraid of cold. No kidding, all into the beauty is really more, especially Tycoon Chuanxi Road broad and narrow alley these places. 3 steps at Chiushuzhen, 5 steps at Guanjilin, really not kidding. So today go to Tycoon, buy some sportswear. Su Yang is ready to climb Qingcheng Mountain, and go to a hot spring on the way after finishing. Just as Chen Ming said. After arriving at Tycoon, Su Yang slowly walked through the middle of Tycoon, pinching 3 skewers of grilled meat in his hand. $10 for 3 skewers of I don't know what kind of meat it is. Anyway, the flavor is good, the additives are probably still pulled full. But the flavor is okay, when I was in elementary school, I ate it once, and I haven't eaten it since. Cannot afford to be a thing, mainly to junior high school after the idle baggage. Eating skewers, Su Yang slowly stroll in Tycoon. Tycoon is considered to be a more special part of Duchang. This commercial area is just like an old street located in a busy city. The antique tiles were paired with modern steel structures. One by one, the walls built out of tempered glass were able to let people see the details inside. The main thing was that there was even a temple here. Suyang belonged to loitering, throwing the bamboo stick in his hand in the trash can and wiping his mouth with a paper towel. Crossing his legs, he walked through the threshold. Remembered that it was that old man who had said to himself before, like the threshold of these temples can't be stepped on, but only crossed over. Crossing over the doorframe, Suyang sniffed the smell of Amat Babuda. That is, the sandalwood scent, only to feel refreshed. It's been a long time since I smelled such a flavor. Fresh fragrance. Indeed, it was just a clear fragrance. And because it was daytime, or late afternoon, there were still more people. Suyang just slowly shuttled through the various temples. Looking at the goddess of mercy hall in front of him, Suyang did not hesitate for a second and knelt on the futon with a brush. Men worship Guanyin and women worship Buddha. Another strange word flashed through Suyang's mind. No matter what it was, there was no difference in worshipping it anyway. The expression was still pious, and there was an inner tranquility. There was no assortment of desires and claims. Because it was also true that he currently did not have any desires to fulfill. From the Hall of Goddess of Mercy, he walked to the Hall of Heavenly Kings, and then from the Hall of Heavenly Kings to the Hall of Medicine Masters, and just went along for the ride. Ahmad Ba, ah shucks. It should be blessed infinite Heavenly Father. Walking out from the temple, Suyang's body also carried a faint smell of incense. Like these temples, the incense was strong and naturally carried a smell of incense after entering. Welcome. Is there anything you need? When the sales lady saw Suyang, she immediately walked over quickly and warmly greeted him. Suyang looked at the various kinds of outdoor equipment and sportswear hiking boots in the store, and opened his mouth to ask, help me match 2 sets of punching jackets, hiking suits and whatnot, just preparing to climb Qingcheng Mountain tomorrow. What about the budget? Sales sniffed with a slight nod and asked thoughtfully. Chapter 28, Mount Qingcheng. The budget doesn't matter. Suyang indeed didn't matter, he was used to tens of thousands of dollars. That's fine. Sales looked at Suyang. Indeed, look at the clothes on Suyang, a set of LV is indeed not bad. This set is the co-branded model of Patriot and Palace, what do you think? The clerk took a punching jacket. Looking at Suyang smiled and said, this one dress, a lot of wear bloggers are wearing, not only can be worn outdoors, in fact, normal wear is also very with. Because the design of this one is more on the side of the street trend, and it's warm and breathable. No. Suyang listened to this, his brain brought a bit confused, warmth and breathability, how did you connect these two things together? Hearing Suyang's words, Sales froze. Crap, the head is itchy. Suyang scratched his head and looked at the Sales in front of him. Sales was silent as he looked at Suyang in front of him. The 4 eyes were facing each other. Forget it, wrap it up. Suyang was too lazy to continue thinking about how these two things could be connected together. Sales awkwardly bit his lower lip. This hook 8 question asked almost gave her cerebellum to ask atrophy. Right pants also get it for me. Finish the color collocation give me get a little, specific I really do not understand. And shoes where comfortable point also come 2 pairs. Match it up and report the price on the line. Suyang smoothly sat on the chair in the rest area. He was also too lazy to get up and try them on. These sizes were all standard sizes anyway. And Suyang is a man who was average no matter what. Naturally, the size he wore was also the standard size. A few sales clerks not far away gathered together and already laughed out loud. Just now, Suyang's rhetorical question did put a few people also asked. As soon as they saw their friend's awkward look, a few people couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sir, this is tea. Please wait a moment, we are matching it for you. The store manager carried a cup of tea and placed it on the coffee table in front of Suyang. Suyang nodded slightly and continued to survey the store's surroundings. He was thinking, should he take some time and buy a tent and camping equipment? Finish up and go camping? He believed that many men had had the dream of camping, right? There's a chance to get one and try it out, it's too cold this time of the year, put it aside for now. After a while, the clerk came over with a few sets of clothes with matching colors. Pushing the hanger. Standing in front of Suyang, she displayed and introduced them. This time her wording was much more formal. And very cautious. Suyang took a look, not bad, wrap it all up. All? The clerk froze at the words. Well, wrap them all up. It was just 5 or 6 sets, Suyang made an impulsive consumption, in fact, it was dyslexia, don't know what to choose, then all of them. Sir, don't you want to consider the price? The clerk pondered for a moment, but still opened his mouth and said, these 5 sets of clothes together, the estimated price is around $70,000 to $80,000. While Suyang's tone was still as bland and unhurried as ever, nodding politely, wrap it up. The clerk tried to see a hint of heartache or some panic from Suyang's face. But none of it was there. No, all? Who buys clothes like this? Even if she was idly adding clothes to her shopping cart, she would have to hesitate. Let alone pay. Yes, sir. We'll pack it for you right away. The store manager on the side looked anxious and hurriedly pushed the clerk with his elbow, then hurriedly pushed the clothes rack to the side. Soo-young, on the other hand, continued to drink his tea and looked at the pretty girl passing by the store entrance. Good legs. It's a pity that it will have uterine cold in the future. To be honest, if you dare to say that you didn't do a good job of sitting in the moonlight, Soo-yang's big mouth will be directly smoked. I don't even want to stop. 2 pairs of shoes, plus 5 sets of clothes pants, because the price is expensive, so the clothes pants are carton packaging. Soo-yang found these things. As long as the price came up, then the quality of the packaging also came up. It is also true that tens of thousands of dollars of clothes, if a plastic bag is set, it is probably not very good. And all these boxes would have some small cards or some kind of messy ribbon packaging. The total is $87,400. There's a discount for the new year. This is already the discounted price. The store manager looked at Soo-yang expectantly. Soo-young nodded slightly and took out his cell phone and scanned it. Ding! The host spent 87,400 yuan on clothing. System reward, 100,000 yuan. The system's reward was not fixed, but it was always a bit higher than the price of one's consumption. So no matter what, Soo-yang was making a bloody profit. Under the enthusiastic compliments of the clerk and the store manager, Soo-young carried the bag and walked towards the car with great effort. He casually threw the stuff in the trunk. Don't say, once consumed, the attitude of the service has swished up. If not too good, Soo-yang has let them help themselves to carry things. Unfortunately, his face is still a little thin. Soo-yang turned around and drove back home again. It was already hard enough for Otaku to go out. If he was allowed to stay out longer, he really didn't know what he was going to do. Basically, the purpose of going out was very strong. After doing what he wanted to do, he immediately went home and never hung around. Got home, took the charger for his cell phone. Bouncing downstairs, humming, bobbing his head and calling out. Hot springs. Soak in the hot springs. Castle Mountain. Mount Qingchang. Ding. System navigation is at your service. Destination Mount Qingchang, 67 kilometers. About 1 hour's drive. Hot springs, hot springs. Listening to the earth high, Soo-yang stepped on the gas pedal and the vehicle quickly traveled towards the destination. To be honest, growing up so big, where has he ever soaked in a hot spring? System. Find me a hot spring hotel. Just in the vicinity of Qingchang Mountain, after finishing its best to get up the next day and go climbing the mountain kind of thing. Ding. Do you need a reservation? Private villa. With private bath butler service. Reservation. Soo-young immediately nodded his head. Lest it would be awkward to go and stay without a place, letting the system arrange just that. Anyway, the system on the service for their own, are in accordance with their own habits. And Soo-young for the first time, do not want more people together. A person bubble a pool strange comfortable loo. Hey. Driving a car, traveling toward the destination. When Soo-young is about to arrive, twilight is sinking. Not far from the Qingchang mountain, also was shrouded in twilight. However, there were some areas on the mountain that were lit up. One by one, the brightly lit lodges guided the way, and Soo-young drove his car on the more oil road between the mountains and forests. Driving at night always made people a little lonely, but accompanied by music, it seemed cool. It was true that driving should be done at night, because there were fewer cars and fewer people. By the time Soo-young people arrived, it was already past 8 o'clock. Chapter 29 Hot Spring Villa, Butler Service. Drove the car to the entrance of the hot spring villa. The security guard in the parking lot guided the parking. After parking the car, Soo-young took his cell phone and took another pack of cigarettes from the trunk. Standing at the door, Soo-young took a deep breath. The air quality here was really good. A mouthful of cold air inhalation seemed to empty the turbidity of the lungs. The trees all carried the scent of fragrant grass, and you could also smell a sulfurous odor that belonged uniquely to the hot springs. Welcome. Walking up 8 or 9 steps, the wooden gate was illuminated by lights. Upon entering the door was a wooden partition. And a wooden bar was placed in front of it. The girl at the front desk immediately smiled at Soo-young and asked, Welcome, do you have a reservation? There is. Surname Soo. Mr. Soo, right? The girl glanced at the reservation information on the computer. She hurriedly turned around and took the key from one side. Raising her hand, she gestured, Mr. Soo, please follow me. Because you booked the villa area, you have to walk up a bit further. It's fine. Soo-young nodded, then followed the other party towards the inside. Looking at the bustling mountain villa. Sisters wearing all kinds of swimsuits were just soaking in the hot spring pools and playing around. There were also children constantly running around. Most of them came as a family. And there were big soup pools, small soup pools, just like this all over the various areas around. Soo-young just followed each other and walked up from the center steps. The stone tiles of the steps had light strips stuck on the sides, just like a fluorescent step. Because it was built in accordance with the mountain. Followed the steps up. Walked up to the top. In front of the first villa. The butler reached out and opened the wooden fence door. Su Yang then followed and walked in. There was a separate bath in the not-so-small and not-so-small yard, in which the hot springs had been put in long ago, carrying a sulfurous smell. There were also some messy flower petals floating on top of it, which was still weirdly pretty. Mr. Su, please don't worry, we've already sterilized the bath, you can use it without worry. All the supplies in the villa are disposable and will not be reused. If there is any need, you can contact me. I'm always on standby. Su Yang nodded. Walking inside, he looked around. Just a very large villa had several rooms. The bedrooms were connected to the courtyard. And there was no cover in front of the courtyard, because it was halfway up the hill, so it could look out over the entire city. Looking at the lights not far away, looking at the crowds of people below. The elegant environment of this place all made Su Yang relax physically and mentally. And he could also see all the people soaking in the bath below, looking at the people below in the public bath. Su Yang inexplicably had a somewhat strange expression. Was he considered class? Privilegism? Laughing. Ding. The host is ready to soak in the hot spring, because the elegant environment makes the host's heart happy. The host feels that perhaps, enjoyment is also a staple of everyday life. System reward, 18,888,888 yuan. Well, it hasn't even started to soak yet, the rewards have already started to arrive. Su Yang looked at the butler on the side and asked, the swimsuits are all ready, right? According to the size you gave us, we have already put it in the closet. And the snack meals are all ready. The butler walked over to the side of the closet and reached down to open it. And the champagne fruit plate snacks have been placed in the yard. Would you like to take a look? Take a look. Su Yang walked out into the courtyard and looked at a long table on the side of the courtyard with all sorts of wine fruit plate pastries. Walking out into the courtyard, looking at the fruit plates in the courtyard, and champagne and whatnot, Su Yang was actually just experiencing it. Only after finishing did he let the system arrange it. There are also some messy snacks and whatnot. GGG. Soak in the hot springs, watch movies, eat snacks, and enjoy life. Woohoo! Take off. Su Yang let out a strange scream inside. Walking to the bedroom, he opened the closet and looked at the swim trunks inside. The butler on the side immediately spoke, Mr. Su, don't worry, the swim trunks are newly bought and have been dry cleaned and sterilized, you can use them without worry. The toiletries are all newly bought as well, and I've sterilized them all with hot water. The sheets and covers are all disposable. Unlike the suites, the supplies in the villa area are all disposable, so you can rest assured that you can use them. This series of rest assured use made Su Yang understand why there was such a thing as privilege. This was really cool. Su Yang felt that he had fallen. Where had he ever lived like this? Staying in a hotel and having a butler? Who would dare to believe it? The butler retreated while Su Yang took off his clothes and hurriedly got into the bathroom. The butler, on the other hand, packed up the clothes that Su Yang brought and hung them in the closet. He also received the clothes that Su Yang took off into the closet and hung the swimming trunks aside. Turning around, he left again. Su Yang, who came out of the bathroom, looked at the house being tidied up. He'd sked and smacked his lips. What the hell, so this is how rich people enjoy themselves. Good, good, good. Su Yang hurriedly put on his swim trunks and felt a slight coolness coming in when he walked out the door. He hurriedly walked to the pool and brushed into the water. As we all know, heat expands and cold shrinks. When the cold skin touched the sizzling hot spring, Su Yang immediately covered his cow, bared his teeth and squatted in the water, unable to move a little. Ouch! Pain! It took a while before he could slow down, his whole body leaning comfortably in the pool. And the butler also walked in and stood at the side, silently waiting for Su Yang's command. Looking at the butler who stood not far away, wearing a uniform, with a smile at the corner of his mouth looking into the distance, Su Yang simply did not bother to say anything. After all, it was a little bit of social fear, not knowing what to say. Then he lay on the edge of the pool and looked at the group of people below playing around in the pool. Not to mention, looking at other people in the heat of the moment, he was alone, and would also feel a little lonely. But it was just a fleeting moment. Soaking in the hot spring, Su Yang lightly laughed. Just how long has it been since he had taken a bath? It seems like when I was a kid, squatting in a big basin, that should be considered a soak, right? Although it was just like killing a pig, throwing himself in a big bathtub and giving himself a bath afterward, it should be considered a bath. It was slightly embarrassing, but it wasn't in the way. Su Yang looked at the butler and said somewhat less than kindly, can the champagne be opened for me? Okay, Mr. Su. The butler reached out and opened the champagne from the ice bucket. Then poured some into a tall glass. Half squatting at the edge of the pool, he handed it to Su Yang. Taking the fruit plate in his hand, he walked over to Su Yang's side and put it aside. Drinking a mouthful of champagne, Su Yang only felt sweet and sour. The flavor was still good, just like the juice. So champagne is this flavor? Looking at the pink liquid, Su Yang smacked his lips. Not bad. It could be drunk as fruit juice. Soaking in the hot springs, the whole person was like having his spine pumped, sitting softly in the pool, feeling the hot springs spreading to his chest. Woohoo, bashful owl. Chapter 30, Hot Springs, Champagne, Cozy Life. Do you want some? Su Yang held his wine glass and looked at the hair-tied housekeeper, wearing a small suit on top and straight jeans underneath. There was a pair of high heels under her feet. One could still see the black silk exposed on the surface of her heels. Okay, Mr. Su, as long as you need. The housekeeper smiled and nodded, picking up a wine glass from the side as well and poured some champagne into the glass. He then clinked his glass with Su Yang, and the goblet made a crisp sound. Su Yang looked at the butler in front of him and smiled slightly. Shells. Taking a sip of the champagne, it all tasted good. Leaning against the pool, Su Yang looked helplessly, shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's true that drinking alone is a bit boring. Why don't you also accompany me to soak? Just soak your feet casually. Otherwise a person soaking, you standing on the side, strange awkward." Listening to Su Yang's words, the other party couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Looking at the tops of her high-heeled shoes, she was a little hesitant. This isn't too good, right? There's nothing bad about it. Su Yang turned around and continued to look at the skyline not far away. Because it was dozens of kilometers away, no skyscrapers or cities could be seen. Only a ray of light could be seen. An orange light, like the breaking dawn that broke through the darkness. The scenery was indeed beautiful. And the lodges that stretched down the mountain were all lit up with various kinds of lights, and the lights of 10,000 homes were accompanied by the green mountains and the green water. Looking at the brick houses, layers upon layers, like terraces, spreading upwards step by step. Don't you think, at this time, you should look at the scenery? Su Yang's tone was leisurely, carrying a sense of relaxation and coziness. Just think of it as it's almost New Year's Eve, and you're taking a short vacation. Then, the girl pursed her thin lips that were coated with pink lip gloss. "Thank you, Mr. Su." She playfully gave a thank you to Su Yang. Afterwards, she pulled up her pants, removed her black silk short stockings, and put those bejeweled little feet into the water. She softly sucked in a breath of cold air, only to feel that the coldness in her body was also dispelled. When her legs were placed in the water, she laughed softly. "It's a bit embarrassing to say it, I've been working here for almost half a year, and I've never taken a dip." "Your boss doesn't allow it?" Su Yang tilted his head and looked at the housekeeper sitting on the side. Looking at the other person's badge, Lin Muyang. Not a bad name. No lie, it seemed that because of Su Yang's kind attitude, she wasn't as formal. She just pursed her lips a little coyly. "Some of it isn't very nice. It feels weirdly awkward to take a bath in a bathing suit. So you're also a dirt dog from the mainland who hasn't seen the sea, right?" Su Yang sniffed and sked his mouth, teasingly flirting. Lin Muyang looked at Su Yang in surprise. "How do you know?" "Because I am too." Su Yang shrugged. "Those of us, who have lived for so many decades, haven't gone out, haven't seen the sea, and although we've seen high mountains we haven't climbed them. People who live inside Shankaka, have never seen the sea, naturally feel a little ashamed of swimsuits." Hearing this, Lin Muyang smiled wanly. "Yes. But is your Guizhou fun?" Su Yang looked at Lin Muyang curiously. Lin Muyang smiled and nodded slightly. "Not bad, in fact, it's similar to the Sichuan and Shu side, it's just that there are more ethnic minorities, and then it's the atmosphere of the ethnic minorities that's more intense. Jinyuan Ancient Town, Thousand Houses, Miaozhai, Fanjing Mountain, Huangguashu Waterfalls, there are still a lot of scenic spots." Speaking of his hometown, Lin Muyang's tone was also much more cheerful. Su Yang, on the other hand, nodded thoughtfully. He could go there when he had time. It seems that Sichuan and Shu are not very far away. To climb the mountains, to experience the customs of the Miao village, to feel the songs and dances of the ethnic minorities beating and jumping. Have you been to all of these? Su Yang looked at Lin Muyang curiously. She sniffed with some embarrassment, that also didn't have that opportunity. "Ha ha ha, is that so?" Su Yang didn't feel strange when he sniffed and laughed at himself. "Actually, I've been in Ducheng for several years as well, and this is the first time I've come to Mount Qingcheng." "But why did you think of coming here to work?" Su Yang looked at Lin Muyang with some doubt. A girl who came out from inside the mountain Kaka came to work inside the mountain Kaka? It always felt strange. "It's a bit quieter here and more familiar." Lin Muyang tilted her head and blinked her big eyes, shaking her Jiojio. "It feels strange to stay inside the city. And it's too busy, it feels a bit distant for me, and then there's the fact that the wages here are pretty high. It just so happens that I'm on vacation, so I thought I'd come here to work." "Aren't you going home for the new year?" Su Yang sniffed with some doubt. Lin Muyang's expression was a little lost for a moment. She took a sip of champagne, feeling the sweet and sour flavor in her mouth. Her tone was a little bitter. "Not going back. If I go back, I won't be able to get out." "There is a story?" But Su Yang didn't really want to ask more. Everyone has everyone's bitterness. There were times when family wasn't necessarily a harbor either, it could also be a source of stress. Here's to life. Su Yang held his wine cup and looked into the distance, seemingly feeling emotional. Took a sip. Soothingly exhaled. "It's so comfortable." Reaching out, he pulled his hair with water. The two of them were chatting like this, from the south to the north, the sky and the sea. There was no set topic. Just talk when they wanted to talk. Su Yang soaked for a while, only to feel soothed. And the mood is also much better, at least now he can communicate with strangers without obstacles. Just chatting idly and kibitzing without any purpose. When the state comes, you can talk to a dog for a couple of sentences. Either that or not say a word. But more than talking, Su-young preferred to be a listener, so he listened to Lin Mu-young talking about his pain, talking about the boredom in his heart, but also sort of give her some relief. And Su-young also sort of listened to some interesting things. Consider it as a pastime when you are bored. After taking a bath and putting on some clothes, he sat on the sofa on the viewing platform of the second floor balcony, eating snacks and taking pictures with his cell phone. Not to mention, the scenery here is indeed good. Su-young looked at the duo in the glasses. Lin Mu-young also smiled slightly as he looked at the picture, indeed. But brother Su, your skill in taking pictures is a bit poor. Snow leopard. Shut up. Su-young immediately shouted in a strange accent. Lin Mu-young froze at his words and suddenly reacted. Laughing out loud. You're good, you're on? Su-young skimmed his mouth. It was not easy for himself to come to an interest in taking a picture, but as a result, he was spat on. Sniffing, Lin Mu-young, standing beside Su-young, took his cell phone and clicked the shutter. After turning the picture over, he looked at Su-young triumphantly. Su-young looked at that picture, the position has not changed. But indeed the one she took did look better. TSK. You're such a little stirrer. It's true that in the aspect of taking pictures, most girls still have some talent. I'm sending you a message. Lin Mu-young shook her cell phone. Su-young nodded slightly. Alright, let's stop here today, take a nap first. By the way, tomorrow I'm going to climb Mount Qingcheng. So remember to prepare a breakfast for me, thanks. Okay, Lin Mu-young immediately resumed her work. Putting his hands at the small of his back, he bowed slightly, his tone carrying respect. Good night, Mr. Su. Good night. Butler Lin. Seeing this, Su-young also had a serious face and waved his hand. Stand down. Ding. The host and the innkeeper chatted freely, soaking in the hot springs and listening to other people's lives, with stories as the dish and champagne as the wine. System reward, 8888 yuan. Chapter 31, Smile to the warmth, rest in peace. Listening to the crunching sound of the system in his head, Su-young opened his Weixin. Sent a friend circle. With the Qingcheng Mountain hot spring pool, and the surrounding scenery, a photo with Lin Mu-young. There is always 1 or 2 wins on earth to fill my 100,000 and 80,000 dreams. Put the copy into the input, move the small hand to send. Finished, gorgeous. Lying on the bed, Su-young turned on the TV, watched the TV, leaned on the bed. The heart is actually still a little restless. That is a kind of restlessness deep inside after leaving the comfort circle, caused by restlessness. It was actually the time. The time after 12 o'clock is always easy to make people feel restless inside. Not to mention being in an environment like an inn or hotel. This is because out of the comfort zone, so the inner restlessness, the inner will associate all kinds of love affairs. If you follow the old ways. Should be to take out the phone, open the chat software, search for people nearby. Then chatting, a sentence and all for nothing. Except the reality. Sleep. So Su-young directly eliminated the first 2 steps and chose to sleep directly. Throw your cell phone away and go straight to sleep. Su-young envied those who slept in seconds, or else those who got up in seconds. As a procrastinator, he already had some difficulty getting up and sleeping. The cell phone ringtone suddenly rang, and Su-young, who was just about to go to sleep, frowned in annoyance. Forgot to turn on the mute. Usually no one called himself, so Su-young basically didn't have his cell phone ringing. Puzzled, he picked up the phone. A shout came out from the opposite side of the phone. Hook 8, are you in Qingcheng Mountain? Su-young's tone was a bit tired. Yeah, in Qingcheng Mountain looking for a bath. You came to Qingcheng Mountain without calling me? Tycoon's tone carried a hint of incredulity. Feelings fade, right? You don't get along anymore? There's someone else out there? Listening to Tycoon's bombardment, Su-young scratched his head in confusion. You're also in Qingcheng Mountain? Of course I'm in Mount Qingcheng, didn't I open a store here? Chicken Su-young's tone carried a hint of exhaustion and helplessness. Let me sleep first, okay? We'll talk tomorrow, I'm sleepy. That's fine, you sleep first, we'll talk tomorrow. After saying that, Tycoon hung up the phone. Su-young breathlessly pressed the mute button on his cell phone. Closed his eyes and slept. The next morning, Su-young climbed up from the bed and stretched lazily. His body was soothed, soaking in the hot spring did relieve his fatigue. Yesterday, I estimated that after running for more than half an hour, I was already sweating. But because it was a little late, so did not go to the sauna, this day have to come to a set. The first hot spring, then steam sauna, then massage, and then sleep. Woohoo! The moment he thought of this arrangement, Su-young couldn't help but jump a little. Taking the cell phone aside, he walked to the edge of the balcony. In the mountains in the early morning, everything was still immersed in a dream world, only the breeze brushed through the treetops and whispered softly, bringing a hint of life to this world. The mountains loomed in the distance, and under the sunset, it looked like a huge ink scroll. At the moment of sunrise, the sky is flooded with a faint reddish haze, like the face of first love, gentle and delicate. The morning mist lingers in the mountains, as if it were a light veil, adding a mysterious atmosphere to the whole valley. The birds in the distance are singing happily, adding a vitality and vigor to this wonderful moment. The sun rose slowly, and the golden rays of light showered the mountains, illuminating everything. The trees swayed in the morning light and the mountain streams flowed in the clear water, as if telling the beauty and magic of nature. Everything was so quiet and serene, as if time had stopped at this moment. At this moment Su Yang felt the power and beauty of nature, and it was as if his mind had been baptized. In this serene mountain, he felt the peace and calmness deep within his heart, as if he had become one with this nature, becoming a part of this valley. Opening his hands, he embraced the warm sun and took a deep breath. That air seemed to carry a sweet fragrance. Ding! Smile to the warmth, be at peace. Sense nature, experience life. System reward, 8888 yuan. Good morning system. Looking at the friends circle where the red dot. Su Yang reached out and clicked in. Only to see that the comments section was a bit lively. Bye, withdraw. Withdrawn. Do you know what you posted means for a bitter laborer? Song, +1 little and I just got off work and saw you enjoying life. Kai, you're in Mount Qingcheng? Pink lady, die. A message back a day? Dad, Missy went to the hot springs? Mom, Missy lack of money? Why don't mom turn you a little? Mom, the sidely youngest sister is bang? You're not coming tomorrow? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get a good deal on this, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to. Before this letter of prestige 10 days and a half months will not ring a few times. Now instead of lively up, Su Yang happily back a few people message. Looking at the comments of his parents, a hint of softness flashed in his eyes. Seeing Hu Yu's comment, Su Yang suddenly remembered something. He had forgotten about the matter of working out. Looking at the time, it was only 7 o'clock. Su Yang scratched his head and sent a message to Hu Yu. Su, Coach Hu, I forgot, I'm going to climb Qingqing Mountain today, does it count as exercise? Not 2 seconds later the message came back. Who, counts. But do warm-up exercises before climbing the mountain, I'll send you a video, you learn it yourself. Who, forget it, you first watch it once, then make a video, I'll teach you. Su, thank you, good man. Looking at the message sent by Su Yang, Hu Yu had a head full of black lines. This trainee is a bit outrageous. A little bit of debauchery and love of freedom. He only paid the money yesterday, he didn't even have a formal lesson, and he just ran away like this? She really didn't think that she, a private tutor, would still have the days to mix it up and teach live. Took a shower, changed to punch, Su Yang looked at his own black punch. Standing in front of the full-body mirror. Looking at himself in that mirror, he grinned. Dressed in a black punching suit, his gangly handsome face exuded an unruly charm. The deep eyes revealed a hint of cunning, and the tips of his slender eyebrows were slightly raised, outlining a touch of evil and handsome. The facial features are distinct, the outline is hard and strong, and the corner of the mouth hangs a dashing smile, like a touch of flavor in the city night. The punching jacket fit snugly outlined his sturdy figure, and the unique atmosphere made people involuntarily moved by it. Su Yang looked at the neckline that was about to cover the position of the tip of his nose. Only a pair of eyes leaked out. Because Crispy had helped himself to fix his eyebrows, he looked even more handsome, sword eyebrows and starry eyes could be said. He reached over and put on the sunglasses that were on the side. Putting the sun hat on again, in matching a black diamond-shaped mask. Grow ugly, just reduce the area that leaks out. Looking at himself in the mirror, he casually saluted the Air Force. Damn, really being handsome by himself. Chapter 32, Colorful Face? Stuffed the headphones and cell phone in the pocket, and took the cigarettes and lighter and stuffed them in the other pocket. Since it was a punching bag, there were plenty of pockets even if it didn't sag when you put things in them. The hard version of a punching bag is not as saggy as a sweatshirt. And the clothes also fit themselves just right. After changing his clothes, Su Yang reached out and pressed the landline on the table. Hello? Number 1, send a breakfast, please. Okay, Mr. Su. Here, immediately arrange for the kitchen to deliver the meal, I have already sent you the menu. You confirm the meal you need, just send me the prestige. Lin Muyang on the other side of the phone spoke in a cheerful and relaxed tone, because after chatting freely with Su Yang yesterday, the pressure that had built up inside of her was considered to have been relieved. Suppressing pressure inside for a long period of time would indeed result in an explosive collapse of emotions at some point. So with such a relief opening, Lin Muyang also felt a bit more relaxed. The tone of his voice naturally cheered up as well. Looking at the menu Lin Muyang had sent himself. Su Yang pondered for 2 seconds, so let's simply have 2 large meat buns, in with soy milk and a serving of mung bean porridge. Su, remember to give me some spicy. Lin, got it, I got myself a special chili pepper, give you some as well. Su, thank you kindly. Looking at the message Su Yang returned, Lin Muyang Without chili, just eating meat buns alone, Su Yang really couldn't eat a little. As a Sichuan Shu person, without spicy, really can't live a little. Walking out of the room, Su Yang walked to the door, took the tea from the car and circled back. Just as he walked to the door, he saw Lin Muyang carrying a breakfast, standing at the door. Su Yang looked at the other party before quipping, "You look good today?" "Yes?" Lin Muyang sniffed a little shyly. "I guess it's because I slept better last night. After chatting with you for a while yesterday, I feel so much more comfortable sleeping." "Don't say something that will make people misunderstand." Su Yang pushed the door and walked inside. Lin Muyang laughed lightly at his words, placing the dinner plate in his hand on the dining room table. Looking at the equipment on Su Yang's body, she brightened up. "You're so handsome in this today." "Have a vision." Su Yang almost couldn't hold back his dejected laughter. Narcissistic Lin Muyang blanked Su Yang. Then she reached for the tea leaves on the table. "Are you going to make tea?" "Let me do it, you eat first." "Okay, thanks." Su Yang then sat on the chair and ate the meat bun. Looking at the small bowl of total red chili peppers, some scallions and cilantro could also be seen inside. "This should be oil chili, right?" Su Yan looked at the red oil and could no longer control himself, using his chopsticks to get up a little bit of chili and put it on the bun to take a bite. Chewing, his eyes lit up. Good. Just for this chili, he could down a few big buns. "This chili is Shan Shan Zanchue from the southern province side. I specially let my friend send it over. The flavor is super good," said Lin Muyang's saliva was also somewhat secreted. She was excitedly talking to Su Yang about how to get this chili. "I also added some minced garlic in it, then got some sesame seeds, poured it in after the oil was hot, and sprinkled some chopped scallions or something. Super delicious." "Indeed delicious." Su Yang nodded his head approvingly and gave Lin Muyang a thumbs up. Ding. After eating a portion of Butler Lin's secret dipping water and breakfast, the host was in a happy mood, and his goodwill towards the southern province had risen greatly. Prepare to make a trip there when you have the chance. System reward, 666 yuan. Aha! Beautiful juice. A morning meal, accompanied by green bean porridge. Su Yang exhaled in relief. It was indeed delicious, tasty, and fragrant. After eating, he took the tissue on the table and wiped the corners of his mouth. Lazily lying on the chair. He was full, but what if he didn't want to move? "Ah, Butler Lin. Order it down. In 10 minutes, I want to stand on top of Qingcheng Mountain." Su Yang suddenly slammed the table, his tone of voice carrying an unquestionable dominance. It was as if Mr. Hegemony was going to make a conglomerate go out of business in 3 minutes. "Talking. Do you not want to go?" Lin Muyang's expression became derisively ambiguous. Su Yang sighed at his words. Go or go right. I seem to remember saying that there is a private tour guide, right? Arrange it. "Hello Mr. Su, I am your personal butler and private guide." Lin Muyang stood aside with a smile on her face. "Su Yang. A person working 2 jobs and giving you a share of the money, how are you smiling?" Su Yang scat his mouth, his eyes were a little contemptuous and a little emotional. "It's only you clear and stupid college students who can laugh. And laugh so happily." In an instant, the smile on Lin Muyang's face stiffened. Full of thoughts, 2 jobs, 1 money. 2 jobs, 1 money. No, I should say half a share, because she is a part-time job, and will have to go back when school starts. So, 2 jobs, half the money. Nope, cleaning herself occasionally. 3 jobs, half the money. Su Yang just watched Lin Muyang's face, from red to black, from black to purple. A colorful face? After some discussion, Su Yang was ready to climb the back mountain. After all, Butler Lin said that the scenery of the back mountain was good. Carrying a backpack with some water and snacks, he was able to replenish some consumption. Lin Muyang felt that if her evil sword immortal came in front of her right now, she would be able to give evil sword immortal 2 big pussy pockets. Throwing the stuff in the back seat, Su Yang reached out and pulled open the car door, sitting in the driver's seat. Lin Muyang sat in the passenger seat, curiously surveyed the interior of the car for a couple of moments, and sat aside somewhat restrainedly. "Pull the seatbelt," Su Yang reminded her, then turned the car around and quickly followed her directions, traveling towards the ticket gate. Su Yang wasn't a local either, so he still had to buy a ticket, even though Lin Muyang said that there were trails to take. But Su Yang felt that the ticket thing was still interesting. He himself can collect all the tickets of the major scenic spots in the country in the future, and then spread his footprints to all the major countries. For $80, Su Yang bought a ticket. Lin Muyang could not need to buy it because she worked at the BB over here. "Just take your work permit and you can go in." "So it's about to start?" Su Yang looked at Lin Muyang on the side. Lin Muyang nodded with disinterest. Su Yang sniffed and reached out to open his cell phone, calling Huyu. The money was given. "How are you?" Looking at the punching jacket Su Yang was wearing and the outfit, Huyu raised her eyebrows. Not to mention, this set was strangely handsome. "Alright, coach, who start?" Lin Muyang on the side stared blankly at Su Yang doing his warm-up exercises. Feeling a bit out of place, the people passing by also looked at Su Yang a bit strangely. Some old men and women, seeing this, also followed Su Yang's lead and did warm-up exercises. Lin Muyang, who was holding up his cell phone, was already embarrassed and wanted to drill into the ground. So embarrassing. 15 minutes later, Su Yang's face was a bit flushed and he drank some water. Looking at the video, Huyu, who was wearing yoga pants with a small undershirt, he thanked Coach, who worked hard. It's not hard who you looked at Su Yang and spoke, when you finish climbing the mountain, remember to contact me, I'm teaching you to do some movements that can relieve the soreness of your muscles. You regularly don't exercise, sudden movements can cause lactic acid to build up in your body, the best thing to do is to find who you thoughtfully gave Su Yang instructions. Su Yang nodded. Chapter 33 Ed himself with low self-esteem. Then hung up the phone. Looking at the rugged goat path, the ground was covered with stone steps. It was covered with mottled traces, and it could be seen that these stone steps had a long history. The brook on the side clattered, accompanied by the breeze blowing by. The leaves of the trees also made a rustling sound. Su Yang didn't wear headphones, but just listened to the sounds of nature around him. Slowly walking on the steps. You don't have to follow me up, I'll just go up by myself. Su Yang looked at Lin Muyang. Honestly, he was still used to being alone. If he was followed by someone on the side instead, he was a little less comfortable. But? No buts. Su Yang waved his hand, farewell. Smiling faintly at Lin Muyang, Su Yang opened his legs and walked slowly towards the steps with a rich rhythm. A secluded heaven and earth, as if it was a fairyland forgotten by time. Away from the hustle and bustle of the walkway gradually winding up, the stone slabs underfoot paved a natural green corridor. The dense sea of bamboos sway along the way, and the gentle sound of bamboo leaves, like a natural murmur, comes from the breeze. The mountain path winds and twists, and exotic flowers and grasses compete to open on both sides. The aroma of flowers wafts with the wind, making you feel as if you were in a sea of flowers. In this tranquil atmosphere, a faint cloud hangs around, hidden, sketching out a mysterious and charming picture. The slightly cold air in the early morning blew on his face, making him feel a slight coolness. Since he was wearing a hat, Su Yang wasn't worried that he would get a headache. Carrying his backpack, he walked for about half an hour or so. Su Yang's breathing was also a bit dull. Surveying the surrounding scenery, he unscrewed the lid of his water bottle and took a sip of water. Looking into the distance, he looked at the beautiful scenery of the mountains. But listening to the tourists passing by, they said that it would take another hour of walking before they could walk up the mountainside. Where was the ropeway? 1 hour? Su Yang raised his hand and looked at his watch. It's still early. He just strolled slowly on that rugged trail. From time to time, he touched the trees and looked at the flowers and plants. Caressing the stone walls along the way, he felt the historical heritage of this mountain range. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had felt like this. It seemed like ever since he was born, he had been rushing, always striving. Yet he didn't know exactly why he was working hard, he just grew up hearing, why what to study, why what to struggle. But he does not know if this is right, only know that everyone is like this. Then also so go with the flow. Without his own consciousness and opinion, he goes along with what everyone else does. Everyone is like that, so it must be right? Strolling through the mountains, his breath seemed to start synchronizing with nature. It was as if he was becoming one with nature, and he wasn't climbing the mountain just for the sake of it. On the side of the road, from time to time, you can still see some aunts and uncles selling snacks. Selling some fried food, grilled sausage or something. However, Su Yang did not have that idea for the time being, so he just continued to wander around slowly. Like an old man going to the park to stroll around. The old man and old woman who were supposed to go up the mountain with Su Yang, he could no longer see his back. Yet there was no hurry. Ding! Sensing nature, the host finally allowed himself to slow down. There are times when slowing down is not necessarily a bad thing. Sense of nature, more than 20 years of life, there doesn't seem to be anything worth remembering. More than 20 years have passed in a flash. Surprisingly, a quarter of life has already passed. It's also time to slow down and add some memories to your life. System reward, 88,888 yuan. Yes, it's time to slow down. It's time to slow down. Su Yang recalled his 20 years of life, and it seemed that there was really nothing worth remembering. It was just like that, going through the motions, following the rules, doing things, being a human being. It was like being a part made by a module. The only function was to live, laboriously, without purpose. Crap! Chicken? Su Yang suddenly froze, looking at the Tycoon who was standing at the roadside stall. That's right, this big bladder, this big man, this big belly. Oldest? Tycoon heard a chicken brother shivered in fear. This world can be so called their own so few people. And one of them, obviously saw Su Yang who was wandering in Qingqing Mountain last night. Damn, is it really you? Su Yang hurriedly looked at Chicken with a smile without the slightest hesitation. Immediately took the roasted sausage that was warming on the side of the frying pan. Throwing it to the chili tank on the side, he immediately sprinkled some chili noodles. After pulling the zipper of his collar down a bit, he immediately chewed on the grilled sausage. That smells really good, ow. He, right? Tycoon smiled, whispered in Su Yang's ear, wholesale market buy, one on $1. Casually eat to eat. Ignoring the tourists. Chewing on the meat sausage, Su Yang, his mind resounded with the words of those uncles and mothers along the way. All homemade meat sausage, $10 a piece, the flavor is very good. Swallowing the roasted intestines in his mouth, Su Yang's expression was a little stiff. Homemade, is your lie. Sure enough, these hook 8 scenic spots, only the people are real, the rest are fake. Casually finished the roasted sausage, Soo-young took a bamboo skewer and skewered the taro lump, sprinkled some chili noodles. Smoothly sat on the chair, took out the cigarette from his pocket and threw it to Tycoon. How's business? He looked at the people passing by with some curiosity. Did anyone really buy this stuff? There should be. It's not bad, I can sell a few $100s a day. Tycoon inhaled, casually pulled out a cigarette from the cigarette case and handed it to Soo-young, holding one in his own mouth. In passing, he put the cigarette case in his pocket. It was only a good friend who could do such a shameless thing. That's pretty good, Soo-young nodded slightly, thinking that this thing couldn't make any money. But the price of this place, it really just rises according to the ladder. The higher you go, the more expensive it gets. I have a grilled sausage here for $15. A bottle of water $10. Tycoon grinned. Soo-young sniffed and couldn't help but laugh. When you're done, where do I go to play? Okay, Tycoon nodded. Soo-young drank a mouthful of water, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Looking at Tycoon, he asked, what about gang and Hanwon? Just like that, all mixed up, there is a day without a day. Tycoon spat out the smoke, toned some sighing. I thought from the school out, a few brothers each rooted and sprouted, just always go to move bricks. Hanwon went to work as a security guard, I went to the stall, you go to the takeaway. Listening to the words of Hong Gang, Soo-young cried and laughed. Brothers on a hook 8 college, what else do you want? What do you want? What do you think about low wages? 3 or 4,000 a month, but also our seniority, but also be gripped. To be honest, men looking for work are looking at the salary. Like those in the office, a month's salary is estimated to be 3 or 4,000. Finish things more, still have to work overtime, still have to be gripped. A go in, no matter who can gripe you. So it is better to send delivery to move brick, a month at least 6 or 7,000, 5 or 6,000. The main thing is to be free. There is no rest time, basically every day to get up and dry to the evening after dinner and a nap the next day, and so, mechanical repetition. There is nothing to look forward to, and there is no room for progress. Now college students are a consumable, those who sit in the office, but also cannot stay up a little. Want to be promoted? Difficult, But, old Soo, haven't seen you for a while, you've changed quite a lot. Tycoon surveyed Soo-young in front of him. His lips were red and teeth were white, his face color was also good, and his head of hair was also somewhat handsome. Coupled with this outfit, Tycoon looked down at the clothes he was wearing. Just a simple black down jacket, but also a ing set of flower apron? Shame on you. Shame on you. Give buddy dry inferiority complex, Just okay. Soo-young looked at the dress he was wearing, as one of the earth dogs, Tycoon, specified that he didn't know what brand this was. It just looks and feels good. Alright, no more pushing, I'll continue climbing the mountain first. Soo-young put out his cigarette, carefully stepped on it, picked it up and threw it in the trash can on the side. Reaching out again, he took a bunch of potatoes and sprinkled some chili noodles on it. Then he bobbed his head and said, let's go, I'll call me when you close the stall, I live in Castle Peak, Forbidden City. Good. Tycoon looked at Soo-young's departing back and sked. Good fellow, the change is really big. I also wonder what Hong Gang and Wu Hanwon have become again. After graduating from college, honestly, although they were all in the same city, they could only get together at the very beginning. Afterwards, basically everyone is quite busy. And all of them are so big, it's not good to get together, everyone is as tired as a dog. Where is the time to get together, can play the game together even good? He is actually quite envious of Soo-young at the moment, there is still time to climb the mountain or something. Chapter 34, Righteous Father? Is it true? Righteous Father? Without too much chit-chat, Soo-young continued to walk slowly in the mountains. The moment he saw Tycoon, he was indeed a little surprised. After all, even in these places to set up stalls, selling things. Soo-young is not one of those people who are much in love with vanity. Seeing that Tycoon is still chubby, he was relieved. At least proved that he lived quite well, is not it? At this time Tycoon immediately sent a message to Hong Gang and Wu Hanwon. Kai, I just saw the youngest. Kai, get together tonight? Hong, the youngest really went to Mount Chingchong? A house also have to go out that day? Wu, you look down on the A house? How can you fix it? When will we a house stand up? Kai, the youngest became handsome. Hook 8 at first glance did not recognize. Hong, girlfriend? Wu, cannot. Maternal solo of him, occasionally manic maybe, talk about the object? I'd rather believe he's rich. Kai, why don't you two come over? Just in time to get together tonight, soak in a hot spring or something? And so the three of them discussed. Soo-young, on the other hand, continued to climb. The very beginning was fine, the middle stage was already a bit tiring. Soo-young could also feel the sweat coming out of his back undershirt, and there seemed to be some sweat stains on his chest as well. However, according to what you said, Soo-young also didn't unzip his zipper to get some air. Instead, he just continued walking slowly. Climbing the mountain was really tiring. Finally Soo-young didn't know how long he had been walking for, but he finally arrived at Chuaying Lake. Looking at the scene in front of him, Soo-young couldn't help but stand frozen in place. Looking at the beautiful scene in front of him, the mountain lake was as clear as a mirror, serene and deep. The surface of the lake was sparkling, and under the breeze, layers of ripples were created, just like an abstract painting. The lake is as turquoise as emerald, reflecting the surrounding mountains, and the shadow of the mountains dances in the water, as if it were a phantom rendition. The lake is quiet and deep, as if it is a secret place left by nature to the world. Leaning on the shore of the lake, you can feel the power and beauty of nature, and your soul is purified at a deep level. Lush trees around the lake, reflected in the water, making the scenery more colorful. Looking at the trees and the mountains reflected in the lake, it is like a mirror. Surrounded by jagged rocks, I do not know what kind of great power to create such a beautiful scenery. Nature's ghostly craftsmanship. Raising his hand and taking a few shots with his cell phone. Even a casual shot was a beautiful scene. Recording the picture in front of him, Soo-young turned around and continued walking slowly. Also saw that waterfall cave, as the scene in the TV. Beautiful and magnificent. What kind of days did he used to live in? Soo-young now realized, where he was considered a person purely a? Because today's weather is not very good, so the mountains and forests are mostly haze. And it was precisely this that made the path between the mountains and forests seem very deep and profound. I don't know how long I walked. Soo-young stood at the top of the mountain. He looked out at the steep mountain surrounded by mountains. He stood on the occasion of the peak, under the dome of the sky, overlooking the mountains. Standing at the top of the mountain, a magnificent excitement surged to his heart, as if the entire world was lying at his feet, with a view of the mountains. One couldn't help but want to shout to the heavens. In such a place, no one would be surprised to hear a strange cry. Standing at the peak, the body and mind seemed to be sublimated. Gazing into the distance, the clouds rolled in and the mountains undulated, as if one was in a fairyland. A sense of accomplishment surges like a tidal wave, making people involuntarily lift up their chests and show their inner fortitude and courage. At that moment, all the hard work and challenges become insignificant, because standing at the top of the mountain, looking down on everything, you feel an unprecedented power and achievement. Having conquered the top of the mountain, you have also conquered yourself, and the grandeur and joy that wells up inside you burns like a blazing fire, making one's heart surge, and one cannot help but move towards a higher goal. Ding! Life doesn't have to be all lights and lights. One can also climb a mountain and blow a gust of wind. System reward, 99,999 yuan. Well, rest pussy. Sitting in the ropeway, Soo-young behaved like a child. Climbing casually, who goes up and down again, how tiring. He's been walking for almost 4 hours. Almost on the line, walking again, people are stupid. Wearing headphones, sitting in the cable car of the ropeway. Soo-young looked at the surrounding mountains and marveled at the greatness of nature. Just such a scene, he actually lived for 20 years to see it for the first time? Shame on him. Disgraceful. Saying it out would make people laugh. Weak legs, shivering. Soo-young's face turned white and his leg muscles couldn't stop trembling. You drive the car. Soo-young looked at Lin Muyang in front of him. Thanks to her being on call. This money wasn't given in vain. Me? Lin Muyang raised her finger and pointed at herself. She quickly shook her head. Although I have a driver's license, I've never driven a car. No, I can't. The corner of Soo-young's mouth twitched and he turned his head to look, or call brother chicken? The way he is now, he's afraid of crashing himself to death by driving. Not to mention stepping on the gas, it's hard for him to step on a cockroach. He didn't feel anything when he was walking, but after he came down from the ropeway, his legs started to feel weak. It was a bit too much exercise after all. Chicken, save me. Soo-young called Tycoon with a bitter tone. Legs are soft. Can't drive the car. I'm here in the ancient town now. Brother. Save, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Listening to Soo-young's strange accent, Lin Muyang's expression was a bit strange. Is this a contemporary male? Soo-young didn't want to flirt with a girl, so naturally it didn't matter about his image, and he didn't bother to pretend to be some kind of high-cooled male. He was originally a sand sculpture male. Happy is good. Hanging up the phone, Soo-young pulled open the car door and sat on the passenger side trembling, kneading his legs. Numb. Really numb. Although the reward was cool, the leg pain was also really cool. Soo-young didn't even dare to think what his legs would look like tomorrow. Holding his cell phone trembling, he called Huyu. Huyu seemed to be at home in the video. She looked at Soo-young's white and red face and couldn't help herself. Well, almost dead. Soo-young's tone was tinged with exhaustion, riding the ropeway down. Now my legs are weak and shaking. Then you get up first now and walk 2 laps. Huyu looked at Soo-young and spoke. Soo-young smiled and got up, walking slowly, feeling the softness in his legs and the pain in the soles of his feet. Then with the assistance of Lin Muyang, Soo-young did the exercise. Baring his teeth, he let out a strangled cry. Ow, ow, ow. Pain, pain, pain. Dead, dead, dead. Ah. After half an hour of doing rehabilitation exercises, Soo-young went numb. Sitting paralyzed on the chair, he drank water. It felt even more painful. Crap. Are you ING here? I've been looking for you for half a day. Kai-kun walked over. Su-yang was like a doll that had been played out, legs hurt, can't walk a bit. Su-yang looked at Kai-kun, who was standing by the car in a daze. Drive, hurry back, if you don't go back, my people are getting cold. Good. Kai-kun's eyes strangely sized up Su-yang, then pulled open the driver's door and sat in the car. Surveying the interior of the car, he weakly asked, "Is this your car?" "I bought it 2 days ago." Su-yang leaned back in his chair and exhaled a cigarette. Kai-kun froze at his words. "What the hell? It's really yours?" He looked at the 4 circles on the steering wheel, his tone somewhat incredulous. Suddenly, he laughed and raised his hand to point at Su-yang. "Must be joking, right? Whose did you say you borrowed it from?" "Really, I bought it." Su-yang's expression was helpless. "You? Audi?" Kai-kun derisively sized up Su-yang and suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Su-yang reached out and opened the box in front of his knees, taking out the document bag from inside and throwing it in Kai-kun's arms. Kai-kun looked at the book and froze. "I measured AO. Still ing really your?" His eyes carried 3 points of skepticism, 5 points of horror, and 2 points of impossibility. "No. This is really yours?" Kai-kun immediately opened the car door, rushed to the front of the car, looking at the 4 circles, finished and went around to the back. After circling the car twice, he stood by the passenger window and scratched his head. Reaching out, he pinched Su-yang's face. Looking at Su-yang's somewhat dissatisfied eyes, Kai-kun turned around and scratched his head. "It's not right. Crap. It's not right. It's not right. Did you get up? Did he get hit by an illusion?" He stood by the car, reached out and gestured, and incredulously asked once again, "You're a 6? Top of the line? You're?" Su-yang skimmed his mouth, exhaled smoke, and impatiently called out, "How many more times do you have to ask? Big brother." "Ha ha ha." Kai-kun suddenly slapped at his cheek and wailed in tears, "Dude. Seriously, you return this car. I'll eat 3 pounds of. You return this car. Really, no, Su-yang. You really deserve to die." "Ha?" Kai-kun burst into tears. "Buddy, and you have a heart-to-heart, you use your brain with buddy? Okay, don't push. This car lends you to drive for 2 days. An instant Kai-kun face expression convergence. "Righteous father. Really? Righteous father? Hey. Kai-kun immediately fawned like an interpreter on the side of a small day. Reaching out to help Su-yang light a cigarette. Su-yang looked at Kai-kun speechlessly. "Hook 8, you are also outrageous. There are still people behind you, have some face." Su-yang breathlessly looked at Kai-kun. Kai-kun froze, fixed his eyes. Indeed, there is a beautiful woman in the back seat, wearing a small suit with black jeans, in conjunction with a pair of high heels. He was numb. The smile on his face stiffened. At this moment, Kai-kun, embarrassed and wanted to drill to the bottom of the car. He held a cigarette in his mouth, silent, one hand pressed the start button on the side. Raising his eyes to look into the distance, his eyes were a bit empty, just as if he was murmuring. He asked, "Su-yang, you say, do I still have a chance?" "You have an ox. Hurry up and stop pussyfooting around, it really hurts." Su-yang shouted and cursed without any good humor. Kai-kun just stepped on the gas, and the vehicle immediately scurried out. He did not even dare to look back for fear of seeing that pretty girl's eyes on the dislike and contempt. Hook 8, why don't you say ah? Buddy's World of Fame ah. Chapter 35, Castle Peak Hometown. Are you really Harry? Returning to the entrance of the inn, Kai-kun hastily went around to the passenger side, opened the door, reached out to help Su-yang. Su-yang sighed, numb, climbed the mountain once, to Buddy dry shriveled. In fact, it is a leg pain, soreness, walking feel pain. The kind of raw pain on the soles of the feet. Right, this is? Kai-kun looked at the Lin Muyang who stood on the other side of Su-yang, assisting him. Su-yang sniffed and spoke, "The butler of the inn." "Housekeeper?" Kai-kun froze at his words. Looking up, "Crikey. Qingshan hometown? You're staying here? I heard that a normal standard room costs 6, 7, 8 a night. Not you really hair?" Walking up the steps, Su-yang bared his teeth. As in hair, it's not like Su-yang could say that he had obtained the system. Tisk. Kai-kun sked his mouth and sighed. "If it wasn't for the fact that your family owed so much money, it's estimated that you would have gotten hair some years ago. It's all in the past, isn't it?" Su-yang lightly laughed, slowly walking towards the front. Walking up the steps, Lin Muyang reached out and opened the door. It was only then that Kai-kun woke up with a start. "Crap, do you live in a villa or what? Didn't you say this villa is 58,000 a day?" "Yes." Lin Muyang on the side opened her mouth smilingly. "We only have 3 sets of villas here, only number 1 is 58,000, the rest are 28,000 and 18,000. The area will also be smaller. Villa number 1, it's just about the same as the villas in the neighborhood, and the yard is a bit bigger." "Taking less?" Kai-kun's pupils trembled. Su-yang sat paralyzed on the sofa, resting his legs on the coffee table. "Crap. You hook ain't crazy, just ing spend 50,000 800,000 to live in a villa? Tycoon shouted with hatred and cursed, surveying the villa's lavish decorations. Looking at the large living room, leather sofas, and a variety of decorations. To be honest, Su Yang is rich, envy is definitely envy, but really not to go to jealousy or something. So many years, if every day jealous, early ing people crazy. For Su Yang rich, Tycoon is still more envious and happy. At least in the future, he will have a rich friend. Alright, what do you care so much? It's over when it's cool. Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this, Tycoon couldn't help but laugh and scold. You really haven't changed at all, ow. Spunky. But Gang and Hanwon are also coming. I messaged them the moment I ran into you, thinking that we should get together. Well, that's good, there's enough room anyway. This villa has 5 rooms. It's definitely enough to live in. It was just right to let them enjoy it together as well. There was no need to hide it since he had that ability now. Take a look, arrange a meal bar for 4 people at night, what to eat? Su Yang looked at Tycoon and asked thoughtfully, how about a hot pot? Have a little wine afterward, and soak in a hot spring on the way. Woohoo, said Su Yang, all felt soothed. It's best to have a massage afterward. Is there any massage in this neighborhood? There is, but it's estimated to be more than 10 kilometers. Tycoon scratched his head. Su Yang also scratched his head when he heard this, the corner of his mouth slowly hooked up an ambiguous smile, or this. Tycoon sniffed with a hint of coyness and shyness on his big faceplate, raising his eyes to look at Lin Muyang, who was standing not far away, expressionless. Not very good, right? Just this tone, to say that you don't want to go is definitely impossible, it's just shyness. Go! By the way, to eat, soak in the hot springs, finish to press a motor, woohoo meiji-o. Hee Tycoon sniffed and scratched his head, smiling nervously. Obviously already convinced. Let's wait for Gang and the others to arrive? That's fine. Su Yang nodded. There wasn't much of an opinion either. Sitting on the chair, the two of them didn't chat much. Pulling out their cell phones, they played the game. Right, prepare 3 swim trunks for them later. Su Yang raised his eyes and looked at Lin Muyang on the side and instructed. After roughly having to say the size, Lin Muyang turned around and left. No, man, really just care about everything? Seeing that Lin Muyang had left, Tycoon was not being formal and hurriedly asked Su Yang curiously. Su Yang nodded slightly. Basically everything is in charge, no matter whether it's a transfer, or the route arrangement of the tour, or what to eat, how to play, we'll give you a clear arrangement. Anyway, it's quite economical. Su Yang put out his cigarette and backhanded the 3 birds together. That's right, he was playing elimination music. This game was fun and magical, it was actually weirdly interesting. Ding. Pass failed, system reward, 6 yuan. Good. This game is actually not fun at all. Immediately closed the game, Su Yang raised his eyes to see Tycoon's envious gaze. To be honest, Su Yang also just felt rare after experiencing the service. But this little bit of privilege, for ordinary people, it was already a sky gully. So, it was good to be rich. They've arrived, I'll go pick them up. Tycoon got up from his chair, Su Yang nodded slightly and continued to sit on the sofa and play the game. 1. Because Hong Gang and Wu Hanwen hadn't been here before, they didn't know the location. So Tycoon drove his car to pick them up. Looking at the Wuling minivan that was not far away, Tycoon stopped with a foot brake and honked at the 2. That's right. I'm going to start pretending. Chicken reached out and straightened his collar, looking at the half-rimmed glasses on the side, he immediately put them on. Then he looked at himself in the glasses, boy, was he still handsome. Looking at the duo getting out of the car in front of him, Tycoon immediately reached out and opened the door. Opened his hand and walked over quickly. Mouth issued a sound of cheerful laughter. Yo, step Rua then. Tycoon? Honggang looked at Tycoon in front of him, with the disembodied eyeglasses and a big bladder. His expression was a bit strange. Wu Hanwen looked at Tycoon in front of him, and then looked at the car in the back. Smiling, he took out a cigarette and handed one to the other party, and passed one to Honggang. You bought a car? There is no borrowed, specifically borrowed to borrow you too. At least there is a period of time without meeting, have to go up a grade, right? Tycoon immediately shook his head, laughing and teasing. The duo sniffed and looked at the Audi on the side, their eyes were still a little rippled. There weren't many men who could refuse these big toys. And the face value of the S6 was still good. Oldest? Hong Kong just looked at Tycoon suspiciously and asked teasingly, is it hard that we still have to go over and open the door? He just came down? Loaded up? No, Tycoon said with a sniff of tears and laughter. The youngest went to climb Mount Xingcheng, went up well, down after the legs are soft, that guy is not kidding, legs are swinging. So outrageous? Honggang and Wu Hanwen's expressions became strange, forcing a smile. Climbing for more than 4 hours, how outrageous can it be? People are still resting in the hotel now, let's go. Tycoon derisively surveyed the two's complexion, waiting for a while, he also wanted to see the two's shocked appearance. Chapter 36 Flattering people feel disgusting. Tycoon sat in the Wuling in deep thought. It's not right. I came to pick them up. Finished how I'm now inside the Wuling? I became the one who was picked up. This interior is not to say that it looks good. Surveying the interior of the car, Hong Gang sked, reaching out to touch. Wu Hanwen on the side also surveyed the interior of the car, turned his head to look at it. It was indeed nice, perhaps it was the only good car they had access to, so that's why they said they felt good about it. It's not like they're going to be like those people on the internet who can talk eloquently about any car they see. A few of them are more pragmatic and don't talk big. So for them, Audi is already a good car. It is also because a few people's character are not bad, so you can get along well. Otherwise it's probably just a sour opening. What are you doing buying an A6? Add some money on a strength, buy an A7 got. Though that won't hurt anyone, it's disgusting. Those people's mouths will constantly go to disparage, as if only he is right. Driving the car, Hong Gang drove slowly on the road. Not to mention, this thing does have a view that is spacious. I also don't know who Chicken borrowed it from. Hong Gang sked. Wu Hanwen lightly laughed, looking out the window and lethargically leaning back in his chair. I guess I borrowed the innkeeper's, don't I remember that he works in this neighborhood? That's also true, but this pussy driving is really slow out. Hong just honked his horn at the front. Then he saw the Wuling turn slowly and drive up towards the side road up the mountain. Immediately Hong Gang also turned the steering wheel to follow. Soon arrived at the Green Mountain hometown. Stepping down from the car, Hong Gang looked at the large double doors in front of him. Looking at the wooden plaque hanging above the door. There was also the decoration outside this house. Pale yellow light, very ambient sense. This is the afternoon, the time is almost the same. So one by one, under the rendering of the lights, Wu Hanwen and Hong Gang looked at each other. Confirmed the eyes, the feeling is a place that cannot afford to consume. Just like most people, haircutting also only dare to go to the small store on the roadside. But where the decoration is better and more luxurious, they really do not dare to go in. Afraid to go in and spend hundreds of dollars on a haircut. Several people were also people who lived in a comfort zone. You guys are here? Lin Muyan looked at that Tycoon and the duo beside him and immediately raised his hand. Mr. Su is already waiting, and the meal is ready. Hong Gang? Wu Hanwen? The real pretense must also be to look at your my Su. A sentence of Mr. Su directly shriveled the duo's cerebellum. Hong and Wu Hanwen looked at each other and silently followed behind Lin Muyang. Tycoon also followed and walked in. Surveying the decorative decor inside, Hong Kong could also see the word high-end. How much is it here? Hong Gang looked at the back of the tall, professionally dressed Lin Muyang in front of him and hurriedly inquired in a low voice in Tycoon's ear. Wu Hanwen also perked up his ears and eavesdropped. This place is weirdly high-end. Ordinary standard rooms are 700 or 800 a night. A better one or 2,000, 3,000 or 4,000 are there. Tycoon TSK mouth tone also some sigh. Damn, this dog gripper is really hair-aw. Hiss Wu Hanwen and Hong Gang sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Following behind Lin Muyang, they stepped on the glowing steps and walked upward step by step. Not to mention, because of the sunset, the scenery not far away did look pretty. It was sluggish and desolate, with a dim glow at the edge of the Green Mountains. While looking up, one could feel the darkness enveloping them again. Lin Muyang reached out and opened the wooden fence gate of the yard. The two of them looked at the front yard in front of them, which was not big, as if they were like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden. Walking to the entrance of the villa, Lin Muyang opened the door and walked in. Mr. Su, your friend is here, Lin Muyang yelled softly. Su Yang, who was sitting on the sofa and resting his legs on the coffee table, heard the words and turned his head to look, and saw Hong Gang and Wu Hanwen. How long had it been since they had seen each other? Su Yang couldn't remember too well. Anyway, Su Yang belonged to the kind of person who, if others didn't contact, he wouldn't contact others. If someone contacted, then he would accompany them for a chat. Boss, Hanwen, all here? Su Yang bared his teeth and stretched his jaw to get up. Lin Muyang on the side quickly reached out to assist Su Yang. Let's eat first, I'm starving dad. Waiting for you guys, I didn't eat a single bite. Su Yang's sentence broke the little discomfort in the hearts of the two. In fact, even old friends, who hadn't seen each other for a long time and suddenly met, would be a bit formal. At this time, all that was needed was for someone to open their mouth, and basically the atmosphere would once again become very cordial. You loser, I heard Tycoon say that you came to Mount Qingqing to play, now your days have become dashing out. Hong Gang sked his mouth and teasingly sized up Su Yang, but you and Otaku can go out? I'm also surprised. Yeah, Wu Hanwen immediately nodded his head with a small chicken peck. Do you have a favorite person? Or did the game not want to play anymore recently? Novels don't want to read anymore? Can't restrain your inner restlessness, ready to go out and flirt with a girl? Su Yang. Don't push it first, let's eat first, let's talk while we eat. Su Yang waved his head and walked towards the backyard. Wu Hanwen and Hong Gang walked behind, looking at the Lin Muyang who was supporting Su Yang, and then looked at Su Yang's back. Just now, if it wasn't for Su Yang opening his mouth, he really didn't recognize a bit. Lips, red teeth, white sword, eyebrow, starry eyes, finished the whole person cleaned up a bit, this kid, but also really let him become handsome? How to say that the person is still that person, but always feel that this person is not the previous person. Probably the change in Soo-yeon temperament originated from the inner produced changes. The psychological changes had improved his mental outlook. Right, this is the villa, right? Hong-gang surveyed the gilded decorations and curiously asked Su-yang, Yangzi, how much does this cost per night? 58,000. Su-yang's tone was flat as he reached out and pulled open the glass door of the backyard. Lifting his leg, he walked out. His tone was flat, without the slightest bit of showing off, as if he was casually answering a question. Raider Young? Hong Kong Kong's footsteps lurched. Wu Hanwen at the side also froze. 58,888. Kai Kon on the side picked his nose and looked at the duo with contempt. What a fuss. Come righteous father, please sit, said Kai Kon, fawningly trotted to the table and hurriedly reached out to pull the chair away for Su Yang to sit down. Su Yang's expression was so strange that he looked at Kai Kon. Not you, don't too outrageous, Al. You fawning makes me feel sick. In an instant, Hong Gang and Wu Hanwen reacted. Kai Kon can borrow whose car? Probably Su Yang's too, right? No. You damn, said Hong Gang as he scratched his head and sucked in a cold breath in amazement. Chapter 37, Fear of Brothers Having a Hard Time, Fear of Brothers Driving a Land Rover. Wu Hanwen and Hong Gang both walked to Su Yang's side without a word. Their eyes carried 3 points of scrutiny, 5 points of shock, and 2 points of incomprehension. The eyes, which were like fan-shaped diagrams, just kept surveying around Su Yang, and that face was almost on Su Yang's face. Su Yang raised his hand with some discomfort and pushed the two's faces away. You're Harry? Hong Gang inquired cautiously and tentatively. Wu Hanwen on the side also carefully asked, that a 6 is yours? While Su Yang nodded slightly, his expression did not change in the slightest. Taking the cigarettes on the table, he pulled out one and threw it to Kai Kon, who was sitting not far away. He took out 2 more and handed them to Hong Gang and Wu Hanwen. Su Yang's character, they are aware of, basically will not lie, have a say. So, you really hair? Hong Gang looked at the wazi in Su Yang's hand and gritted his teeth. No, Su Yang you really sent it? I haven't seen you for a while, you really got it? Ha ha ha. I've been up for a while. Get some sleep. Wu Hanwen laughed a few times to the sky, immediately sat down on a chair, pulled the hood of his down jacket up, and closed his eyes. The complexity inside told him that it was all true. I measured O. Did you really post? No. Wu Hanwen bubbled with tears. Su Yang. Although I'm afraid of my brothers suffering in driving a Land Rover, I'm begging you. Can you just say it's fake? You're worse than killing me. If you say you found a girlfriend, Buddy can still accept it. But you said you sent it? You're not harder than killing me. Looking at the duo's appearance, Su Yang couldn't help but raise his eyes to look at Kai Kon, who was sitting not far away. To say that they were envious? Definitely there was. Getting along so many years of good friends, a period of time without meeting, suddenly hair? Again, driving an Audi and living in a villa that cost more than $50,000 a night. Tiskin watched the duo fooling around for a while. Only after watching the duo sitting on the chair did Su Yang feel relieved. To be honest, Su Yang was not the kind of person who liked to show off. Casual boasting was enough. If there was more of it, he would also feel a little less comfortable and shy. Lin Muyang brought the waiter and walked over with the earthen pot. One could still see the charcoal fire burning underneath the clay pot. Placing that hot pot on the table, Lin Muyang directed a few waiters to put the rest of the dishes aside, and had someone put down the beer. Afterwards, he sent the few people out. Su Yan looked at the earthen chicken stewed in the earthen pot in front of him, licked the corners of his mouth, feeling strangely fragrant. Shall Lin eat some together? Su Yang tilted his head and looked at Lin Muyang. Lin Muyang's face showed a coy smile. He not too good, right? Sit down. Su Yang swung his head. Lin Muyang was also not polite. After all, he had spent some time with Su Yang and still had some understanding of him. Just gentle and humble, occasionally sand sculpting, with a good-looking skin, but also has an interesting soul. Hong Gang, looking at the earthen chicken hot pot in front of him, raised his hand and held a glass of wine to open a bottle of beer on the side. To Su Yang asked, the youngest, really, I cannot understand, this villa, 58,000 58,000. What are you wasting this money for? Just order one at random. I feel that the three of us don't deserve this big villa. Hong Gang took a sip of wine. The bitter wine hurt his heart in his throat. Is there a possibility? Su Yang raised his eyes and looked at Hong Gang. If we book an ordinary standard room, although we can stay, we definitely won't have as much fun. Isn't this what Chicken said that you guys are coming to? Su Yang smiled faintly. That's why I purposely changed the villa, so the brothers can have fun too. It doesn't matter if it's money or not, we only get together that once a year. You guys are responsible for having fun is all. Listening to Su Yang's words, Wu Hanwen and Hong Gang felt warm inside. Kai Kuan and Lin Muyang raised their eyebrows. It was really a scene, Manhwa. How comforting when this small talk is said. Picking up a piece of chicken, Su Yang placed it in Lin Muyang's secret human sauce and dipped it. looking at the black bone chicken meat wrapped in chili oil, gray skin, pink white meat, a bite. Tender and smooth, and different from the city's feed chicken. The city's feed chickens eat a sandy neat texture once bitten crumbled, otherwise it is firewood. And this mountain free range feed chicken, eat the flavor is indeed tender, and the flavor is also very mellow. It melts in your mouth and you don't even have to gnaw on the bones. Basically, once you bite the meat, it separates from the bone. Chewing on the chicken, the piping hot broth, bypassing the chicken has been kept at a better temperature. And the clay pot stewed chicken, although I don't understand how it works. But it did feel like the chicken stewed in such a clay pot did taste better. He put some potato slices into the pot and cooked it. Su Yang held his wineglass and looked at Hong Gang and Wu Hanwen and raised an eyebrow. After we finish eating later, take a hot spring bath and then go to press your feet? I heard from Chicken that there is one nearby. Hearing this, the expressions of the duo became derisively ambiguous for a moment. This isn't too good, right? Wu Hanwen was also an honest person, and still had a high regard for propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. He always felt that going to a massage parlor or something was not a good person. And he felt that the inside were all rubbing shoulders. Nothing bad. Su Yan looked at Wu Hanwen and explained, just go to press a motor and don't be prejudiced against those places. In fact, the technician's massage technique is really good, relieve fatigue. Listening to your meaning, you often go there? Hong Kong just expression teasingly teased. Just 2 days ago when once Su Yang shrugged his shoulders, looking at a few people laughing lightly about his first massage trip. Ding! Gathering and gossiping with old friends, eating hot pot and drinking wine, so cozy and fast. System reward, 66 yuan. A meal was just like this, slow eating and gossiping, talking about the old days, talking about the fun they usually encountered. The food was indeed cheerful and interesting, and Su Yang couldn't help it. After a while, Su Yang 4 people soaked in the pool. It was lazy and cozy. This facade is called life. Hong Gang let out a strange cry of comfort from his mouth. Su Yang sniffed and the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. Yes, this is what is called life. Previously that could only be considered living. I kind of understand why you ordered the villa. Lying on the edge of the pool, Tycoon looked out over the bottom, looking at one of the scattered pools below. One could also see a girl in a swimsuit frolicking around. One could also see a million lights below as if stepping down. Darkness enveloped this mountain range. But in the middle of such mountains, there was this hot spring resort. It seems to be intertwined with the world, but also seems to be independent of the world. Chapter 38 Changes. That beauty, take a group photo for us. Hong Gang hurriedly took out his cell phone and excitedly waved and yelled at Lin Muyang. Hearing this, Lin Muyang got up from her chair and wiped her mouth with a tissue. Walked over. Reaching for his cell phone, he looked at the few people who were in the pool. Shooting right here? Well, just shoot here. Wait, I remember you just had a necklace that was weirdly pretty. Hong Gang hurriedly got up from the pool. Seeing this, Wu Hanwen immediately called out, go get me his sunglasses. And that ring. Su Yang. It's just a good basher, someone else can't be so shameless. Su Yang also kept some jewelry in his car. It was what he bought when he went to Tycoon to hang out. Su Yang impulse spending, buy things. Just like this, a few people wearing complete. Su Yang sat on the edge of the pool. Wu Hanwen was wearing sunglasses, a necklace around his neck, and a bracelet and ring on his hand. Hong Gang and Tycoon on the side were the same. Su Yang grinned and put his arm around the shoulders of the 2 people beside him. Several people hooked their shoulders to each other and watched the scene. Lin Muyang lightly laughed and pressed the shutter. Men are still really hard to understand. Some. Sent it to the group Ao. Hong Gang took his cell phone and without lifting his head, he looked at the photos inside and said to Su Yang, send me the picture of you going mountain climbing today as well. Su Yang. Virtual mountain climbing, Su Yang went climbing. Real mountain climbing, picture send it. No brothers, are you all already so hypocritical now? Su Yang sat on the steps in front of the inn because his legs hurt and he couldn't stand a bit. Standing for a long time would also hurt, so he just sat on the ground like this. Watching the 3 of them in the car, they kept getting on and off the car, taking videos. You know a cow. Snow leopard. Shut up. If you don't pretend, if I don't pretend, who's going to pretend for those pushovers? The 3 of them didn't care about Su Yang's strange eyes in the slightest. Su Yang felt that if nothing unexpected happened, he would have to live in other people's mouths in the future. These 3 people, it was estimated that in the future, they would have to bring themselves along when bragging. And it is the standard, I have a friend template. But the interior of the A6 and the purple ambient lighting does lend itself to being used at night to take pictures for video. That little DJ still does have a feel to it when it's on. What is the essence of pretending? Su Yang felt that in the prestige of these 3 people, there must be someone they cared about. Because the 3 people in their own almost the same, basically do not send a lot of friends circle. But go out to play a trip they can send more than a dozen friends circle. Su Yang belonged to the category of yes, there were no people they cared about in their wizards, and they didn't need to attract others' attention. Xiao Ling, you know? Su Yang raised his eyes and looked at Lin Muyang, who was standing aside, holding his hands. A man, 10 days and half a month will not send a friend circle. But he suddenly started posting his friend circle every day. One day, there are only two possibilities. 1. He went out to have fun. Can't wait for everyone to know about it, to fulfill his strong desire to share. What about the second? Lin Muyang was clearly a qualified chatting hitchhiker. The second one? Su Yang's tone was a bit sarcastic and derisive. It's just that there are people in Weixin who care about each other, and they send out a friend circle just to attract each other's attention. You can understand it as a kind of courtship behavior. But he doesn't know how to chat with people, so he attempts to gain the other party's attention in this way. The smiles on Hong Kong and Wu Hanwen's faces stiffened. Crap, how did he know that? Hahaha. Hong Kong just shoved his cell phone back into his pocket and laughed. So what? Let's go? Feel free to just take a picture. So brother Kong, you have a target? Su Yang pestled his chin with one hand and teasingly sized up Hong Gang. Wu Hanwen probably belonged to the first type, the type that hated to have the world know when he left the house and possessed a strong desire to share. Hong Gang, on the other hand, was already sweating. No. Hong Gang's eyes fluttered and he hurriedly sat in the car. Su Yang looked at Lin Muyang and raised his eyebrows. Lin Muyang's face also had a derisive smile on it, so I guess it was really just courtship behavior. Because several people had drunk some small wine. So Lin Muyang drove. Su Yang put on the DJ and sat in the passenger side shaking his head. The three people in the back also shook their heads. Once there were no outsiders, a few men getting along was a very relaxed and cozy kind of thing. Tycoon grinned as he took a video with his cell phone. Damn, a bunch of grifters, they were really flirty. Then Mr. Su, I'll come over to pick you up tomorrow? Lin Muyang stood at the side of the car, raising his eyes to look at Su Yang. Su Yang nodded slightly. I won't go back tonight, I guess it's already 11 or 12 after pressing. Okay, Lin Muyang nodded, then several people walked towards the inside. Tycoon's trio followed Su Yang's back, with the appearance of a big brother leading the way. After Su Yang walked in, he obediently sat on a sofa on the side. The receptionist not far away immediately walked over with a few pairs of slippers. Smiling, she asked, just 4 people? Su Yang nodded slightly, took off his shoes, put on the slippers, and took the hand license handed over by the other party. Let's go, said Su Yang as he followed the waiter towards the upper floor. Looking at Su Yang's light-hearted demeanor, the three of them also had some bottom in their hearts. Walking to the private room, Su Yang looked at the 5-people position. Taking off his clothes, he just changed into the golden battle robe with a big grin. I don't know why, it seems like these stores like to get such golden-colored clothes. Slipping on the clothes, Su Yang sat cross-legged on the sofa. The waiter at the side opened his mouth and asked, Sir, what to drink? We are giving away a complimentary drink and fruit plate here. Just follow the complimentary one. Honestly, waiting to press up, how would there be time to eat? Just drink a little bit of water and it would be okay. When you're done pressing, if you want to eat something, just order it. Call the technician over. Su Yang looked through the set menu. Just 299. Su Yang casually threw the list aside and looked at the 3 people and said, the 299 is estimated to be a full body massage. Su Yang watched the 3 people's expressions become ambiguous and immediately added, cows don't count. The 3 people. The rest is just fancy. Anyway, it's just a big difference. It's the difference in time and the difference in program, right? I don't know exactly, none of these stores are quite the same. After a while, the technician walked in. Su Yang looked at the row of girls in front of him and ate a mouthful of watermelon. Called number 8. Then he sat cross-legged and waited. The 3 people were a little less good at picking, but after having Su Yang start, the 3 people also picked some. Just like this, several people sat cross-legged. Su Yang held the remote control in his hand and looked at the 3 people. What are you looking at? Crayon Shin-chan? SpongeBob SquarePants? Or Ultra Beast Armed? The 3 of them? You come here. Such an ambiguous environment. Are you watching Crayon Shin-chan? The boss is so childish? The girl sitting on the small soft stool in front of Su Yang laughed lightly and looked at Su Yang. Childishness. Su Yang grinned. The eyes of the 3 people looking at Su Yang were a bit complicated, honestly, after knowing each other for so many years. What kind of person Su Yang was, they all knew in their hearts. Basically, he is a flirt in front of acquaintances, but when it comes to outsiders, he is a cold one. Basically can't hold a fart for a few minutes. Now the change is really big. On the contrary, the 3 of them were formal. Chapter 39. Vehicle arrives. Signing off. Amit Ba. Eat a fruit, really, don't try too hard. Su Yang inserted the virgin fruit with a bamboo stick and handed it over. I spent 299, but you just follow half the effort. Looking at the fruit in front of her, she froze, opened her mouth and bit into the virgin fruit, chewing. The expression almost went out of control for a moment. It's so sour. Well, I don't like to eat sour. Su Yang immediately nodded with a small chicken peck. The other party pouted and pinched the soles of Su Yang's feet hard. Then you give it to me? Seeing that Su Yang and the other party had already chatted and were very cordial, the three of them were that complicated inside. No, buddy, you're so strange now that you make us feel terrible. The trio's eyes interacted in the air for a moment. All could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. This thing shouldn't have been taken over by something, right? There's something dirty. Right, chicken, what do you say about this year's New Year? Su Yang tilted his head and looked at Tycoon, casually handing the other party a cigarette. Another one was handed to Wu Hanwan and Hong Gang. Going to my girlfriend's house for the new year, Tycoon leaned back in his chair and sighed. It's almost time to get married, and my girlfriend is forcing me to do it. Su Yang sniffed and raised his eyebrows. Is that so? Yeah, your car lend me drive? Tycoon grinned. Hee, seems like my girlfriend said, my mother-in-law looks at people. Take your car and go, I guess the treatment can still be better. Otherwise I guess I'll have to sit at a table with a dog. Su Yang. Hong Gang, 6. The corner of Wu Hanwan's mouth twitched. Wasn't the situation back in the hometown already so tense now? Su Yang nodded and opened his mouth. I still have a few strips of Huazi finish and a few bottles of Mao Tai or something in my trunk, just take it and use it. Seriously? Tycoon raised his eyebrows. Righteous father? Really? Righteous father. Well, I still have to buy my annual goods estimation. That little bit was originally reserved for my own smoking. You take it and go with it. Su Yang casually took a piece of watermelon from one side and stuffed it in his mouth and chewed. This year when he went home for Chinese New Year, he had a lot of things to buy. It wouldn't be good if he brought less. Finished, Su Yang looked at the balance. More than $2 million. System, Range Rover, come on. Ding. The configuration panel has been expanded. Please select the configuration for the host. A virtual panel appeared in front of his eyes as if it was VR, and there was a car suspended in the air. Su Yang switched according to the configuration, and the paint job of the vehicle could also change. And it looks just like the real thing, just like the car scene in reality. When the configuration was selected, Su Yang placed an order. Ding. The host spends $1,900,000 to buy the second car. You don't need to speak, the Land Rover will speak for you. System reward, 2,800,000 yuan. Woohoo Maisie. Every enjoyment of oneself is a fragment of the Land Rover. Now that the pieces have been gathered, a Land Rover has been synthesized? It could be seen that the three of them were a bit restless, and Su Yang was too lazy to care. The mechanic lady helped him cover the quilt. Su Yang looked at the mechanic and smiled slightly. Good night, Makabaka. Good night, unhelpful little trash. Su Yang squinted at the trio, then pulled the covers back on. The technician couldn't help but laugh softly as he pulled his suitcase and left. The trio looked at the sleeping Su Yang and could understand. After all, they were tired from climbing the mountain, but the trio was now in a new environment. Some restlessness, then walked towards the outside. Prepare to find a bar and see if you can have a fling. The technician is not ruffled when he is in front of him, and now he is ready to go out to the bottom of the sea. Su Yang cannot figure out a little. These technicians are not better than those women in the bar? Soon fell asleep, honestly, really tired. It has been a long time since such a high-intensity exercise. The next morning, Su Yang on the bed bared his teeth and let out a wail. It still hurt, just not as much as imagined. It was probably due to the massage of the hot spring. The body's exhaustion still had some relief. Looking aside, the three people listening to Su Yang's wail also woke up. Their hair was disheveled and they had a confused look. Up? Tycoon yawned. Then let's wash up and find a place to eat. Su Yang nodded and walked inside the bathroom, taking the toiletries to brush his teeth and wash his face, and picking at his hair again. To be honest, Su Yang wouldn't wash his hair every day. Only in the past when he was in high school and middle school, he would wash his hair every day when he got up. Pay attention to your image. Later on, college was much more casual. Full of screwing money. Now Su Yang is not very happy to wash his hair in winter, easy headache. Washed his face, the three people also walked in one after another. Taking a toothbrush, simply brushing their teeth and using water to blah blah blah. You three, where did you go last night? Su Yang looked at the three people curiously. When the grudges went, Hong Gang skimmed his mouth. Don't ask. Heartbreaking. All three of them were silent. Su Yang sniffed and raised his eyebrows. His eyes were a bit strange. This was bumping into a drunkard? Men, they just stare at the crotch of their pants. Once they get restless at night, they want to shibboleth with someone. Su Yang didn't ask much. It was indeed embarrassing. How much? Standing at the front desk, Su Yang looked at the waiter in front of him. After the waitress looked at the hand sign, she opened her mouth. Together? A total of 12,000 together if together. Well, turn it around. Ding. Host and old friend washing feet and massaging bragging rights. System reward, 12,000 yuan. Not bad, blood money. Changing shoes, Su Yang holding a cigarette. The legs down the steps still hurt a little. But as long as you don't go down the steps, walking is just a little sore and painful. It is estimated that tomorrow will be better. Let's go back to the inn first. I'll pack up my things. Back in the car, Su Yang sat in the passenger side, holding a cigarette. swallowing the clouds and spitting out the smoke. The four people sat in the car, all gulping down clouds. Damn, the thought of having to go to work makes my liver hurt. Honggang touched his abdomen, his tone was somewhat agonizing. Who the hell are all on this pussy shift? Looking at the tourists on the side of the road, he was truly skeptical if it was the state that was specifically giving money to some people to eat, drink and have fun. Obviously they were all the same age. Why did some people get to eat, drink and be merry every day? One sentence silenced Wu Hanwen and Tycoon dry as well. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh lightly. Opening the car door, Su Yan looked at the three people and asked, "What do you want to eat for breakfast?" "Anything, I don't have any opinion." Honggang got out of the car and stretched, inhaling the clear air of Qingcheng Mountain. The two of them also looked out at the scenery, only to feel relaxed and happy, and that moment of repressed dissatisfaction just now instantly disappeared. Sure enough, life is still beautiful. Ah. Mr. Su, you are here? A man wearing a black suit walked over quickly, handing the document in his hand to Su Yang. "This is the signature receipt, you sign." Su Yang sniffed and looked at the other party, raising his eyebrows in surprise. "Came early?" Chapter 40, No, you really buy a Land Rover? This big morning came over. After all, I don't dare to delay. The other party smiled and explained. Su Yang sniffed, reached out to sign the receipt sheet. Kaiko and a few people looked at Su Yang with some doubt and asked, "What did you buy?" "Bought a car." Lin Muyan, who had just walked over, heard this choppy sentence. "Bought a car?" The trio's brains buzzed a little. Su Yan looked at the three people and explained, "Wasn't it Chicken who wanted to lend me a car to drive on New Year's Eve? My mom also happened to let me drive a Land Rover home, so I bought one." Honggang? Kai Koan? Wu Hanwen? Lin Muyan? What? What did you say? Su Yang clearly said all in Mandarin, every word they heard clearly, but linked together some do not understand. "Mr. Su, the car was pulled over by a trailer, so you can rest assured that there are no problems or wear and tear. You can inspect it first." Good Su Yang reached out and took the car keys handed by the other party, walked over to the car and circled around. Cool. 5.25-meter body, glossy black paint, mechanical behemoth. Like a proud lion, standing on top of the road, showing unrivaled dominance and handsomeness. Its body lines are hard and strong, radiating a powerful aura, as if it were an unrivaled overlord, overriding other vehicles. The sharp LED headlights at the front of the car are like two sharp swords, cutting through the night, illuminating the road ahead and paving a safe path for drivers. The black body exudes a metallic luster, and every detail highlights the exquisite manufacturing process and excellent quality. The interior is spacious and luxurious, and the comfortable seats provide passengers with distinguished enjoyment. The digital display on the dashboard is clear and bright, and all kinds of intelligent technology equipment show the charm of cutting-edge technology. When the driver sits in the driver's seat, what he feels is not only the power and control of the vehicle, but also a kind of self-confidence and pride in driving the world. The black Range Rover is not just a car, but also a symbol of life attitude. It symbolizes power, confidence, and success, and is the essential companion for successful people chasing their dreams. Whether it's riding through the streets of the city or conquering the rugged mountain roads, it can show its unrivaled dominance and elegance. No man can refuse such a car. This huge body with huge wheels. The A6 is parked like a child. It was visually shocking. Wu Hanwen's voice line was a bit trembling, although I said, "And I'm afraid of my brother driving a Land Rover, but you can't really drive it." He tremblingly reached out and stroked the bodywork. It was as if he was looking at a rare treasure, and his eyes were full of envy. Honggang broke his defense, grabbing Su Yang's shoulder and shaking it continuously. "You bought it?" He pointed at the car on the side and looked at Su Yang incredulously. Wailing and screaming, "You returned him? Really, buddy? Return it. How can you drive this car?" Honggang painfully grabbed his head, his tone was a bit maniacal. "Our brothers are poor and fine, what's wrong with you?" "No. You returned it. If you return, I eat Ali give can." Next to Kai Koen, eyes confused with a cigarette, looking up at the sky. Up fierce, designated last night's wine is fake wine. Fake wine drink too much. Watching the three people constantly circling around the car, constantly surveying the interior of the car, looking at the huge car. It was like caressing the skin of a goddess, not daring to exert themselves. Su Yang helplessly laughed softly. "You help me pack my luggage." "Can't walk a bit, thanks." Su Yan looked at Lin Muyang who was on the side. Lin Muyang nodded with a dull expression. Turned around and left. No kidding, it was the first time she saw such a rich person. It seems that just now, I heard a few people say that this car is $1 or $2 million. A whole tot. What is the meaning of their own efforts? They work hard all their lives, cannot afford to buy such a hub. Skepticism has begun. Su Yang sat in the Audi's co-pilot, legs stretched out like this, stretching his hands and knocking his legs. Took the cell phone and swiped the circle of friends. Honggang, 27 years old, full payment to take the Range Rover. I send this not to prove how great I am, but to prove that I have also worked hard. The accompanying picture is the picture taken while sitting in the car, cupping the steering wheel with one hand. Well, the matching watch, or my own watch. Su Yang. Kai Cohen, I do not need to speak, Land Rover will naturally advocate for me. Su Yang. Wu Hanwen, there won't be anyone who doesn't have their own Land Rover by the age of 30, right? Su Yang. A whole speechless live, Su Yang a little bungbu live. Pompous. Too pompous. Holding a cigarette, Su Yang is really cannot help a little. Laughed. Casually flicked the ash, he looked at this scene, there is no look down on, or despise the idea. After all, people, go out, identity are given by themselves. All are lazy people. Suddenly Kai Cohen froze. Looking at the group of classmates. Song Xiao Xiao, almost got it. I can see the circle of friends of the three of you. Su Yang's? Kai, yes, this pussy, bullish. I thought I'd borrow his car for New Year's Eve, but this guy bought it back. Song Xiao Xiao, it's really worthy of him. Hong, Song Goddess, my brother have no idea, VI50, he Cohen to that side I told you. Woo, I only need 25. Song Xiao Xiao looked at these messages and rolled her eyes speechlessly. She is to see three people sent the circle of friends, and thought of Su Yang, asked just, after all, Su Yang is not in the classmate group. Couldn't figure out one thing, why Su Yang retired the classmate group. It seems that it was retired within a few days of graduation. Su Yang, look at the group. Hong Gang yelled at Su Yang. Su Yang, who was sitting in the car, didn't return his head and said with disinterest, I retired that college group a long time ago. Yes, Kai Kuan looked over the group, a time the group also lively, the youngest he graduated not a few days ago to withdraw from the group, honestly I think the university group to stay there is no point. A group of people smack you poor afraid of you rich, just thinking about counting. You can't say that, at least they are all classmates. Hong Gang is more sentimental and also wants to save face, is the standard template of the older generation. However, Hook 8. Su Yang you damn, really? Hong Gang scratched his head, looked at the Land Rover, and then looked at Su Yang. If you say the usual, then naturally say some gofu gue do not forget each other. But honestly, Su Yang really got rich, but they cannot say such jokes. All are men, and all are good friends, all have their own pride and arrogance. At the age of 20-something, although they had already been repeatedly rubbed by the society, but in the end, there was still a gas inside. Bull. With a complex tone, Hong Gang patted Su Yang's shoulder. Chapter 41 A Colorful Life. Walking to the back of the car, Su Yang opened the trunk. The Land Rover's trunk was a heaven and earth door. That is, the kind with one on top and one on the bottom. Letting Lin Muyan throw his things in the backseat, Su Yang opened the Audi's trunk again. From inside, he took out some of the things he was going to use and threw them in the trunk of the Land Rover. Looking at the two cars in front of him, Su Yang was quite accomplished. Because he is a straight man, he likes black, and black is also more handsome. It looked mysterious and majestic. Let's go. Su Yang looked at Lin Muyang and waved his hand. Okay, Mr. Su, please take your time. With a smile on his face, Lin Muyang looked at the departing Su Yang and exhaled. This client was really good to get along with, even she ate and drank, and there wasn't much going on. Su Yang sat in the car and drove. Wu Hanwen sat in the passenger side, touching here and looking there. His mouth sked. The car was indeed big, and the comfort level was really high. It is not a sport, it is more attuned to business, and business naturally focuses on comfort. And the view is very good, commander seat, sitting is also comfortable. And noise reduction is also strange good, basically pull the window closed, you can't hear the murmur outside. Followed by Kai Koen's back, Hong Gang drove a small bread, enviously looking at the big Land Rover. The desire to make money is rising. Many people say lying flat, in fact, is not to find the direction of efforts, that life really has no little hope, depressing environment, confusing unknown future. And how many people can deceive themselves and others to continue? Because of the network, many people have learned some of their own should not go to understand the matter, but also to see the truth of the world. The windows of their minds are opened, but they are stuck in the same place, desperately wanting to change their current predicament. However, I realized that I could not reach the starting point of some people even after a lifetime of hard work. What effort, what struggle, seems to have become a piece of cake. Opportunities and windfalls are not within the reach of ordinary people. Even if you catch it, you don't have the capital. With a cigarette in his mouth, stepping on the gas, the vehicle slowly sped down the road. Turning his head, he drove into a farmhouse. Su Yang's success had undoubtedly aroused the trio's desire to make money. No one is willing to be ordinary, it is just that there is really no way to accept the reality. Finding a restaurant, they chatted and ate a meal. When paying, Su Yang looked at the three derisively. No, you guys actually save money for me? Come on, you paid for all the baths and foot presses and meals last night. Kai Koen looked at Su Yang and then said with a smile, just so a breakfast money we pay is. Otherwise it's still weirdly embarrassing. Alright then. Su Yang nodded. Ding. The host hoard out a breakfast for nothing, although it's a hoard out meal, but the way the friends did it made the host's heart feel comfortable. System reward, 666 yuan. Indeed, if he treated himself like a grudge seed, Su Yang could accept it. After all, in the past, it was whoever had the money who invited the guests, and the rest of them bought cigarettes and water or whatever when they were done. All are friends, too calculating, rather than that necessary. All a few buddies. Then I go out. Su Yang reached out and pulled open the car door, sat in the driver's seat, looked at Tycoon and said, "The car you use, is it?" Good. Tycoon nodded, said with a smile, "Don't worry, I designated this car as my own daughter-in-law." Su Yang sniffed with some ambiguous eyes. Driving a car? Su Yang's change in expression made a few people couldn't help but laugh out loud. The laughter was still so pure, just like the beginning of the carefree college life period. Swinging his hand, he put on a song of Mao Bear's Earthy High. Su Yang listened to the song and stepped on the gas with one foot. The vehicle quickly scurried out. Looking at the departing Su Yang, Hong Gang lamented, "The oldest has changed quite a lot." In fact, it hasn't changed much. Tycoon's mouth hooked up, his tone was a bit sighing. "It's us who have changed. Isn't he still as spontaneous and unconventional as before? It's us, who have more comparisons in our own hearts, more weighing of pros and cons." Hearing this, Wu Hanwen lightly laughed. This brother is truly not living in vain. Men, in fact, do not need too many friends of wine and meat, only need to have one or two heartfelt friends on the line. Will not be too much to calculate, difficult times to help each other. Su Yan obviously in their hearts, the status is higher. Even if they don't contact each other for a period of time, they will have each other's status in their hearts. At least they don't need to pretend or show their ego much in front of Su Yang. And even if Su Yang is rich, he is still like that, not much has changed, no belittling, no looking down. On the contrary, it is such a gentle as water tenderness, so that several people's hearts are full of emotion. Because after arriving in society, used to seeing those who look down on people. Also used to seeing those hypocritical people. So when they thought of Su Yang, that sincere friendship, all of them deserve to be cherished by a few people. Ah, Su feed, Su feed, Su feed, Su feed. Inside the car, Su Yang shook his head and listened to the dirt high DJ. The speed wasn't much faster, it was just maintaining a normal speed. The cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Puzzled, he picked up his cell phone and looked at it. Measuring AO. Coach Hu. Reaching out to connect the video, Su Yang stuffed the phone there on the dashboard. Coach Hu. Is it that if I don't contact you, you won't contact me? Can you respect me as a teacher? Huyu's tone was a bit helpless. How are you feeling right now? I soaked in the hot spring last night and went to get a massage on the way. I feel pretty good, although it's sore and swollen, but it's still acceptable. Su Yang felt the state of his body and spoke to Huyu. Huyu smiled and nodded slightly, and suddenly noticed the environment inside Su Yang's car, which seemed to be a bit different. Changed cars? However, she didn't ask much, she just instructed, "Then you can find a time to call me later when you're free, keep on exercising." Huyu seemed to have thought of something, and immediately instructed in a somewhat stern tone, "You can't want to give up just because it hurts." Su Yang, who just wanted to refuse, heard this and sighed helplessly. Got to Lu. I estimate 11 o'clock more to all into, after lunch over cannot? Yes, contact me when you arrive. Huyu sighed, their own this private tutor is a high-end private tutor, is to follow the client's time to go, not that she wants to arrange how to arrange. Okay. Hang up. Su Yang then hung up the phone. Continuing to listen to the earth high, shaking his head, Su Fei. Su Yang realized that during this period of time, his mood after getting up every day was very cheerful. Not as depressing as before, every day is smiling. It's also weirdly easy to Lu. Previously most of the time, Su Yang's daily life is probably no sadness and no joy. Just like a puppet, repetitive life. No sadness, no joy, also uninteresting. But now it is different, every day is smiling, even the tone of life has become colorful. If before was a constant gray, then now the world has become colorful in his eyes. Chapter 42. In the execution of spending money, he is far ahead of the game. Driving, arriving at Ducheng, weaving in and out of traffic, he shook his head and looked at the passenger side of the next car. Playing with fancy hands. The girl sitting in the co-pilot couldn't help but smile at the sight. Hastily turned her head toward the boy in the driver's seat. The other party glanced at Su Yang and couldn't help but laugh lightly as well, looking at Su Yang's head-shaking appearance. Damn, sand sculpture. But so happy. Squeezing his wink at the other party, Su Yang drove back home. Taking the stuff down, he walked to the rental house with a laborious barrage of carrying and put the stuff down. Sitting paralyzed on the sofa. Let out a wail of pain, ah. Still have to work out, ah. So annoying. Want to die. After all, it was still a lazy worm. Originally an otaku, going out to sneak around and climb mountains, and then eating and drinking afterward, socializing to a degree that was already a lethal amount. As a result, now you have to go to the gym again. Said not to go, and promised, said to go, and lazy to go. In the end, Su Yang still changed into his sportswear, drove his car, and traveled towards the gym. Practice. He needed a good physical fitness to be able to let himself indulge on a continuous basis. After all, there was definitely no end to the money spent, but there were many landscapes in this world that were still waiting to be viewed by himself, as well as many unseen wonders and beauties. There are also a lot of food and feasts that one has not eaten. This was all Su Yang had to pursue. Trembling, he stood in the elevator as it slowly moved upwards. Arriving at the floor where the gym was located, he slowly moved his feet and grinned as he walked inside the gym. Su Yang? You're here. The girl at the front desk still remembered Su Yang and smiled sweetly at him. Coach who was inside, go find her yourself. Okay thanks. Su Yang nodded slightly and slowly walked inside the gym. There were still a lot of people in the gym. One by two with headphones, a hissing sound came out of their mouths. Both men and women were the same. You're here? Yu held a cup and drank a cup of water. Her cheeks were red, her face was covered with sweat stains. When she saw Su Yang in front of her, she took a towel and wiped the sweat on her face. Turning to Su Yang, she asked, have you eaten? Not yet, ready to go after the exercise. Su Yang sighed, Coach, be merciful, it really hurts. Alright, big man, let's go, said she as she led Su Yang to the private classroom. Su Yang didn't need the assistance of the equipment yet. So just like that, walked indoors. Yu sized up Su Yang and spoke, just do some simple exercises today, just to maintain the body's condition. How many hours did you climb the mountain yesterday? Almost 4 hours. Su Yang sighed, wilted and sat on the chair. A little wilted. 4 hours? Yu was a little surprised and raised her eyebrows. If you have time to buy a sports watch, it can record your sports information. You can have real-time feedback every day. Oh, Su Yang nodded and pulled out his cell phone. System to a watch. Ding. Apple Watch Hermes is priced at $10,899. Do you want to buy it? Buy. Su Yang didn't even hesitate for 2 seconds. Ding. The host purchased the bracelet, although I don't know if the host can stick to it, but it has already taken the first step in fitness. System reward, 28,888 yuan. Su Yang. What are you gawking at? Yu watched Su Yang's eyes go blank and helplessly raised her hand to nod Su Yang's shoulder. Su Yang raised his head indistinctly at the words and looked at Yu in front of him. You're not asking me to buy a watch, are you? Let my friend get one over. Yu. Your execution is so horrible, huh? Yu was a bit confused. I just said it and you really bought it? You didn't even hesitate? What an outrageous guy. Obviously, fitness and procrastination are the same, but his execution is so horrible when it comes to spending money. So, should I start working out first? Or wait for my watch to arrive before starting? Su Yang sat on the ground and looked at Yu in front of him. Yu was silent for a few seconds. She actually had the intention to chat with Su Yang a bit more. Just rest for a while first, you drink some water, replenish some moisture. Okay. Su Yang then took the mineral water handed by the other party, unscrewed the lid and took a sip. After that, he continued to sit on the ground and stare. Not knowing what to chat about, he currently had no desire to chat. Once there was a desire to chat, Su Yang and the dog were able to chat for a couple of sentences. When there was no desire to chat, he couldn't let out a fart for half a day. Did you have fun going to Qingqing Mountain yesterday? Yu sized up Su Yang's face. It was quite handsome. Just okay. Su Yang was used to gazing into the other person's eyes when talking to them, and his eyes interacted with Yu. There was no hiding like in the past, nor was there any inferiority complex or cowardice in his heart. In the past, he was too embarrassed to look directly at females, especially good-looking girls, but whenever he looked twice at a good-looking one, his eyes would unconsciously dodge. The scenery is indeed very good, and after climbing up, I also feel a sense of accomplishment in my heart. Saying that it was climbing Qingqing Mountain, it would be better to say, that circle of mountains. Walking in a circle around the mountain range, I heard that someone who walked all the way down in a circle would need to spend 7 or 8 hours. Su Yang only walked half of the way, then rested forced. Moreover, he was still walking in the back of the mountain, and in the front of the mountain, he was going to the old monarch pavilion. But there are too many people. Su Yang does not want to go. The back mountain had a good view, and it was also more secluded. Do you like climbing mountains a lot? Yu smiled lightly and said, your hobby is quite healthy. It's not that I like to climb mountains, it's that I like to look at the scenery. Su Yang obediently laid down on the ground. There was a yoga mat underneath him anyway. I hope the breeze, I like the scent of flowers and trees, I like that secluded time when I am alone to enjoy the solitude listening to the sound of the wind blowing the leaves. Su Yang pondered the inner state at that time. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift up as well. Listening to Su Yang's words, Yu was silent, sitting aside with her legs hugged. What she said made her want to go and experience it too, but in the end, she still didn't have that time and opportunity. Listening to you talk like it's so interesting. When I went to climb the mountain before, I felt tired, but the scenery at the top of the mountain is quite good. Yu seemed to think of her previous experience of going to climb the mountain, and her face also wore a smile. Looking at Su Yang, who was lying on the ground, there was a lazy sense of relaxation all over his body. She also relaxed and laid down on the yoga mat on the side, looking up at the ceiling. Just like this, there was a chat. Su Yang belonged to the category of, if you ask me, I will say, if you don't ask then I won't say anything. Huh, why are you guys lying down? Su Yang, there's an express for you. The girl at the front desk walked over and handed the box in her hand to Su Yang. Thank you. Su Yang reached out and took the box, snapping the tape on one side and pulling it. After opening the box up, he took something out from inside. How much? Yu curiously looked at the Apple's watch. Out of 10,000, Su Yang sighed. In order to get fit, it's a strange amount of money to spend. I hope I can hold on to it. So expensive? Yu was shaken, and her body bounced up from the yoga mat in an outrageous manner. The strength of that waist and abdomen was truly overwhelming. The whole person stood up with a 90-degree brush just like a right angle. Chapter 43, Spending Money That Others Couldn't Earn in a Lifetime in Pilgrimage. Indeed, quite expensive. Su Yang's values were still the same as ordinary people. More than $10,000 for a watch was indeed expensive. But it didn't matter, he wasn't short of money now. Tearing open the seal of the cardboard box outside, an orange box was revealed. The edges were black lines and the color of the main body was also orange. Rectangular box. Looking at the eyes of the box, Su Yang remembered the box of Louis Vuitton shoes, seems to be the same as this. And the sense of thickness was also similar. Opening the box, a watch block that was wrapped in white leather appeared in front of his eyes. Taking the dial out of it, Su Yang casually opened the strap box on the side. This should be that Hermes co-branded one, right? Yu hugged her legs and squatted aside, curiously watching Su Yang unboxing. Su Yang shrugged. I don't know, I really don't know about these. Don't know you buy? Yu looked at Su Yang suspiciously. Su Yang looked at Yu in confusion. Didn't you tell me to buy it? Yu. I asked you to buy it, wouldn't you know about it first? Are you that decisive? After some operation, Su Yang put the watch on his hand, looked at the dial and operated it. Indeed, he could check his heart rate and the kilocalories consumed at any time, as well as information like the number of steps walked. Alright then, let's start exercising first. Yu clapped her hands, got up from the ground and stood on the yoga mat in front of Su Yang. Next you follow my movements. Saying that, she briefly moved her muscles. Then she started bouncing up. It was Su Yang who looked at the bouncing pattern and his eyes fluttered a little. Exercise for half an hour, paralyzed for an hour. Su Yang was paralyzed. Lying on the yoga mat, he let out a wail. To die off. Ding. Daily fitness, burn your calories. System reward, 5,555 yuan. Yesterday's hike didn't count, did it? I'm numb. Blood loss of 5,500 yuan. Coach, I'm leaving first. Su Yang only felt pain all over his body. Do you need me to send you? Yu looked at Su Yang's miserable appearance and couldn't help but laugh. It was only half an hour, but because of yesterday's excessive exercise, lactic acid buildup, today's pain was doubled. Really? Thank you, kind person. Su Yang nodded his head with a small chicken peck, and he didn't want to pretend to be stubborn. Pain is pain, unbearable is unbearable. After Yu changed her clothes, she walked out from the locker room. Su Yang looked at the other party and asked suspiciously, not working today? It's almost New Year's Eve, I only have you as a client. Yu shrugged, you're done, I'm done too. Then I'm really sorry for disturbing your vacation. After walking downstairs, Yu scanned around and asked suspiciously to Su Yang, where's your car? Just that one, Su Yang used his chin to nod the big Land Rover that was parked in the parking space and was very obvious. The dark body, in the underground parking lot, under the dim lights, was like a ferocious beast hidden in the darkness. You changed your car? Yu raised her hand to catch the key thrown by Su Yang. Looking at the Land Rover's car handle that slowly popped out of the door. Reaching out, she pulled open the door. Sitting on the co-pilot, Su Yang comfortably twisted his but oddly comfortable Lu. He is still the first time to sit on the passenger side. Looking at the neat car, that interior is also extremely comfortable. Music in the car sounded. Su Yang will car window down, holding a cigarette, squinted at Yu's black silk legs, where high shoes did not. No, it's flat shoes. Yu some nervous turned the direction, more than 5 meters of the body, this is huge. She drove carefully for fear of scratching. Well, slowly drive there is no hurry, even if scraped into the touch, do not be nervous. Su Yang looked at Yu's nervous appearance, opened his mouth to comfort. His relaxed tone seemed to have eased Yu's nervousness a little. She even managed to turn her head and smile with Su Yang. Got it. The vehicle drove out from the parking lot and Yu, who was driving the car, felt the perspective of $2 million. The cars around her seemed to be smaller. This perspective was indeed comfortable to look at. It was just that the car was too big and she didn't quite dare to operate it. But the comfort was also high. Su Yang, who was holding a cigarette and blowing in the wind, pointed the way to Yu and prepared to go to Yunmeng Bay. You just bought this car? Yu looked at the number of kilometers, looking at the pitifully small number of kilometers, looked at Su Yang in surprise. The original car, lent to a friend, my mom said let me not drive a Land Rover in the new year, cannot go home, just buy one by hand. Su Yang's tone was flat, no showing off, just telling it like it is. What do you mean you bought one in passing? You don't be too outrageous, Al. You spent the money that an ordinary person can't earn in a lifetime with one smooth hand? But listening to this means, he's earning his own money and spending it on his own, right? He didn't get money from his family? Chatting without a word, Su Yang arrived at Yunmeng Bay. The vehicle just parked in the parking lot at the entrance. The person at the entrance immediately jogged over, reaching out and gesturing, directing the parking. When the vehicle stopped, Huyu exhaled as if she was relieved and playfully poked her tongue out. It's so nerve-wracking to drive your car, so afraid of crashing. Thanks. Opening the car door, Su-yang stepped down from the car. Huyu also came around from the other side and handed Su-yang the car keys. Su-yang received the car keys, nodded slightly, took out his cell phone, and transferred 1,000 to Huyu. Thanks, consider this as treating you to a meal, plus the cost of the chauffeur on the way. Brother Su. You're here? The manager enthusiastically ran out from the doorway, hastily reaching out to greet him. You didn't say a word earlier when you came, so I could open the door for you. Don't be too outrageous, Al. Su-yang cried and laughed at Zhang Gong's words. Then I'll leave first. Huyu looked deeply at Su-yang, turned around and waved her hand, taking her cell phone and calling a car. Well, take your time. Su-yang waved his hand. He then walked inside with Zhang Gong. Enjoying the massage, he was lazy and comfortable, and the tight muscles in his body got some relief. Huyu, who was sitting inside the car, looked at the money transfer Su-yang had given himself, pondered for a moment, but still returned it. Too much lie. If you want to thank me, next time invite me to dinner. Su, no, treating you to dinner is definitely more than $1,000. When I hit the question mark, it's not that I have a problem, it's that you have a problem. Su-yang looked at Huyu's message and snorted. $1,000 and hundreds of thousands of dowry, he still can distinguish. Dog woman, crave my body. 2 hours later, Su-yang stood comfortably at the door and said goodbye to Zhang Gong. Ding! Fitness and massage are a perfect match. Physical and mental pleasure. System reward, 6666 yuan. Driving his car, he drove towards the market. It was almost time for him to prepare the New Year's goods for his homecoming. Chapter 44. Preparing New Year's goods, 666666 yuan reward. Finding a cigarette store, Su-yang stopped the car. Hurriedly put his hands in his pockets. Quickly walked inside the cigarette store. Boss, does Huazi have any? There is. How much do you want? The boss immediately got up from the tea table and quickly walked to the counter. 50 or 60 strips? Su-yang cocked his head. His own old man smoked, and his own old man also smoked. So many? The boss looked at Su-yang in surprise. His expression was a little difficult. I'm afraid I don't have that many here, so I'll help you and other peers to get some? Yes. Su-yang nodded. Matai West Wind or whatever messed up wine, get me some. Crap. It's my turn for this heavenly riches? The boss hurriedly and enthusiastically said, Come you sit first, old boss, I'll immediately ask someone to send everything over. Don't worry, I am absolutely genuine here. But where there is a little problem, you directly barge me to death. Yes, it just so happens that I want to buy a fully insured semi-trailer. Su-yang smiled and looked at the boss. And the boss, for a moment his entire body stiffened. Sweating, right? Older brother. Su-yang's expression teased. As a domestic, the most easily purchased super-lethal licensed weapon. The deterrent power is very strong. Looking at the other party's appearance, Su-yang held his laughter. Seeing Su-yang stifling his laughter, the boss let out a long sigh of relief. Absolutely no problem. You can rest assured. Scared to death. But he was also serious. This fear really couldn't be taken a bit false. Otherwise, that would really be hitting the big time. Sitting in front of the tea counter, Su-yang played with his cell phone, waiting for the boss to send a message. He placed all the huazi from the counter on the table. By the way, do you want other cigarettes, Mr. Lau? The boss was actually just asking, and actually didn't really have much to look forward to in his heart. Then Lotus also give me a few, and Flower Yushi, Likun also come a few. Okay, this is a big sweet, right? Pussy, I like an atmospheric boss like you. The boss hurriedly fawned and opened a packet of huazi, and walked to Su-yang's side. Boss, this is all I have in the store, would you take a look? Well, let's settle the bill when the rest arrive. Su-yang took the cigarettes. The boss on the side immediately came over to help light it. After inhaling the cigarette, Su-yang rubbed his hands that were a bit cold. Seeing this, the boss hurriedly moved the fire pit placed in the bar out. Old boss, you roast a fire first. Thank you, you're welcome. Su-yang looked at the boss and nodded with a smile. Looking at the other party, a middle-aged man, he didn't know whose father he was. There is a clear provision in the post-90s outside parents' assistance agreement. Post-90s go out and see a 40 or 50-year-old uncle. When you see the other party has difficulties, you need to help each other within your ability. So Su-yang also do not really like to see these older uncles and aunts, too pleasing to the eye. Because he was worried that his own parents were like that when they went out. Just thinking about that would make his heart ache as well. Most of all, like these 40 or 50 years old uncle, you never know how much money he can pull out with his backhand. Maybe he has more money than himself? My name is Su-yang, just call me Su-yang. I guess I'm about the same age as your child, it's not quite appropriate for you. Su-yang took the lighter and came forward to help the other party to light it. Listening to Su Yang's words, the other party only felt warmth in his heart. He nodded smilingly and hurriedly nursed the fire and inhaled the smoke. 2 channels of smoke gushed out from his nostrils. He said smilingly, "My son is exactly 23 this year. I guess you two are about the same age, right?" "I'm 2 years older than him." Su Yang smilingly sat on the chair and asked the boss, "Where is the boss from?" Just like this, chatting and drinking tea. Su Yan looked at the teacup in his hand and then asked, "Is there any tea?" "Yes." The boss immediately pulled out a tea box from the side. "This is what we are drinking now. Come, 2 pounds, right? Other tea you also look to get me. Get a 30 or 40 boxes, give away." Su Yan leaned back in his chair. His expression was a little lazy. This new year, visiting friends and relatives is essential. In order to get some face for his old parents, Su Yang was also considered to have made blood money. Now Su Yang was looking forward to seeing the expressions of his parents as well as his relatives and friends. "Jia jia jia." Su Yang smiled sorrowfully. It actually looked like a lot, but with a sporadic wave of deliveries, there wasn't much left in his own home. Su Yan looked at the cigarettes piled up on the side. There was also a lot of wine. Soon a van creaked to a halt at the door. The winter weather is always dim and lightless. The coldness was rampant. If it wasn't for the many rewards of going out to buy things, Su Yang wanted to stay at home and order in the system. The young man outside, carrying 2 large bags in his hands, walked in. 2 large red bags, placed on the table, the other party holding a cigarette, 2 streams of smoke gushing out of his nostrils. "Still 4 bars short, huh?" The youth took out 4 cigarettes from the bag and placed them on the table, then carried the bag to the side. "Boss, a total of 20 huazi, 20 huayushi, and likun and give me the rest of those too." Su Yan looked at the bag the other party was carrying in his hand. Anyway, this thing was a consumable. It wouldn't be a big deal to buy more. Good. A smile blossomed on the boss's face for a split second. It was because he felt that Su Yang might still want more that he asked his own son to bring some more over. "System. Are these cigarettes Fidelity? Order. It's authentic." "Then it's fine." Su Yang took out his cell phone, looked at the boss and said, "Do the math." "Good." The father and son duo immediately began to take the cigarettes and calculate the account. By the time the math was done, 10 minutes had passed. Looking at the amount, the boss was also a little nervous, and the youth on the side looked at the messy assortment of cigarettes, liquor and tea on the ground. A total of 11,000, 12,000, you turn 11,000 on it. Need to write a check? No need. Su Yang raised his hand and held his cell phone, scanning the other party's QR code. Scanned the dynamic code again. After entering the verification code, he transferred the money. When the money was credited, both the boss and the youth were a little confused. "This is okay? No bargaining?" Ding. The host is preparing for the New Year's goods, looking forward to going home for New Year's Eve, looking forward to his parents who he hasn't seen for a long time. Looking forward to looking at the shocked faces of friends and family. System reward, $666,666. "I'll reverse the car, you guys help me move it." Su Yan lifted his leg and walked out the door. He then drove the car and immediately hit the steering wheel and drove some distance down the road. It then drove straight backward. After the wheels moved a bit, it drove directly to the sidewalk, and the trunk of the car disliked the entrance of the cigarette store. After opening the trunk, Su Yan lifted his leg and walked down. The trunk of the big Land Rover was huge. It completely fit all these things, and there was still a large area left. Su Yang stood by the trunk, and the boss too immediately put the things in the trunk, neatly stacked. It was like building a wall, stacking a 4 square. More than 100 cigarettes, plus a few dozen bottles of wine and many various kinds of tea. Su Yang inexplicably flashed the dry engineering in his mind. A look at the big Land Rover. Hey, it seems to be true. Chapter 45, Direct Broadcast Treasure Appraisal to buy a bracelet? The boss has put it all away. Consider this as a gift. Thank you, boss, for your support. The boss carried another bag and handed it to Su Yang. Looking at the cigarettes and tea in his hand, Su Yang smiled and nodded. Thanks, Al. Casually throwing the bag in the back seat, Su Yang said goodbye to the duo. Pulling open the car door, he sat in the car. With a kick of the gas, he drove out. Looking at the departing Su Yang, the boss called out to the youth at the side with hatred, "Look at others, and then look at you. Both the same age, you just know how to play cards. Then you don't look at what other people drive." The youth spat out in dissatisfaction, "You buy me a Land Rover and I'm like this." The father saw that the sun was not yet cold and drew 7 wolves. Driving Su Yang, humming his song, looking at the balance bar, there are already more than 5 million. Su Yang beautifully and happily drove the car. Now it is time to buy some clothes for the family. At first their own pattern is a little small. This period of time to spend recklessly to open his pattern. Not just a few $1,000,000 of clothes? Buy. Drive the car to the Chuanchi Road neighborhood, looking for a car tail. Stop the car. Su Yang hummed a song and walked slowly toward Chuanchi Road. Louis Vuitton is not going to go, have been there before. Looking at the jewelry store in front of him. Su Yang brushed the teaser and suddenly saw a treasure appreciation live broadcast. And then looked at the jade store in front of him. Su Yang fell into silence. How about getting a handful? He then opened the backstage and first charged a few tens of thousands of dollars. He then swiped a few waves of gifts and grabbed a qualification for the continuous broadcast. The cell phone vibrated. Su Yang looked at the screen, a man with rimless glasses and a somewhat lewd expression. It seemed that the moment he saw himself, the other party's eyes were meaty with disappointment. Reverse the camera a bit, what do you have to see? Oh. Su Yang smilingly took the phone, reversed the phone, to the front door of the store in front of him. I'm now Chuanxi Road. I thought about almost New Year's Eve, to buy some bracelets for my mom. These I don't know too much about it, so I'm troubling the anchor to help me take a look. No problem? I am no problem. The anchor sniffed a laugh and said derisively, but I'm afraid you have a problem. Aren't you afraid of being beaten? It's fine, if they dare to touch me, I'll trip on the ground with a crunch. This store is probably mine. I'll make money in blood. Su Yang said cheerfully, and just like that, he lifted his leg and walked towards the store. Inside the live broadcast room. Ha ha ha. There are ideas out. Without further ado, I'm also going out. Getting ready to find a store to explore. This dude is having a show effect. Chow Fook did jewelry. Well, you play it like that, right? Su Yang raised his leg and walked to the store. Turning black pantyhose over the professional OL's welcome, a welcome red flag strip hanging on his shoulder. It said welcome to the store, perhaps because of the Spring Festival promotion. There were still a lot of people in the store. All kinds of jewelry were placed inside the counters in the splendid store. Welcome to 100 Chui Pavilion. What can I get for you, sir? Some jadeite bracelets for my mom. Su Yang lifted his leg and walked towards the inside. I brought the treasure connoisseur anchor. Is it alright to live broadcast and let him look at it for me? The smile on the face of the welcoming lady stiffened for a moment. The manager not far away heard this and quickly walked over. Sir, I'm afraid it's not too convenient. After all, we have to consider the privacy of other customers. What's in your cabinet is a customer. Su Yang quizzically tilted his head at the manager in front of him. It's not like I'm photographing them. A poof of laughter came out from the cell phone. When the anchor heard Su Yang's words, she couldn't hold back for a moment and bared her teeth and laughed out. The audience in the live broadcast room also burst out laughing. And then, sir, may I ask what price range you would like to see? And any requirements on the type? The manager was ready to take a look at Su Yang's financial strength before deciding whether to let Su Yang in or not. Otherwise, it would be unnecessary to get a few hundred or a few thousand later on. 1 million or less. Su Yang handed his cell phone to the welcome guest at the side. Hold it for me, my hands are a bit sore. Yes, sir. The welcome guest hurriedly helped Su Yang hold the cell phone and turned the camera a bit towards Su Yang. And when the anchor in the video heard this, he immediately spoke. Dude, you're not kidding, right? The other party's tone was a bit nervous. If this thing looked good, then he could kind of make a name for himself. If it looked bad, then he was expected to karma. In itself, his fan base is also so some. Live room is only 1 or 2 million people. Only a million or so, there is no need, by the way, after watching it later, to give you a red envelope. Su Yang waved his head at the manager. Let's go. The audience in the live broadcast room. Only a million or so? Unnecessary? Necessary? 2. Quietly, this damn easy to write. Naya. Sir, please follow me to the VIP room. The manager quickly raised his hand and smiled. I believe Zhou. Sir, your name? Su. Su Yang just looked at the jewelry in the counter and followed behind the other party. Suddenly his footsteps lurched. Looking at the gold ring in the counter, he said, wrap this up for me. Inside a large gold ring, complete with the word Fu written on the face of the 4-square ring. Su Yang felt that the old man should like this tone. For this one, a total of 21.9 grams, priced at 20,000? Su Yang glanced at the other party bashfully, not caring about the price in the slightest. Muttering, it's quite cheap. Manager. Live stream audience. Anchor. Alright, let's go. Su Yang looked at the manager. The manager hurriedly led Su Yang to the VIP room. After sitting down, Su Yang crossed his legs and sat on the single small sofa. The audience in the live broadcast room. Just this dashing sitting posture is enough for me to learn for the rest of my life. Subdued. It's really too relaxed. Good. Is this the power of a rich man? I love it. What would you like to drink, sir? The manager looked at Su Yang and asked. Su Yang opened his mouth and said, have a cup of tea. After pouring tea for Su Yang, the manager sat sideways on the small sofa opposite and inquired at Su Yang, sir, may I ask what you need for variety? Good looking, but not too demonic. Brought it for my mom. My mom likes to be a bit plainer, and there's one for my grandma and grandma. Su Yang looked at the manager's showy hand, pondered for 2 seconds, raised his eyes and looked at the manager and asked, can I shake your hand? Of course. The manager brushed her hands over her hips wrapped in a tight skirt, got up from the sofa, walked to Su Yang's front and bent down to extend her show hand. Su Yang reached out to hold the other's hand, and pondered for 2 seconds. My mom's hand is a little bit bigger than yours, but not much. Sorry. Su Yang looked at the manager in front of him. It's been a long time since I've been home, so I'm going to give my mom a surprise. Chapter 46 started calling me sweetie, now you're calling me manager, Joe? It's alright, sir. The manager looked at Su Yang, who was slightly sentimental, and hurriedly consoled, I'm happy to serve you. Then let me take a few models first? Give you a look? The manager's gaze flicked to the cell phone on the side. This was quite a unique way to buy bracelets. Yes. Su Yang nodded and leaned back in his chair to wait. The manager came and went quickly, followed by a pretty girl. Both of them were carrying a tray in their hands, and walked to the edge of the coffee table. The other half squatted on the ground and placed the tray on the table. At this moment, the anchor, who seemed to know what she was about to face, swallowed a mouthful of saliva somewhat nervously. Su Yang then turned his head to look at the head of the glasses and opened his mouth. You just say whether it's worth it or not, can. Interval tens of thousands of dollars I can still accept. At once, it relieved a lot of pressure on the anchor. He took a tissue aside and wiped his sweat, and immediately said, so what, I'll call a few people first. Help take a look together. Soon the anchor called out his friends and called a group of people over. Standing by, they looked at the various kinds of bracelets on the table. Su Yang, on the other hand, sat on the side, holding a cup and drinking a mouthful of tea. The anchor and the teller constantly exchanged words. It wasn't good to let the customer just sit like this. Joe Jean pondered for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, Mr. Su, haven't you been home for a few years? The manager sat sideways on Su Yang's side. Su Yang smiled at his words and nodded. Yeah, when I said I came out to fight. Didn't make any money and wasn't too good to go home. Now that I have a bit of money, I naturally want to go back. Mr. Su is young and talented. I see that you should only be in your 20s, right? The manager sized up Su Yang's face, his eyes flickering. 25. Su Yang shrugged. 99? The manager looked at Su Yang with some surprise. Not married yet, right? Not yet. Su Yang shook his head and skimmed his lips. My mom forced me to go home for a blind date, and now I still have a headache. You should be married, right? Su Yang looked at the small young woman in front of him, who was still charming. All her charm was about to overflow. Aha! Su Yang looked at the 2 buttons that the other party's shirt was undone. Just in time, the side was able to see inside. Divorced with a baby. Manager Joe also sighed. Ran into a scummy guy, cheating within marriage. Pissed off. Really? Su Yang sniffed with a fake surprised expression. How old is your child? 5 years old. It's a girl. Manager Joe's face revealed a smile, and he hurriedly took out his cell phone, opened the photo album and flipped out the photo. Wow, so cute. Su Yang looked at the girl in the picture, and then looked at Manager Joe, who was close by. It feels very similar to you, especially this face. It feels soft. Hey, does it? The manager touched his cheek. Live streaming room. Still resting here to identify the treasure? The 2 on the side are almost hugging each other. Please. Don't look. Turn the camera away. I want to see the big brother on the side flirting. I don't want to see this stupid bracelet. The welcome guest with the cell phone silently glanced aside. Looking at the manager, who was laughing and fluttering, she was indeed on the verge of falling into someone's arms. TSK. Fuji, or young Fuji. What? You are 32? Su Yang looked at Joe Jean in surprise, reaching out and pulling the other party's small hand. Look at the quality of this skin. Who dares to say you're 30? Your hand is more tender than mine, isn't it? Su Yang pinched the other party's hand. Joe Jin's cheeks slightly reddened, lightly biting the corner of her mouth. While the charming little young woman nodded shyly, but it feels like your hands are a little rough. The other party took out a hand cream from her coat pocket and squeezed it behind her palm. Slowly rubbing Su Yang's hand. Hey, I've delivered and moved bricks before, so it's understandable to be rough. Su Yang smilingly looked at the little young woman in front of him. You don't say, you don't say. A young girl is as good as a young woman. Her delicate figure still maintains the vigor of youth, as if the years have not left traces on her body. Especially with that ripe halo smell all over her body, her skin was still tight and elastic, radiating a healthy luster. Yes? The young woman thoughtfully pressed and rubbed Su Yang's palm. Then you used to work very hard too. Even harder than you ought. Su Yang backhandedly squeezed the other party's hand. His eyes softly looked at the other party and said, a person dragging a family, and have to take care of the children, and take care of the home. The little young woman, all of a sudden, the tip of her nose was sour, and her heart trembled a little. She felt as if Su Yang understood her own pretense of strength. There were times when concern from a stranger was often the easiest to break one's defenses. That, manager, watch this. Sales walked over somewhat less favorably. Interrupting you guys is really reporting a hint of awe. We should be outside, not inside. Look good? Su Yang got up from the sofa and walked over to the side, looking at the bracelet in the tray, and asked the anchor, how is it? Joe Jean grudgingly looked at Su Yang. Just now he called someone sweetie, now he's calling me manager, Joe? Listening to the anchor's introduction, Su Yang nodded slightly. After picking 3 models from it, he said to Jo Jin, who was not far away, "These are the ones, wrap it up." "Okay, Mr. Su." All of a sudden, Jo Jin entered the state again, resuming the shrewd and capable look. Su Yang took his cell phone and looked at the live broadcast to the other party and asked, "Is it a reward? Or a red packet for you?" "A reward is fine. A reward is fine." The anchor wiped his sweat. Damn, this oppressive force is too strong. He suddenly thought of something, squeezed his eyebrows and looked at Su Yang, lewdly asking, "How about you? How about it? What about?" Su Yang raised his eyebrows, pretending not to know, and immediately hung up the connection. He quickly rewarded $30,000 to $40,000. Ding! The anchor spent $50,000 and rewarded the man? Anchor. System reward, 0.00000 yuan. What the? This system suddenly skinned, froze. Su Yang got a little confused. "I'm 0 you." The audience in the live broadcast room laughed as they watched the anchor's dumbfounded look. "Ha ha ha. Big Brother hates anchors with no sense of boundaries. Is this something you can ask? If you're a minion, you're a good minion. Woo hoo hoo. I'm so jealous. Damn it. That manager is really good looking. She's got a great body. People like them are probably all free. Be confident, take the estimate off. Mr. Su, the total after discount is 950,000 yuan. Jo Jin's tone was a bit exuberant. $950,000. You wouldn't be able to touch one like this for several years. Swipe your card. Su Yang smiled and handed the bank card to the other party. Chapter 47, An Enviable Daily Life. Okay, Jo Jin's tone was cheerful and flinty as she took her card and swiped it. Ding! The host spent 950,000 yuan to prepare gifts for his own elders and mother. Preparing gifts for one's family after achieving fame and success is also the daily routine of a godly hero. The host is inwardly looking forward to his mother's reaction after delivering the gift. System reward, 18,888,888 yuan. Woohoo! Take off. This reward is really top off. All of a sudden Su Yang was also a bit happy. May juju. Mr. Su, is it convenient to add a wiki? Jo Jin stood beside Su Yang's body and politely spoke. So what? If there are any subsequent problems you can contact me. And if there are some new models, I will also contact you. It was as if being impartial was purely a professional necessity. Good. Su Yang nodded, reached out and took out his cell phone, pulled out the QR code, and let Jo Jin scan it. Looking at that super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex nickname, and that sand-sculpted Patrick Star avatar, he bared his teeth and laughed. Obviously looking so humorous and handsome, and buying things so decisively, he thought he was a type warmer. But it turned out to be a childish ghost. This contrast. She pressed add friend. And Su Yang, who was walking on the street, looked at the extra red dot on his cell phone. Reached out and clicked in. It's Jo Jin. A very simple and clear nickname. It looked like it was her private number. Su Yang didn't go through it directly, but put his phone back in his pocket. Let's see how. Standing on the crowded street, Su Yang looked around, unsure of which store to wander into. Anyway, by Wei and Song Xiaoxiao's store was not going to go, having already been there. It had to be said that the people on Xuanqi Road were really many. And 1-2 girls are just like a living Buddha. In the middle of winter, the dress is still very cool. I don't know how, the upper half of the body wearing a down jacket, their lower half of the body is covered with skirts and bare legs. We are saying, this later uterine cold, it will not be said that the month did not sit properly, right? Turning around, I walked to a side store and bought a few sets of clothes. Bought according to the approximate size of my parents. Because the detailed Su Yang is not clear. But the big difference is not bad. Ding! The host spent 70,000 yuan to buy clothes for his parents. System reward, 100,000 yuan. Sure enough, the system reward got a little lower. Wandered around a few more times to other stores, buying and buying along the way. Places like this would have this service of helping to carry things. Su Yang naturally wouldn't carry it himself. He didn't really like carrying things around. He likes to stick his hands in his pockets and shrink his hands in his pockets. Humming, he strolled around 2 more times. Spent more than $300,000. Together with the system's rewards, Su Yang spent more than 300,000, but earned more than 100,000. How can this be said? It's complicated. Walking to the car, Su Yang opened the trunk and a few people helped put the things in the car. Su Yang unwrapped a strip of huazi, gave no one a packet after saying thanks brother. You're welcome. Several people hurriedly smiled and shook their heads. Witnessing a few people leaving, Su Yang looked for a store that looked like it was doing good business. Su Yang drove his car and parked on the side of the road. Lifting his leg, he walked to the store and sat down on his butt. Ordered 2 fried dishes, a boiled sliced pork with a vegetarian fried children's vegetables. Sichuan and Sichuan people's favorite saying is, leftovers are saved for tomorrow's noodles. Everything can be saved for noodles. After finishing his meal, Su Yang burped, exhaling in relief. Sitting on a chair, he leisurely drank a mouthful of tea and sent a friend circle. Yesterday's climb of Qingcheng Mountain finished with a group photo with Tycoon and a few people. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, life is more than just meteoric, there is also a faraway place. Sent a circle of friends, Su Yang took back the phone. Anyway, the circle of friends is just a few people, is just a relative of the family, and then add Tycoon and a few people, finishes a few people who know these days. Adding up is estimated to be 30 or 40 people. The main focus is a healthy socialization. It is this period of time, Su Yang's chat box will always have some red dots. It's either that pink lady or that boutique girl. Nanjian, you live such a colorful life? Su, your life is colorful too, you meet all kinds of customers, meet all kinds of people. Gardenia, so good at talking? After chatting with each other for a few minutes, Su Yang took back his cell phone. As a maternal solo for many years, he is clear that prolonged high-frequency chatting will give people the illusion of being in love. It was nothing more than being idle and bored and looking for someone to chat with. Su Yang didn't have much of an idea. Compared to women, he now wanted to see more of the world and experience more of the beauty of the world. Ah! Xiao, I can't go to this Thai class for a bit. Inside Louis Vuitton, Bai Wei looked at Su Yang's daily routine in her friend circle. Climbing mountains again, soaking in hot springs, and eating food. Can't get on then quit. Song Xiao squinted at Bai Wei and said with a light smile, you have to realize that you don't just have no time, you also have no money. But Su Yang is indeed outrageous. From what my classmate said, he lent that a 6 to a friend, and then backhandedly bought a Land Rover when he was done. Song Xiao rubbed her eyebrows. This old classmate of his own, what kind of road? He's so wild, isn't he? To be honest, she also envied, so carefree, outside to play around. She is also almost a kind of otaku, the company unit vegetable market, 3 points 1 line, life can only be said to be quite passable. But definitely not interesting. Bai Wei on the other side is almost the same. Occasionally get together with friends, the rest of the time is just like this cycle of life. This could also be said to be the life of most people. But seeing this colorful life of Su Yang, they would also envy it. Looking aside, at the perfume left behind by Su Yang, she pondered, should we find an opportunity? Invite Su Yang for a meal? Last time Su Yang treated them, they hadn't invited them back yet. To say that just like this, they can mix a meal with peace of mind, they always feel that their hearts are not very comfortable. It always felt like they owed something. Right, Xiao Bai Wei smacked her lips, holding a pink cup of water, took a sip of the hose, smacked her lips and asked, should we invite it back? Last time, that Su Yang was buying dinner and drinks again. Just in time, that's what I was thinking, I'll ask later. Village entrance. A group of old men and women were sitting on small benches, chatting idly and getting high on melon seeds. Lu Feng, who had nothing to do, also took a small bench and sat in the corner, coming over to listen to the gossip, just as a pastime. By the way, to test the sun, enjoy a leisurely afternoon. Have you heard? The Erwa family's baby was arrested. It was only released a few days ago, that's why it came back. Ha! I told you why he didn't come back for years, so he was arrested? What did he do? I don't know, I heard it was a robbery. He was sentenced to 3 years. Listening to the gossip of a group of old men and women, Lu Feng said. People just go out to work for a few years, you guys say he got into trouble and ran away, and now that he's back, you guys say that he's just been released? Chapter 48 Song Xiao's Invitation. The village entrance is not a person at all, but their whole life. Moncler Outlet Store online. It is not the melon seeds that are knocked out of Moncler Outlet Store their mouths either, it is their reputation that is knocked out of their mouths. Suddenly one person looked at Lu Feng and asked, Lu Feng, when is your son coming back? He wouldn't have gotten a girlfriend yet, right? In an instant the smile on Lu Feng's face disappeared. He is estimated to come back on the 4th, whether he has a girlfriend or not I don't know, it's good that he's having a good time. Lu Feng got high on melon seeds and looked at a group of grandparents who were watching her. Lu Erwa's children are back, your children if you do not come back, afraid of really Lu not go home. A big mom looked at Lu Feng. The sight of the big mama nodded, cold snort, Lu Turtle's son is not filial piety at all. Wait for him to come back, I will help you clean him up. No. Lu Feng quickly smiled with a helpless smile and said, he is not busy outside. If you have the money to go home for New Year's Eve, how can you not go home for years? Auntie hastily patted Lu Feng's hand, shook her head and said, even if the child is big, the say Lu or to say. Your child is afraid of earning a lot of money outside, or why not come back for a few years? The sight of the big mom smiled and said in a conspiratorial manner. Lu Feng. He shouldn't have made any money, he's just muddling along. Lu Feng's face became not so good for a while. Then he must have a girlfriend, right? The big mom on the side pulls Lu Feng with excitement, did he send you a photo? The expression on Lu Feng's face became even more ugly as she shook her head with a dark face and an embarrassing smile. He shouldn't be playing friends either. Money not earned, girlfriend not played, what is he busy with? Busy looking for death. Ah! Su Yang! You hurry up and get back to my mother. Lu Feng's heart roared. Not far away, Su Dashan, who was ready to tell Lu Feng to go home, looked at Lu Feng's expression. He inwardly exempted a bit. I will not go home today. I heard that there is a wild pond not far away, so I will fish first. Otherwise at this time at home, breathing is wrong. But she is also clear that Su Yang is already difficult outside, so she should not give him trouble. There was no choice but to sit on the pony zipper in a stifled manner. It was neither a good idea to leave, nor was it a good idea not to leave. She is also an honest person, people ask what they say. System, is the traffic jam from Duching to Yoan? Traffic jam. System, will there be a traffic jam if we take the small road? Traffic jam. Plan a road for me. Ding. On the day of the host's departure, the system will map out a route for you. The cost of which is 100 yuan per kilometer. Okay. System, you really did hide something behind my back. $100 for 1 kilometer, $10,000 for 100 kilometers. Good, that's a lot of fun, isn't it? But it doesn't matter, Su Yang isn't that far behind right now, and the main thing is, according to the system's trail, although it might go up and down the mountain, drilling through whatever nooks and crannies. And the number of kilometers will be pulled up a notch, but it doesn't matter. As long as you can get home, it's better than taking a slow step or three on a high road. Su Yang still preferred to take some small roads, at least this way, although the speed was slower, but along the way, he could also see the scenery and go picking up the wind. What he was considering now was, should he go home in the next 2 days? Or wait for the day before the 30th to go home? If he went home too early, he was bound to be forced to go on a blind date, and then once he spent more than 2 or 3 days with his parents, he was sure to be scolded. One couldn't even sleep lazily in the morning. Scolding 3 times a day is a sure thing. The first day, son hug. The second day, the youngest child to eat what? The third day, you turtle child flange not to die. Sleep, are you a pig? The thought of that scene, Su Yang could not help but shiver, too broad afraid of oh. The cell phone suddenly vibrated. Su Yang, who was sitting at home, playing games to kill time, picked up his cell phone and took a look. Song, have a meal together? I let you invite 2 days ago, it should be our turn this time, right? Su, report the location. Song, then we'll send you the location when we get there, let's do it tonight, we'll come over after the late shift. Su, roger that. After sending the message, Su Yang didn't even have the idea of wanting to make small talk for a second. At this moment, Su Yang had arrived at a critical moment in his life. That is to open the box. Playing CS shooting just a figure of fun, the real game also have to look at the open box. Ding. The host recharged $20,000 in the game platform. System reward, 44,444 yuan. Su Yang. So you're going to die if you draw a card? Tuzi, you're a stranger to me. You can't even coax me now. Shaking his head and sighing, Su Yang casually bought some messy chests. In the past, he would occasionally open a chest, the chests were a few dollars, he could beat them himself, but the keys were expensive. However, the ones he opened were basically trash, and the most expensive ones were just $12 or so for skins. Casually opening the chest, Su Yang's expression did not change in the slightest. 1 hour later. At the balcony. Su Yang stood at the balcony, holding a cigarette, his eyes were lifeless and his hair was messy as he looked into the distance. This hook 8 game, who the hell is paying out gold off? The whole $20,000, he can go to find a high-end periphery, the result is so bleached? Drift away. The game is a bunch of useless garbage. It's real trash. Can you at least give me a stamp set? Not to mention what the Nifa gloves, casually come a consolation prize is also possible, right? What kind of black number is this? His own luck, all spent on the system? Black face and played the game for a while. The expression is also considered to have soothed some, at least today the hand is not bad. In fact, Su Yang at first wanted to buy LOL skin, but thought, this game now he does not play much, by also not that necessary. So he just gave up. Now the game has really become a pastime. The main thing is that he doesn't know what to do for the time being, and he doesn't like to drink, and he doesn't really like to go to any bars or anything like that. After all, it was still because he had stayed at home for too long, so his entertainment was rather lacking. In exchange for those scene people, I guess they already have a bunch of ways to entertain themselves, right? Su Yang scat his mouth. Time passed slowly. Ding. The host's game failed. System reward, 6 yuan. Su Yang. No, you hooker, you've recorded me losing the game, right? Don't go too far. Let me tell you, don't look at me as Mr. Nice Guy, once I explode, I am also very scary. With a black face, Su Yang played a few more games, and his face became even darker. When Song Xiaoxiao sent herself a message, it was already past 9 o'clock. It was estimated that this person didn't get off work until after 9 o'clock. Song, we're almost off duty. Su, I'll come pick you guys up then? Song, okay, slow down on the road. Su, roger that. Looking at the message, he picked up his phone and changed into a set of clothes, dressed warmly, even wearing fall pants under his jeans. Walked downstairs and drove off in his car. Chapter 49, Bath equals beauty. Counting the last time, this should be the second time he himself had dinner with a girl, right? With such thoughts, Su Yang slowly drove his car and arrived at the parking lot near Chuanxi Road. After stopping the car, sent a location to the duo. Stepping down from the car, his muscles were still a little sore. He felt that he should also go to Yunmeng Bay today to press a button. Definitely not because he wanted to go, but because his body's muscles were sore. That's why he had to go. He. Ducheng is indeed a good place. There are really many pretty girls. Su Yang stood in the parking lot, and from time to time, he could see some excellent figure and appearance of the girls walking past. With a cigarette in his mouth, he squatted on the ground. Not a moment later, he heard a clear sound of high heels. Turning his head to look, he saw the duo of Song Xiao and Bai Wei walking over with their steps. The crunching sound of high heels hitting the ground. Su Yang was not sure, but he always felt that such a sound was extraordinarily appealing. It was as if it was hitting on the heartstrings. Bai Wei was wearing a white long-down jacket. Song Xiao was wearing a black long-down jacket. It was probably about to reach the ankles. It was just like a long windbreaker. It was this down jacket that made the two feel like a tube. But these two, they were strangely good-looking, and their bodies were also good-looking. Not bad for Ducheng. TSK. Aloha. Bai Wei looked at Su Yang and raised her hand and shook it. Seeing this, Su Yang put out his cigarette and politely said, "You guys are off work so late? It's hard work." "Just okay." Bai Wei sighed. Bitter life. Su Yang walked to the car and reached out to pull open the door. Letting the two sit in the back seat, he then bared his teeth and opened the driver's door. Driving the car. Where to eat? Su Yang glanced at the rearview mirror and looked at the two women sitting in the back seat. Not to mention, this is the first time he has brought a sister in this car yet. Just go to Xiaolonkan? Eat hot pot? Bai Wei licked her red lips. Song Xiao, on the other hand, looked at Su Yang and asked suspiciously, "Are you uncomfortable there? Legs hurt. Climbing the mountain for 4 hours yesterday. I feel like my body doesn't belong to me anymore now." Su Yang gave a bitter smile. Hearing this, the two girls smiled sweetly. "Didn't go and press it?" Song Xiao teasingly looked at Su Yang. Su Yang smiled at these words and said, "I went when I climbed, and I also went today. I guess it'll take 2 more days to recover." Ugh. "No, why do you guys like to go to places like that?" Bai Wei's tone carried a bit of disbelief. Su Yang sniffed and pondered for a moment, raised his eyebrows and said, "Is there a possibility? Us going to a bathing center is just like you guys going to a beauty salon? It's just that a lot of people treat this place as not a very decent place. This might have been immodest in the past, but now I guess it's a bit more decent." Song Xiao raised her eyebrows at Su Yang's analogy. Bai Wei froze. "So, that's a proper massage parlor?" Bai Wei's mouth opened and closed, her cheeks slightly red. Own heart. Aha. Su Yang looked at the two women in the back seat with strange eyes. This thing is actually normal, just like when Su Yang didn't go, that bathing center is always cloaked in a veil of mystery. But after having been there, I realized that it is indeed a place for massage to relieve stress. Their muscles are sore, go there to press, indeed comfortable a lot. Otherwise, it's really a bit difficult to deal with. Have the opportunity to experience it also strange comfortable look. Su Yang he smile, tonight ready to go again. Eat a meal, and then go to press a wave. Chapter 50 Violent Driving plus more. Driving slowly on the road. Su Yang hummed a song, listening to the two women behind him chirping and chatting is. Bai Wei's voice was a very characteristic imperial voice, while Song Xiao's words carried a gentle and soft tone like that of a lady of the house. "So Su Yang, your family is from Yuan?" Well, Su Yang nodded slightly, looking behind the two girls' gorgeous faces. "I guess it's just 100 kilometers or so." Apparently girls generally don't have much of a cognizance of distances. "So are you going home for a blind date this year?" Bai Wei looked at Su Yang with a derisive expression and teased, "I guess you can't escape a bit." Ugh. Su Yang sighed and looked at Bai Wei in the backseat breathlessly. "Can you damn well not create anxiety? Snow leopard. Shut up." Ha ha ha. Bai Wei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Song Xiao also shook her head helplessly. Ding. The host is chatting and kibitzing with the two women. With a happy mood, a beautiful face, and a voice like an oriole's, it's as if a long drought has brought sweet rain. System reward, 6666 yuan. Fart. System, take back your words, we are still good friends. I'm single, but not so much that I get a high C in my skull when I hear a girl's voice. Imbecile. Snow leopard. Shut up. But driving in the city is really congested. Especially in downtown areas like this. Driving is like constipation. It's a whole lot of nothing. After driving for more than half an hour. Only almost traveling to the smoother road. When the vehicle stopped, Su Yang opened the door and stepped down from the car, stretched his waist and rubbed his legs. This driving was really tiring. Ha? Su Yang? Su Yang suspiciously turned his head to look and saw not far away the duo of Wang Jia and Wang Ci standing by a car. They were still a bit surprised when they saw the trio. Xiao. Wei Wei? You guys are also here? Wang Jia opened his mouth in surprise, looking at the three of them and asked, You guys know each other? Recognize off Song Xiao nodded, looking at Wang Jia in front of her, smiled and said, he is still the one I introduced to your store to get a haircut, and Su Yang is my college classmate. Is that so? Wang Jia smiled, teasingly looking at Su Yang who was quietly standing aside. Yang Yang, come and let brother Jia take a look. Scram! Su Yang's expression changed and he snorted coldly, pussy is definitely a man you can't get in this life. Wang Jia froze at his words. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Just kidding with you, dude, pure fake. Wang Jia raised his hand to show off his muscles. You don't understand how many good-looking girls are on the side of those brothers. You also don't understand how cool it is to be a woman's male best friend. Wang Jia raised an eyebrow at Su Yang with an ambiguous expression. Su Yang froze at his words. So, it's true that a male best friend is a buddy who doesn't have to be responsible? Su Yang's expression was somewhat disgusted, feeling as if he had seen some disgusting truth. Wang Jia snorted, his tone was a bit contemptuous. Of course, listen to those sabis talk about male girlfriends, direct violent driving is it? There are still little girls around. Su Yan looked at Wang Ci who was not far away. Wang Ci was wearing a double ponytail and green hat today. Like Hatsune Miku, it would be perfect if she did a shaking onion song. Her? Internet in demon. Wang Jia waved his hand in disbelief. Little girls nowadays know more than all of us. What are you talking nonsense about? Wang Ci's cheeks reddened and viciously kicked Wang Jia's calf. He bared his teeth in pain. The duo Song Xiao and Bai Wei also didn't have a male best friend, and at the same time, they also felt that a male best friend or something really wasn't something that any normal woman could have. But it's just right, they've all gotten together. Let's eat together? There's a lot of people. Wang Jia looked at Su Yang's trio and waved his head in a gesture. Su Yang pondered for a moment. Okay, it also happens to be more lively. Chapter 51. Which one are you? But you bought a car? Wang Jia looked at the big Land Rover in front of him and reached out to touch the hood. What did you buy this car for? You do engineering? Wang Jia's eyes were a bit strange. Which guy drives this? No, Su Yang shrugged and said with a light smile, my mom let me buy it. She said not to drive a Land Rover, don't go home for the new year. After that, I bought one of these. What kind of car is the same for me? Su Yang's tone was flat and unimpressed. Listening to this, Wang Jia froze. Suddenly smiled and said, don't tell me, you're damn still a rich generation. Yeah, Su Yang nodded slightly and looked at Wang Jia suspiciously. Aren't you? The smile on Wang Jia's face stiffened for a moment. Put. Ha 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 chow. Wang Ci looked at Wang Jia's stiff smile, couldn't hold it and burst out laughing. This dangling hair to open a barbershop or find uncle to borrow money. Borrowed 2 million to open a year, lost more than 6 million. Ha 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 grass. Su Yang? No, man, really, how did you lose so much? Su Yang's expression was a bit strange, as if he had seen a wizard. How do I know? Wang Jia looked at Su Yang's few people with a black face in an instant. If I knew how I lost so much, would I still lose? These words made Su Yang's cerebellum almost shriveled up, confused for a moment. Song Xiao several people also couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time the two of them knew that Wang Jia's store was in a loss. They had thought that his store's business was still good. Alright, bother, go in first. Wang Jia waved his head. A few people pushed open the curtain and walked in. As soon as they entered the door, a heat wave hit their faces. Su Yang several people only felt that the tense muscles on their cheeks also had a slight relief. There were a lot of people and it was winter, so it was natural to eat hot pot. It's just that today, they were eating beef hot pot. The store was bustling with activity. A group of children were running around, playing and playing. It's Ms. Song, right? The girl at the bar looked at a few people and inquired. Right, Song Xiao immediately nodded. That plus 2 more seats, there's a total of 5 of us. Good, then you guys go inside first and do hire. Su Yang's few people walked towards the store, weaving in and out of the crowd. The business in the store was indeed good, very noisy, a group of people rowing and drinking. The atmosphere was still good. Pulling out the chairs, the crowd settled down. Receiving the menu handed over by the waiter. Su Yang looked at Song Xiao before speaking. Then I won't be polite with you. Aha, don't be polite, just order whatever you want to eat. Song Xiao pulled up the hair hanging down by her ears, then looked down at the menu. Let's have 5 pounds of tender beef, and 2 servings of tripe as well. 1 serving of duck intestines. Crispy immediately raised her hand. She wouldn't know what it was to be formal. Properly a social terrorist. Su Yang also ordered a few dishes, and today he was eating beef hot pot. Eating mutton in winter was probably good. Song Xiao listened and added a few more dishes. Then they put down the menu. Su Yan leaned back in the chair, lazy and cozy. The sense of relaxation is full. Simply put, sitting without sitting. Why didn't you reply me when I sent you a message? Wang Ci looked at Su Yang grudgingly, her cheeks puffed up like a cute little hamster. Su Yang froze at his words. You're the one? Wang Ci. Hoping that you haven't recognized who I am until now? In an instant, Wang Ci's entire body was struck by lightning, and his painting style turned gray. The entire person cracked from the middle. Brother Jie also froze when he heard this. Hilariously, he laughed, ha 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 chow. Wang ci ah. Wang ci. See? People don't even remember what you look like. Chapter 52, Grabbing Back to Make Wine. No, I mean, what's your prestige name? Su Yang hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, there are a bit too many people sending messages from wisdom these days. So it's not very clear to remember. Pink Lady. Wang Ci instantly seemed to become full again, her chin pestle on the desktop, eyeballing Su Yang. Her tone was sultry and mournful, so I didn't mix up both of my notes? Be confident, Song Xiao didn't mix it up either. Su Yang took a sip of tea from the teacup on the table. Song Xiao on the side also froze at the words, I didn't even mix up my notes? Aha. Su Yang nodded slightly, took out his cell phone and pulled the column of prestige contacts to the bottom. There are only 30 or so people in my Weixin, do you guys think I need to get any notes? Su Yang looked at a few people and let out a light laugh. Looking at Su Yang's prestige that only had about 30 people. Bai Wei asked incredulously, you're a trumpet, right? There are no trumpets in the entire network. Su Yang put his phone aside and said with a smile, there weren't many people in the first place, whoever is who basically has an impression, even if they change their avatar and nickname, a glance at the chat logs will also be able to recognize them. Got it, you're Cold Front's cell phone aren't you? Wang Jie smiled and spat out, you don't want people to be able to contact you directly after picking up your phone. Su Yang. You're also a Do you guys want some wine? Wang Jie looked up at the few people. Su Yang immediately shook his head, I can't drink a little, I've been drinking for days in a row, I need to slow down. That's fine, 2 more bottles of ice broad. Wang Jie turned his head again and looked at the waiter on the side and said, exempt, the flavor is really fragrant. The fragrant pot bottom was brought over. Su Yang. Several people got up and walked towards the seasoning table. In most hot pot restaurants nowadays, the dipping sauces had to be mixed by themselves. Exempt. Su Yan looked at the Guawazi beside him who ran over with his legs and was startled, this New Year's children have also increased AO. Yes. Bai Wei and Song Xiao immediately nodded. Song Xiao had a bit of a headache, today there was a bear child in the store, annoying, running here and there, parents do not care. Almost knocked down the coat rack in the store, and didn't know to apologize. Normal, the way of education nowadays is different from what we used to have. Su Yang thought of the past when he was a child, could not help but shiver, that guy, when I was a child, I did not write the homework, the teacher in the school to beat a meal. My mom beat me at home. My dad is still stranded on the edge of the Gaga music. Thinking of that scene, Su Yang also couldn't help but laugh lightly. You must have been as skinny as these bear kids when you were little. Bai Wei pointed with her chin to the bear children not far away, who were at the seasoning counter, throwing onions and salt into other seasonings. When the boss wasn't paying attention, they were doing damage. Or you can say, even if the boss saw it is not good to control, just like this half a big kid, if you control it, but also cannot control, and the guests say it, can let the child play around like this, I guess it is not a good parent. After all, they have been playing around for a while, and if they were better parents, they would have seen it and would naturally discipline them. It's just because the parents are also lazy, or don't want to control, condoning the free range. Su Yang immediately shook his head, I was still quite well behaved when I was a kid, I just didn't like reading much. Crispy looked at the several little brats standing in front of the spice table, and hurriedly walked over and said, little kids, no Nadio's sister wants to get the spices, you guys give way. Or I'll ask your mom and dad to spank you. Slightly you want you to care? The little kid immediately looked at Crispy in an untamed manner, looked at her green double ponytail, and pleated skirt immediately opened his mouth and said, rubbing female. Steamed shrimp head. Su Yang? Bai Wei? Song Xiao? Wang Jie. There was one thing to say, and when this came out, several people were a bit confused. This is a ING little kid? Sure enough, kids nowadays are not innocent at all. After the baptism of the internet, they probably know everything, it's just skin. What are you saying you? Crispy got angry in an instant, who wasn't already a bear child she immediately grabbed the little brat's collar. You dare to hit me? I'll net bomb you. Let go. Hurry up and let go. Without the slightest hesitation, the bear child immediately punched and kicked at Crispy. This scene made several people frown. Su Yang also couldn't help but frown. In the past, Su Yang would definitely be more trouble than it's worth. Just tolerate it and get over it. Because that's how he was taught by his family since he was a child, telling him not to cause trouble, his family had no money, his family was poor. Let himself be honest. But now where he cares so much. Go to your code, capital is not happy, pussy to do you. Not convinced they continue to do. Ready to fight. Although not very familiar with Wang Ci, but at least it is a kawaii girl. Finish her people also not bad, can deal with. Su Yang naturally will not just be a passerby. It was easy to be looked down upon. He immediately walked past Song Xiao, raised his leg and walked to the side of Crispy, patting her hand. Making her let go of the child. Crispy frowned at the sight, but didn't say anything, just let go of her hand and grunted coldly. Where are your parents? Su Yang expressionlessly looked at the bear child in front of him. The bear child sniffed and kicked on Su Yang's calf. What do you care? After saying that, he made a face at Su Yang, took the bottle of sauce on the side, and squeezed it over at Su Yang's body. The dark sauce dyed Su Yang's clothes black. Looking at this scene, Su Yang let out a soft laugh from his mouth. And by way several people frowned. Wang Xiai also looked at that child with dissatisfaction. Nowadays children really can't be hit or scolded. Still really don't know how to deal with it, and the parents don't know where to be anymore. Good, I was worried that you were just simply naughty, my little baby. Confirmed, is the lawless bear child. If just naughty, then just say a little, if bear child. Su Yang took the child's collar with one hand and lifted his hand to pick up the other party. Yelled, Jiang family child. Don't labor to get back to make wine. Su Yang's roar with anger silenced the store for a moment. You claw? You grabbed my family child to do what? Suddenly a table of people stood up in unison with a roar coming out of their mouths and walked towards Su Yang with quick steps. Seeing this, Su Yang just let go of the bear child in his hand. The other party seemed to be startled and cried after falling to the ground. A heartbreaking cry and howl was extraordinarily harsh and noisy. Your child scolded my friend and hit my friend. And he also hit people. Su Yang looked at the several people who came towards him aggressively and, looking at the other party with a cold face, he took a deep breath. Apologize, and this matter will be over. Apologize? My waifu just casually hit you, would you die? The woman on the side looked at Su Yang with dissatisfaction. Are you still not an adult? Bullying little waifu claws well. Apologize? Lousy Dao you MMP. You turtle child hit lousy waifu, you shouted lousy apologize? The man was wearing short sleeves, tattooed dragons and tigers on his arms. The side of the big mom also hastily squatted on the ground, holding the bear child. Comfort, nothing baby, shout your old man to clean him up. A group of people talking, listening to Su Yang brain some big. Ding. Host spending $500,000 to buy civil law knowledge. Ding. The host spends $500,000 to buy intermediate fighting proficiency. Chapter 53, Even good people have hostility. Ding. The host's lawyer is on the way, please be at ease. The other party walked in front of Su Yang, raised his hand and pushed Su Yang. Su Yang stumbled and went right to the side of Wang Jia. The corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. His eyes glanced at the surveillance not far away. Brother Jia. Step back, don't make a move. After Su Yang finished speaking to Wang Jia in a low voice, he lifted his leg and took a step forward. It was your child who made the first move. Is this how you parents teach your children? Labor jangles don't need you to teach a waifu. Worry you immortal, what do you want to do? Do you want to fight? The other party saw Su Yang did not resist, seems to think it is a soft persimmon, immediately raised his hand toward Su Yang pushed. Looking at the other party's hand toward his own push. Wang Xiai couldn't help it anymore and immediately shouted and cursed, bullying, right? Want to fight huh? Seeing this, Wang Jia hurriedly raised his hand to stop by way, and with one hand he grabbed Ci who wanted to rush up. Although he couldn't figure out what Su Yang wanted to do, but he felt that Su Yang should have his own ideas. At this time, Su Yang's eyes were quick. Immediately grabbed the other party's hand, and with a backhanded over-the-shoulder slam, he dropped the other party on the ground. With a bang, the man's entire body smashed onto the table at the back. The things on the table splashed around, and the man's mouth let out a wail of pain. Su Yang did not take advantage of the situation to chase after him. Because if he went after him, it would be a brawl. Watching this scene, Song Xiaoxiao several women froze. That one over-the-shoulder fall, really good 6. Looking towards Su Yang's back, a few people inexplicably felt somewhat tall and heavy, with a sense of security. Wang Xiai little one, saw the scene, could not help but leaping and clenching his fists and waving his hands. Handsome. He protected Song Xiaoxiao and the others with one hand and took 2 steps backward. You turtle don't have nothing to do. Say an apology can be solved la thing, you have to make trouble? I day your mom. You dare to hit labor? The man who smashed his back on the table covered his back, bared his teeth and climbed up from the table. Get him for me. You guys step back. Su Yang hurriedly called out to a few people. Looking at the men and women rushing towards him, immediately sidestepped the bottles thrown by the other party. A square stomp kicked the woman in front of him. The afterglow glanced at a wine bottle that came towards his head, and he immediately raised his hand to block the side of his head. The bottle hit his elbow, and glass splashed everywhere along with the liquor. I've endured for 10 or 20 years. How am I going to let you guys bully me now? What a step back. Be generous. What benevolence and righteousness, all your ing. Everyone's teaching themselves to be good, but everyone's trying their hardest to be mean to them. Blocking the other party's bottle, Su Yang immediately used his foot as a fulcrum and drew a semicircle in place. With the elbow of his other hand, he fiercely struck the man on the side on the cheek. Su Yang just stood alone in the aisle, constantly fending off the counterattacks of the other party. By ways few people were a bit anxious as they watched this scene. Taking their cell phones, they hurriedly made calls. Calling for friends. Wang Jia, you quickly go help him. Bai Wei hurriedly called out to Wang Jia. Su Yang said not to go. Song Xiaoxiao pinched her cell phone and looked ahead anxiously and worriedly. Don't let anything happen. Wang Jia was also a bit emboldened. Good guy, good guy. In fact, ordinary people fight where there are so many fancy things. It is nothing more than grabbing the other person's collar and constantly swinging and punching to the head. Su Yang's clothes were pulled, he immediately retreated a step back and crouched downwards. Immediately got out of the sweatshirt. Another kick was thrown towards the other party. At this moment the hot pot restaurant was in chaos. A group of people were fighting together. But that's how ordinary people fight, in 2 or 3 minutes they don't have much strength. Plus the ground was full of soup or wine and became wet. Su Yang saw that no one resisted and immediately took a step back, his breathing was a little short. The corner of his eye was scratched by the shards of the bottle and blood slid down the corner of his eye. He looked at the situation in front of him and didn't continue to fight, but looked at the person in front of him warily. Are you alright? Song Xiaoxiao. Several people hurriedly walked quickly to Su Yang's side and surrounded him, looking at the wound on Su Yang's cheek. Bai Wei was so angry that she dropped her tears. You're all broken. She cursed the dialect out of her mouth, grabbed a beer bottle on the side and was ready to throw it towards the man on the ground. Su Yang hurriedly raised his hand to stop Bai Wei, and said to Wang Jia, who was at the side, go find the store to guard the computer, and don't move anyone except the police. My lawyer will be here soon. Called the police? Su Yang's breathing was a little short, he was a little shaky at the moment, it was because of the overexcitement. Already reported it. Song Xiaoxiao's heart palpitated as she looked at the situation in front of her, taking the tissue in her hand, wiping the bloodstains at the corner of Su Yang's eyes. Ah! Murder! Murder! A voice-breaking insane hoarse scream rang out. Su Yang raised his eyes and saw an old woman darting towards him with her teeth and claws open. He hurriedly pulled Song Xiaoxiao and Bai Wei behind him. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately kicked the other party hard in the face. FCK. What the is this? Hey, why are you hitting an old man? Oh, it's Dao Tianzuan. Su Yang hurriedly turned his head to look, and saw a middle-aged man, shouting at himself in dissatisfaction. In pushing even you. Su Yang raised his hand and pointed at the other party, a hint of hostility flashed in his eyes. He was a good person, he did have a gentle character and didn't like to get into conflict with people. But it didn't mean that he didn't have hostility. After suppressing it for so many decades, why wouldn't he want to have a painful fight? Today is also considered to be the fulfillment of his wish. Looking at Su Yang's appearance, Wang Xi's eyes flashed with light. Ah! Brother! Tread on me! Get out of the way, get out of the way! Police! Ah Sir came quickly and hurriedly squeezed in from the crowd. Seeing the situation in front of him was also a shock, the ground was covered in blood. Several men and women were lying on the ground wailing. And an older woman was rolling on the ground, constantly wailing about dying. Who called the police? It was me. Song Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and stood out from the back, immediately raising her hand. It's them. Seeing this, the old woman on the ground hurriedly got up and grabbed the police's hand, crying and wailing, Comrade police, they hit people. They hit the old man. And hit the children. Don't talk nonsense. You guys started it. A youthful shout rang out from the crowd. That's just it. Your child hit the person first, and when the person theorized with you guys didn't apologize and even hit him. It was true that there were still many good people in this world. Miscellaneous shouts rang out from the crowd. Ah Sir can also roughly understand what happened. Chapter 54. Give them intensity. Extra. Bring it back first, call for an ambulance. Ah Sir immediately evacuated the surrounding people. 1 hour later. Inside the mediation room, a group of people sat at separate tables. Ah Sir sat in the center. Looking at the people on both sides, he opened his mouth and said, we have understood the general course of events. This matter is actually your problem, it's almost New Year, I suggest that both of you reconcile. No reconciliation. I want to sue them. The other party wrapped in dumplings violently slapped the desktop, the flames are extremely arrogant. He's the one who hit my child first. The man immediately pointed to the monitor, the image of Su Yan lifting the bare child up. This is my client, worried about the child running around and losing it, so he lifted up the child and looked for this child's parents. The lawyer sitting beside Su Yan pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. And my client's friend decided to sue your child for insulting her personality, calling her a scrub girl vulgar, and also cyber-violating her, causing great harm to her heart. And my client's friend is only 17 years old. Only 17 years old? Do you know how much damage a sentence of rubbing female has caused to my client's friend? We will follow up by having her look into psychological issues, as we suspect that she already has a tendency towards depression. Su Yan listened to the lawyer's words and turned his head to look at Crispy. Crispy immediately slumped down on the table. Ooh, can't live, I'm going to die. I'm going to jump, I'm going to slit my wrists, I'm going to send a small work. Cough cough. The lawyer even dry cough. Crispy saw the situation just lying on the table and sobbing. Not far away, the corners of Ah Sir's mouth twitched slightly. And the other party saw this and immediately slapped the table, but he was the one who hit me first. Sorry. Officer, please look at the VCR, no, please look at the surveillance. The lawyer immediately pointed to the surveillance on the computer and opened his mouth. Look, this tattooed big man here had a shoving motion first. But my client did not fight back, but worried about the conflict intensifying, first led his friend back a few steps. Don't get involved, and then theorized with the other party. And the defendant? He not only did not apologize, but instead, he was extremely arrogant, calling out his friends, ready to surround my client. And pushed my client again. In such an occasion, my client panicked, not knowing the other party's intention, and then returned fire. Fully consistent with self-defense, and you see, my client subdued the other party, did not multiply the victory, but backed up a step, and the other party to pull away, raised his hand to indicate that both sides calm. And the other party, instead, called out to his friends. A group of people launched a group beating toward my client. This is a group beating. So, my client is prepared to sue the opposite party for group assault. I hope that your party can keep the surveillance video, which is the evidence we need for the follow-up. At this moment, the group of people across the street froze. I tower meow group assault? Two of them wrapped in a variety of bags, bruises and swollen face are somewhat unable to see the original appearance. And Su Young? Just a band-aid on the corner of his eye. Right. And my client's friend, on the way to be surrounded by the other side, lost a necklace worth 145,000 yuan is Louis Vuitton, and a Rolex worth 90,000 yuan. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that the other party is to see money, the fact that there is a premeditated robbery. And in the meantime, damage my client a Hermes jacket and a Burberry sweater. The two aspirants sniffed the words for a split second and their expressions became serious. Although this is just a simple nature of the fight case, but the property involved is really quite a lot. The opposite side of the people saw the situation, panicked. The old woman sniffed, an instant tilted his head and tore his lungs and yelled, "They beat the old man. I have a headache, I'm dying." Ah. Dying. Looking at the other party's haphazard appearance, the lawyer was not the slightest bit flustered. I've seen the CCTV, in a situation like that, don't say you're an old man, your Jesus would have to give you 2 slaps on the wrist. Open teeth, disheveled hair, and just the same expression as an evil spirit. You seriously scared my client, and in that chaotic situation my client, who was already panicked, launched a defensive counterattack against you. Su Yang, 6. This mouth replacement is really awesome. One doesn't have to say anything. Alright. I am very busy. I'll leave the next matter to the lawyers to butt heads with you. Su Yang got up from his chair, and Crispy on the side hurriedly stood on her tiptoes and put on Su Yang's jacket. Su Yang, who put on the jacket, scornfully looked at the other party. Wait to be sued. Su Yang tidied up and walked out of the mediation room with a cold face. Both Asirs had some headaches. Both sides were not to be messed with. One was a nuisance, the other was a reasonable brute. Is it all right? No problem? After Su Yang and Crispy walked out, a group of people came over. Su Yang shook his head. Asir wants to reconcile. I didn't agree. Mr. Su. The lawyer on the side pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. The current situation is very favorable to you. I will immediately prepare all the materials to submit to the court tonight. Don't worry, this is the first time I've fought such a simple battle. Honestly, the current situation is such that even a trainee lawyer can come in and win the case steadily. The lawyer pushed his gold-rimmed glasses somewhat helplessly. But Mr. Su, have you studied law? Lawyer Luo pushed his glasses a little curious. After all, Su Yang's guard counterattack in the surveillance could be said to be textbook level. Idly read some. Su Yang smiled faintly. Lawyer Luo had an expression of "I'm sure that's the case" as he smiled and said, "I'll formulate the other party's compensation amount tonight. Strive to take it in the first trial." Alright, thanks Lawyer Luo. Su Yang nodded and watched the other party leave. Walking over to the car, pulling open the door and sitting inside, he exhaled a long breath. Several people also got into the car. Are you all alright? Su Yang looked at the few people and asked. It's fine. Bai Wei's voice was a little trembling, and she looked at Su Yang reproachfully. You said you have to show off what you can do, and now your face has broken the skin. Come on, I went to the hospital, to sit there, the doctor said I came 2 seconds late and the wound are healed. The corner of Su Yang's mouth twitched. A few people worried about themselves, had to let themselves go to see, well, go and almost not be laughed to death. But, you are very handsome today. Song Xiaoxiao looked at Su Yang with a serious and solemn expression. She seemed to understand in an instant why women look for men. It was when they were helpless, someone was able to stand in front of them. Ha ha ha, thank you, thank you. Su Yang shook the flash drive in his hand. This video, I'm going to carve it on my grave when I get old later. Damn, it's so cool. 8-1 can't beat them, they can't play at all. Ha ha ha, super. Su Yang laughed dejectedly for a while. The dejected Su Yang, and that cheerful laughter, made the haze in the hearts of several people dissipate. The mood also turned much better. But be prepared. Su Yang turned his head to look at Crispy, who was sitting at the back, with her head down and snapping her nails. Crispy, you lost your necklace and watch? Yeah, Crispy looked up at Su Yang and smiled sweetly. I heard you call for a lawyer, so I threw the things inside. Put some intensity on them. Su Yang, 6. By way, 6. Song Xiao Xiao, 6. No. No one cares about me? Wang Jia blocked in front of a few girls, being scratched and scratched by a group of people. With a few scratches on his face, he looked at a few people speechlessly. Looking at Wang Jia, who was scratched like a flower cat, a few people bared their teeth and burst out laughing. Carrying a gun together, whoring together, sitting in jail together, the three great ironies of life. But there was also the fact that they had fought together, which naturally brought the relationship between the people closer. Didn't expect that. Practiced before? Wang Jia grabbed Su Yang's arm and squeezed the not very hard arm. Had the honor of being a spirit boy before, when I was 15 or 16 years old. Su Yang scratched his head in slight embarrassment. It's the kind that wears tight pants and beanies and shaves his mushroom head. Aha, me too. Wang Jia also laughed, a smile full of memories. After all, they were all about the same age. I had a bobbed head back then, and I even liked to put my hands in my sleeves. Bai Wei also smiled. Several people had the same memories of roughly the same childhood. Post-05 Crispy felt as if she was isolated. But she didn't feel anything, her mind was full of Su Yang's back. Handsome. Ha. It felt like looking at the back could reward herself for once. Ding. After 15 years, the host is once again standing on the battlefield, defending his friends, and fought a good fight to vent his inner hostility. In a great mood. Reward, 66666 yuan. Woohoo, and made over $600,000 from a fight. A few people had different thoughts and were not in the mood to eat. Then each went back to their own homes. Su Yang sent several people away one after another. Looking away from the car. Ha. Xiao Xiao, your classmate is really handsome. Looking at the faraway headlights, Bai Wei cupped her hands in front of her chest with waves in her eyes. Hearing Bai Wei's words, Song Xiao Xiao rubbed her eyebrows. She also felt handsome. Rich and humorous, and really on top of things when they're done. Obviously, he wasn't very familiar with Wang Ci, and had only met him twice, and he was able to stand up like this. It shows that he has a strong sense of responsibility and is good to those around him. It can be seen from the fact that Su Yang brought a few kitties along for the ride. Chapter 55, Nothing Today, Listening to Songs on the Hook. Su Yang, who was lying on his back, only felt that his body was sore and aching. It was already hurting because of the exercise, and as a result, he felt like going gaga after coming so hard. The adrenaline faded, the excitement also dropped, and the pain in his muscles made him numb. In a hurry, he took his cell phone and opened his wiki. Sent a message to Zhang Gong. Su, come to my house to pick me up, and buy some drops on the way. I'll press it at your place. Zhang Gong, brother Su you are? Su, location. Zheng Gong, I'll be right there. Zheng Gong quickly looked at the door of the security call. Go and call a few more, with me out a trip. First of all, regardless of whether there is an accident, anyway, first called, so that the boss heart comfortable. Zheng Gong still knows. Immediately drove the station wagon used for transportation, with a car full of people, rushed towards the destination. Su Yang, who was lying on the bed, was numb. Although the skill is there, but the physical quality of resistance to the fight did not follow. At the beginning of the adrenaline, help yourself temporarily paralyzed, but after finishing, Su Yang is really painful. Because it is not a regular exercise, it is only in these 2 days to briefly exercise. The muscles tore, the nerves ached, and it still felt like it hurt everywhere when he was done. He trembled and climbed up, turned on the light, looked at the red and swollen areas on his body, and went numb. The arms were red and swollen everywhere. So were his legs, and his waist. Waiting for tomorrow is estimated to be green pain. Putting on his clothes, Su Yang bared his teeth and walked to the door and pulled it open. Pulled open the door immediately startled. The doorway 6 or 7 strong man stood in the doorway, expressionless look is really some scary. Immediately raised his hand and made a defense posture. Brother Su you are? Zheng Gong, that fist was about to hit his face, a strong wind. His but eyes tightened. Su Yan looked at Zheng Gong in front of him and immediately withdrew his hand. Thought he was being followed. Su Yang let out a long sigh and hurriedly pulled the door shut. Let's go and talk while walking. You brought so many people with you, I thought I had people following me. Su Yang opened his mouth and explained. Zheng Gong suddenly realized and drove the car crying and laughing. I thought something happened to you, bring more people to take care of it a bit. But brother Su, do you need help with that matter? My boss has some connections. Zheng Gong pondered and spoke, let's see if we can help you get even. Stop the car first. Su Yang immediately took out his cell phone with great interest and hurriedly said to a few people, please watch the VCR. Zheng Gong was puzzled and stopped the car. A group of people got together and looked at the video in the cell phone screen. It was able to see very clearly that the person inside was Su Yang. It's just this little brat, cursing my friend and hitting my friend. After I finished I theorized about it, and he pushed me. Su Yang explained the cause, lest they think he was bullying a small child. Crap. 8. For a while the people in the car got hyper and let out a series of exclamations. Su Yang wrapped his hands around his chest and arrogantly tilted his head. That's right. This is the buddy. Ha ha ha. It's so cool. Quickly. Crap. Just like watching a movie, looking at Su Yang inside, the group of people kept letting out exclamations of surprise. After all, it was really cool to watch, especially after knowing the antecedents. Damn long time ago, I wanted to beat up the bear child. Brother Su is awesome. Seeing the last Zhang Gong looked at Su Yang in amazement, one beat so many? Yes. Su Yang crooked his mouth, and it's still self-defense, now my lawyer is already suing the opposite side will have to pay me money instead. What? Zhang Gong looked at Su Yang incredulously, you beat them into this pussy and they still have to compensate you for the money? Right. Not only do they have to pay for the money, they also have to apologize. Crap. So cool? That's right. It's that cool. Su Yang arrogantly tilted his head, enjoying their reverent gazes. Compared to a woman's worship, it was still men's worship that was a bit more refreshing. Brother Su, I'll cover your spending tonight. Please teach me. Zhang Gong hurriedly begged. The group of people on the side also spoke in a hurry, Brother Su, I'll press for you tonight, please teach me. Roll. Su Yang looked at the two big men looking at him blearily and hurriedly pushed the other away. It's simple, first learn the law, know how the constitution of self-defense is, and then counterattack in this range. Arriving at Yunmeng Bay in his car, Su Yang was like a general returning victorious, followed by a group of fawning horsemen on the side. After all, learning such a hand, anyone who wants to pretend, if they have this video, directly pull the whole family, uninterrupted viewing, finished also engraved in the genealogy of their own page. Xiaomei, hurry to open one for my brother Su. And then call over all the best looking ones in the store. Remember to be really good looking. Tonight my brother Su will have to have a good massage. Zhang Gong smiled just like the interpreter on the side of the little Japanese, greasy, fawning and ridiculous. Su Yang this time also some social fear, after all, this point to some people. He shrunk his neck, some social fear. Hurriedly walked to the side to take off his shoes. Zhang Gong fawningly walked over with slippers, come on brother Su, lift your feet. Zhang Gong, your fawning makes people a little nauseous. Hey brother Su, so what, have time to teach old brother? Said to look at the code. The definition of self-defense is inherently vague, but you just have to stop when you see the person fall, and you continue when the other person is ready to continue. That's all it takes. So simple? Zhang Gong was a little surprised. Su Yang nodded slightly, because it's too complicated to say, anyway, it's just letting the other person hit you first, and after that you can return the favor. Basically knocking the other person down and not pursuing them is self-defense. Of course you also need to spend an hour and $5,000 to find a mouth replacement to fight with the other person for you. Especially if the opposite side is crowded, then it's better to hurry and run, this really can't fight a little. After explaining with the other party, Su Yang finished changing his clothes and leaned on the bed. It was then that Zhang Gong realized. So it's the ability to pay money, right? That last sentence was the essence of the secret. $5,000 an hour? I only get paid $200 or $300 a day. A group of technicians walked in at a graceful pace, wearing short skirts and pulling small suitcases behind them. Step by step, stood in front of Su Yang. Looking at the eyes of one or two white beauty painted with light makeup, wearing a short skirt, body charming enchanting technician. Zhang Gong also stood aside and opened his mouth. Brother Su, you can choose whatever you want, these are the hottest technicians in our store, all of them are specialized in learning, the service is absolutely good. Several technicians in front of him, Su Yang was a bit dazzled, how to say. In the past, he felt that there were fewer good-looking girls. But until he came to the bathing center one day. He. Originally the body was good, they wore suitable uniform short dresses to show their body curves perfectly. And also after special etiquette training, even standing there is a most beautiful scenery line. Su Yang is not with any professional discrimination. Anyway, these days, just these girls, frankly speaking, are cleaner than those women who play with flowers in the bars. Just that number 8. Su Yang raised his hand to indicate. Zhang Gong nodded and waved his head, the rest of them go. By the way brother Su, I'll have someone send some fruit plates over later, and here's the bruising medicine. Mimi, remember to move gently, brother Su has injuries, if something happens to brother Su. Zhang Gong coldly glared at the other party, then smiled at Su Yang again, then brother Su I'll leave first, I'll have someone brew my boss's good tea and send it over to you. Go! Su Yang nodded at Zhang Gong. He just leaned back on the chair with such an arrogant and licentious posture and watched Zhang Gong leave. He even bared his teeth and plopped down on the sofa, it hurts me to death. Finally gone. Number 8 looked at Su Yang's actions with some confusion. Brother Su, what's wrong with you? Number 8 was a bit puzzled and hurriedly walked over to Su Yang's side, nervously looking at Su Yang. Su Yang immediately rolled up his own sleeve, his arm moved a bit, letting the other party look at the blue and purple marks on his arm, being beaten up, old misery. That's not it, put it on hold in front of your brother Zhang to pretend. Sigh in order to avoid my persona from collapsing, I'm also paying too much. Looking at the quirky Su Yang, number 8 bared her teeth and laughed out. Su Yang hemmed and hawed, we won't follow the process today. How much do you charge for a clock? 198 for one clock. The girl smiled sweetly at Su Yang, but manager Zhang said that brother Su has a discount, just charge 150. It's fine, not bad for those tens of dollars, just follow the $200. You help me press. Just rub me with the medicinal wine on the side. Okay brother Su, the girl nodded obediently, she was earning it herself anyway. Su Yang took off the golden robe of the bathing emperor. The whole person lay down on the massage chair. The younger sister couldn't help but bare her teeth even as she looked at the marks on Su Yang's body. She hurriedly took the medicinal wine on the side and asked with concern, brother Su, what happened to the injuries on your body? What else could it be? Being beaten up, Su Yang let out a long sigh, his tone was a bit saddened. Just came out from the police station. Good guy, 7 or 8 people beat me up. If it wasn't for my quick reaction, I would have broken my face. Su Yang turned his face sideways and pointed to the band-aid on his face. Ah, the girl instantly let out a gasp from her mouth, what's going on here? There's a surveillance, why don't you look? The corners of Su Yang's mouth at the moment were harder to suppress than even AK. Ha. There is? Let me take a look. The girl hastily took the cell phone from Su Yang's hand. The girl held the cell phone, duck-sat, and just sat on Su Yang's side. Chapter 56 Love Rises with the Clock. After Su Yang took a look, he pursed his lips, raised his hand with difficulty, and patted the girl's thigh. You just ran into me, a gentleman, if it was anyone else, you would have been looked at naked. Su Yang's eyes signaled. The girl's mouth immediately let out a gasp, and she hurriedly turned sideways and sat aside. Spitting out her tongue at Su Yang, I forgot to cover the towel. Forgot? Su Yang instantly frowned, damn it. I thought you were deliberately trying to show me. Hey brother Su, who is this girl? The girl then just plopped down on Su Yang's side, holding her cell phone in her hand and pointed to the girl in the video. My friend. Su Yang said with a smile, today, and friends to eat a meal together, looking for a hot pot restaurant, had thought to go over to get seasoning. As a result, I ran into a bare child occupying the seasoning table resting there to place seasoning. My friend let the other side to get a little seasoning. Guess what? Su Yang looked at the girl near at hand, looked at the other face makeup, looked at the other small mouth. Well, the younger sister looked at Su Yang curiously. This little brat even called my friend a rubbing girl. How dare you believe it? This is even a little kid. Su Yang himself was laughed out of breath. My friend was a bit angry, so I wanted him to apologize, but it turned out that this little brat said that he wanted to record it to web bomb my friend. This I can't stand. My friend, still a girl, can let him bully? I'm just going to find his parents to theorize about it. Su Yang just like this on the video, and the sister in a cry of surprise to explain the cause. The girl immediately frowned her agar eyebrows and beamed, this is too bad, right? So brother Su, you got beaten up by them? Yeah. So bad. Su Yang pressed the start button. The pussy had laid it out for so long, just for the next moment. The girl hurriedly looked at the video. Watching Su Yang in the video, shielding the girl all the way behind her, she had a strange color in her eyes. Watching Su Yang with an over-the-shoulder slam, slamming the other party onto the table, an exclamation of surprise came out of her mouth. Watching a group of people rushing towards Su Yang immediately became nervous again. Watching Su Yang swim with ease and fight 8 people by himself, he was extremely exuberant for a while. So powerful. That's right. That's the words. Ah, cool. Looking at the girl's adoring eyes, Su Yang was soothed. Ah, it was just like the feeling of a lost traveler in the desert who suddenly came across an oasis, the feeling of relief when a mouthful of spring water went down. Ah, that's right. Ha. This video would be pointless if it wasn't for showing off. Brother Su, you're so bad. The girl lying beside Su Yang shrugged her nose, lost me worrying about you. Just tell me if it's handsome or not. Su Yang dejectedly looked at the younger sister. The younger sister immediately nodded her head. Do you think that just because dude, one fights 8 and protects a few sisters, is it worth rewarding an aroma? Su Yang puckered his face, signaling the sister, and raised his eyebrows. Seeing this, the younger sister didn't squirm and came up to the side of Su Yang's cheek and kissed it. It's worth it. My brother Su is so handsome. Feeling the other party's wet and soft kiss, Su Yang inwardly hemmed and hawed. Who could stand up to this voice of brother Su? What is the purpose of coming to these places? Nothing more than for that ambiguous environment, that friction between the skin, that intimate interaction between the two people in the small room. Love with the clock stops. The intention is difficult to calm, dimly lit room, gentlewoman, and tired man. A casual greeting is easy to break the heart of the last line of defense, not the hotel cannot afford to live, but the club is more cost-effective. Here, there is no secular ethics and morality constraints. Here, there is no outside flurry of disturbance. Here, it is like a harbor where a long drifting ship docks. Here there is no pressure of work and no family chatter. Here, there are only warm greetings and thoughtful care. Teeth bared, enjoying a massage. The injuries and bruises on his body were also slightly relieved. At least to activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis, coupled with excessive exercise, muscle soreness also have some relief. It's just weird to be embarrassed. Brother Su, I'll have someone send some ice and eggs over to give you a compress. Aha! Su Yang sniffed and hemmed. She got up in a hurry and took the cell phone aside to send a message. Sitting on Su Yang's side again, she also put Su Yang's hand on the side of her leg in the process. Ah, life is complete. Su Yang pursed his lips and plopped down on the massage chair. Looking at Su Yang's look of enjoyment, number 8 also smiled slightly. It was quite good, at least getting along with Su Yang was quite cordial, and Su Yang didn't much how. She looked at the message on her cell phone, got up and walked to the front and took the bag. Taking the ice inside, she leaned over and whispered in Su Yang's ear, Brother Su, I'll take the ice and put it on you. If it hurts, you can touch my leg. Ooh. Amat Bob Buddha. How can you say this to a Buddhist? Su Yan looked like a gentleman, but his hand was placed solidly on the girl's black silk leg. Slowly kneading it, poor monk gives you relief from fatigue as well. Thank you, Brother Su, the sister smiled sweetly. Taking the ice, she put it on the wound on Su Yang's body. Gently rubbing it. Feeling the ice on the wound, the skin that was a bit tingly and hot from rubbing the medicinal wine, for a moment seemed to be relieved as well, and he cried out in relief. The next morning, Su Yang yawned, looking at the body's greenish-purple color seems to have eliminated a little. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, he came to have a cigarette to wake up. Chapter 57 The Human Spirit. Early in the morning, Wang Jia took the phone and made a call. Hello? Uncle Song, yes. My dad is Wang Jinghua. It is yesterday my sister, almost beaten. I just want to ask about this matter. Hey good, thank you. By the way, my friend is to protect my sister, so I hope this matter can be resolved quickly. Do not delay too long. Okay, thank you. Happy New Year. Wang Jia briefly arranged what happened last night. After all, seeing that the family was quite annoying, worrying about what happened, a direct slap on the wrist would be it. So as not to cause trouble. Besides, Su Yang this person he also think can be dealt with. A person cannot deal with, depends on their own difficulties when the other party will not help. If you don't care about any benefits and come to help you, then it is purely because the other party is emotionally attached. This kind of relationship, it is best to maintain good. Maybe you have difficulties the day. Inside the city hall, the middle-aged man sitting on the chair put down the phone. Taking the landline aside, he pressed it. During the New Year's period, there are quite a few people causing trouble. I'm going to catch a typical case, let each branch first bring up the recent related cases. I'll take a look. This was a way of doing things, just going with the flow and settling things. It was a move that made a difference. Walking over to the bar, Zheng Gong hurriedly jogged over. Brother Su, how is it? Is it better? Zheng Gong looked at Su Yang and hurriedly inquired with concern. Su Yang smiled and nodded slightly. Not bad, much better. Right, charge the card. Charge another 50,000. Su Yang raised his hand and patted Zheng Gong's shoulder, still with a hint of softness in his eyes. I still have to thank you for yesterday. Look at you say this, Zheng Gong lightly laughed. For your service, this is not my account manager to do things. In the future, no matter what happens, you and I said on the line, designated to help you do a clear. Thanks, Ao. Su Yang swept at the front desk. Ding. Host throws in the towel, recharges 50,000 yuan, system reward, 66,666 yuan. Walking out from the clubhouse, his body was still a little sore. After all, it was a real top. Brother Su, let me send you back? Zheng Gong hurriedly waved to a short distance away. Xiao Sun, bring the car over and send Brother Su home. This, thank you, please. Su Yang looked at the enthusiastic Zheng Gong and smiled helplessly. These people, they are really smooth as they see fit. No wonder those people liked such people. If not to say that they are also comfortable to be around, but also have the ability to do things, and people are also resourceful. Sitting in the car, Su Yang held a cigarette. And Alpha, the chair inside the car is also very comfortable to sit. The driver's skills are also very good. Sitting in the car does not have much of a driving feeling. It soon arrived near the home. The driver hurriedly opened the door, jogged to the side of the car, and reached out to open the door. Since it was a motorized door, pull the handle and the door would open on its own afterward. The comfort level was indeed there. Thanks. Su Yang nodded his thanks to the driver and then walked towards the small area. The thought that he still had to go and receive who used torture made him numb. Why did he have a hot brain in the first place to go to some gym? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with being a dead fat house. Alas, forget it, the money was spent. It's a pity not to go. Besides, Hu Yu body good not to mention, people also good looking, there is such a beautiful girl accompanied by fitness, or quite comfortable. Returning home, taking the car keys, Su Yang turned around and walked towards the downstairs. Chapter 58, Daily wage of 5,555 plus for the big brothers. Eating breakfast downstairs at the gym, Su Yang drank a mouthful of kanji. Lawyer Luo was called by the system, surely there was no problem. The aspect of fixing the blame, in fact, there really wouldn't be any problems. Because Su Yang is just one person, while the opposite group of people. It was all clear in the surveillance, so he wasn't too worried. After finishing his breakfast, Su Yang slowly bared his teeth and stretched the handrail of the stairs on the side and walked towards the upper floor. Still not well? Suddenly Su Yang only felt that there was one more person beside him. The other person's tone was tinged with doubt, and that pair of soft razors just assisted himself. Su Yang squinted at Hu Yu beside him, shook his head and sighed. I was beaten last night, so it's not just not well, it's even more serious. Listening to Su Yang's words, Hu Yu's handsome face had more than a hint of derision. You pretended? There is also no such opportunity to pretend in. Su Yang squinted at Hu Yu. Hearing Su Yang's words, Hu Yu froze, suddenly her cheeks flushed, pouting as she reached out and pinched Su Yang's arm. Rascal! She shouted a curse without a good mood and let go of Su Yang, then quickly walked towards the top. Su Yang looked at her back and let out a light laugh. It was you who said it first. Now come to blame me? When will a man stand up? It is not possible to repair. When he walked to the gym, he took off his clothes and stuffed his things inside the closet, wearing half of his sweatpants and that little undershirt. He walked over to the VIP room where Hu Yu was. Coming? Hu Yu, who was on the yoga mat, doing a zigzag horse, raised her eyes and squinted at Su Yang. Looking at some greenish-brown marks on Su Yang's body, she opened her mouth in surprise. You really got beaten up? Aha, Su Yang shrugged, so the range of motion was a bit big. I guess the muscles are a bit torn, so it's better to go lighter today. Good, Hu Yu nodded. Getting up from the yoga mat. Su Yang looked at the pair of slender legs. Not to mention, you really don't say. These legs were really longer than his own life. With a one horse, it was probably a bit taller than Su Yang. Fitness girl body are quite good, and Hu Yu exercise just right, there is no kind of look of muscle feeling. Instead, it gives a soft feeling. Fitness girls can easily give people a hard feeling. But Hu Yu seemed to train very systematically, and yoga was probably a bit more. So it was like practicing dance. Because of the soreness of the muscles, every swing of the arm was a tough test for Su Yang. It hurt like hell. There was a feeling of wanting to give up. He bounced around with his teeth bared. The irritation of the sore muscles all over his body made him bare his teeth, but the soreness still gave him some comfort. Ding! Host sustained fitness, system reward, 5,555 yuan. No loss, isn't this more fun than going to work? Exercising for an hour a day is equal to someone else going to work for a whole day, and you don't have to get griped. You lie down well, don't move. Rest for a while first, no matter, I reckon you're going to get cramps. Got it. Su Yang nodded, reached out and picked up the cell phone on the side and connected the call. Crooked Su Yang? It's me, Wang Ci. Who is Wang Ci? Su Yang asked derisively as he listened to that sweet, sweet voice. The opposite side of the electric ring was silent for a moment, and only after a while did a sultry voice come out. It's Crispy. Wow, it's you doing what? Su Yang inquired suspiciously at the other party. Chapter 59, Wind Like Man. Wang Ci nervously pinched her cell phone, somewhat coyly biting the corner of her mouth. Her voice was like a mosquito as she asked, how are you doing? I want to treat you to a meal, thank you for helping me. Don't be polite, yesterday was purely because I wanted to fight. His pain. Su Yang hurriedly turned his head to look at Hu Yu beside him. Hu Yu's face revealed an apologetic smile, then immediately returned to her expressionless appearance. What's wrong with you? Hearing Su Yang's voice, Wang Ci hurriedly asked with worry. Su Yang lightly laughed, nothing, just fitness, so hang up first. You're welcome, you're all buddies. Wang Ci, what did he say? What did he say? What did he say? What buddies? What? I don't know. People are stupid. Holding his cell phone and looking at the phone that was hung up, Wang Ci really stupid. Kneeling on the side of Hu Yu, with a somewhat strange expression, suddenly thought, not by the way. Sure enough, it is a Sigma man. This little girl's voice is quite good, did you help her fight yesterday? Hu Yu pressed and rubbed Su Yang's arm, her movements were gentle, that pair of beautiful hands were slightly cold, but also just the right amount of softness. Can't say it was helping her fight. Purely just seeing a bare child and scolding her. Finished and kicked me, so I fought. Su Yang closed his eyes, his tone was a bit tired, breathless, and Hu Yu explained. Even the parents? Hu Yu looked at the injuries on Su Yang's body, it was obvious that it wasn't something that could appear from hitting a bare child. And even with the bare child's whole family, his parents, grandparents, uncles, and aunts. A total of 8 people. The corner of Su Yang's mouth revealed a bloodthirsty smile. 8 people? Hu Yu froze, not you open? She worked out naturally, knowing the physical quality of each person. If there was no professional training, then the same physical fitness, it was just 1-to-1. A dozen 2 is even a bullseye. A dozen 3 that is designated as semi-professional. Soo-young casually nodded on his cell phone and put it aside. "See for yourself," said he with his eyes closed, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. Who looked at the video, her eyes flickered, her small mouth slightly open. "You really let you act up?" She naturally knew that Soo-yang was showing off, but honestly, if Yu had such a high moment, she also showed off. "It's time to say no, it's really handsome." "Awesome," Yu complimented, put down her cell phone and continued to press and rub Soo-yang's muscles, relieving the tension in his muscles. Soo-yang let out a light laugh. "But the injuries on your body, do you need to get some medicinal wine to rub it for you? We have some in the store, I'll get it for you and rub it for you." "Yes? That's really troublesome." "You're welcome." Yu got up from the ground, took her slender legs, and walked towards the front. Soo-yang looked at the other party's back and sighed at this waist-to-hip ratio. Yet, there wasn't much agitation. After a while, Soo-yang enjoyed the massage and only felt some fiery tingling on his skin. "Thanks." Going to the bathroom and taking a shower, Soo-yang changed his clothes, took the handbag in his hand and said thanks to Yu. Then walked towards the outside. Looking at the departing Soo-yang, Yu was really unable to see a bit. The look he is a glance does not fall, the tease he is not a little tease? Is he really throwing winks to the blind? It's outrageous. Really, a man like the wind, said to come, said to go. Walked downstairs, casually threw the bag in hand to the owner of the dry cleaner not far away. Wash it every day to avoid the smell of sweat. It's not like he's going to wash it himself, spend some money and be done with it. Reaching out and pulling open the car door, Soo-yang held a cigarette and turned the steering wheel. Chapter 60 Players. While Soo-yang was still considering where to go and have fun, a video was slowly released on the internet. The Capital Observation and the Ducheng Police released a video at the same time. A short video, but full of information. For most people, the facts and truth of the case were no longer important. What mattered was what was in the video at the moment. A group of people watched what was in the video, and a loud gasp escaped their mouths. One by one, individuals forwarded it to each other, and the heat just came up. Ducheng had a permanent population of over 21 million people. It can be imagined that this city, in the end, how prosperous, under such prosperity, there would have been a lot of chicken scratch conflicts, with all kinds of things. A city of 10 million people. A video released by an official account would naturally have some impact. It was just that Soo-yang wasn't very clear about this. At the moment, he was in deep thought. Are you hanging hairs stalking me? Soo-yang looked at Wang Xiai in front of him, who was dressed like Little Red Riding Hood, a long white dress with a red cape. She was also carrying a small bamboo handbag in her hand. You actually called a cute girl hanging hair? Wang Xiai looked at Soo-yang incredulously. You left me without love. I just saw you and ran over to say hello. Do you have to treat me like this? Wang Xiai pouted her lips, her teary eyes were misty, and she looked aggrieved. Soo-yang, who looked at him, was a bit embarrassed. Soo-yang? Soo-yang turned his head to look at the man walking towards him not far away with some confusion, and his memory sifted through. Oh, don't remember. How can you bully a girl? The other man frowned, looking at him with dissatisfaction. You haven't been back in a while, have you? So you're like this outside now? Soo-yang? Why could he lecture himself as if he was his elder? You are? Soo-yang was a bit puzzled. My dad is Su Dewei. I'm your cousin Su Xiao. The other party had a dark face. Oh. Soo-yang raised his finger and suddenly realized, come to think of it, cousin right. Well, actually still haven't remembered, but you have said so, then it would be a bit presumptuous if you don't want to remember. Soo-yang, some not too good, sorry, some forget, I face blind, can't remember people. The other party had a black face. How can you bully a girl? Our Su family doesn't have such. Soo-yang scratched his head and turned his head to look aside. He saw Crispy sitting paralyzed on the ground at the moment, looking like she was being bullied, with teary eyes. It was just like Lin Dayu. Damn it, acting up? My fault. Soo-yang sighed. This stupid girl, my friend, his sister, ran away from home, had to elope with the yellow hair, which does not make us angry everywhere to look for good. Soo-yang! You do not slander me. Crispy sniffed for an instant and couldn't pretend anymore. She hurriedly got up from the ground and patted the dust on herself. Smiling sweetly at Su Xiao. Hello cousin, I'm Soo-yang's girlfriend. Actually just now we were fooling around. Sorry. Su Xiao? I would rather believe that you were tricked by yellow hair than believe that you were Soo-yang's girlfriend. Soo-yang's expression became a little weird for a moment. You're starting again, aren't you? You? Su Xiao's eyebrows wrinkled, looking at the little potato child in front of him, that childish face, are not sure that the adult did not look like a teenage girl, and then looked at Soo-yang. The frown became more and more tight. Soo-yang. Su Xiao's tone was extraordinarily grave, said meaningfully, people can't, at least they shouldn't. No. Cousin, she is not my girlfriend. Soo-yang was a bit speechless. Say whatever you believe, right? He raised his hand and kicked Crispy's ass with his heel. He glared at the other party. It's just a friend of mine, we're messing around. Su Yang explained. Su Xiu grew relieved, it's okay then. Scared me a bit. Right. Actually, I'm not his girlfriend. Crispy became extraordinarily delicate and lovable again in an instant. Those big watery eyes contain tears. I'm his licking dog. I'm just a clown who loves but can't be loved. Saying this, she turned around, her tears streaked through the air and dripped down onto the ground with a splash. Su Yang. Su Xiu, you're worse than killing me. Su Yang, you are really damned. Quickly promise her. Why don't you promise her? Just like this, Crispy was pathetically squatting by the side of the duo, her white and tender fingertips drawing circles on the ground. Forget it, leave her alone, just a drama queen. Su Yang turned his head to look at Su Xiu. Brother, you haven't gone back yet? Not yet, my ticket for tomorrow. How about you? Su Xiu also understood, probably a little girl with a lot of drama. But don't say, he is quite envious. Su Yang's side can have such a good-looking little girl. And also lively and cute and interesting. I'll only be here for 2 days. Is that so? Su Xiu nodded at his words, raised his hand to pat Su Yang's shoulder, and taught in a serious tone, Little Yang, you haven't gone back for 2 years either, right? As the old saying goes, if you have money or not, you go home for the new year. Even if you don't make any money, home is still a harbor. You're not getting any younger, don't let the old people at home worry. I'll help you next year, help you find a job. You are still in the delivery? The corner of Su Yang's mouth twitched. Why didn't he like seeing his relatives too much? Because that's what they are like, older than himself, a look of elders, put here to preach. But it's just talk, they're all sinisters. No. Su Yang shook his head, I didn't send it a long time ago. Is that so? Su Xiu frowned, jobless? It was really just like what his own old man said, no talent. Couldn't help but feel some contempt in his heart, all 20+ people, still only know how to play. Still playing with small children. Honestly, he was still a little envious, but inwardly he couldn't help but snicker. He patted Su Yang's shoulder, work harder while you're young, we're all young people, don't be upset if you say some things. Look at you, you're in your 20s, what do you dress like? The other party tugged at Su Yang's sweater jacket in disgust. Crispy on the side looked at it, Paris house, 40,000. You're in your 20s, don't dress like a child. Listening to the other party's sage advice, Su Yang immediately nodded his head with a small chicken peck. Cousin is right. Looking at the other party's suit and trench coat, as well as his slightly sparse hair, cousin, you're in the financial industry, right? Su Xiu nodded proudly and tugged on his suit, working at Hongwon Finance. While Su Yang immediately extremely echoed the other party's bragging, cousin bully. Okay, not chatting with you, there's something else. Su Xiu looked at Su Yang's unconcerned appearance and was too lazy to continue chatting with Su Yang. He then turned around and left. Looking at the departing Su Xiu, Su Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Annoying, isn't it? On the side, Crispy's hand under the cloak was clasped in front of his chest, looking at the other parties departing back. Definitely chanting, Su Yang said with a smile, a few years older than you, and like your elders, teaching you how to do things and behave. The ones who are supposed to be your elders also teach you how to do things and teach you how to behave, and when they're done, they also urge you to get married and have children. They also don't think about it, they have accomplished nothing, is how good to teach others how to live. Su Yang shook his head and sighed. People, really interesting. Then why don't you argue with him? After all, I see that you are much richer than him. Crispy was a bit puzzled. She thought that with Su Yang's character, he would directly dislike him, just like that day, standing in front of himself. There's no need. Su Yang laughed softly, his tone a bit sighing. Will arguing make me feel better? It won't. It will only make him feel worse and make myself feel worse. So he just listens to what he says, I am and I'm done, and when his inner ego is satisfied, he'll go off on his own. Treating people like clowns, huh? Crispy spat with a smile, you are truly wicked. Come on, go sit at my place for a while. Don't talk nonsense. Su Yang glared at Crispy, hurry up and lead the way. Being made to feel this way, Su Yang really didn't want to continue sneaking around, lest he bumped into it again. Fo Gromy, go, follow me home. Crispy raised her hand and waved it, bouncing towards the front. Standing inside the elevator, Su Yang surveyed the gilded elevator. Good guy, looking at the marble with patterns on the floor. Rich people, ow. But should one move or not? Forget it, it's better not to move. One is a prodigal son is a home wherever he goes. It feels like you're thinking of something very risque, smiling so lewdly. On the side, Crispy shrunk tightly in the corner of the elevator. Looking at Su Yang in disgust. Su Yang. It's good to know, what's the point of saying it? It's all weirdly embarrassing. Su Yang's face was as usual, lifting his leg and walking out. The oversized entry hall in front of him was bigger than Su Yang's rental house. How much is the house price here? I don't know. Crispy shrugged, I'm not buying a house, what's the point of thinking about this? What a powerful reason, one couldn't find any assuredness to spit out. To the coated door in front of her, she titled in. Pulled open the door and walked in. Su Yang raised his leg and walked in and then asked, "Want to change your shoes?" "No need, just take off your shoes." Crispy took off her cloak and threw it aside. One step and a piece of equipment exploded. Just wearing a brilliant white lining, he stepped on the ground with bare feet. "What would you like to drink?" Chapter 61. Adorable Girl. Tea is fine. Su Yang, who was sitting on the sofa, surveyed the decorations in the house. Not to mention, it was extremely girly. The walls were lined with display cabinets, which were filled with hand-me-downs. No tea. Crispy shoved a bottle of AD calcium into Su Yang's hand, just this. She grabbed the AD calcium with one hand and drank it, crossing her arms with one hand. "How is I fei? These are all the mountains and rivers that I have fought for." She proudly pointed at a wall of hand-me-downs. "It's enough to buy my life." Su Yang stood beside Crispy, looking at the wall of hand-me-downs in front of him, smiling bitterly with memories in his eyes. "I used to have them when I was a kid. 50 cents and $1 a piece back then, Pokemon hand puppets." Su Yang's tone was a bit sighing. "My pocket money for the day at that time was only a few cents, so I picked up cardboard and bottles to save money to buy. It took years to finish collecting 386. "Wow, that cool?" Crispy immediately asked expectantly, "Then can you let me see it when the time comes?" "Can't see a bit." Su Yang smiled bitterly. "It was lost by my family. My childhood also stopped at my 11th year. Ha! Crispy was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. If the hand-me-downs she collected were lost, she didn't know how sad she would be. Not to mention, the heart and soul that Su Yang had poured into these. In fact, a lot of people had the same thing, either collecting hand-me-downs, collecting cards, or flinging 4x4s, but they all just ended up with nothing. Then you. No hate. Su Yang drank a mouthful of AD calcium. "I grew up not lacking clothes. I can only say that it's not suitable for the poor. We people don't have that qualification to get this." Casually threw the bottle in his hand in the trash can. "I still have to cha dinner with my friends later. Okay, the water is also drunk, let's go." Su Yang raised his hand and waved it. Originally thought to first casually deal with a little, and then go to find Tycoon in the evening to have a meal with them. Hong just said, "Good Jin," with a few people scuttled a bureau to go over for dinner. Finished Su Yang thinking idle is also idle. Kaiko and Hong just a few people also thought, idle is idle, go over to rub a meal. Anyway, some people treat. Do not eat white not eat, good Jin Tong honestly Su Yang is not familiar with, it is really mediocre college classmates only. Walking to the door, Wang Xi's eyes are a little reluctant and entangled. How to say it, she actually wanted to get along with Su Yang a little more. But now by the looks of it, Su Yang seemed to be a little less eager. How about I treat you? Treat you to a meal? Let's order a takeaway? How cold it is outside and I know a very delicious store, his takeout is really good. Wang Xi suddenly opened his mouth, blocking, with a hint of expectation in his tone. Su Yang sniffed his footsteps and scratched his head. That's okay. Wang Xi's eyes flashed with a hint of leap, and he hurriedly took his cell phone and looked through his collection of stores. Su Yang, do you have any contraindications? Wang Xi was very infectious when she smiled, that sweet voice, and the eyes that were as curved as the crescent moon when she smiled. Su Yang, who looked at it, would always be a bit dazed. Contraindicated? No, all can be eaten. If it tastes good, eat more. If it doesn't taste good, eat less. Su Yang shrugged his shoulders and leaned on the sofa. Looking at the TV in front of him, he asked, "Can you turn on a TV?" Can I? Wang Xi hurriedly got up from the sofa, the small floral short socks stepped on the floor, ran over with the remote control and handed it to Su Yang. Continuing to sit like a duck on the sofa. Su Yang took the remote control and randomly found a crayon, mainly because it was a little awkward for two people to be alone like this. So it could only be said like this. Right, are you going to have dinner with your friends tonight? Can I come along? Wang Xi looked at Su Yang expectantly and said with a somewhat lost tone, Brother Jia has something to do, so I'm alone tonight, I don't even know what to expect. So Wang Xi looked at Su Yang expectantly, with a smile on her face and slightly red cheeks. Looking at the other party's expectant look, Su Yang really couldn't find any excuses. They're all my friends, I'm afraid that you won't be comfortable staying here, forget it. Don't I'm comfortable, you're not me, how do you not know if I'm comfortable? Wang Xi quickly opened his mouth to defend, just like this softly, Su Yang is really no way at all. Originally an otaku, the girl pampered, basically he has no way to refuse. Twilight is sinking. Su Yang drove the car, Crispy sat in the passenger side humming a song, lively and cute. Sure enough, emotions are contagious. Arriving at the hotel in his car, Su Yang parked the car on the side of the road, opened the door and stepped down from the car. Wang Xi also jumped down from the car, and hurriedly jumped and walked to Su Yang's side. Looking at the hotel in front of him, your friend has arrived. Old Missy. Here. In front of the store, Hong Gang immediately raised his hand and yelled. You brought your sister here? When Su Yang and the two of them walked in front of Hong Gang, the other party looked at Wang Xi who was a little surprised and asked Su Yang. I'm his girlfriend. Wang Xi hugged Su Yang's arm and smiled sweetly at Hong Gang. This soft and sticky voice, sweet smile made Hong Gang a little trance. Up fierce, the oldest has a lowly girlfriend. Don't talk nonsense. Don't break my popularity. Su Yang glared at Crispy and used his shoulder against Hong Gang. Go inside and chat, it's cold. Man, your name is Arrogance. Maybe it's already crunching inside right now. Su Yang is actually still strange inside. To say it's cool, it's still quite cool. He was really still stuffy. Ha? Oh. Good. Hong Gang immediately lifted the curtain and let the two of them walk in before walking in. Let's go, the oldest two and the oldest three are resting inside, right? Hong Gang's expression was a bit strange. I guess Gu Jiantong has something in mind, don't fall into his way later. Su Yang sniffed and raised his eyebrows, his expression was a bit derisive. Hook 8 who gave him the guts? Trying to scheme against me? Not clear. Hong Gang shook his head and laughed softly. It is estimated to see the classmates group. A few of us sent a picture or something, and Song Xiaoxiao surprisingly also showed up. Froze now all the old classmates know that you sent. Song Xiaoxiao? Su Yan was surprised to look at Hong Gang. What did she say about me in the group? Said you're nice. Hong Gang's tone was a bit sour. Song Xiaoxiao, the former department flower. Who doesn't crave it? How many people's white moonlight The result is in the group, said Su Yang is quite good you do not say nonsense. That guy, with that voice, anyone would be confused. Even Hong Gang is a little confused, always feel that Su Yang and Song Xiaoxiao seems to have happened something that should not happen. But there wasn't much evidence. So she praised me for being good? Su Yang scratched his head, confused a little. Chapter 62 The so-called classmate. For the time being, he didn't think that much, but Su Yang still sighed. Su Yang looked at Hong Kong side with some emotion. Don't really like to get along with people who are too utilitarian. Let's go. Su Yang put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the front. Hong Gang also sighed when he saw this. Su Yang belonged to the category of saying that indifference was really indifference. He could go a long time without contacting anyone. But when someone contacted, he was able to get along with the crowd as usual. Su Yang looked at the noisy room. The expression on his face did not change in the slightest. Crispy beside him didn't say anything either. Following Su Yang, he walked in. Su Yang is here? Gu Jiantong immediately got up from his chair when he saw Su Yang come in. Come sit here. It's fine, I'll just sit casually. Su Yang didn't go over even when he saw the other party give up the main seat, so he sat on the seat by the door. Taking off his jacket, the crisp on the side immediately had the eyesight to help Su Yang take it and walked to the side of the coat rack to hang it up. Seeing this, Su Yang looked deeply at the other party. Afterwards, he waited for Crispy to come over and helped her reach out and pull out the chair. Seeing this, Crispy looked at Su Yang slyly. Obediently sat on the chair. Sitting on the chair, Su Yang did not say anything more, but leisurely lit a cigarette and threw the cigarette case in his hand to the side of Tycoon. Tycoon pulled out a cigarette from inside and threw the cigarette to another person in passing. Holding a cigarette, has not yet pulled out the lighter, a sight of Wang Ci will immediately come over with a smile on his eyes, to help him light up the cigarette. This scene saw the eyes of the crowd jumping. Su Yang gazed deeply at Wang Ci and took a drag. Pulling out his cell phone, he also didn't bother to exchange too many pleasantries with them. Honestly, if it wasn't for Hong Gang letting himself come, he really wasn't too happy about it. University classmates, nothing more than the template of relatives. Some people have gone through the vicissitudes of life to return to recognize the teenager, some people have gone through the vicissitudes of life, return to have become a circle. The whole person has become the shape of society. So not too eager to get along. Su Yang, I don't know what you like to eat, so I just ordered something random. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Gu Jiantong couldn't help but open his mouth. When Su Yang heard this, he nodded slightly, his expression didn't change too much. Well, good. Seeing Su Yang's attitude was a bit cold, Gu Jiantong wasn't embarrassed and smiled as he looked at the few people on the side and said, it seems that Su Yang is still as high and cold as when he was in college. However, Su Yang has been here for so long, and he didn't introduce himself? Gu Jiantong teasingly raised his eyebrows at Su Yang, his eyes signaling Su Yang to introduce Wang Ci beside him. Su Yang's eyes raised slightly when he heard this. Before he could say anything, the Crispy beside him opened his mouth on his own. I'm brother's girlfriend. Wang Ci smiled sweetly at the several people, just like her voice line, making people feel as if their eardrums had eaten a mouthful of candy. It made people sweet. Is that so? Gu Jiantong. Several people sniffed with a somewhat envious tone. Su Yang, can really let you find a budding sister. Let people envy Al. Right, what are you busy with recently? He opened his mouth once again. Even Tycoon's few people felt embarrassed for him. The person came in and said 2 words. He was the only one in the entire room, both a comic and a jokester. Purely a one-man show. Just busy playing. Su Yang's words could be said to have been able to clearly express his attitude. Basically, most adults talk, will not directly tear the face, but politely express their attitude. But obviously Gu Jiantong was a person who would not stop until he reached his goal. Gu Jiantong once again opened his mouth and smiled at Su Yang, and the few people around him teasingly said, there's an argument out. Originally when I heard that you had made money, I was still a bit unconvinced, but now that I look at it, I really have made money. Gu Jiantong gestured with the wine cup on the table. Brother Su, I'll toast you. In the future, you can bring more old brother Mia. Forget it, not familiar. Su Yang shook his head, his elbow pressed against the tabletop, holding a cigarette in his mouth, taking a puff. 2 columns of smoke gushed out from his nose. His expression was indifferent. In the past, Su Yang would still be interested in bluffing with them for a bit, then pretending how friendly he was. In reality, he was just afraid of trouble and didn't dare to say anything directly. Brother Chicken, have the dishes been ordered yet? Su Yang turned his head to look at Tycoon. Tycoon sniffed and shot a glance at Su Yang. This is the oldest? That good old man? See the ghost. The previous Su Yang, if he encountered someone he didn't like to get along with, he wouldn't say anything. The most is to sit silently, and then do not say anything, and wait for the follow-up slowly fade each other out of their circle of friends. A softer way, and one that most adults are used to, is to fade out of other people's circle. The current Su Yang opened his mouth with a sentence of not familiar. It directly confused the brains of several people. Ordered. Tycoon scratched his head and took a drag on his cigarette. Boy, this society is changing so fast, huh? How could a person change so much? Or maybe this was the first time they saw the scene of Su Yang getting along with someone he didn't like too much? Also wow, when you think about it, when Su Yang was in college, it can't be said that he was well liked, but he wasn't that bad either. He was kind and smiling to anyone who has difficulties, he will also help. Nor have I ever seen him lose his temper or anything. No. Su Yang. Gu Jiantong's tone was a bit irritated. We're all college classmates, there's no need to talk like this, right? So come on. Su Yang leaned back, leaning on the chair, looking at Gu Jiantong in front of him. Not familiar, how do you want me to help you? Su Yang bit his cigarette, his fingertips tapping the desktop, and his eyes and tone did not fluctuate in the slightest. I'm not sure what kind of person you are, and I don't know your character. I don't know how good or bad you are. I'm a rather slow person. Su Yang shrugged. We didn't get along well for so many years in college. So there's really no need. Today's meal, there's no need for you to treat me either, I'll do it. Since we're all college classmates, running into each other is fate. Eating together, no problem, I have no problem with that. But honestly, Su Yang's tone was a bit sarcastic. Are you really here to eat? Gu Jiantong listened to Su Yang's words and sat on the chair with some embarrassment. Su Yang's words were very direct, and could almost be said to have ripped away this layer of cover from several people's hypocritical socializing. Words cannot be said so. Gu Jiantong felt the surrounding strange eyes. Some embarrassed said, this is not thinking that all our old classmates are in Du Chang, help each other, we can also live a little comfortable. Su Yang just like this, smoking a cigarette, leaning on the chair, listening to Gu Jiantong and the rest of the few people talking. It seemed that Gu Jiantong's point of view on the side of the few people still relatively agree. And Tycoon a few people did not respond much, playing with their cell phones. The premise of helping each other is that the conditions are equal. Otherwise there is really not much use. Su Yang, even if you want to invest in people, will not find Gu Jiantong such a person. Such people are too tired to get along, full of calculations and interests. So Su Yang doesn't really like to get along with each other either. Chapter 63, Snow Leopard Shut Up +2. The meal was quickly served. Su Yang took his chopsticks and slowly picked up a chopstick of food and put it in Wang Xi's bowl. After all, it was brought by himself, so Su Yang still had to take care of it a bit more. Eat. Thank you. Wang Xi looked at the dishes in the bowl and smiled sweetly at Su Yang, eating the dishes in a good manner. Su Yang looked at Wang Xi's smile, also smiled slightly, also strange sweet Lu. Come have a drink, to our lost college life. Su Yang sniffed and got up with a cup, just not that kind of wine glass, after all, still have to drive. No, Su Yang, you this will not give face, right? Gu Jiantong looked at Su Yang with a teacup, tone of dissatisfaction. Question, just don't give face chant? Aren't you so arrogant now that you're rich? I drove here. Su Yang shrugged his shoulders with a somewhat helpless expression and put down the teacup in his hand. Drag how? Tycoon slapped the table and rose. Hong Gang on the side also brushed himself up. Wu Hanwen silently walked to the door and blocked it, lest someone come later. Alright Kuan. Su Yan looked at Tycoon, who slapped the table and got up, some crying and laughing. How suddenly looks like he wants to fight. Look at the people face are scared white. Su Yan looked at the unsightly Gu Jiantong in front of him, as well as the few people beside him. To be honest, Su Yang stood on the edge of the table, looking at Gu Jiantong in front of him. I can come already to give you face. To be honest. That is, what qualifications do you few trash whose combined assets haven't amounted to $100 million have to invite me to dinner? Hong Gang. Kai Cohen. Wu Hanwen. Wang Xi, 6. And the rest is a moment to feel some pain in the heart. When these words came out, the faces of Gu Jiantong's few people darkened. Don't take yourself too seriously, Gu. Su Yang skimmed his mouth. That's why Su Yan didn't really like to expand his circle of friends with any candidates. Because as of now, the ones who could get along until now were basically already screened friends. Just like Hong Gang and the three of them. They are just more comfortable with each other, that's why they will continue to get along with each other. Su Yan didn't like trouble and hated it. Nor did he like to get along with people who were too utilitarian. Su Yang knew. Gu Jintong was shivering with anger, pinching the bottle on the table and staring at him angrily. Hong Gang, who was beside him, immediately copied the bottle aside and smashed it towards the wall, smashing the bottom of the bottle, pointing at Gu Jintong and asking angrily, "What do you want? For the sake of stealing from the university, you don't go too far out. Hook 8 is just worried that you guys are messing things up." Brothers all came. Hong Gang glared at Gu Jintong. "If you want to fight, then let's practice?" Tycoon couldn't help but let out a light laugh. He glanced at Gu Jintong. This dude was really bullish. Why didn't he leave after all this? Humph. Gu Jintong was so angry that he copied the clothes hanging on the chair and angrily walked towards the outside. Su Yang did not go to stop. The few people beside Gu Jintong, who looked at Su Yang with some embarrassment, also left in a hurry. After all, it would be impolite to stay in this situation any longer. If they didn't leave now, they would all have to live awkwardly later. Seeing that all the people had left, Su Yang's body also relaxed. To be honest, Su Yang felt that they should have left a long time ago. But he didn't expect that they would be able to endure it. Since they endured it doesn't matter, they will just be an invisible person, eat some food and mix it up a bit. But I did not expect. Gu Jintong pulled himself to open the group. Can't understand a little bit of young people's brain circuits nowadays. Su Yang is still relatively simple, like is to continue to get along, don't like that, don't want to deal with it. Next time there is such a party? Wang Xi's excited little face was red. "I love to see you boys fight." Su Yang, Hong Gang, Kai Koan, Wu Hanwen. All four of them were speechless. Eat. Su Yang took the chopsticks and clamped the dishes. "Don't waste it out. At least a table of dishes, it seems to have a good flavor." After all, they were all fried dishes. There was also enough oil to eat. "So Su Yang, her?" Wu Hanwen squeezed his eyebrows and looked at Su Yang, ambiguously raising his eyebrows. "I am her girlfriend." Wang Xi looked at several people with a smile. Su Yang immediately raised his hand and hit her on the head with a hand knife, his mouth seriously chided. "Snow leopard. Shut up. Cannot strain a little, goddamn snow leopard, shut up." Chapter 64. This sound brother did not call in vain plus more 3. "Okay, no matter so much, have a meal first." The waiter pushed open the door of the private room and walked in. One after another, the dishes were placed on the table. Su Yang took the disposable chopsticks, casually drew out a paper towel and wiped it, handing it to Wang Xi who was at the side. He also pulled out a pair of chopsticks and tore open the package and wiped them. Wang Xi looked at the chopsticks in his hand, his eyelids jumped and pursed his lips. Also quite meticulous. "I like it. However, Lao Shao, what about this Gu Jintong and the few of them?" Hong Gang was a bit torn. "What, how to get?" Su Yang looked at Hong Gang suspiciously. "You don't still think there's any follow-up, right? If they were smarter, they would have faded out on their own and never contacted us again. If they were dumber, it would be nothing more than rumor-mongering about us outside." Su Yang disbelievingly chucked a piece of ribs and placed it in his mouth and chewed on it. The deep-fried ribs were really fragrant. "As for rumor-mongering, it doesn't matter. The people I care about are here, and the people I don't care about, why should I care about what they think?" Su Yang spat out the bones in his mouth. A look of transcendence made a few people very surprised. To be honest, Su Yang lightly laughed. With all the tens of millions of people, and with mobility being so big, the chances of bumping into an old classmate in this sea of people is still rare. Not to mention running into someone who would believe Gu Jintong, so sometimes you guys just think too much on your own. Hong Kong sniffed and fell into a deep thought. It seemed that it was indeed like this. Purely thinking too much on their own, what kind of waves could a few of them create? This time is estimated to be the last gathering of the year. Don't think so much, just eat and drink well and be done with it. Raising the wine glass in his hand and gesturing to the crowd, he took a sip of cold beer. Eating it with stir-fried vegetables still had a different flavor. Hong Gang several people didn't bother to ask about Su Yang and Wang Xi's relationship, directly ignoring it. Just now, Wu Hanwen's inquiry could already tell Su Yang's attitude, and besides, if Su Yang really talked about it, he would probably also talk to a few people. Idle chit-chat. A few people chatted and the atmosphere became hot, laughing. After a meal, Su Yang settled the bill at the front desk. It cost more than $1,000. Not to mention, it was a little expensive. However, when he thought that he had 5 people here and ate the amount of food for 11 people, he felt that it wasn't very expensive. On average, 100 per capita. Ding! The host had a party with his friends and watched a big show before the meal, lamenting that things are unpredictable and that people can change so much. System reward, 66,666 yuan. Not only did he not lose, he made a huge profit. Witnessing the 3 of them hooking up and leaving, Su Yang waved at the chauffeur not far away. After handing the other party the car keys, he sat in the back seat. Wang Xi also drilled into the back seat and sat on Su Yang's side, curiously asking, "Su Yang, you said that people, will there really be such a big change?" Yes, Su Yang nodded slightly inside. People will follow their experience and age, and constantly change their minds. But unless one encounters some great change, Something at the root can't change. Like this? Wang Ci nodded plausibly. But it's weirdly interesting. Wang Ci let out a light laugh and tilted his head to look at the side of Su Yang's face. I thought you were just good at fighting, but I didn't realize that the yin and yang were also so good. Thank you, thank you. Su Yang raised his hand and arched his hand. My humble self actually didn't know how to curse in the past and didn't dare to curse for fear of getting beaten up, but lately it's changed a bit. After all, money is a man's guts. Su Yang laughed softly, so I dare to say and do it, so naturally I can say the words that I've held in my heart. While Wang Ci sniffed and looked at Su Yang derisively, you said it yourself, even if how to change, the root can't change, so your nature is a yin and yang man? Su Yang. This day let you chat, sparse. Sent Wang Ci to the small area. Wang Ci stood in the underground parking lot, looking at Su Yang with some reluctance. Then I go up first? She pursed her lips. Well, Su Yang smiled slightly. You go up first, send me a message when you arrive home. Then you might as well just send me up. Wang Ci sniffed and muttered in dissatisfaction. Su Yang sniffed and laughed lightly. Not appropriate. Alright, hurry up and go up. Su Yang put his hands in his pockets and watched Wang Ci close the elevator door. As the elevator door closed, he could still see Wang Ci's unwilling eyes. Turning around, he returned to the car. Sitting in the car, he rushed towards Yunmeng Bay. Su Yang, who had just laid down on the massage bed. The cell phone then vibrated. Looking at the message sent by Hong Gang, he was a little puzzled. Tapping in and looking at it, it was a screenshot of the chat. Hong Gang and Tycoon, a few people, still some care about Su Yang's popularity, sprayed each other with good jintong in the group. Among them were interspersed with Song Xiaoxiao's figure. And all of them were speaking in favor of themselves. Song Xiaoxiao has a good saying, that is, since it is a class reunion, why don't you find me? Not looking for the rest of the people? Just find Su Yang? Song Xiaoxiao still had some power of speech in the classmate group, and with her voice, this matter seemed to be finalized just like that. In the end, Gu Jiantong withdrew from the group. Hong Gang, so, what's going on between you and Song Xiaoxiao? Su Yang, none of your business. I have nothing to do, so I'm going to channel 2 tubes. That's right, help me guide a tube too. Hong Gang. Su Yang, have you gone back yet? Yunmeng Bay? Hong Gang? Wait for me. Hong Gang, we. This is very spiritual. Reached out and pressed the call bell on the side. Zheng Gong pushed open the door, fly rubbing his hands, fawningly looking at Su Yang. Brother Su, what are your orders? The technician looked at Zheng Gong's fawning appearance. His expression was slightly strange, but he also hurriedly got up from his chair and respectfully called out, Manager. I have a few friends coming over later. 3 men, you help bring them over later. Su Yang took the car key on the side table and handed it to Zhang Gong. Help me get 2 packs of cigarettes from my trunk. Just Huazi, take one for yourself, consider it a New Year's greeting in advance. Hearing this, Zhang Gong's eyes flashed with a hint of delight, and he somewhat squirmed and shirked. How embarrassing. Alright, don't say so much. Su Yang waved his hand. Zhang Gong turned around and walked towards the outside. Su Yang scat his mouth and leaned on the massage chair, watching the technician sit down once again. He belonged to the type of person who changed every time. Zhang Gong smiled and walked to the parking lot within the courtyard, looking at the big Land Rover. Opened the trunk. Looking at the trunk, dozens of Huazi and all kinds of cigarettes, are a little confused. No, this trunk put hundreds of thousands of It's Maoko and Huazi again. Buddy this time did not lick the wrong person If you get it like this, you're either an earth mover or an engineer. Coupled with a big Land Rover, it's a sure thing. Chapter 65 Envy has been said countless times. Reach out and pick up that unwrapped Huazi, and take out 2 packs of cigarettes from it. Then he himself beautifully took one, racked in the armpit, and reached out to close the car door. Then he saw a car traveling. He closed the trunk door. Looking around, the parking spaces were basically full. He couldn't help but reach out and gesture that, a few of you, our store's parking spaces are full, why don't you a few of you take a look at parking in the back? How many of you? 3. Tycoon looked at the courtyard. Indeed, there were no more parking spaces. Zhang Gong froze at his words and quickly asked, are you guys friends of Brother Su? Su Yang? Tycoon froze and tentatively opened his mouth to ask. Right. Zhang Gong hurriedly beckoned to a short distance away. Xiao Sun, move our store's car out of the way and make room for Brother Su's friend. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Zhang Gong quickly looked at Tycoon with a smile. Wait a moment, I immediately give a few people to make a place. Looking at the other party's attitude changed instantly. That flattering look, so that the 3 people are a little confused. No, my Brother Su, now going out is all about this brand? Just now he said that there was no place in the store, but as soon as he heard Su Yang's name, he finished backhandedly letting a place out? Okay. I'm with you from the bottom of my heart, so you're using your brain with me, aren't you? You're still hiding a hand behind your back, aren't you? The 3 of them looked at each other. Park the car. Zhang Gong quickly reached out to help open the car door. Looking at the 3 people who came down from the car. Although they were wearing old down jackets, but they really didn't take them lightly or anything. As we all know, dry engineering, dry earthwork, were really dirt, just like to wear some real. Come a few people inside please, Brother Sue is already inside. Good Kaiko and several people subconsciously nodded their heads. Following behind Zheng Gong, they walked inside the house. A few of you change your shoes first, said Zheng Gong as he walked to the front desk and dropped his cigarettes at the front desk. Immediately, he led a few people towards the private room. He stood at the door and knocked, then pushed the door open after a few seconds. Brother Sue, your friend is here are your cigarettes. Saying this, he put 2 packs of Huazi on the table. Su Yang smiled and nodded slightly. Trouble you? That's true, just running an errand, Zheng Gong grinned. What about a whole strip of Huazi, $1,000 or $800? Just running an errand, he couldn't wait for such an errand to be run every day. Then I arrange for a mechanic to come over now? Zheng Gong looked at Su Yang and inquired. Su Yang nodded slightly, and Zheng Gong immediately walked out. There was nothing for him to do next. After the 3 of them changed their clothes, they laid down on the massage chairs on the side. Fallen. Alas, lying on the massage chair, Hong Gang covered his face inside. Obviously it hurts a lot when I press it, but I just don't know why. As soon as I hear it's going to be pressed, I just can't control myself from still wanting to come back. Kai Kuan also sighed. Su Yang held a cigarette in his mouth and threw an unopened box of cigarettes to Kai Kuan. He himself and Wu Hanwen smoked a box. But, my brother Su is all this poker face now? Wu Hanwen sked. Originally there was no parking space. Good guy, the manager asked, is your friend, immediately let us store parking space out. Listening to this, Su Yang dryly coughed, also a little not too good. It's all because the manager is just giving face. The door of the private room was knocked, and a dozen technicians came in. This one looked at Hong Gang. Several people froze. Su Yang sighed and looked at the little sister in front of him and sighed. A few have not seen the world, is not just a few heavenly fairies, well more than a few times not to see well. Brother Su, you still say it, in which the 8th aggrieved, pouting. Last time, thanks to me so seriously, you came or not called me. Rain or shine, Su Yang looked at me and grinned. Why don't you come too, and I'll give you this leg on my left side. Humph me hummed delicately and walked out from the crowd. The eyes of the 3 of them, Hong Gang, became very ambiguous as they looked at Su Yang. If you want to say that there isn't something between you guys, we really don't believe it. The 3 of them each picked one. Then they also leaned on the chair. Looking at Su Yang's eyes with some envy. Hookate, now the days are so elegant? Every day is not eat and drink or foot massage? Finished to travel, climbing mountains, and the girl to talk about love. This guy. I'm envious. Really envious. Chapter 66, Returning? Enjoying the massage, Su Yang cocked his head and looked at the 3. I'm leaving tomorrow, when will you guys go back? We also go back tomorrow. Kai Kuan tilted his head and looked at Su Yang on the side. Looking at Su Yang left one right one, with some envy in his eyes. Buddy has not put the massage hole, understand. You have begun to play with flowers, right? Drive slower on the road, it's okay if people die, don't crash my car. Su Yang barked at Kai Kuan. In fact, the car does not matter, the main thing is that if you let Kai Kuan be careful, do not get into a car accident and hurt people like this, say out some pretentious. So Su Yang could only say this. I know, don't worry, I'll lose the car, my people won't have a problem. Kai Kuan also smiled back. Brother Gang, what about you and Hanwen? What to say? Su Yang tilted his head and looked at the duo. Wu Hanwen looked at the big screen in front of him and sighed. I'm going home for a blind date. Estimated to die. The female ones nowadays are weirdly full of. Blind dates are indeed a bit difficult. If you run into a homecoming city girl, ex-Hong Gang teasingly raised an eyebrow at Wu Hanwen. Su Yang, when yet sked. Kneeling on the side of the millet, rubbing Su Yang's arm, looked at Su Yang and asked, Brother Su, you go back to the blind date as well? Not if I bring you home. The corner of Su Yang's mouth ticked as he looked at me in front of him. The sister on the side smiled and interjected, why don't Brother Su bring me back too? That's quite good, bring too, double the pleasure. Su Yang looked at the duo smilingly. That is to say, Su Yang charged another 50,000 things these girls all know. So they all understood that Su Yang was the type that, as long as they were coaxed to be happy, they would never treat people badly. Hong Gang. Several people looked at this scene, their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment, complex emotions like a lock that could not be opened, tightly clasping the door of their hearts. Tisk, look at that. You call this introversion? You call this sociopathic? You call this mother fetus solo? Su Yang. You're a stranger to us. You're as formal as a wooden man when you're having a massage. Su Yang has taken his sister's hand. When the sister was pressing their legs, Su Yang had already started to help the sister press her legs. Again, they were feeding Su Yang fruits and helping him light his cigarettes. What kind of landlord is this? Why isn't this in my package? Hong Gang held his tongue as he looked at the sister who was pressing his leg, and enviously looked at Su Yang. The girl looked at the eyes. After a long silence, have to add money. Hong Gang. A sentence to add money ruined all his tenderness. The next morning. Ding. The host and his best friend gather for the last time after the year, and the friendship lasts forever, and the time is not lost. System reward, 99,999 yuan. That's fine, you guys slow down on the road. Su Yang stood at the side of the car, patted the roof and watched a few people drive away. Turning around, he also walked to the side of the Land Rover and reversed the car, while Zhang Gong stood at the side and kept directing. After Su Yang drove the car out, he looked at Zhang Gong and arched his hand. Happy New Year, brother Zhang. Let's see you after the new year. Slow down on the road. Brother Su. Zhang Gong still felt oddly comfortable listening to Su Yang's words. At least he called Su Yang brother because there was no way the customer had to hold it. And Su Yang also did not end, but also has always been a good attitude towards himself. To be honest, he would have been alcohol older than Su Yang by about 10 years. Let's go. Su Yang raised his hand and waved his hand, drove his car, slowly traveling towards his old home. Things have long been packed, a bunch of clothes thrown inside the suitcase, finished thrown in the trunk. Their own things are not much, cigarettes and alcohol and so on are put in the trunk. The rest of the things, naturally, is to the place and then buy is. The old family where it is not good to buy cigarettes and alcohol. They do not live in the city, in the countryside. Chapter 67. More than throwing away garbage. Arriving at the entrance of the bank in his car, Su Yan lifted his leg and walked into the bank. Reaching out, he took out his bank card and ID card. Withdrawing money. Made an appointment, Su Yang. Mr. Su, right? Seeing this, the lobby manager hurriedly raised his hand and signaled, please go to the lounge and wait for a while, we still have some formalities to go through. Su Yang smiled and nodded slightly, leaning back in his chair, lighting a cigarette. Mr. Su, what would you like to drink? A cup of tea, thank you. Su Yan looked at the bank clerk and nodded with a smile. Because Su Yang wanted to withdraw cash, all large deposits and withdrawals needed to be booked in advance. So it was a matter of making an appointment on the system. A few minutes later, the other party walked over with a large box. After placing it aside, Su Yang watched the other party counting. Does Mr. Su need to handle some financial products? No need. Su Yang shook his head, refusing any sales pitch. Seeing this, the clerk also stopped talking and just silently continued counting the money on the side. The manager also stood aside and watched the counting of the bills. Hundreds of thousands of dollars sounded quite a lot. But in reality, it's just a few stacks. 100,000 in a big bundle, adding up to 5 bundles. These are to take back, pack some red envelopes, finish throwing to the parents used to buy some odds and ends of money. Su Yang on New Year's Eve really not familiar, how a statute, he actually do not quite understand. Ding! The host withdraws $500,000 in cash, the first time looking at this amount of money, inner excitement. System reward, 555,555 yuan. Ding! The host has successfully passed the novice period. There will be no more rewards for items purchased in the system mall after this. I hope that the host can enter reality more often in the future and constantly experience new things in different lives. There is no need to be stuck in the same place. Listening to the voice in his head, Su Yan raised his eyebrows. So he had only passed the novice stage now? This. Su Yan looked at his balance. Balance, 10,253,500 yuan. So he broke through the novice stage after his balance reached $10 million? Carrying the bag in his hand, under the envious eyes of a group of people, Su Yang just walked out with a big grin. To be honest, in front of the bank. Su Yang withdrew $500,000, the bank's security would also follow at the side, waiting for Su Yang to throw the stuff on the car before walking back. Moreover, the management during the New Year period in the capital city was indeed strict, and police cars could be seen everywhere on the road. Carrying $500,000 is actually not heavy, just a little bit of feeling. Casually open the door of the back seat, throw the bag in the handbag. This throw things posture, just like throwing garbage. Security watching this scene feel that they throw garbage are not so calm. Su Yang slightly nodded his thanks to the security and pulled open the door of the driver's seat. Stepped on the gas pedal. The vehicle scurried out. Toward the road and drove away. Playing a song, Su Yang had a lollipop in his mouth. Pulling down the visor, he looked at himself in the mirror and pulled his hair. Messy back hair, with a half-rimmed glasses, there is a sense of Sven defeat. The road out of the city was really jammed. This section of the road, Su Yang really had no way to go around. He could only slowly follow the convoy, with a lollipop in his mouth, his arm resting on the side window, listening to music and shaking his head. Looked at the next car, pink car, do not recognize. The other party also seemed to notice Su Yang's line of sight, and lowered the window. Looking at the girl sitting in the passenger side eating snacks. Su Yang then probed and stretched out his hand. The other party looked at Su Yang with strange eyes, and then reached out with a smile, handing over the spicy noodles. Chapter 68. Intermediate driving. After Su Yang reached out and pulled one out, he stuffed it in his mouth and chewed on it, looking at the other party and asked, going home for the new year? Yeah, the girl nodded and looked at Su Yang. You too? Su Yang nodded slightly and looked at the traffic in front of him. The girl also looked at the traffic in front of her. It's estimated that there's still a good while to go. If this car is not moving, it means there is a car accident in front. If it is going slowly, it means the lead car is driving slowly. Soo-yeon leaned on the window and looked at the other side and asked curiously, "Where's your hometown?" "Wuhan." "So far?" Soo-yang looked at the other side in surprise. "Then you go back now in time?" "It's not too late. Play along the way and not in a hurry. 30 to the good." Ding. Make small talk with strangers to relieve boredom. Take the first step out of social terrorism. System reward, 6666 yuan. After chatting for a while longer, the traffic finally started to move. Soo-yang just drove slowly. Ben was just bored in chatting with someone. Driving out of a relatively congested section of the road, Soo-yang followed the Retina's map navigation and traveled. The system's navigation was indeed reliable, Retina, and wouldn't feel much strange. It's just seeing an arrow, one just needs to follow the arrow and drive slowly. And the vehicle traveling on these bad roads is not very shaky. Along the way, Soo-yang was not in much of a hurry. Cell phone ringing. Soo-yang looked at the screen and saw that his own mother had called himself another video. He reached out and picked up the phone, plugging the cell phone in the dashboard wherever. "Crooked Missy, have you set off yet?" "On the way." Soo-yang, who was driving the car, looked at the road ahead and didn't bother to look at the screen. The main thing is that he is timid and colorful and afraid of ghosts. Love to look at the legs. So he was worried about scratching and bumping while driving. Plus, like this road, there was nothing on the side of the guardrail. To the side of a look, you can also see the distance below dozens of meters under the river. He was afraid that Did Missy drive here? Looking at Soo-yang driving a car, Lu Fang's eyes lit up. The youngest child bought a car? Ah nah. Soo-yang smiled slightly, patted the steering wheel. "Wait until, let you see." Good youngest child is good. Lu Fang is gratified but distressed. Other children buy a car. The family also sponsored a few tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of. But Soo-yang from the university basically not much in home to ask for money. "I don't know how to get the money, just like this to mix the university over." After finishing graduation, he also kept giving subsidies to his family. "Then you drive slower, querulous not? I heard that 2 days ago, someone drove from the mountain turned down, dead 4 or 5 people." Lu Fang's tone of voice some worry. Soo-yang heard immediately. Small chicken pecked rice nodded. "He is more than anyone else's life." "Then I hang up first, you slow road owl." Soo-yang hung up the phone. In passing, he purchased one. Ding. Host purchased an intermediate driving skill. Consumption, 500,000 yuan. Unfortunately, now there is no reward. One should have. In the first place. It's not much. The system's novice period, it seems to be to reach $10 million. Finished, there is no more. Then it's okay. Driving the car, Soo-yang sang a song and shook his head, opening the window halfway. After the sun came out, the temperature rose, and it didn't feel much colder. It was estimated that when it was noon, it would feel hot again. He opened the armrest box and took his sunglasses out of it and set them up. Feeling the breeze on his face, feeling the fragrance of flowers and soil. Listen to the sound of the surging river. Listening to the sound of the wheels running over the ground splashing gravel. He seemed to understand why many people like to drive themselves. It was because of the enjoyment of that inner peace while driving the car. Looking at the surrounding mountains, looking at the different landscapes, looking at the villages passing by. Life is like a journey. No one knows whether the next moment will come across a surprise or an accident, and the only thing you can be sure of is that the name of the end is called death. From the time of birth, we traveled in a car and followed a set path. Chapter 69. Some Land Rovers are pampered and spoiled, some ride the sands +1. Driving the car, Soo-yang was not in a hurry, mainly because of these roads, not very well traveled. But all the roads that are well traveled are probably occupied by those returning armies. So Soo-yang just drove slowly like this. Driving in the mountains, driving in the mud, driving in the deserted wilderness. Woohoo! As the vehicle rushed out from a slope, the vehicle briefly took off into the air and then landed on the ground. Soo-yang let out a strange cry from his mouth. With the skill of intermediate driving, Soo-yang felt that he was now just like an old driver with more than 10 years of driving experience. As for whether it would hurt to drive like this? If he just had such a car, it would definitely hurt. But he didn't just have such a car, but he could have such a car at any time. Naturally, it wouldn't hurt. Potter's chicken. Potty chicken, $1 a string of potty chicken. Soo-yang hummed a song on his lips and quickly turned the steering wheel. The vehicle just made a handsome drift in the wilderness, and Soo-yang called out once again. Woohoo! The vehicle flung itself around, and that rear wheel splashed a large area of grass clippings and gravel. Turning around in place, Soo-yang felt that if he was playing around like this, he probably would have to go back and do a 4-wheel alignment again. Soo-yang stepped down from the car with a cigarette in his mouth and set his cell phone aside. Rushed to the car, then started the Land Rover, stepped on the gas. The vehicle's engine issued a boom. Rapidly scampered out, followed by a cool throw out adrift in front of the camera. After Soo-yang stopped the car, he walked over to his cell phone and looked at the video on his cell phone. Grinning, ha ha ha. Really handsome ow. Some Land Rover is pampered, some Land Rover rides the sands. Ding. The host forgets to go home, just as he forgot to go home when he played on the roadside in his childhood. Childishness, system reward, 6666 yuan. Listening to the system's reminder, Su Yang lightly laughed. Turning to the system, he asked, "Can you help edit the video? Be handsome." Ding. Need to spend $1,000. Is it edited? Yes. Only $1,000? Ding. Please ask the host to run for a distance and then perform a backflip. What? Backflip? I'm going to get killed on the spot. Su Yang a whole speechless live, he grew up so big only no donkey roll, or know what backflip a. Ding. After the system test, the host's physical quality is enough to make a backflip. Please believe in yourself. I believe in myself, but I don't believe in you. Do I have to say it straight? I believe I can't do it. But you're saying I can do it? Do I believe you? Or do I believe in myself? Su Yang had more than a few belly laughs inside. After all, under the guidance of the system, Su Yang did a backflip on that empty road. When he landed on the ground, his pupils shook a little. No, dude really didn't die? Crap. How handsome. Su Yang touched his body in amazement. Am I so awesome now? The next time I see Tycoon and the three of them, I will start with a backflip and directly show the three of them silly. I'm not going to be able to do that. Sitting in the car, Su Yang grinned, holding a cigarette. Happy to continue to drive the car, slowly traveling toward the front. Taking the highway is estimated to be more than an hour, but Su Yang did not take the highway, but constantly shuttling through the small forests in the mountains. The main reason was that taking the highway was jammed, and taking the county road was also jammed. A group of people think that the highway will be traffic jam, so take the county road, finished so the county road is also blocked. So Su Yang just kept shuttling through various villages, taking various small roads and detours. Chapter 70, letting him pretend extra too. His cell phone rang, and he opened the video suspiciously. Yo Kochu, I forgot to talk to you, I'm looking for nothing, I'm ready to go home for the new year. Looking at Who You in the screen, Su Yang scratched his head somewhat less favorably. Who you? Thanks to me coming over to wait for you in the morning. Su Yang. You are really damned aw. She gritted her teeth and revealed a smile. It's fine, going home for New Year's? So when will you arrive? Fitness cannot be delayed, once a day of rest, then before all for nothing, you arrive home to send me a message. I'll train you to death. You still have to practice when you get home? Su Yang felt that he should be afraid of pain, and finished selectively forgetting about the fitness thing. But Who You had to remind herself every day on time. Su Yang nodded helplessly. Okay Kochu, thank you so much. Hearing the helplessness and bitterness in Su Yang's tone, Who You only felt better. Call me when you arrive, I'll be waiting for you 24 hours. Su Yang. She couldn't be deliberately getting back at herself because she stood her up, right? Ding. The video has been made, the host can enter the album to view it. Su Yang listened to the crunching sound in his head and looked in the rearview mirror. There was no car behind him and the side road was spacious. Then took out his cell phone and opened the photo album. Tapped on the video. The system seemed to have added an AFP filter to itself. That kind of dark filter, in the Sound of Music, he ran forward a few steps, followed by a backflip. While he was in the air, a Land Rover sped by. Oneself instantly touched with the Land Rover in the air, as if one had fallen into the car. Just like that, the Land Rover sped away. Crap. This turnaround is so handsome, isn't it? After pondering for a moment, Su Yang still didn't restrain his desire to be handsome. He opened the teaser and sent it up. Ha. After sending the video, Su Yang looked at the 99 plus in his message column and was a bit puzzled. Reaching out, he clicked open and took a look. A water of attention messages. Doubtfully sweeping his eyes, he followed the source of these messages and found Du Cheng observation and Du Cheng Sir's main business. Looking at the video inside. Crap, this ing qualitative? The cell phone rang. Su Yang smoothly connected it. Hello? Mr. Su, a sir where has been qualitative. Lawyer Luo's tone was a bit tearful, still thought that it would take a while to delay, in order to let a sir there to have a finalization. But did not expect so fast. Su Yang also did not expect a little. Hanging up the phone, Su Yang pondered for a moment, presumably Wang Jia, but also Wang Ci and Wang Jia, these two second generation have that ability. Song Xiao is probably not, by way? I don't know them well. This matter really doesn't have much to do with the two of them. However, it's good that it's been characterized, at least it's good that the rest of the matter can be resolved. Just let the other party to compensate for their own losses. After that, they still have to be sentenced to jail. Hanging up the phone, Su Yang clicked on his video comments section to take a look. In just a few minutes there were dozens of comments and hundreds of likes. This teasing sound let him play, understand? Not buddy. You can't be like this. How can you be so cool? A pic 8 in a hot pot restaurant has touched a man's G-spot and you still have a Land Rover? And you have a Land Rover? And such a cool turnaround? Please don't show me. Awesome. Oh no, he's loaded up. Su Yang looked at the comments and smiled as his back teeth were about to show. Chapter 71 Going Home. Village. Fong, your son is coming back today? Big Mom looked at Lu Fong and inquired while high on melon seeds. Right. Lu Fong poured a cup of tea for the other party and then sat on the sofa with some small leaps. Did Xiao Yang bring his girlfriend back this year? Big Mom was a little curious, and Big Dad on the side also looked at Lu Fong curiously. Su Xiu on the side teasingly spoke. I ran into Su Yang in the city before, he and a little girl seem to be quite close, maybe it's his girlfriend. Lu Fong's mind was a little embarrassed for a moment. She doesn't know this question either. She was a little embarrassed, how can she say this? As an honest person, Lu Fong really didn't know how to say it, she could only say with an awkward smile, he didn't say this, bring it or not. Su Yang isn't small anymore. The elder brother on the side opened his mouth and said, it's also time to find an object, I'll introduce him to a few in a couple of days, so that the young people can add a Wi-Fi to each other to talk. Thank you, big brother. Su Dashan on the side couldn't help but open his mouth. Children and grandchildren will always have their own blessings. Su Yang is estimated to have his own thoughts and arrangements, it's better to forget about it. Forget what? Su Dewei snorted coldly, it's that you don't care about anything every day. He's the one who does whatever he wants. Not coming home for 2 years, when he comes back, see if I beat him? Su Dewei was not too happy, money can't be earned even if it's not, even the girlfriends don't have like what's going on, shouting at the village to see people think our family won't teach the children. Su Dawei spit, so Su Daxiang cannot say anything, he actually also think, either honestly make money, or get married, or wait for another year. Either get married, or wait a few more years, the money did not earn not to mention, not even married that is not in vain? That's the ante also immediately opened, look at my baby now 2 children are 2 years old, your home froze a little static have not got. Lu Fong and Su Daxiang drinking water, expressionless listening to their own relatives chatter. And Lu a child is also, good class is not on, froze to engage in what the network. Auntie snorted, that is just about anyone why to engage in it? Okay, I'll go back first. Seeing that both Lu Fong and Su Daxiang's expressions were a bit embarrassed, Su Dewei couldn't help but get up from his chair and bringing Su Xiu towards the house. Because the old man was here at Su Daxiang's place, a few uncles would come here first when they returned. Looking at the departing few, Su Daxiang had a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Indeed, according to the old saying, when a person reaches 25, the clothes are rotten and no one to mend. In the past, they were considered old bachelors. At this time, Bai Wei and Song Xiaoxiao, who were brushing the video, looked at Su Yang's video and were really envious in their eyes. Why is he playing again? Bai Wei's tone was filled with envy, and this video is so handsome, he shouldn't be going to be an internet star, right? Shouldn't be able to. Song Xiaoxiao shook her head, he's probably just getting it for fun. Ever since Su Yang arrived in his circle of friends, he either ate and drank or had all kinds of fun every day. They, the laborers, would also be envious of. Damn it! Su Yang! Wang Xiai, on the other hand, called Su Yang and asked excitedly. Su Yang, where are you? I'm coming over to play with you. The tone of voice, like that of a child, made Su Yang freeze a bit. I'm on my way back home. Su Yang looked at the road in front of him. Hook 8, outrageous, why would the country road also be blocked? Ah? You went back to your hometown? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Why should I tell you? Su Yang's tone was a bit strange, he searched, he and Wang Xiai weren't very familiar. At most, they had eaten together and bragged about some bull afterward. Right, a trace of loss flashed in Wang Xi's eyes, why would he say it to himself? Okay, hang up, I'm stuck in traffic here. After saying that, Su Yang hung up the phone. Chapter 72, Heart Fear Near Home. Because along the way, Su Yang strolled east and ran west, and from time to time, he drilled into the woods to take a piss. Wandering around twice more, or else squatting by the creek, throwing stones for fun. So by the time he arrived, the sky was sinking outside the window. The headlights illuminated the ground. Slowly driving again in the village, because of the policy of the new countryside, so the village has changed a lot, the ground is concrete pavement, everywhere you can see the street lamps and garbage cans. The environment in the village is also much better. Sichuan and Sichuan have many mountains, so Su Yang's home is also in the mountains, but there is no more remote recesses of the mountains. It's just an ordinary rural village in the mountains. In the kitchen, the women were washing vegetables and cooking. The men in the living room were chatting in groups. Su Daxiang, on the other hand, sat on the side of the old man, watching TV and getting high on melon seeds. He liked to enjoy the solitude in the crowd, watching each voice tell its own story. Just like a performer, constantly interpreting and manifesting themselves. Youngest, otherwise we can eat first, we don't know when Su Yang will come back. Su Daxiang, his second brother, opened his mouth and inquired to Su Daxiang. Or else you make a phone call and ask, this I haven't eaten anything all afternoon, hungry. Good. Su Daxiang hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and gave Su Yang a call. Hey missy, when will you arrive? Su Daxiang inquired to Su Yang. Su Yang was silent for a while, it is estimated that it is still half an hour. The closer to home, the more apprehensive inside, as if there is a feeling of more timid near the countryside. The moment the vehicle stepped into his hometown, Su Yang felt a strong sense of affection and hometown feeling. Everything here is so familiar and cozy. Obviously the village has changed a lot, but it just feels familiar. Because his footprints had measured every inch of land here. His childhood was in this not-so-small village. Hey good, Su Daxiang sniffed and immediately nodded. You drive slowly on the road out. After saying this, Su Daxiang hurriedly hung up the phone. Looking at the old man aside, he said, Dad, let's eat first. Su Yang still has more than half an hour to arrive. Broad too. After all, a large family couldn't wait all the time. The old master got up, and the ones around him also got up in a hurry and headed towards the large round table in the courtyard. The women in the kitchen also started frying and serving food when they saw this. They were all busy. Anyway, it was just a meal before the new year, so naturally there were not that many rules. It was fine without having to wait for Su Yang. Oldest, Su Yang, wasn't he delivering takeaways before? What is he doing now? The second oldest sitting at the table looked at Su Daxiang and inquired. Su Daxiang smiled awkwardly and said, I'm not sure. Su Yang said he didn't do takeaways before. He didn't come back these 2 years, he should have earned money out. The oldest three smiled and held his wine glass, sipped the white wine, sked, and smacked his lips. His face wrinkled into a ball, and then became relaxed in the next moment. Su Yang has been stronger since he was a child, wanting to save face well, after a while shouldn't say anything don't say. Su Dawei looked at the juniors, and then looked at Su Yang's uncles. That's right, it's New Year's Eve. The oldest two also immediately agreed and nodded. It's really different from our time, it's really hard to make money. Before letting him take the editorial exam also did not take the exam, so what can be done? Su Xiu skimmed his lips and drank a mouthful of wine. Examining a public can still be a drought and a flood of income. Su Daxiang gave a bitter laugh. Chapter 73 Relative Shock. Every family has its own suffering, it's just that the onlookers can't empathize with it. They say such words, Su Daxiang also understand, is just to find a little sense of existence of elders, so as to obtain a little vanity. To say bad, really not too much bad, just snobbery some. Their own table is okay, I guess the side of the table is really trouble. Male table, female table. Looking at Lu Fan's iron green face, Su Daxiang shivered. He also didn't know what he was saying, and his face was dark and scary. If you don't have money, you don't have money. It's good that my son is happy. Lu Fang had an embarrassing smile on her face. Ai Fang, you can't say that. You're in your 20s and you don't have any money and you're still not getting married, it's a joke for people to know. When my Xiao Xiu and Su Yang were that old, the second child came out. Yes. He's the only one in your family, and he doesn't come back for a year or two, that's not good at all. I also don't know how to mix outside. The oldest three, they had a second child last year, right? Yes. Suddenly a strong light shone. A car sped towards the side of Su Daxiang's yard and stopped. Everyone froze at this moment. Su Daxiang looked at the car with some confusion. Su Dawei on the side looked around in confusion, all arrived The car door opened and Su Yan lifted his leg and stepped down from the car. The butt was sitting numb. At this moment, being watched by 7 aunts and 8 aunts, all kinds of relatives, Su Yang but eyes tight. He was so scared. Did he come to the wrong place? Why are there so many people? Isn't New Year's Eve the time when there are more than 30 people and then the relatives start to visit? Why are there so many people before the new year? Young man, which family are you from? Isn't it a mistake to drive? Su Dawei came along suspiciously. Su Yang took off his orange flat glasses and hurriedly looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and bowed. Uncle, it's me, Su Yang. Su Yang? Su Dawei looked at the Su Yang in front of him in shock. Because the Su Yang at this moment really changed too much from before, making him somewhat unrecognizable. Missy, back? Su Daxiang's eyes were filled with tears for an instant. Missy. Lu Fan looked at Su Yang, and in an instant, her eyes turned red, and she quickly walked over. Crying and howling, she hit Su Yang's. Jang just came back, I miss you. Well. Su Yang was also a little choked up for a while, red-eyed, hugging the 2 old men in front of him. He tilted his head and inhaled his nose, his voice trembled a little. Back late. Not late, did you eat? Lu Fang hurriedly pulled Su Yang's hand, constantly stroking Su Yang's cheeks. You've lost weight. No, I've gained more than 10 pounds. Su Yang touched his mother's rough hand and looked at the graying of his parents' temples. It was a little difficult to breathe, and his heart stung. Go and talk to your grandparents first. Su Dawei on the side also choked a little watching this scene. When you are old and have a low tear point, when you see a scene like this, you are always easily moved. After all, he was his own son or nephew. What should be said still had to be said, but what should be cared for also had to be cared for. Good. Su Yang nodded, looking at the old man and old lady not far away. Su Yang quickly walked over, and the 2 old men greeted, Grandpa, Grandma, New Year fast. It's not even 30 yet, you're fast. The old man lifted his hand and hit Su Yang's head without any good humor, his eyes were full of kindness and longing. Su Yang was brought up by them, naturally Su Yang is also very fond of, Su Yang grew up, slowly left home. The second old man's heart was also more than reluctant to let go. After greeting the two old men, "Mom!" Su Yang at this time dejectedly wrapped his arm around Lu Fang's shoulder, one arm around Su Daqiang's shoulder, pointing at the darkened car in front of him, and said, "The big Land Rover that you want." "Ha?" Lu Fang looked at Su Yang indistinctly. "What road?" The smile on Su Yang's face became a little stiff for a moment. "Didn't you ask me to buy a Land Rover?" "When did I say to let you buy a Land Rover?" Lu Fang looked at Su Yang doubtfully. It was just a joke in the first place, how could she remember? While Su Daqiang looked at Su Yang in amazement. "You bought it?" "Ong. Bought it." Su Yang raised his hand and patted the body. "What's up, old man, like it or not? If you like it, I'll leave it to you. I have another one in Duching. This car is too big to drive well in the city." "This is Land Rover?" Su Dawei pupils rounded, looking at the car in front of him. After all, the lights in the yard were a bit dim, so some could not see it too well. Plus the car was originally all black, so it was a little hard to see. For a time, Su Yang's 7 aunts and aunts all surrounded the car, and the juniors also stood by the side of the car, surveying the car in front of them. Watching the attention of the crowd being drawn away by the car, Su Yang sighed in relief. It should be considered as helping his own old lady to put up a hand, right? "Turtle. This car is so big. You turtle, don't touch it." The elder aunt on the side watched the bear child trying to pickpocket the car and hurriedly hit the bear child's hand. The old master stood beside Su Yang, looking at Su Yang with relief. "Youngest grandson, grow up." "Grandpa." Su Yang hurriedly looked at the old master respectfully. "I brought you a few good cigarettes, and yes, there are some New Year's goods." Su Yang walked to the back of the car and reached out to open the trunk. "You guys help me carry the luggage." Pointing at a few juniors, Su Yang reached out and took the luggage down. Lu Fang quickly said, "Just put the suitcase on the second floor." "You bought a lot of cigarettes and claws." Looking at the trunk of a pile of cigarettes, wine and tea, Lu Fang blamed looked at Su Yang. "Wasted money." "It's okay," to the old man uncle them and the old man smoking. Su Yang hastily took a cigarette and unwrapped it, handed it to his own old man. "Old man, you get the points." "Wozima, Zhenghua?" Su Dawei was already a bit numb at this moment. Looking at that trunk, dozens of huazi, and a pile of moutai. He has not dared to think how much money these total. This ing living and breathing loser ah. Su Yang. You turtles are spending money recklessly, aren't you? Su Dawei was so distressed that he couldn't breathe, feeling like he was spending as if it was his own money, and somewhat sourly shouted a curse. "Is it expensive?" Lu Fang on the side for a moment also perceived some difference. Lu a cigarette, $700 or $800 a piece, and Lu a wine, several $1,000s a bottle. Warm horse, these totaled down, afraid to be more than 100,000. Su Dawei covered his heart. He only felt that his legs were a bit weak. When the surrounding relatives heard this, they immediately let out an exclamation of surprise, and their eyes became strange as they looked at Su Yang. Su Xiu on the side hurriedly assisted Su Dawei. Su Daqiang sniffed, his hand trembled, looked at the cigarette in his hand, and looked at the side to the relatives scattered a large part. "Is it too late for me to come back now?" "It's not that expensive, I'm friends with the boss, it's just 100,000 or so." Su Yang scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was being watched by a group of people looking at him like a monkey. "Just?" Lu Fang broke her voice a bit for a while. She grabbed Su Yang's ear and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Exempt, you turtle is so powerful now. More than $100,000, all dare to say on? Are you a bank? Can you print money? You're so generous, a few $100s to give someone a cigarette, a few $1,000s to give someone a drink, say drink? You turtle is not want to die, old lady." Lu Fang, angry and fierce, slapped the body. One side of the Su Dawei, looking at this scene, quickly cried and screamed, "Mo shoot! Lu a car at 2 million. What ah?" Lu Fang looked at his hand, an instant wanna cut the hand. This is what she can shoot? Being scared by the price made her liver tremble a little. Enthusiasm is really enthusiastic, and annoyance is really annoying. A group of people were chattering around, and all sorts of questions were constantly being thrown out. Looking at the envy and jealousy in the eyes of a group of relatives in front of him, the corner of Su Yang's mouth slightly hooked up. "Isn't this the effect you want? It's fine." Su Yang looked at his own mother's flustered appearance, and quickly reached out and ruthlessly patted the car body. "You just smashed it all fine." Chapter 74, The Envy of Relatives. Roll. Lu Fang watched Su Yang's action and immediately did an utter flying kick. Kicked on Su Yang's body. "You don't shoot indiscriminately. And you buy jangling expensive car claws? Eh? Su Yang stumbled a bit, speechless. "Didn't you ask me to buy it? You said you wouldn't let me go home if I didn't buy a big Land Rover, so I bought it." "Lu Fang? You speak so loud, pa, you scared me." Lu Fang looked at Su Yang with a moment of dissatisfaction. "Su Yang? Could this car be a rental?" Su Xiu was a bit unbelievable. After all, 2 years ago Su Yan was still delivering takeaways. Buying a Land Rover now? It was a bit scary. The moment Su Xiu's words came out, everyone was silent. It's not like there aren't people who rent a car and come back to pretend to be a bully these days. Just seeing this pile of cigarettes and alcohol in the trunk, it's hard to make people think it's fake. At this time, the junior, who didn't know what the situation was, carried a plastic bag down from the back seat. Just the plastic bag seems to be scratched. In an instant, all the things inside fell down. A bunch of red envelopes and money mixed together fell to the ground. Watching this scene, a group of people's eyes turned red. Lu Feng and Su Daxiang immediately looked up at Su Yang. Lu Feng's voice was a little trembling. "You went to grab the red packet?" "No, do you want to hear what you're talking about?" Su Yang was somewhat speechless. "Goddamn red packet snatching, I can still accept it for a bit if you say a bank robbery." When he was stuck in traffic on the road, he idly wrapped up a few red envelopes. As a result, when he arrived at Lu Feng's place, he even said a sentence about whether or not he went to grab a red envelope. Nima, outrageous. Casually picked up the red envelopes on the ground, found a bag from the car and stuffed it inside. Carrying the bag. Su Yang, on the other hand, walked to the passenger side, opened the box, and took out the procedures for buying a car from inside. After circling back, he handed the things in his hand to Su Daxiang. "Old man's son, One is the formalities for buying a car." In order to avoid his old man and his old lady worrying, Su Yang took it out, otherwise it's really unnecessary. Other people think they are rented is rented. He didn't really care about other people's opinions. Su Xiu looked at the documents in that folder and the corner of his mouth twitched. He deserved to talk too much. Looking at the file folder in his hand, Su Daxiang was also a bit confused at the moment. It was just a blank in his mind. Confused, just very confused. Although he had fantasized that he was a rich second generation, he had never thought that this rich second generation would be a reverse rich second generation. Crap, I seem to have eaten my son's soft food. Mom, this is the bracelet I bought for you. Su Yang took out 2 more brocade boxes from the trunk. After opening them and looking at the bracelets inside, he handed one to his own mother. Looking at the brocade box in her hand, Lu Feng's voice had trembled a little. How much?" "Just a little bit." Su Yang looked at his own old lady's voice was trembling a little. He was a little less daring to say the price for fear of scaring people. Then he took another brocade box and walked to the old lady's side. "Grandma, this is what Sun prepared for you." The old lady looked at the box in her hand and took a deep breath. She was also nervous, she didn't know how much it was, and she was a little unsteady in holding things now. "Dad. This is yours." Su Yang took another box and handed it to Su Daxiang. Taking another box, he handed it to the old man. "Old man. Gold and jade." Su Yang and the old master had a good relationship, so he naturally took out a gold and jade pipe from it in a big way. $250,000. What's it? Ding. The host has been pretending in front of the 7 great ants one after another. The mood is soothing. System reward, 88,888 yuan. Su Yang dejectedly looked at the old man. The old man looked at the pipe in his hand, and the moment he heard the price, he almost didn't sit on the ground. "What the hell is this, a gold mouthpiece? Am I worthy of this? Who deserves it?" Back then, the landlords probably couldn't even afford to use this. "Su Yang, you keep it, your master probably won't live for a few years, it's a waste." With a trembling hand, the old master stuffed the thing in Su Yang's hand. Su Yang smiled and said, "It's fine, when you karma, this thing will be buried in your coffin." The old man blackened his face for a split second. "What's the point of speaking so loudly? You want people to dig up my grave, right? Okay. It's a big mourning ceremony. Not far away from the 7 ants and ants, know the trunk of tobacco and wine when the shock, and when they know the price of this car. Until now, have not slowed down. There is a kind of floating, dreamlike feeling. It was like drinking fake wine, confused, just very confused." Suddenly remembering the previous spat on Su Yang at the dinner table, the group of people were a little embarrassed. Looking at Lu Feng's look of reproach, but the corners of her mouth hooked up. The group of people had more than a few belly laughs. The crowd was silent as they moved all the stuff from the car to the room. The pile of red envelopes, Su Yang handed to Lu Feng, crowded eyes let her receive. At this time Su Yang sat on the side of the old man. "People are numb. This is the position I can sit? Why don't you come, eldest uncle? You sit. Big uncle had a kind smile on his face. "Su Yang, what are you doing in the city now?" "Just doing some small business there." Su Yang took a sip of wine from his wine glass and calmly looked at the group of people in front of him. Older. "Before, I got a technology company with a friend, and I don't have to manage anything. Just used to receive dividends. After the sale of patents, basically the company is also responsible for the operation of 3 or 4 people. Directly put an end to the idea of them wanting to impose themselves here. To borrow money can be, but let yourself help. Su Yang is really do not want. Besides, who really treats himself well, who is purely a fool, Su Yang has a number in his heart. Then how are you going to arrange after the new year?" Su Daguan carefully drank a mouthful of flying mutai, smacking his mouth to savor it, not even bothering to finish it in one gulp. "After the new year? Su Yang turned his head to look at his own house, although it is not very bad, but it is a small 2-story building as the year his parents got married to repair has been a little old. Repair the family house. Follow-up words, there are some plans, specific has not been implemented. You are now becoming angry, the eldest uncle does not care about you. Su Dawei held his wine glass and drank a mouthful of wine, looking at Su Yang with relief. You also follow your own ideas to do just fine. If there is anything, just talk to us. Got it? Got it. Su Yang immediately nodded, thank you uncle. Su Yang unsearchably skimmed his mouth. What do you mean you don't care anymore? He searchingly didn't care off. But it was all just a scene. Su Yang stood up with his wine glass and made a toast. Another round, directly toasted a circle of elders. No matter what, although it is annoying to be preached to, but the rules are the rules, do not consider yourself, but also have to consider your own old parents. The child understands and has rules, and their faces are also bright. 1 hour later. Su Yang's cheeks were red. Chapter 75, 9 Drunken Meals in 3 Days. These old men can drink a lot. Ask them how much they can drink. When they put up a finger, it didn't mean that they could only have one drink, 1 or 2 or 1 caddy. Rather, it meant that they could keep drinking. Pretending that he couldn't hold on any longer, Su Yang returned to his room in a daze. Sprawled on his own bed, Su Yang seemed to still be able to smell a whiff of the sun. It was estimated that his parents had been kind enough to help himself clean up the house today. Originally drunk, Su Yang closed his eyes and fell asleep. Who you looked at the event arriving at 2400 hours minutes, numb. No, I said I am on call 24 hours, you cannot really not contact me 24 hours, right? Dog gripe. Ah. Hate Sigma men. The next day climbed up, Su Yang just walked downstairs, hair disheveled, not yet combed, wine glass red-faced old man pulled, sat on a chair. The end of the cup drank a mouthful. Immediately spit out. No, still drink off? A few days in a row, Su Yang every day is to get up and drink. Confused. Sleep. Get up. Confused. Drinking. Sleep. Then get up and drink and sleep again. 9 drunken meals in 3 days? That's probably how it felt. It was the first time he knew that his family knew so many people in the village. 1 or 2 looked as if they were somewhat familiar, and overall they were just familiar strangers who kept coming to visit his family. When they came, they naturally had to eat and drink, and this time, they drank more. He was really a bit scared, thanks to his own father said that for the time being nothing came. Su Yang is still in a daze sleeping. Just feel the side of the Twitter. He yawned and looked at the front of his eyes in confusion. Covered with the quilt, Su Yang did not dare to get up at all. He had been subjected to an inexplicable curse after he returned home, the curse that once he left his bed, he would inevitably be dragged to the wine table to drink. Su Yang was sleeping upstairs, the 2 old men did not bother, after all, the people who came a few days ago were quite a lot, and now it's almost time to slow down. Su Daqiang and Lu Feng, at this time, stood by the car. This is also less people, the 2 have the nerve to come over to survey the car, usually even if someone comes, the 2 can only pretend to be a look of disbelief. It's just a car. Only now can we feel the shock of the big Land Rover in front of us. Lu Feng carefully stroked the bodywork. This car is $1 or $2 million? Lu Feng looks at the shiny black mechanical beast in front of her in TSKS. Su Daqiang on the side looked at the car key in his hand and reached out to press it. Casually and tentatively, he pulled open the car door. Looking at the open car door, he took off his shoes before sitting in the driver's seat. Surveying the inside of the car, he was delighted for a moment. Really? Touching here and there. I want to sit too. At the doorway of the driver's seat, Lu Feng looked at Su Daqiang expectantly. Su Daqiang hurriedly got down from the car, put on his shoes, and let Lu Feng go up to try. Lu Feng was a bit shorter, sitting in the car, looking ahead. This perspective was still her first experience. Let Su Yang drive us out for a stroll later? Lu Feng looked at Su Daqiang with delight. How would Su Daqiang not understand? This is purely want to drive out to show off. Okay. Su Daqiang immediately nodded. How could it not work? His old Su also wanted to show off. Why don't I try driving it? Actually, Su Daqiang had already lost some control of himself. You can drive? Lu Feng looked at Su Daqiang skeptically. Su Daqiang hemmed and hawed. I have a driver's license. Oh. Although the family did not have a car, Su Daqiang also had a driver's license. Su Daqiang sat in the car and looked around. Not where to insert the key? Where is the ignition? Where's my clutch? A few minutes later, a frustrated Su Daqiang looked gray. He was a little skeptical that when he was learning to drive, there was no such thing as a clutch. 1 gas pedal, 1 brake, 1 clutch. But what about the clutch? Clutch is not even if, why the car key is not inserted place. Su Daqiang had already begun to wonder if he had learned to split when he first learned to drive. Su Yang stretched his back, sleeping comfortably out. Sleeping with a soft body. Chapter 76, Repairing the House? Once again, a few village people came to the house, and a group of people surrounded the car. 1 or 2 million, right. Su Dashang smilingly stroked the steering wheel, the comfortable feeling of the warm steering wheel, warm. It was like the breeze of early summer, able to dispel one's chill. The gloom that has been shrouding the home seems to have been blown away because of this breeze. The smiles on Su Dashang and Lu Feng's faces never disappeared. Rating the young? Lu Erwa's hand trembled, hastily withdrew his hand, nervously looking at the body. Don't touch it. In an instant, Lu Erwa looked at Su Dashang's eyes somewhat pleasing. Su Yang this in the city to earn big money ah. The other party's tone envious, said Wonder. Some time ago, the village was still talking about Su Yang this and that from time to time, but now when he came back. Instead, their attitudes suddenly changed. It is impossible for a man to have both a Land Rover and an inferiority complex. The huge body is enough to give any male an immense amount of self-confidence. Getting up from the bed, he opened the closet and looked at all his clothes hanging in the closet. He yawned and picked out a casual outfit at random, putting on his socks over his shoes. Walked to the bathroom and washed up. Then walked towards the downstairs. Looking at the concrete stairs under his feet. Some of the edges were cracked. Looked at the walls again. The second floor was undecorated. In addition to the room hanging a large white, the ground was not treated much. With a cigarette in his mouth, Su Yang walked to the first floor. The living room was paved with bricks and also decorated. But it was all the rural kind of simple decoration. Yo, old man. Grandma. Su Yan looked at the two old men who were watching TV, took out a cigarette and handed one to the old man. Then he sat on the side of the old master, inverted the cup on the table, threw some tea leaves and poured water into the cup. Up. The old lady had a kind smile on her face. Sleep some more. You're tired from being outside all these years, right? Not tired. Su Yang hastily shook his head. A kind and gentle inquiry from the old lady almost made Su Yang break his defense. He smiled with a cigarette in his mouth and shook his head. Old master, I intend to repair the house after the new year. You two and my parents, what are the arrangements? Su Yang looked at the old master and inquired. The old master pondered for a moment. Live in the old big house, it's close by. I'll talk to him when he comes. Well, thank you, Grandpa. Su Yang nodded, then excitedly raised an eyebrow at the old man. Grandpa, should we get a Chinese-style courtyard? Build a green brick house? Su Yang took out his cell phone and looked through the photos, picking a few to show the old man. When he went outside to play before, he quite liked the decoration of those inns and BBS. It did look good, a combination of Chinese and Western, balancing beauty and comfort. With some flowers and grasses in the yard, it also looked comfortable. Looking at the photos in Su Yang's cell phone, the old man pulled his eyebrows. Will it cost too much money? Red bricks are expensive? Expensive. But green bricks are even more expensive. Not to mention tiled houses. And then there's the wood, which is even more expensive. Nowadays, steel concrete structures are cheaper, and it would cost a few $100,000 to build the old house. There was only one kid in the family, Su Yang, so naturally there was no need to get too many rooms. I'll ask the boss and the others to put together some money, just in time to help you repair the house. The old man pondered, wanting to relieve some pressure on Su Yang, who also had some money on him. No need. Su Yang hastily raised his hand and refused with a smile. It's not that bad. Then let's say it like this, Al. Su Yang looked at the old man with a smile. Wait for some time, I'll ask the designer to come over and take a look. Originally, this house was left to Su Yang by Su Dashang and Lu Feng, so how to repair it is his business. Because the old man and the old lady were still alive, there was a backbone in the house. All the relatives are involved. So even if the village people are red in the eyes, they don't dare to come looking for trouble. But thieves and petty thieves are expected to be there, and there will be people who are jealous to find some trouble. Although Su Yang's generation adds up to an estimated 8 or 9. But to be honest, nowadays, the relationship between relatives is really not the same as before. Not to mention the younger generation below. The younger generation below basically just met and nodded their heads. There are also relatives on the grandparents' side. Su Dashang and Lu Feng, the two were originally honest people. Honest people have an advantage is that, and around the relationship with people are good. However, once involved in some of the ground, that really is a good relationship is not useful. Some of the best places in Sichuan and Sichuan are built on hillsides. So, families are separated by a distance, light also do not disturb each other. So not much of a problem. Su Yang consider the problem more comprehensive, naturally want to avoid because of some small things, produce conflict. The village has seen a lot of miscellaneous problems, and naturally want to be prepared for some problems in advance. The old man looked at Su Yang with a sigh of relief. Really grown up. But this kid's mouth is really big, not bad for such a little money. Ding! The host talked to the old man and old woman, feeling the affection and comfort in his heart. System reward, 6666 yuan. Chapter 77 Parents Daily Shock Extra for the Big Brothers. Listening to the system's prompt in his head, Su Yang smiled slightly. With a cigarette in his mouth, he crossed his legs and walked out from the house. Looking not far away, the old man who was spinning against the car, looking at the old mother who was busy in the kitchen not far away. Inside a burst of peace. After returning home, then feel a burst of inner peace and comfort. Comfort. Soothing. A lethargic aura enveloped Su Yang as he just lay on the sofa in front of the courtyard. Roasting the sun. Missy is up, eat first. Lu Fang walked over with a large pot of noodles. It was placed on the table like this. Looking at a large pot of noodles on the table, Su Yang's saliva secretion, although outside, has eaten a lot of delicious. But the only thing that always soothes the heart is the noodles from home. However, what about feeding the pigs? Sichuan and Sichuan regions, cooking noodles are roughly the same. A big pot of noodles, to eat as much as you want, to fish as much. Inside the dark broth, with the salty aroma of spices, and the yellow noodles, just like silk stacked in the soup. A cut emerged that allowed one to see the golden-colored noodles that contrasted sharply with the soup. Lu Fang took her chopsticks and quickly mixed it. Afterwards, she placed several bowls on the table. They had all already eaten. It was also Su Yang who got up late. Lu Fang cooked more because she was happy. There was a pig in the house, so even if there was some left over, letting Su Dachang eat some and feeding the pig some more would be almost enough. Su Yang immediately carried a large bowl and chucked noodles into his own bowl. A big mouthful of steaming noodles went down his mouth. A wave of heat went straight from his throat to his abdomen. Su Yang comfortably breathed hot air and gave Lu Fang a thumbs up. Delicious. Right, Mom, should we kill the pig at home? It's also almost 30, when it's done, get some pig blood sausage to eat? Good kill. Lu Fang had a smile on her face and looked at the pig pen not far away. It was also Su Yang, who had only come back for a few days and finished giving her a long face. That smile hasn't been restrained during this period of time. If you say it again in a couple of days, I guess Lu Fang will ask, kill the pig? Why don't we just kill you? Then I'll ask your old man to contact your eldest uncle and the others and have them come over to help. The pig at home is also fat, no money, so can't afford to kill it. But it was basically the custom to kill the New Year's pig for the new year. Originally, Lu Fang was prepared to buy half a pig. But since the son smashed has opened his mouth, then he will kill it. To kill a pig? Su Dachang, dangling a cigarette, sitting on a chair, some reluctance to look at the pigsty, and then raise it, is estimated to be able to raise 12 pounds. Then I will prepare the tools. He got up again and walked towards the tool room. Right, Mom, where is Little Black? Su Yang looked around with some doubt. Your third uncle's house, he borrowed it to go. Lu Fang looked at Su Yang and asked with a smile, what? Thinking about it? It's afraid that it won't recognize you. Not broad can. Su Yang looked extremely confident and waved his hand, it's my brother. It wouldn't recognize me. I'll go see it later. Su Yang smilingly shivered a mouthful of noodles and added another bowl for himself. He already liked eating noodles, not to mention this long goodbye, plus the mother's hands. The noodles tasted even more flavorful. Sucking and sucking, he took a big bite of the noodles. Su Yan alone naturally couldn't finish eating so much, burped and wiped his mouth with a paper towel. Mom, overhaul will go to the town to buy some cannonballs. Is there anything we need to buy? No need, the ones you need to buy were bought a long time ago. Lu Fang glared at Su Yang with dissatisfaction. You want to spend money again, don't you? The firecrackers have already been bought at home. Just buy some fireworks and cannonballs. Su Yang looked at Lu Fang. I want to play with it. Go go go, is there enough money? Lu Fang took out a stack of money from her coat pocket and looked at Su Yang. Su Yang immediately shook his head when he saw this. Suddenly thought of something, turned around and ran upstairs, took the bag and walked down. Su Yang looked at Lu Fang and Su Dachang and said, Mom and Dad, you two come to the living room first. Saying this, Su Yang turned around and walked towards the living room. After waiting for everyone to sit in the living room, Su Yang sat across the coffee table with his bag in his hand. The few people on the sofa sat in rows with a bewildered look on their faces. Looking at Su Yang, who was sitting across from them. Su Yang reached out and shook everything in the bag down on the table. Hundreds of thousands of banknotes and a bunch of messy red envelopes landed on the table. Seeing this scene, the breathing of the old man and woman, father and mother, all became a little heavy. They had seen so much cash spilled in front of them like this. Take out a stack from the inside, hand it to the old man. Grandpa, Lu, it is yours. New Year's Day when used to send red envelopes. If more, you saved to buy cigarettes. Grandma, this is yours. Su Yang gave the old lady another stack of red envelopes. The old man looked at the red envelopes in his hand with extremely complicated emotions. The old man was in tears, and the sight of that pair of old and tired eyes was a little blurred. The old lady's tear ducts were low and had already shed tears. How could they not know what Su Yang meant? It was nothing more than wanting the younger generation to be kind to them and to take good care of them. After all, the two old people belonged to a family living for a period of time. This year it happens to live in Su Yang's house, is about to celebrate the new year. It is too lazy to move. Give the old man to send hundreds of thousands of pipes to the old lady to send bracelets. Those people know, then certainly will be good to them. Because they are old, these things are not born to die, surely to be passed on. As for who to pass it on to? Then naturally they will give it to whoever treats them well. People are greedy, even if their children treat them well, but what about their partners? The family itself is in average condition, and they have to support 2 more elderly people, which may be fine for a while, but after a long time, they will naturally be neglectful. But with these things, then they will naturally treat them well. Will treat them better than before. Yana the old woman hugged Su Yang and cried out with old tears. Su Dachang and Lu Feng on the side also choked a little to hold back their tears. Su Yang sucked in his nose, also felt a little sour nose, smiled and said, "Okay, New Year's Eve. And Mom and Dad, this is for you guys. You guys just watch and give." How to say it, Su Yang is using money to help his own parents to find face. He probably couldn't stay for much longer in a year. Definitely need to leave. The subsequent repair of the house also needed help, and the village also needed someone to take care of it. There is no harm for them to be generous when someone pays a New Year's visit. It's just that there will be more villains in their thoughts. But these don't matter, the old man is still there, the old man's words are few, but the heart is clear. Who is good to him on his bad, he has a number in his heart, just do not like to calculate it. Maybe it's because of the fact that there were more things that happened in the family when he was growing up, and his parents were not there, so he may be like this, used to taking care of everything. Used to not giving people trouble, used to taking care of other people's emotions. Even parents and old men and women juggle their emotions. Zhang? Lu Feng's hand shook, and the stack of red envelopes in her hand scattered on the ground. Alright. I'll go to the town first. Su Yang got up from the chair and didn't bother to continue talking with them. Otherwise, they could argue for a whole day over such a small matter. Chapter 78, Catching Up with the Market? Sitting in the car, he quickly turned the direction and the vehicle drove past the concrete road. Because of the new rural policy, most of the roads in the villages have been resurfaced, plus the roads are well maintained. So the concrete roads in the villages were basically very clean, just a few gravel branches and leaves and whatnot. Not so much dust and mud. There were regular cleaning tasks in the village, and it was assumed that they were assigned according to each household. With one hand on the window, Su Yang sang. It could be seen that he was indeed in a good mood. Vehicles traveled through the village. A group of people were basking in the sun at the entrance of the village. Looking at the dark Land Rover, the huge body, very domineering, plus lowering the window, Su Yang let out a song, looking extremely dashing and uninhibited. Couldn't help but open his mouth and asked, "Whose car is this?" Su Yang's family's. The big mom on the side hurriedly spoke, "You guys don't know? Su Yang is making money. This car must be several $100,000, right?" The people on the side also hurriedly opened their mouths in amazement, with envy in their tone. "Old Su's son, he's really capable." "More than that. I've heard that this car is several $1,000,000. I think it's called some kind of Land Rover." Cars aren't expensive these days, you can buy a car for a few tens of thousands of dollars. So there were quite a few people in the village who bought cars. Most families can afford a car, and cars are no longer something that is hard to reach for ordinary families. But a $1,000,000 car is out of reach for most people. Most families, to buy a few tens of thousands of dollars of cars, are also loans to buy. Not to mention the down payment on a multi-million-dollar car is enough to buy as many low-cost cars as possible. Hey, underneath that streetlight, there's a little girl crying. Singing the song, he drove smoothly, but not very slowly. Because of his driving skills bond, he became an old driver with a 2-year license, but with over 10 years of driving experience. Driving and singing. Looking at the scenery along the way. The land of Shu is full of mountains, rolling green hills, rushing rivers between the mountains, and the blazing sun. But the road on the side of the village road was indeed dangerous. Su Yang's body was originally large. Sometimes, when driving, it was almost the size of a road. Some of the bends were not too good to go through. If it wasn't for solid skills, he really didn't dare to drive in these places. Driving down the ramp. Driving in these places is basically like this, up a hill then down a hill, then up a hill again, then down a hill again. All of the roads are mountain highways. Sichuan and Sichuan were fine, but when it came to Guizhou and certain parts of the southern province, that guy, it's just like in the mountain song, here's the mountain road with 18 curves. The waterway here is a 9-link road. 18 bends. 9 consecutive rings. Su Yang sang out in an instant, circling around the road really just couldn't help but sing out. From home to the town market is not very far, it is estimated that half an hour to. In fact, do not need half an hour, 10 minutes will be able to. But Su Yang does not like to drive fast, anyway, there is no lack of time, slowly is. Slow pace of life, easier to find some of the beauty of life. He drove the car, traveling on the edge of the road, sometimes a swing, really feel as if half of their wheels on the edge of the road. Stopped the car and looked at the bustling bazaar, crowded with people. The bazaar was crowded with people, and all kinds of noisy sounds were mixed in with the endless flow of people. Hawkers carried their burdens, selling fresh vegetables and fruits, poultry and livestock, as well as a variety of New Year's goods. The aroma wafting out of the stores is mouth-watering, and the various delicacies such as deep-fried cakes, baklava, sugar gourds and fried food are a sight to behold. Roadside stalls are full of traditional handicrafts, pottery, bamboo weaving, embroidery, and other small objects of various colors to attract the attention of tourists. Children weaved in and out of the crowds, smiling with popcorn and cotton candy in their hands. Chapter 79, The Market. The streets were lined with all kinds of stalls and yells. The sound of the familiar Sichuan dialect. When you hear such a sound, you will know that you have arrived home. The accent of your hometown is what makes you feel most at home. Because before in Duchang, so everything around for Suyang is familiar. Anyway, Duchang is not bad. The three places of Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan, the South Cloud, there are more ethnic minorities, so it will also give people some relatively fresh feeling. But when it comes to Guizhou and Sichuan, basically there is not much difference. The flavors were also very different. Buy some snacks. Su Yang stood in front of the snack stall and bought some fried skewers and some messy food. Just like that, carrying a few bags in his hands. Whether it was clean or not, Su Yang didn't know. Anyway, the flavor was good. Such a place to catch the fare, selling snacks, in fact, is also fried potatoes and fried sausage to finish getting some bait block, that is, rice crackers and so on. Curious to wander around. Su Yang stood in front of the stall, looking at the boss, set a circle? How much does the boss charge? $10 for 5 wraps. Looking at Su Yang's white skin and that dress, it didn't look like a village person. The boss also made a smooth comparison. As we all know, Sichuan shoe people, 10 and 4 are indistinguishable. Give me $100 now. Su Yang immediately pulled out his cell phone. The kid beside him sniffed enviously and looked at Su Yang's grandiose look. He looked at the only 2 circles left in his hand. The expression became very grave. Sweeping $100 over. Ding! The host's childishness has not gone away, and he has started the circle game after a long time. System reward, 666 yuan. Su Yang wiped his mouth with a tissue. Reaching out, he took the circle handed over by the boss. Finding a place, he stood and looked at the prizes in front of him. The first row was all keychains, the second row was some toys, and the third row was some dolls. The one placed right in the center was a big Stitch. When Su Yang saw Stitch, his eyes turned green. He held his breath and gave his full attention to that Stitch, taking a circle and throwing it out. The force was about the same. But the Stitch appeared to be a bit slippery. The circle just slipped off the edge. Seeing this, Su Yang adjusted his movements and force and threw it again. Ding! The host failed to lasso the circle. Reward, $100. Ding! The host failed again. Reward, $200. Ding! The host has failed again. Reward, $300. Ding! The host has failed again. Reward, 5,800 yuan. Su Yang's eyes turned from green to red. After throwing 58 hoops, Su Yang's breathing became short. The man on the side looked at Su Yang's appearance and let out a laugh, sneering, "Dude, are you good? No play, make a place, I still have to play." Playing Su Yang looked at the other party with a smile, lifted the circle on his hand and continued to throw it slowly. The main focus was one of not being arrogant and not being in a hurry. Anyway, there is plenty of time. Moreover, he had a reward for winning or not winning, so he wasn't in a big hurry. Just look at that half-a-man high Stitch, semi-greedy just. In the past, Su Yang was just like the children on the side, always looking enviously at the adults, able to play so wantonly. Now it is also considered to pay for their own childhood, and the atmosphere of such a bazaar is really good. Oddly lively. Suddenly a pink ring landed on Stitch's head. The boss looked at this scene and raised an eyebrow. Hey! You really let this kid get it? You turtle's luck is weirdly good. Ding! The host has hit Stitch. Stitch will accompany every lonely child. System reward, $9,999. Su Yang grinned and looked at the half-man tall Stitch as the boss carried it over. He reached out and took it, thanks. Casually handing the rest of the rings in his hand to the kid on the side. It's for you, you get it to play with. Thank you, Pot Pot. The child sniffed and immediately wiped his nose in delight, reaching out to take it and say thank you. Su Yang smiled and nodded as he smiled, polite good boy. Chapter 84, Childhood to Pay the Bill. Su Yang's home, a car just sped up and parked on the side. Opening the car door, a black dog drilled down from the car. Running to Su Dachang's side, calling and wriggling. Where's Su Yang? Uncle San, who got down from the car, looked around and didn't seem to see Su Yang's car. Su Yang went to the city to buy fireworks. Su Dachang rubbed the head of the black dog in front of him affectionately. Just now he made a phone call and asked the other party to send the dog back. After all, this puppy was also raised by Su Yang. Bought fireworks to go? Uncle San toned some regret, still looking for a chat with Su Yang, took out cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Su Dachang. Listen to the old man's son, your family is going to kill a pig? That pig of yours can still be raised again, right? Uncle San all felt a bit reluctant to part with it. Su Yang said he wants to eat some pig blood sausage, so let's kill it. Get some bacon roast or something along the way. Su Dachang hugged Xiao Hei and said smilingly, when the pig is killed, I'll get you a bowl as well. Xiao Hei's tail turned just like a propeller. Well, 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 well. Uncle San was a bit envious. Who would dare to build like this? Just come back for the new year and kill pigs and chickens. However, it is true that we have to make good relations with Su Yang's family, which was honestly considered better than most of the relatives, but only a few relatives. After all, they have grown up and started their own families, so naturally there will be affinity. There are times when having a rich relative can indeed help a lot when there is an emergency at home. Boss. Maximum love fireworks bomb, how much? Su Yang stood in the fireworks store and inquired to the boss. The boss sniffed from the counter probe, looked at Su Yang, 20,008, Lu a fruit, the rest Lu is cheaper Lu, $7,000 or $8,000 of inventory more. Then 20,800 Lu to 1, then 7,000-8,000 Lu, from 30 to the first 5, give me 6. The rest of the miscellaneous gift flowers also come some. He bought fireworks to buy so much, just for their own childhood to pay the bill. Want to buy osmanthus flowers to carry the same wine? The end is not like a young man traveling. There are some things that you don't have at that time, even after you have them again in the future. The same will no longer have the excitement and flutter at that time. In the end, it is too late or too late, said Su Yang silent. The boss was also silent. After a long time, the boss saw Su Yang have not opened, could not help but ask, you seriously Luel? Of course, or tease you Claus, you are not a little girl. Su Yang skimmed his mouth. Middle-aged man smiled at the words, you want more? I'm afraid to go to the warehouse to get. You really Lu too? Don't by the time I take over, you turtle if you bluff me. Su Yang casually took the cell phone, to the side of the two-dimensional code swept a bit. The prestige to the account $5,000. Ding! The host spends 5,000 yuan to buy fireworks, along with being in the same sky, can no longer have the initial throbbing. Missed it, after all. System reward, $9,999. You turtle again to lousy hole. What herd literature is not? Su Yang screamed and cursed at the system in his head. And the boss received $5,000 at the moment, quickly got up, fawning rubbed his hands, you first wait for a hair, the warehouse is a little far, I drive to get over. The youngest sister out to entertain the guests. Make him a cup of tea. Okay. A yell came out from upstairs, and only then did Su Yang see the stairway not far away, covered by a variety of spring scrolls. Walking to sit on a chair outside the house, Su Yang crossed his legs, playing with his cell phone. During this period of time, the number of people looking for themselves to chat was still strange. He chatted with a few people. Su Yang still preferred to chat with Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin was older, so he was a lot more comfortable in terms of talking to people. At least Su Yang felt comfortable getting along. She said she was older, but she was only a few years older than Su Yang. Just like this, they chatted in the south and north of the sky. Chapter 81 Fireworks. Gift bomb. +1. A cup of tea was placed on the table. Su Yang looked at the girl sitting across from him for a second and continued to put his eyes back on his cell phone. He had already passed the stage where he would get restless just by looking at a good-looking girl. After being baptized by a group of pretty girls in Yunmeng Bay, Su Yang's heart was now harder than steel. Su, hasn't Sister Jane gone back for Chinese New Year yet? I've been home from the 4th until now, and I've been drunk 3 times a day. Jane, no tired, I guess I can't go back until the day before the 30th. Su, what about Xiaobao? Looking at Xiaobao sent by Su Yang, Zhou Jin's eyes also became a bit soft. Xiaobao was sent to her old home long ago. Jane, is your hometown Yan? The legendary rainy city. Su, yeah, one of the regions with the most rainfall in the country. Most of the time is cloudy and rainy days. Jane, I love rainy days. Sure enough, women are the ones who will find topics on their own. Su Yang just chatted along with the other party's words, and when he was done, he followed his own chatting rhythm, slowly and leisurely continuing to chat with her. Looking at the legs sent by Zhou Jin, Su Yang smiled slightly. He. Zhou Jin looked at that chat box, her own legs, and couldn't help but blush a little. Why did she send it? That, little brother, there's a bit too much stuff, tell me a location, I'll send it over later? The boss mercenary rubbed his hands, I've already erased the change for you, totaling $94,000. You just transferred 5,000, so you just counted as 89,000. Listening to the words of the boss, Su Yang nodded slightly and looked at the small car with a single row of seats not far away. Taking his cell phone, he scanned the boss's QR code, added a friend, and transferred the account twice more respectively. Subsequently transferred 89,000 over. Ordinary fireworks and other things are actually not very expensive, mainly because Su Yang bought the gift flowers. Ding! The host consumed $94,000 to pay for his childhood. The system rewards 166,666 yuan. Woohoo, a big explosion. It's true that money is the most soothing. Are you coming with me? Or are you coming later? Su Yang raised his eyes and looked at the boss in front of him. The boss pondered for a moment. Just go with you. Did you drive here? My car is parked in front. Black Land Rover, license plate number Sichuan A08080. Finished. Su Yang walked toward the front. The boss listened to Su Yang's license plate number, raised eyebrows. This license plate strange. Good. Lu walked to the side of the car. Started the car, he drove like this, waited for a while, saw the boss's single seat, and only then traveled toward the front. Half an hour later, Su Yang drove the car to the door of the house. After stopping the car, he stepped down from the car. Back? Lu Fong, who was sitting at the door with nothing to do, got up from her chair and walked over quickly. Third uncle came over just now and sent your dog over. Lu Fong pointed at Xiao He, who was sticking to his feet. Su Yang looked at Xiao He in front of him, raised an eyebrow at the other party and sipped his mouth. Sip 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 sip. Xiao He, still remember me? At this time, the big black dog standing beside Lu Fong, that pair of black eyes penetrated with doubt, walked to Su Yang's feet, shrugged his nose. With a look of surprise, it took 2 more steps back. It came up again, seemingly to make sure of the flavor. Its mouth let out a whimper and immediately jumped up from the ground, constantly pouncing towards Su Yang's body. There was also a wailing sound from its mouth that didn't fit its size. Ahaha, little black. Hug. A smile appeared on Su Yang's face for a split second, and he hastily reached out to hold Little Black in his arms, stroking its back. Little Blackie's hands rested on Su Yang's shoulders like this. Burying its face between Su Yang's neck, it whimpered, as if it was telling of missing. Sticking out his tongue again, he licked Su Yang's cheek. Have you eaten yet? Su Yang felt the wetness and softness on his face, and in an instant, his face changed. Lu Fong, who originally had a smile on her face, her smile stiffened for an instant. This son and this dog can't be wanted off. If this was in the city, he naturally wouldn't have this worry, but this was in the village. Xiao Hei's licking movements gave way. Immediately clamped his throat and wailed. With a sad look, it seemed to ask again, how did this question come out of your mouth? Ahaha, good. Didn't eat. Su Yang held Xiao Hei as if he was holding a child, shaking rhythmically in his arms. Chapter 82. Burning Fuse, as complicated as igniting the human heart +2. Looking at the single row car that drove up, Lu Fong and Su Daxian both looked at Su Yang in surprise. Lu Fong's tone was a bit scolding. Buy more? Can you finish it? Doesn't matter, slowly put it as Su Yang is not thought of, is just to help his parents to fight for face. Just don't let him play with the shoe. Looking at Su Yang, who was playing with Big Black, Su Daxian and Lu Fong, they really didn't understand. Su Yang was also too lazy to explain. In the past, he did not have many friends, and when he went home, the dog accompanied him. It could be said that he accompanied himself for the most helpless and lonely period of time. Little Black, how about I take you to the city for a good life? Holding Little Black, Su Yang reached out and rubbed its big black nose, and suddenly his fingers were wet and sticky. I'll buy you a big villa. With a big yard just like home. You can run around the yard, and when you're done, I'll find you a brain male, your choice. Little Black didn't know what Su Yang was talking about, but it could feel Su Yang's joy. It also followed and wailed. Su Yang put down the dog in his arms and looked at his gray clothes. Casually patted it, held a cigarette and jerked the dog's head. Xiao Hei just plopped down at Su Yang's feet, resting his head on the back of Su Yang's feet. A dog's feelings were purely specialized. Their whole life, it seems, is to pick a master and then follow each other all the way. Until they grow old. Boss. The owner of the fireworks store got down from the car and enthusiastically handed Su Yang a cigarette. Where do I put these things? Help me get it to the utility room, it's inside. Su Yang brought the other party to the utility room. And said, leave one for me first, and leave some firecrackers after the finish. Okay, Lu. The boss nodded and immediately let the people put the things down before starting to carry them. Su Daxiang took a drag on his cigarette and urged Su Yang, don't be too publicized. It's only for the New Year's days. Su Yang waved his hand, unimpressed. Anyway, it was just to put up some ceremonial flowers or something. Most of the people in the village probably knew that they were rich. It all depends on this old couple's bragging. Su Yang scat his mouth. The owner of the fireworks store drove away in his car. Su Yang took the knife in his hand. Unpacking the large rectangular cardboard box, Lu Fong on the side curiously asked, this box is expensive, right? It's okay, more than $5,000. Su Yang looked at Lu Fong and grinned. Lu Fong's pupils trembled. Seize the young. Her voice broke shrilly and she looked at Su Yang incredulously. $5,000 or so, okay, you don't care. Su Yang waved his hand and took the fire engine to light the fuse. It was already nighttime, 8 or 9 o'clock, and it was just the right time to set off fireworks. In a hurry, he ran back a distance. The people in the village looked towards that halfway up the hill. Looking at that dense rain of fireworks, bright and brilliant, like dense meteors flashing through the air. Everyone in the village could see the fireworks that burst high in the sky. Their looks were complicated. Some fireworks were set off and a firecracker was lit. Su Yang just held his cigarette and watched the fireworks in the sky. All kinds of colors were constantly changing on the faces of several people. Looking at the flower balls in the sky. The corner of Su Yang's mouth slightly hooked up. In the past, when he was a child, he was very envious of those who zoomed in on the ceremonial flowers. Don't know why, just envy. When the fireworks burned out, the air was filled with the smell of flint and smoke, heralding the imminent arrival of the new year. Tisk, it's not even New Year yet, letting off so many fireworks, what are you pretending? A few people from the Liang family in the village were conspiratorial, looking at the fireworks gift eggs in the sky with complex expressions of some envy and jealousy. Because their old man used to work outside with Su Yang family's old man. But his dad followed up to go to be a contractor, while Su Yang's dad continued to honestly do masonry. Some years ago, when the family was rich, their family didn't taunt the Su family much. That's it. A bit of money to build like this. I remember that was Su Dachang's family, right? His family got rich? Wow, nice fireworks. Is that Su Yang's family? His family is getting better and better. Yes, old Su is quite nice, and his children should have a good life when they grow up. What Su Yang ignited didn't seem to be the fireworks, but the hearts of the people. It ignited the complexity of the human heart, igniting the greed and anger in the human heart. Okay, go to sleep. Su Yang turned around and left after watching the fireworks. A few people were a little bit tired of it. Su Dachang and Lu Fang looked at Su Yang with somewhat complicated eyes. Is this really my son? Su Yang's change was too big, both of them were a little confused. There was also some heartache. What exactly did he go through outside all these years to have such a big change? Su Yang yawned. 2 days ago he just drove a car over and so many people came to visit. When tonight's fireworks are released, the follow-up does not know how many people will come. Bored to death. The next day from the bed to rise, Su Yang is really already do not want to drink, hastily from the utility room to pick up some firecrackers, and then quickly slipped out of the house. Otherwise, he would have to drink with those relatives again. Alas, in case he got drunk and promised something, it would be troublesome. Walking in the village, Su Yang was just like a hobo. Home annoyances and those human interactions, Su Yang really didn't like it very much, so he preferred to come out and have fun. Casually holding a cigarette in his mouth, after lighting it at the rubbing gun, he hurriedly threw it towards the ridge at the side. Because it was winter now, there was no crop in the ridge, so naturally Su Yang didn't care. After throwing it in, he hurriedly ran forward a bit. With a bang, Su Yang hemmed and hawed. Taking the rubbing cannon, he rubbed it against the sandpaper on the side of the cannonball. The fuse on the top ignited. Immediately dropped the cannonball and ran away quickly. With 2 explosions, there was another naive laugh. This is the elementary discharge of cannon. Because Sichuan and Shu have many mountain roads, the roads are all excavated mountains subsequently paved. Su Yang looked at the dirt slope on one side and could still see some tree roots and holes. Pulling out a large western cannon, Su Yang stuffed it in the hole. Took a deep breath. Immediately, he put his cigarette up and lit the fuse. He immediately scattered his legs and ran. Xiao Hei also quickly ran out. A boom exploded. Just look at that hole, it expanded several times in an instant. Dirt was splattered in all directions. There was always a hint of destructive desire shadowed deep inside a human. These destructive desires would be somewhat restrained in adulthood. But their destructive desires could be clearly seen in the bodies of children. The feeling of watching something explode like this does make one feel relieved inside. There was a feeling of decompression. Su Yang laughingly lit the cannonball and threw it towards the side sewer. The water in the sewer was crystal clear. When the cannonball was thrown down, a bubble with thick smoke could still be seen rising from the bottom of the water. With an explosion. With a muffled bang, water splashed in the air. Su Yang, who ran out some distance, looked at those water stains on the ground and hemmed and hawed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, returning to childlike innocence and putting down his burden. System reward, 6666 yuan. Cannonballs were set off along the way. The village also resounded with the sound of cannonballs one after another. It's almost New Year's Eve, and when children have money in their pockets, they will naturally buy some cannons to set off. However, since they didn't have much money, they would usually buy a string of firecrackers and then unwrap them and set them off individually. Brother Su Yang? Crap, you're back? Not far away, a few teenage girls, in groups of 3 or 5, were wandering around the village. You're on vacation? Su Yang looked at the youth in front of him, reached out and took the other party's cigarette. The other party was a few years younger than himself, but he was also from the same village, and had played together before. Looking at the youth in front of him, Su Yang also looked at the few people beside him. They are all youngsters from the village, and they should still be in high school now, right? Looking at Su Yang, who was very different from before, the few people in front of him were a little surprised. After all, there had been a long period of time without seeing him, and there was some distance between a few people. Coupled with Su Yang's current outfit, although the price could not be seen, it looked like it was expensive. Su Yang was wearing a commuter outfit, looking simple and competent, with a necklace hanging on his black shirt. With half-rimmed glasses, looking and feeling Sven, but also gangster handsome. Just this one outfit is enough to make the village's little girls' eyes light up. Chapter 83, Woohoo taking off. It made people look and feel decent with a hint of unruly. Su Yang was also considered to be strictly adhering to what Jia and Wang Xiai had said, going in the direction of being gangly and handsome. Hair because not much care, also relatively messy, but also give a person a kind of chaos in the order of the feeling. Because after the perm, basically the general direction is unchanged, but after a period of time, naturally there will be some changes. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, Su Yang took a puff, took the cigarette and lit the firecracker, and casually threw it to the side. Seeing the eyes of a few little girls in the village were paying attention to Su Yang's body. "Brother Su Yang, have you bought a car yet?" The teenager on the side suddenly pulled out the car keys in his pocket. He smiled. "My dad bought it for me, saying that I'm almost in college and should have a car of my own." Looking at the car keys in the other's hand, it should be Chanon's V logo. If it were the Su Yang of the past, he would definitely be envious, and sigh that these people have a really good life. But now his mind was also very calm. Smiling, he congratulated to, "Congratulations then, you are also a family with a car. Brother Su Yang, what kind of car do you have?" The girl on the side looked at Su Yang curiously. "Just a broken car." Su Yang smiled and shook his head. "By the way, Brother Su Yang, I want to ask, is there any arrangement if the university?" The youth had a deep look on his face as he pondered. Now that the economic environment is not good, university is indeed a good time to be one step ahead of others. "So I want to do something of my own in college. I subsequently plan to go to graduate school. Direction I'm going to, what do you suggest?" "My advice is don't listen to anyone's advice. Just follow your inner thoughts." Su Yang casually threw another cannon to the side. Looking at the group of young people who were talking so eloquently beside him, Su Yang was a little confused. Just very confused. What university to accumulate hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then the university as a starting point, the foundation laid to start a business? What in college, when a blogger, in advance to accumulate the amount of fans? Otherwise it is to chat about that bar fun, and what luxury goods to buy. Su Yang is a little confused, just really confused. Obviously only in their teens and 20s, why are they full of interests in human feelings? Comparing each other? Looking at the eyes of a few youngsters, if anything, they looked at the few girls on the side. Su Yang suddenly realized in a flash, oh. So that's how it is. You're looking for a mate, aren't you? Feeling like your buddy is a threat, right? He laughed lightly and casually threw the cannonball into the water. Looking at the water stains that had been blown around, he let out a silly smile for a split second. Ha. It's still more fun to set off cannons. A few youngsters were already a little skeptical of life. It is not that he is laughing like a village idiot. Why are you still looking at her? You've got to be good looking to be great. The good looking will dress up great, ah? Alright, you guys continue to play, I'll accompany those kids to set off the firecrackers. Su Yang waved his hand. He was too lazy to continue to get along with these people. He couldn't get along with them, and he was a bit uncomfortable. Wow, why didn't I realize before? Brother Su is so handsome, ah, while a few girls there were discussing about Su Yang. That's right, so handsome. Pot, you look cannonball can give me some blee? Suddenly a milky child stood on the side of Su Yang, squirming and looking at Su Yang. Su Yang looked at the other party, smilingly nodded, casually took out a few boxes of cannonballs. To a few children not far away also waved. A few people hurriedly ran over and looked at Su Yang with squirming and anticipation. Seeing this, Su Yang reached out and gave a box to a few people, and instructed, be careful when you play, okay? Thank you, Pot. The children sniffled and happily took the cannonballs and walked towards the side. One or two of them were very well behaved and thanked each other after receiving them. How can I say this? Rural families basically still care more about their children's benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, and wisdom. The greats can be bad, but they can't not know how to behave. It's probably all like that. It's true that children are still better. Looking at the departing children, his eyes softened inside. The dissatisfaction that he had just felt towards those almost adult children disappeared. They were just growing up according to the progress of their fathers in this world, and they hadn't done anything wrong. It was just this society that made them the way they were. Potpourri, where are we going to play? Are you going? The little girl with a twisted braid ran to Su Yang's side and pointed not far away. Su Yang nodded at his words. Goody, go. Let's go play together. Reaching out and holding the little girl's hand, Su Yang walked towards the front. Good boy is so big? Su Yang was holding the little milk girl, and it seemed that he could even smell the smell of Yumi Jia. The unique milky flavor of Yumi Jing was still highly recognizable. Handing the bag with the cannonballs in his hand to the child on the side, Su Yang reached out and hugged the milky child. 4 years old, ba? Su Yang sniffed curiously and asked, read the big class yet? No. Milkman's little hand clutched Su Yang's coat corner. I'll be promoted to the big class next year. Where is this place? Before Su Yang got close, he smelled a foul odor. Cow poop. Milkman smiled at Su Yang and explained. Crap. Fried? Why do all young people have an enigmatic obsession with fried ollies? Not far from the edge of the ridge, there was a large pit. Su Yang hadn't even gotten close. He saw the child who was carrying his bag of cannonballs, running away. Su Yang did not hesitate for a second. Hesitation is not confident in their own purchase of cannonballs. Immediately run. Epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals. With a bang. It was definitely the Great Western Cannon that he bought himself. It was lit up by that treasure batch dragon and thrown into the cesspool when it was done. Su Yang turned his head and only felt shocked. This flying ollie given the sky, accompanied by smoke and stench. He sort of understood. Why did so many children like to blow up ollie? This kind of excitement of racing against the ollie gives after lighting the firecrackers was really incomparable. And on the way to escape, also need to care about obstacles, speed and terrain. A ridge like this would be wrenched down if you didn't pay attention. Su Yang looked at the ollie giving that fell from the sky, like rain. A vomiting sound was heard. He himself was considered to be a fast runner, plus the power of the Great Western Cannon. Su Yang was silent. Woohoo, take off. Chapter 84 Potpourri. I ought to be beaten. That is, Su Yang was holding the milky baby and saw a few children running away before he even arrived. So he didn't hesitate for a second and turned around and ran. The kids probably didn't expect the cannon to be that powerful. Therefore, Su Yang was now looking at a few kids who were covered in Ollie's gifts. Basically, you could say that they were covered in Ollie's gifts. Seeing a few people with their mouths open and closed, their hearts palpitating, they kept letting out a single dry heaving sound. He was now pondering a question. Should he take them to his house and let his own parents beat them to death? Or to let them go home? And then be beaten to death by their parents? Silence. It's tonight's Cambridge. Su Yang suddenly wanted to leave his home country. Oh, exuberant finished. Looking at the children, panicked and nervous, they walked towards their respective homes. Su Yang went numb. Su Yang reached out and cupped the milky child in his arms with his hand, a miserable smile on his face. Pots and pans nest are going to get beaten. The milky baby giggled. Pot nest is going to get beaten. Where is your home? Will the pot send you back? Su Yang hugged Milkman and shook it. Over there, Milkman raised his hand and pointed. Su Yang then held the milky baby, humming and teasing the other party, and walked towards the other party's house. It was reasonable for village children to throw cannonballs for fun, right? It's not like they have anything to do with themselves if they get blown up all over, right? And they shouldn't know which house they belong to, right? Is this the place? Su Yang looked at the door in front of him and shook the child in his arms. Yes, Le Milkman nodded. Su Yang then walked to the courtyard. The few people in the courtyard who were drinking tea and chatting and playing cards looked at this scene with some doubts. You are? Looking at the child in Su Yang's arms, a small young woman hurriedly got up. Good boy, where are you going? Accompanying the pot to play, the milky child opened his hand. The little young woman hurriedly reached out to catch it. I was just playing outside and ran into some uneasiness, so I sent her back. Su Yang reached out and shook the milk child. The little young woman looked at Su Yang's face, inexplicably felt some familiarity. You are Su Yang? Nah. Su Yang smiled and nodded. It wasn't uncommon for the village to recognize themselves. It's me, Xin. The little young woman hurriedly pointed at herself. Did you forget? We were still classmates in high school. Holy! You're all married? Su Yan looked at the other party in amazement. The child is so big. Xin shook the baby milk in her arms and said to the baby milk, call uncle. Su Yang's mouth twitched for a split second. I think it's better to be called brother? Then what do I call you? Xin daintily blanked Su Yang. Are you from Dichong's family? The middle-aged man on the side pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Su Yang. I just heard that you came back. Come, sit. Drink tea. No. Su Yang hurriedly smiled and said, I just came over to send the children, and I still have to eat at home. Uncle, don't be polite. Come and sit at my house when you have time. Su Yang pointed not far away. My house is just up there. Waving his hand, Su Yang said goodbye to a few people and slowly walked towards his home. There was no story with the other person, Su Yang, just an ordinary high school classmate. But also didn't hear that she was from her own village. Estimated to be married to the village? Or maybe it is a relative of the village. Which family? Su Yang is really not familiar with the village. After all, when I was studying before, I was also living in school. Looking at that not far from the door of the house. Just to see a group of people surrounding their home neighborhood, Su Yang seemed to be able to hear a roar. Lu Fang! Su Daqiang! Look at what the family waifu has made my family waifu look like? A group of people downstairs aggressively walked to the courtyard of Su Yang's house, carrying a child who stood covered in olive, like a. The child's mouth was still letting out a loud dry heaving sound. But the parents didn't seem to care. Chapter 85, The Hot Horse. It's the new year, don't hurt the peace. Su Daqiang took a cigarette, walked over and said with apologies, come and have a smoke. What is it? Your son of a took my son's son to blow up. And blew up all over him. Yellow Hair looked at Su Daqiang, handed to act. What are you smoking? The youth with yellow hair slapped the cigarette out of Su Dachung's hand. Pay up. My son's clothes were just bought, $2,000. What? Lu Fang's face changed in an instant. $2,000, your clothes are inlaid with gold? And your family at first occupied my land thing, I have not said. Lu Fang looked at the other side with a face of anger. You are bullying my family, no one? What occupies your homeland? I don't know. Compensate money, said the youth, raised his hand toward Lu Fang, shoved and went. You want to claw? Su Daxiang raised his hand to stop the other party, frowning. To pay for money you say a lot of money. It's the new year, don't hurt the peace. 20,000. The youth looked at the car not far away and thought about the rumors he had heard in the past few days. Coupled with last night's ceremonial flowers, Su Yang's family was definitely not short of money right now. Su Daxiang and Lu Fang are both a bit soft in nature. They are just honest people, just scare them a bit and they will probably wimp out. Although Su Yang is not familiar, but it is estimated that it is not much worse. Several people have already calculated when they came. And to apologize to my son. The youth dejectedly and arrogantly looked at Su Daxiang. Su Daxiang frowned. The other party himself was also considered a village bully in the village, and there were more male youths in his family. He was also considered a bully in the village, plus the old couple and their family were also savage in character. The families land in the other side next to each other, the other side from time to the ridge to their own home to repair some. These Su Daxiang know, he used to work outside, for these things also helpless. Lu Fang is alone in the village. Su Daxiang naturally uphold the idea of peace and prosperity. Dao Yu Ma Mai Pai. Lu Fang heard the amount of money rose 10 times in an instant, and was instantly furious. Do you say a lot of money is a lot of money? The group of people standing behind the youth were talking and arguing. Not far away came Su Yang. Before he could speak, he saw Lu Fang being pushed by an older woman. He frowned for an instant and roared angrily as he questioned. You claw? With a roar, a group of people looked towards the back. Before they could see it clearly, their afterglow saw a black shadow fly out. Accompanied by a cry accompanied by rushing anger. My ardent horse. Su Yang was like a bolt of lightning. After rushing out from the house, he kicked the youth hard. With one kick, the other party was sent flying and crashed into a mess with the people behind him. Big Black also bared his teeth and came flying out, barking furiously at the crowd. Yellow hair covered his chest in pain, only feeling as if his ribs were broken. Ardent horse. Su Yang stared angrily at the group of people in front of him. Breathing a little sharply, those eyes were as if they wanted to kill. This group of people were already used to rampaging in the village, and the middle-aged man on the side watched his son being beaten, and couldn't help but get anxious. The middle-aged man hurriedly pointed at Su Yang angrily. Dare to hit my son? Give the old man a beating. He raised his hand and waved his hand. The few people on the side saw this and rushed towards Su Yang. Su Yang couldn't care less at this time. He copied the small bench on the side and smashed it towards the crowd, and then punched and kicked towards the other party. Seeing this, Xiao He immediately opened his mouth and bit towards the Liang family's dog. A miserable scream rang out. Lu Fang looked at this scene and hastily raised his arms and yelled. Su Yang, give me a fight. Their family even occupied my family's land before. Lu Fang watched as Su Yang kept swinging his fists in the crowd. His body shook with excitement and couldn't help but yell. Hearing this, Su Yang hit even harder. Damn it. Bullying my family for being honest, huh? Tonight, I will go to your ancestral tomb and light a big western cannon. Lu Fang again pushed aside Su Daxiang. Hurry up and go help. Don't fight, don't fight. Su Daxiang looked at Su Yang's red eyes, fearing for his life. He hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. Su Yang immediately kicked the man who reached aside and punched Su Daxiang. Ouch. Su Daxiang was in a hurry. Blood was coming out from the corner of his mouth, but he was in a hurry. He had been a good old man for most of his life, or he had fought and quarreled with people. When was it not peaceful and calm? Just tolerate and let it go, and pay some money to be able to. He was afraid that something would happen to Su Yang. Su Yang has nothing in his hand. He was fighting with his bare hands, but in a disciplined manner. The people in the village had also gathered around, hurriedly yelling, all stop fighting. Don't fight. The village chief is here. Looking at Su Yang's side, a few people fell. After the village committee's few people came, they hurriedly pulled Su Yang away. At this moment, Su Yang had a yellow hair's collar in his hand and kept swinging his fist towards the other person's face. The other person's face was covered in blood. Su Yang's eyes were red as he looked at the people of the village committee aside. The other party was startled by Su Yang's eyes and hastily took 2 steps back, afraid that he would also be pulled over and beaten. Su Yang loosened the youth in his hand and looked at the village group of people surrounding him. Spit blood foamed towards. Gasping for air, he walked towards his family. Mom, are you alright? Su Yang looked at Lu Fang in front of him and hurriedly inquired in a gentle tone. Lu Fang hurriedly shook her head, as if all these years of aggression had been vented just now. Originally, the two families are honest people. The usual idea is, eat a little loss even. There was no need to cause trouble. The family's condition was not good in the first place. Su Yang sat on his butt on the chair, taking a sip from his teacup, picked up the cigarette case from the table, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath. The old man. Several people also walked to Su Yang's side, looking at Su Yang with concern. Looking at the village doctor in front, he kept bandaging a few people. A group of people kept wailing and screaming miserably. The scene was a mess. Su Yang held a cigarette in his mouth and took a deep breath. Su Daxiang, who was beside him, looked at Su Yang and asked, "You don't have anything to do you?" "No." Su Yang shook his head and said to Su Daxiang with a bitter smile, "Dad, next time you don't want to come over for something like this, you're old, what's the point of fighting?" Hearing Su Yang's concerned words, Su Daxiang grinned and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Rubbing his cheeks, father and son on the battlefield, fight tigers and pro brothers sprinkle. That. The village chief came over, looked at the old man, hastily pulled out a cigarette, handed the other side. The old man, "We want to do a thing not to alarm, swing a dragon. Talk things out, broad to not?" The old man, mortar and pestle cane, looking at the village chief in front of him, waved his head and said, "Ask my grandson, now he is in charge of the family head." "Good." The village chief looked at Su Yang. "Some do not dare to go over, for fear that he will also get two big forced pockets in the past. But there is no way. This matter has to be resolved eventually." He walked over to Su Yang's side and hurriedly pulled a chair and sat down. Looking at Su Yang in front of him, he asked with concern, "Su Yang, I am your Uncle Lu." "Hm. Uncle Lu." Su Yang nodded, sucked on the broken mouth and spat blood foam to the side. With a flat expression, he said, "It's fine to set up the Dragon Gate formation, but you can't favor either side. Is there a problem?" Yes. Listening to Su Yang's words that were like commands, the village head couldn't tell for a while who was the village head. From time to time, there would be some friction in the village, either big or small. Today this was considered big. After all, several people had their heads broken at once. The village doctor walked to Su Yang's side, looked at Su Yang and asked, "You don't have any injuries on your body, right?" "Yes." Su Yang lifted up his clothes, a large area because of the friction, blood splintering wounds. Looked at Lu Fang, hastily covered his mouth, eyes red. Taking off his clothes like this, Su Yang looked at the group of people not far away with a gloomy face. But the eyes are flickering, although there are some things that no one said in person, but Su Yang probably still can understand that the parents' situation in the village. There are still some difficulties, after all, poor and honest people. Now that he has money, he is also ready to repair the house. Lest people come to take advantage, so come once, the family is not to be messed with the air out. In the village, good people cannot be considered a good thing. The relatives of the family also slowly gathered together. Looking at the injured Su Yang and Su Daxiang, Su Dawei, several people also angry. Damn, in the village their own family members were bullied. If they don't know they can, but if they know, then they are bound to step in. Chapter 86, What a Hearty Dragon Gate Formation +1. Alright. Sitting in the living room of the old man, pestle cane. Cold snort, Su Yang, a person to fight several Lu when you were not, now just come to do what? What are you doing here now? Later remember. The old man, cold face, the tone of voice with the domineering, he gazed at his own several children, the tone of some exuberance and vicious. Su Yang said to fight, to the old man all rushed up. Warimasu family can still be bullied by outsiders? Eva child, do not worry about good. The old man looked at Su Yang, quickly opened his mouth to pacify. You can rest assured, you still have uncles and uncles above you. He Liang family, fight if you can. Su Yang sniffed and looked at the relatives around him, a smile appeared on his face. It was nothing more than a quarrel. Looking at the behavior of his own relatives, shushing himself, Su Yang couldn't help but snicker inwardly. If it was in the past, they would probably say that they didn't know what they were doing and would constantly sarcastically criticize themselves. They didn't care what the truth of the matter was and would only think that Su Yang was asking for trouble. But now it was different. A group of people were shushing and serving tea, looking like they cared a lot about themselves. Su Yang couldn't help but want to laugh, but he couldn't. After all, his own family's circle was like this, then I guess he was no better. Everyone is on their own now. The sky was gradually darkening. Su Yang walked to the courtyard door, reached out and took the black handbag handed by the other party, unzipped it, looked at the things inside, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. It was about time. The village committee's loudspeaker sounded. A family of people copied the wooden stick hoe toward the village committee to go aggressively. The village committee, however, was brightly lit. 2 long tables were placed on either side. There was also a long table in the center against the direction of the flagstaff. The people of the village gathered in groups, high on melon seeds, sitting on small benches. How did you guys get beaten up like this? The relatives of the Liang family looked at the Liang brothers, bandaged and swollen. Some of them were even holding crutches, which made them a bit confused. That naive bastard from the Su family was probably beaten up by you guys, right? One of them suddenly said with a smile. The expressions of the several Liang family brothers changed, and they lowered their heads in embarrassment. They dared to say that the 4 brothers plus an old man plus a few friends froze and didn't beat a single person from the opposite side? Their relatives, 7 aunts said how to make the Su family people to pay for money and how much. Just think about how much money to blackmail. And at this time, Su Young followed the old man on the side. A few people walked towards the village committee with big strides. Seeing the Su family's people coming, the exchanges in the village committee compound also became less. Su Yang held a cigarette in his mouth and carried a bag in one hand. With an arrogant expression, he scanned the Liang family members in front of him. The person from the village committee hurriedly walked over to Su Yang's side and said with a bitter smile, "Su Yang, you should restrain yourself a bit, don't make any more trouble." "Shay." Su Yang spat to the side. Because of the problem of the old man giving the word, Su Dawei and the juniors of the family, all of them carried sticks in their hands. Just like that, they coldly looked at the Liang family. Su Yang walked to the chair, pulled it open, smashed it on the floor, sat down on his butt and crossed his legs. The men in the family sat behind Su Yang and crossed their legs. Loaded up? The old man mortared his cane and sat on the side of Su Yang. The people of the village committee looked at the Su family, this aggressive appearance. It seems that the slightest disagreement, you have to fight, cannot help but heart also some guilty of muttering. The old man used to be a veteran, retired, so the village chief is also considered respectful. Su family as a soldier is also quite a lot, but Su family people are basically honest people. But Sichuan Shu, in the countryside, basically every family will have someone to be a soldier. Usually whoever they encountered was peaceful. Where is it like today, imposing? Handing the old man a cigarette, Su Yang reached out to help the old man light up. Afterwards, he lit one himself and crossed his legs. Swallowing the clouds, he looked at the opposite side. On the other hand, a few people from the Liang family were sitting on chairs with bandages on their bodies and swollen noses. The village people looked at this scene. Couldn't help but open their mouths and say in surprise, "The Su family is so overbearing." Said Mo bully honest people, before the Liang family bullied the Su family on Fong's sister-in-law alone at home, occupying his family land. Now, she's not to be trifled with. I heard that the 4 brothers of the Liang family are Su Young alone to fight, so powerful. Standing in the crowd of Xan Xiaoxia listening to the village people talking, and looked at Su Young sitting on the chair, eyes flashing light. So powerful? The few females of the Su family, on the other hand, stood behind the man with their heads held high. A look of "Yes, this is my family's man. How about this? Is my youngest son handsome?" Lu Fong smiled as her back teeth were exposed. The feeling of having someone to back her up was really good. She asked her great aunt to the side. Great auntie sniffed and looked at Lu Fong enviously. Filial, rich, obedient, and will help mom out. What kind of dream love child is this? Ahem. The village chief patted the microphone, then said, "Lua, today, the village has a conflict, words I do not say more. Liang family small child and Su family Su Yang in the village to set off cannonballs, and then the child took Su Yang to play in the septic tank, was blown up by the cannonballs all over." Ahem. The village chief looked at the recorded information. It was also a bit taut. The surrounding villagers burst out laughing for a moment at the words. The rest of the few families suddenly remembered their own ways, which seemed to have come back with the same look, and beat them up. Then, the 4 brothers of the Liang family, with a few people from the family, went to the Su family to ask for a statement. The very first demanded compensation of $2,000. The village chief looked at this amount and skimmed his lips. The people around him didn't find it strange when they heard this. After all, the Liang families had been bullying a few kids their age in the village since they were young just because they gave birth to 4 males. And insulted Su Yang's parents? The village chief frowned. Killing deserved awe. Originally, the village was a large village, and there were many people in the village, with various family names. And the daughter-in-law of the Liang family also pushed and shoved Su Yang's mother, and after that, she also demanded 20,000 yuan again and asked the Su family to apologize to their family. Su Yang, who was sitting on the chair, heard these words, and in an instant, he blackened his face and stared angrily at the opposite side. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. The village chief's face also blackened, and the faces of the people around him were equally bad. Demanding $2,000 or something is nothing more than being greedy and not being a human being. But pushing and shoving Su Yang's mother and wanting Su's family to apologize, and then wanting $20,000 after that. Then this really deserved it. Alright, the matter is all said and done. Do you both have any objections? No. Su Yang casually flicked his cigarette. I only demand that the 4 Liang brothers and that old der apologize to my parents. Wozima. Liang the child violently slammed the table and rose. Being beaten up as the old man, you call the old man to apologize? Warima, if you do not compensate money, today I will call the police. Call the police. Su Yang smiled lightly, looked at the other side and asked, you said, how much money? 100,000. A hint of greed flashed in Liang Dahai's eyes. Chapter 87. Then come on? Su Yang nodded at his words. He knew that these pushy people were going to come to this. Su Yang carried the black bag by the table, walked over to the village head side, and sat his butt on the table. Everyone in the family looked at this scene curiously. After all, Su Yang had carried it all the way. If it wasn't for looking at Su Yang's unruly expression, they actually wanted to ask what was put in that bag. Su Yang put the bag on the table and sat on his butt, holding the loudspeaker, and said, "All heard it. The Liang family said that they want me to pay $100,000. That means it only costs $100,000 to beat them." "Is that what it means?" Su Yang reached out and pulled open the bag on the side and backhanded it onto the table. A pile of reddish banknotes fell on the table like this. Su Yang was worried about the lack of visual impact. He also purposely ripped the sealing tape open. A bunch of banknotes piled up on the desktop and slid down on the ground. Su Yang said in a cold voice, "In the future, the village people encounter the Liang family several brothers, give me to the death. I'll pay for this." He got up and jumped off the table, patting his chest. Then those sinister eyes gazed at the two families. In an instant, the faces of the people in the village committee and the Liang family changed. For their part, the people in the village looked at the Liang family with eyes that were a little red. Su Yang's voice was deafening and seemed to linger around everyone's ears. Like a devil's whisper, it constantly tempted the crowd. What was the concept of 100,000 yuan? With the quality of life in the countryside, $1,000 or $2,000 was enough for a family's expenses for a month. $100,000 was enough to solve some of the troubles they were facing right now. Good. The old man looked at Su Yang's appearance, and in an instant, he felt very uplifted, fiercely pestling his walking stick. His beard was trembling with excitement. The cousins behind Su Yang looked at Su Yang with eyes that also radiated adoration. "It's awesome. I couldn't imagine that there would be a day when I would have such a refreshing feeling. It's really a good Dragon Gate fight." The eyes that looked at Su Yang also carried awe. After all, he could throw out $1 million or so in cash with his hands. How outrageous was this? Under everyone's gaze, Su Yang walked step by step to the Liang family's table. He stretched his hands on the tabletop and looked down at the few people in front of him with an offensive air. Looking at the pale-faced Liang family members, he disdainfully questioned, "What are you guys playing with me? Playing a scoundrel is only somewhat useful to honest people. Be good next time." Su Yang's expression was bratty as he raised his hand and patted the other party's cheek. With a sneer, he stuck his hands in his pockets. That bratty, arrogant and domineering was just like a villain. Looking at the Liang family's timid appearance, he was probably worried that he would be attacked by the group right now, right? The village chief hurriedly opened his mouth and said in a panic, "Su Yang, you can't be like this. And Liang family people, you guys hurry up and apologize first, then we'll discuss the rest. None of you make any noise. Don't make a scene." The village chief looked at the pile of banknotes on his table and hurriedly asked the village clerk at the side to put the money away. The village secretary smiled bitterly as he took the bag and quickly put the money in afterward. Hurriedly took the bag and walked to Su Yang's side, pleading in a low voice, "Su Yang, we know that you are angry, but you have to give our uncles and uncles a face, don't you? The Liang family's people have beaten all of them, so you shouldn't be angry. I'll ask them to apologize to you later, and then we'll leave it at that, won't we?" Looking at the other party's appearance, Su Yang nodded, holding a cigarette, "As long as the apology is fine." "That's fine." The village clerk looked at the bag fondly. In fact, just now he wanted to go up and fight. Just one fight can earn $100,000, who wouldn't want to? Look at Su Yang, people are so domineering. The village people looked at Su Yang's appearance and couldn't help but tsk. Capable. You see, he's so powerful. Did he get married? The village people actually didn't have much of an impression of Su Yang before. After all, he studied outside and then went to work outside. Now with this look, who would dare to bully Su's family in the future? Touched a small black squatting beside him. The village chief and the village branch secretary, standing at the side of the Liang family, did ideological work. After a while, looking at the Liang family members, walked over. Su Yang looked at the back. "Mom, Laohan, come here." A few people walked to the side. The Liang family, a few people, stifled, looked at a few people. "I'm sorry." And that one Su Yang raised his finger and pointed to the big mom not far away. He still remembered that it was that big mom who pushed and shoved his own old lady. The village chief's scalp tingled at his words, and he had no choice but to walk back again. "Not going. What right does the old lady have to apologize? It is to push a hair, she is not dead." The other side of the words have not finished. Su Yang copied the cup violently toward the other side, smashed. "What do you say? How dare you make a fuss in front of yourself?" Su Yang realized that there were times when these big mothers and old women in this village were really outrageous, as if they really felt that no one could clean them up. Relying on their age, they are very good at splashing around and playing rogue. But Su Yang does not eat this. It does not matter, the big deal is to fight. As long as you don't get hurt, the most you can do is lose some money. He is not that bad, a few $1 million. Think I don't know how to beat a woman? Su Yang casually snatched the walking stick from the old man's hand, angrily stared at the other party and walked towards him. "Ah! Hit people, la! Kill someone!" The woman let out a sharp explosive whistle from her mouth in an instant. Looking at Su Yang, who was approaching step by step, she hurriedly ran towards the back. The Liang family members looked at the running Big Mom in an instant and panicked. Seeing this, they hurriedly got up and tried to dodge. But when the old man saw the scene, he thought that the other party was going to make a move and hurriedly roared, "Wazima, they want to make a move. Give it to the old man." The few older ones were naturally not that decisive. But the younger ones were different, immediately wailing with excitement, copying their sticks and rushing towards the Liang family. The village chief hurriedly reached out to pull the old man back and hurriedly called out helplessly but anxiously, "Don't let them fight. Quickly tell them to stop spreading." "The old master hit that?" Su Dawei froze and hurriedly asked. All hit, all hit. Don't fight ah. Don't hit ah." The village clerk hurriedly shouted. Su Dawei hurriedly yelled, "All hit, all hit." "Ah. Crap. I'm not from the Liang family. Oh. Sorry. The youths from the Su family, sniffing, hurriedly apologized. Then they rushed up again. It was a mess for a while. The village chief and the village people hurriedly reached out and pulled the crowd. They began to persuade the fight. Not long after the wounds were healed, the Liang family's brothers had another bloody head injury. And those few women were not spared either. The middle-aged women had messy hair and scratches all over their faces, looking very miserable. "You hit my mom?" Looking at the middle-aged woman's appearance, the Liang family's several brothers angrily carried their sticks and walked towards their cousin's wife and their own mother. Su Yang trotted over and was kicked. Looking at the kickdown, Liang Dahai sneered and asked, "Enthusiastic horse. Not convinced? Keep fighting." Chapter 88, Taking the Heat for Your Family, Taking the Heat for Your Family. "You guys go back first." Su Yang looked at his cousin's sister-in-law and his own old lady and waved his head. Spitting blood foamed to the side. "Cousin, it's all hit." A young youth ran to Su Yang's side and opened his mouth to ask, "What next? What to do?" Su Yang looked at the chaotic scene in front of him. It wasn't appropriate to continue to fight. If he fought again, he would kill someone. "Go back. Keep talking, if you don't want to continue to fight." Su Yang spat blood foam and turned towards the old man. Su Yang's cousin immediately waved his hand at his words. Stop, don't fight, continue to talk." Brother Yang said, "Cluck, do not serve, continue to fight." Other villages, Su Yang is not clear, but generally have friction. Is the village to solve their own, to see how the two sides should be compensated, anyway, unless there is a big deal, or will not call the police over? Because called, basically can be said to have made a deadly enemy. After all, to memorize the case, may also have to go to jail. Usually the village youth fight, women quarrel is also very normal. It's just not as outrageous as today. Perhaps because the Liang family's old man and old lady is gone, the cohesion of the family is not as strong as the Su family. Su Yang's family old man is still there, and Su Yang is now also rich. The family wants to have a good relationship with Su Yang. The cohesion of the family is naturally different from other families. And since there was someone who could be at the front, so they also took this opportunity to vent. Su Yang sat on the chair, gasping for breath. Looking at the cup of tea handed to him at the side, he hastily and subconsciously accepted it with both hands. "Thanks. You're welcome." Xian Xiaoxiao winked at Su Yang, then asked, "Are you alright?" "No." Su Yang held a cigarette in his mouth and took a deep breath after lighting it. "Humph." Xian Xiaoxia sniffed and turned to leave. The old man on the side grinned and patted Su Yang's shoulder. "Good boy. Good boy." What was the old master worried about? He was worried that after he left, the few brothers in the family would be like other people's families, and their relationship would slowly fade away. But just now he saw the cohesion of a family. With such a thing, it was believed that the relationship between the relatives in the family would become better. The village doctor once again took to the field and hurriedly took care of the Liang family's injuries. After some friendly peace talks, a few people from the Liang family had already been wrapped up beyond recognition. Walked up to a few people. Hurriedly apologized. The middle-aged woman's eyes were filled with sadness and choking. 5 men in her family, but she still let people bully her. After she stifled her anger and apologized to Lu Feng, she angrily turned her head back. The village chief was relieved to see this. Su Yang was holding a cigarette. The village chief opened his mouth and said, "Since the fight has been fought, then the compensation that should be given should also be given. Su Yang, what do you think?" Looking at the village chief who was once again sitting on the chair with a palpitating heart, his speech now became cautious. Su Yang nodded. "Doing wrong should be recognized. A beating is a beating. I will also compensate for the money that should be compensated. You guys name a specific amount. There is one more thing." Su Yang patted the desktop and waited for the Liang family's eyes to rest on his body. Su Yang opened his mouth and said, "I heard my mom say that you guys occupied my family's land before?" In an instant, the faces of several members of the Liang family changed. "Return it back. Return it tomorrow." Liang's father spoke in a hurry. He was dozens of years old and had been beaten up a few times. Were to reason with him. No problem." Su Yang nodded. He was actually still very kind. The village chief and the village secretary walked to the side of the Liang family. The amount of compensation was discussed with the other party. They were all superficial injuries, and it wasn't much serious. Su Yan looked behind him. Have any of your families been taken advantage of? All of them said that they were settled in one go. Yes. Su Yang's great aunt hurriedly spoke up. The Liang families borrowed more than $5,000 from our family before and still haven't paid it back. It's been a few years. There's also the Liang family who borrowed my family's hammer. Before. Hammer, such a thing, do not need to say it. Su Yang was somewhat helpless. A matter of a few dozen dollars only. Oh, Big Mom scratched her head with some embarrassment. He. Liang families would have liked to take advantage of the situation, finished because there were many men in the family, so usually the village people also thought to put up with it. The village chief said, I don't know what to do. Waiting for the village chief to walk over, Su Yang looked at the village chief and politely said, Uncle Lu, there are still some things in our family that need to be resolved. The Liang family, they also borrowed almost $20,000 from our family. It hasn't been paid back. I mean to take advantage of the fact that it's now time to settle this old grudge straight away. After that, everyone will still be village people, and those who should help will still help. Su Yang's words were beautifully said, and the village chief had no reason to refuse, looking at the list in his hand. He nodded and said, I know, the Liang family's meaning, if you pay out money, you pay out $100,000. 20,000 for one person. The 5 males in their family have all been beaten. This is meant to be recuperated for a period of time, I guess. They don't want to ask for more, is not dare. Su Yang now and the gun like, a little on the bomb. They are really scared. Su Yang casually drew out 10 stacks of money from one side and handed the village head 80,000. That's it, say to them, I'll deduct the money owed. The village head smiled and raised his eyebrows. This is the dying to add to the other side. After all, borrowing money is not Liang father alone borrowed, several waifu also borrowed. Now this $80,000 to the past, a few people must be noisy. And what relatives are implicated, it is estimated that also have to go to ask for money. This kid is really bad. Said what to stop here, together hold bad it right? And the Liang family, a few people's expression is not good. His own relatives were also beaten, but honestly his relatives will not go to find Su Yang's trouble. Instead, they will look for trouble with a few people from the Liang family. Because persimmon's looking for soft pinch, the nest. Su Yang did not dare to go anywhere for fear of saying another word and giving them a beating. The rest of the village looked at this scene and scared. In the future, the Su family will not dare to bully them a bit. If your family is related to the Su family, when you think of being bullied, your family will immediately come to help. Think about it, all feel good. And Su Yang looks like he knows that he is not short of money. A pile of money looks like $1 million or so. Throwing it on the table with a click, that domineering look. Who is the little girl? Looked not confused. Finished home women were scolded, but also immediately stood out to help. Completely unable to resist a little. Su Yang married or not? Lu Fang's side was already wrapped in a group of women. My daughter is about the same age. Listening to these words, Lu Fang smiled with her back teeth leaking out, and her eyes looking at Su Yang were also very soft. Satisfied. Quite satisfied. Proud. The daughters-in-law of the several brothers of the Liang family, looking at the tens of thousands of dollars that were taken back by their old husband, had already begun to have an idea in their minds. Su Yang. And my family's dog. Suddenly Liang the child opened his mouth and called out, my family dog was also bitten to death by your family dog. Su Yang, who was sitting on the chair, raised his eyebrows as he heard the shouts coming from the opposite side. Immediately, he reached out and touched Xiaohei's head. Xiaohei is awesome. Wait for 2 days to buy you a goat. Xiaohei immediately let out a cry of ow 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 excitedly. It seemed like it understood Su Yang's words. Chapter 89 8 million huge rewards. Say it, how much? Su Yang was too lazy to dwell on it, it was just 10,800,000. My dog is a teddy. In an instant Su Yang hastily touched Xiaohei's head. Good bite. If it was another dog, Su Yang would still have a heart, but Teddy, forget it. That thing was small and made. Just say how much. Su Yang looked at the other party impatiently. Liang Dahai was silent for 2 seconds. 10,000. Effortless. Su Yang looked at the other party with contempt and casually pulled out a wad of money and threw it in the other party's arms. Reaching out, he took the settlement book handed to him by the village chief and signed his name. And added, write a copy of the dogs as well. The village chief sniffed the corner of his mouth and immediately greeted the paperwork and wrote a copy. Su Yang signed again and pressed his handprint. Looking at Liang's father across the table, he said, Uncle Liang. Today this matter will end here, in the future we should also get along how to get along. Waiting for the new year, I will bring something to your house to pay my respects. Don't kick me out. Su Yang got up and shook hands with Liang father. Liang father looked at Su Yang in front of him with a complicated gaze. He had given birth to 4, but it was no match for 1 in Su Yang's family. Liang father's gaze was complicated as he looked at Su Daqiang. Old Su, you gave birth to a good son. They used to be workmates, but because Liang father had a lively brain, he followed up by going to work as a contractor and found a few workers to contract some small projects together. Hehehe, Su Dachang smiled honestly. Just a smile could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Ding! The host has taken the heat for his family, stood up for his family, and has become someone's child and the pride of his family. System reward, 8,888,888 yuan. Crap! $8 million? Su Yang froze. The old man on the side had completely turned into the shape of Su Yang. Knows how to advance and retreat. Finished will help the family out. Good. Good boy. He will be able to rest assured that there are so many people in his family even after 100 years. Su's family was surrounded by the village people and kept chatting. Come Su Yang, have a smoke. A group of middle-aged men also walked over to Su Yang's side. After all, they all saw how Su Yang looked just now. There was no harm in having more contact. It could be seen that Su Yang really wasn't a bad person, but the original thought of his family coming out on top was a very good quality. People who emphasized filial piety were generally not bad. Thank you, uncle. Su Yang hastily reached out and took the cigarette, after lighting it himself. He also took the lighter and helped them light it. There should still be some human feelings. What Su Yang hated was those who pushed on the basis that they were elders. But he still had the polite manners. He has been used to treating people politely for so many years, and he also quite likes polite people. With cigarettes in their mouths, Su Yang and Su Dachang just chatted with the crowd. Su Yang had been in contact with more industries in the past, so he was also able to chat with each other. Little Fong. The old woman pulled Lu Fong's hand. Now was the time for the men to chat. And none of them had eaten, so the women on the other hand went back to cook, and also called some of the village people to the house for dinner. Like at times like this, the village people would naturally come to help. The crowd chatted and walked towards the house. Looking at the star-studded Su family members, the Liang family members, on the other hand, looked like they were in a sorry state and dispersed in a grayish manner. Su Yang, it's possible. The village chief patted Su Yang's shoulder and said, this was done beautifully today. It's okay, thank you uncle. Su Yang hurriedly thanked the other party. After all, if this matter came to the police, it would be troublesome instead. The police on duty in the village was also pressed by the village chief. After all, it was almost the new year, and the other party didn't want to be troublesome. I heard that you are in Duchang? The village chief walked on Su Yang's side. Aha! Su Yang nodded, doing some small business in Duchang. Small business? The village chief raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Yang derisively. You kid. Whose small business casually throws out $1 million or so in cash? Su Yang hemmed and hawed. Are you a party member? The village chief asked smilingly at Su Yang. Su Yang nodded, a little puzzled. What's wrong? Interested in finding a position in the village for a bit? The village chief grinned and looked at Su Yang. No. Su Yang was a bit puzzled. Our village also has 1 to 200 households, right? This position is afraid. The history of the village was not clear to Su Yang, but the approximate number of people in the village was still clear to him. In a village like this, there must be a lot of support, and the position of village chief is also the meat and potatoes. Plus now the road with the town is also open, the development is also convenient. The oil and water naturally also have some. Seemingly hearing Su Yang's subtext, the village head's gaze was a bit disgruntled. Don't think of me as those people. If I dare to do that, my old man will kill me first. Su Yang hemmed and hawed. Uncle, don't be angry, it's because I've seen too many dirty things outside. No thoughts? The village chief still felt some pity. After all, it was almost time for these 90s to take over. Now that there was almost a generation gap between him and the village people, there were times when it was difficult to communicate with the young people. No idea. Su Yang shook his head. He was just a jerk. Besides, even if there was oil and water, it was only a few pennies. Sigh, okay. The village chief sighed. I'll find your father to have a chat. Su Yang. No, village chief. How can you lose your self-confidence in a fight? Looking at the group of people from the same family walking ahead, jostling and playing with each other. Su Yang's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of softness. Perhaps these relatives would occasionally be calculating, perhaps they would also mock and ridicule each other. However, in times of real difficulties, some of them were the most reliable. Of course, it wasn't as if there weren't those very outrageous extremes. Family members just bicker, but they remember each other afterward. Relatives were roughly the same way, except that over the years, the relationship between them had gotten thinner and thinner. But after something like this, I believe the relationship between these relatives will be better. It won't be too long, at least during this New Year's period, that will definitely love each other. All dozens of years old man, will also because of the impulse to fight. It had to be said that the herd effect of people was indeed terrifying. Cousin. I was bullish just now, right? Su Yang sighed. His cousin Su Ming dejectedly looked at Su Yang and waved the wooden stick in his hand. I went up and kicked it. Awesome. Su Yang looked at the other party smilingly. Chatting with his own generation and the younger generation, Su Yang smilingly chatted with the crowd. Just like when they had a fight in school in the past, the few friends chatted about nothing more than how many times they had fought and how they had fought. The topic full of memories made Su Yang's mouth hang with a smile. The crowd just chatted and laughed as they walked to their own yard. In the yard, there were already many tables set up, and the dishes were already put away. The women saw that the men had returned. And went to yell at them to serve the tables. Su Yang, who was about to sit at the young man's table, was pulled up before he sat down. Su Yang, you go sit over there. Chapter 90, Honoring Luo before honoring people +1. Not appropriate, not appropriate. Su Yang looked at the table, all my father's generation and the old man, he sat there like a thing. Plus, these old men drink white wine, it's the same as drinking water. Su Yang, come here. The old man sitting on the chair looked at Su Yang's squirming appearance and couldn't help but raise his hand. Su Yang was helpless and looked at his cousins fondly. Goodbye, sister. The face value of Su Yang's family were all still relatively okay. Old master, it's not appropriate. Looking at the seat beside the old master, Su Yang really didn't dare to sit. If I say it's suitable, you turtle hurry up and sit too. The old master raised his hand and pulled Su Yang down. Su Yang sat his ass down on the chair, looking at the transparent liquid in the big bottle of cola on the table. It's fine. Su Dawei looked at Su Yang's gaze, raised his hand and poured Su Yang a cup of wine. Su Yang hastily sidestepped and raised his hand to protect the cup. Home brewed, not much degrees. Su Yang sniffed and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. His eyes looked at his old man for help, and at this moment, Su Dachang's gaze had already started to flutter. Eat, eat, eat. After the old man moved his chopsticks, Su Yang watched the rest of the elders all move their chopsticks themselves before he started to clip the food. Several people were looking at it in their eyes and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. There were times when being this disciplined would raise the evaluation of Su Yang in their hearts. If they changed after having money, then seriously, there was no need to get along too deeply in the future. Instead, just being polite like this and knowing how to advance and retreat, then both sides could have more dealings in the future. Knowing that you don't like ginger. Sister-in-law purposely didn't put it. A dish was handed to the side and placed on the table. A gentle voice rang in his ears. Su Yang nodded in a hurry. Thank you, sister-in-law. He thanked the woman beside him. Su Yang's expression was a little complicated. Clipping a chopstick of meat, he chewed. His gaze was a little complicated, and he thought of the saying, poor people live in the city and no one asks, rich people have distant relatives in the mountains if you don't believe it, but look at the wine in the feast, the cups will first honor the rich people. This world is really, everyone's eyes are divided into 369 and so on. The first to honor the Luo after respecting the people. Maybe his idea is too secular, but the reason is so. In front of relatives, there is blood first, and then there is honor and respect, and interests will indeed make their attitudes ambiguous. Taking a sip of wine from his wine glass, Su Yang bared his teeth for a split second. Exempt. He sucked in a mouthful of cold air and looked at the clear liquor in the plastic cup in his hand. Is this the terror of the middle-aged men's group? Su Yang looked at the teenage group not far away and looked at the other party's beer. Some envy. And at this time, sitting in the crowd, the already bald Su Xiu's expression was somewhat helpless. Although he was already over 30, he was not qualified to sit at that table. His hair was bald, and he was out of place with the group of people on the side. After all, those of the same generation were honestly not very familiar. Their friendship was purely with the older generation. The younger generations naturally wouldn't have much depth, instead they were a bit rusty. Brother Xiu, here's to you. If it wasn't for you blocking for me just now, my face would probably have taken a punch. The youth on the side held a wine glass and looked at Su Xiu. Su Xiu smiled and said, in the past, I was also famous in school. That's right. The youth hurriedly smiled and said, we are basically a few grades behind in our studies, and in the past, Brother Xiu was the elementary school's bearer. Only kids drink beer, adults drink white wine. Come. Big uncle, drink. Su Yang held his wine glass and clinked it with his eldest uncle. He took a sip. In a hurry, he ate 2 mouthfuls of rice to get down the flavor. Chapter 91, Home Brewed, It's Your Lie. The abdomen was all on fire. The younger table had already finished eating. They were sitting around playing with their cell phones and chatting. Seeing this, Su Yang immediately got up and called out, Su Ming. There are cigarettes and fireworks in the storage room. If your younger siblings want to play, take them out and set them off. Good. Su Ming immediately got up at his words and walked towards the storage room. Looking at the storage room, a bunch of neatly listed, all kinds of cigarettes, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. How did you dare to let me come here? He couldn't wait to unwrap Owazu. Taking a packet out of it and unwrapping it, he drew one out. Pinching his orchid finger, he placed it under the tip of his nose and took a deep inhalation, calling out in intoxication, ah. 99% rare fragrant ah. Hastily hugging the 2 huazi, he looked at the fireworks that were as varied as an arsenal on the side. He sucked in a breath of cold air. He hurriedly hugged a large firework. quickly walking towards the outside. After placing the fireworks on the ground, he took the cigarettes and walked to Su Yang's side, handed it to Su Yang. Su Yang pulled out a packet from it and said to him, "Give a packet to all the smokers." "Okay, Lu." Su Ming grinned and hurriedly started dispersing the cigarettes, throwing a pack of cigarettes to everyone. Su Yang continued to brag and drink with a few old men. Doing business? No, this is not the right time for business. Su Yang scat his mouth and drank a mouthful of wine before saying in a serious manner, "A few years of epidemic, plus the economy is now recovering though." Before, Su Yang said that all this was bull. But now he said there is gold in, these old men have to think carefully about the truth. A mouthful of white wine swallowed into the abdomen, the world by me not by heaven. The entire courtyard was filled with laughter. Everyone was relaxed chatting and drinking. Su Yang did the same. One by one, the ceremonial flower bombs bloomed in the sky. Everyone in the village could see the ceremonial flowers that bloomed in the air. The faces of the Liang family members were also rendered by the ceremonial flowers, and they felt that it was as if Su Yang was mocking himself and the others. It was extremely hard and embarrassing inside. I don't know how much wine I drank. Su Yang seemed to have heard his eldest uncle say that it would be good to blow the wind. It so happened that a whole wind blew, and Su Yang's mind was confused. Just don't remember what happened. Just very confused. Early the next morning, Su Yang opened his eyes in a daze. "Brother!" Suddenly the door to the room opened and a group of people walked in, fishtailing. "Not what are you guys coming in for?" Su Yang's tone was somewhat helpless as he looked at his younger siblings in front of him. He rubbed his head. Su Ming hemmed and hawed, "I don't know where to go, so I came to look for you." Su Yang sniffed with some helplessness, standing up. His clothes had all been taken off, and he was just wearing a pair of rocker pants. It was also known as underwear. The quilt slipped off, revealing his still fit body. During this period of time, although it was time to drink, but after getting up every day, he would also follow Hu Yu to exercise a little. "Help me get a t-shirt in the closet." Su Yang helplessly raised his finger and pointed to the closet on the side. Su Yang nodded. The few sisters turned their heads somewhat shyly instead. Su Yang put on his shirt and pants and walked towards the toilet to wash up. There was no way around it. When he finished washing up, he yawned and continued to work out according to Hu Yu's program. After half an hour, there were more than a few sweat stains on his body as well. Coach Hu thinks Su Yang looked at Hu Yu in the video and felt that the other party seemed a bit tired. "You're in the hospital?" Su Yang raised his eyebrows. Hu Yu sniffed and nodded slightly, yawning. "My mom is sick, I'm in the hospital taking care of her, that's it, hang up first, bye." Hu Yu waved her hand and disconnected the call. Chapter 92. A phrase first bitter then sweet, bitter year after year. Walking down the stairs, she ran into her enthusiastic cousin's wife. "Up? Breakfast hasn't been eaten yet, right?" Su Xiu, his wife, walked over to Su Yang's side and looked at him enthusiastically. "I'll go put down some noodles for you." "Ah, I'll just do it myself." Su Yang hurriedly walked towards the kitchen. Seeing this, cousin's wife quickly reached out to stop Su Yang. It's fine, we'll just get it, it just so happens that we all haven't eaten yet." Su Yang sniffed and raised his hand to look at the time. It was already more than 7 o'clock. Then, "Thank you." Su Yang hurriedly thanked him. The other party smiled and patted Su Yang. "We are all family members, why are you so polite?" Su Yang could only laugh awkwardly. Looking at his departing cousin-in-law, Su Yang sked and smacked his lips. Walking towards Su Dasheng, "Old man, there are a bit too many people, I'm afraid it's not enough. When killing a pig like this, some meat would be distributed to relatives and those who came to help. Kill 2, right? Go to the village to buy 1? Su Yang looked at Su Dasheng to solicit the other party's opinion. Su Dasheng sniffed and looked at the relatives and friends present. He was really not expecting so many people to come, then he gritted his teeth. "Okay. By the way, old Honor, I'll get you some money later so you can see that the family's accounts are even out on the way. After all, the family owes some external accounts, Su Yang is also aware of, just do not know the specific amount." Su Dasheng heard some embarrassment. "After all, I have heard of the son's debt to the father, I have never heard of the father's debt to the son." "Old man, don't think too much." Su Yang handed Su Dasheng a cigarette, looking at the other side of the old face. "Raising children to prevent old age, is not Lulu kind of it?" Yes. Su Dasheng, eyes with a hint of tears, some choking, immediately said, "I will call your mom later to see the books." "Ah, nah." Su Yang nodded. "Ha." Su Yang suddenly saw a familiar-looking milkman. He hurriedly went back inside the house and grabbed a handful of candy. In a hurry, he walked out of the house. Su Yang quickly walked to the side of the milk child and reached out to pick up the other party. Milkman looked at the big face that appeared in front of him in a moment of shock and confusion. "Caught a wild milkman." Su Yang hurriedly rubbed his face against the other party. "Quickly call your brother." Sure, the milky child looked at Su Yang in front of him and hurriedly reached out his hand to hug Su Yang. The smile on Su Yang's face disappeared in an instant, and he skimmed his mouth. "Call Pot Pot will give you candy." "Don't," Mama said, "to call you Uncle Dan." Milk baby is still very obedient. Su Yang sniffed, hugged the other party with one hand, took out a candy from his pocket and handed it to the baby. Where is your mama? Su Yang looked around suspiciously as he hugged the milky child. Mama has not come, I am with the reverse grandfather to Lu. Milk child reached out to the hand of candy unwrapped, then handed Su Yang, pot 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 mud teeth. Good. Su Yang smiled and looked at Milkman. This address changed at once. Opening his mouth and biting the candy, he looked at the unwillingness in the other party's eyes. He pulled out another candy and handed it to Milkman. Looking at the candy that appeared again, Milkman burst out laughing with joy. Thank you, Potpourri, she barked at Su Yang's face. Ding! The host was cured by the human cub, and the person is going to be adorable. System reward, 6666 yuan. Su Yang only felt that his entire heart was crispy. In the future, he was bound to have a milky baby. It's true that little girls are all daddy's little cotton patties. Holding the milky child, he walked towards the outside of the courtyard. Su Yang hummed a song. The sound of the song was good, and the baby girl bobbed her head along with it. The ponytail on his head was also swaying along. What's the name of the good boy? Su Yang inquired as he hugged Milkmaid. The milk baby smiled sweetly, even with 2 missing teeth it was cute, called Xin Nuan Nuan. Xin Nuan Nuan? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Good name, listen to it and feel heartwarm Lu. Yes, Mama also, Jang said. Nuan Nuan. Su Yang only heard a call. Not far away, Xin Xiaoxia came over. She was wearing a black trench coat inside a white sweater underneath, wearing jeans. This waist-to-hip ratio, indeed, Su Yang couldn't help but side-eye her. Su Yang. Xin Xiaoxia walked to Su Yang's front. She pulled up her hair by her ear, pursed her lips and lowered her head somewhat coyly. Su Yang smiled and looked at the other party. Dressing up pretty well, I didn't realize it before, otherwise I would have chased you. Nonsense. Xin Xiaoxia whitened her eyes at Su Yang, with a hint of resentment. You just knew how to play games back then. He. Su Yang scratched his head awkwardly. You knew all about this? Have you been doing well all these years? Xin Xiaoxia took out a tissue from her pocket and wiped the corner of Xian's mouth. Looking at Su Yang in front of her, she asked curiously. Just okay. Su Yang's eyes were a bit reminiscent. The university touched the fish and paddled, thinking about making money, and couldn't find any good jobs after graduation. There is no capital to wait for promotion, only delivery. Construction site has also been, just so mixed. But just a few words, but people can understand the hard work of that period of time. Xin Xiaoxia smiled and looked at Su Yang with some heartache. Tough. Life is hard. Su Yang said with a smile and asked back, how about you? Pretty much the same. Xin Xiaoxia sighed. People not each have their own bitterness. Su Yang sniffed and didn't ask too many questions, just sighed. Xin Xiaoxia looked at Su Yang, the corner of her mouth slightly raised. Yes, but it will be fine in the end, won't it? Yeah, it will be fine. Su Yang was a bit sentimental. A sentence of first bitter, then sweet, bitter year after year. Su Yang also didn't bother to ask Xin Xiaoxia where her husband was. After all, the child's last name was Xin, and after finishing her bitter face, it was probably a no-brainer. Xin Xiaoxia was also thankful that Su Yang didn't ask herself these questions, or else the painful memories would come flooding back. Where does Nuan Nuan read kindergarten now? Su Yang looked at Xin Xiaoxia and inquired. Xin Xiaoxia smiled and pulled Xin Nuan Nuan's hair. In Ducheng, I work in Ducheng, it's easier to be closer. Yes, handing over to grandparents to bring is still disadvantageous. After all, I have been a left-behind child. Su Yang barfed a bite of Xin Nuan Nuan's cheek. It made the other party giggle. Yes? Xin Xiaoxia looked at Su Yang with some surprise. I still don't know about this. It was still elementary and middle school at that time. Su Yang looked at the village with some nostalgia in his eyes. In the past, the village was still a bad mud road, and you had to walk a long way to the school. All year round, I can only see my parents on New Year's Day. That's why, for children, the company of their parents is indispensable. Xin Xiaoxia heard a flash of loss in her eyes, but also fleeting. That's why I brought her with me. Remember to contact me when you arrive in Ducheng afterward. I'm also in Ducheng. Su Yang looked at Xin Xiaoxia and said, I quite like this child. Chapter 93 Flower Fragrance Butterfly Comes. Su Yang was just reminding Xin Xiaoxia not to misunderstand. He did like this kid. He seems to be a good boy. If it is a bear child, then grab it and throw it into the septic tank. Suddenly Su Yang thought of Sister Zhou. It seems that Sister Zhou's family also has a child. Then, these days, single mothers are really a lot of awe. Oh no. It should be that after one's market circulation rate becomes higher, it is natural to run into all kinds of people. So men are like a commodity. If it's hot or not, you have to look at the exterior first, then the price, and finally the core. If you know how to market and package, you will naturally have a lot of customers to choose from. I have realized. Su Yang seemed to suddenly understand some peculiar points of knowledge. I know you're in the capital city, but I've never met you. Xin Xiaoxia let out a light laugh, and I don't have your contact information. Oh right. Su Yang raised his hand and slapped his brain broad. I retired my classmate group after I graduated from high school. That's right. Xin Xiaoxia nodded and said derisively, Su Yang, you are very high and low. Mainly because there's not much use in keeping it, and it's a lot of trouble. Su Yang took out his cell phone and operated it with one hand. Pulling up the QR code, he handed it to Xin Xiaoxia. Xin Xiaoxia took the phone, scanned it and then looked at it. Rich people whose cell phones are using 15? Used to pretend. Su Yang dejectedly looked at Xin Xiaoxia. Didn't I buy this cell phone just for this sentence of yours? Haha. Xin Xiaoxia couldn't help but laugh out loud as she listened to Su Yang's frank words. Xin Nuan Nuan, who was being hugged, also laughed along with her. The youngest child come up to eat Lu Fong standing above, looking at Su Yang, and a girl is chatting for a split second, staring, watching. Lo, is that family? Come. Su Yang sniffed and immediately turned his head back. Give it to me. Xin Xiaoxia reached out and took Xin Nuan Nuan, then smiled and said, I've already eaten, you just go and eat. Oh well, that's fine. Su Yang then quickly ran to the courtyard. Coming. Seeing Su Yang come over, the old master raised his hand to move his chopsticks and said, eat first. Su Yang took a sip of the hot porridge and chucked some dishes. Right, Su Yang, when you finish killing the pig at your house in the morning, you will also come to Big Uncle's house to help out in the afternoon. Su Dawei inhaled the porridge and spoke. Good. Su Yang nodded and said enthusiastically, my dad and I are planning to kill 2 heads. Why don't we just buy a few more heads directly later and kill them directly at my house? So that Big Mom doesn't have to clean up the house at that time. Troublesome. By the way, the second and third uncle's family will also kill it. That's fine. The eldest uncle's few people looked at each other. Indeed, since they all got it here, why don't they just get it done? It was quite troublesome to avoid having to clean up and stuff when they came over in the past. Mom, go buy some more vegetables later. At night, the eldest uncle and the others can eat directly at home. Su Yang looked towards Su Dasheng and Lu Fong, soliciting the opinion of the two. Lu Fong was a little heartbroken about the money. She had already eaten several meals at her own home in the past few days. Spent a lot of money, especially Su Yang, this person, not saving at all. Every time you drink Mao Tai and smoke Huazi. A day down 2 or 3 cigarettes, 8 or 9 bottles of Mao Tai. This is still because they think Mao Tai expensive, according to the idea of taste to get. Most of the time, or drink some homemade white wine. Okay, it's good to be lively in the new year. Su Dacheng knew that Su Yang was now making money, and he was no longer stingy about it. Since Su Yang had made up his mind, so be it. White porridge with vegetables. It was also considered to moisturize Su Yang's stomach. Chapter 94. Quiet down and sense nature. Extra 1. It's been a while since he gained a few pounds. How embarrassing. The eldest uncle and second uncle, a few people, were a bit squirming. Su Yang didn't get involved. Su Dasheng and Lu Fong would take care of these things. He was not too comfortable pulling with others. Several people are also clear about the expenses of Su Yang's family in the past few days. It is indeed a bit bigger. People of the older generation thought roughly the same, that is, even if you have money, you can't make it hard to build. Su Yang didn't care because he didn't have the sense of hard work to make money even now. So it was just as well to spend. All the spending was paid for by the system. Ding! The host and the family crowd had a breakfast that was bland and ordinary, but it was a long-lost hometown routine. System reward, 6666 yuan. No, just after wiping his mouth, this meal was over, and the system reward arrived. Consumption belonged to the everyday, communicating with people was also considered everyday, and eating was also everyday. As long as it was related to daily routine, the system's rewards would not be stingy. But when Su Yang thought about it carefully, as long as a person is alive, it seems that everything is daily. Isn't this the same as the system underwriting itself? As long as one lives, all one's consumption system will be contracted. And it would also give himself some rewards. The current funds were still at over $16 million. Su Yang pondered whether he should buy a house when he waited until he reached Duchang. He is actually not too happy to buy a house, because there is a house in his hometown. Renting a room outside is just. Moreover, if he rented a room, he could still change the place to live from time to time. Go to the pig farm and look at the pigs. Big Uncle and Su Dacheng got up. I won't go, bake the sun and rest. Su Yang blinked his big eyes, not quite wanting to move. Baking the sun was too comfortable. Lazy and cozy, that was wrapped by the warm sun. Then you bake the sun. Su Dacheng went back to the house and put on a suit. Su Yang handed the car key to Su Dacheng. Drive my car. Okay. Seeing this, Su Dawei also said with a smile, just in time, I'll also take a ride in a good car. Watching a few people walking towards the car, Su Yang leaned back on the rocking chair in a flash. The old man sat on the side of himself, also holding a teacup and sipping tea to sunbathe. With one hand stroking the dog's head, he closed his eyes, lazy and leisurely. The sense of unhurried relaxation affected the people around him. Putting on the headphones, Su Yang leaned back in the chair and played the song. Suddenly feeling something more by his legs, he opened his eyes in confusion. He saw Xin Nuan lying by his feet, looking at himself curiously. Seeing this, Su Yang reached out and picked up Xin Nuan and placed her in his arms. Reaching out, he tidied up her drooling towel. Turning down the volume of the headphones a bit, he put them on her ears. Reaching out, he patted her back and hummed. Ding! The host has been quiet for a long time, enjoying the breeze on her face and realizing the beauty of nature. System reward, 66,666 yuan. When parting blossoms. Stretching out the newly grown branches. Listening to the song, Xin Nuan let out a cute yawn, then lethargically leaned in Su Yang's arms. Her eyelids began to fight. Su Yang, on the other hand, looked at the distant scenery and gazed into the distance. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the mountains were layered like a magnificent painting. The green trees swaying in the mountains were fresh and natural, mirroring the sea of clouds, presenting a poetic and idyllic scene. It only felt that my restless heart became soothed. It was like listening to soft music and sitting alone to laze around. Su Yang liked this feeling. Today's temperature was a small bit cold, but Su Yang had a softly dressed Xin Nuan in his arms. So it didn't feel much colder. Holding the other party was like holding a large doll. Just like the stitch in his passenger seat. Chapter 95. Others are busy and I touched the fish extra too. Holding Xin Nuan, she rolled over, leaned back in Su Yang's arms, and looked out into the distance. Watching the people in the yard busy. And tilted her head to look at Su Yang. Not knowing what came to her mind, she suddenly covered her mouth and he laughed out loud. When she realized that Su Yang was looking at her, she would again very adorably cover her ears and cover her eyes. A look of I can't see you, so you can't see me. Su Yang laughed lightly at her cute appearance and looked at the courtyard playing mahjong, fighting the landlord, bragging and being busy. He still liked the feeling of peace and quiet in such a rowdy place. To say that a person enjoys solitude, it is also possible, but people are all group creatures. Staying alone for a long time would really be a bit of a problem. So Su Yang still preferred to enjoy a bit of solitude in a crowded place. And then go to a less crowded place to enjoy some solitude. Only loneliness is eternal. He saw Xin Xiaosa who was busy sitting on a small bench not far away. He saw Lu Feng who was playing mahjong in the distance. Not. Hey, why are you playing mahjong? Aren't you from the host family? How do you have the nerve to play mahjong there? Leaving things to outsiders to do? Forget it, it doesn't matter, as long as someone else does it. Anyway, my younger siblings are also working as laborers, busy, being directed by those playing mahjong. It was like capital operating ordinary people, remote controlled from afar. Xin Xiaoxia, who was washing dishes, raised her eyes and looked around, and did not see the figure of Xin Nuanwu. Rushing to get up, she suddenly saw the milky child that was leaning on Su Yang's arms. He was instantly relieved. It was still really intimate with Su Yang. Looking at Xin Nuan reaching out to play with Su Yang's hand, playing with the ring on his hand, that cozy scene made Xin Xiaoxia smile slightly. Sitting down peacefully, she still has a lot of trust in Su Yang. Pot Lua, what is it? Xin Xiaoxia broke Su Yang's hand curiously asked. That milky voice inquired. Let Su Yang subconsciously speak also clip up. Lua is the ring. Su Yang likes to get along with small children, of course, is a good child. Because small children naive, kind, pure, their eyes will not have too much of the world, like is like, do not like is not like. Come Pot accompany you to play the game. Okay. Su Yang reached out and took out his cell phone, opening that all-absorbing elimination music. Holding the cell phone like this. Constantly moving around, Su Yang struck just when she was confused. Thank you, I was worried about her running around. Su listened to the gentle words in her ears and turned her head to look. MNH. Nah. Xin Xiaoxia poured some water into Su Yang's teacup. Su Yang looked at her with a slight smile and nodded his head. Thank you. With Nuan accompanying me, I can also touch the fish for a while. Otherwise my mom is designated to scold me. Su Yang smiled and shifted his sight to his cell phone, continuing to swipe with a slide. Watching this scene, Xin Nuan's attention was also drawn to the phone. Xin Xiaoxia on the side looked at the glasses that were resting on Xin Nuan's eyes. It seemed to be the anti-blue light glasses. With soft eyes, she looked at Su Yang. It was really thoughtful. Here Xin Xiaoxia sat aside with a small bench and reached out to point. Xin Nuan also reached out and crossed her hand. Seeing this, Su Yang squinted at Xin Xiaoxia. Don't remind her, just let her play by herself. This game is still good, it can exercise the child's big picture view, so that she won't focus on one point and be able to look at the whole picture. Xin Xiaoxia on the side froze at the words, no, isn't this my child? How did you teach it so smoothly? You have brought up a child? Xin Xiaoxia's expression was a bit strange. Su Yang froze at his words and said with a smile, we're still a kid too. Only in our 20s our plasticity is still strong too. Su Yang looked at the cell phone screen and guided Xin Nuan. How to slide to get the most points. A momentary loss could be exchanged for a more lucrative reward. Playing a game is also about brain power. Ding. Host passes level 479. System reward 479 yuan. Ha. Keep going. Chapter 96, Killing Pigs. Watching that group of uncles walking towards the pig pen, Su Yang held Xin Nuan in his arms and looked over curiously. He also hadn't seen a pig killing for a long time. The firewood was burning, and the hot water in the large oil drum was boiling hot. From a long distance away, one could feel the heat wave, and this water was used for fading the hair. Su Yang belonged to the category of basically not going home all year round, so he couldn't see much. Watching a group of people walking towards the pig pen, a mournful scream hissed out. Watching that big white pig was copied by a few people feet a moment to press on the ground. Su Daqiang immediately stepped forward and quickly bound the other's feet with twine. Looking at how many people were able to hold down a pig, Su Yang sked his mouth and hurriedly turned around. Nuan, let's not watch this, okay? Wok is a bit scared. Okay, pot, let's go play shoo. Xin Nuan sniffed and reached out to touch Su Yang's head. Not afraid. Okay, then Su Yang nodded with a smile and returned to the chair. Killing a pig is really don't want to see a little blood pricked hula finish a flavor. Just looked up and saw. Exempt. With the white knife and the red knife out. That blood pricked hula scene to see the Su Yang expression summons the expression of the subway old man's cell phone. Dislike with a hint of lying. Watching that blood like running water one flow down. Ding. The host has seen the killing of a pig for a long time. The dislike and curiosity of amazement is visible to the naked eye. System reward 66 yuan. Indeed, the scene of that blood stabbing and hollering, looking at it makes people a little surprised. Falling into the basin, sizzling hot blood, it seems that you can still see a stream of hot air bubbling up. Several people had roughly the same expression. Disgusted but tinged with curiosity, they couldn't help but want to keep looking. Xie and Xiaoxia stood in front of the duo to avoid scaring the child. Looking at the scene, she opened her mouth and smashed her mouth. The pig's blood sausage is quite tasty. Let's get some for dinner later? Yes, fresh pig blood sausage is delicious when roasted. Su Yang smacked his mouth, licked his lips, and looked at the barbecue table that had been prepared not far away. Looking at a few people, after a while, directly get some 5 flowers, in the get some veggies or something, finish eating the freshest barbecue, beautiful juice. So you're not scared? Xin Xiaoxia turned her head to look at Su Yang derisively. Su Yang sniffed and looked at Xin Nuan in his arms. I would be afraid? Don't kid yourself. I'm worried about the baby. Xin Xiaoxia looked at Su Yang's eyes and let out a light laugh. Still no to take the child as a shield? You're so shameless. Then I'll go get some side dishes first. She then walked towards the kitchen. Su Yang then looked at Su Ming, who was not far away, and yelled, Su Ming, go to the utility room and bring out the barbecue table. Then stoke the charcoal fire, we'll have barbecue meat later. Good Su Ming, who was playing with his cell phone and playing games, did not hesitate and put down his cell phone. And started to get busy. And Su Yang looked at the car that drove not far away. Woohoo, another 2 pigs. It is estimated that the Thai smell in the yard today can smoke people to death. Difficult to get But looking at Su Ming several people to fight the barbecue table to the outside, Su Yang was relieved. Fortunately, there was a brain. There was some sense of autonomy. Pots and pans, are we going to have a barbecue later? Xin Nuan smacked her lips, saliva seemed to be secreted a bit, the word gluttony could be seen from her expression. Yes, Su Yang nodded slightly. Chapter 97, The Influence of Money, a constant flow of influence. Just thinking about that flavor, Su Yang's saliva was secreted a bit. Su Xiu, drive to the house and get some pig blood sausage back, and see about getting something else to grill. Your cousin wants to grill a barbecue for dinner later. Great aunt and the rest of the few people had been getting the pig's innards on the side. The eldest aunt immediately commanded Su Xiu. Su Xiu, who heard this, was helpless inside. Wasn't it necessary? Isn't it just a bit of money? As for treating people like this? Besides, even if he has money, isn't it his own business? How can he miss you? Su Xiu skimmed his mouth, but also honestly drove the car home. Get some pig's blood sausage, and get some miscellaneous dishes. Driving back, he quickly rushed back, carrying a bag, and walked over to the barbecue table. Su Yang, my mom's pig blood sausage, there is still a while before it's ready. I took some from home, you eat it first. Su Xiu's attitude was very kind, smiling and speaking to Su Yang. Listening to the other party's words, Su Yang froze, quickly got up and took the bag from his hands with a smile. Thanks, brother Xiu, eat some together? No, I'm still helping out. After all, there were still a few pigs to be killed today, and basically most of the people were there to help. As for Su Yang? That was the grandpa. Listening to Su Xiu's words, Su Yang's eyes were a little complicated as he looked not far away. The influence brought by money was unceasing. This was just the beginning. This section was a constant stream of people coming to visit, people coming to help. Su Yang could basically say that he knew half of the village. Only for the time being, he has not opened his mouth. To be honest, he can't understand a little, because he was not that tendency to be a person, well, not because someone has money to go to curry favor. Not because someone has no money to go to the light. Just the first time to experience such a feeling is a little complicated. Carrying the bag, he sat on the edge of the chair. The remaining few people sat on the side, the crowd sat around the barbecue table and lit the carbon fire. Soo-young took a brush and brushed a layer of oil onto the wire mesh. Then he took his chopsticks and put the meat on it, and put some potato chips and those frozen fish balls and shrimp balls. The main thing to eat these is a slowly bake, slowly eat. Soo-young likes this sense of relaxation without haste. Because this can leisurely feel the passage of time, feel the existence of life. Repeated in mechanical routine, he has had enough, that life makes him feel like a piece of gravel in society. Useless, but because of the huge number of people, he could add bricks and mortar to the country and provide a bonding effect. But say useful it, more than one is not much, less than one is not less. Eating and chatting, Soo-young now has a great sense of humor. It made the group of people laugh from time to time. They were all young people, there was no generation gap, and they chatted more openly. Just like this, they were chatting away. The older generation, on the other hand, was killing pigs in the back, killing several in a row. The entire yard was covered with water stains. Plus that fishy odor. After eating, cleaned up the table. Soo-young also returned upstairs, took off his jacket and lay on the bed. Didn't want to go downstairs again because, a few minutes to come to a person to pass a cigarette to himself to brag about it, making him a bit annoyed. So these days basically nothing, he went upstairs. The main thing is to avoid those people, for fear of begging for mercy to their own bodies, annoying. Soo-young watched the movie and flopped on the bed, becoming a salted fish without a dream. Xan has now completely become his own follower. Soo-young hugged Xan. Watching the movie of Master Star. Not long after, Xan also walked in. Looking at the two lying on the dolls watching the movie duo, she helplessly shook her head. Still really just sticking together all the time? She also did not say much, just sat on the side, the same watching the movie, is watching, also lying on the side. Soo-young smoothly handed the cell phone to Xan. Let the other party hold it. Hold Xan in his arms, so that it looks more comfortable. Master Star's movie is still funny, even after watching it several times. Soo-young looked at Master Xing in the video, the corner of his mouth hooked up. Yeah, I watched it when I was a kid, and now I still feel it's good and funny when I re-watch it again. Xan nodded and chatted with Soo-young with interest. Xan leaned in Soo-young's arms and accidentally fell asleep. The duo lowered the volume and continued to watch the movie. Watching Soo-young was also a little tired. In the past few days, every night drinking or else suffer, finished and those people bragging in Kongshan. It is also a little tired. He fell asleep like this. Xan looked at Soo-young, who leaned on his shoulder and hugged Xan to sleep over. A hint of softness flashed in her eyes. For some reason, it created a trace of warmth in her heart. Similar to the warmth at home. Looking at Xan, who was lying beside Soo-young, quietly not speaking, had woken up. But it didn't make any noise, just looked at Soo-young with a smile on her face. That look, it was just like a nymphomaniac. Xan rolled her eyes, she didn't know who she learned from. At a young age, she knew how to look at handsome men. She took out her cell phone and ghostly took a picture. Then she hugged Xan and left. When Soo-young came to his senses, he stretched his back and convulsed like an epileptic. Soothingly, he let out a groan. Looking at his cell phone, it was already early in the morning? In other words, he had slept from yesterday afternoon to now? 6 ah. It's been a long time since he slept so well. Soo-young yawned, got up and walked to the bathroom to wash up. Rubbing his stomach, he slowly walked downstairs. At 4 in the morning, the house was very quiet. There was only so much as a whisper of a nightingale outside the house. He walked outside the house and started a fire. Just sat on the edge of the fire pit and watched the burning coals, crackling and exploding. Looking out at the moonlight in the distance. Lighting a cigarette with a teacup on the side. Takes a sip of tea and another drag on the cigarette. Ding! The host woke up early after a long time and enjoyed the early morning alone. Inner tranquility, how can it not be a pleasure? System reward, 88,888 yuan. At this time, he didn't take his cell phone, he was just looking at the scenery in front of him, a quiet smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the distant night sky, his mood was serene. Time passed little by little, he got up and went to the kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles. After eating, he washed the dishes and returned to his original position once again. Sitting on the chair. Feeling the warmth of the fire pit in front of him, and again feeling the breeze surrounding his body. Time passed little by little, and the skyline not far away gradually lit up. At sunrise, the sky was like a flame that had been ignited, instantly blooming with 10,000 lights. The sunlight passed through the clouds, rendering them into a golden color. At this time, the earth also changed into a new dress, and everything was enveloped in the warm sunshine. Chapter 98. Those who don't know think I'm the village chief. Looking at the sunrise, Su Yang raised his hand and took a picture. The location of his home is really good. The scenery is beautiful, the mountains are beautiful, and so after that must find a designer to design it properly. Ding! Discover the beauty, leave the beauty, the picture is not a memory. System reward, $9,999. So there is a reward for taking pictures? Su Yang raised his eyebrows. Looking at the photos inside. Yeah, you're up? That's just the right time to clean up way. Before Lu Feng could finish her words, she watched Su Yang close his eyes and smoothly lie down on the sofa. Lu Feng. Forget it, self-pup. If you want to take a break, just take a break. At least she hadn't started to get bored with Su Yang for the time being. Su Yang's house had 2 floors up and down. The first floor was close to 200 square feet. 4 rooms on the second floor plus the living room, 3 rooms on the first floor, a utility room, a room for the elderly, a room for Su Yang's parents, and the rest is the living room. The kitchen is a separate repair in the corner of the yard. However, listening to the sound of the family cleaning, Su Yang is still a little helpless. He couldn't figure out why they had to clean before the new year. It was also beautifully called Resignation of the Old and Welcome the New Year. The biggest trash in the house was him. If you want to clean, you have to clean yourself. It's all detailed work. How can he clean it? After eating breakfast. Su Yang people are almost numb. Hygiene is not much cleaning, pure reception people. Hey, thank you auntie, this home already. It's okay. The other hand carrying a plastic bag. I heard that you like to eat pig blood sausage. It just so happens that there is someone home. Send it to you. A few years have not come back. What do you want to eat? And auntie said, no. The other party pulled Su Yang's hand intimately. When I first saw you before, you were still so small. Listening to the other person's words, Su Yang was a little embarrassed and looked at the pig blood sausage in that plastic bag, finished with some kind of bacon or something like that. Hurriedly thanked the person. Not a few minutes later came another group. Because of their own 2 days ago a casual sentence like to eat pig blood sausage, basically many know, are said a little. Looking at the densely packed bags in the utility room, Su Yang's complex complexion, not that he looked down on them, or belittled them. On the contrary, he felt that obviously they were all elders, but they were able to pull down their faces like this. It was also quite difficult for them. A sentence that he likes to eat pig blood sausage, the family has more than 100 pounds. Su Yang did not joke, looking at that pig blood sausage, and all kinds of bacon, even outrageous, direct ham. This makes Su Yang's heart complex, feeling the impact of money, but also makes him inexplicably still feel quite cool. Those who don't know thought I was the village chief. Su Yang was helpless, looking at Lu Feng on the side. His tone was a bit derisive. Lu Feng sniffed and glared at Su Yang. It's not all about what you turtle yourself do. Su Yang. What's the matter with me? Once again salted fish like paralyzed on the sofa, he looked at the sky. Ding. A new year, a new look, a new resignation. The host is in a happy mood as he watches his parents clean the house. System reward, 8888 yuan. Su Yang, you this. Said I am very ungrateful like odd embarrassed to Lu. In fact, looking at parents cleaning home health, I am also very heartbreaking But the body is empty. Su Yang found a bunch of excuses, but there is still no excuse to convince himself. The first thing I want to say is that I'm not a good person. In fact, Su Yang is called cleaning to clean, but afraid to call after their own beaten. Chapter 99 Poverty Alleviating Marriage? +1. At this time the distant Junyi. It's nothing, just talking to you, break up. Tycoon dashingly tossed his cigarette into his mouth. I heard everything your parents said yesterday. Taking my money to buy a house for your brother to make the down payment, your family is really interesting. Tycoon laughed lightly. It seemed that after being with Su Yang for a long time, he wasn't very angry anymore. On the contrary, he was open-minded. There are so many women in this world, there is no need to get entangled in one person. If it is suitable, then continue. If it is not suitable, then change it. First solve the quantity, and then solve the quality. Hearing Tycoon's words, Feng Ziki panicked, quickly reached out and pulled Tycoon. It's not like that. It's not, I know in my heart. Tycoon looked at Feng Ziki who was pleading. Originally, it is to get together to live. We do not need to pretend to be more affectionate. Go. Send your family things as a New Year's greeting. Tycoon was already tall, casually shaking his hand. Feng Ziki's hand was shaken away. Looking at Tycoon's departing back, Feng Ziki hurriedly called out, Tycoon! You don't go. Really, you listen to my explanation. My parents are just trying to help my brother, that money will be returned. Tycoon who strides forward, listening to the words behind him, his heart trembled. There are still some thoughts. But the thought of such a thing, since there will be a time then there will be 2 or 3 times. So why not? And Su Yang said the same, since the business, that is thorough. Since the other party does not meet their requirements, then forget it. He is not here to help the poor. When the day to discuss the bride price, Feng Ziki did not say anything. When in Feng Ziki talk about the bride price, the other side said to listen to the parents. Tycoon knew that basically nothing ran. 200,000 no problem, buy a house to buy a car is no problem. The family can still get it together. but can't say, take this money to buy a house for another, right? This is not properly Voldemort? Kuan, break up. Sue, 6. Quinn, 6 cowboys. Sue, more 6. Kuan, not appropriate. Last night heard her parents said, to take my bride price money, to her brother to buy a house to get married. She did not say anything, I knew it was not necessary. Mom hundreds of thousands of bride price, but also have a car and a house. Just hook 8 outrageous. Sue, need to heal not? Kuan, heal a cow. Originally is about the same age, think still make up on the rapid development of a bit, since it is not suitable, then forget about it. Go home and go on a blind date. Sue, that cattle still heal? Kuan? Kai Kuan looked at Su Yang's message, a whole speechless live. You'll be able to read the keywords, the back of a few words you are not at all Xiao. But it is true that Su Yang so hilarious, the mood is much better. In fact, he would have felt indifferent, 200,000 dowry to give on the give, buy a car to buy a house, put together can also come up with. But what he can't accept is that he gave the bride price to be taken to Feng Ziki's brother to buy a house. Isn't this pure poverty alleviation? He also said that he would pay it back. What's that little brat going to pay back? The yellow hair? Or a ghost fire? Our young people, Kai Kuan naturally will not judge people by their appearance, but at least a little more reliable, right? Almost shelved on the brain tattoo shelves batch, he is really trust not up a little. So there is no need, he did not stay, sitting in the car, dashing away. But smoking a cigarette, Kai Kuan only feels some bitterness in the mouth. In fact, he did not want to be like this, but what can be done? Is it really agree to these conditions? Chapter 100, Spring is full of Qian Kuan Dragon offering Rue +2. Putting down his cell phone, he turned on the music and drove off in his car just like that. There are too many love affairs in this world that end without a trace. In this materialistic era, even love is the exchange of interests. Looking at Kai Kuan's message, Su Yang sighed. So, what exactly is love? Is it the conformity of interests between the two parties? Or is it the conformity of 3 views without looking at the material basis? Can't figure it out a bit. Putting his cell phone in his pocket, Su Yang felt that he might understand it in the future. Just like before in school, do not understand the social curiosity, but wait until the society, experience more, only to understand what society is really like. Just like before, do not understand what is to fall in love, now also confused, do not experience, never have the right to speak. Missy. To paste spring couplets and get lanterns you see get a hair. Good Su Yang looked at the lanterns and couplets on the table. Walked to the utility room to carry the flip-flops and walked out. Set it up in the doorway. Stepped on the flip-flops and stepped up. Look in the 2 expansion screws with curved hooks on the ceiling above the door. Hang up the 2 big red lanterns. With the 2 lanterns hung up. Seems to have some yearly flavor. Previous couplet, Spring is full of Qian Kuan Dragon offering Switzerland. Bottom line, the year is approaching the door of China's blessings. The crossword, blessings on earth. Ding. The host puts up the Spring Festival couplet to welcome the new year. System reward, 888,888 yuan. Crap. $888,000? The system is bullish. This reward is pretty top-notch. Putting up the couplets, the 4 of them stood at the doorway, looking at the neat couplets with smiles on their faces. Happy New Year! Su Yan raised his hand and congratulated Lu Feng and Su Daqian's grandparents. This year, it seemed that the 2 old men were no longer depressed and were smiling every day. The old man and old woman also stepped out to take a look. Looking at the couplets and red lanterns hanging in front of the door, both with a smile. Happy New Year, grandparents! Su Yan looked at the 2 old men and smilingly arched his hand. The old man squinted at Su Yang. Tomorrow is only the 30th. It's all the same big difference. Su Yang was not impressed. Hey! You brat! The old man glared at Su Yang. In one sentence, your grandmother and I have lived 1 day less, and you're still saying it's not a big difference? You two live a long life, 1 day more or less makes no difference. Su Yang still had that unimpressed look. The 2 old men shook their heads with helpless smiles as they listened to Su Yang's words. They liked Su Yang's shameless, but optimistic, and open-minded look. This was able to reduce their fear of death. Every year during the new year, how many old people couldn't make it through? That's why when you get older, you are still a bit resistant and fearful of winter and the new year. But at least, this year is quite good. Su Yang filial piety, to the 2 old people's house added some new quilts, also got some new clothes, cotton pants. Another baby warmer and leg warmer. The 2 old men felt that it was the first time they had such a good day. In the past, there were no such things. Even if there were, how many people were willing to buy them? Raising his hand to take a picture, Su Yan looked at the doors and houses in front of him. It was estimated that before long, these houses could be deleted from here. After that, it was going to be the houses in their own memories. Woohoo! Not so sad, the old does not go, the new does not come, at least people have to look to the good place. For the old house Su Yang is still some nostalgia, the new home is done, the parents of the family to live for a period of time more, the family will have people, there is a smoke and fire, live up will not feel cold. Chapter 101 The Shocked Crowd. +3. Nonsense again. Su Daxian walked over and glared at Su Yang. When Su Yang heard this, he immediately raised his hand, clenched his fist and pointed at Su Daxian with the side of his thumb. Old master, he said that you won't live to be 100 years old. This shall not give him a stick? Su Daxian? Can't understand good words, can you? The old master angrily snorted, coldly lifting his walking stick. He struck Su Daxian's calf. Su Daxian bared his teeth in pain and glared at Su Yang. What the hell do I mean by this? Su Yang dejectedly stood on the side of the old woman. A look of you do not serve me. The next generation is not a joke. I am the treasure of the old Su family. This time, Su Yang's family status has risen. Before, it was the old man, the old lady, Lu Feng, Su Daxian, De Huang, and then him. Now it's old master, old lady, Lu Feng, Su Yang, big yellow, Su Daxian. The positions were directly exchanged. Another year has come to an end. Lu Feng sighed a bit. I don't know how to live next year either. Next year just put it on hold at home. Su Yang put one hand on Su Daxian's shoulder and one hand on Lu Feng's shoulder, looking at the house in front of him. After the new year I'll let the designer come over to measure, finish out a design program, and a construction team over. Next year you'll stay at home to keep an eye on it. Don't save me money, this room is my Su Yang intentionally added a sentence. Worried that the two old men want to save money, finish what moths to himself. Hey! I'm not dead yet. Su Daxian was furious for a moment. Old master, expel him from the ancestry. Su Yang turned his head to look at the old man and flirted with him smilingly. I'll inherit it first when I'm done. Ding! The host is full of backbones and just loves to give people a hard time. The daily offense is soothing inside. System reward, 44,444 yuan. Su Daxian? Reverse the Big Dipper. Su Daxian immediately drew the bamboo strips on the side and swung them towards Su Yang. Su Yang was quick on his feet and immediately hid behind the old lady. The old lady glared at Su Daxian. Try hitting it? Su Daxian. Mom, you can't spoil him every day like this. Look at what he's like now. Lu Feng is somewhat helpless. The old lady snorted coldly. My grandson, I'll spoil. Lu Feng rolled her eyes. Come on, whatever. It's not like she was fired herself anyway. Su Yang came out from behind the old lady and said in a serious tone, it's been hard on you for not hitting me for so many years. It's the new year, let you relive the joy of being a father, come on. Su Yang puckered his buttocks and looked at Su Daxian blearily. Su Daxian looked at Su Yang in front of him. The bamboo strips in his hands were neither hitting nor not hitting. Seeing this, Lu Feng on the side immediately snatched the bamboo strip and swung it violently. The bamboo strips whistled in the air and ruthlessly hit Su Yang's buttocks. Even through his pants, Su Yang was in pain with tears coming out of the corner of his eyes. No! You really hit Su Yang looked at Lu Feng incredulously. Lu Feng snorted, nothing to do, hit for fun, no? You hit me? Su Yang. My husband can still let you bully him? Lu Feng whitened her eyes at Su Yang and hummed arrogantly. That stifled an aggrieved look. The two old men watched the scene with smiles on their faces. Old age loves when the house is full of laughter. Rubbing his buttocks, Su Yang sat down on a chair and took a sip of tea. Looking at the parents in front of him, he asked, which families are we going to pay tribute to on New Year's Day? Your eldest uncle too. Followed by your mom's side. Measure O. Su Yang's mouth twitched, so many? There's no need to go on my family's side. Lu Feng hastily shook her head, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. It's so far away, more than 100 kilometers, I'd been there in the previous 2 years, so I won't go this year. Only more than 100 kilometers? Su Yang keenly perceived Lu Feng's emotions, snorted, you look down on me? Dude drove 100 kilometers in just an hour. That's still because it's not too happy to step on the gas. That fast? Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of delight, but then hesitated, will it be too much trouble? As long as Su Yang felt it was worth it, then even if it was the South Pole and North Pole, he wouldn't find it troublesome. Moreover, Su Yang, this person, was really good to his own people, and wouldn't find it troublesome. No, Mom. Who am I? Su Yang let out a light laugh, I'm a billionaire. Your son got rich and you don't go back to your mom's house to put up a hand? Think about it, none of your family, those juniors, can beat me. You're not going over to show off at this time? Listening to Su Yang's words, the corner of Lu Feng's face suddenly slowly hooked up. This isn't too good, right? She was a bit too embarrassed. But thinking about it, it felt as if there was indeed some anticipation. Oh. Wait, what did you just say? Su Daxian frowned and raised his hand to look at Su Yang. Going back to load a hand? Su Yang looked at Su Daxian suspiciously. Su Daxian shook his head in a hurry, one more sentence up. Billionaire? Su Yang blinked. Su Daxian immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air and hurriedly covered his heart. His voice trembled a little, that much money? Almost. Su Yang looked at Su Daxian's appearance and was a little nervous. He hurriedly got up and reached out to stroke Su Daxian's back. You don't want to draw it over. Take, how much? Lu Fang's cheeks were also red at this moment, and her breathing was a little short. The old man and the old lady were also trembling a little for a while. Although the two old men knew that Su Yang was rich, they thought that Su Yang was estimated to be just a few $1,000,000. But now that Su Yang said this figure, it made several people a little confused and shocked. There are still $10 to $20 million in cash on you right now? Su Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and pursed his lips. One could not say that one's balance was unlimited, right? Su Daqiang's feet went soft, and his entire body burrowed under the table, looking at the bottom of the table in confusion. And the entire Lu Fang on the side fell backward. Su Yang hurriedly reached out to assist the other party. Although the old man was old and had experienced a lot, he couldn't help but hear this number and his heart jumped. Lu Fang and Su Daqiang were filled with $10 to $20 million in cash. Cash. According to Su Daqiang's outside labor, since he was a mason, he knew how hard it was to make money. Lu Fang, needless to say, sometimes helps out at construction sites. The two of them, at the end of the year, were estimated to be paid $70,000 to $80,000, or two people together. Sometimes even the wages will be owed. Such a thing is also very normal. A year 70 or 80,000, 10 years 70 or 80,000, 100 years 70 or 8 million. They couldn't earn this much money in their whole life. This matter is fine for us to know. Su Yang looked at a few people, but don't talk to others. Otherwise the people in the village and those who are not familiar with it will probably have to come running to borrow money. Su Yang lightly laughed, slyly threatened, I'm a person with a soft ear and a soft heart. They say a few more words, I can really lend it out. As for lending it out and collecting it back or not, then I don't know. How dare you? Lu Fang sat up in shock from her dying sickness. Chapter 102. So? Internet love? The voice was sharp and piercing, and immediately glared at Su Daqiang. If you dare to say anything, I'll castrate you. Su Daqiang? What does it have to do with me? It's not like it's my ing money? Su Yan looked at this scene and smiled slightly. The old man and the old lady didn't matter. The two old men had lived for so many years, what kind of people hadn't seen? From getting along with the family in general, one could tell that the two old men weren't some kind of iron simpletons either. Their hearts are clear. Moreover, Su Yang wanted to let his parents know how much money he had. So that they don't have to economize too much in the future, they can also enjoy the enjoyment. So that they don't have to be too frugal in the future, they can also enjoy the enjoyment. So that they don't have to be stingy every day, a little bit of money also have to calculate to go, instead of letting themselves get angry. Ding! Host in front of the grandparents' parents' female companion big pretend a hand. The mood is very happy and are secretly happy. System reward, 666 yuan. Su Yang? No buddy, you're not making any sense. What does 3 6s mean? Mocking me? Looking down on me? Think I'm pretending to be a bit tacky? Ignorant. Ignorant. Am I pretending? I'm giving my parents a boost. It's like you're giving me a boost. Su Yang kept spitting inside. Ding. The host's trolling that allowed the system to see the loopholes at a glance made the system despise it inwardly. Reward modification, 6 yuan. He you found out to mess with it. Su Yang gives his parents the bottom line that he is the son of Su Daqiang and Lu Fang. System gives himself the bottom line equals system is my son. The family's bills have been cleared. Before taking $1 million or so, they are placed at Song Xiaoxiao's place. Previously, his own mother was sick, so he owed a large hundreds of thousands of dollars, and over the years, one after another, he paid back some of the money. Now it is estimated that there is no account. These things, Su Yang did not care. Also lazy to care about these things. Anyway, his attitude has been expressed, the money is also given, how they use is their business. After dinner, the family returned to their rooms in a daze. Su Yang was lying on the bed playing with his cell phone, looking at the colorful pictures that Zhou Jin had sent to him. Su, Sister Zhou, restrain yourself. Zhou, I'm asking you to look at the necklace. Su, the necklace? Where's the necklace? Didn't see it. Su, oh I see it, sorry the ditch is too deep, I didn't see it clearly. Looking at Su Yang's reply, the corner of Zhou Jin's mouth hooked up. This little man is quite good at pleasing people. Zhou Jin bites her red lips, her cheeks slightly red. Zhou, when are you coming back? Su, I still have to go to the relatives. I will come back at the beginning of the 8th and 9th of the year, and you are in your hometown? Zhou, is nothing interesting, my parents urged me to blind date, lazy to go. It seems to have said a leg before, after the follow-up days Su Yang idle and Zhou Jin chat days. The relationship between the two is also considered to progress somewhat quickly, 10 days of time. Zhou Jin had basically taken herself as one of her own now. It also gave Su Yang the illusion of an online relationship. The next moment Zhou Jin sent a picture over. She was leaning on a toffee chair, her long and slender legs were folded over, and you could still see her bright red nails on the top of her stockings. However, Su Yang saw the reflection on the TV set. Crap. Su, you're in the ing living room and you still dare to shoot? Zhou? How do you know? You planted surveillance in my house? Su, the reflection on the TV. Big sister. Jo-jin looked up and saw that there was indeed a reflection on the LCD TV, because the drama on the TV was now a night scene, so a clear reflection could be seen. Looking at the few people sitting on that sofa, Jo-jin's cheeks blushed. Ah. It was fine if Su-yang didn't say it. As soon as Su-yang said it, Jo-jin's heart couldn't stop thumping. Hurriedly, she covered the blanket and leaned sideways on the toffee chair. Jo, no more chatting, someone is coming. Su-yang looked at Jo-jin's message and let out a long breath. It's still my sister Jo. Really, Nemo will play. Confused, he chatted with Hu Yuan by way for a while. Su-yang willed another message from Wang Ci. Then he closed his cell phone and slept. Chapter 103 Red Hot. The next morning. After washing up, Su-yang picked at his still somewhat wet hair and walked down. Su-yang looked on. Su Daqiang's body was wearing the new clothes that Su-yang had bought for him, and the old man and the old lady were also wearing a new outfit. The old man was wearing a Chinese mountain suit, while the old lady was wrapped in a down jacket. The colors were not bright. Let's go set off firecrackers. Su Daqiang instructed Su-yang. Su-yang walked to the utility room to take 2 large bundles of firecrackers. After tearing open the packaging, he went down the road in front of the house and yelled loudly from his mouth. Red from the beginning to the end. Smooth wind and smooth water. Ding! The host lights the first string of firecrackers on the early morning of New Year's Eve. I wish the host a red hot year and a happy family. System reward, 88,888 yuan. As the words fell, the firecrackers rolled into a bundle and his hands rolled towards the front. All the way down the road in front of the house spread downward, pulling out a long red line. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, Su-yang reached out and lit the fire with his cigarette. As the fuse burned, Su-yang hastily spread his legs and ran to the back. The few people who were holding their cell phones and shooting the video couldn't help but look at Su-yang's wimpy and courageous appearance. Flesh eyes visible fear, but had to go. There was a crackling explosion, accompanied by fiery red debris flying in the sky. In fact, for Su-yang, since he came back, it could basically be said that every day was New Year's Eve. Because every day, one after another, people came to visit. Exhausted, he was a little reluctant to continue to stay in his old home. The smell of firecrackers' gunpowder odor made people a bit uptight. A car came speeding, wheels crushed Su-yang after the firecrackers, leaving debris on. Stopped on the side of the road in front of the house. Su-yang looked at Su Dawei in front of him and hurriedly arched his hand and greeted with a smiling face, Happy New Year, big uncle. Happy New Year, great auntie. Happy New Year. Su Dawei smiled and took out a red packet from his pocket and handed it to Su-yang. Happy New Year. Su-yang watched the next family arrive and arched his hand once again. The joyous atmosphere of the new year lingered in the home. The crowd in the yard laughed and sat everywhere, drinking and playing cards. Sichuan and Shu, otherwise known as Massachusetts. Happy New Year, Su-yang congratulated once again. Standing right in front of the house, he was in charge of greeting his own relatives. If the old master was celebrating the new year at Su Dawei's or second uncle and fourth aunt's house, Su-yang would have to go to several of their houses to pay his respects. But the old master was at Su-yang's house, so there was no way around it. Su-yang could only take on this heavy responsibility. Fifth uncle, Happy New Year. Su-yang hurriedly congratulated people again. Courteous human behavior, Su-yang was not averse to it. Su Daqiang was in Su-yang's ear, constantly chanting how he should be addressed. The host pays New Year's greetings to the elders. Looking at the elders with smiles on their faces, his heart is mildly filled with warmth. Reward, 8888 yuan. Otherwise, Su-yang himself didn't know what to call. How to say, the interpersonal relationship of relatives is a bit complicated. There were times when it was a complete brain punch. When the family was gathered in the courtyard, Su-yang turned around and looked at the children running around in various parts of the courtyard. There was also the younger generation and the older generation. He was a little emotional. So my family has so many relatives? Many? It's okay. Su Daqiang looked at the lively scene with a smile on his face. How long has it been since his own family has been so lively? It was all brought about by Su-yang. The older generations didn't care about private matters, only about what was on the surface. As long as it's lively, it's good. Su-yang will go to the cemetery mountain to pay homage to his ancestors later. Lu Feng came over and looked at Su-yang and reminded, You don't run around, know it? Got it. Su-yang nodded at his words. Not long after, the crowd that was ready have carried bags and walked out. Su-yang held a cigarette in his mouth and followed the crowd. A large family, 20 to 30 people. Some of them live in the city, but because the old man is there, so the 30th is in Su-yang's house, the following days they will also go to other relatives. So today is extraordinarily lively, a little carrot head running around the edge. The rest of the young ones gathered together and chatted. To be honest, compared to the elders, the sense of boundaries between the younger generation was still very strong. Not bothering others, they quietly played with their cell phones. Su Daqiang had a total of 6 siblings. The husband and wife are 12. Plus in addition to Su-yang's family's own one only child. The rest of the families are basically 2 or 3 brothers or 2 sisters. Because Su Yang was just in time for family planning at that time. So there was just one by himself. Wak wak, suddenly a soft and cute voice rang out. Su Yang turned his head to look. He saw Xan striding with her small short legs, the whole person wrapped up like a dumpling, quickly running towards himself. Su Yang quickly raised his hand, picked up the other side, smilingly looked at Xan go do what? Mama said to go to pay homage to the ancestors. Xan inhaled her nose and leaned intimately in Su Yang's arms. Su Yang looked at the back. The village was also a group of people walking towards the grave mountain. Coming? Su Yang looked at Xan Xiaoxia and nodded slightly, then looked at the middle-aged woman beside Xan Xiaoxia. Auntie, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, you're De Chang's waifu, aren't you? The middle-aged woman sized up Su Yang in front of her, her eyes full of smiles. Yes, Su Yang nodded smilingly, reaching out from his pocket to take out the red packet that had long been prepared. No. Xan Xiaoxia hastily shook her head and refused. No need. Look at what you said. Su Yang hurriedly held Xan and took 2 steps backward, looking at Xan Xiaoxia vigilantly. I gave Wan's candy buying money. We are all young people, let's not come to that set of words out, it's weirdly annoying to listen to. Su Yang's words made Xan Xiaoxia cry and laugh a little. She used to hate this when she was a child. Now that she's grown up, she's become the adult she used to hate as a child? Weirdly embarrassed, Xan Xiaoxia was a little less than kind. Handing the red envelope to Xan Xan hurriedly hugged Su Yang's cheeks and barfed. Wak, Happy New Year. Ha, Happy New Year. Su Yang laughed cheerfully. Chapter 104, Ancestor Sacrifice, Repairing Old Graves? This strange embarrassed. Su Yang also said with a smile, Auntie has nothing to do, we young people so we are Luo look. Well, we're going that way. Su Yang handed Xan in his arms to Xan Xiaoxia. To Xan clamped his voice and said, Wan remember to find pot play no not? I know. Xan nodded obediently, holding a few red envelopes in her hand, waving her hand at Su Yang's few people. Looking at the departing Su Yang, Xan Xiaoxia looked at the red envelopes in Xan hands. Shrugged her agaric nose. How embarrassing is this? Xan had already opened the red packet. Looking at the large pile of money inside, she smiled and handed it to Xan Xiaoxia. Mama, look, so much money. So much? Xan Xiaoxia looked at the money in the red envelope and hurriedly opened the remaining ones. Inside each one was 1,000 red packets. This. Xan Xiaoxia's mom was also stunned when she looked at this amount of red envelopes. Generally speaking, the red envelope, basically is 50-100. The condition of the better family also gave 1 or 200. Which is not so much as the internet said, not moving to seal a red envelope is a few thousand tens of thousands. This. Xan Xiaoxia's mom froze, a little surprised. It won't be given wrong, right? It won't. Xan Xiaoxia sighed, her gaze somewhat complicated as she looked ahead at the departing few. It's probably because he likes Nuan. Is he married? Got a girlfriend? Hearing this, Xan Xiaoxia's mom's gaze lit up and she hurriedly asked at Xan Xiaoxia. I see that he likes Nuan quite a lot, why don't we? Alright. Hearing this, Xan Xiaoxia sighed helplessly. It's not like he likes me, besides, how can people look at me, divorced and with a baby? Xan Xiaoxia blankly eyed the other party, holding the child and walking towards the front. Looking at the somewhat angry Xan Xiaoxia, Auntie also let out a long sigh. Walking on the path between the mountains, Su Yang looked at the dense forest around him and stepped on the dead branches and leaves under his feet. The surrounding area was filled with the smell of burning paper money and incense. A sound of firecrackers could also be heard. The custom on this side of Sichuan and Sichuan is to go to the ancestors on the 30th to prepare the knife head meat pig tube nose and pigtail. Then in the preparation of some fruits and rice noodles. It took 10 minutes of walking to get to the grave. This area is all the grave area of Su Yang's family. A group of people cleaned up the surroundings, wiped the tombstone, and straightened out the weeds around it. Su Yang looked on with his hands in his pockets. Feeling the prying eyes around him if any, Su Yang's face was as usual. With a solemn expression, he looked at the grave in front of him. Why don't we find a chance to repair this area? Make it better? In the future, when you pay homage to your ancestors, it will also be better. The graves are actually simple stones piled up in a rectangular area, and then filled with soil in the center. It is surrounded by trees and dead leaves, so every time I come to pay my respects to my ancestors, I have to clean up the area. The ground was not leveled, so there were potholes. Su Yang walked to the side of the old man sitting on a small bench, pondered and asked, Old man, do you want me to pay some money to repair the old grave? Pave the surrounding with bricks or something, look better and neater? This. The old man sniffed and frowned and thought. For the older generation, this is a big deal, involving a large family. You can't be left alone with this money. Thinking about it, the old master clapped, repair. Must be repaired. If you don't have the money, then just do it, but if you have the money, then do it right. This is a matter of honor and pride. Da Wei. Da Ming. Da Guang. Da Wan. Old youngest, you all come over. The old master has a very nice name, Su Qianxiu. But when he named himself, he was very casual and listened. Su Yang scat his mouth as he listened to the names. After a few people walked over in confusion, they sat on the small bench and looked at the old master with some confusion. What is it, Dad? It's like this. Su Yang said that he wants to repair the family's old grave and make it more regular. Su Qianxiu looked at the several people in front of him. His voice was old but full of vigor. Hearing this, several people froze. Su Danyuan looked at Su Yang with a strange gaze. What do you want to do with these repairs? Anyway, it's not like you can't come up. Besides, I think it looks pretty good. The surroundings are overgrown with weeds, that is, because every year several times, so out of a small road. A few graves were placed around like this, and there was some moss on top of the tombstones. Su Yang's eyes and tone were very sincere, without the slightest bit of ridicule or looking down. It was purely because he was worried that his idea would burden them. After all, repairing such a piece, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. Each family's equal share would be large tens of thousands of dollars. There was no need for it. My house is going to be rebuilt next year, so I'll let the construction team get this place done on the way. It won't cost a few bucks. Originally I meant that I'll just get it done myself. Su Yan looked at the old man somewhat helplessly. He was too lazy to dwell with these relatives more. But what the old master meant was that each family would contribute some money to honor the ancestors. Su Yan contemplated for 2 seconds and said with a smile, in that case, each family will contribute $1,000. I'll just pay for the rest. Several people didn't know what Su Yan wanted to make it look like. But hearing that $1,000 for one family, that wasn't much. It was probably the meaning of re-establishing a monument for the monument and sweeping the surrounding area once again. There was also no comment. Only Su Daxiang and the old man and old woman, 3 people, looking at Su Yang's eyes somewhat helpless. Su Yan looked at the 3 people's eyes and gave them a look, signaling the few people to keep quiet. He didn't like to calculate too much, nor did he like to think about any gains or losses. If a person is calculating every day, counting gains and losses, then living is really tiring. There were times when one still had to be open-minded. In itself, these graveyards are Su Yang's elders, and some about the same age of the young who died young. There is also a relationship with Su Yang. Su Yang is still more respectful of traditional culture. To put it in a more vulgar way, marriage that is to increase the ability to resist risk. Survival in the current society alone is indeed possible, but to be durable and good development, then marriage is indeed also possible, to find a suitable character good. By getting married, you are finding a suitable shareholder to take a stake in your company, while the relative is an angel investor. When you are at risk, good kinship adds resilience to risk. And these angel investors, they don't want interest and offer you help to get you through. So Su Yang still admire the old man, and a large family of relatives' relations are okay. In his place, early ing and some people fought. The kind of old death. Anyway, the system to pay the bill, but even if the system does not pay the bill, Su Yang if the money is also so. He is purely according to his own mind to do. If you want to do it, and do not care so much. Chapter 105 This pure love got you talking? +1. Then I'll give your Grand Master and Fourth Master a call. Let them contribute some money as well. The old master still couldn't afford to spend too much money on Su Yang. Su Yang's scalp tingled at his words. Sure enough, doing one thing is really outrageous. The eldest and fourth masters hadn't seen each other for how many years? The old man is also a few siblings, south and north of the sky. The eldest and fourth master is still alive, the rest of the few are also lying in this. Only at the time of the Qingming festival, those strange uncles will come here to visit their graves. After counting, Su Yang's brain is a bit painful. How many relatives did he have? Looking at the pile of graves in front of him, he sighed. No need. Su Yang hastily raised his hand and said in tears and laughter, just do it casually, it won't cost much, it's not necessary. Master, please. Really, you know I don't really like troublesome things. If you are like this, then I won't fix it. Listening to Su Yang's words and looking at the other party's distressed expression, the old man was also a little helpless. Originally this matter is a big thing involving the family. Su Yang hot-headed decision clapped the board. After finishing, he still didn't allow himself to gather money for him. Hey! This kid. Then you make the decision on the line. The old man simply also waved his hand. Pussy also quit. Got it. Su Yang smelled a sigh of relief. That uncle, you do not have to come out, the money I'm out, and so the construction team into the field, I by the way let them get a little. It's just ordering some more materials, it won't cost a few dollars. It's better to follow what was said at the very beginning. Su Dawei felt that this money indeed can't be let out by Su Yang alone, otherwise if others know about it, do the elders still want to lose their face? Wait for the construction team to come up with an offer, we'll discuss which one will pay how much. Elder brother is like a father, Su Dawei still has some say in front of several brothers. Okay, listen to big brother. Su Daming nodded. Then just follow what you guys said. That's fine. Su Ming nodded, but also skimmed his lips. When his own offer came out, it was estimated that 1 or 2 of them were hiding. It didn't matter, anyway, when the time came to see the shocked looks of these old men, it was still more enjoyable. It is nothing more than helping your own parents to pretend. Jia jia jia. I love to see the embarrassed faces of my uncles and uncles. The people went over to their respective relatives and talked about what had just happened. There were more gazes towards Su Yang. Su Yang held a cigarette in his mouth and sat on the old man's side, asking curiously, "Old man, how many people are there in our family?" "Can't remember." Su Qianqiu looked at Su Yang, seemingly smiling, raised his eyes to look at the graveyard in front of him, eyes reminiscent of sighing. "Your great-grandfather and fourth grandfather is still alive, the third grandfather has been lying inside. Basically our generation have given birth to 5 or 6. Do the math yourself, when it's Qingming time you'll know how many people still have this family in their hearts." Back then, the old man stayed in the village, while the remaining few brothers went out. Occasionally, they came back to offer sacrifices to their ancestors and burn incense. When they got old, they didn't come anymore, leaving it all to the younger generation in the family. "Old master, how big a piece of our grave mountain is?" Su Yang scratched his head, a little confused. With such a calculation, he shouldn't have someone under his ass too, right? Just this hillside is all over. The old man raised his hand and circled it. Su Yang. 6. The pussy just built a mausoleum directly. He thought there were just a few graves. So this is the old man's mom and dad's graves, as well as the old man's siblings. The younger ones have to go back a bit? I'm not sure. If this is repaired, in the future, my parents will not directly and the whole family branch up? However, it is estimated that this area is all the village's graveyard, so it is probably fine to repair this section by yourself. What money? He wants to fix it, then let him fix it himself. There were some different voices from several elders' homes. Su Yang listened to those exchanges as if he didn't hear them. It's not like he's repairing this for their sake. It was purely because he wanted to fix it himself. Those who want to pay for it will pay for it, and those who don't want to pay for it don't have to pay for it. It's not like we have to pool our money together to do it. If we have to pool our money together to do it, Su Yang wouldn't be able to arrange it. If they did, Su Yang wouldn't be able to arrange it because it would be a thankless task. But if he alone pays for it, then it doesn't matter. Watching the graveyard being cleaned up, the fire pots were placed in front of each tombstone. Lighting it. The old man took the incense and beckoned to Su Yang. "Incense, come here." Good. Su Yang hurriedly walked over. Watching a few people burning incense. Su Yang cupped the incense in his hand and placed it on the candle and lit it. Looking at the flames burning on the incense head, he waved his hand and extinguished the flames. He only remembered that the fire on the incense could not be extinguished by blowing it out with his mouth. As to why, he didn't know. Sniffing the odor of the incense and candles, he stood behind Su Daxian and Lu Feng. Respectfully, he paid his respects to the front. Watching the elders put incense on one by one, then it was the younger generation's turn. Watching a few older than himself put up incense, he also walked forward to put incense on the ground. Firecrackers were lit in the iron barrels on the side. The surroundings of the grave mountain also continuously resounded with the sound of firecrackers. Ding! The host went up the mountain to pay homage to his ancestors. And wants to refurbish the grave hill. System reward, 888888 yuan. I measured. Isn't this rich? That said, are all the rewards given by the system on New Year's Eve this much? Another $800,000, this is still just up not long ago. After the incense, Su Yang stood aside. Let's go back first. The old man walked over to Su Yang's side, pestled his walking stick, and walked towards the bottom of the mountain. Don't we need to keep watch? In case it catches fire? Su Yang looked at the grave mountain with some concern. If this catches fire, it's going to be a big deal. No, there are people watching. Su Daxian walked over and explained to Su Yang. Originally, Su Yang should have been allowed to keep an eye on it, but currently, Su Yang's status in the family had skyrocketed, so it was only natural that this matter should be left to someone else. The group of people wandered down the village road again, heading towards home. Chatting and bragging, talking to each other about the minutiae of life, how much money they had made and how much they had lost. The children, on the other hand, were holding rubbing cannons and playing with them constantly. Su Yang, on the other hand, hummed a song and walked at the end of the crowd. His cell phone rang. He pulled out his cell phone suspiciously and looked at the call from Tycoon. Puzzled, he picked up. What? First, I'd like to say Happy New Year to you. Tycoon smiled and congratulated, looked at his side after forcing the dejection in his tone. What's that? After the year I'm getting married. What kind of pussy thing? Su Yang raised his eyebrows and shouted out in surprise. I said I'm getting married. Tycoon pulled his sister's hand and smiled heatedly. It's phone Ziki. Ha? Ha? Dude, you're not making any sense, just lie to yourself. How can you even lie to me? Are you emotionally wounded, or do you have a sore brain? Su Yang felt his head itching. Just such a thing, she and the family had a fight. Finish. Do not want my car, do not want my house, the bride price also do not. Tycoon's face with a happy smile, so just say a word with you. Not. This pure love, really ing let you talk about it? Su Yang had a somewhat twisted expression for a moment. You are really damned brother chicken. But she does not want, I cannot really not give. Tycoon hemmed and hawed, fly rubbing his hands, some not too good to say, that, the two of us mean to get a 66,000 dowry. Give her family. My family then contributes some money, see we're in the old country to put together a down payment, finished I do not have much money. Then what, righteous father? Chapter 106 Auntie, you make me feel afraid extra too. At this time, Tycoon stood outside the car, fingertips in the car body sliding, were some not too good. The human little girl is like this, I can't have a random wedding too, right? That would be too much, don't you think? Tycoon's tone was sincere. Su Yang sighed, what else? Say a number. Then what, I'll go back and do the math first. Then give you a number, hee. Thank you, righteous father. Let's have a meal together after New Year. Tycoon gave a heartfelt thank you. Perhaps just like this with some joking words to make him say it. Alright, all a few buddies. Su Yang hung up the phone with a complicated gaze. Raising his head to look at the sky, damn, what the hell is this all about? He didn't say that he wanted to break up, right? Why is it suddenly like this? This pure love really let him talk about? And I have money, the first to borrow money is Tycoon, I chicken brother? Honestly, just so 2 banquets of money and wedding money, it is estimated that the gift received also can afford it. Honestly, now borrowing money is like gambling, but Tycoon still has credibility. Borrowed money, if the time does not return, he himself feel bad. So there is no such thing as a situation where you won't pay back, so lend it to the other side, and Su Yang doesn't think there's anything wrong with it. Confused with a cigarette in his mouth, walking behind the crowd. Back home, Su Yang sat on a chair and looked at the fragrant meal on the table. There was not the slightest intention of wanting to drink. So many days, every night drunk. One didn't even know how he survived. Drinking a cup of wine and chatting about just a few topics over and over again. Summarized down is, smack you poor, afraid of you rich, hate you have, laugh at you nothing. In these relatives, there are actually only a few broken mouths. Most of them are still normal people. But even for these few pricks, considering his parents, Su Yang could only nod his head smilingly. When will you get married, nah? Big Mom looked at Su Yang smilingly and inquired with a concerned look. Su Yang clamped a chopstick of vegetables, stuffed in his mouth chewing, looked at the other side, smilingly said, want to get married on the knot. Then how can you want to get married in the knot? The age is almost the time to get married, the aunt said and looked at Su Yang reproachfully, if you wait for the age cannot be good to find. That can't be Su Yang. Su Yang casually put the Land Rover's car keys on the table. Big Mom looked at that car key and then looked at the car. Indeed, many people in the village now wanted to find a matchmaker to talk to Su Yang. Even if Su Yang wasn't very rich, but just for the way he helped his family before, he could already help to talk about it. Su Yang looked at Big Mom with a smile on his face and asked, has your son gotten married yet? No. The smile on Big Mom's face was a little embarrassed. Su Yang smiled and nodded slightly, and said with some sighs, nowadays, there is still a lot of pressure on young people's employment, and it's easy to buy a car and a house to get married, so it's easy to just empty the savings of 2 or 3 generations. So not getting married is also a right choice. Su Yang gave Auntie's bowl a chopstick of vegetables. Auntie, you don't have to work too hard, family members, harmony is good. Auntie looked at the dishes in her bowl and only felt that Su Yang was inverting the Big Dipper. What kind of work do you do? I heard my son say that your car is worth $1 or $2 million, right? The Big Mom ate her meal and once again regrouped and launched herself at Su Yang. Not much work, just eat, drink and have fun. Su Yang said with a smile, work and whatnot, it is not important, how much money you earn is not important, honestly, if it is not because my mom said let me buy a car, I am not even happy to buy this car. The city is already clogged with roads, so I'm too lazy to drive, and I'm going to leave this car for my dad to drive. Su Yang roundly changed the topic and curiously looked at the Big Mom and asked rhetorically, what about your son? What kind of work does he do? Just works in the unit. The Big Mom's gaze was a bit averted. You're giving me the creeps. Damn it. It's good to work in a unit, Su Yang sighed. If I could, I would like to work in a unit, mainly because it's stable and the income is enough for a family's expenses. He must have a lot of time for you, right? It's not like me running around outside every day and not being able to return home even once a year. Big Mom was already sweating a bit. Su Yang's words were all beautifully said, completely making it impossible to pick a single fault. The envious eyes didn't seem like they were faking either. The few people on the side. An intermittent snort continuously escaped from their noses. Su Yang could be said to be a top yin-yang man. Every sentence that sounded like a compliment, opening his mouth was a good ah. But stopping the whole thing was a bit sweaty. Eat. Just know how to eat. The more the Big Mom thought about it, the more angry she became, not to mention that she didn't earn any money, but she also didn't have a girlfriend, and even if she didn't have a girlfriend, she didn't even accompany her own family. Raising her hand, she gave her son a big pussy pocket on the head. The other party grudgingly raised his head to look at Su Yang. Su Yang gave the other side a helpless bitter smile, do not blame me ah. It was your mom who started it. From going out a year ago with $200 on me, when I came back for the new year, I still only had so many hundreds on me. Big Mom shouted angrily. Su Yang sniffed and quickly raised his hand. Hey Big Mom, you can't say that. Think about it, your son went out with $200 and came back with $200 on him. What does that mean? Su Yang looked at Big Mom and raised his eyebrows. Big Mom was a bit puzzled, representing what? It represents that he has been freeloading in the company for a year. Think about how awesome this is. How many people can't stay in the big city before choosing to go back home, and they are also in debt, but your son just freeloaded in the company for a year and survived. Su Yang couldn't help but look at the other party with admiration. Dude, bullish how? The other party's brain went down for a moment. Not. This. Crap seems to be growing a brain. Su Yang held his glass and gestured towards the other party. And the other party also confusedly raised his glass and returned it. Su Ming also couldn't help but let out a laugh and hurriedly bit the corner of his own mouth. This day you cannot chat, then really cannot be tensed off. After eating, Su Yang took a tissue and wiped his mouth. Getting up from the chair, you guys eat slowly, I'm leaving first. Without the slightest hesitation, all finished eating, still sitting here for what? This is not purely looking for their own suffering, stay is also difficult. Su Yang's voice is not loud, but the rest of the tables in the courtyard can hear. Sitting at the table, awkwardly living juniors, have also got up, hurriedly said they ate well. Su Yang looked around and purposely called out loudly, which ones want to go to the village together? I want to go. Brother. Take me one. A group of people hurriedly agreed and quickly followed Su Yang's lead. Just like that, the family was left with the older generation, looking at each other in disbelief. Chapter 107. Your mom forced you to get married? Su Daxian laughed softly, still a real chicken thief. How unruly. The old master slapped the desktop at his words and said in a flat tone, young people have young people's thoughts, you elders shouldn't whine too much. Listening to the old master's words, several people could only press down even if they had dissatisfaction in their hearts. Alright, all go by yourselves. Su Yang, hands in his pockets, looking at the group of people beside him, wait for the dinner time to come back on the line. I am afraid to go back, afraid of being urged by your parents to get married or else asked to ask again. Su Yang looked at the group of people with a bitter smile. The crowd also laughed bitterly. Complaining. Who isn't? My mom is driving me crazy, not just don't want a blind date, I just graduated Right. It's a pain in the ass, day in and day out. That. The girl looked at Su Yang, her mouth opened and closed for a moment not knowing what to call. Male uniformly called brother, female uniformly called sister on the line. Anyway, it is estimated that we will only see each other once in the new year, if you can't call it out, just call it hello. Su Yang found a ridge and sat on the ridge, looking at the wilderness not far away. Pulled out his cell phone. Then I'll call you brother. A few people listened to Su Yang's words and nodded with smiles of approval. How good is this? Your mom forced you to get married too? A few people sat on the side of Su Yang, casually sitting just like this with a big grin. My mom didn't force me, but your mom did. Su Yang was not eating any loss at all, looking at the several people slyly. A few people all scratched their heads a little too nicely. Su Daqiang and Lu Fang were originally honest people, generally among relatives, and their mouths were not broken. Also lazy to continue chatting with a few people, all relatives, but Su Yang also pretty much belongs to the type that is not very fond of relatives. I'm going to go skate around twice, you guys continue to chat. Su Yang got up from the ground and patted his butt. Looking at the departing Su Yang, a few people's eyes were a little envious. Rich with a face, finished with a good speech, good temper, and high emotional intelligence. It's a pity that it's their own brother. So aimlessly wandering in the village, not to say, indeed the village to the young men and women wandering around quite a lot. It is estimated that the family cannot stay at. Su Yang is not too much want to have too much socialization with the relatives of the family. Because we're a group of people and let him drink, finished blowing around so flip-flop a few words. And the village children together with fireworks play, but more relaxed and happy, after all, children and not so many things. Raised his hand and looked at the time. It was still early, lay flat and found a place. Continue to sit cross-legged. Looking at the Happy New Year sent to himself by several people, Su Yang returned the message. The social circle was indeed a little wider. Chatting with a few people more frequently, Su Yang realized that he still had the potential to be a scumbag. Because he could chat with several girls on one cell phone at the same time and not string lines. And there was still a tour de force. However, Su Yang's attitude towards girls has always maintained a more casual attitude. It's not like he has to, he can go to Japan and Korea. Good service, cheap price, finish can also promote our country's prestige, heart injection of patriotic gene. For foreign countries, Su Yang is still very curious, after all, has always been from the network to understand. However, the world is very large, the scenery is also a lot, the domestic has not yet understood, foreign countries will temporarily forget it. When the follow-up to the domestic play almost, and then go abroad. Getting up from the ground, he patted his butt and walked towards his home. The sky is gradually darkening. Chapter 108. Is there money to help or not? Brother, let's put together a table later? A few young ones walked over to Su Yang's side and looked at the returning Su Yang. Su Yang looked at the few people in front of him and nodded. He actually didn't really want to be with these old men. I'll go and talk to the old man. Indeed, sitting with the older generation, it always felt awkward, not to mention the fact that he had to be asked questions, annoying as hell. Old master. Su Yang then got up and walked to the side of the old master and a few elders. Taking a cigarette, he scattered a circle to a few people. I'm thinking that if we have the New Year's Eve dinner tonight, we young people will have a table and you elders will sit at a table, so that we can also chat a bit. Su Yang looked at the change in expression of several people. Smilingly said, after all, we have a generation gap, chatting feels a little awkward. Looking at Su Yang, who stood in front of the one-man charge. Su Ming sighed, which has the quiet years, purely because someone is carrying the weight forward now. Come on, old brother still has a say in the family now. Who in the family doesn't give some face? The girl on the side blankly eyed Su Ming. I'm thinking that the younger ones sit at a table, you guys can chat openly, and we can chat openly, so it's more lively. Su Yang again took the lighter and helped a few people to light their cigarettes. Everything was done to the best of his ability. The words were also well spoken. A few people naturally did not have any objections. That's fine. You guys sit at a table. Su Dawei raised his hand and patted Su Yang. My family Su Xiu and those few little ones, you take care of them for me and teach them more. And my family's few as well. Su Danyuan and Su Dogwang. Several people also hurriedly opened their mouths. There was an accomplished junior in his own family, so it was natural to let him pass on some experience. Teach what? Teach them to step on several boats? Teach them to eat, drink and have fun? Su Yang's expression was a bit strange. Just then, he saw a few elders calling their own juniors over. Don't introduce. As Su Yang watched the elders trying to get a few of them to recognize each other again, Su Yang hurriedly raised his hand to interrupt. All from your own family. We've already gotten to know each other just now. Yes, Su Hong on the side quickly spoke up. Brother Su Yang, a few of us have known each other for a long time. Su Dawei fell silent and looked at Su Hong with a dark face. Su Yang is your brother. Su Hong. Su Yang. Brother Yang. Said Su Hong, hastily changing his words, and smiled sarcastically. It's not a poor memory. Su Yang, teach them well. Su Dawei sighed. Forget about it, young people indeed don't like this. He didn't like it before either. You few remember to learn well. Don't just know how to play around and think about lying flat all day long. Su Dawei immediately looked at the several people with a stern face. In passing, he threw a cylinder out. That's right, a few people were playing cards. Yes, Su Dogwang nodded his head in agreement. Great age, no effort, it's not nonsense, youngest chicken paste. Su Yang. Even if you guys are just sitting and chatting, saying these words, I believe it. You few chat, we'll go over and chat. Su Yang hurriedly turned around and left, looking up and holding his forehead. Heart tired. Shame on you. The face of the old Su family has been lost to you elders. To be honest, when you look around, the elders are either playing mahjong or cards. Su Yang couldn't help but grin. Outrageous. Alright, I'll sit by yourself, the meal is ready in a while. Su Yang sat on the chair, and there was no distinction between primary and secondary. At this table, the oldest should be Su Xiu, right? Su Yan looked at Su Xiu and looked at the other party's head that was almost bald. He was also almost 30-something, right? The system gave me a big TV, but faster, rushing to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Su Yang suddenly remembered that it seemed like he still had to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Su Yang. Su Xiu pondered for a few seconds, raised his eyes and looked at Su Yang. Actually, I have that one thing that I want to discuss with you guys. Cousin poured a cup of cola into Su Yang's cup. Su Yang held the cola and put down his cell phone. The remaining few people also looked at Su Xiu. Su Xiu's expression was a bit apprehensive at the moment, and he seemed to be gathering courage to say, that I thought, we are all family, and because of what happened 2 days ago, I kind of understand. It's hard to support a lone tree. So I thought, why don't you take the lead, and we, the younger generation, get together often in the future, so that we can take care of each other. Listening to Su Xiu's words, Su Yang's hand was placed on the table, his fingertips continuously tapping the tabletop. Thinking. He looked at the men and women in front of him. To be honest, there were still quite a lot of people in his own generation, 10 or so. There were also so many who were married. Everyone's eyes were looking at him. Su Yang's heart was not nervous. Just took out the cigarette case from his pocket and pulled out a cigarette from the case. Holding it on his mouth, he lit it. He took a deep breath. Thick smoke came out of his mouth. Forget it, honestly, it's really unnecessary. Su Yang shook his head, looked at the crowd and said with a light smile, in the past, the older generation cared about kinship, that's because they spent their whole life in the village city. But how many of you are willing to just stay in the village? Or the city? Su Yang looked at the crowd in front of him. You all work separately in various cities, the only point of intersection we have is to come back for the 2 days of New Year's Eve. If we say we are all developing in one city, then naturally we can help each other. But now the situation belongs to the. Su Yang shrugged his shoulders. North, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, scattered in various places, most of them are not in a city. How can we help each other? Listening to Su Yang's words, Su Xiu several people also fell silent. Plus the problem of resources, each of your social circle and circle of friends are ordinary people, the circle are very different, what can be interchanged? Just stay in the city and how many? To say from politics, from business, there are medical resources, lawyers' resources, or educational resources and so on, that everyone together, mutual help resources replacement that is quite good. But honestly, our ordinary people, the richest which is estimated to be a year the whole family down to earn a few 100,000. So the circle is still not bad. To say help each other, but also mutual monetary difficulties when pull a hand only. So this is the problem that most young people do not like to contact with relatives. Most of the young people have flocked to various cities, and relatives are basically far away from each other, and everyone has a fixed social circle and network outside. So relatives can basically not care much about these, basically relying on the older generation to help maintain these relationships. As for the university group, it is estimated that after graduation, they will stay in the city where they graduated. And then they will develop in that city. They only go back to their hometowns once or twice a year. So basically the problem now is that even if they want to help each other and get together once in a while, they don't have the time or money to do so. Come back from all over the world to get together? That would only be possible during the new year. So Su Yang's words made a few people silent, originally thought that after Su Yang got rich, relying on relatives could look at helping each other out a bit. But now take a look. It is estimated that it is not very good. Chapter 109 Master, expel Su Daqian from the house. That's why I don't think it's that necessary. Su Yang held a cigarette between his fingertips and took a sip from his wine glass. The main thing was that such a group of people didn't have a dense area of intersection. Each is in a different city, in addition to the Chinese New Year back a few days, basically see cannot see aside. Like by way, Song Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiai, Su Yan, and their only point of convergence is in Ducheng, when they went to buy clothes. Afterwards, basically there is no point of convergence, but also because a few people are in Ducheng, so from recognizing, a few people together are about to have fun. But whenever Su Yang left Ducheng, then the relationship between several people will slowly fade. Because there is no intersection point, intersection area, after a period of time, is nothing more than to go to the ends of the earth, and then countless people disappeared in the sea of people. Adults are not all like this. Okay, let's eat first. Su Yan took his chopsticks and ate the dishes. Today, he didn't sit at the table with the old man, so he just ate. Suddenly a horn sounded. A van drove over. Su Yang immediately got up from his chair when he saw this and said to Su Xiu and the others, Go help me move it. But what? Su Xiu several people were a bit puzzled, but they also got up in a hurry. Although what was said just now was somewhat realistic, but at least the surface work should be done. At least a few people hadn't had any conflicts yet. Su Yang smiled and said, in the New Year's Eve, not watching a spring festival gala always feels like something is missing. Bought a TV. 30 is still working, it's also hard work. Su Xiu was somewhat emotional. Yes. Looking at the driver's master's car because of the parking on the side of the road, could not get on. Su Yang several people went down. Su Yang held a cigarette in his mouth and handed the driver and the installed master a cigarette. Have a smoke, Happy New Year. Su Yang took out 2 red packets from his bag. Looking at the red packets, the driver and the installing master were a bit surprised. This, how embarrassing. The duo looked at the red packets handed over by Su Yang with some embarrassment. After all, the price that Su Yang ordered included the cost of installation and the cost of delivery. Dabbing in the joy, it's the New Year's Eve, and it's been hard on you too for not going home. Su Yang smiled and handed the red packet and huazi to the duo. The duo hastily reached out and took it. Hurriedly and enthusiastically arched their hands and thanked Su Yang several people, Happy New Year. Su Xiu's few people looked at the scene and similarly arched their hands and thanked each other joyfully. By the way, this TV can connect to Wi-Fi, right? Su Yan looked at the installation master and inquired. Su Xiu several people had already started lifting the TV down from the carriage. It can, but it's better to be wired. Wired is a bit more stable, and if the network cable isn't long enough, I can help pull it. Su Yang's eyes lit up at the words, then you can help me watch and get it later. Because for the time being, I want to put it in the yard and put it there, so I might say that the net cable needs to be longer. No problem. The installation master nodded his head in a hurry and followed behind with the toolbox and net cable tube. What did you buy again? Lu Fang's expression was a bit ugly. Since Su Yang came back, he bought one today and one tomorrow. Angry, not putting money in current words. Bought a TV. Su Yang held a cigarette in his mouth, looked at Lu Fang, and said dejectedly, have an opinion? Believe it or not, I let the old man expelled you from the home. Hey. Looking at Lu Fang drawing out the bamboo strips, Su Yang immediately goaded, Mama, mainly I am worried that you are usually bored, so I want to buy you a TV to see. Su Yang hurriedly hugged Lu Fang's arm and pampered. Disgusting, stay away from me. Lu Fang disgustedly looked at the little petite wife of a meter or so, but also couldn't help but laugh. San Xiao several people couldn't help but laugh out loud at Su Yang's actions. How could a big man have the nerve to make such pretentious movements? Su Yang didn't feel ashamed either. Anyway, there was no point in taking that thing. Su Ming, go inside and get me a desk out. Su Yang waved his hand at Su Ming, who was sitting on the chair. Su Ming immediately called someone to help himself and walked to the storage room, looking at the two desks. It was the old wooden long desk that Su Yang used in the past when they were in elementary school when they were young. But none of them had drawers. It was empty underneath. This TV has to be 2 meters, right? Su Daqiang and Su Dawei, a few people, looked at the big TV and were a bit surprised. Right. The installation master on the side quickly nodded with a smile. 85 inches, almost 1 meter 88, close to 1 meter 9. This thing is the best TV in our store. How much? Su Daqiang's face changed as he sniffed. The smile on his face became stiff. 24,999. The installation master was a bit puzzled, but subconsciously said it. Su Yang. Master. Save me. Quickly expel Su Daqiang from the house. When Su Yang heard Su Daqiang's roar, his face changed and he looked flustered, and he hurriedly called out to the old master. The rest of the relatives couldn't help but burst out laughing when they heard this. For a while the entire courtyard was filled with laughter. The women looked enviously at the big TV, reaching out and caressing it, looking at Lu Fang with a bit of envy and jealousy in their eyes. Obviously the same was born a boy. The result is Su Yang all of a sudden rich, not to mention. To the family is also good, but also filial piety. Just so tens of thousands of dollars of TV, said to bye-bye. Su Yang is not often at home, so who else can use it? It's just for Lu Fang. Thinking of Lu Fang's home with such a big TV, a few people envy the teeth itchy. They were thinking about how to please Su Yang and see if they could get some bargains too. The old man couldn't help but look at this scene and let out a loud laugh, but he was also a little heartbroken. Alright, the kid has money of his own, he can spend it however he wants. Besides, the TV can be watched even if it's put on. But it's too expensive. Dad. Su Daqiang's bitter face, how long does he have to work to have that much money to buy a TV? Okay, there are reasons why it's expensive. Besides, watching TV, it's so big, don't you feel strong? Su Yang put his hands in his pockets and pointed to the yard. Just put it somewhere, simply fix it for me, don't let the wind blow it down. Okay. The installation master sniffed and looked at the 2 long tables that were placed in the courtyard. Behind the TV was a mountain range and field ridge. Where is your home like, cat? The installation master looked at Su Yang and inquired. Su Yang pointed to the house and led the two inside. The first day Su Yang came, he had someone install broadband. After all, most people nowadays used smartphones. It would be too wasteful to not have Wi-Fi at home instead. After plugging the internet cable in, the installer didn't feel it was a waste, and made a big circle, following the top beam at the entrance of the house. Chapter 110, Blessings from a Stranger +1. If they were simply thrown on the floor, if they were stepped on or kicked, instead the TV would fall down. It would be better to make these ones look pretty. The main family gave a red envelope, although I do not know how much money, but just for this intention, they all feel warm in the heart. Several people worked together, carefully put the TV on the long table. Plugging in the power supply, Su Yang said to the installer on the side, help me put on a spring festival gala, I don't know how to use this thing very well. Okay, no problem. The master nodded, and after putting the TV on, he instructed Su Yang, remember to take it back at night, and also, if the conditions allow it, it's best to match it with another external stereo. Okay. Su Yang nodded his head as he listened to the other party. And the protective film will not tear for the time being. This does not block the line of sight, lest the wind blowing sand later to spend the screen. Master put down the remote control, looking at the live broadcast of the Spring Festival Gala in front of him, instructed Su Yang again. Good, thanks old brother, want to eat together? Su Yang looked at the duo. The duo shook their heads in a hurry at the words, the store is ready, we'll just eat with the people in the store. Just wish you a happy new year first. The duo arched their hands at Su Yang. Su Yang also smilingly arched his hand at the duo. In passing, he took the moutai on the side table and handed it to the two of them, a little token of appreciation. It's really troublesome for the two of you. Help wish the two of you store staff a happy new year as well. This. Looking at the mousy in their hands, the two of them were also somewhat terrified by Su Yang's enthusiasm. The installation master hastily looked around again, as if there really wasn't anything else he could help do. He was worried about the TV being blown over, and had already fixed it several times. The network cable was also stuck in various places. Thanks then. There was nothing they could do. The duo could only take their things and watch the other party leave after being sent out by Su Yang's few people. Looking at the few people who left, Su Yang smilingly turned around and walked towards his home. Sure enough, an 85-inch TV was put on. That big screen, even if it was a little far away, it could be seen clearly. And the clarity was also very high. Good ah. Good ah. The parents were smiling from ear to ear as a few relatives bragged about it. A group of people surrounded the TV, looking at the clarity, looking at the big screen, inwardly envious. Constantly bragging about Su Yang with Su Daxiang and Lu Feng. The driver master in the car looked at the red packet in his pocket. After impatiently unwrapping it, his expression changed. $1,000? Ha! The driver slammed on the brakes and hurriedly took out a red envelope from his pocket. Hurriedly opened it and looked at the $1,000 inside. Both of them were a bit touched and sniffled. This main family is good people. The two sighed together, wish his family a happy family. Look at his New Year's atmosphere, how good it is. A big family in harmony. From the oldest to the youngest are all smiling. Envious. The driver was somewhat emotional. The side of the installation master laughed softly. Just that guy, just look at the people so work, his family's tutelage know how good, have such a tutelage, the atmosphere is better understandable. Which is like my house a family of melon goons. Ding. The host spends $2,000 to give the installer a New Year's red packet. Dip into the joyous spirit. System reward, 66,666 yuan. Su Yang? My little Nuan Nuan doesn't deserve it? Why didn't you say so when I gave little Nuan Nuan a red packet? Ding. The host sends a red packet to little Nuan Nuan and asks the system for a reward. The system thinks the host is shameless. Reward, $6. Su Yang. Not playing with you anymore. Chapter 111, New Year's reward of 888,888 yuan plus 2. Ding. The host enjoyed the New Year's Eve dinner and the company of all the family members. Such an atmosphere made the host physically and mentally happy. System reward, 888,888 yuan. $800,000? Good Baby system, Happy New Year. Su Yang inwardly blessed the system. Holding his wine glass, he looked at the crowd in front of him. Happy New Year. The crowd also laughed and held their glasses, laughing and drinking in unison. The small child, holding a cola, also joined in. Looking at this atmosphere, even the middle-aged and elderly group laughed. Go over and pay your respects first. Su Yang held a wine glass and walked over to the middle and old age group. Happy New Year to the old man and grandmother, mom and dad, uncles and aunts. Su Yang held his glass of wine and looked at the crowd, smilingly blessing them. The crowd also smilingly held their glasses, clinked their glasses together, and then tilted their heads and drank it up. Su Yang looked at the scene with a smile on his face. Su Ming, uncles, aunts, grandparents, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Once again, the crowd rushed, pouring wine and raising their glasses. After drinking the wine, they hadn't even sat down yet. Another one popped up. That. Happy New Year, Su Dewei's mouth twitched. So he's here to take revenge, right? Indeed. He was indeed wrong for getting Su Yang drunk 2 days ago. But. That. Looking at the juniors have come to toast, drink? Or not to drink? The crowd looked simply embarrassed to refuse. Because just now Su Yang flirted with the younger generation of the past to come round, and now the relatives of each family also came together. Constantly toasting, the atmosphere is also hot. Push the cup, the atmosphere is also hot, because there is Su Yang in, so there are constantly people over to toast. A table of young boys and girls are also uproarious follow over. Chuan Shu didn't have so many rules, anyway, it's good to have fun. Su Yang, come on, auntie toasts you. You have to teach your brother more in the future, got it? Next time, definitely. Speaking perfunctorily, he took a sip from his wine glass and drank with the others. The only thing they did was to brag about themselves, all kinds of bragging. Not to mention, listening to Su Yang was a little too good. It was always nice to be praised. Su Yang has also considered almost, if there is an opportunity in the future, that person is not bad, the development of the city can help to help. After all, if the relatives also have money, their parents can also be happier, and can play with those relatives, go out traveling and so on. The older generation is used to the group, so it is still difficult to part with the family love. Just like young people nowadays, love always has a bad ending, but there are still so many people who are attracted to it. So taking the old generation's obsession with affection in their hearts as the young people's obsession with love, Su Yang thought it might be a bit more understandable. It was like two people who were obviously tired of getting along, but still stayed together, tolerating each other, but not understanding each other. Because of the rounds of melee, Su Yang was numb and couldn't top it. Who can't stand it? Drinking with this group of barrels. Another day of being carried up. The next morning. Opening his eyes in a daze, Su Yang fell into a deep thought with a cigarette in his mouth. You didn't die yesterday? Surprisingly, he didn't die himself? He thought he was going to karma. Thanks to the fact that Su Yang does not make a scene or be naughty when he drinks. Just peaceful and quiet, beautiful man, there is no stains in the bedroom, overall it is still very clean. Chapter 112, Red Packet. Looking at the pile of messages. Su Yang sent a few red envelopes to Kai Koen Honggang and Wu Hanwen. The quantity is not much, it is $888. How to say it, men are more pretentious. If they are the same as sent to the girl, large thousands of hair, it is estimated that they will not receive. Sending a few hundred was also just right to get stuck on their psychological line. Kai? Boss, need to kneel? Woo, 6 pussy in his life for the first time to receive such a large package. Want me to kowtow to you too not? Hong, what's the point of sending so many? It's embarrassing. Looking at Hong Gang's message, Su Yang lightly laughed. This person is really a scene person, want a face. After TSK, backhand and open the penguin, in the previous book writing group sent a few big red envelopes. A series of red envelopes set the atmosphere ablaze. Looking at a group of people bubbling, he laughed softly, not to mention, the feeling of being touted is indeed quite cool. Ding! Host sends 8,888 yuan New Year's red packets to his female companion. Happy mood, the system rewards, 10,000 yuan. Ding! The host sent 8,888 yuan New Year's red packets in the group. Little pretending a hand, being touted by the crowd, in a happy mood. System reward, 10,000 yuan. Ding! System reward, 8,888 yuan. Never felt so tired of returning messages. Indeed, after knowing more people, things will naturally be more. In the past, he felt that there were few things to do because his circle was not big, just a few acquaintances. And a few people are basically peaceful and stable in nature. At most, they occasionally meet up to play games. Su Yang was indeed a person who was afraid of trouble, and was also afraid of many things. Jo Jin sat on the sofa and watched Su Yang's 8888 transfer. Her heart jumped. She herself did not know how long she had not received a red envelope. With a complicated heart, she looked at this red envelope, and she backhanded Su Yang also sent a red envelope. The amount wasn't very big either, but at 6,999 yuan, it was about right. Joe, next time send a few dozen 180 on the line, or I think you want to rap me. Su, say a number, swipe the card? Joe? You damn. Seeing this message, Jo Jin's silver teeth clenched, exasperated, glared at the cell phone, as if glaring at Su Yang. This afternoon helped you find a blind date, right? Blind date my ass. Jo Jin looked at his old mother beside him in annoyance. If you wanna go, you go, and spread. It's not like I don't have anyone, you're in a hurry every day. I'm not doing this for you. The other party also got angry and looked at Jo Jin and shouted angrily, otherwise, do you think that labor is willing to care about you? Get lost. Don't bother me. I have a boyfriend. I'll have him come over to clean you up after a while. Jo Jin pouted her lips in aggravation, bubbling with tears. Why is it wrong to not get married? Didn't she listen to them get married in the first place? And what happened? The result of the divorce is too ashamed of themselves. And let yourself endure a fart. Annoyed, he returned to his room and snapped the door shut. Early in the morning on the rooftop. A faint ray of morning light pierced through the gray morning fog, through the blanket of clouds, piercing the haze of the sky. Standing in front of the parapet of the balcony, it was as if I was a lonely watchman gazing at the mountains looming in the distance. It's just another muddled day. Entertainment is really scarce in the old country. Teasing the old man, teasing the dog, finished, there is nothing else, to say that there is a computer at home that is better to get some, he can still play the game. But there is no computer at home, so he can still play games. But there is no computer at home, so he can only brush the video. Chapter 113, Distance Produces Beauty. Looking at the constantly flying dog pots and firecrackers exploding. With the agonizing cries of Xiao Hei at home. Lu Feng sighed. The home is still hot and lively. Su Yang came back. The twilight of the home also has some more vigor. Xiao Hei, vocalize for me ah. In the end there is no one to voice for me. Happy New Year. Xan Xiaoxia carried something in her hand and looked at Su Yang and handed it to him smilingly. Looking at the thing she handed over, Su Yang scratched his head. Hey, don't say that, you really don't say that. Su Yang raised his eyes and looked at Xan Xiaoxia. This time you make me feel like I've aged 10 to, oh no, I should say 22. Su Yang casually put the things aside, picked up Xan Wan and sat on the sofa at the edge of the courtyard. Why are you free to come to pay New Year's visit? Su Yang looked at Xan Xiaoxia with some strange eyes. Xan Xiaoxia sighed helplessly. My family urged me to go on a blind date, so I came over to take refuge. Then I'll go to your place to take refuge in the next 2 days. Su Yang looked at the house, immediately on the ground to Xan Xiaoxia said, I see my parents quietly call in the past 2 days. It is estimated that they are thinking of giving me a blind date. 1 day at a time, really is just idly doing nothing. Su Yang skimmed his mouth, his tone was a bit annoyed. Blind dates and stuff were really annoying. It didn't matter if you had money or not, but seeing stupid people would always make people feel angry. Xan Xiaoxiao on the side was so surprised that she looked at Su Yang. You want a blind date too? Aha. Su Yang nodded his head and lethargically leaned back in his chair, watching Xan Wan play with her own cell phone, playing elimination music. I thought you didn't use it. Xan Xiaoxia had a bad feeling inside for a moment. Don't let yourself and Su Yang get matched up. That would feel weirdly awkward. I also think I don't use it, but they think I use it. Su Yang let out a long sigh. Parents' love was really deep and tough that made people feel terrible. Once you don't follow their way of thinking, it's as if you've done something wrong and broken some heavenly rule. That's why Su Yang sometimes, he didn't bother to speak to the two old men to say anything. Thoughts don't match up. This is the same as Su Yang does not quite understand those promiscuous people. Parents also don't understand why they don't get married and have children. It is really hard to change the thinking that has been accumulated over the years. People who have read fewer books are generally prone to recognize the dead, and always think they are smart and powerful. They are right. Being older, it was like knowing really much more. Aixin Xiaoxia also let out a long sigh. Xiaoxia came? Looking at Xin Xiaoxia who was sitting beside Su Yang, Lu Feng hurriedly walked over. Auntie will make you a cup of tea. No need auntie, I can do it myself. Looking at Lu Feng hurriedly going to make herself a cup of tea, Xin Xiaoxia hurriedly got up from the chair. Su Yang looked at this scene and thumped inwardly. I'm not going to mess things up for me. He and Xin Xiaoxia, purely old classmates, meet, chat a few words only. Finished Su Yang strange like this human cub, so only an Xin Xiaoxia contact. After all, I've seen too many bear children, but like Xin Wan that well behaved instead of rare, just because rare's so like. If these two people to make what Ma, Su Yang think in the future to meet really easy to be embarrassed. It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over again. Su Yang let out a long sigh. It's true that this home is better to go back once in a while. Distance produces beauty. Chapter 114, Torment Plus 1. It was finally time to eat. Taking the chopsticks, he put a large chopstick of noodles in the bowl. There were all kinds of dishes in these noodles, crispy meat, fried vegetables. It was just the leftovers from last night that were put together under the noodles. The flavor was still very fragrant. After getting some soup in the bowl, Su Yang took a big bite of the noodles. The meal still tasted better with more people, one because there were more people and more dishes, and one because of the atmosphere. Right, Mom, when are we going to Grandma's place? Su Yang looked up at Lu Feng. Lu Feng enjoined for 2 seconds, we'll go the day after tomorrow, and we'll walk around the relatives in the next 2 days. It is said to go to relatives, but basically most of the relatives and friends have come to their own homes. In these 2 days, they will first go to the more familiar families in the village. Then I won't go. Su Yang took a sip of hot tea from his teacup and looked at the two old men to inquire about their opinions. What? You're going back? Lu Feng frowned. No, I'll just play. Su Yang ate his noodles and said with a smile, wait for 2 days to send you and Lao Han to grandparents' place, and continue playing there for 2 days. Leaving so early? Not staying for a few more days? Lu Feng's eyes were a bit reluctant. Although dislike is dislike, liking is also true liking. No, I'll go back for a few days and then come back. Su Yang pondered and said, I'll contact the construction team after a while. After all, some things I do not understand. Su Yang looked at a few people smilingly. You and the old man should not go to work, just stay at home. Su Yang looked at the two, asked, broad to not? This. Su Daxiang frowned with some hesitation, I haven't gotten my paycheck yet. It's fine, the contractor who dragged your paycheck, I'll just let my lawyer handle it when the time comes. Su Yang didn't think so. Anyway, after having money, a lot of things would no longer be a problem. Money could indeed solve a lot of problems. Su David sked as he listened to Su Yang's words. Look at this, what this says, I'll let my lawyer take care of it. It's the same as shooting TV. Su Hong looked at Su Yang in amazement. Brother, you still have a lawyer? Said he is your brother. Su Dawei raised his hand and slapped Su Hong's pig brain. Su Hong was unimpressed and rubbed his brain. It's all the same sprinkle, anyway, my two are just a few days apart. There is one. Su Yang let out a light laugh. If there's usually a dispute he helps me deal with it, as you guys know, I'm not very good at talking. But slightly good at some fisticuffs, right? The corner of Su David's mouth twitched. But Su Yang fought well that last time. The village itself has a lot of chicken feather disputes. Su Yang's hand directly made most of the people in the village to be in awe of the Su family. How can I put it? It's very common for people in the village to bully the soft and fear the hard. If you are soft, others will bully you and come to take advantage of your family, and if you go to the other side will play rogue. Su Daxiang and Lu Feng themselves are similar, are honest people, mouth is not good, and people quarrel cannot quarrel, fight that even more will not. So in the village, people are not bad, but also by those unruly people to bully. The number of advantages taken over the years is countless. Brother, is it expensive to hire a lawyer? Su Hong looked at Su Yang curiously. He pointed to the sports camera hanging on his chest. It's not bad, that lawyer of mine is $5,000 an hour, the rest of the costs after the completion of the matter are separate. Su Yang's face as usual is not pretending, is used to frankly answering other people's questions. Chapter 115 Tweaking Great Aunt? +2. If you ask me, I'll say it, if you don't ask me, I won't say it. Because deception has a cost, Su Yang still told some lies when he was a kid, but later realized that lying and being caught was really embarrassing. After that, he no longer said any big words or lied. Becoming a thoroughly honest and truthful person. How much? Su Dewey. Several people immediately turned their heads to look at Su Yang. A group of people's eyes were like torches, staring at Su Yang dead on. Su Yang instigated a mouthful of noodles, 5,000 an hour. The litigation fee will be calculated separately. Picking up a sugar garlic and dropping it in his mouth, he chewed. In the future, if any little brother wants to learn law, I can ask my friend to do some favors, and I can pay for the money. Su Yang scat his mouth and looked at the few people in front of him. Knowing Luo ruler was also considered to be a mouthful, but whenever someone could learn Dharma, then it would be fine for Su Yang to spend some money to let Luo ruler bring them along. Interaction is nothing but you and me, there is a middleman in the middle, then the relationship between yourself and the other party can also be better. However, it is not uncommon for one's old man's salary to be in arrears, even if it has improved, it is still very common. So Su Yang also does not hold too much hope, can get back on the take, get back on the lawsuit, finish the lawyer's fee. Litigation fee is estimated to be higher than Su Dacheng's salary. But it doesn't matter, the main fight a heart is smooth, jia. There is a lawyer friend, indeed can be a lot less trouble. On the basis of Luo laws that mouth, indeed dead can also say live can also say dead. Su Yang was not very sensitive to certain rules, so if anything goes wrong in the future, it would be okay to look for Luo law directly. There is no shortage of resources for Dr. Su Yang, the system can be booked directly. The system was just like a big housekeeper for Su Yang, it could help him reduce a lot of troubles. This was Su Yang's favorite point. Moreover, the data reported by the system were all accurate. For example, if Su Yang said that he needed a doctor who specialized the most in cardiovascular medicine, then the system swiped to find out which one. Then if it could be registered, then it would be, and if it couldn't, it would give itself a contact information, but it would still require a large fee. Sort of a cost for the operation of the system, but honestly, it was worth it. It's not like Su Yang lacked money, the system's rewards were already enough for his expenses. Plus Su Yang's character is not to pursue what luxury car mansion yacht airplane. He purely just liked to play. And play is also more everyday, do not like to go to pretend, also do not like to go to the face. Tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars, perhaps one day Su Yang watched a drag racing movie, blood boiling, and then buy one. Step on the gas twice, listen to the coaxing sound, and then just leave that thing there. Can't drive fast in the city, and it's stuck in traffic. It's not used much, so if he's interested, he buys it, but if he's not interested, he doesn't care. He does not have to pursue what luxury cars and mansions, but rather likes a little plainer life. Buying these things didn't feel useful except for pretending. Su Yang knew. The eldest aunt suddenly brightened up and was ready to open her mouth. Su Yang chewed the sugar garlic in his mouth, chewed the noodles, and raised his eyes to look at his great aunt. You pay 2,500, I pay 2,500. Do you need me to call? He placed his cell phone on the table and looked at his great aunt with a smile on his face. For a moment, the smile on the great aunt's face disappeared, and she said with some dissatisfaction, Su Yang, we are all family, I just want to help my sister ask about the distribution of the divorced property. So, ask? Su Yang still had that smiling look. Su David, Su Xiao, Su Hong and the three of them all ate their noodles and lowered their heads. This kid's bone marrow knocked out is black, how did you dare? It is also a self-family member, or else his big pussy pockets are hitting you in the face. The three of them see Su Yang kind of clearly, he is good to his own family and is willing to suffer, but he is not a fool. Usually how you treat him, how he treats you. If you are good to him, then he will be doubly good to you, if you are not good to him, then he does not even care. If not for the fact that he is his eldest uncle, the end of the matter to Su Daxiang is also considered to take care of. Su Dewei thinks Su Yang do not take care of their own. It is also because of Su Daxiang and Lu Feng, otherwise Su Yang will not even return to this home. Su Dewei had a valuable quality, which was empathy. He was able to look at some issues from Su Yang's point of view. Maybe it was because he was the eldest brother in the family, so he grew up being okay with his younger siblings, and would consider problems from other people's perspectives. That's why Su Yang thought that the eldest uncle could get along. But the great aunt was even, just a common catty woman. Humph. Great aunt snorted coldly and flirted in a conspiratorial manner, got it, grown up. Thank you for the compliment, Su Yang smiled faintly, still a bit shy and coy, scratching the back of his head. Actually, it's good too didn't lean on the little one to sell, the little one didn't feel powerful either. Lu Feng, looking at her legs. Hold it in. Never hold it in. Xie and Xiaoxia, on the other hand, couldn't hold it in, and with a poof, the noodles in her mouth spewed out. Choking and coughing repeatedly. Su Yang raised his hand and stroked the other party's back, handed the other party his own tea and asked with concern, is everything alright? No. It's fine. Under the table Xie and Xiaoxia's geo fingers were clenched tightly. Ah. How embarrassing. How did you laugh out loud? How did you dare to say something like that to this and young person? The eldest aunt had a dark face and didn't leave. It was just that the atmosphere at the table became a little awkward for a moment. Ding! The host tuned into the great aunt and was soothed in his heart. System reward, 666 yuan. What kind of hook 8 words are you talking about? Who am I tattooing? Who? Do you want to hear what you're talking about? Su Yang looked up at his great aunt's black face. Lu Feng raised her hand and struck at Su Yang. Su Yang immediately lowered his head. That big mouth flew right over Su Yang's head. Alright, I can't hit and I can't scold. What's the use of a day in addition to making myself angry? Su Yang shook his head with a long sigh. Mom, be generous. You have to know that anger is useless. Can anger solve problems? Not really. Whether it solves the problem or not I don't know, but by solving you, there's definitely no problem. Lu Feng carried the bamboo strips in her hands, coldly staring at Su Yang. Su Yang. I'll reason with you again. Su Yang stood helplessly not far away and looked at Lu Feng. I'll talk to you about force again. Lu Feng embodied the female double standard to the fullest, either you hit me or let me hit you. Fine, then you beat me to death? Su Yang stretched his head, with a look like you have the ability to hack me to death. The main fight was an arrogant and domineering one. Looking at Su Yang's dejected demeanor, Lu Feng was furious, but what Su Yang did during this period of time still kinda made her feel happy. With that, she didn't bother to continue pulling with Su Yang. Chapter 116. This is the end? Watching the sky at night under a sky full of stars. At 12 o'clock sharp, the fireworks were set off. Looking at the fireworks in the sky, everyone in the village looked in the direction where Su Yang's house was. The fireworks that towered above the clouds and exploded in the sky were visible to the whole village. When seeing other people's families doing well, some people would be envious while others would be jealous, even to the point of bad-mouthing them. Look, Xan Xiaoxia holding Xan Nuan Nuan, pointed not far away in the sky exploded fireworks, said to Xan Nuan Nuan with a smile, Lu, it is your pot homela fireworks, good looking not? Good looking. Xan Nuan Nuan's big watery eyes are full of the reflection of the fireworks in the sky. Her eyes are full of smiles, as bright as fireworks. Day? Release a firework. Also Zhang Big is afraid that other families do not know his family has money? Liang family group of people sitting at the table, looking at their own family that small fireworks, some jealousy to look not far away. 2 years ago there was no money at all, these 2 years suddenly have money, still don't know what to do outside. Liang Dakin was gloomy. Fireworks light up the sky, but also like a fuse, ignited the complexity of the human heart. Looking at the fireworks in the sky, Su Yang's mouth hooked up. Ding! The host's enviable fireworks show not only scorched the air, but also burned out the parents' former inferiority complex and cowardice. The fireworks that gradually rose into the air were like height enhancers, making the parent's spine no longer curved. System reward, $99,999. Oh, blood money. This wave of fireworks is really cool. Thanks to you and not banning fireworks. Otherwise there was really no way to see such a beautiful scene. He couldn't remember how long he hadn't seen fireworks like this. In a big city like that, depression was the main theme for most people. With a population of tens of millions, how many people were happy every day? Most people should be muddled. The cell phone rang. Su Yang reached out and opened the video. Wang Ci was wearing a New Year's Eve dress as if it was a hanbok. There were 2 little pills tied around her head, and on the pills were 2 red cloth hair covers inlaid with gold silk. It was like having 2 little red lanterns on her head. Happy New Year, Su Yang. Happy New Year. Su Yang looked at Wang Ci in front of him and also smiled and congratulated. Lu Feng and Su Daqiang obviously heard that sweet voice, and the two of them looked at each other. Like ghosts, they slowly drifted and moved to Su Yang's neighborhood. When are you coming back? Wang Ci had some feeling of not knowing how to chat with Su Yang. Sending messages to Su Yang every day was basically, are you there? What are doing? Have you eaten? To be honest, Wang Ci felt like a licking dog, or the kind that can't be licked. In a few days, I still have to go to my grandparents' house. Su Yang took a drag on his cigarette and exhaled smoke. Yes? Her tone was a bit lonely and isolated. I'm so bored to say the least, why don't you accompany me for a chat? Don't. Going to take a bath. Su Yang casually threw the cigarette on the ground. Lu Feng? Su Daqiang? What are you saying again? I'll break your bathtub. At a time like this you say you're going to take a bath? Don't. I'm tired of hearing it. Wang Ci's cheeks puffed up and her tone was a bit dissatisfied. It was like this every time, chatting for a couple sentences and then saying you're going to take a bath. Then I'll choke and go. After saying that, Su Yang hung up the phone. The next call came over. Su Yang was baffled for a moment. Wasn't it today's turn? After picking up the phone by Wei and Song Xiaoxiao's faces leaked out as well. Happy New Year. Song Xiaoxiao is still in usual general, but perhaps at home, wearing a white silk pajamas, as the saying goes, to be pretty all filial piety. Probably this is the feeling. Especially the shoulder-length hair and gold-rimmed glasses. TSK knowledgeable and elegant. For the time being, you Song Xiaoxiao put you in which I see one love one today inside the most favorite. And by Wei is pretty much the same, just wearing this pink silk nightgown. That imperial voice still sounds weirdly comfortable. Happy New Year, Su Yang congratulated the two. Then everyday politeness ensued. Hanging up the phone. Gone, choking away. Su Daqiang. Lu Feng. No, that's it? Ah, that's it? Chapter 117 Ms. Lu. You don't understand, brother. Opening the door and walking out, he walked to the bathroom and simply washed up. He looked at himself in the mirror and looked at the smile on his face. There was no forced smile, nor was there a frown with sadness. Instead, the man in the mirror seemed to feel joy and relief from the bottom of his heart. That's good. Yo! Mr. Su, Ms. Lu, and grandparents, good morning. Su Yang, like Brother Crow, arrogantly walked down the stairs. Raising his hand, he looked at the four people and yelled, greeting with the crowd. Ding! A beautiful day begins with a warm greeting. System reward, 8888 yuan. Lu Feng blanked Su Yang, early in the morning. Just making a scene. I'm not making a scene, I'm making money, okay? Ms. Lu. You don't understand, brother. Ah. But it had to be said that Su Yang's mood was indeed able to influence the crowd. Everyone felt relaxed. Who likes to get along with people who have a stern face every day? Nor do they like to get along with stress monsters. Instead, it was fun to get along with someone like Su Yang who was smiling and happy every day. The old man and old woman also had smiles on their faces. Good morning. The old master nodded smilingly at Su Yang. He. Su Yang looked at the few people smilingly. Opening his mouth, he asked, what to eat? I'll go cook you a bowl of noodles. Lu Feng then got up and walked towards the kitchen. Su Yang sniffed and nodded, then I'll pack 2 sets of clothes. After all, they were going to Grandma's house today. To be honest, Su Yang couldn't remember the road at all. Only knowing that it was in Looting. The looting of the flying looting bridge. Humming, he walked towards the upstairs, opened the closet and looked at the clothes in the closet. Su Yang randomly selected a few pieces. Su Yang's clothes are still quite a lot. Bought several sets, and occasionally went out to buy a few sets. Finish adding up really much, thrown aside within the suitcase, Su Yang casually folded twice. Anyway, after arriving at the place, take it out and hang it on the line. Simple folding too, and will not have creases everywhere. It's all sweatshirts and jackets and stuff, so naturally it won't get in the way. Throwing the clothes in, he took 2 more pairs of shoes. Closing the suitcase, Su Yang carried the suitcase and walked downstairs. Opened the trunk and put the suitcase inside the trunk. Looking at the noodles, Su Yang fell into deep thought. It's not right, it feels like I seem to have been eating noodles for days. But the noodles were really fragrant. I don't know why, but I always felt that the noodles at home smelled better than the ones outside. Sitting at the table in the courtyard, Su Yang ate the noodles. Su Dewei and Su Xiu, several people walked over. Su Daxian immediately walked over to receive them. Because a few people were going to Grandma's house, the old man and the old woman couldn't continue to stay at home. Moreover, the house at home was about to be repaired. So the old man and old lady also planned to move to Su Dawei's house and live there. After New Year's Eve it would have been at Su Dawei's house. Su Yang, up? Su Dawei's tone was a bit derisive. After all, in this village, where is someone who sleeps until sunrise every day? Has Big Uncle eaten yet? Su Yang raised his eyes to look at Su Dawei and asked with a smile. Almost blurted out a sentence, eat yo-yo plums if you haven't eaten. I've eaten, you eat, let's go run. The old man to collect things. Su Dawei smiled and waved his hand, then walked towards the house. Su Yang looked at the departing Su Dawei and inhaled a mouthful of noodles. It was estimated that in the future it would be these people who would rush to take care of the 2 old men. Chapter 118, Paying a New Year's Visit. The 3 of them, Su Dawei and Su Daxiang Su Xiu, walked towards the van with their luggage in their arms. The old man and the old lady, on the other hand, sat on the side of Su Yang, rambling with reluctance in their eyes. Su Yang ate his noodles and nodded continuously. After all, the 2 old men were also concerned about themselves, and Su Yang would not feel impatient. Just like this, he looked at the 2 old men with a smile on his face. Grandpa and Grandma, take care of your body. After the new year, I'll see about taking you guys to the hospital for a checkup. Su Yang looked at the 2 old men with a smile. If you're sick, you'll be cured, and if you're not sick, you'll be nourished. It doesn't matter if it's money or not, the main thing is that your 2 old bodies need to be healthy. After all, the 2 old men are really old, live a day less type of day. To say that the body is robust, it can't be said so. To say that the body is poor, it seems to be okay. So Su Yang felt it was better to go to the hospital. The 2 old men shook their heads when they heard this. The old lady kindly pulled Su Yang's hand. Old, mo messy spending, I and your grandfather can live a day as a day, as long as you see you over la happy is good, you wear life bitter. Since childhood parents are not on the side. The old lady pulled Su Yang's hand, rambling. Su Yang's nose is slightly acidic, there is always a feeling of not being able to. After all, in the past, his parents worked part-time, finished he was really a year to see 2 people once. Sometimes a year or 2 cannot see once. Thought it was all in the past, but mentioning it, it will still be a little broken defense. In fact, many families are like this, at home cannot raise children, cannot support the family. Although they can earn money, but they cannot accompany the children, cannot accompany the elderly. Send the 2 old people to the car, watching Su David's van leave. Su Yang sighed. He is now becoming more and more sentimental. is really easy to be moved. Mood swings. Alright, get in the car. Let old uncle send me a location. Su Yang walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk. The Land Rover's trunk was a heaven and earth door. That is, the top and bottom. Opening the trunk, Su Yang placed the suitcase in the trunk. Su Daxiang and Lu Feng on the other hand picked some things and also put them in the trunk. Su Yang looked at the things in the trunk and asked, "Do you want to take more of the others? More cigarettes and alcohol and stuff?" Su Yang looked at Lu Feng and smilingly took out 2 boxes from his pocket. A watch for grandpa and a bracelet for grandma. Su Yang handed the things in his hand to Su Daxiang. "After all these years, shouldn't you old man show his appreciation?" Looking at Su Yang's derisive smile, Su Daxiang's old face turned red. "Damn. It seems like I really ate my son's soft rice." Lu Feng on the side also fell silent. The eyes of the 2 old men looking at Su Yang were very complicated. Looking at Su Yang with slightly red eyes, the 2 of them did not know how to express their emotions. They could only remain silent. Su Yang looked at the expression of the 2 old men, smiled slightly and gave an Air Force salute to the 2 of them. "Alright, the 2 of you, please get in the car." Su Yang pulled open the backseat door. The 2 old men then sat in the car. Su Yang pulled open the driver's seat skies. He saw Su Daxiang looking at the hand-operated box on the side with some surprise. This wasn't there 2 days ago. "Oh, the electric one." After Su Yang looked at Su Daxiang, he smiled and said, "This thing is used to put water cups." "Right." Su Yang sidestepped and peeked through the center of the seat, nodding on the flat plate on the handhold box. "This is the footrest. Finish the chair and I'll get it back a bit. You 2 sit comfortably." The 2 old men only felt that the backrest seemed to drop back a bit, and hurriedly straightened up, looking in amazement at the backrest that had dropped back a bit. Leaning back in their chairs, the duo sked. "So high-tech?" Could Tu Su Yang helped the 2 old men adjust the seat, and said to Su Daxiang, "If your legs are uncomfortable, get the footrest up as well, and press this and you'll be okay." Raising the footrest as well, Su Yang looked at the second old man. "How is it? Do you want it to be higher?" It's okay. The calf was lifted by the footrest. The second old man didn't dare to move for fear of crushing the footrest. Looking at the second old man's cautious appearance, his muscles tensed, Su Yang could not help but cry and laugh as he explained, "It's fine, this thing can't be crushed even if it's placed at 100 or 80 pounds. Listening to Su Yang's words, the 2 old men's tense muscles also slowly relaxed. Su Daxiang sked, "Otherwise, this thing is so expensive, sitting on it is really comfortable. A very comfortable seat, a spacious back seat, plus a footrest. Sitting is indeed comfortable. There is also a massage function. If you guys have back pain, just click here, close it and press here." Su Yang and the 2 old men introduced some things. Pulled up the car door. Played a light music. After nimbly reversing the car, a foot of gas pedal stepped down, the vehicle immediately sped on the road. Chapter 119, Walking and Driving are rewarded? Buddy now really hair. Suddenly there was a crunching sound in his head. Ding! The host is driving on the highway. Driving has become a daily routine. Thereafter the host will be rewarded 100 yuan for every kilometer of driving. Su Yang froze at the words. 100 yuan per kilometer? That's 100,000 yuan for 100 kilometers? Exempt, this was giving himself a benefit? He suddenly asked to the system in doubt. Then does my walking count as money? Ding! Added. To compensate the host, reward the host, $100,000. After this, the host will be rewarded $10 for every step he walks. I hope the host will walk 10,000 miles and enjoy the beauty of the world. Life is more than the shibboleths in front of you, there are also poems and faraway places. And for the host to modify and optimize the Night Unified Settlement, please host do not need to worry about mental pollution. Su Yang was just thinking just now, this if every step the system dings. He would probably be autistic. Sure enough, the system was still very considerate. According to his current daily routine, a day was about 5 or 6,000 steps. In other words, he had an average of 50,000 per day? Balance. Ding. Host's current balance, $21,365,895. Wow. More than $20 million? Su Yang drove the car, looked at the road ahead and grinned. He. There was money to mess with. In fact, after Su Yang had experienced those luxury big-name brand clothing, it also felt just that way. Clothes are actually used to wear, there is not much difference. He does not understand what fabric, that is, after Song Xiao Xiao and by Wei selected, they were feel good and comfortable. The rest he didn't understand. So after experiencing the brand, Su Yang is now pursuing comfort instead. It was good that he was comfortable, and he didn't need to use external things to label himself now. Besides, it felt a bit tacky to be wearing a big logo. It felt like there was a suspicion of pretending, and he himself wasn't much of a show-off person. Because no one was in the car, Su Yang drove with abandon. The gas pedal of the car boomed, the vehicle like a black lightning sped on the road, a flash. Like a black dragon, it was swift. The huge body of the car gave comfort and also took into account the speed. The windows inside the car were closed and no noise could be heard. After Su Yang spoke to the system about the address. Then he drove the car on the road. The family has paid back all the money, right? Su Yang asked without looking back as he drove. Paid it back. Su Daxiang nodded, but just some of it was paid back. There is still a part that was not paid back. Why don't you return all of it? Su Yang looked at the rearview mirror with some doubt. Su Daxiang smiled and explained, change part of it, others will only think that you got rich, but not much money. If you pay it all back, others will think that you got rich and still have a lot of money, then people in the village will come running to borrow money from you. TSK, he wasn't honest at all. Su Yang scared and smacked his lips. Plus the family needs to repair the house, so they won't come to borrow money, instead they are worried about us going to borrow money. Su Daxiang leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes with some enjoyment. Got it. Su Yang nodded thoughtfully, bragging, still weirdly smart. Su Daxiang smiled with some embarrassment. This feeling always felt a little strange. But, old man's son, do you drive this car? Su Yang turned his head and looked at Su Daxiang. Su Daxiang shook his head at the words, why would I drive such a good car, it's not much use, and the maintenance and gas money are all too expensive. How to say it, as a father, he still had his own dignity. Can you eat soft rice? Yes, but only a little bit. If he accepted too much of Su Yang's kindness, he would also feel embarrassed. He had already felt guilty for not being able to bring Su Yang a lot of help. Now that Su Yang was making a big deal out of it, it made him feel a little embarrassed instead. That's fine, it's a pity Su Yang sighed, I do Chang still have a car, when I go back, take turns to drive it. What kind of car is that car you do, Chang? Su Daxiang was a little curious. Audi. Just $500,000 or $600,000. Not expensive. Su Yan looked in the rearview mirror, why don't we get that one for you two to drive? It's usually convenient to go to town. Just $500,000 to $600,000? Not expensive? Lu Fang laughed, conspiratorial, wow, you have a big mouthwell also on the 5 or 600,000, Nest know you have money, but you turtle amo too arrogant. Beware of being knocked out that day, do you know? If the people in the village know that you have a lot of money, they may be looking for a gang to count you. You can't do anything about it. I know, Su Yang nodded perfunctorily. In fact, when he encountered a scoundrel, he had 10,000 ways to make the other party worse than death, but the other party did not have any effect except to play the scoundrel. However, Su Yang did not want to argue with the two old men on such a matter. Driving the car and listening to the song, Su Yang hummed. Looking at the scenery along the way. With a cigarette in his mouth, he handed the cigarette case to the old man in the back seat. After all, he himself cannot smoke, he does not have much addiction to cigarettes, but the old man is different. Basically, the cigarettes do not leave his hand. At this time in Su Yang's grandmother's house, a group of people were sitting in the living room, chatting idly. My sister is coming back? Su Yang, his great-uncle, looked up at a few people. Su Yang's grandmother nodded and said with a cold grunt of dissatisfaction, it's been several years since she came back, I thought she had forgotten that there was this family. My sister is also just busy. Lu Guigang listened to his own mother's words with some helplessness. She's busy with what? The old lady snorted coldly and sat on the sofa in dissatisfaction. Several people were clear that the old lady favored her son over her daughter, and did not care much about Lu Fang in the first place. It was even said that there was some meanness. But Lu Fang's younger siblings, that is, Su Yang's uncles, instead quite liked Lu Fang. Because Lu Fang is the eldest daughter, and also took good care of them when they were young. Unable to do anything about it, a few people did not speak and changed the topic. But Yang Wei is coming back. The old lady suddenly smiled and looked at a few people. I heard Lu Fang say that he is not married. You a few rapped when the uncle class remember to help introduce a hair. The class of children froze big still not married, have said that the children put us here with, Lu a melon batch froze is not listening. The old lady in cold snorted, look at what now taught into the appearance of well. You see the arrangement of aha, lest Yang Wei to not go, directly call the girl to the home to see. Tis. Pull back again. Lu Guigang rubbed his brow with one hand. Chapter 120 Returning home apprehensive Lu Fang. Su Yang who didn't want to see anyone. The vehicle traveled off the highway and drove on the countryside road. Looking at the large river not far away, Su Yang eyes flickered, the waves of the river continuous, connected with the green mountains. Lolu Te is the Dado River? Have to say, the scenery is still good. Yes, Lu seems to be about to return home. Looking at the familiar river in his hometown, Lu Fang's face showed a reminiscent smile. Before I brought your uncle they caught fish in the river. And that mountain over there, used to catch pheasants on the mountain in a snare. Listening to Lu Fang's words, Su Yang smiled slightly. It seemed to be approaching the destination, and Lu Fang's face also had more than a little apprehension. Su Daxiang was also sitting upright in his chair. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although it was a sunny day, Su Yang could still see the high mountains not far away, the part of the mountaintops covered with spots of white. The temperature here was indeed a bit colder than Yan. It was about 5 or 6 degrees. The cloudy sky was like throwing a ball of cotton into the blue ocean. Because of the mountains, and looting is considered a Tibetan area. So you can still see some people wearing Tibetan costumes, constantly walking around. Traveled through the county, traveling to the countryside. Highway 1 hour, but to home is estimated to drive an hour of time. Su Yang was not in a hurry and drove slowly. Driving around the mountain road, Su Yang put the speed to 40 yards. The main focus was his safety. It didn't matter if the speed was slower, the branch of the Dada River was at the foot of the mountains, and the surrounding mountains and pines were the best scenery. How to go? Su Yang drove the car to a slow stop near the village. Turning his head, he looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng pointed ahead with some apprehension, go forward then turn right. After not coming back for a few years, this looking at everything around had a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. Because of the new rural policy, basically every village has undergone some sort of renovation. It was indeed a big change from the previous years. Su Yang drove his car, traveling on the village's lanes to different places. Because it was a Tibetan area, you could still see many places where sutra streamers would be hung. There were also white pagodas. Because it was close to Ganzi, so the sense of minority atmosphere was still very heavy. Here it is. Lu Feng took a deep breath. Opening her mouth, she asked Su Yang to stop the car. Su Yang sniffed and stepped on the brakes. The vehicle slowly stopped at the entrance of a small courtyard with a wide open door. He looked at the two-story building through the window. There were many people in the courtyard. Seeing the vehicle parked in front of the courtyard, they were all a bit puzzled. Lu Feng and Su Daqiang opened the car door and then walked down from the car. Su Yang looked at the group of people walking towards the car. His scalp was a little numb. I Lu, a pro mother Lu. I beg you to mess with, can't see me, I'm a driver without feelings. Sister, brother-in-law, you can be considered back? Lu Guogang and Lu Guofu looked at Lu Feng's eyes lit up and quickly walked over. The duo enthusiastically shook hands with Su Daqiang. Where is Su Yang? Several people again hastily looked around. Lu Guogang was a bit puzzled. He hadn't seen Su Yang for several years, and still did miss him a little. After all, he was his great-nephew. Su Yang. Lu Feng at this moment no longer had the apprehension she had before. With a smile on her face, come down, say hello to your aunt and uncle. Ding. The host has not visited his friends and relatives for a long time, and he has returned home in his clothes, but he doesn't want to have too much contact with his relatives. System reward, 6666 yuan. Su Yang, who was sitting in the car, sighed helplessly when he heard this. Pulling open the car door, he crossed his legs and walked down from the car. Good day, uncle, aunts, and uncles. Smiling, he looked at the crowd and greeted them. Lu Guogang looked at Su Yang in front of him and nodded slightly, immediately raised his hand and patted Su Yang's shoulder, pinching it in passing. Not bad. Grown up. Su Yang smiled and nodded his head, constantly greeting a few people and listening to their speeches. By the way, where is Big Uncle's car parked? Su Yang raised his eyes and looked at Lu Guogang and inquired. Lu Guogang looked around and pointed to the side of the door. Just park on the side. Okay. Su Yang nodded and looked ahead at Lu Feng, who was exchanging pleasantries with a few aunts and uncles, and called out, Mom, take something from the car, I'll stop the car. Because there was a row of cars parked in front of the courtyard, so they had to take the stuff down before they could stop. Otherwise the trunk door wouldn't even open after a while. Reaching out, he pressed the button. The motorized door of the trunk slowly unfolded. Su Yang reached out and carried the things in his hand, handing the things to a few people on the side. A few people hurriedly took the things. Brother-in-law, you bought a car? Lu Guogang looked at the car and sked, stroking the car. It's so nice, this is a Range Rover, right? No, Su Daqiang grinned, it was bought by Su Yang. The crowd was a bit surprised. They thought it was bought by Su Daqiang and the others, but they didn't expect it to be bought by Su Yang. They would rather believe that it was Su Daqiang who suddenly got enlightened, would make money, and then buy this car. They also didn't quite dare to believe that Su Yang, a young guy who had only been in the society for 2 or 3 years, bought this car. Is that so? Lu Guogang. Several people sniffed and looked at Su Yang in surprise. Their eyes and tone were a bit complicated. This car has to be 2 or 3 million, right? Pretty much. Su Yang didn't say the specific price, because he bought it on the system, so there was no luxury car tax, so naturally the price was a little less. Luxury car tax is high, 10%, finish miscellaneous down, can buy a small car. Exclusion looked at the plastic bag placed in the huazi, and Moutai with a variety of healthcare products. Brother-in-law, to come on, bring these what to do? Lu Guowen sighed, how costly nah, all self-family, why bother? No, Su Daqiang is also an honest person, opened his mouth and said helplessly, Su Yang bought more when he went home, we thought that since we are coming then we will bring some good ones over. Look at your cousin. Lu Guowen sniffed and looked at his own son and daughter somewhat sourly. The corners of the duo's mouth twitched. What the hell do you blame me for? Right, Su Yang. Lu Guowen pointed to the duo beside him. This is your cousin and cousin, Lu Jianshu Lu Wutong. You guys also played together when you were little, remember? And, as remember? Su Yang raised his eyebrows and carefully looked at Lu Guowen. Lu Guowen was a bit puzzled at his words. Lu Wutong on the side said with a smile, it means to remember, but not completely remember. You now lo wa child speak well interesting. Lu Bo, when listened to his own daughter's explanation, immediately laughed. Okay, we go in first. Suyang, you park the car, later you bring your cousin and no not? Okay, got it. Several juniors immediately nodded. Suyang closed the trunk door, looked at the several young men and women in front of him, for a moment did not know what to say. Suwa returned to the car and immediately reversed the car. Parked the car at the edge of the courtyard. The driver's door was near the wall. He carefully pushed the door open and squeezed out of the car. After closing the car door behind him, he took a cigarette out of his pocket, holding it in his mouth, casually spreading the smoke to the few people in front of him. Smoke? Thanks. No thanks. Thanks. Some of the several people took it, and some didn't. Suyang held a cigarette in his mouth, and after lighting it, he took a deep breath, looked at the several people in front of him, exhaled smoke, and his expression was a bit gloomy. Are there many people inside? Many. Lu Jianshu looked at Suyang's grave expression, couldn't help but grin. The 7 great aunts and aunts of the village are all there. I heard that my big mom is coming back. A lot of people have come. Suyang. Just kill me. Couldn't help but yell and curse in a low voice. Brothers, I'll go first. Suyang threw his cigarette on the ground and ruthlessly stomped it out with his foot. With a look of wind in Xiao Xiao, he walked towards the living room as if he was dying. Suyang's attitude made several people feel somewhat relaxed. Although it is said that they are all relatives, but it is really not very familiar. After all, each has their own circle of life, plus Suyang and his family did not come once in a few years. It was true that they didn't remember it very well. They can only say that they had some impressions, but not much. I can't imagine that cousin is so handsome. Lu Wutong looked blearily at Suyang's departing back, sked and smacked his lips and sighed, then looked at Lu Jianshu who was on the side in disgust. How come you look so ugly? You're no better if I'm ugly. Lu Jianshu skimmed his mouth. We were born of a parent. I'm not good looking. You can't see where the turtle is either. Lu Jianshu, you turtle looking for death. Lu Wutong immediately darkened his face. The two siblings began to fight. At this time, Suyang, who had walked inside the house, listened to a piece of sound of the living room chattering, his scalp tingling. Yang, where came? Quickly let grandma take a look. Have you lost weight? The old lady hurriedly walked to Suyang's side, pinching his arm, her eyes full of longing. No, Suyang hurriedly smiled bitterly, but he couldn't break free either. I've even gained a lot of weight. Which is not. Did you not eat properly again? Grandma reached out and stroked Suyang's hand. I'll kill a chicken for you to stew up later to make up for it. Thank you, Grandma. Suyang sniffed and nodded his head as he gave a thank you. Every time she arrived at her grandmother's house, it was the day of her family's chicken's crucifixion. Looking at the old man at the side again, Grandpa. Happy New Year. Grandpa sniffed his pale hazel eyes with kindness, reaching out and stroking Suyang's dog head. Back? Aha! The tip of the old man's eyebrow was pleasantly arched. Suyang realized that a lot of middle-aged and old people, they seemed to get long eyebrows when they got older. It wasn't clear what kind of reasoning it was, but it felt like this was kinda eyebrow. Suyang, come and greet everyone. Lu Fong immediately pulled Suyang. At the moment a dozen eyes were gazing at him. Chapter 121. At year 25, the old family living room, stand as a hello plus more. Suyang but eyes tight. The 25th of that year, the old family living room, stand as? Uncles and aunts New Year. Suyang hastily smiled and the crowd arched his hand. To be honest, he did dip a bit of social fear. Especially not good at dealing with relatives. I heard that you child bought a few million lakar, good powerful. A big sister smilingly looked at Suyang complimented buy a house did not? Did not buy, ready to repair the old house. Suyang smilingly was grandmother pulled to the sofa and sat down. Being surrounded by a group of people. Suyang looked at Su Daxiang who was not far away for help. At this time, Su Daxiang was also like Amino, sitting on a chair, surrounded by 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts. Exempt, you see wear good filial piety. The crowd hurriedly opened their mouths to praise. Most of them feel that the old family house repair is to honor the elderly. Suyang does hold a little bit of this idea, but there is also a part of the idea is because in the village to stay comfortable, beautiful mountains and water, the living environment is also good. Then occasionally going home and staying at home for a while would be considered as convalescence. In a while, Grandma found a few blind dates for you. You remember to talk to people properly, no? Grandma intimately pulled Suyang's hand, patted it. The more you look, the more satisfied you are, rich and good looking, but also filial and polite. Worthy of being her grandson. Suyang froze at the words and quickly shook his head. No. No blind date. Really no blind date, I have a girlfriend. Have a girlfriend? Grandma smiled and frowned. Anyway, not married, it's fine, you look at it first, if it's suitable, you can get married, if it's not suitable, then forget it. Suyang. No, old lady, I advise you not too outrageous out. Suyang has some regrets, he should have brought by Wei or Song Xiaoxiao here. Hasty, got over one thing, but didn't realize there was another one? That's right, let's see if it's suitable first. The few people on the side also hurriedly agreed. The family is established, the family is established, the family is established. Auntie also immediately opened her mouth. Su Yang advised, you now have a successful career, but also should be married. That's right, are more than 20 years old, if you do not get married, are 30 years old, when 30 years old that is really hard to find. A group of people were chattering in Su Yang's ear. Su Yang nodded perfunctorily. For the sake of his own father and mother, he was considered polite. In the place of Su Yang's great aunt, Su Yang had already opened his dislike. Su Yang, come over and sit down, have some wine together. Lu Guigang raised his hand and beckoned to Su Yang. Su Yang hurriedly got up from his chair and looked at the few people. I'll go over first. Go. Great aunt waved her hand and pulled Lu Fang to chat again. Your son is capable. What is he doing now? Lu Fang smiled with her back teeth exposed. I heard him say that he opened a network company over there in Duchang. How much money do you make a year? Second aunt looked at Lu Fang with some curiosity. Lu Fang smiled and shook her head. I don't know, but it should be good. Your clothes seem to be LV, right? Second aunt pulled Lu Fang's sleeve, suddenly looked at the bracelet on Lu Fang's hand. Lu, a bracelet is emerald, right? Xiao shall not. Lu Fang sniffed and turned the bracelet on the hand, said with a smile, is Su Yang by Lu, he said on a few $1,000s. Clothes are also Su Yang, he bought me Lu, on $300 or $500, good looking not? Lu Fang's tone with pride and pride, yes. It's all bought by Su Yang. Good looking. Several people are enviously looking at Lu Fang body dress, how to say, several people family conditions are not bad, naturally can see. Just Lu Fang's outfit alone cost $60,000 to $70,000, and the bracelet was estimated to be several $100,000. Is this dress expensive? Lu Fang was a bit puzzled yet curious. This coat is almost $20,000. Second aunt's eyes are tinged with envy, it's this year's new winter model. The bracelet is estimated to be several $100,000. Lu Fang's eyelids jumped at the words, Wozima. Su Yang. You turtle cheat me just $1,800? Itself is a long windbreaker, mache-colored windbreaker, so sitting on the sofa, there is still half of it under the buttocks. At the thought of it, Lu Fang's heart hurts so much that she can't breathe. Told you, she doesn't even wear it anymore, this clothes take as a family heirloom. There is also this bracelet, she remembered when she washed the dishes, but also accidentally touched, then also some heartache. Now know the price, is not heartache. It is want to die, she would rather be hit herself than want this bracelet to be touched. How expensive is it? Grandma was a little surprised, and quickly took out a box from her pocket, handing it to her second aunt. You see, Luana? It's a gift from Dutch Young. This. Looking at the jade bracelet, the second aunt inhaled a breath of cold air, estimated to be $200,000 to $300,000, right? How expensive is it? Grandma couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat as well. Su Yang. Wozima. You're giving away your expensive stuff like this? You give away your old man, I have no problem with it. Lu Fang in her growl face but hard to squeeze out a smile. Laughing and laughing, always feel the corner of the eye seems to be a little tears, do not know why is a little want to cry. Looking at her own mother's attitude towards herself for a moment seemed to become a little better. In fact, she has always understood in her heart, her own parents preferred sons over daughters. However, she was just not willing to cut off the affection. All of a sudden the attitude has become better. At this time, Su Yang sat at the table of the middle-aged group. Sitting on the chair, he reached out to receive the cigarette, and looked at the wine cup in front of him, only to feel his stomach twitch a little. He originally was not much of a drinker, occasionally go out to have fun when drinking nothing. But he couldn't help it, these days he was drinking every day. Listening to your old man's son, you've set up a company in the head of the city? Lu Guigang looked at Su Yang with complicated eyes. Well, network company. Su Yang nodded slightly, the main thing to do is the network side, foreign YouTube above to get some videos, then do some hot single products in foreign countries. Su Yang crackled some messy information. Anyway, it was what he heard those entrepreneurial bloggers say when he was idly brushing short videos. Probably had to say it after organizing his fragmented thoughts a bit. Anyway, it sounded quite lofty, but in reality, the eggs were useless. A few people couldn't understand it, but there was a feeling of uncertainty. It just felt awesome. Taking a sip of wine with his wineglass, Su Yang smiled and chatted with a few people. He wouldn't say that he felt that he was rich, so he looked down on anyone or how arrogant and domineering he was. His own character is relatively mild, with money will not have too many changes. So several uncles also felt that they got along better with Su Yang. Su Dachang immediately said to Su Yang, you take out that foreign cigarette of yours and give your great uncle and the others a taste. Come on, that's letting people taste it? It's just pretending. Su Yang helplessly pulled out a box of black cigarettes from his pocket. Black appearance, flip cover of the cigarette box, opened the box after Su Yang pushed the cigarettes to the table. After taking one for himself and lighting it, he took a puff. The flavor had some light and elegant fragrance, similar to the milk flavor, but not as strong. What kind of cigarette is this? Several people picked up the cigarettes and sniffed under their noses. The black body of the cigarette had a silver logo at the interface between the mouthpiece and the tobacco. There was also a ring at the mouthpiece that was silver in color. Overall, the face value was pretty good. Kabarong, where the old Maoist smokes, there are several versions of this thing, they are all different. Su Yang took a drag on the cigarette. 15 centimeters long, half cigarette and half tobacco. With this face value, basically most men couldn't refuse it. It was just that Su Yang and the others were used to smoking cloud cigarettes and were not too used to smoking anything else. This cigarette was the last time they bought cigarettes, the boss sent one. Su Yang had nothing to do, so he got one to taste it. How much is this? Lu Guogang was a little curious and took a puff after lighting it. The flavor was faint as it was a fine cigarette. But it does taste good. I'm not sure, a friend gave one to me. If you guys think the flavor is good, I'll send a few over after a while. Su Yang felt that the value of this cigarette was still good. You can buy it if it's 1,000 or 800 apiece. Lu Guowen shook his head, but he also opened his mouth and asked to Su Yang, just a taste. What kind do you like? Your great uncle and your aunt and I have found several for you. Su Yang? He looked at Su Daxiang somewhat helplessly. No, Dad, you didn't tell them that I have a girlfriend? Told them. Su Daxiang's gaze fluttered a bit, but what if you see eye to eye and want to get married? In fact, compared to letting Su Yang continue to steer his horse and play fancy like this, Su Daxiang still hoped that Su Yang could honestly get married and have a child. Maybe then he could settle down, or else always think about something that is not there. I really don't want a blind date, why don't you guys just kill me? Su Yang raised his head painfully. I really don't want a blind date. This is also for your own good. Lu Guogang and the others saw that Su Yang was very resistant, but they also opened their mouths to persuade him. Originally I was worried that there was something wrong, but now I guess there is nothing wrong. Lu Guowen looked out of the window with a smile. Not far away, the big Land Rover gleamed under the light. It is estimated that when tomorrow comes, the matchmakers from the several surrounding villages will have to run over. Second uncle, you are smiling like an old biddy. Su Yang looked at the other party with a breathless and ghostly look. Second uncle grinned and scolded with a laugh. You turtle, don't talk nonsense, labor is purely for your own good. Then I'll go for a haircut tomorrow. Let's see which one of the two of me has a hard life. Lu Guowen. Lu Guogang. Su Daxiang. Say to fool around, you don't that you hair joke. Lu Guowen immediately pulled out a red envelope from his pocket. Come to the new year fast. Thank you. Su Yang reached out and took the red packet. Aside, Lu Guogang also took out a red packet and handed it to Su Yang. Su Yang also reached out and took it. Anyway, didn't feel any embarrassment, he also had to give red packets to his cousin and nephews. I have a question. Su Yang once again leaked out an expression of dazed iron ox beef noodle. Do I need to send red envelopes to my cousins? According to the rules, is it broad to send? Chapter 122, Blind Date? The Wishing Pond's Bastard? Su Yang looked at Su Daxiang and inquired. Su Daxiang skimmed his mouth and said disdainfully, the marriage isn't even done, and you still want to send out red packets? You send a hammer. A hammer is okay? Su Yang raised his eyebrows. Su Daxiang. This was almost an old stunt from his generation, and Su Daxiang listened with a black line. Lu Guowen on the side said with a smile, no need, in general, not married la do not have to send. Then not according to the general say. Su Yang got up from the chair. I'm going to go outside to stroll. It's been a long time since I've been here, go outside and take a look. Okay, you go, let your cousin and take you away, don't get lost now? Lu Guowen gave a concerned exhortation. Su Yang nodded slightly and waved his hand with his back to a few people. Su Yang want to go out to shop? Auntie looked at Su Yang and inquired. Su Yang nodded and politely said, going outside to stroll. It's a bit stuffy inside the house. That's fine, don't go far, a few girls are coming over later. Su Yang. Then I'm bound to walk a little farther. Thanks for the reminder, Auntie. Love you. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Yang immediately walked towards the outside. His cousins were scattered around sitting and playing with their cell phones, as well as a few cousins and nephews. Several people saw Su Yang and politely nodded. Lu Wuton, on the other hand, got up and looked at Su Yang with a smiling face and asked, where are you going, cousin? To a place where I can go without a blind date. Su Yang's face wore a bitter smile. A few people looked at Su Yang's bitter smile and couldn't help but burst out laughing for a split second. Su Yang waved his hand at the few people before heading out of the house. He could say whatever he wanted to say, but what about his parents after he said it? The two old men would also feel embarrassed. Su Yang could ignore all the relatives and didn't care about these human affairs, but the second old man they cared about this. For these cousins and whatnot, Su Yang didn't have much desire to communicate. He was still rather shy. Walked to the car and started the car. Immediately drove off and found a place with a better view by the river. Putting the back seat down and the footrest up, after putting on a song, leaning back in the chair, he listened to the song. Looking at the novel, Killing Time, just did not expect, Lu Fang's phone call came so fast. Hello? Su Yang held a cigarette in his mouth, stood at the riverside, and answered the phone. Where did you turtle run off to? Lu Fang asked angrily, I couldn't find you for half a day. Where did you drive off to? Mom, I advise you to talk to me properly. Su Yang sniffed and immediately crossed his eyebrows and said sorrowfully, I'm at the riverside, oh, but if I'm unhappy, I'll swish and jump off. You magic cloak. Hurry back, people have brought the girl child over, you first come back to see two eyes, just perfunctory. Lu Fang actually still wants Su Yang to have a blind date, but when he thinks of the changes Su Yang has made now, it gives him a bit of a headache. Alright, then I'll be on fire later, you won't blame me, right? Su Yang smiled and inquired to Lu Fang across the phone. Listening to Su Yang's words, Lu Fang's expression froze for a moment. After a long silence, just restrain yourself and don't go too far. Okay, in that case, it didn't matter to him. Slammed the backseat door shut. Walked over to the driver's seat and pulled the door open. After adjusting the passenger's seat back, he slammed his foot on the gas and quickly hit the steering wheel. Slowly, he drove towards his grandmother's house. Honestly, the blind date was really not sure what was going on. Letting a group of men who are the least able to get along with women, to handle the most difficult women. Of course, this is only part of it. A large part, in fact, is just graduated, the family urged to get married blind date. Unable to resist the family's urge to marry, and then came, if the conditions are met, also so naturally with a place. But there is also a part belongs to the type of oddball. The first thing I want to say is that I don't know what to do with the people that I'm talking about. Su Yang does not matter, anyway, if a good person then be kind and explain clearly. If the other party is a prick, then Su Yang also let the other party see what is called a real prick. A foot brake. The vehicle quickly stopped at the edge of the yard. There were already a few people standing in front of the house. Looking at the stopped Land Rover, a few matchmakers' eyes lit up. The car door opened. Su Yang stepped down from the car. Lu Guogang immediately walked over. Come, the girl is sitting over there, you go over and talk to her. Lu Guogang was as enthusiastic as a bod. Su Yang looked straight to tisk his mouth. And as soon as he walked to the courtyard, Su Yang was stared at by a group of people. After all, Su Yang is now red-faced plus because of the bottom, now indeed face good confidence, plus dress up or a few women discussed to help get. The whole person looks much more handsome, plus the handsome eyebrows. It is the old generation's favorite square face angular, thick eyebrows, Hiya and Pang Yuyan is not joking. Yo Su Yang pulled out his chair, just looked at the girl sitting opposite him and hooked up the corner of his mouth, you also no one wants? Sister? But indeed looking at Su Yang in front of her, she brightened up. From the clothes and dress, plus the temperament, it can be seen that Su Yang's living conditions are good. Plus the car she just drove, she could also tell that it was not expensive. Her attitude became friendly in an instant, and with a smile, she asked, how old are you? 25. Su Yang crossed his legs, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, big uncle, have a cup of tea. Lu Guogang. Don't you pour me anti-Tian gang. Su Daqiang. Lu Feng, it's starting again. The second old man looked at Su Yang helplessly, getting ready to have a seizure again, right? Get lost and make tea. Lu Guogang glared at Lu Jianshu without a good mood. Lu Jianshu. Soon Lu Wutong made a cup of tea and brought it over, curiously glanced at the sister and put the teacup on the table. Turned around and left. Carrying the cup of tea, he blew on the tea leaves floating on it and took a sip. Su Yang also opened his mouth and asked, what about you? How old? 35. The big sister smiled slightly, the corners of her mouth that was coated with red lips hooked up, not to mention the smile was still good. Hearing this appellation, Su Yang raised his eyebrows, hesitated for a moment, and weakly asked, that presumptuous to ask, how old is your child? 6 years old, it's a girl, but following her child's father. The smile on the other party's face was slightly stiff. Su Yang raised his hand and rubbed his brow, took a deep breath, that one might not be too good, because I'm only 25 years old, so this can't be accepted as too much older than me for the time being either, sorry It's not that much older, right? The other party didn't seem to want to go just like that, and quickly opened his mouth and said with a smile, a woman who's older than me holds a golden brick, I can take care of people, and I'm also considerate, so I can take care of you in the future And my family as long as 200,000 dowry, and then a sweet a car is good. My family doesn't need any of this. Then why don't I find a virgin? To find a divorced one with a baby? Su Yang sniffed with a strange expression and looked at the other party, and you can take care of people, and considerate, then why are you divorced? Sister, don't make a fuss, it's fine to have a chance to communicate privately, but forget about the wedding wine. Listening to Su Yang's words, the other party frowned. Coldly snorted and got up in. What kind of people have, really Lu is? She coldly grunted and stepped on her high heels, leading the matchmaker to leave. Ding! The host's first matchmaking, foreseeing almost became the king of the wishing pool. The system reward, 66,666 yuan. Exempt, this is to help himself to gather the bride price money? Looking at the other side of the departure, Su Yang long exhaled a breath, speechless looking at the few people in front of him. No, divorced with a baby 35 years old, but also 200,000 bride price, a suite a car. Don't you guys think it's outrageous? Have this money, I do not find a college student? Find a living ancestor? Lu Fang and Su Dachan looked at Lu Guogang with a slight frown as they listened to this. Lu Fang said with dissatisfaction, "You introduced Lo what people? Chapter 123 to you as a grandson. Why don't we stop for a while?" Lu Guowen weakly raised his hand. "I also have two here." Looking at Su Yang's slightly pained expression, he grinned. "Uncle me, I love to see my nephew's pained expression the most. Damn you." Su Yang went numb. "Hoping that your grandson hadn't gotten wet himself, so he had to break my umbrella as well? No, are you serious?" Su Yang looked at not far away, heavily made up girl. "This is a ing homecoming city girl, right? This is all with inscriptions." Su Yang looked at the other side of the jean's ankle, exposed black silk and tattoos inside, some numb. Inscription? Lu Guowen looked at the tattoo on the other party's ankle and was silent for 2 seconds. "I have it too." "Uncle, you shouldn't have tattooed a wolf character on your shoulder? Or the character for endurance?" Su Yang sniffed derisively and looked at Lu Guowen. Lu Guowen's old face turned red. Looking at the other party's pitch-black face that was a little red, Su Yang said, "It wouldn't be the character for love, right? Or is it in traditional form? Love?" Delu, looking at Lu Guowen's pupils trembling, Su Yang knew that it was really so. You people's aesthetic is really unified owl. If the tiger mouth and then tattoo a scorpion, you belong to the element's chi. This is even right? Su Yang whispered on the side of Lu Guowen, whispered some speechless. "Do you know? This cigarette I have 3 do not smoke the cigarette but blacken smoke I do not smoke the cigarette but blacken to prove that the people who sucked it more unhygienic so do not smoke. I don't smoke cigarettes picked up on the road, and abandoned cigarettes on the road prove that there's something wrong with the cigarettes, so I don't smoke them because I'm afraid they're poisonous. I don't smoke cigarettes full of patterned cigarettes, this kind of cigarettes with all kinds of colorful words on the body, looking at it are not in the mood to smoke." Lu Guowen looked at Su Yang in amazement. "The same as common hair, why you say out words so full of deep meaning? You damn best say is smoke? And you speak, how to jingli jing chi. This is called a tunnel. People have come, first understand?" Su Yang some speechless, "Not big brother, on that stink, across the distance can smell." Lu Guowen did not Lu Guogang so serious, but instead in Su Yang get along with some ease, since the other party can talk, Su Yang will naturally be easier to get along with each other. Otherwise, it's too tiring to be a prude or something. "Got it." Su Yang skimmed his mouth. Looking at the other party, walked over and sat down once again. The girl also walked over greatly and sat down. The remaining few people also retreated. She sat on the chair and crossed her legs. The long curry silk legs under the trench coat were layered like this, her toes were hooked on her high heels as she looked at Su Yang with a smile. "Hello, my name is Ruan Xiaoyu." "Me Su Yang." Su Yang sat on the chair, one leg just turned aside, his posture was a bit tight, casually enough to lean on the side. "I'll be straightforward." Su Yang looked at the few people not far away. "I'm purely dealing with my family. There is no idea of getting married for the time being. The family had to force a blind date, so I had no choice but to cope with it." "Is that so?" Ruan Xiaoyu smiled and said, "I thought I had gotten lucky, going home on a blind date and still running into a quality guy. Is that car outside yours?" Ruan Xiaoyu asked with a twinkle in her eyes. "The car is rented. 3,000 a month. No house, no car, no savings. Smoking, drinking, whoring, all 5 drugs." Su Yan looked at the other party in a serious manner. The girl frowned at the words. A hint of delight flashed in Su Yang's eyes. "And I also do domestic violence. And also like to cheat on my wife." The girl's frown deepened. She looked at Su Yang with a strange gaze. "Actually, it's fine for you to tell the truth, there's no need to slander yourself so much. I'm just coping with my family." Su Yang sniffed in relief. "That's fine then, go over later and say it's inappropriate. Sort of a communicable one, then it's fine." Aha, the sister nodded with a smiling face, getting up and looking at the group of expectant gazes. She shyly pulled up the hair that was hanging down by her ears. "I think it's quite good." Su Yang. "Holy. What did you say? Are all these hooker 8 women's routines so deep now?" The other party's parents had a happy look in their eyes, and Su Yang immediately opened his mouth. "Actually, I'm showing my cards, I don't like girls with tattoos." Su Yang immediately looked at his parents and aunts and uncles, several people. The other person smiled and said somewhat shyly, "I'm a tattoo sticker, it can be washed off." Su Yang. "Why don't you just kill me directly?" Su Yang sat a batch face. The girl is not annoyed, smilingly said, "It's okay, dead, but also match the Yin soul." Su Yang. "What do you see in me? I change." Su Yang gritted his teeth. "I fancy you alive." The cousins not far away had already laughed so hard they couldn't straighten their backs, covering their stomachs and squatting on the ground. A few of the older generation were also a little embarrassed. This day chatting. "Showdown, I have a girlfriend." Su Yang helplessly looked at the other party. "I'm sorry, it's the family that had to force a blind date, so I thought to deal with it. It's fine, having a girlfriend doesn't delay us from getting married. These days there are a lot of people who keep a mistress and step on 2 boats, I don't mind." Ruan Xiaoyu pulled up her hair around her ears and leaked a smile at Su Yang. Her parents were already a little taut. How about you change the place to have a seizure, okay? This face is all lost. I'm in debt by $10 million. Su Yang took a deep breath and was also a little bit grumpy. I don't believe you won't even go here. It's okay, I'll take my parents' pension money to help you pay back. You turtle. Don't talk nonsense. Ruan Xiaoyu's father blackened his face and pulled the other party away. She stumbled, her footsteps were a bit fragmented, but she also waved her hand at Su Yang and said with a smiling face, remember to contact me later yo baby. Love you yo. Just like that the other party was pulled away, leaving Su Yang's family standing messily in place. No, uncle, let's just say that you've carried a human life for her. Or is there a human life in her belly? If you don't get married, you'll show your head? Su Yan looked at Lu Guowen incredulously. Lu Guowen was a bit helpless, being watched by Lu Guogang and his own daughter-in-law and relatives. He couldn't raise his head a bit. It's just for the matchmaker to introduce, you have to pay 1,000 for a meeting regardless of whether it's a success or not. Lu Guowen helplessly looked at the few people and explained. Su Yang scat his mouth, what else is there to create a business directly change careers as a matchmaker? Okay, now it's gone, right? Su Yang somewhat speechless took out his cell phone and flipped out the photo album with a few girls. In the future low with this class don't let people come. Said there is a girlfriend had to let me blind date, this is not purely to give me ad blockage? Looking at the girl in Su Yang's cell phone, a few people immediately raised their heads, then when will you get married? I'm tying the knot my ass. Su Yang. Lu Fang was a little angry for a moment, I don't care how you are, anyway, before the new year next year, you must get married for me. Your father and I worked so hard to raise you this far, it's not just to hold grandchildren, right? Then why don't I just call you grandma? Su Yang skimmed his mouth. Lu Fang looked at Su Yang with a dark face, what about my son? Being a grandson for you. In an instant, Lu Fang's mouth was filled with birdsong, and Su Daqiang also unbuckled his belt and was ready to hit Su Yang. Su Yang hastily retreated a step back and raised his eyebrows, if you guys say that again, then I'll leave home. He shrugged and leaned against the wall, taking out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it before taking a deep breath. Your choice, either you finish this year properly and then we continue to be fatherly and filial. Either I leave home and come back once a year, come back once and stay for a day. Lu Fang's eyes reddened with anger, and she looked at Su Yang crying, you think we're annoying, don't you? Don't want us to care anymore, huh? Chapter 124, the country is not rich and strong yet. If you guys don't push me to get married and don't force me to go on blind dates, it doesn't matter. Su Yang pushed his orange-black framed anti-blue light glasses. After all, it's normal for parents to control their children, but honestly, there's no way I'm going to use my happiness for the next few decades to accompany you guys to play with some family wine. The one who got married is me, whether I'm happy or not is also my business. Su Yan lightly laughed, looking at the few people in front of him with a somewhat irritated tone. Divorce is humiliating for you guys, but for me, if I casually find one to cope with, what am I getting married for? Adding to your own problems? Not getting married is nothing more than being talked about and rambled on about by the village people. Do you guys really want to make yourselves save face a little bit, thus making me live an unhappy life? Unhappy? Lao Hanner, Mom, you two think about it, do you really want me to be happy? Or do you just want me to find a woman to marry? You don't care about my happiness after marriage? You don't care? If you don't care, why do you care if I get married now? Su Yang's long-winded speech silenced the two old men. Su Daqiang put the belt back on and let out a long sigh. In the future, you turtle want to do whatever you want to do, labor doesn't care. Said the same as the tube over the same, their own from childhood to the great basically is the free range. Their own right and wrong for life, for the world of all things to understand, basically from the school. At first, I wanted to drop out of school, but I was also forced to continue to go to college, and I didn't consider the conditions of my family. You have to get a college diploma that is of no use whatsoever. There is not much gold in it. A cheap migrant laborer feed out a cheap college student. What an interesting time. Then empty all the savings, to get married and buy a house, overdraft future decades. This is not pure cerebral palsy. Su Yang doesn't care what the village people say. Right should have been like this, have to be angry and quarrel what to do. Su Yan walked to Su Daqiang's side, raised his hand and handed a cigarette to Su Daqiang. Su Daqiang looked at Su Yang's hand cigarettes, immediately raised his hand and grabbed Su Yang's wrist. To the side of Lu Fang yelled, caught fighting. Su Yang. You have a point, but you talk to your old man like this, old man is very unhappy. Su Daqiang grabbed Su Yang. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Fang reached out and pulled the belt from Su Daqiang's body. It hit Su Yang's ass hard. A mournful scream. A wail came out of Su Yang's mouth. Lu Gui, when several people looked at this scene, were a little helpless. Su Yang did have a point. But also feel that it shouldn't be like this. When you reach the age, you should get married. One is the right age. If you don't get married, it's really hard to find in the future. The other was that they had gotten used to this way and had taken marriage as a task. They have received this task from their fathers and are used to passing it on to their juniors. And if they don't get married, naturally they will be talked about by the village people, and they are afraid of losing face. Most of all, they were worried that if they waited until they were old, their children would be so alone with no one to take care of them. Those old widowers in the village, how hard they lived, they all knew it well. Then Jianshu, there's another one arriving later, you see if it's appropriate? Lu Guogang looked at Lu Jianshu who was watching the theater not far away. Lu Jianshu sniffed his face and immediately shook his head, don't look. What's the point of watching it, it's not like you can afford to get married. That's right, Su Yang, who was being beaten up, also interjected, it's not that I'm saying, great uncle. Really, those who dare to get married these days are true warriors. Empty your savings, not to mention the savings of Jianshu. Finish up with a couple $100,000 in mortgage payments. It'll take out his future decades. Think about it, Jianshu, you turtle still dare to say. Lu Feng was so angry that she immediately smacked Su Yang with a belt. Even if I die here today, I have to make you ancient remnants understand one thing. The veins on Su Yang's neck bulged. Even if I die, I'm going to cry out with my rotten voice. Foolish world, you only know how to follow the current, even if this matter is wrong. And yet you do not distinguish between right and wrong. Only wanting to be able to conform yourselves to the crowd. But, ha ha ha. Su Yang broke away from Su Daqiang's hand, is this really right? A marriage, emptying the savings of 2 generations, raising out a child, and continuing this endless cycle? It's not the same as it was in your time. People nowadays are under a lot of pressure, living is already tiring. Su Yang was once again held down by Su Daqiang. Shut the hell up. Seeing Su Yang talking more and more vigorously, Su Daqiang man was going crazy. You're starting to have a seizure, aren't you? So really, as parents and relatives, what you should be giving your children is encouragement and comfort, rather than just burdening them. Lu Jianshu. Say something. I Tamiao fast karma. Su Yang was pressed to the ground and looked at Lu Jianshu who was not far away. Lu Jianshu shrunk his neck and looked at Lu Guogang with some fear, that, my dad might really kill me. Cousin is right. Lu Wutong immediately spoke up, why should I go and get married for you guys? Getting married is our business, since you guys are doing it for our good. Then you shouldn't bother us in this matter. The country is not yet rich and strong. How can we talk about love? Don't get married. Resolutely resist the custom of New Year's Eve blind dates. If you want to go on a blind date, you go on a blind date yourselves, we won't do it. Su Yan looked at this scene with some sighs and tilted his head to look at Su Daqiang on the side, see? There only needs to be one vocalizer in this world, then there will be countless like-minded friends waving their flags. Just like the original group of idealists. Worry you immortal. Su Daqiang glared at Su Yang, looked at a group of relatives with black faces, and whispered angrily, Mog old man nothing to do, querulous? Doesn't matter, a star's fire can start a prairie fire. Su Yang hummed arrogantly. Lu Guogang's sight ghostly shifted to Su Yang's body. In fact, to be honest, there wasn't the slightest problem with an uncle hitting his nephew. Lu Guogang just reached out to undo his belt, Su Yang's face changed, if you dare to hit me, I dare to cut my head. If you dare to cut your head, I dare to hit. Lu Guogang angrily stared at Su Yang. Su Yang snorted coldly, I dare to cut it if you dare to hit me. You hit. You cut. Lu. My uncle, he's mean to me. Su Yang took a deep breath and couldn't help but shout loudly to a short distance away. Lu Guogang? Because Grandpa and Grandma had bad legs, they had been downstairs. Hearing Su Yang's aggravated call, Grandma immediately stood at the stairway and called out to the top, Lu Guogang. You get your ass down here. Labor Shudao Mountain. In an instant Lu Guogang gasped and laughed, he raised his hand and pointed at Su Yang, fine fine. Later you see how I'll clean you up. If you want to clean me up, then I'll clean up Jianshu. Lu Jianshu? Ha? Lu Jianshu looked at Su Yang with a blank expression. No, you're my ing brother. Doesn't matter, I want to clean him up too. Lu Guogang walked towards the stairway with a gloomy smile. Then I'll even clean up Wutong as well. Su Yang grinned. Shut your mouth. Lu Feng grabbed Su Yang's mouth with one hand. There was no way that the originally good blind date was stirred up like this. Lu Guowen sighed regretfully, then didn't I give my money for nothing? There are still 2 or 3 appointments to come tomorrow. More money? I'll refund you? Su Yang looked at Lu Guowen. $3,000, thanks. Counting the ones just now, a total of $4,000. Su Yang sniffed the corner of his mouth, slightly twitching, spat. This $4,000 you simply give me directly, I can still go to a massage, have to take it out of the water. Maybe the blind date is my massage technician. Lu Guowen. I advise you to speak better, be careful. Back downstairs, Su Yang took his bag from the car. Walked to the living room. Took out a stack of money from the bag and counted 4,000 and handed it to Lu Guowen. By the way, big uncle, how many have you arranged there? Just 2, there's no need to pay. Lu Guogang snorted coldly, just got scolded, now I'm very unhappy. Su Yang sniffed and backhandedly took out 2 red envelopes from his pocket and threw them to Lu Jianshu and Lu Wutong, who were watching the show. Happy New Year. I wish you two a happy day every day next year. Thank you. Cousin Lu Wutong receives the red packets with a smile on her face. Lu Jianchu on the side was still a little embarrassed, but seeing that Lu Wutong also took it, he simply accepted it as well. Su Yang, on the other hand, continued to pull out the red packet from his bag and directly sent a watery one, Happy New Year. Thank you, cousin. Thank you, cousin. Crabby cousin uncle. Thank you, cousin. Tonglu in a sound of cousin, Su Yang gradually lost himself, not caring in the least about the persuasion of a few people on the side. What not married do not need to send red envelopes, what he is still small, do not have to give, what she grew up do not have to give. Have money and make it you. Lu Guigang snorted coldly. Lu Guowen on the side then hooked his hand at Su Yang, where's mine? Do you turtle want face? Lu Fuchang Su Yang his grandfather sniffed, raised his hand and hit Lu Guowen with his walking stick. It's okay to spread Happy New Year. The second aunt on the side also had a black face, you made me lose face in front of my relatives. Not right. Su Yang suddenly raised an eyebrow, logically speaking, brother-in-law should be the one you give me a red packet, right? Now Lu Guowen sniffed and backhanded the $4,000 Su Yang gave him against it, Happy New Year. Just like that, immediately adding a certain amount of GDP to the local area. Su Yang smiled and stuffed the money in his bag, casually throwing the bag aside. Cousin gave so much? Lu Wutong opened the red bag and pulled out a stack of money from it somewhat surprised. Some surprised looked up at Su Yang, hastily drew out two after the rest handed Su Yang, $200 is enough, more than spend. Just keep it. Su Yang waved his hand and said in a nonchalant manner, anyway, money earned is spent, spend it on you guys, I'm also happier in my heart. Chapter 125, Don't force me to shave my head in the first month. Cousin, why aren't you my own brother? Listening to Su Yang's words, Lu Wutong burst into tears. Grateful to the heavens. Heavenly gift, cousin. I'm your real brother, I'll give you a red envelope? Su Yang raised his eyebrows with a somewhat strange expression. Lu Wutong. Right. Have you all graduated yet? Su Yang sat on the chair and looked at Lu Jianshu Lu Wutong and Lu Sanhua Lu Sanchue on the side. Isn't it true that my uncle you all name yourselves according to gold, wood, water, fire and earth? Your name? Su Yang looked at not far away, sitting in the corner of the quiet girl, 3 Earth? Lu Ji Ku. She pursed her lips, her voice was as quiet as her character. Skr Su Yang raised his eyebrows with a somewhat strange expression and gave a strange cry. Lu Siku revealed a polite yet helpless smile, before there was hip-hop, I've been living a dull life. Ha ha ha. Su Yang several people laughed out loud at these words. Su Yang smilingly said to her comfortingly, my college roommate's name is Tycoon, before Chicken came out, he also led a quiet life. Until that man appeared. A bit of small talk with a few people. Jianshu and Sycamore were both about to graduate, while Sansui and Sanhua were still in their sophomore year, and Teruko was the youngest, only a freshman. So sure enough he was the oldest one. Finished them their own small 3 water and in 3 fire are married. Su Yang sat on a leather face, no wonder said he came how all set fire to himself. And a few people chatting, Su Yang thought of Kaiko and a few people. How to say it, are with a few brothers for many years. Even after graduation, mixing in society for a period of time, there is still contact with each other. Su Yang actually also quite hope that a few of them can get rich, can be successful. Because they all have money, then in the future they can go together to travel. Idle time, 3 or 5 people get together, find a windy and sunny time, go to the countryside trekking, drink a little wine to get a little barbecue. Just like this wantonly play. That kind of atmosphere will probably be very good. Su Yang in fact has never been a person who likes to be lively, compared to making new friends, he still prefers to play with old friends. We all understood each other and wouldn't have any baggage. Because of the seizure just now, the relatives didn't really dare to come and chat with themselves, for fear of receiving another wave of judgment from the mind. Su Yang was also happy to be free, took out his cell phone and started to brush the novel. Waiting for the family chef to feed. Waiting for the meal to be served, Su Yang smiled and sat on the chair, waiting for his grandparents to move the chopsticks, he immediately took the chopsticks and ate. The flavor was okay, it was just ordinary home cooking, but the atmosphere added points. The flavor was okay. Since he had just eaten a bowl of noodles for lunch, he was indeed a bit hungry. Eat and drink, just like this to kill time, and the great uncle and aunt and they chat the sky. The sky in the south and the north and the south and the north and the south and the north and the south. Lu Siku and Lu Wutong were helping out at the side, serving tea and water, and adding food to a few people. After a period of time, Su Yang was now more and more talkative. At least most people would feel that they were indeed comfortable with Su Yang. Eldest uncle sighed a bit, Jianshu also has 3 waters and 3 fires, you all learn from your cousin. You can't hold a fart for a meal. Actually, there are still some. Lu Jianshu grinned and puckered his butt. There was a poof. Su Yang, 6. Lu Wutong, cousin you believe me, he's definitely not my brother. Lu Guigang ahead of black line, you turtle is really Luana fine death is not it? Not you say I can't hold out a fart for a meal? This is not stifled out? Lu Jianshu eyes with a clear and stupid light. He, a smile. He did understand what cold humor meant. What your father means is that he wants you guys to learn more from Su Yang on how to behave. Lu Guowen shook his head helplessly. Regardless of how to behave and do things, this society is ultimately a humane society. I'm well aware that you young people nowadays are a bit fearful or even intimidated by socializing. But you can say that you don't need to make new friends, but at least get on good terms with your current friends, right? Make others feel comfortable getting along with you, and they will naturally get in touch with you more. Just like Su Yang, when it's time to be mad, let people know that he has a temper, but when it's time to be polite, he's still polite. Lu Guowen sipped his wine and smacked his lips. You can't say that you're all weak or strong. Lu Guowen exhorted in a serious tone. High emotional intelligence is not about trying to please others, nor is it about saying some pretty words. Rather, it's about making people feel comfortable getting along with you. No matter what, even if such a person doesn't accomplish much, his sincere friends will be many, and there's nothing bad for you. Listening to Lu Guowen's exhortation, several people were a bit silent. Su Yang shivered a mouthful of mauzi, raised his eyebrows and asked somewhat narcissistically, "Am I that good? Uncle, I decided that just for your words, I won't shave my head for a while this month." Su Yang laughingly teased. Lu Guowen looked at Su Yang breathlessly. "Then do I still have to thank you for not killing me?" But then again. Lu Guowen looked at Su Yang with a smile. "How come I heard that when you were in Yan, but you had to help your cousin to arrange a job?" "What? You won't make any arrangements when you're here with your cousins?" Lu Guowen's expression was somewhat derisive. Look at this art of speaking, first raising and then suppressing belongs to be played by him to understand. First hold Su Yang up, and then lead the topic to the main event. Su Yang smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. "Arranging work? I'm mixed up in my own uncertainty. How can I arrange any job? Uncle, do you know? The most disgusting thing in this world is meddling in other people's lives. Because if you do well, they will only think it's their own bull. If you do poorly, they will blame you instead." Su Yang opened the cigarette box on the table, holding a cigarette, lethargically leaning on the chair. "You when elders difficult, I also understand. Because of the tube, honestly not clear how to arrange, even with some ideas, but instead the child will feel that you are in control of their life. But no matter, let them free to develop, they wait for the follow-up when nothing is accomplished and then will blame you, to their life does not provide a little help." Listening to Su Yang's words, Lu Guowen and Lu Guigang both fell silent. Indeed, Su Yang's words made sense. It was a feeling of not being a person inside or outside. To say to manage it, they really don't have that ability and capacity, just like Lu Guigang himself opened a store selling building materials. Although it can't earn any big money, but small money is also quite a lot. But let Lu Jianshu come home to help it, Lu Jianshu, and have their own ideas. You say forced arrangements it, the other side will be resentful. If you want to say no, it's not good. Fortunately, there is a store. If he really can't, he can still go home to inherit a small store. Not to say make a big fortune, but at least a small prosperous, no problem. So while Uncle Su Yang smiled and looked at Lu Guowen, "There is no need, everyone is crossing the river by touching the stone. How can I have the ability to arrange jobs for them all? Slick. Too slippery. And it's all out of place, I just have no place to use my energy." Su Yang smiled and gave an explanation, lest they think that he was deliberately helping his cousins instead of his cousins. As for listening or not, that's naturally their own business. I naturally want to help my siblings when I'm able to. Then you also help your cousins. The great aunt on the side hurriedly opened her mouth and said to Su Yang, "You can't be biased, all are your own brother." Lo! She didn't hear her own words at all? Lu Wutong also rolled her eyes. Lu Guigang glared at his great aunt. "Okay, the children themselves will decide. Talking too much, eat your meal." Su Yang rubbed his stomach comfortably after eating his fill. "I'm full, you guys keep eating." Su Yang rubbed his stomach and got up from the chair, walking over to the sofa in the living room and sitting down. "I'm also full." Lu Wutong also immediately got up from his chair. Seeing this, Lu Jianshu, Lu Sanchue Sanhua and Lu Shiku on the side also got up. Chapter 126. Leisure is the main theme of daily life. Does Su Yang play mahjong? Not far away, Lu Guowen inquired at Su Yang. Su Yang shook his head at the words, "Can't play. Also too lazy to learn. I don't even play much. Fight the landlord. I'll go sit outside for a while. You guys play." Su Yang was considered a not very pure Sichuanese, because he didn't know how to play mahjong. Or rather, group social games. Su Yang basically didn't know. He was also too lazy to learn how to play mahjong or any of the drinking games. Because he used to live a very plain life, he basically wouldn't play at nightclubs, and he was also used to living alone. So these he had little interest in learning about. Walking to the courtyard and looking at the rocking chair, Su Yang walked up and leaned on the chair. The waist and abdomen slightly exerted force. The chair swayed gently. Su Yang looked at the gradually dimming sky. The temperature had slightly dropped, and he had a lazy smile on his face. The whole person was a bit disheveled. It was still a day like this that suited him, retirement. Bashful. There was nothing wrong with a little bit of routine. Temple Kuko, still reading books in the new year? Su Yang's eyes closed slightly, glancing at the girl who was still reading not far away, somewhat puzzled. Not relaxing? Well, I want to get into a better university. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Siku's face. With her head lowered, Su Yang couldn't see it. Not far away, Lu Wutong then skimmed his lips. Cousin, you don't know, our family emphasizes sons over daughters. Temple Ko, if you do not test at Qingbei, I guess her parents do not want her to go to college, think it is a waste of money. I read a college my parents are nagging me for a long time. If it is not my own work study, not to mention junior college, now estimated that the second child are out. Lu Wutong, somewhat aggrieved, pouted her lips. Su Yang frowned at his words. Patriarchal? Yeah, Lu Wutong looked at Su Yang with some aggravation. I haven't even graduated yet, and they're pushing me to get a blind date. The days you didn't come, I had to get a blind date every day. It's annoying as hell. Tisk. Su Yang sked. It's been a few years. Why are you still like this? Does Teruko have an older or younger brother? There's a younger brother. Lu Siku's voice was a bit dull. He's in his first year of high school now, but he's at his grandparents' place and didn't come over. How are your grades? Su Yang closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and asked lazily. Lu Siku enjoyed for a few seconds. This final exam is the second in the whole school, more than 600 points. How many? Su Yang opened his eyes in an instant, his body shook, and immediately turned his head to look not far away, the young girl sitting on the terrace, holding a book under the incandescent light. Seemingly startled by Su Yang's suddenly raised volume, she shivered, looked at Su Yang with some trepidation, and said weakly, just 625 points. I Nima. Your old Lu family's ancestors' graves are smoking? Su Yang looked at Lu Jianshu, several people incredulously. After finishing, your parents still want to pour water on it? Measure AO. Su Yang couldn't help but snort a laugh. Lu Jianshu, several people's expressions were slightly embarrassed. Su Yang was dumbfounded. Although he felt some pity, he didn't really want to interfere in this matter. He was originally considered a half-outsider. If he rashly interfered, he would easily cause suspicion. Tisk. It's been a few years. Su Yang skimmed his mouth and closed his eyes with some emotion. The human world is not a pure land. Su Yang had always maintained respect for women. But Little Fairy was an exception. Just as he respected life, except for an eye. Positive people are always worthy of respect. Because he himself was a touchy-feely monster, thinking about swinging every day. So these people who are passionate and enthusiastic about life, Su Yang does admire. There is only one kind of heroism in this world, and that is to still love life after recognizing the truth of life. Maintain respect for these people. Because it is because of their existence that the world is slowly changing for the better. Like the idealists of old. Lu Jianshu, a few people could not sit still and took fireworks and set them off in the yard. Su Yang, on the other hand, was lying on the reclining chair, looking at the bared flowers in the sky. There was suddenly an extra silhouette on the side, and Su Yang looked at it. He saw Lu Siku with a warm smile, holding a kettle and adding water to his cup. Su Yang saw this and quickly straightened up. Thank you. You're welcome. Looking at Su Yang's action, the smile on Lu Siku's face became even brighter. She carried the water pot and walked back. Again, she went to the house to help clean up the mess. It took a while before she came out and once again sat in an inconspicuous corner, flipping through the books in her hands. Looking at the other party's appearance, Su Yang sked his mouth. No wonder, just said that when I used to study, I always felt that those schoolmasters were not open. Just this kind of self-discipline, and hanging is not much different. Ding! The host watched the fireworks and peeked at his cousin in a pleasant but complicated mood. System reward, 666 yuan. Su Yang? You are as outrageous as the last time you tuned your aunt. This system is afraid that you can't have a little bit of it. Put down the cell phone and put on the headphones. Su Yang just listened to the music and sat on the rocking chair, enjoying the tranquility. Feeling the breeze of nature. Sniffing the air that smelled like nitrate. Ding! The leisure after dinner, what a treat! System reward, 8,888 yuan. Geez, lying down and earning more than $8,000. He is also considered a high-end periphery, right? System of high-end periphery? Just so a lie, more than $8,000 in hand. After all, the system also entered their own body. They charge a little fee is very reasonable, right? Amusing himself by letting his thoughts fly around, without deliberately thinking about anything. Just letting his mind just fluctuate randomly. 1 second it might be a family matter, the next it might be, it seems like there should be more salt in the lunch. He loved the feeling of his mind emptying out and thinking randomly. In the past, he used to start emo when he thought about it, but now there were always some strange ideas popping up. Chapter 127. There's a blind date? Dude became a quality stock? Ding! The host has traveled a total of 223 kilometers today. System reward, $22,300. Ding! The host has traveled a total of 7,685 steps today. System reward, $76,815. Good, brother Tuanzi, I love you. At 12 o'clock, Su Yang, who was still sitting under the moonlight, had two crunching sounds in his head, and he smiled slightly. If he cleaned himself every day, went grocery shopping and cooking by himself, and then kept up with his fitness, one day down, Su Yang felt that it was not a dream for him to earn $100,000 a day. Oh no, 100,000 was guaranteed. But it doesn't matter, cook if you want to cook, work out if you want to work out, do whatever you want to do. It's not like Su Yang said that he had to follow the system's rewarding ways to decide his lifestyle. When his wealth had grown to a certain point, Su Yang no longer cared. More money or less money was nothing more than trying a little harder for a while when you wanted to buy a thing. He opened his cell phone and looked through Anjuk, searching for properties, pondering what kind of house to buy. To be honest, the big flat, Su Yang didn't like it too much because it was too big, but instead it looked empty. The home itself is just him. There was no need to make it that big. He also didn't have that many things to add. So buying a large 3-bedroom 120-something square feet like that standard household type was instead the most suitable. He actually preferred the 1-staircase 2-family type. But nowadays, 4-family units are the most common. A 2-family house type like a staircase is instead an old neighborhood. Su Yang's dream house is a 1-staircase 2-family 5-story walk-up, because just 5 floors, both sides of the building spacing is appropriate, it will not block each other's sight nor block the light. The core area 30 to 40,000 a square foot. The hell with it, the hell with it. I can only buy 2 or 3 square meters a day with a ING system. This is still because Su Yang doesn't really go for the rewards. Who the hell is making all this money? This house is really for people to live in? The real estate economy is really scary as hell. Slurping his lips and sighing, Su Yang looked through the real estate and killed time. Sure enough, Su Yang still preferred the ones with yards, but nowadays, there were fewer neighborhoods with yards. And either the location is not very suitable. Is it possible to buy a big villa after all? According to Su Yang's idea, a gym, a computer room, a living room, kitchen, plus a bedroom. The standard small 3 rooms will be enough to meet his needs, so the home will not feel empty. And not too big and not too small is just right. It was like when Su Yang played some games, he would build a special workroom, a room dedicated to storage boxes. Regularized. Forget it, take your time to look. Su Yang wasn't in a hurry, casually looking at the long-legged sister on the teaser. Killing time, suddenly thought of a previous operation that Chicken and himself said. That is to brush the video of the same city and the teasing sound, see the good-looking, directly point bold point, chat with each other, ask each other to come out to eat, ask people to come out to play. I'm looking specifically for the kind that looks smaller, similar to the kind of mental little girl. About a quasi, out after eating a hot pot, drink a cup of milk tea can run. As soon as Su Yang thought of this operation, he immediately put his cell phone back. Amit Bob Buddha. But he is also clear that Chicken is purely talk, even Honggang and Wu Hanwen, like Su Yang, the standard loser template. Colored heart but no courage. Hong Kong may be said to be stronger than Wu Hanwen and Su Yang. Chicken, naturally needless to say, itself is often in love with the Lord. New Year's Eve has the habit of vigil, those middle-aged and old-aged group playing mahjong, chatting, drinking 2 cups of wine, the atmosphere is also considered hot. The youth group had nothing better to do than to fire off cannons, or else they were playing games. Su Yang, on the other hand, leaned back on his recliner and watched the fireworks lit in the village blossom in the air. The next day, listening to the chattering in his ears, Su Yang opened his eyes in confusion. Looking at the group of people surrounding him, Su Yang was confused. Just very confused. Very confused. Not monkey, surprise. What if I wake up and become a monkey? Up fierce. He immediately lay down and covered the quilt, but the sound of twittering in his ears is still lingering in his ears. Su Yang immediately lifted the quilt, and his pupils dilated a little. Thoughts also gradually awakened. No. You guys, this is? Su Yang rubbed his eyes in some confusion, even thinking that he might have risen violently. Didn't even dare to believe that he woke up with so many people beside him. That, Su Yang. Lu Guigang looked at Su Yang with some embarrassment. After those matchmakers went back yesterday, they brought several more over. Su Yang. No, didn't I say? I don't do matchmaking, why are they still coming? Su Yang looked at the group of people in front of him with dissatisfaction and frowned. A group of men and women, grandparents, little girls and daughters-in-law, just stood inside the house, looking at Su Yang. But they did not care about Su Yang's words. Instead, they had asked in a low voice to the girl on the side, broad to not? Lu young man is rich, good to the family. Look handsome. I heard in all into open company Lu well. Look at Su Yang, that bare upper body, Su Yang body not much fat, but also not much muscle. But because of the problem of good food, it looks a little stocky. Cannot be counted as a fine dog, but also cannot be counted as a block brother, is the standard figure only. If you don't leave again I'll lift the covers. Seeing this, Su Yang immediately poked his legs out of the quilt. That hairy leg just leaked out, threatening the crowd. Seeing this, several little girls' cheeks reddened, they quickly turned around and walked towards the outside. While those older women looked at Su Yang with interest. Lu Fong was helpless and immediately took everyone in the house out. This crazy batch was really daring to set off. Seeing all the people in the house walking out, Su Yang looked at the sky in confusion, shaking his head and sighing. Ding! A beautiful day begins with a blind date. The host has leveled his mind and is ready to see the diversity of species, ready to see how many oddballs there are in this world. System reward 55,555 yuan. I heard that there are a lot of oddballs in the blind date world. Su Yang also wanted to see how many oddballs there are. Looking at the clothes in the closet, they were all picked by his own father. They were all plain colored clothes that were attached to his aesthetic. Put on an undershirt in a Gucci black shirt, put on the silver one-finger white collarbone chain. He also put on a black jacket, with black suit pants, with a black and white shoes. Su Yang was basically black except for his skin, which was not black. Although he was rambled on by several women to wear more other colors, Su Yang still preferred the black outfit. This kind of dress-up looks more comfortable. Walking to the bathroom, he simply washed up and took the hair wax and pulled his hair. Made a back head, forehead, deliberately let a hair as the crescent of the same hook down. He held a cigarette. From the upstairs went down. As soon as he entered the living room, matchmaker looked at Su Yang, hastened to praise, "You see, how good-looking a young man. That's it, so handsome? Rich and handsome." With a cigarette in his mouth, Su Yang's eyes under the bottomless flat mirror looked at the crowd like this. A look of a Sven loser. Raising his hand, he called out, "Mom, get some food." Lu Fang skimmed her mouth, and the aunt beside her immediately got up. "Let Teruko go. Teruko will make some food for your brother." Lu Shiku, who was really reading a book, put down the book in his hand and turned towards the kitchen. After all, Su Yang's family was considered to be guests. Although they were relatives, they really couldn't be allowed to cook. Su Yang sat on his butt on the small sofa by the fireplace. Saying small sofa, it was actually a wooden rectangular bench. Then a long cushion was placed on this bench. Because this place was close to the Tibetan area, so the style of some of the furniture was also regionally Tibetan. Chapter 128, Have you gotten a ring? The fireplace is a standard rectangular fireplace. With firewood in the stove, you can boil water above it, or you can get a teppanyaki. Teppanyaki? Aha! I'll make some teppanyaki for dinner tonight. Su Yang looked at the iron plate on the fireplace in front of him and pondered. This kind of fireplace, the temperature can make the whole house warm. Sitting on the edge will also feel comfortable and lazy. Su Yang remembered that when he was a child and came to his grandmother's house, he liked to lie down on the sofa next to the fireplace and sleep. The feeling of being wrapped in warm air was really comfortable. Unlike electric heaters and heating fans, this fireplace is comfortable all over. It would bring out laziness from the bone marrow. Speak! Lu Guogang looked at Su Yang staring at the fireplace in silence. Without a word, the rest of the people were also too embarrassed to speak. Su Yang sniffed and casually flicked the ashes of his cigarette and looked at Lu Guogang suspiciously. Say what? Lu Guogang. This question of yours kind of put me off. But the matchmaker on the side naturally would not give up this opportunity. Immediately opened her mouth and asked to Su Yang, "Dware, how old?" 25. Su Yang inhaled a mouthful of smoke, spit out a mouthful of smoke, looked at the matchmaker in front of him and said derisively, "Unmarried, no house and car, deposit 10 million. Smoking and drinking in moderation. No gambling, no whoring. Temperament is quite good. Responsible, handsome, not going to bars and nightclubs, no tattoos on the body. So far, he has never had a girlfriend. No history of cohabitation, character is also quite honest, filial to parents, respectful to elders, friendly to relatives and friends." The matchmaker sniffed for a split second as all sorts of girls flashed through her mind. A few girls looked at each other and could see the hostility in each other's eyes. Su Yang leaned back and crossed his legs. After all, a few girls looked okay, with makeup all looked okay. But the traces of makeup were a bit heavy. It's not like Su Yang was that hungry. When he heard the character honest, Lu Guogang and Su Daqiang scared their mouths. Eyes are a bit fluttering. And respect for elders? Su Yang could basically say that he had grown a person on his backbone. So in advance, I don't plan to get married in the short term. Su Yang looked at a few girls and smiled. So sorry, I don't intend to listen to the conditions or anything. It was a misunderstanding and delayed a few of you, sorry. Su Yang did not go as far as to say that it was the same as a psychopath, having a seizure every day. In itself, he delayed their time, apologized. After that, they should go wherever they want and do whatever they want. Su Yang rubbed his brow. Damn, came 2 days blind date twice. Listening to Su Yang's words, looking at a big gold mine in front of them, several people were a little less eager to go. Are you really not considering marriage? A girl looked at Su Yang with some anticipation. She felt that she could still fight for a bit. Su Yang slightly shook his head. No, really don't plan to get married. Still want to play for a few more years, all sorry. Let's talk first. Several matchmakers were not willing to leave just like that. They hurriedly opened their mouths to persuade Su Yang, and smoothly let the girl on the side sit beside Su Yang. In an instant, Su Yang was surrounded by several women. The corner of his mouth twitched, helplessly listening to the chattering in his ears. The girl sitting on the side, with an orange in her hand, just shoved it into Su Yang's mouth. How big are you? 25. Su Yang chewed on the orange and looked at the several sisters beside him with a somewhat strange expression. How to say it, together with the rich people's blind date is like this It turns out that if you drive a broken Land Rover, your treatment can be elevated so much? Aren't they afraid that their cars are rented? Are you a virgin? Su Yang's first sentence shriveled everyone's little brainstem. How many times have you been in love? Have you gotten an IUD yet? With every question Su Yang asked, a few people's faces darkened a bit. Down head. Humph. One of them snorted coldly and turned around. That's it, who gave you the confidence? Why don't you go to the wishing ponds, bastard? Demanding so much. Just let the child be yours. What's wrong with what I wear? I'm free to dress as I please. Who are you to tell me what to wear? Looking at the girl who was wearing a one-piece side-by-side dress, leaking out half of her Europe, Su Yang scat his mouth. I am not qualified to control you. Anyway, the look also looked. It's not like it's your own, so feel free to wear it. One by one, they just left angrily. The matchmakers were indifferent, but silently memorized Su Yang. If you want to get married in the future, isn't that a quality resource? Seeing a few people leave, Su Yang even opened his mouth. Great uncle and second uncle, and aunts and uncles. Count on me to beg you. Su Yang helplessly looked at a few people. You guys directly talk to those sabi matchmakers, don't introduce me in the future. Okay, don't bring them in the future. Lu Guogang nodded helplessly. In itself, Su Yang was rich now, and they would respect Su Yang's opinion and listen to him. Yesterday, after Su Yang made such a mess, in fact, they all didn't want anyone to come. But hell knows that the matchmaker even brought people again in the morning. She even brought several of them. Cousin, the rice is ready, you can eat now. A small head leaked out from the doorway of the living room. Lu Siku looked at Su Yang and called out softly. Good. Su Yang immediately walked to the living room with a thermos cup. Sitting on a chair, he looked at a green pepper fried pork and a veggie fried shredded potatoes on the table and looked at Lu Siku, who was reading a book not far away. Teruko, thanks. You're welcome. Hearing Su Yang's thanks, Lu Siku raised his head with some consternation and smiled faintly. Immediately carrying his rice bowl, Su Yang took a big bite of his meal. Looking at the few old men walking back, see? The dating market is full of strange people. Eldest uncle, tell me, why are these women so puissant? How do I know? Listening to Su Yang's derisive words, Lu Guigang sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Then he was speechless. A whole speechless lived. In fact, the older generation, they basically don't care about the face value. Instead, they think as long as it's a female, don't look too ugly, it's okay. But at least if you are a normal person, right? So, thinking differences, Su Yang sometimes it was hard to understand the older generation's thoughts. The older generation's also hard to understand their own thoughts. But also fortunately, today he dominated the position, immediately directly persuade all. Directly eliminated the remaining ones as well. I guess I'm afraid of being gripped. Marriage is not meant to help the poor, whether it is a man or a woman. Besides, dating is just a matching process, can't see is can't see. Besides, this life may not see the second face of the person. There's no need to give much of a good face. They let themselves chat unhappy is also their business. Chewing on his meal, he also counted it as a fool's errand. In his condition, will there be a lack of women? Can't understand what these people think. Chapter 129, Nothing Today, Walking and Fishing. Eating the fried pork with green peppers and shredded potatoes with veggies. Both dishes taste good. Finishing up with a sip of tea, woohoo. Maisie. Teruko, when you're done with your college entrance exams, let's see about starting a blind date as well. Aunt looked at Lu Jiku, who was reading a book, and opened her mouth to ask. Being reading a book, Lu Jiku, a hand tightly clutched the corner of the book, I slightly read. Looking at the books in front of the line of sight is a little blurred, voice as mosquitoes with aggrieved. I want to go to college. What do you want to go to college for? It costs so much. Your brother said that he will drop out of school after the new year. When that time comes, we have to arrange for him to get married. Su Yang, who was eating, sounded a bit strange. No, Auntie, Teruko's grades are so good, you won't let her go to college? At least he had eaten the meal made by Lu Siku. Su Yang still couldn't do the behavior of hitting the cook when he was full. He was also too lazy to do anything, and casually said, but if Lu Siku gets a book, it's considered that your old Lu family's ancestors' graves are smoking. Auntie is also surnamed Lu, rounding up as the Lu family. No problem. What's the point of a girl going to college? Don't they still have to get married in the future? Auntie, who was rubbing mahjong, opened his mouth in disbelief. It's all for someone else's family to raise. Isn't that still your children? Su Yan looked at Lu Guoling and Lu Fuhai somewhat strangely. The two of them sniffed some silence. Su Yang did not say much when he saw this. So be it, tampering with other people's lives, you need to bear the karma of others. The scary thing is not Lu Guoling and Lu Fuhai, but there are not many people in the Lu family who feel that there is something wrong with this. It feels like the taste of the rice in the mouth is not good. Ding! The host ate a meal that was originally delicious, but then became tasteless. Complicated inside, lamenting the impermanence of the world. System reward, 6666 yuan. Su Yang actually maintained respect for women because there was Mr. Zhang in front of him, as well as those new independent women at home and abroad. These are indeed worthy of respect, but what he resents is which female fists. When it comes to interests, we should let the girls have their way. When it comes to responsibility, we are girls. When you have nothing else to do, you start, we are women. Network a lot, but the reality is still really no chance to see. After all, such a strange and clear, the network can be forced to talk about. To the reality dare to say so, may really be deliberately bombarded fist. It's just that those short videos on the internet have made a mess. Men feel that women are unreasonable, and and difficult to get along with, poor temper, finish will be cuckolded. Women feel that the male catty, difficult to get along with, and scumman will be domestic violence will be cuckolded. So basically the situation now is that men and women are afraid of each other with the same group of media groups. Good men can't touch good women, and good women can't touch good men. Because it's in the interest of these people to provoke men and women against each other, they just keep getting these videos. It's just interesting. Su Yang had sort of discovered some interesting phenomena now. Girls aren't as outrageous as they are on the internet, there are oddballs, but there are also good girls. The same was true for both men and women. Taking a sip of tea. Su Yang got up and carried the bowl. The aunt not far away immediately spoke, just leave it, just let Teruko clean up. It's not like I don't have hands, or you don't take me as your own family? Su Yang bristled, I advise you not to delay me from making money. Carrying the dishes and chopsticks, he walked to the kitchen. After washing the dishes, he wiped the stovetop. Hey! Le son of a. Aunt was angry and laughed, although looking at Su Yang is very diligent and very happy, but Su Yang's tone of voice make her a little less happy. Lu Fang also some headache, this kid, really, cannot speak properly? Ding! The host washed a bowl after eating, system reward, 666 yuan. Washed a bowl, a small profit of 600, another beautiful day. Lu Siku, who was reading a book, raised her head from the book with a complicated gaze and looked at Su Yang's back. How to say, she has always had the illusion that she is an outsider at home. Because of the family's preference for boys, she was the one who got most of the things done in the house, while her own brother was just like a grandpa. But she was also used to it. So didn't feel anything because it was like this since childhood. But this sudden friendly attitude of Su Yang made her a bit stunned or feel a bit complicated. It turned out that after cooking themselves, they would also be thanked? It turns out that after eating, they can also help wash the dishes? Instead of just putting this pressure on themselves? Taking a paper towel and wiping his hands, Su Yang threw the paper towel in his hand in the trash can. I'm going to go to the riverside to stroll. I'll be back when it's time to eat. There's nothing going on at home, right? Su Yang looked at the few people and inquired. Nothing, go. Lu Fang waved her hand as she rubbed the mahjong. Su Yang sniffed and got up from his chair. Lu Wutong also got up in a hurry when he saw this. Brother. I'm also going. Are you going to Teruko? Lu Tika hesitated for 2 seconds and also nodded, then got up. Alright then, let's go together. Jianshu, what about you guys? Su Yang looked at Lu Jianshu several people. Lu Jianshu shook his head as he played the game. I'm not going, the three of us are playing games. That's fine. Su Yang sniffed and walked towards the house. Walking to the yard, Su Yang looked at Lu Wutong and asked, is there a fishing rod at home? Going to the river to catch a fish? Yes. Lu Wutong nodded and immediately turned around and ran towards the house. Dad! Where's the fishing rod in the house? Cousin said he wanted to fish. I'll get it for you. Lu Guogang got up from his chair and walked over to the utility room to take the fishing tackle bag and handed it to Lu Wutong. Picked out a few more baits. And Lu Wutong tinkled twice. Su Yang in front of the courtyard, after turning the car around, reached out and opened the trunk. Walked to the door and took the fishing gear bag from Lu Wutong's hand and put it in the trunk. Looking at the duo, he waved his head, get in. Sitting in the driver's seat, he looked at Lu Wutong sitting in the passenger seat and asked, is there a kiosk in the village? Buy some snacks or something. Both of them sat in the car with some restraint, after all, and Su Yang could be considered to have only known each other for a day or so. Coupled with the environment inside the car, it made the duo feel a bit unfamiliar, so naturally they would be formal. There is a kiosk just ahead and turn left. Lu Wutong pointed ahead. Su Yang smiled and nodded slightly. After driving the car and stopping it, he opened the door and stepped down from the car. Go, buy some food first. Su Yang didn't expect these kiosks to sell any good food. Having some potato chips messed up with small chili fries would be satisfying. He looked at ZD's potato chips and grinned, this can be had. Su Yang looked at the production date. Carrying 2 large bags of spicy flavored potato chips and picking out a few chili fries, Su Yang does not like to eat Weilongs too much. How to say, it feels like the brand is a little restrained after making a big undercurrent. He is ready to eat spicy noodles, naturally ready to eat additives. Or eat some flavor stimulation is better, and took some miscellaneous snacks, put on the cigarette cabinet. Looking at the boss in front of him, a lot of money? I counted a hair, the old man holding a computer press. Su Yan looked at the two girls. You also pick some of the chant, can not all let me come alone it? All young people, don't feel embarrassed. Anyway, I guess I can't see you twice a year, relax. Su Yan took a bottle of happy water without thinking. The two girls also picked some after hearing that. But Lu Siku just casually took 2 lollipops. Su Yan looked at the 2 lollipops and then at Lu Siku. TSK, what a shy character, ow. Wearing a pink down jacket, tying a ponytail and getting a Dora head. $193 in total. The boss turned the computer in front of Su Yang. Su Yang looked at the numbers on it and took a few more. Just about to pull out the money, Lu Wutong on the side immediately spoke up, I'll do it. I'll do it. Lu Siku also rushed to look at the grandpa. You come a hammer, climb. Su Yang immediately glared at Lu Wutong and then immediately looked at Lu Siku slyly, you too. Get your hand out of the bag for me. At least satisfy my desire to be a brother, okay? Su Yan lightly laughed and said, growing up, it's also the first time I have a younger sister, letting you guys pay for it, isn't this cousin of mine a waste of time? Casually put the money on the table. Ding! The host took the two cousins to buy some snacks at the kiosk, preparing to spend the afternoon touching fish and paddling. System reward, 2,000 yuan. A small profit of 1,018, made Juju. Carrying 2 big bags of stuff, he walked to the back of the car and threw it in the trunk. The two women looked at Su Yang's back and glanced at each other again. Back in the car, Su Yang put on a song and drove slowly. Is there any place around here that has a good view and you can fish when you're done? There is, my dad often goes there, and the car can go in. Lu Wutong chewed bubblegum and pointed the way to Su Yang. Su Yang drove his car slowly through a concrete road before traveling in from a rotten mud road on the side. After that, he slowly stopped the car, surveying the surroundings. The sunlight, through the sparse clouds, softly sprinkled on the sparkling lake surface, as if it had draped a golden veil over the tranquil waters. In the distance, the verdant mountains were rolling and connected to the sky, forming a magnificent picture. The breeze brought the fresh scent of the lake and the faint fragrance of flowers from the mountains, which was refreshing. Turning the car around so that the butt of the car was facing the lake, Su Yang stepped down from the car and after opening the trunk, he took down the things inside. There was a pull ring on the trunk's bottom plate, and with a casual pull, that bottom plate could be folded up. It became the backrest of a chair. In itself, it was a heaven and earth door, and the case on the side could also adjust the height of the door. Su Yang adjusted the height downward by some positions, and could make himself sit more comfortably. Another cushion was taken out from under the trunk's floorboard. The bottom of the cushion has a tear strip that can be glued to the bottom plate, and then the small cushion of the backrest is glued on. A perfect fishing stool appeared like this. Chapter 130 Ding. Caught in the wild. Lu Siku and Lu Wutong on the side looked at Su Yang's operation in amazement. What a professional feeling. This car even had chairs. When all was ready, Su Yang clapped his hands and turned his head to look at Lu Wutong and Lu Siku with a grin. Alright. What's the fishing going to be like? Lu Wutong? Lu Siku? Not. Looking at the backseat of Su Yang's car, which could pull out a single chair, the duo thought that Su Yang was a professional fishing guy. As a result, you now say, you do not know how to fish? What's wrong with that? Lu Wutong bared her teeth and laughed out. No, cousin, you don't know how to fish. What are you shouting at me to get a fishing rod for? You are also funny. She couldn't help but carry the fishing gear bag aside, reached out to pull it open, and finished skillfully starting to get it up. It's a good thing I know how to do it. Doesn't matter, Su Yang smilingly sitting in the trunk of the car, around a few trees shade, so the sun can't shine. But because the sun is out, so the temperature is also quite suitable, not very cold. Sitting on the trunk, he wiggled his legs. Big deal, I do just learn it. It could be seen that someone did come here often, as there were some traces on the side. And there were some messy things thrown not far away, representing that there were people coming from time to time. Su Yan leaned back in his chair, humming, and watched Lu Wutong fiddling with the fishing line. Lu Siku, on the other hand, rolled up his sleeves and got the bait. The years are quiet now. Looking at the sparkling lake, Su Yang tore open the package of potato chips, ate the chips, and drank a mouthful of fat house water. Fishing? That is not to put the pole there, occasionally change the bait, and then put away the pole to go home? How can anyone really catch a fish? Su Yang lethargically leaned on the chair, that is, the small folding board can only support the waist, the head has no way to lean, so there is still a little uncomfortable. He felt that he should buy a set of camping equipment. Finish up in matching a recliner. Well, it's a good idea. Saying that he would do it, Su Yang opened Dong Dong. The only pity was that Dong Dong's quality control and service were much worse after Changdong was gone. The previous e-commerce platform, at least quality and quantity. Now the e-commerce platform. Tisk unlimited suppression of costs, the main bandwagon. The quality of the product is getting worse and worse. Su Yang's rental house still has a pair of shoes he bought when he was in high school, all these years, frozen. It was bought on TB. The quality is touching. Nowadays, the shoes bought on those platforms can be worn already okay, but also what bicycle ah. So the capitalist time and again to test the bottom of the consumer, and suddenly realize that, hey, the consumer has no bottom line. In his hand was suddenly stuffed with a fishing rod. Su-yang looked at Lu Wutong on the side in a somewhat dazed manner. Alright. When that float goes down, it means it might be on the fish. Why don't you do it? I'll just watch the show from the side? Su-yang blinked and looked at Lu Wutong. Lu Wutong. The one who said fishing is you, the one who can't fish is also you, I got it for you, the one who doesn't want it is still you. You turtle so angry. I got a long time. I don't care, you just want to get it. Lu Wutong glared at Su-yang. That's fine. Su-yang just carried the fishing rod and looked at the lake in front of him in confusion. What am I here for? Oh, fishing. Just like that, all three of them didn't speak. The air carried the fishy smell of dirt. The breeze blew through the trees and grasses, making a loud clattering sound. Light music from the car accompanied the shimmering lake as it resounded around them. Sitting quietly in the chair, he enjoyed the scenery in front of him. At this moment, Su-yang felt extraordinarily calm, as if all his worries had been left behind. This wonderful feeling of tranquility made him feel a never-before-seen relaxation and ease in his mind. His body exuded an aura of lethargy and serenity. That sense of relaxation also made the two of them, Lu Wutong and Lu Siku, sit on the edge and just look into the distance with smiles on their faces. Enjoying a moment of tranquility. The world is moving too fast, so that everyone has become hurried, some people somehow left behind, and then such a fast-paced era. Every person wants to be extremely fast to solve all the things, to calculate everything, because only in this way can be fast enough, will not procrastinate to stay. It seems that only in this way can one keep up with the speed of the world. Under this impetuous era, Su-yang also experienced a moment of tranquility after a long time. Hooked. Pull the rod. Lu Wutong, who was on the side, looked at the float, and hurriedly reached out to grab the rod from Su-yang's hand, and immediately started to slip the fish. Su-yang sat on the chair, not in a hurry, not arrogant and not impatient, as if jerking after the holy as Buddha. If it's on, it's on. Maybe fishing is not for the fish, but for that moment of tranquility. Watching the float sink in the water, watching the sparkling sleep. Looking out over the boundless wilderness, being in the overgrown wilderness. As with some people, they prefer to stay home and don't want human contact. While others choose to camp in the wilderness and experience nature. Others choose to go fishing, and perhaps that is the underlying reason. That was to enjoy a moment of solitude and tranquility. Quick! Help me, it's a big fish. Lu Wutong's tone was a bit excited. She could feel the violent and powerful pulling force. Su-yang sniffed and immediately jumped down from the trunk, reaching out to help grab the fishing rod. I'm measuring AO. Su-yang grabbed the fishing rod, and his mouth immediately let out an exclamation of surprise, because this force was indeed a bit outrageous. What the heck has been caught? So powerful? Not far away, Lu Siku also rushed over and helped pulling. It was only with the combined efforts of the three that there seemed to be some tendency to be able to resist. Suddenly a large black shadow appeared from the water. Su-yang's few people immediately retracted their lines. Suddenly Su-yang fixed his eyes. Not right. I measured AO. How is this fish a bald head? Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching a wild grandpa. System reward, 666666 yuan. Su-yang? Melon child Hua Wazi. Worry you immortal. Moncler outlet store, trembling out of the water, stood at the edge of the water. He wore the swim trunks, angrily looking at the three people in front of him. Hand cannot stop trembling, angrily cursing. Wozima. What are you guys pulling? 3-day dragon bag. Looked at the Moncler outlet online corner of the mouth of the blood. Lu Wutong immediately loosened the hand of the fishing rod. Aside, the Lu Shirku also shrunk his neck. Labor all seemed to come out to swim a swim. Day you immortal. You group of treasure batch dragon. Moncler outlet online, shaking hands, pressed the hook, bared his teeth and tore the fishing line hanging on the edge of the skin of the mouth. He couldn't stop trembling with anger. Su-yang, also somewhat embarrassed, coughed awkwardly. That, to go to the hospital or not? Do not go and wait for death. Moncler outlet online. Su-yang looked at him angrily and cursed without any good reason. Hurry up. Bring me my clothes. It's right over there. The grandfather pointed to a short distance away without any good humor. Su-yang hurriedly jogged over and took Moncler outlet store the clothes. The big Moncler outlet online man bared his teeth and wiped himself with a handkerchief, trembling as he put on his clothes. Su-yang immediately opened the backseat door, stuffed the things on the ground in a brain in the trunk, and then hurriedly drove the car. Driving toward the county town. Su-yang glanced at the Moncler outlet online store, sitting in the back seat with his teeth bared. Moncler outlet online will be there soon. The Moncler bared his teeth and nodded, unable to say a single word at all. The fishhook was hanging right by the corner of his mouth. It was thanks to the fact that when he swam, he grabbed the fish line, or else it was estimated that the corner of his mouth would really be torn off. He stared at Su-yang's back with a grudge. He really didn't expect that he would be fished when he came out for a swim? Su Yang drove very fast and arrived at the county in 10 minutes' time. Several people immediately rushed to the hospital. Quickly registered. After a while inside the emergency room, Moncler outlet store raised his hand, first let the doctor not move. Then controlled his mouth, not let the mouth how to move said, first take a picture, send a circle of friends. Come. You cooperate with me. Doctor. Lu Siku. Lu Wutong, 6. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud, that's fine. It was quite optimistic and open-minded. He took out his cell phone and handed it to Lu Wutong. Subsequently stood Moncler outlet store in the raw fear. The corner of the Moncler outlet store mouth hanging fish hooks, because the redness and swelling is very obvious. He deliberately black face, raised his hand and pointed at Su Yang beside him. And Su Yang bared his teeth and gave a thumbs up. Moncler outlet store online. A look of, that's right, it's the pussy that got it. Would you look at the broad? Su Yang took his cell phone, looked at the photo, and handed it to the Moncler outlet store. Moncler outlet online looking at the photo, he let out a light laugh and squinted at Su Yang. You turtle still dare to laugh? Hee hee. Su Yang hemmed and hawed. Other people fish for wild fish, I fish for wild. Moncler outlet, I'm probably the only one in the world. The doctor on the side couldn't hold back and burst out laughing as he listened to Su Yang's words. Lu Wutong froze and then also laughed. Lu Siku also couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Su Yang's good heart, so that the inner apprehension of the duo had some relief, because of the fear of being known by the family and then scolded. So all along the way are a little nervous and panicked. The doctor dealt with the fishhook hanging from the corner of the Moncler outlet store mouth, and there is no need for surgery, just cut the hook and pull it out okay. It's just a matter of cutting the hook and pulling it out. The barbs on the top of the hook are not so easy to get rid of. Just 3 or 4 minutes to deal with it, and then applied some medicine, okay, it's fine. The doctor looked Moncler outlet online at him, don't drink and eat spicy food for the next 2 days. Good Moncler outlet online, he nodded, and pulled out his cell phone from his clothes. Here, young man, you had my Wi-Fi, send me the picture. Okay. Su Yang nodded, looked at the Moncler outlet store and asked, look about how much money to pay? I'll transfer you at once. Compensate a hammer, what do you think old man is? Moncler outlet store glared at Su Yang. More or less have to pay out a little bit of money. Su Yang looked at Moncler outlet store, the reaction of some helpless. Then you compensate me $1,000, I compensate you $1,000. I drilled into your fishhook where, is my la problem, where you pull me is your la problem. Moncler outlet online after passing the friend verification to Su Yang asked, what's your name? Su Yang. Su Yang was worried Moncler outlet store that he didn't recognize it, so he sent a name over. Chapter 131 Treasure Batch Dragon +1. Looking at the message, Moncler outlet store nodded. Turned his head and made a note outside. Su Yang trolling. Su Yang. You turtle god very much. Send me the picture. And my name is Deng Yangji, you remember to note a hair, querulous as Moncler outlet online walking on Su Yang's side, his head didn't lift. Su Yang nodded at his words and sent the picture to the Moncler outlet store. Then also made a note under the gaze of the other party. Deng Yangji wild Moncler outlet store. Wozima, you really are a Pabatch dragon. The two's eyes made contact. Tong Yangji, Pabatch dragon. Su Yang, Hama Pei. Master Deng, are you also Lua village? Su Yang reached out and pulled open the back seat door. The Moncler outlet online sat in the back seat. No good, no, labor is wild people. Oh, then wild Moncler, where are you going? Or just send you to the pond there? Your home is in a pond? I'll give you a ride. Moncler. Sitting in the back seat of the Lu Siku, biting the corner of his mouth, his shoulders cannot stop shaking, looking out the window. Don't laugh Taruko. Endure Lu Wutong was sitting in the passenger side, and had already thought about all the things he was sad about in his life. A sound of intermittent breath came out of his nose. Can't hold back, really fast Bunbu live. What day you immortal, you froze a little rubbing Lu. Tong Yangji sucked in a mouthful of cold air and looked at Su Yang in amazement. You turtle is which homelo? Do not tell you, lest you go back to complain. Su Yang derisively turned his head to look Moncler outlet online, asked in a conspiratorial manner, no way, no way? There's no way someone who's flabbergasted and old would still sue, right? The grandpa glanced at Lu Siku on the side, and then at Lu Wutong. Oh, he some sudden realization, you too is Lu Laogan family Lu is not it? You turtle is Lu Fong her where is not it? Su Yang. Su Yang's spiritual smile, did not bluff you, hey. Deng Yangji was all pissed off and laughed. Get me a cigarette. It hurts old me. Tong Yangji patted the chair. Su Yang took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over. Lua smoke is what smoke. Moncler outlet store fumbled for a while before opening the cigarette box. Looking at the inside of the black smoke, casually draw a hand-handed Su Yang, himself holding a lit, put the cigarette case in his pocket. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a cigarette, and then you can take it out of your pocket and light it up. Moncler outlet online, the fire engine is also placed in his pocket. Su Yang did not look back. Give me back the lighter, I'm just a handful. I'm not going to be able to do that, he said. Moncler Outlet Online, the lighter took out and handed it to Su Yang. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a lighter, and then you'll be able to get your hands on a lighter. The first thing you need to do is to take a look at the cigarette, take a drag, and spit out a mouthful of smoke. You turtle Jang, remember where to go fishing to go? Where the fish? Well, Moncler Outlet Online, he looked at Su Yang disdainfully spat, even the location do not know how to choose, simple batch. All seem to play in the past, nothing to do on the fishing rod set up to play, and not really want to fish. Su Yang laughed and explained, but you fish up, is also considered fishing. Moncler Outlet Online. First send a circle of friends. Suddenly Moncler Outlet Store thinking of something, he hurriedly took out his own cell phone. I'll post one too. Su Yang also took out his cell phone and immediately sent a friend circle. The Moncler Outlet Store sniffed and looked at the friend circle. Su Yang fishing man. Pleased to pick up a wild Moncler Outlet Online fish, length 1 meter 6.5, weight about 110 pounds. The following is a photo of the two of them taken together at the hospital. Moncler Outlet Online. In the end it is a bit offensive. But I have to say that the text is still very comical. The Moncler Outlet Store even looked up at Su Yang. You turtle, help me think of a copy, what is it called? Fortunate to be fished. Moncler Outlet Online listening to this copy, his eyebrows frowned and suddenly stretched. Hey, don't say, you really don't say. The sight of the Lu Wutong finally is unable to tense up, laughed out loud, ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Lu Siku also laughed out softly. These two living treasures. What are you doing, Lu? After Moncler Outlet Online sending a friend circle, he cheerfully inquired to Su Yang. Hobo? Su Yang raised his eyebrows. All seem to be the Skid Row sub. Also what hobo Moncler Outlet Store spat out in a conspiratorial manner. Su Yang's forehead sprouted a layer of black lines. Moncler Outlet Online quite trendy ow. Then Moncler Outlet Store you Lu? Su Yang also inquired curiously. Moncler Outlet Store Online, I'm a retired cadre. That's not also a hobo? Su Yang skimmed his lips. Su Yang skimmed his mouth. Moncler Outlet Online. All retired must be jobless chant. A little curious, Moncler Outlet Store, how much is your monthly retirement pay? Su Yang looked at the old man with some curiosity. After all, he had never touched this thing. 10,000, 800,000. The grandpa raised his eyes and looked at Su Yang. Jang, you also want to take the public examination? Wow, that's fine. When that slinky's salary is also higher than Moncler Outlet Store the retirement salary, then it's fine. Su Yang grinned, smiled, and shook his head. Too lazy to take the exam, don't have that skill. The moral level was too low, forget it. If he took the exam properly, with a little power, the rolling pin in the village would have to arrange for a baton status. I heard you're going on a blind date today, how about that? There is no phase in Lo? Tong Yongji smilingly looked at Su Yang. Su Yang sniffed. No, again, itself is not I want a blind date, is my old man child they want me to blind date. That's all for your own good, otherwise I'll see that it's hard for you to get a wife, Moncler Outlet Store teasingly flirted. Su Yang black face, you turtle is also all older, otherwise put now, not to mention marriage, even the girlfriend cannot play. Moncler Outlet Online. Hey, you a treasure batch dragon, scolding old man is not? The first time I was not small, I Deng Yangji is still 10 miles 8 townships famous handsome young man. Yo that you good stick well, Su Yang sniffing eerie, said Lu, and that is not the same, I just make a phone call, with the old man to marry la people, from the arrangement to here. Oh yo is it? Then why are you not married? Deng Yangji sniffing also blew me up, is not able to get married Blee? I don't believe it. Hard fists hard. What the is your relationship with Lu Yu? Quickly say. Listening to the duo yin and yang each other, Lu Wutong had already laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten up, her abdomen throbbing and her cheeks aching. Can't do it, really can't do it. Sichuan Shu people don't believe in God. Because they themselves are godly. Ha ha ha. Driving the car to the village neighborhood, Su Yang looked Moncler Outlet Online at him. Where is your house? Keep going up, the best one is it? The Moncler Outlet Store hands wrapped around his chest, tilting his head full of arrogance. Su Yang raised an eyebrow at the words and turned his head to look Moncler Outlet Online derisively. The Moncler Outlet Store gaze fluttered for 2 seconds, and the two of them came into contact with each other. Some things don't need to be said directly, a look can be understood by both sides. Driving the car arrived at the Moncler Outlet Store door, looking at the door parked Bully, and Mercedes-Benz Audi and so on. I can see that the family is quite rich. Moncler Outlet Store Online. Moncler Outlet Online. After pulling open the car door, he waved his hand. Go to my house to sit for a while, have some tea? That's fine, to be honest, the tea brewed in a thermos cup is not very comfortable to drink. Su Yang skimmed his mouth, and smoothly pinched his own thermos cup and headed inside. The Moncler Outlet Store immediately agreed and nodded. Insulated cups of tea, a rusty flavor, and hot and hard to drink. This drinking tea also need to be glass cup ceramic cup. Moncler Outlet Online reached out to open the door and walked in. Su Yang looked at the yard, a variety of flowers, indeed have to say, look also feel pleasing to the eye. It is just a little messy. All kinds of toys and miscellaneous things are placed around. But think about it as normal, after all, the family has more people, with the hand to take with the hand put, cannot be organized every day, right? It's good to be able to maintain hygiene. Old Honor, back? The people on the chairs got up and looked at Tang Yangji. Tang Yangji waved his hand, this is your Uncle Su, say hello. Su Yang? You're a ing too. Looking at the grandfather's derisive expression, Su Yang hurriedly smiled and looked at the few people. So what? Hello uncles and aunts, I'm Su Yang, my mom Lu Feng. My grandpa is Lu Zhen. Oh, old Lu's family, right? The middle-aged man not far away looked at Su Yang with a smile. Come, Uncle Su, you sit? Su Yang. This is afraid that you can't sit a little Lu. No, you sit. Su Yang hastily retreated a step back to avoid the other party's hand, hastily signaling the other party not to give up their position. Alright, you guys sit down, I'll go to the tea room with him to sit for a while, you guys continue to have fun. Seeing that there was no fun, Tang Yangji waved his head and signaled Su Yang to follow him. Su Yang followed behind Tang Yangji, looking at those uncles and aunts, his cheek stiffened as he smiled and nodded. After walking upstairs, Tang Yangji reached out and opened a door. Su Yang walked in to take a look, exempt, a water of solid wood furniture, carved dragons and phoenixes. The large tea table and floor-to-ceiling windows. Just right to be able to look out over the distant mountains and lakes. Look at your thick eyebrows, but also quite good at enjoying simmering. Su Yang pulled out the chair and sat down. Deng Yangji skimmed his mouth, talking attitude is always a dick. I am dozens of years old. The people do not enjoy that waiting for death. Lu Wutong and Lu Shirku sat aside in a formal manner, sitting on that solid wood master chair. Still some are not quite adapted. Su Yang is sitting on the chair with a big grin. Anyway, he probably also understood the old man is also a screwed up son. Lazy people. Turning on the switch of the tea table, boiling water, he squatted aside and rummaged for tea leaves, what to drink. Some golden stallion eyebrows. Finished, only banjang now. The old man sat on a chair and casually warped a piece of tea down with a tea knife on the side. And wrapped the packaging on the tea cake casually. Put it aside. Su Yang sniffed and skimmed his lips, you're all redundant to ask. Asking is respecting your opinion, listening or not listening that's my business. I'm older, I have reason. The grandpa was also debonairly brewing tea. Su Yang looked at the tea and asked curiously, how many mouths do you have? Chapter 132. What's it to me? Extra 2. 2 sons, a girl. Grandson has 4 granddaughters, 2 one married, 1 unmarried. Jang, you want to be my family Ludor son-in-law? I'm not sure I can do it. Moncler outlet online, I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get away with it. You're afraid that you're not a glass? Old? Su Yang surprised pulled the chair backward 2 steps. Shelves are into state for a long time, see who are like the same. The old man's face is black, gesture to hit Su Yang, you turtle looking for death. I'm not sure if I'm the right person for you, but I'm sure I'm not the right person for you. Not on good. Su Yang sniffed a long breath, Lu sitting on the chair spit, are in to stay a long time, Lu turtle place evil very much. And not familiar with people do not dare to drink together. Fear that the next day up as pain. Listening to Su Yang's words, the old man couldn't help but be happy. Young people nowadays are so good at having fun, aren't they? The old man was quite happy to get along with Su Yang. After all, it wasn't like Su Yang cared about his status or age. The family was too respectful to him, but it wasn't interesting. Su Yang is interesting, dare to joke with him, finish talking is also quite interesting. Taking a sip of tea, Su Yang comfortably leaned back in his chair, comfortable. In fact, Su Yang also found it very interesting, suddenly chatting with a stranger, the two of them chatting about life and talking about ideals. What an interesting experience. People who obviously don't know each other, met each other because of a small thing. It is estimated that in the future, but then died out in the sea of people. The duo just lethargically leaned on the chair, through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and looking at the mountains and lakes not far away. What is that mountain? Guzi Mountain. The old man snorted, meaning, do you see that it's the same as a ditch? Indeed, there was just a slit in the middle of the 2 hills, just like a ditch. Su Yang suddenly raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at the old man. The old man looked at Su Yang's ambiguous sight, and in an instant, he also understood. He let out a light laugh and smiled without saying anything. Why isn't it called Kaizi Mountain? Because there was no mountain top. Luding's elevation wasn't that high, over 1300, but that mountain was estimated to be close to 2000. However, the weather in the past 2 days was not bad. The following days may say that it will rain a little, but one's estimate is that one will not be able to stay for a long time. Just like this and the old man chatting and drinking tea. Don't say it is worthy of the age of the people, indeed live a long time to see a lot of knowledge, and each other chat, but also feel that will understand more a lot of novel things. Seeing and experiencing, he is not lacking. After all, the conditions are good, can see a lot. Stay for dinner together at night? The old man looked at Su Yang and inquired. Su-young lazily drank a mouthful of tea, shook his head. Forget it, my parents are still in the head of the house, inappropriate, such as you do all into play when you hit my phone. By then again about. That's good you go back for a long time? The old man rubbed the corner of his mouth. There is still some pain. Estimated on tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, have come a day, should see all see. Su-young rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, he came for a while, his parents should have seen it, and he won't stay too long, either he will leave tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Anyway, it's just over 100 kilometers, if you wanna come, let the old man drive his own car to bring his. That's good, the old man then yelled loudly to the rear, Igwa. Go get some tea and some cigarettes and wine. Good dang. Igwa outside the house immediately nodded his head and walked towards the utility room. Su-young sniffed and laughed lightly, buy me off? Say. What's the matter? Nothing, the old man laughed softly, I have an age, but also can count on you what? Nothing more than to eat and drink. Le thing, when there is time for me to go to Changlo, remember to take me to eat a little more. What is good to eat? Queried not. Lua wide too. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him, and I was so happy to see him, and I was so happy to see him. Su-young looked at Deng Igwa hand carrying things, reached out and opened the trunk, casually put things on the car. Took the rest of the cab irons to the old man, just left up half, you get to smoke it first. Said Su-young also kept a pack for himself, and did not feel embarrassed. The old man looked at Su-young's action, he smiled. If you like to ask yourself to go to the tobacco hotel, Lua is the old Mousy Lu version, should not be expensive, 1,800 can take. Okay, the old man carrying a black cigarette case in his hand, smilingly nodded, have time to come over to play. Good. Su-young waved his hand, closed the trunk, sat in the car and stepped on the gas. Looking at the departing Su-young, Deng Igwa aside immediately opened his mouth and asked, what is he doing? The slip. The old man carrying cigarettes, back hands, cheerfully walked toward the house. And Deng Igwa sniffed and scratched his head. Lu Zhen's family? That can't be that official. If so, I guess the village knows. And driving a Land Rover, looks rich, that naturally cannot be their own. Just into the unit. Lu Fong, her husband, is not rich, seems to be a mason. Deng Igwa expressed some not quite understand. Holding the cigarettes sent by Su-young, the old man looked at the family hot and lively. But the family always held respect for him, even the little grandchildren did not dare to have much contact with him, which was helpless. He searched for him himself as not much scary nah. Returning to his grandmother's house, Su-young hummed a song and made himself a cup of tea and sat on the sofa. Playing with his cell phone, he asked Su-dachyeon on the side, when will you go back? Tomorrow morning. Su-dachyeon looked at Su-young, where did you go to play just now? Went to the river to fish. Su-young gave a light laugh. Did you catch any fish? Lu Guogang, who was playing mahjong, looked up at Su-young and inquired. Su-young smiled and shook his head, the fish didn't catch, but caught a person. Lu Guogang? Lu Guo-won? Great aunt? In an instant, Su-young looked at everyone in the family as question marks popped up on their heads. Black question mark face. Lu Guo-won's tone was a bit excited and gossipy. Someone died in the river? Just that surname Deng over there, Deng Yangji, idly stranded in the water to swim to him to fish up. Su-young squinted at Lu Guogang, worthy of being a fishing man. For catching a person, such a thing also did not feel how outrageous. What? Lu Guogang's crowd bristled and rose from their chairs. What have you caught? Listening to Lu Guogang's voice are a little broken, that face white. Su-young snapped his nostrils, Deng Yangji ah. Wozima, Lu is the national electricity leader. Lu Guogang looked at Su-young in amazement. Oh, Su-young sniffed unimpressed, that old man is also quite favorable, people are still strange good Lu, but also sent some things to me. Su-young smilingly opened the circle of friends from his cell phone. Handed to the side of Su-dachyeon, look. Su-dachyeon looked at the circle of friends. Su-young caught a wild grandpa. Deng Yangji, honored to be caught. Lu Guogang on the side hurriedly took his cell phone and took a look. It was indeed Deng Yangji, and the fish hook hanging from the corner of that mouth was really piercing. Ah. Finished? You not only fished him, he also gave you something? Not. Whose bastard son are you? Can't be. It's not right. It's impossible. Lu Guowon also looked at Su-young in astonishment. What kind of strange person are you? The people of the Lu family basically know so many of the Deng family. No matter how big or small, they are all characters. Although it is the same village, but basically the distance is too far, is to meet each other nodding relationship only. Can't say how familiar, just know that their family is someone in the state-owned enterprise's work, the family has money in good condition only. The village basically big and small things, will first go to ask their family's opinion. Their family has no opinion, basically most of the family has no opinion. Now the old man is still hanging in the village. At this time, the Deng family. Ha ha, grandpa laughed me to death, you got hooked? Who is this handsome guy? Suddenly the granddaughter burst out laughing. Tang Yongji narrowed his eyes and smiled. It's true that you have to get along with the young people, this is not all of a sudden a better relationship with the younger generation in the family, right? What are you laughing at? Tang Igwa slammed the desktop and looked at the young girl in a cold voice. However, seeing Tang Yongji squinting his eyes, the young girl who was laughing out loud, collected her laughter in an instant. Immediately, she sat upright in her chair. After all, the old man in front of the whole family, that majestic image are already available into the bone marrow. Looking at the crowd once again, convergence of laughter, Tang Yongji face leaks out a smile. That is your Su grandfather, you Yai la forgetful friend. Grandpa? The granddaughter's eyelids jumped at the words. Tang Yongji looked at Tang Igwa slyly, signaling the other party not to open his mouth, took out his own cell phone, flipped open the circle of friends handed to the young girl on the side. Lu young man good interesting well. The young girl took the cell phone and looked at it. The girl took a look at her cell phone and immediately laughed. Pleased to mention the Wild Moncler outlet store line? She forced a smile, glanced at the side of the grandfather, and looked at his grandfather's circle of friends, fortunate to be fishing. Both sides added up this is a little taut. Tang Igwa on the side also came to the front of the cell phone and took a look. Afterward, he looked at the corner of Tang Yongji's mouth, and it was indeed a little red and swollen. He pursed his lips, inhaled deeply, his shoulders couldn't stop trembling, and the muscles on his face should be twitching for the sake of holding back laughter. He hurriedly walked towards a short distance away. He was afraid that he would laugh out loud and be smacked by his own old man. What a big deal, what a fuss. Su Yang put his cell phone in his pocket without thinking. When a person has money, then basically they already have a lot of backbone to be able to face most people. When a person had unlimited money, he basically wouldn't have much fear of the power class anymore. Coupled with the fact that Su Yang now had nothing to hang on to, he was just happily living his own life anyway. It wasn't like he cared about the other party's identity, and he wouldn't be begging the other party, so naturally he didn't care about what the other party's identity was. I'm not asking him to do anything, what's he doing that's none of my business. And what's it to you guys? Looking at the excited appearance of several people, Su Yang admonished. Lest you feel how, besides, relatives have some officials is not a very normal thing? Su Yang thought that regardless of his own family, or grandmother's family, designated some relatives with the family when some small officials, but so what? Chapter 133, The Nature of Human Beings is to Have Fun. The crowd scratched their heads, it did seem to be the case. After all, even if they were from the same village as the Deng family, they usually couldn't beg each other, and the other party wouldn't come to trouble themselves and the others. So what's his identity, what's it got to do with me? All of a sudden the crowd's thoughts were clear and it didn't matter. What are we going to have for dinner? Su Yang curiously looked at a few people and smacked his lips. Get a few fried vegetables, what do you like to eat? Talk to Cuckoo, she cooks well. And casually threw a card on the table. Su Yang sniffed and looked at Lu Shiku, you cook? Lu Shiku nodded slightly. Looking at the already accustomed Lu Siku, it had completely taken the shape of a family. Forget it then. Tonight, I'll let you guys taste Pussy's handiwork worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. No kidding, it was really worth $500,000 of craftsmanship. Su Yang reached out and took off his jacket, throwing it aside. Unbuttoned his shirt and rolled up his sleeves. The aunt on the side immediately spoke up when she saw this. It's fine, just sit down we'll just do it. It's fine, just let him go. Lu Feng didn't think so, basically most Chuanyu men can cook. So Su Yang would do it, Lu Feng wasn't surprised. Su Yang looked at the old man and the old woman and said smilingly, tonight let you guys taste what is called medicinal food. Taking off and rolling up his sleeves, Su Yang held a cigarette and walked towards the kitchen. Walked into the kitchen, looking at the neat kitchen. Lu Shiku followed and walked in, that table pot nest to help you play hands. Lu Shiku spoke in a small voice. But also in the range of Su Yang can hear, Su Yang sniffed, what are those ingredients at home? All in Lu a cabinet inside, you see how want those. Su Yang sniffed and reached out to open the cabinet, looking inside the mixed fruit leaves. Basically it is anise grass fruit incense leaves cinnamon these common ingredients. Ding! The host purchased the medicinal dietary auxiliary and main ingredients, spending 36,000 yuan. Expected to arrive in half an hour. Please pay attention to the host to check the receipt. Lu Siku's voice was soft and gentle, not at all like a Sichuan and Chongqing hot girl. On the contrary, it had a feeling of being as delicate as Lin Dayu. Su Yang looked at Lu Siku's complexion, her speech was breathless, and the color of her lips was not very healthy. It should be a deficiency of qi and blood. Have to replenish qi and blood, and thought about the old man and the old lady's complexion, it was just okay. These days, if you don't have any problems, you are too embarrassed to go out and meet people. When he thought of this, Su Yang suddenly remembered that he should arrange for his parents to go to the hospital for a physical examination. Anyway, they spent the money, love not to go. Directly and they said, they think if they do not go to waste, then certainly will go. After all, to be honest, Su Yang was also unknown about medical checkups. He hadn't gone for a medical checkup either. So he was not clear about how the medical checkup was a process and how it was arranged. Yuan City has a physical examination center, to a full-body physical examination, have a disease cure, no disease on health. It's a good thing. I'll let my grandparents and grandparents go as well. Well, after all, the age of the old, in advance to check, what is wrong in advance to get, but also counted in the heart. Lu Siku's cheeks slightly red, gaze somewhat fluttering. She didn't know why. Su Yang squatted on the ground and looked at her face, and just kept staring. Oddly embarrassed, she picked at her nails and was also embarrassed to speak. Good. Let's make a chicken stew tonight. Su Yang broke his fingers and counted it up. Almost 15 or 16 people. Crap, so many people? Su Yang did the math and sked. Brother, what are you going to do? I'll come and help too. Lu Wutong walked in and looked at Su Yang, who was stroking his chin in contemplation, and inquired. Stewing 2 chickens to replenish the body, and after finishing, make some fried vegetables or something messy. 15 or 16 people would have to stew 2 chickens. Go! Oh no, 3. Su Yang suddenly thought of the little old man. Damn, I always feel a bit guilty for not charging him. I've ripped his mouth off myself. Since Su Yang came back, the entire Lu family's chicken coop hasn't had a day of peace. Itself is a rural area, raising chickens and ducks are very normal. Lu Wutong sniffed, immediately turned around. For them, killing chickens and other things are easy. Su Yang is not going to, cannot kill a little. Then I'll go boil water. Lu Siku also rushed to help. Looking at the departing duo, Su Yang picked the dishes from the pile of dishes on the side, and opened the freezer and picked some meat from it. 2 tables, both with 3 meat and 2 veggies with a stewed chicken. Just right. It was only Su Yang who would get it this extravagantly. Slowly washing the dishes, humming. Cousin, here's the apron. Lu Siku timidly handed over an apron. Having been looked at by Su Yang for so long just now, it gave her some social panic. Oh thanks. Su Yang looked at the apron, put the pink apron with white dots on, after tying a knot at the back. Smilingly, he took a picture with his cell phone. Later he was going to send a friend's circle. Naturally, it was also with some showing off. Cousin. There's your express. Lu Jianshu, who was playing a game outside the house, tilted his head and called out. Su Yang wiped his hands at the words, coming. What did you buy again? Lu Fong turned her head to look at Su Yang in dissatisfaction. Bought some herbs to make some soup. Lu Fong? Not you really? Well, But not a moment passed. The group of people sitting in the living room heard a song coming from the kitchen. Rat yo. Rat yo. Rats eaten. Can't run away. Left Geo stomp right Geo. Listening to the slightly excited shouting inside, Lu Guowen inexplicably had a picture floating in his head. Su Yang was sorrowfully holding some powder that he didn't know what it was and kept adding it to the pot. While Lu Guogang, several people always had the feeling that Su Yang was tired of them and wanted to drug them all. Lu Guowen looked at Su Daxian with a ghostly gaze and smiled bitterly. Do you think it's too late for me to apologize now? Still, okay. Su Daxian's tone was a bit flaky. There was always an illusion that he and the others would not live long. How come the ones cooking didn't feel scared, and the ones waiting to eat were already sweating? Lu Shirku grabbed a chicken, and after pulling off the feathers on the chicken's neck like this, he nimbly slashed the chicken's neck with a knife. Crimson blood dripped down into the bowl just like that. Without the slightest change in her expression, she grasped the chicken's wings. After slowly feeling the chicken without the slightest change, she tossed the chicken aside. The chicken randomly twitched and died. Lu Wutong once again grabbed a chicken and walked out of the chicken pen, another set of operations. Watching Lu Wutong was a little chilly at the back of his undershirt, such a scary feeling. Obviously such a quiet little girl, killing chickens was truly without blinking an eye. She also hastened to karma the chicken in her hand. 3 old hens, just like this tragic death on the spot. Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan and these places, the rural home, absolutely impossible, will not have no clay pot casserole. So it's very simple to find a few. Waiting for the 3 chickens to be brought over after fading, Su Yang looked at the size of the chicken, and then looked at the duo. You guys, karma the 3 fattest ones? On the day he came, Su Yang had already taken a good look. Yesterday ate 1, today directly karma 3? The old lady shall not die of heartache? It's okay, cousin, you eat, grandma will not say anything. Lu Wutong waved her hand in disbelief. Su Yang sniffed and laughed lightly. Then you go and burn up the honeycomb coal. To put 3 earthen pots. Good. Lu Wutong didn't hesitate and once again turned around and walked towards the courtyard. Su Yang pointed at the earthen pots beside him. Then he instructed Lu Siku, go over to the old man's house and go get a casserole pot over here, just one that big will do. As for Lu Siku, her mouth opened and closed when she heard this. She was a bit not too nice, but she didn't know how to refuse, so she had no choice but to turn around and leave. Su Yang on the other hand began to clean up those medicinal herbs that he bought. Nothing more than cordyceps flowers, matsutake mushroom, party ginseng, a few home not. Like juju berries and wolfberries, these basically all have at home. But Su Yang still bought some from the system. Because the system to buy may be a little more expensive, but is definitely the best in the surrounding distance. He would always believe in the quality control of the Unity Sun. Time was still early, so Su Yang wasn't in a hurry, and after pouring some water into the cauldron, he threw in all 3 chickens. One good thing about the countryside is that there are some bigger pots in the house. Because occasionally the family would make some banquets or something, so larger pots were easy to find. Stuffing the 3 chickens in the pot, he threw in some onions and ginger to blanch them. This way, after choking the water, after starting to stew, then it won't have too heavy of a fishy odor. The chickens that the 2 sisters killed were very clean, so Soo-young didn't need to deal with it much more. Put it in the choking water, he dealt with the rest of the side dishes. He likes to get all ready and then start stir-frying. Prepare the dishes in advance and then get them one by one. Incidentally, he was going to stir-fry a chicken chowder, popping the chicken chowder. Angelica has a heavy flavor and is bitter. So Soo-young does not like Angelica stewed chicken, or like party ginseng. Party ginseng is a little sweet and the flavor is not very dominant. Like Angelica, that thing stewed chicken soup drink always have a kind of noisy feeling. The chicken are dealt with, cut into pieces and then stewed, so that the speed is also faster. A whole chicken stew will be slower. Looking at the time, almost an hour later will be ready. Turn off the air vent under the honeycomb coal, slowly stew for an hour, basically okay. Wiped his hands. Took the cell phone and played. Looked at the circle of friends. A group of lazy people left a message in their own comment area. Tycoon, 6. Honggang, I can understand if you caught up a dead man. What the hell is catching up a grandpa? Wu Hanwen, ha, really fishing man catch everything but fish. By way, Soo-yang, don't be so outrageous. Song Xiao Xiao, it's really worthy of you. Lazy man. Lin Muyang, brother Su, your daily life is so interesting? Ha ha ha. Chapter 134, Lu Fong, my son is rich. A group of lezzies commented, and Soo-young, who watched it, also laughed lightly. Ding. The host looked at the comments of his friends and couldn't help but laugh. Posting a circle of friends is not necessarily showing off, it could also be sharing. System reward, 8888 yuan. Woohoo, so there's a reward for posting a friend circle? Soo-young scat his mouth and sighed. Looking at the time, it was almost time. Then he also started frying vegetables. When he was in the rental house, although Soo-young cooked, he still didn't really like to use an induction cooker. He just liked the liquefied stove like this, constantly stirring and watching the flames rise. A few people stood in the doorway and watched Soo-young's stance. It really didn't look like a fake, couldn't help but sigh in relief. Always afraid of a meal down, directly burst to kill a household book. Even listening to Soo-young did a rhythmic cutting sound, a few people feel that the flavor is not bad. After all, cooking skillful or not skilled, to listen to the sound of cutting vegetables can be known. The rich smell of chicken soup has spread in the yard. Lu Fong opened the lid of the casserole and looked at the chicken soup inside. Some confused, not. This is really you drop pups? This hand, even she as an old mother did not expect. The fresh and white soup, gurgling and rolling, Lu Fong also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. But she also covered the lid and continued to wait. Later on, I can show off my hand again. No way, no one's child is in his 20s and still can't cook, right? Lu Fong quietly looked towards the living room. Great auntie. Second auntie. Auntie Xiao went. One more fight. Lu Fong felt that she wasn't here to pay her respects, she was purely here to show off her child. Soo-young directly exploded to kill all the children of his relatives. None of them can fight. So what if you passed the public examination? My son has money. So what if you got married? My son has money. So what if he has grandchildren? My son is filial and rich. He even cooks. Lu Fong was ready to keep a low profile for a while and sat down on the chair. Soo-young, that stance, looks like he really knows how to cook. This kid wouldn't be opening a restaurant in the city, right? Having just sat down for a short while, Great Aunt enviously looked at Lu Fong. No, Lu Fong smiled and shook her head, humbly said, Xiaoyang used to cook by himself since he was a kid. Practice makes perfect. We don't have to worry about anything when we are parents at home. He arranged everything himself. Hey, Great Aunt sniffed a little sour, looked at Lu Jianshu, who was playing a game not far from the salted fish. Paralyzed. Lu Jianshu. What are you doing lying down? Why don't you go in and help? Look at your brother. 3 waters and 3 fires. Don't force me to slap you guys out. Second aunt also looked at her 2 sons with a cold face. She thought that having 2 sons was already a blessing, and that she would be able to enjoy her life in the future, but now, enjoying her life? It's not bad if you don't die of anger. Soo-young is obedient and filial not to mention, but also can make money, finish the matter to parents in good. So hundreds of thousands of table, tens of thousands of dollars of table, tens of thousands of clothes are to buy several sets. The home of these several rebellious son, in addition to hungry is sleepy. In addition to eating is sleeping, and from time to time also make people angry. This person is most afraid of comparison. The 3 people who are playing the game are confused. Not what happened to me, ah? The one inside can be considered a person? You guys compare us 3 to him? What's the joke? The 3 bitterly walked to the kitchen and just squatted on the side of the cabinet, continuing to play the game without saying a word. Soo-young turned his head and looked at the 3 people smilingly. He himself was considered to have become another family's child? Ding! The host is proud of himself for becoming a child of another family. System reward, 6666 yuan. No, what the hell are you talking about? I'm proud to be another family's child. My parents are still sitting outside. Don't mess with Hong Kong, don't look at me as Mr. Nice Guy, I'm just as scary when I explode. After slagging off the system, Su Yang divided the dishes on 2 plates. Lu Wuton walked in with the dishes and placed them on the table outside the house. By the time she walked in the next dish was basically almost ready. In this way, he made a few dishes one after another. Su Yang wiped his hands and looked at the mess in the kitchen. It doesn't matter, anyway, he did the cooking and frying himself, then the matter of cleaning up will be given to Lu Jianshu and them. Do you 3 want to continue to be scolded later? Su Yang looked at the 3 of them with a smile. Definitely don't want to, right? Su Yang grinned, then after dinner later, you 3 clean the kitchen. It'll only take 2 or 3 minutes for the 3 of you to divide the labor. I'll leave it to you guys, after eating later on, Teruko and I and the girls will just take a break and give you guys a chance to perform. The 3 of them? So do I still have to thank you? But it was only 2 or 3 minutes, and the 3 were quite happy not to be griped at for casually washing dishes. After all, it wasn't like they had any strange fetishes, so how could they possibly like being scolded? Taking the small mixing spoon and chopsticks, Su Yang walked to the courtyard. Looking at the earthen pot in the courtyard, he took the pad and opened the lid and took a sip. Well, the chicken soup was mellow with a fresh flavor. The salt flavor was also just right, and with the addition of the agaricus mushroom, there was a unique fragrance of mushrooms in it. Good wow, it's worthy of the cooking skills that I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on. Worth it. Teruko. Come serve a pot and send it to the old man's house. Su Yang beckoned to Lu Siku. Lu Shiku pursed his lips at the words, wanting to refuse but unable to say anything. Su Yang also kind of gave Lu Shiku the opportunity to make a good relationship with that old man, then after that old man knew about Lu Shiku. If he opens his mouth, I guess aunt and uncle won't stop Lu Shiku from going to college. And this old man, there is a stream of the old generation possesses the qualities, that is, has a sense of social responsibility. And is a good person. There are some things that he doesn't know. If he knew not to help, but instead, his heart will also be a little bad. Himself and his gentleman's friendship is as light as water. Then just throw the question over. I'm not begging you. GGG. Even if the old man does not help, Su Yang thought of grandma and grandpa, there is a second insurance chant. Lu Siku grasped the handle with 2 rags and carried the chicken soup carefully toward the outside. Su Yang saw the situation and urged, be careful of scalding, if it's hot, just throw it away, don't scald yourself by grabbing it foolishly. Do you know? Because he was worried that this little girl, who was a bit insistent, would not let go of her hand even if she scalded herself, Su Yang purposely admonished. Lu Siku hurriedly nodded and walked towards the outside. Staring at the casserole in front of her, she could already feel that the rag was a little hot. Walking up to Tang Yangji's door, she lifted her leg and walked inside. That Tang Yi, my watch pot stewed chicken soup for me to send over. Lu Siku looked at the group of people sitting in the courtyard and looked at the crowd in a somewhat formal and timid manner. When Tang Igwa heard this, he hurriedly got up and walked over to Lu Siku's side, reaching out to help receive the casserole, and asked suspiciously, isn't Grandpa Su coming? This address made Lu Siku somewhat numb. He asked me to send it over. This casserole was the casserole that Lu Siku came to borrow just now. Su Yang also stewed the chicken in this casserole. Not to mention, Tang Igwa smelled the flavor and also felt some fragrance. The flavor was indeed good. Then you go back first and say thank you for me. Tang Yangji looked at the chicken soup on the table with a smile, and when the lid was opened, a fragrance of mushrooms and chicken soup filled the air. Looking at the thick and mellow chicken soup in front of him, Tang Yangji looked at the departing Lu Siku, and suddenly opened his mouth and asked to the side of Tang Igwa, do you know what's going on with that little girl? Lu Siku? Tang Yangji's granddaughter suddenly let out a laugh. I heard that her mom divorced her dad, and then married the Lu family's family, and had a son from her second marriage. The 2 families are also not very good to this little girl. I heard that her grades are strange good, that is, the 2 families have now thought to find a blind date for her. I guess they do not want her to go to college. She poured herself a bowl of chicken soup and took a sip after blowing on it. She immediately brightened up. This chicken soup is so delicious. Delicious, right? Tang Yangji sighed. This soup has been drunk. What can be done? The casserole is from his own family. This is not giving himself the chance to refuse. After only knowing each other for a few hours. How did he feel so sure that he would help? The old man poured a bowl of chicken soup and took a sip. Hey, not to mention, it was indeed quite tasty. If there are jujubes or no jujubes, I'll take a shot at this time. Su Yang, who was sitting at the table of the elders, took a sip of the chicken soup and felt that from his throat to his abdomen, a stream of warmth was spreading all over his body from his abdomen. It was warm. Comfortable. Su Yang clipped a chopstick and chewed on the vegetables. Su Daxiang sniffed and looked at the chicken soup in the bowl in silence. So, you don't know if it's good when you make it, so you thought to make it first? Aha, Su Yang shrugged. Cooking this thing, the important thing is the fire and seasoning. Often cooking, that basically seasoning heart no, fire that is even simpler, stewed ribs, stewed chicken, roughly the same, heart roughly no, the dish will not be too difficult to eat. Don't say, at least it's better than Angelica's stew. Sweet and savory at just the right time too. Su Yang chewed the chicken, fresh and tender. Besides, even if it's not good, it's just feeding pigs and dogs. Su Yang didn't feel wasted, it's not like it was poured. It was also considered to be a way to give them a taste of meat for the new year. Su Yang's way of thinking amazed a few people. Lu Guowen was a bit emotional. I guess you have a pretty happy day, according to your way of thinking, that all for suffering can be treated as an interesting experience. The difference is not bad. Su Yang drank a mouthful of chicken soup, looking at a group of people in front of him. Alas, in fact, compared to you, I would like to sit with my younger siblings. At least I can look at the two younger sisters. The appetite can be good point. You Lu mean I long Lu appetite? Lu Feng's face was dark. You see, you this. Su Yang was Lu Feng got some speechless. Seeing as you're my mom, I won't bother with you. Su Yang hummed lightly and ate his meal. Drinking chicken soup, not to mention, looking at a table so full of food, it was indeed very fulfilling. Especially looking at the crowd eating very well. Ding! The host has made a meal for 15 people and the satisfaction of the crowd is high, enjoying the compliments of the crowd and a wonderful dinner. System reward, 66,666 yuan. Chapter 135, Deep Blue plus more. Woohoo! A strange cry rang out in Su Yang's heart. Mei juju ah, mei juju. After the meal was finished, several people felt their bodies warming up, and Grandpa and Grandma's cheeks were also rosy a little. This chicken soup is indeed good, the old man touched his cheeks. When you get older, you tend to feel cold all over in winter, the kind of feeling where your bones are cold. But after this meal, he felt warm all over. Indeed. Lu Guogang wiped the sweat from his forehead. The hot chicken soup was really driving away the cold, and his body also felt some strength. That's right, this stuff is a medicinal meal. It's just one pot, the chicken is not expensive, but the herbs are all the best. It cost over $10,000. Su Yang arrogantly tilted his head and looked at the several people. Lu Feng was almost used to Su Yang's spending. But great auntie and uncle didn't. A lot of money? Great aunt's voice was a little broken. Su Yang smiled slightly, more than 10,000. But just used part of it, the rest, if you're free, you guys give grandparents some chicken soup to drink, to nourish your health. But don't have too much, just drink it once or twice a month. Talk to me when you run out, I'll buy some more over then. Su Yan looked at Lu Siku and called out, Siku, lend me your book and pen. Lu Siku got up from his chair, walked to the edge of the sofa, took his own school bag, took out his book and pen from it, walked to Su Yang's side, and handed the book to Su Yang. Su Yang took the pen and book, swished and wrote, suddenly scratched his head and, somewhat perplexed, he looked at Lu Siku. How do you write chi as in yellow chi? A cursive character, a clan's clan. Lu Shiku explained. Su Yang hemmed and hawed, this graduated and forgot. Then he looked at his chicken claw-like character, Deep blue. Adding points. Ding. The host has spent $500,000 on intermediate calligraphy. In an instant, Su Yang's penmanship suddenly changed. Immediately, he began to write with a dragon flying. Watching Su Yang's writing become better looking in an instant, Lu Siku was a bit confused. But then quickly smiled slightly, presumably because he had written well before, but had not written for a long time and was a bit uncomfortable. He scribbled the few words he had written before. Writing the ingredient list and writing the method, Su Yang looked at Lu Siku and asked, can I tear it off? Lu Siku reached out and tore the paper off, but didn't follow the edges to tear it. Because like this book, the edges are glued. If it seems like this, it will easily destroy the gel inside and make the book loose. So she purposely left a cut. Anti-curved folded twice, made a scratch, and then the nail against the tray squeezed through. Tearing it down like this, she was able to tear it with the texture. Su Yang had also learned a useless little skill. Great auntie, just get it according to this. Su Yang handed the paper to his great aunt. After all, the old man also lived here. Good looking at the words on it, great aunt complimented, Yang where word writing Lu really nice, Lu Jianshu. Look at you pot. Lu Jianshu. Really, brother, please don't show. Every time you show, the ones who end up hurting are us. I'll take a picture. Lu Guowen also took a picture with his paper, this soup is indeed good. Su Yang, on the other hand, took his cell phone and sent a friend circle with a smile. Top of the kitchen, proud of the world, with me, Su Yang, there is the sky. With a few pictures of himself cooking a table of dishes, plus his pink spotted apron. Su Yang grinned. Gave another friend circle. Who wouldn't want to be complimented? If it wasn't to show off, why would he bother sending it? Otaku also wanted to be recognized and praised. Looking at the circle of friends, several red dots immediately popped up. Su Yang sighed a little, don't these people need to rest? Staring at the circle of friends every day? Lin Muyan, brother Su. I want to eat too. Mr. Zhang of the inn, you still have this hand? Chen Ming, can you block Coco? Coco at Mr. Chen, you're still not happy about it? Look at others. Number 8, Mr. Su can still cook? Zheng Gong, Mr. Su is a good cook. Tycoon, good boy, I know you can do it, but I didn't think you really could? Woo Hanwon, well done, don't do it next time. In fact, a person who is not often send a circle of friends suddenly began to send a few times a day circle of friends, which sent a mess. It looks like he is really sharing his life, but in fact it means that he is ready to attract one of his contacts. Trying to get each other's attention. The most likely is that the recent new acquaintance of the girl. And if the circle of friends is full of those who go out to have fun, then it means that this person goes to travel. Some people do not go out once a year, go once hate to tell the world. And Soo Young belonged to the third kind, purely sharing his life and showing off a hand. He could not show off his wealth, but he couldn't not pretend, especially having such cooking skills. If he didn't pretend, what was he cooking for? A few messages were returned. Soo Young retrieved his cell phone and once again returned to the courtyard, lying on the recliner and looking at the sky. Suddenly Soo Young's cheeks were slightly cold. He froze. Only to see the sky above, by the light of the moon and the porch light. The snowflakes in the sky seemed to fall in stars along with the music. Looking at the sky. The falling snow. The snowflakes in the sky are so romantic. Love for you is like that snowflake. Scattered all over the place. Listening to the song in his headphones, Soo Young looked up at the sky. The snowflakes were like an ice lotus, fluttering and covering the earth noiselessly. They danced in the night sky, like a group of elves, performing a beautiful dance in the cold winter night. Lonely but cold. One appears to be dabbling with a bit of a problem? Soo Young felt that he seemed to have become pretentious. Getting up, he walked under the porch with his hands in his pockets. He felt the cool breeze on his face. It's snowing. Lu Wuton stretched out her hand and looked at the sky. Like these places, even if it snowed, it wouldn't cover the earth. It would also quickly turn into water stains when it falls on the ground. Find a chance to go skiing for fun? Soo Young blinked his eyes and looked at the sky. I heard that the urban ice world is very interesting. I heard that the lamb in Xinjiang province is really delicious, not as stinky and heavy as the south. I heard that Xinjiang province is full of hot bar. I heard that you can go to the beach to pick up small fish and shrimp. So it was all heard, but he had never seen it. In the end, how many people, as if living in this world, but never really go to see the world? Most people seem to be stuck in one city for their entire lives. No traveling far and wide or surprises and mishaps, just seeming to live, but actually really just living for the sake of living? TSK. Surely time is almost up? Soo Young raised his hand and looked at the time. Woohoo, 12 o'clock start emo la. The time is approaching. Ding. Two crunching sounds. Soo Young immediately not emo. Today the road is not much, the car is not much. It is also a small profit of 2 or 3 million. Sleep. Beautiful juice. Turned around and immediately returned to the room, undressed and slept. Lie down on the bed, cover the quilt, good night makabaka. The next day. When it was time, Soo Young opened his eyes. He basically slept for 8 hours. Whether he stayed up late or overnight, the sleep time was about 8 hours. After yawning and washing up, his own father and the others were already sitting in the living room chatting. Carrot, good morning. Good morning. Lu Fawn looked at Soo Young impatiently, sleeping jangling late day after day before getting up. Are you a pig? It doesn't matter, I don't have to work, what's the point of getting up so early? Rich and capricious, Soo Young walked to the fireplace in disdain, holding a cigarette, and lazily made himself a cup of tea. Soo Young's answer was really concise, making people unable to refute, yet envious and jealous. And, Mama, if I were piggy, would you love me? Soo Young blinked his big eyes. Lu Fong. No. Lu Fong coldly snorted with a cold face. Soo Young skimmed his lips. No love? That's fine, I'll find a woman's family to be a door-to-door son-in-law tomorrow. Let you lose your love painfully. Love. Lu Fong looked at Soo Young helplessly and nodded perfunctorily. Soo Young was originally a sand sculptor, making jokes from time to time, and he wasn't much of a prude. He didn't need to concave any persona, nor did he need to pretend to be mature, nor did he need to care about other people's opinions. Just live freely and happily. Lu Siku enviously looked at Soo Young and Lu Fong. Lu Wutong and the others were also a little envious of such a mother and son relationship. Which was like a few of their families, simply a bunch of stress monsters. It was simply that even if it was your parents, you couldn't let them think you were good at bullying. The big deal is to have a seizure and then run out and live by yourself for a while. If you can't change the rules, then adapt to them. If you can change the rules, then you don't have to adapt to any rules. He was fond of the phrase, rules? My rules are the rules. Since you love me, go, fry me 2 dishes. Soo Young swung his head. Lu Fong. You die. Glaring at Soo Young, Lu Fong whitened her eyes and got up from her chair. I'll do it. Lu Siku also got up in a hurry and quickly ran towards the kitchen. Lest she has to pull with Lu Fong, she is also not very good at talking. Still really diligent. Lu Fong looked at Lu Siku's back and complimented with a slight smile. What's the use of being diligent, isn't it also for other families to raise? Lu Guoling blanked her eyes and spoke in disbelief. Soo Young sniffed and sked, if it wasn't for the fear of pissing the old lady off. Su Yang wanted to ask Grandma if this was how she treated her own old mother and aunt in the first place. Finished before her own aunt became like this? Upward and downward ah. Su Yang's line of sight and Su Dachang's line of sight met. A helpless warning immediately flashed in Su Dachang's eyes. You are really my living father. Please, don't be a demon. Truly. This Lu family is not like our family, so don't make a scene. Su Dachang is also considered to have some understanding of Su Yang, is a little bit of uncomfortable, he will now open the mouth. Now is really afraid of Su Yang open mouth. Su Dachang frowned and looked at Su Yang shaking his head. Su Yang skimmed his mouth. Right, when are we leaving? Su Yang leaned lazily on the sofa and asked Su Dachang, do we need a fireplace in our house? This thing is so cozy. I feel like I can't get away from it. Where we are not cold. And Lua Pa well. Su Dachang helplessly looked at Su Yang, you want to install also wide too. Su Dachang's words made Su Yang bright. His own PUA seems to have some results. Forget it, it's still uneasy then. Su Yang hemmed and hawed. Su Dachang. You turtle heart is godly. Table pot rice is ready, Lu Siku yelled softly. Su Yang got up from the sofa, holding his thermos cup, thank you. After saying thank you to the other party, sitting on the chair, Su Yang took a big bite. Last night's chicken soup, finished with a few leftovers. Good times, a bowl of chicken soup with rice, beautiful juice. Then old man's son, what time do we leave? Su Yang raised his eyes and looked at Su Dachang. Chapter 136 Nightclub? Su feeds. Extra 1. Su Dachang didn't return his head, you finish eating and leave. Okay, Su Yang chewed and ate his meal slowly, holding his cell phone and looking through his friend circle. The circle of friends was still as lively as ever. But it was just a bit too many likes. Turning his head, he chatted with Bai Wei. After chatting briefly with a few people, Su Yang took back his cell phone. Taking the paper towel on the table, he wiped his mouth and casually threw the paper towel in the trash can. Getting up, he took the dishes and walked to the kitchen and washed them before going upstairs to pack his clothes and pants. Grandma and Grandpa, great uncle and second uncle, aunt and uncle and great aunt and second aunt, I'm leaving oh. And brothers and sisters, I'm leaving. Don't miss me too much, next year at this moment, I guess I will come back. Su Yang gave an Air Force salute to a few people. Politely, he said goodbye to the few people. Su Yang threw his things in the trunk. Grandparents looked at the 3 people reluctantly and also got some hams and other messy local specialties and put them in the car. Yang Weier, remember to come back when you are free? Queried. Grandma reluctantly pulled Su Yang's hand. Su Yang smiled at her words and said in the little old lady's ear, if you let Lu Siku go to college, then I'll come back when I have time. If you don't let her go either, then I won't come back. I've already called old man Teng over to help convince my aunt and uncle. Grandma, do you still want to see me? Su Yang blinked his big eyes and looked at the little old lady expectantly. Being in his 20s, it might be a bit greasy to be pampered and cute to his parents. But it was just right for the grandparents' generation. Instead, they would feel that their own grandchildren were close to her. Then I'll see if I can find the time to let your grandpa and your aunt say a word. The little old lady looked at Su Yang somewhat helplessly, her eyes kindly but also with a smile. She looked at Su Yang with kind eyes, but also with a smile and reached out to point Su Yang's brain broad. Wawazi, just know to count on your grandmother. Who made you my grandmother? Su Yang heatedly smiled, I'll come back when I have time. Good. The old lady touched Su Yang's head reluctantly, and Su Yang half squatted on the ground. The old lady looked at Su Yang intimately, the rest of the grandchildren didn't talk to her much. On the contrary, this grandson, not to mention good to them, also obedient and well-behaved. People who are half buried in the ground are just looking for a peaceful old age with their children and grandchildren to enjoy. Let's go by. Su Yang waved his hand at the old man and the old lady. Skr Su Yang raised his hand and patted Lu Siku's shoulder. Remember, this is your only chance. Whether you can grab it or not is up to you. Said a sentence that made Lu Siku puzzled. Su Yang pulled open the car door. Turning the direction, stepping on the gas, the vehicle left. The old man and woman looked at the departing vehicle, their eyes full of reluctance. Lu Guogang and Lu Guowen also looked at the departing car with some reluctance. How can I say, Su Yang was a bit annoying when he was there, but not to mention, this kid is quite interesting. When Su Yang was at home, the atmosphere in the house was different. Not to mention, it's also interesting. Lu Siku looked at the faraway car with some confusion. The 2 old men didn't turn slowly back to the house until they couldn't see the back of the car. The atmosphere inside the car was also a bit dull. Su Yang glanced at the rearview mirror, lightly laughed and comforted, anyway, it's just over an hour's drive, it's fine if you 2 are fine to come over and sit down, don't we have a car now? It's also convenient to come and go, this car doesn't want to drive, then I'll buy you 2 another car? How about a van? Or just an SUV? Su Dachang. This kid's soft rice, he does not want to eat at all, because he is really dare to stir up his nose. Just like this chatting for a while, also let Lu Feng's inner sadness dissipate. When are you going to start getting the room at home? Just these 2 days, first go find a designer to come back to see. Su Yang looked ahead of him. After coming down from the highway and then slowly lowering the speed driving on the county road, there is no harm in slowing down a little. After all, these places, from time to time drilled out a kawashipa, what is not rare. Even if there is suddenly an old woman walking in the middle of the road, Su-young does not feel strange. The vehicle drove into the village. Su-young parked the car in front of his house. Stepping down from the vehicle, he stretched his back. Put the procedures for the village renovation. You talk to Uncle Lou to get it. I'll leave first. Ow. Su-young looked at his own parents, reached out and pulled open the car door to sit in the car. Wait for a couple days, I'll see about bringing the designer back for a trip. You stop by and ask Uncle Lou what formalities are needed. The village, but the reconstruction of the house needs some formalities. Probably Su-young also listened to the village people chatting and heard some. Su Daxiang nodded. Lu Feng also knew that Su-young would be back again in less than 2 days. So he waved his hand at Su-young. Su-young turned the direction. Driving the car once again on the highway. System. Transfer 2 million to my mom. Ding. $2 million has been deducted. Transferred to Lu Feng's account. Bold. Call mom. What, Lu Feng? Ding. $2,100,000 has been deducted. Transferred to mom's account. Su-young, what? What the hell did you say about mom charging me an extra 100,000 yuan? Dog thief. You're going to die. I will die with you. Inside the system screamed a curse. Su-young, some heartache. This is their own walk a day to earn money. 10,000 steps for 100,000 yuan. Alas. Looked at the balance. Su-young sighed in relief. Fortunately only charged 100,000 yuan, or else damn if he deducted his 2 million for nothing, then his own blood loss of 201. That's a long time to earn back the money. It would take 2 days of buying to earn back that much money. It's hard to spend money. System recommend a domestic designer. Finish the decoration company, can be constructed in the old home, help me screen it. Ding. Need to spend $10,000. Buckle up, it's not that bad. But it's just to find a person and a company to spend $10,000. TSK. Waiting for the Ducheng, the sky is dark, the time is almost to more than 10 o'clock. With a cigarette in his mouth and a DJ playing, he sat in the car. Ambient lighting makes the dark car has a little light. And this little bit of light, but also just right, not more noisy, will not feel abrupt. Instead, it gave the car a full sense of atmosphere. Su-young twisted his body and looked at the traffic light ahead, although he did not know what he was going to do. But inexplicably, he was just a bit excited. During this period of time, Su-young was in a cycle of excitement, happy, touching fish, lazy, several states every day. There is not a bit of negative energy. Looking at the side of the car, Su-young bit the flower hand, shaking his head. Several people in the van next door, looking at Su-young's appearance, laughed out loud. Dashing, just too dashing. Subdued. Too subdued. Su-young? And the man in the driver's seat probed and called out in surprise. Seemingly hearing someone call his name, Su-young probed and looked. Chen Ming? Right. You're back? Chen Ming looked at Su-young and grinned. Su-young sniffed from the side, took a cigarette and held one in his mouth, and threw a pack over. Where are you going? Chen Ming in the car looked at the Huazi that fell in the arms of the co-pilot. It's really not worthy of you. Su-young is really a scene person. Finish is also a decent person. See who all give each other a few thin face. Finish will also give friends a long face. Sitting on the passenger side of the Take Huazi, took out a hand to the side of Chen Ming. Chen Ming also took a cigarette and threw it to a few people sitting behind. The rear window of the car window open. A few people curiously looked at the side of the big Land Rover and enviously looked at Su-young. Looking at Su-young, who was about the same age as himself and others, drove a Land Rover, wontedly dashing appearance. It was still complicated inside. Going to playhouse, grinned yellow hair who was sitting in the passenger side. Right, are you going? Chen Ming looked at Su-young and inquired. Su-young sniffed and inhaled a cigarette, thinking for 2 seconds. Go. It's good to be idle, I haven't been there yet, so I'll get a long view. He smiled and looked at the crowd and returned. Only Chen Ming knew that this big brother had truly never been there. A few people on the side were smiling, not believing a little. Nowadays, young people have basically been there, which has not been there. Vehicle start, Su-young driving the car followed behind the crowd. Soon traveling to the playhouse. Getting down from the car, Su-young looked at Chen Ming who was beside him and asked, do you need to get cash? Come with $1 million or $800,000? No, big brother. What do you think? Chen Ming looked at Su-young with the look of an excited little white man. Also shaking his body along with the music. Somewhat confused, how did you say this? Didn't you say that the consumption inside is expensive? Su-young was a little puzzled. Chen Ming said that he didn't understand, how expensive is the consumption, you throw in $1 million or so in cash. This is not how to spend money in a ING gold mine. It's only going to cost 3 or 4,000, a few of us will be fine with a wave of A's. Chen Ming looked at Su-young somewhat helplessly and whispered, brother, really just play around. Just drink some wine and bounce around to experience a sense of atmosphere. No, buddy, you are really several funny The yellow hair on the side laughed out. What do you want to take a few million in cash? You have this money, just open the box directly. What are we doing in a wild card? Listening to the other party's words, Su-young didn't get much angry. After all, the other party's tone was the tone of a joke. He wasn't narrow-minded enough to get angry just because someone casually spat out a sentence. Then aren't we going in? Su-young looked at Chen Ming doubtfully. He really didn't understand this. Waiting for the sale. Chen Ming held a cigarette in his mouth, wrapped the clothes around his body and exhaled smoke. Su-young sniffed and nodded slightly, looking at the rows of luxury cars at that entrance. Sure enough, there are still a lot of rich people. But this Lamborghini dull these before on the internet to see. The reality still looks good. The streamlined body and that handsome shape. Good looking, right? More than $7 million. Seeing Su-young's eyes resting on a Ferrari, Chen Ming lightly laughed. Buy one? Can I? Su-young blinked his wide eyes at the words and looked at Chen Ming expectantly. Where to buy? Chen Ming. Just redundant mouth. Chen Ming immediately shut up and didn't say much, because the last time he casually said a sentence, Su-young bought a car the next day of the tawdry operation, froze him to be confused. In case said, tomorrow he called himself to say let himself to help him look at the Ferrari, that he really cannot see a little. Seeing that Chen Ming didn't say anything, Su-young didn't ask more. I'll go to the car to get a cigarette. Su-young looked at the cigarettes in the cigarette box, and there was only half a pack left. It was estimated that he couldn't go in and smoke for a while. With that, he turned around and went back to the side of the road, opened the car door and took half a cigarette down from inside. When he walked back, he saw the handsome-looking, uniformed salesman chatting with Chen Ming and a few others. Coming? Chen Ming saw Su-young come over and waved his head. Let's go. Afraid that Su-young didn't know, then Chen Ming explained, places like this that are relatively hot usually need to book a table in advance, otherwise there's no room. Plus we have a good relationship with sales, so we were able to book a table, otherwise it's not really good. If you want to come next time, then look for sales to book a table, there will be discounts and some fruit plates and stuff too. Oh, the deafening music and lights when they walked in. Countless long-legged, hot girls in hot outfits were standing just about everywhere in the corridor. The walls were also cyber-style walls, all kinds of walls with LEDs. Pink and blue lights interacted with each other. As soon as you enter, it gives you a psychedelic feeling. And coupled with the deafening music and rhythmic drum beats, Su-young curiously looked around. Looking at that one hot girl, don't say, you really don't say. Chapter 137, Dragon Set? Big 3? Looking at the DJ booth not far away, images were flashing on the huge screen behind it. And in front of the DJ booth, a few hot girls were scratching their heads, constantly dancing their bodies. There were also small stages scattered everywhere, and one by one, the girls were just wearing suspenders or short skirts. 90% of the body parts were leaking. Su-young looked at it and also had a little belly fire. Good guy, good guy. It was really like Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Su-young wasn't familiar with Chen Ming's friends, so he didn't talk to a few people. He just sat on the side and kept looking at the various kinds of girls around him. I was dazzled. Really dazzled, that's why I usually don't see young hot girls before, so all of them came here? How is it? Chen Ming sat on Su-young's side with a teasing smile. Good looking, right? Good looking. Listening to the shouting in his ears, Su-young immediately nodded his head. Because the music here was deafening, one had to amplify their voice and come to the edge when speaking. Looking at Su-young's appearance, Chen Ming lightly laughed, neither sneering nor mocking. After all, his relationship with Su-young was not bad. The last time a sentence, Su-young backhandedly bought an S6 had taken him down. Basically, it can be said that he is still relatively sincere with Su-young. What does it mean to be a lampshade? This is the red wine and green lights. All kinds of colored lights flashing. Su-young looked just a short distance ahead, wearing hot. Standing in the glass cabinet, dancing body of the hot girl. That posture is really Thai. Su-young did not know how to describe it, but as soon as he came in, he felt that the girls inside were quite Thai. The finish wear is also really less. Obviously it was winter, although the temperature inside the store was also okay, but wearing so little? To please yourself? Su-young scat his mouth. After coming to these places, he realized how simple he really was before. Listening to the sound behind him, Su-young turned his head to look and saw a few girls standing on the platform behind him, constantly twisting their bodies. Wearing short skirts, tilting their heads, they could basically see clearly. Some were wearing hot pants, some were wearing short skirts. Since it was a sunken card table, it was probably the welfare area. Chen Ming's few people were more familiar with sales, so they booked such a card seat. After taking a look, Su-young withdrew his line of sight and continued to look at the stage not far away. He was still a bit formal and didn't let go too much. On the other hand, Chen Ming's few people had already taken off their jackets and were bobbing their heads with their wine cups, listening to the DJ. Come, have a drink. Chen Ming saw Su-young sitting in the corner and didn't get involved, then walked over with his wine glass. It was handed to Su-young. Su-young looked at the wine glass. He didn't feel like he was too familiar with Chen Ming. Chen Ming felt that he and Su Yang were already familiar. So Su Yang was still a little wary, and after inquiring into the system, he opened a bottle of wine on the side, poured a glass of wine, and clinked glasses with him. Took a sip. It was just ordinary barley juice. Su Yang was experiencing more of the sense of atmosphere here. The flickering lights put people in a trance, and catalyzed by the alcohol, Su Yang also let go a little. He walked to the front, bobbing his head and bouncing around. After a short while, Su Yang walked back with a bitter face. Chen Ming looked at Su Yang's expression with some confusion. What's wrong? Not fun? It's fun. The big European girls are choppy, the small European girls are dancing alluringly. I just don't know who touches my butt every day. Su Yang depressedly took a sip from his wine glass. If it was a different place, Su Yang would still be a little excited. But where was this? All of them. Damn it, 10 out of 100 are gay. Ha ha ha. Listening to Su Yang's stifled words, Chen Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. Don't worry, gays usually don't come to this venue, they can't play with us people. Really? Su Yang brightened up for a split second. So I was pinched by a female? Not even close. Chen Ming's gaze fluttered a bit. Su Yang did look small handsome, plus his temperament and dress added points. It was estimated that it wasn't even close to being a little bit worse. He Su Yang was happy for a moment. That's still pretty good, representing brother's charm. Want to eat something? Su Yang rubbed his stomach, still somewhat not quite adapting to the environment here. He looked at Chen Ming and inquired. Chen Ming shook his head, raised his hand and beckoned to the sales not far away, saying to Su Yang, "There's some food here, just order for yourself." Good. Su Yang sniffed and looked at the walking sales. Reaching out, he took the tablet in the other party's hand. To be honest, Su Yang had only gotten used to ordering food with the tablet during this time. Previously, when you went to a place, ordering food? Directly look at the menu on the wall, you still want to take the tablet? Looking at the meals on the tablet, Su Yang casually ordered some snacks and fruits. And looked at the drinks on the table. They don't order much, it is estimated that they just come in to bounce and stick with the girls. With that, he also swept a glance at the drinks. Suddenly his eyes stopped and asked with some doubt, "This wine is 230,000? Right, sir." The sales sniffing was also used to inquiries and spoke, "This is the Grand Triumvirate. It has Martel Supreme and Hennessy Richard and Louis XIII in it." Listening to the music, Su Yang shook his head and nodded. Hennessy and Louis XIII he had drunk. The flavor was okay, this Martel hadn't tasted it. "What's the matter with making me Kong Kong?" Su Yang murmured. He casually added this to his shopping cart. The sales eyes on the side jumped. What kind of people would be the most likely to purchase these at a nightclub? It wasn't those who wore gold and silver, not those who looked and felt rich and wore a trendy brand. Instead, it was Su Yang like this, cold and without saying a word. Ace of Spades? It seems that there was a song that was quite hot before. Su Yang still had some impression, and curiously also added this so-called divine dragon set to the shopping cart. After clicking down and placing the order, he took out his cell phone and scanned it. Ding! The host consumed 378,000 yuan at the nightclub with Fate. You and I were not meant to be, purely because I have money. System reward, 6,666,666 yuan. Looking at Su Yang's easy and cozy movements, the salesman went numb. He didn't even hesitate for a second, it was like buying a random lighter. And this card seat, looking at the relationship of the few people on the side, it seems like he is simply following over to have a look. There were no girls or friends either. He didn't even ask with his friends on the side and just bought it. So it wasn't pretending, it was purely for fun. Alright, bring the food over as soon as possible, I'm hungry. Su Yang handed the tablet to the sales and nodded with a smile. Sales sniffed and immediately nodded with slight respect. Turned around and left. Seeing the sales leave, Chen Ming came over with his wine glass and clinked his glass with Su Yang, ordered? Aha! Su Yang nodded slightly, ordered some potato chips, pastry, fruit plate and whatnot, finished seeing that the wine was almost finished, also ordered some. Exempt, how embarrassing that is. Chen Ming let out a light laugh. Will I give it to you later? In itself, we just came over to drink and have some fun. Forget it, no need. Su Yang smiled and said, if it wasn't for you taking me, I guess I really don't know how to get in these places. So my treat it is. Basically pay as you order, so for the drinks just now, they had already paid for it, and now that Su Yang was paying for a wave, it was also basically okay. Leaning against the card seat, Su Yang held a cigarette. Watching not far away from the female group Spicy dance, passionate, hot and fragrant. Not to mention, just looking at it, Su Yang can roughly understand why many men like to come to these places. Not to mention whether or not you can sleep with a girl, but just to come to this place, you can definitely feast your eyes. Suddenly not far away from the DJ booth, a series of smoke sprayed out. All kinds of ribbons and confetti were flying around in the sky, accompanied by deafening music. Let's welcome the little brothers of the E10 deck. Purchase one copy of today's first Divine Dragon set. With the first big $3. Scream. The DJ on the stage then screamed out. Su Yang looked at the searchlight hitting his body in confusion. His expression was a bit confused, and he hurriedly turned his head to look around. Chen Ming and a few of his friends were also a bit confused. Su Yang silently looked around, inwardly beating some drums. This light, weirdly embarrassing, feeling a group of people gazing at him, Su Yang slid downwards with slightly red cheeks. Silently, he pulled up his clothes and covered his face. Growling inwardly. FCK. Why didn't anyone say that there would be such a thing? The DJ on stage chuckled with a microphone. Looks like our little brother is still a little shy. A group of people were holding various kinds of colored lights in their hands, weaving in and out of the nightclub, attracting the attention and sight of the crowd. One after another, they looked towards the card seats that were illuminated by the lights. Chen Ming's heart was also beating a little faster as he was being watched by a group of people. Chen Ming hurriedly ran to Su Yang's side and asked in a low voice, "You bought it?" Su Yang said weakly, "Didn't we drink Louis XIII before? I saw that Martel didn't drink it, so I was looking to order one. And then I saw that what's-his-name Dragon set, and ordered one too. No, why didn't you tell me? I'm so embarrassed I have to pee." Su Yang pulled on his clothes with a bitter smile. He was not too fond of attracting attention and being mobbed. Chen Ming looked at Su Yan with complicated eyes. "Buddy, you are really hook 8 outrageous owl." Someone broadcasting and playing lights Su Yan was really unexpected. Su Yang slowly put down his clothes and looked at a group of girls in front of him wearing bunny girl costumes, holding a light sign and dancing awkwardly in front of him. His toes were clenched. He quickly waved his hand and said to the manager, "Go go go. Don't play awkwardly, dude really can't stand it a bit." Hearing Su Yang's words, the manager froze. Could it be someone from the official level? Afraid of being recognized? He hurriedly had someone put the transparent box with the wine on the table. The flickering light board was also placed around it. The spade-looking lamp base was placed on the table like this. Su Yan looked at the group of people who had left and the lights were also retracted, and hurriedly let out a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, he was still suitable for such a dim situation. Dude, bull. Chen Ming's few friends hurriedly came over. Chapter 138, What is called paper drunkenness. Mouths bragged to Su Yang. Su Yang quickly waved his hand. No, just ordered over to taste the flavor. Chen Ming, open the wine and drink it to try what flavor. Su Yang reached out and opened the Martel Supreme. Poured wine into the whiskey glass. No one was looking at Su Yang felt a lot more comfortable, but there were still many if not all the stares looking at them. But Su Yang did not matter, used to being peeked at. As long as he was holding Hu Yu, and a few women, where wouldn't he be noticed? Pouring some wine into the cup, Su Yang took a sip. Rinsing his mouth slightly nodded, "This tastes good." Perhaps it was because he was drinking more and more wine, Su Yang could also taste how the wine tasted. Instead of before, it just felt like a flavor of wine. Bull. Chen Ming looked at Su Yang's calm demeanor. Convivial, it was too convivial, and dashing was too dashing. What's the flavor of spades? Su Yang reached out and opened the wine, poured another cup and tasted the flavor, not bad. The flavor is probably alright, after all, a bottle of spades is 8,800. But the incidental service, you really don't want any of it? Chen Ming looked at Su Yan with a bitter smile. Buying this wine wasn't for pretending, who would buy it? Hundreds of thousands of dollars spent, froze, and did not want to show any face at all. It was only Su Yang. Hello? The manager walked over with the wine, looked at Su Yang and said with a smile, "I'm the manager of the playhouse, sir, what's your name?" Su. Su Yang raised his eyes and looked at the manager, ate a mouthful of fruit and nodded slightly. "Thank you Mr. Su for supporting what playhouse? I'll toast you." He immediately held his wine glass and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Seeing this, Su Yang took the bottle of wine in his hand and also reached a bit, taking a sip himself. "Mr. Su, is it convenient to add a wiki? In the future, if you want to book a table or say what you need, you can contact me." The other party took out his cell phone. Su Yang nodded and then swept with the other party. "Well, I won't bother you then, I'll arrange for someone to send some drinks over later, have fun." The manager then turned around and left. Looking at the departing manager, Su Yang took another sip of wine. Smacking his lips. The ace of spades tasted good. Taking the pink one again, he opened it and took a sip. It was a bit sweet, with a flavor like a pastry. Still not bad, more suitable for girls and richer in flavor. Opened all 6 bottles of wine and took a taste. Su Yang spat towards the trash can on the side. Chen Ming looked at Su Yang with some impatience and asked, "How's the flavor?" "Not bad. It's drinkable, it's about the same as Rio, it's just not as stimulating, it's softer, the bubbly feeling isn't very much, but the entrance is also softer." Su Yan looked at a few people, waved his hand and said, "Drink it all, I'll eat something." Chen Ming. A few people. No, big brother, hundreds of thousands of Several 100,000 Just like that it's gone? If they ordered such a wine, they'd hate to broadcast it in their circle of friends. You just tasted it and it's gone? Holding the chips on the table, Su Yang looked at the hot girls dancing not far away with a smile on his face. Mr. Su, you can order a dance if needed. Just dance here in the card seat, do you need it? The manager was obviously a person who saw a needle in the eye, knowing that Su Yang was rich and happy to spend money. Coupled with the fact that he saw Su Yang covering himself just now, he could roughly guess that it should be Su Yang's first time coming to this occasion. So after observing for a while, he walked over and whispered to Su Yang. Su Yang's eyes lit up at the words, then call it in. How much? Not expensive, it's only $2,000 a dance. 3 people. Absolutely one top 1 good-looking girls. All girls from the dance academy, 1 dance is almost 10 minutes. The manager rubbed his hands with a mercenary smile. Su Yang sniffed and raised his eyebrows, call it over. And at this time, Chen Ming and the few people on the side sat not far away. It felt like the picture of himself and the others was out of place with Su Yang. How to put it, it was that once the hundreds of thousands of dollars of spending came out, the approximate sense of distance was drawn out. Chen Ming was okay, because he and Su Yang were familiar with each other before. It is also clear that Su Yang's way, but the rest of the few people, itself is Chen Ming's store people. Today they just came over together to have some fun, and now they didn't even dare to make conversation. One of them had a manic red cheek and thought about what he said at the door before. It turned out that it was true that he wanted to come in with millions to have some fun. How does it feel? Chen Ming sat on Su Yang's side and grinned. Just okay. Su Yang held a cigarette, took a puff, and honestly said, I originally thought that the consumption was high, but the most expensive one is only 200,000 or so. But the atmosphere is indeed better, the girl is also a lot, drink a little wine slightly drunk after indeed fun. Listening to those DJ Su Yang is also shaking his head, not to say that it is indeed quite interesting. The main thing is that a sense of restlessness belonging to young people. In the dim light, ear sideburns rubbing, play is ambiguous. Another sales came over, Su Yang end of the wine cup and the other party touched. Took a sip. Boss, have fun. The sales turned around and left after drinking a glass of wine. Su Yang continued to lean back in his chair with a cigarette in his mouth. I ordered a dance, let's see it later. Good. Chen Ming's eyes lit up, feeling the prying eyes around him. If anything, he smiled and said, I guess there are going to be a lot of girls coming over later. How? Su Yang looked at Chen Ming with some doubt. There is face chanting. Chen Ming laughed lightly. The girls in the nightclub love vanity and like to play more. You saw hundreds of thousands of dollars smashed out, they can't wait to kneel on your side and lick your toes. Besides, take a picture, take a video, send a friend circle, they also feel face. Su Yang sniffed and scared his mouth. It's true that when you come to these places, it's easiest to see the greed and jealousy of human nature. The line of sight around him kept lingering around. The next time he came, he still had to find a private room or something. Otherwise, just sitting outside in a card seat like this, it was still a bit not very good. Little brother, add a V? Suddenly a soft inquiry came from behind Su Yang. He turned his head and saw a few girls standing behind him at the card seat behind him. Su Yang sniffed and shook his head. Forget it, the daughter-in-law at home is strict. Hit the little 3 fierce batch explosion. End of the wineglass. After signaling some, Su Yang turned around and continued to sit on the card seat. After a short while, a few pretty girls, wearing rabbit ears on the top of their heads. 3 small stands were pushed over. The 3 girls just stood there within the box that was enveloped in white light. The stands were pushed over and Su Yang trembled. That's right, it was time for the crucial part. The 3 walked over to Su Yang's body and took the wineglass on the table and poured a glass of wine. Boss, is it starting now? Well then, Su Yang nodded his head, holding the wineglass and looking at the bodies of the several girls in front of him. Good wow, good wow. This is money well spent. The 3 of them sniffed and drank from their wineglasses. Turning around, they walked to the light-flooded frame and began to dance. The 3 girls dressed as bunny girls danced, their bodies like flowing notes, charming and enchanting. The light sprinkled on their bodies, and the flickering light and shadow danced on their soft skin, as if they were twinkling stars in the night sky. Su Yang was in a bit of a trance from watching them. Not far away, a few people, Chen Ming, had envious glints in their eyes. Measuring AO. This damn. It's so refreshing. Big brother. The main hit is a seducer. Su Yang took a deep breath of the cigarette and exhaled a mouthful of smoke in a trembling manner. Fallen ah. Fallen ah. He reached out and took out his cell phone, filming the 3 girls in front of him. With a slightly trembling hand, he sent it to Tycoon's 3. This damn, if you don't send it to your best friend, then this dance is only worth $1,000. The girl who led the dance held a glass of wine, handed Su Yang a cup, and then also held a cup herself. What is called? The paper is intoxicated with gold. What is called? Red wine and green lights. Su Yang had experienced it. From the beginning to the end of this dance, the beating of Su Yang's heart never slowed down. Chapter 139, the envy of the crowd, almost became got to eat brother. They are really too good at it. The girl who was leading the dance was dripping with fragrant sweat and hugged Su Yang's arm. Thank you boss, a toast to you. Good. Su Yang nodded with slightly reddened cheeks, reached out to take the glass and took a sip. Su-young took his cell phone and scanned the girl's QR code to transfer $2,000 over. "Thank you, boss." The girl smiled sweetly, then drank 2 more cups with Su-young, leaving a lipstick mark on his face. The 2 girls on the side saw that Su-young didn't refuse, they also came over and barfed. After winking, they twisted their waists and left. Su-young, who was leaning on the sofa, tilted his head and looked at the sky. Took a drag and exhaled smoke. When the dancing girls left, Chen Ming was not satisfied. Hook 8. "I still saw people dancing like this for the first time. It is estimated that you add a prestige tonight," bantered Chen Ming, raising an eyebrow at Su-young. Su-young lightly laughed. The ability is to come to have fun, he does not have that idea for the time being. It was just to come and experience the paper-drunk atmosphere. And with Su-young's previous experience, one after another small divine dragon and various kinds of champagne were constantly ordered up. Places like this were never short of impulsive spenders. Drinking a little bit of wine, amidst the sound of a girl's voice boasting, or looking at the envious and hot eyes of the girls looking at Su-young. It would eventually stir up their desire to win, in order to express themselves. A divine dragon set coupled with a big 3 yuan, Chen Ming felt that the nightclub sales in the entire Duchang would boil over in recent times. Although a big city like this would occasionally have some of this kind of spending. But there were obviously not many people who could spend like this. There were constantly girls coming over to Adv, and Su-young politely refused them all. He really wasn't interested in having anything to do with the women in these nightclubs and bars. He was afraid of being dirty. Otherwise, he would have already spurred his horse to run away. "Let's go." Su-young listened to the deafening music, experienced a wave, and got up from his chair. Waved his hand. Upon seeing Su-young leave, many of the girls who were already paying attention to Su-young also got up. Chen Ming didn't feel anything, after all, Su-young had always been so casual. If he wasn't spontaneous, he probably couldn't have bought a car so decisively in the first place. "Brother Chen, what does this friend of yours do?" The yellow hair on Chen Ming's side inquired with some curiosity. Chen Ming shrugged. "I don't know, but when I casually said to him that the A6 was good to drive, he brought me the next day to buy one with full payment. Not 2 days after finishing, he bought another Range Rover, still full payment." Chen Ming's tone carried a hint of envy. "The same person, is there really such a big difference? Other people spent millions and millions of dollars just like playing. He couldn't eat without moving. Crap." An exclamation of surprise rang out from the surroundings. "Do you have his prestige? Push me a little?" "Forget it." Chen Ming shook his head and looked at the few people around him. "It's not a circle, you guys can't blend in either. I'm with him purely because my girlfriend knows his friends." Listening to Chen Ming's words, a few people were somewhat dissatisfied. Chen Ming was also too lazy to pay attention to these people. To be honest, classes were different, and consumption concepts were different. It wasn't like Chen Ming hadn't experienced it before. People go outside to play, moving is the major high-end restaurants, a meal to eat a few $1,000s and play like. You say go, it cannot afford, you say not it, and feel ashamed. Besides, they are ordinary people, their ideas. Chen Ming is also clear, just want to follow the people to see if they can let others take with them. A person like Su-young, let alone bring, he probably didn't even bother to pay attention to his relatives when they were upset, let alone ordinary people. Ouch. Outside the house, Su-young was holding a cigarette and blowing cold wind. That deafening music was gone, instead, he felt a little cozy, otherwise staying inside was really just moving times. A delicate cry rang in his ears. Su-young looked at the pleated skirt wearing, delicate girl covering her ankles. He shifted his sight and just walked past the other party's side. This scene made the girl freeze. "Hey! You help me up." Su-young ignored the other party's words and just walked towards the front. "Hold up my ass." After such a period of time, Su-young basically knew what the other party was looking for with just one look at a woman. "You either want money or my body. You want money and my body at the same time? That won't work. Little brother, add a V? Sorry, I have a girlfriend. Just to get to know each other, it's not a big deal. I'm sorry I can't get to know you." Just like this, he sat in the passenger side. Su-young closed his eyes and talked to the chauffeur about the location. He snorted, lit a cigarette, some emotion. Nowadays, girls encounter rich people turned out to be so active. This is still considered good. The chauffeur drove the car, driving slowly on the road. I would have been in this neighborhood. Chauffeur saw a lot of it. The man kicked the woman out of the car, and the woman is still dead skin pickpockets chasing. Or else the woman is on her knees begging the man not to don't want her. It's normal for girls in these places to earn $2,000 or $3,000 a month, live on tens of thousands of dollars a month, and owe hundreds of thousands of dollars. Boss, I advise you that it's best not to have too much contact with these women. There may be good girls, but you can't find gold in. I just came over to have some fun and experience. Su-young lowered the car window and laughed lightly, experienced the feeling of being chased by a woman backwards. Listening to Su-young's words, the other party couldn't help but laugh as well. Chatting with the driver along the way, Su-young slowly returned to his home. Leaning on the chair, Su-young thought about what happened tonight. Not to mention, it was indeed very interesting, it felt like a big drama. If he loosened his bottom line a little bit, he would probably have to eat tonight. And also can eat a lot. Ding! The host today traveling. System reward $35,480. Ding! Host today walking. System reward $122,370. Yawned, and the restless heart had some relief. Then he slept, because tomorrow he still has to go to the design company to take a look and arrange those things, so Su Yang did not want to play for too long. Next time, when he was free, when his heart started to stir again, he would go again. Drove the car, found a restaurant and had breakfast. Su Yang sat on a chair and looked at the city that was once again busy. The people had also become more numerous. The New Year's Eve atmosphere had already passed, and the people once again started that life like cattle and horses. Looking at the mansion in front of him, Su Yang yawned and walked inside the elevator. Pressed the button. The elevator traveled slowly. It quickly arrived at the floor it was on. Taking a look according to the retinal arrows in his eyes. Heterospatial Design Studio? Su Yang raised his leg and walked towards the front. The front desk girl immediately got up when she saw someone coming and smiled. Sir, may I help you with something? Looking for a designer, called Yamazaki Komodo. Looking for a Yamazaki designer? The receptionist froze and reached out to check the appointment. May I ask if this is Mr. Su? It's me. Su Yang nodded slightly. Mr. Su, please. The receptionist immediately guided Su Yang to the lounge. What would Mr. Su like to drink? Green tea is fine. Su Yang leaned back in his chair and looked at the lounge's decoration. Simple yet reflecting the designer's skill. Chapter 140 Hot Horse, Little Life? +1. From the moment he entered, Su Yang could feel the decor of the place. The blend of various styles. It had to be said that Little Day's designer was indeed strong. And the country used to follow Little Day's example of getting a dream remodeler variety show. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Su Yang is really laughing. What Hook 8K TV style, or what spent $2 million to get a red brick house? Su Yang previously spare time, also liked to watch some repair cow hoof, iron, remodeling, this kind of video. It also happened to see the design of those Japanese designers. There is indeed a saying. Why? Because the place of the small life is not big, Su Yang looked at those odd cases. And space utilization and personal habits, these need to be accommodated. It is not that I do not support the domestic, Su Yang is purely habitual to find a good one. The world's most famous architectural designers list a big brother or domestic. But that big brother design are large building groups. And Su Yang was just a plain civilian house. Mr. Su, hello. A middle-aged man, dressed in a neat suit walked in and greeted Su Yang in an awkward Japanese. Ohio. Su Yang, who was sitting on a chair, looked at the other party, and then got up from his chair as well. You're polite and I'm polite. If you're not polite, Su Yang will backhandedly teach him to be human. At least most of the small days, they know the small things, but not the big things. That is to say, on the surface, they do seem to be polite and have a pattern, but in reality, they are just that. The heart was probably as big as their territory. Listening to Su Yang's Japanese, the other party smiled slightly and pulled out his chair. Mr. Su, may I ask how big your house is? When can we start taking measurements? The program and style of the design, I may need an on-site survey. My room is in my old home. Su Yang leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, pulled out a cigarette and signaled. The other party immediately got up and respectfully bowed with both hands to receive it. Su Yang also could only get up immediately. Can he still let the people of the small days feel impolite? This thing was about the face of his family. It's not clear how big the area is, it's quite big anyway. Su Yang let out a light laugh. If you're specific, you can take your team over to have a look first. My request is to push the house down and rebuild it. Design costs? Yamazaki Kobo's assistant immediately opened his mouth and looked at Su Yang. Mr. Yamazaki is a famous designer in Sakura. So the design cost is in the range of 1,700 yuan per square meter. Su Yang raised his eyebrows as he listened to this cost. Exempt. It was the first time that Su Yang knew that the design was actually calculated according to square meters. And this price was also a bit outrageous. It was the same as before when he first learned that lawyers charged by the hour. Su Yang felt that the area of his own home, it was estimated that the design fee to get it down would have to be $1 million or so, right? But it didn't matter. He held a cigarette in his mouth and nodded calmly. It can be no problem. If it can, I hope we can leave now. Both of them seemed to have not expected Su Yang to be so decisive. Yamazaki Kobo was touched by Su Yang's strong trust. He immediately got up and bowed respectfully to Su Yang, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Su, for trusting me." First of all, it wasn't trusting you, it was trusting the system plunge. What Su Yang said to the system was to screen designers that matched his aesthetic. The system recommended Yamazaki, so naturally, he came to him. The program he gave was definitely one that would satisfy Su Yang. Alright, let's go. You guys drive yourselves? Or should I take you? Su Yang looked at the duo. Yamazaki sniffed and immediately spoke. Please, Mr. Su can give me a ride. Because I want to find out what you think on the way, Mr. Su. Okay, Su Yang nodded, then waved his hand. Go on, don't freeze. Mr. Su was still really coming on strong. Yamazaki looked at Su Yang and sighed somewhat helplessly. It's the thunderous wind, Yamazaki. Su Yang corrected the other party. Okay. Coming from the wind. Thundering wind line. Class re-coaxing line. Forget it. Su Yang lived a whole speechless. Too lazy to continue correcting, the other party's assistant immediately went to get the measuring tools and arrange the personnel. Inside the car, Su Yang sat in the driver's seat and Yamazaki sat in the passenger seat. Su Yang hummed a song, waited for a while, and watched the Gold Cup car that drove out from the underground parking lot. He stepped on the gas. How long has Mr. Yamazaki been in the country? Su Yang inquired as he drove. Yamazaki smiled slightly at his words. This is the first month here. You are my first customer. I really appreciate your trust. So your Chinese is so good? Su Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Actually, my parents are from the Dragon Kingdom. That's why I've always aspired to live in the Dragon Kingdom. Recently, I chose to join this company. That's right, Yamazaki's accent was probably that kind of accent, the one that knows what's right and what's wrong. It still sounded a little odd, always wanting to give him a big pussy pocket. Oh, Su Yang nodded thoughtfully. So this thing is a Japanese trader? Making small talk with the other party along the way, he drove and quickly returned home. Su Yang stopped the car, and Yamazaki sighed as he surveyed the surroundings and lamented, it's really a good place with mountains, gold and water. It's a beautiful mountain and water. Yamazaki. Su Yang helplessly corrected once again. Yamazaki immediately bowed, I'm sorry. I'll correct it as soon as possible. Su Yang. The corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at the other party's assistant. Has this pussy thing always been this humble? Is there a possibility? Because you're a customer? Plus your tone is a bit harsh? Old man. Su Yang looked at Su Dacheng and Lu Fang and waved. Luan is a designer, our home La Red Line area is which piece you when he said a word, he measured. Su Yang has already said his needs. Now is nothing more than to start measuring the matter, finished waiting for him to go back and start designing. Mr. Mrs. Hello guys. Yamazaki bowed and looked at the two of them. I'm the designer Mr. Su hired. Yamazaki Komodo. Yay, Wajima brats? Su Dacheng's Sichuan military bloodline engraved in his bones awakened in an instant. The sight that looked at Yamazaki was somewhat dangerous. Su Yang raised his hand and slapped his forehead. I knew it. His father is a national, her mom is also a national. Just grew up there in the small days. Su Yang looked at Su Dacheng and explained. Hearing this, Su Dacheng dryly coughed. So what, then you come with me. I'll take you to see Aligardo. Thank you. Yamazaki immediately led the people to follow and walked over. Su Yang sat on a chair in the courtyard, lazily holding a cigarette and looking at the sky. Lu Fang, on the other hand, looked at Yamazaki Kobo's back, scat her mouth and asked, this little brat, is it really okay? Mom, this person still has some reputation, and has won some awards in their homeland. So there's still nothing wrong with the technology, and there's nothing wrong with the design. That's fine. Lu Fang got high on melon seeds and looked at Su Yang. The village's formalities are almost underway, so I guess the formalities will be passed soon. Your uncle Lu personally go to help you do, you can remember people's good, so big a village chief, for your things busy back and forth, you have to remember to know not. I know. Su Yang nodded, looking at Lu Fang asked with a smile, recently someone to borrow money not? Yes. Lu Fang instantly sat with a batch face, said the head of the house to repair the house, froze is still deadbeat to borrow, was scolded back by your old man. Exempt my old man will also scold people? Su Yang looked at Lu Fang with surprise. Lu Fang laughed softly, your old man's son used to be very jumpy as a child, that is, after marriage, honest some, or else the village Shang dared to speak loudly with him, that night your old man's son dared to go over to beat people. Su Yang heard his tisk tsk. He Su Dacheng still dare to beat people? Boy, I want to see it. So, after having money in the family, not only did oneself produce a change, but one's parents also got a slight release emotionally. It's because a person, who is poor, suppresses his or her temper. Otherwise suppressed a farda, pussy see you not happy I direct a big forced pocket, is nothing more than tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of. Just like Su Yang, always in a state of combat. Just sat down and smoked a cigarette, Su Yang saw some people come to the door. It was estimated that after seeing his car, he knew that he was back again, so he came to the door. Su Yang is back? The other party enthusiastically carrying the hand of things came over. Lu, it is 2 days ago to go to the new year, relatives sent Le Lujo homegrown wine, you stay to drink. Zhang did meaning well. Su Yang quickly got up and waved his hand to refuse. Mom, you go to the head of the house to get 2 bottles of Moutai. Good. Lu Fang did not hesitate to get up immediately. Listening to this, the other party was not too happy for a moment. Nothing, you stay to drink on the line. Teasing dead relatives to Lu, not worth money. No, one size fits all. Uncle, you put away just fine. Su Yang handed the bag of wine to the other party. Well, now the favor is returned. There's no way you can open your mouth, right? Come uncle, have a cigarette. Su Yang sat down on a chair, took the kettle and teacup and made a cup of tea for the other party. Those people are? The other party sat on a small bench, looking at the group of people not far away, somewhat puzzled. Oh, I had the house to repair a hair, invited the designer, over to measure room. Su Yang sighed, originally thought not need much money. Frozen did not think, repair house or cost money, tisk Su Yang as if sighing, tsk mouth. Hearing this, the smile on the other party's face stiffened for a moment. Indeed can only with a touch of awkward smile, said with a smile, repair the house does cost money, I heard that now the sandal price has risen a lot. Indeed. Just like this and each other chatting, Su Yang is also mellow. Lu Fong sat aside eating melon seeds, pleased to look at Su Yang. Good boy, good powerful, well, froze a little to give people open low opportunity are not given. Just so mellow to the other side of the words to block back. I still have a few packages of cement at the head of the house is not used, when your house to repair low, and I said a word, I give you pull over. The other party smiled and said to Su Yang. Chapter 141 Coaxing is finished. Su Yang smiled and got up to send the other party away. In fact, the village is probably like this, if you take his family a little cement, he can remember for life. Generous there, but basically every family is a careful life. They are used to living like this. If you're talking about your own relatives, a few bags of cement might not be a big deal. But also some will care, the complexity of the human heart, Su Yang is well aware of. So, there cannot be any human involvement, do not have. Even if the other party sent something over, Su Yang is also immediately returned gifts back. Don't look at the present attitude much better, can't borrow money, may go back how to say oneself. Recognize do not know, froze broad to come over to open, is also outrageous. Su Yang is even embarrassed to borrow money with his friends. These people froze to have the nerve to open up with their own people who were not familiar with them, it was also bullish. Each family has its own bitter weld Lu Fong side, in fact, is the village, are known for decades of friendship, can help her or want to help. Soft heart, obviously their own life is not good, she saw the same life as not good people will also feel heartbroken. Then you and the old man to see to get a spread anyway, in addition to the marriage to buy a house to borrow money Lu, if there is any disease has any pain, can help also help on the good. Su Yang holding a cigarette, sitting on the chair. Mr. Su, already measured. Yamazaki Kobo walked over and bowed respectfully before sitting on the chair. Su Yang really couldn't accept a bit of these small-time habits. It was too troublesome. Because Su Yang was used to treating people with courtesy, it probably meant that when others said thank you, he would say thank you, you're welcome. Even say going to buy something, he had to say thank you to the boss, troublesome. So that's why such a habit was basically maintained. That's why it's really tiring when you're with Yamazaki. Thank you for your trouble. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. It's been a ing dead end. 573 in total, close to an acre. And relatively square. Yamazaki let out a long breath, it was a sound design. Where else in the small days there could you get such a chance to get such a big design? So big? Su Yang raised his eyebrows a little surprised. It was already big. Su Dachiang sat aside, holding a teacup and sipped his tea. At first, the cement flooring cost a lot of money. Su Daxiang lamented, fortunately in the past in advance to this circle to the fence. Otherwise, it would be a pain in the ass. And after the village chief there also said through the other side to help to do these formalities, otherwise it is really troublesome. Su Yang does not know much about these. But an acre, all 666 flat, so that our home so big? Perhaps because there is no blocking wall. So can directly see all the immediate, and the mountains surrounded, Su Yang look used to, so do not think there is much big. But now so say, don't say, indeed big boiled. So together with his own field, Su Yang froze. Crap, ing even landlord? I was still working outside a hook 8 the family has a house and land, home farming can also make a living. When will the design program come out? Su Yang handed Yamazaki a cigarette and looked at the other party. The other party pondered for a moment, it will probably take 10 days. Too slow. 1018 square meters, 5 days time. Su Yang held his cigarette and looked at the other party. Yamazaki sniffed and frowned, the pressure was inexplicably a bit high. What? Lu Fong immediately grabbed Su Yang's hand, because often work, so the hand strength is a little big, being pinched Su Yang's hand is also a little painful. Claws. He frowned and looked at Lu Fong suspiciously. Wozima, you turtle 1018 a square meter? Pussy didn't even repair the house in the first place without jangling the price. Lu Fong looked at Su Yang angrily and chided, you turtle spend money indiscriminately isn't it? I said, I have my own low idea, you do not care. Su Yang depressed spat. Besides, and do not need you to spend money. You heart take a hammer, spend a little money have anything. Su Yang looked at Lu Fong without a good mood. That won't do. Lu Fong black face, slapped the desktop, you turtle know these get down a lot of money? 1,800,000 can repair a house you froze just to design? Engage in hammer design. Your old man has done so many years of masonry, he can come. You're pushing, I'm leaving now. Su Yang held a cigarette in his mouth and, expressionless looking at Lu Feng, pussy is indifferent, the big deal is that the house is not repaired. Anyway, I also come back once in a while. Alright. Su Daxian was also a little annoyed by the noise of the two. Class turtle has money, shout him to get it. Humph. Lu Feng snorted coldly and got up from her chair. Get it. You get. I don't care about you in the future. I don't care if you die outside. Su Yang breathless spit smoke, really cannot communicate a little. But Lua design class cost is not indeed expensive some? Su Daxian looked at Su Yang, some want to say and stop, really can't, you look at the internet? Find some almost Lu get a hand? And not alone Lu design fee. Su Yang then opened his mouth to explain, Lua cost, including the follow-up construction supervision, material Lu selection, furniture Lu with color tone decoration Lu construction progress. If there is anything does not meet the conditions class, he will also help deal with, queried not? Su Yang is just afraid of trouble, so the designer. Material and construction progress, the other party will help keep an eye on. And if there is a problem, he will go and quarrel with the construction team and help Su Yang to solve all the things. Su Yang only needed to pay and it was okay. He would also help pick the construction materials. Su Yang would just be responsible for paying the bill. Just need him to bring out a material list, Su Yang is responsible for paying the bill and that's it. The workers their company would also arrange. Besides, it's not like she understands a little bit or completely. What's the use of letting you two keep an eye on it? Instead, she's directing blindly. It's just that I don't want to call you guys to work before I ask you to keep watch. Su Yang looked at Su Daxiang and patiently explained. Compared to Lu Feng, Su Daxiang can still listen a little. Alright, 1018, okay not okay? Su Yan looked at Yamazaki. Yamazaki clenched his teeth at the words, okay. I'll bring out the design as soon as possible to your satisfaction. Okay. Su Yang snapped his fingers, I'll go to your company later to sign the contract, I'll go and please my mom first. Otherwise this has a thorn in her heart, she'll have to make trouble again in the future. Su Yang got up helplessly, walked to the car, reached out and opened the trunk. Took a bag, looked inside the necklace bracelet messy bag. Nothing more than what is usually used to send the little girl. Took a platinum bracelet, Burberry. Su Yang turned toward the house. Looking at Lu Feng who was sitting on the sofa and sulking. Su Yang hurriedly came over and clamped his voice and called out, Mama, are you ignoring me? Mama, actually I am all heartbroken for you all. What's the use of repairing the house or not to me? I'll just come back to stay once in a while. I spent so much money so that you and old man can live more comfortably. In fact, nationals are not very good at expressing their emotions and are thin-skinned and shy. Su Yan didn't care, if he was so formal when talking to his family, it would be stressful instead. Since it was his own family, he would just say whatever he had to say. Plus it was his own mother, so he could coax her. And you think, after the village inside the 7 ants and ants over to sit, you and they say, Lu, a house is your son specifically invited designers to design for you Lu. Su Yang's tone of praise, pompous said, open, you see, you have face. Is not it? Listening to Su Yang's words, Lu Feng actually heart is not very angry. Just can't pull the face. Su Yang saw the situation, smiled from behind and took out a box, you see, specially for you to buy Lu. Novel white, specifically for you to buy Lu platinum bracelet, you look pretty well. Also said diamond. Said Su Yang took the bracelet, stuck in the wrist of Lu Feng. You again spend money is not? Lu Feng looked at the bracelet on her hand, was touched and heartbroken. Su Yang saw Lu Feng speak, said with a smile, to you and the old man to spend that can be called spending money? Lua is filial piety. Your son filial piety you still want to be angry? Su Yang teasingly looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng glared at Su Yang, you turtle know with Lissom cheat, that you when to get married? Su Yang suddenly remembered, the company has a meeting in the afternoon, I left first. Su Yang immediately turned around and walked towards the outside. Lu Feng saw the situation, TS came out, some reluctance but also sigh, do not eat a lunch and then go? Forget it, there's something else. Su Yang waved his hand, right, if you and Lao Hana are free, go out more often to have fun, don't shrink in the house every day. Query not? There should eat Lu to eat, do not save money no not? Listening to Su Yang's instructions, Lu Feng lightly laughed, you turtle is my old man? Roll, see you are annoying. Lu Feng waved her hand as she laughed and cursed. Su Yang also turned around smilingly and returned to the car. He let out a long breath. Looking at his parents in the rearview mirror, Su Yang sighed. He also didn't know how to strike a good relationship with his parents. Right, Yamazaki? Su Yang spoke to the other party, I want floor-to-ceiling windows with better sightlines and light. I like to look at the scenery, I also like to watch the sunrise and sunset, if possible. I would like to have a cozy environment outside my room, with some small sofas on top of the balcony, which can also protect me from the wind and rain. The main thing is comfort. Speaking with Yamazaki again about the arrangement of his room, Su Yang had nothing to hang his hat on. As for what to do with my parents' room subsequently, you ask them. Su Yang also lazy to care, lest the follow-up again pulling his own forced crooked. Just make your own room more comfortable and you're done. Anyway, it's such a big area. Chapter 142, You Eat. Hi. I got it, Mr. Su. Yamazaki nodded. Su Yang lightly smiled and said, Yamazaki, I'm waiting for your proposal, I hope you won't let me down. Don't worry Susan, I will definitely use my lifelong learning to come up with a design that will satisfy you. Sprinting on the highway, he quickly rushed back. Sent Yamazaki back to the company. Sitting in the lounge, looking at the uniformed managers and sales, Su Yang sat on a chair. Taking a sip of tea from a teacup. Mr. Su, this is some of the cases we have designed before, but because designer Yamazaki is the newest, so he only has some of the designs in Sakura. You can take a look first. The manager sat on Su Yang's side and pushed the tablet over. And opened the large screen not far away. Constantly pressing the remote control on his hand to switch the pictures. Su Yang looked at the tablet and then looked at the large screen in front of him. Just directly say how much. Su Yang didn't have much interest after looking at it for a couple of moments. Anyway, the subsequent design program was clear when he took it out, and having already chatted a lot with Yamazaki along the way, the other party was probably clear about his own thoughts as well. Listening to Su Yang's words, the manager was confused for a moment. Her cherry mouth opened slightly and froze. Should you listen again? She pursed her lips. This wasn't right. One hadn't even started the sales pitch yet. No need. Su Yang took a sip of tea and looked at the other party with a bland expression. Along the way, I had a pretty good chat with Yamazaki, and some of his ideas are the same as mine. So basically, I've already hitched a ride with his thinking. So there's no point in wasting time, I haven't even had lunch yet, so you guys come up with a price as soon as possible and I'll pay the deposit. Listening to Su Yang's words, Yamazaki was moved to tears. Su Yang. Don't worry, I will definitely use my lifelong learning to come up with a design that will satisfy you. His hand under the table was clenched tightly. Because when he reached middle age, he realized how heavy such a trust really was. The manager scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Well then, I'll have someone from finance come and calculate the price. But Mr. Su, this is really too decisive of you. The manager cried and laughed a little. We've also opened a company in Duchang for a few years, and you're the most decisive customer I've ever seen. The rest of the customers, they either ask and ask or hesitate and hesitate. The other party's tone was full of bragging about Su Yang. Usually a project can consume a month's time before the deal is finalized. It's just that I'm the one who makes the decision in my house. If it's someone else's house, a large family of people each have their own opinions, and the money isn't paid out by a single person, so it's naturally troublesome. Su Yang crossed his legs, casually flicked the ashes of his cigarette, and let out a light laugh. And Yamazaki's thinking and my thoughts are indeed on the same line, so we can quickly understand each other's meanings and make modifications. Basically, you don't have to waste any time on communication and explanation. That's right. Yamazaki immediately nodded as he sat upright in his chair, his expression full of emotion. Mr. Su's thinking and ideas are exactly the same as my design concepts. What does Mr. Su do? The manager looked at Su Yang curiously, took the kettle on the side and got up to add some water to Su Yang. The slit of that slim-fit shirt also happened to flicker in front of Su Yang's eyes. Su Yang had gotten used to seeing it during this time and didn't react much. Instead, he shifted his sight, just fooling around, not much of a fixed occupation. The main one is enjoying life. Listening to Su Yang's words, the manager laughed lightly. Soon after the finance came in and did some math. Basically, the design fee was finalized at 1,135,000 yuan, or the discounted fee. Mr. Su, the total after discount is 1,135,000 yuan. The manager pursed his lips and looked at Su Yang with some apprehension. Don't look at the decisive words just now, but when it came to the checkout session, there were still many people who would hesitate. Saying something about going back to think about it. Oh, checkout, the deposit is 100,000, right? It's transferred, collect it. Su Yang looked at the bill and scanned it. Anyway, it was the cost of the design, and the cost of supervision of the construction site and other messy costs. Su Yang raised his hand and transferred $100,000 over. The manager froze. The side of the financial also froze. Not this is finished? Ding. The host has begun to repair the house for his old family, and the initial budget for the design cost is $1,135,000. Deposit paid, 100,000 yuan. System reward, 110,000 yuan. The design fee is there. Follow up midterm confirmation program and then give a sum of money into the account. Home repair house is not big money, decoration is really big money. Hundreds of thousands can be installed, millions of tens of millions can also be installed. Alright, give me the ticket. Don't be dumbfounded. Su Yang raised his hand and knocked on the desktop. No, are young people nowadays so mindless? Procrastinating. Two crisp sounds made everyone wake up and look at Su Yang with extremely complicated eyes. No, can you at least bargain? Is it really not a price at all? The finance hurriedly handed the ticket to Su Yang. Su Yang reached for the ticket and got up from his chair. I'll trouble you for the follow-up. Don't contact me if there's nothing going on, call me again when you have to pay or if there's any trouble. After saying that, Su Yang raised his hand and waved his hand, turned around and walked towards the outside. The manager, several people hurriedly stepped on the small broken steps, quickly sent Su Yang to the elevator. Standing at the elevator door, the manager looked at the front desk on the side with some confusion. So, this is a deal? Yeah. The receptionist's eyes were also somewhat confused. Raising his hand, he looked at his watch. It's just about 10 minutes, right? Counting the measurements to his house, not counting the round trip, it's only half an hour? Yamazaki's assistant glanced at Yamazaki, who was still bowing at 90 to face the elevator entrance. Nice guy, nice guy. No, this big brother. A puzzled whimper escaped the manager's lips. Is done? Inexplicably, he had the same feeling as if he had gone all armed and went to fight the Heian prefecture, only to arrive and realize that all of his little life had surrendered on his knees at the door. Completely, there is no place to use the energy. Although the deal was made, there was still an emptiness inside. Dashing. Really dashing. Subdued, really subdued. A group of people looked at each other, feeling a bit cloudy, just like a dream. They returned to their respective offices. Only Yamazaki had already started operating the computer and started working. After a long time, a shout came from the manager's office. Ah, how could he do that? It's so hard to have a big order, right? And this is the result? No sense of accomplishment at all. Lu, Mr. Su, why don't you bargain again? Otherwise I'm not feeling well. Su, roll. Lu, okay? Looking at that word from Su Yang, manager Lu beamed. What a domineering man. Decisive, not like human. Such a big trust? $1 million or so without hesitation. At least ask more, look at the company's qualifications, and look at the designer's awards in previous design cases. The result is nothing. Just 3 stages. Are you available? How much? Gone. Oh no, there's one last stage. Don't bother me except to pay. Empty, so empty, she didn't even want to send out another broadcast to the company group. Disinterested, she followed the template and sent out a podcast. Project, Yan'an's self-built house remodeling project. Designer, Yamazaki Kobo. Design fee, 1,135,000 yen. Gift flower. The few people involved in this project were bored looking at the list. Usually there is not one after another. Softly finish the order transaction. Looking at the flowers also feel a sense of accomplishment. Now look at this, only feel boring. Sitting in the car, Su Yang, shaking his head and humming. Slowly driving the car, driving on the street. To be honest, right now he was thinking about a few things every day. The cell phone rang. Su Yang drove the car smoothly and answered the call. Blay? Pulling over to the side of the road and lowering the window, he held a cigarette and took a drag. Hong Gang on the opposite side of the phone spoke in a grim tone. You are really damned. Su Yang. You have to torture a few brothers in the middle of the night, don't you? Not how do you think? Just one person isolating a group of us? 3 girls. So many girls, can you handle it alone? Hong Gang's tone of envy, the envy in his words, Su Yang was hearing it clearly and plainly. After all a little bit of gnashing of teeth belongs to his. So, have you eaten yet? Did not eat. Su Yang inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes and surveyed himself in the rearview mirror. Taking the tone of the opening, this thing I have 3 do not eat. 1. I don't eat things that fall on the ground because it's too dirty. 2. I don't eat what others have eaten for fear of being unhygienic. 3. I don't eat the things that are sent up for fear of problems. You die. Hong Gang listened to Su Yang's words and had a head full of black lines. A few of them were still in a quandary over how to flirt with a girl, and Su Yang was already jumping up and down? And Nima not eating this or that. You go eat. Blanche. Hong Gang Dao Xin shattered and hung up the phone. Looking at the hung up phone, Su Yang hemmed and hawed and stuffed his cigarette in the ashtray. It was estimated that last night's video still had a drastic impact on the 3 of them. Hong Gang, who hung up the phone, took a deep breath. The desire to make money was running high. He also wanted to live like Su Yang. Paper and gold drunkenness, red wine and green lights, night and day. China Business Center. It's also known as the Food City. But it is a high-end type of food city, which is either Michelin or Black Pearl list famous restaurants. Oh no, I should say restaurant. Su Yang stood downstairs in the building and looked out at the building in front of him. To be honest, Su Yang was really surprised that he, a person who had been in Ducheng for so many years, still had to rely on teasing to find a famous local restaurant. Chapter 143 Laughing Pulled. The main thing is that Su Yang's circle of friends is so few people, finished so few people, are not that like to pretend, like to blow these people. As Chen Ming's friends, Su Yang froze that night to listen to them bragging. Said what later to buy what car, what millions of cars are garbage. As a result of the table counted down, but also Chen Ming open a Wuling engaged in his store, the rest of the people seem to be high not low, the heart is higher than the sky, life than paper thin. Su Yang also passed the time when the old man was the first in the world. After the friction of society, he will not feel that he is the most powerful, he is the most intelligent. He recognized his own mediocrity and saw the truth of society. No longer will he feel that he will definitely succeed. Can't say I look down on them, everyone goes through that stage. It's just that some people slowly become pragmatic and take one step at a time, while others are still like that and continue to immerse themselves in their own woven dreams. In the inner equal, look down on everyone, but in reality, high and low. Looking at the building, Su Yang sighed at the towering building and the greatness of mankind. Just such a mansion, built out of thin air on flat ground. In the past, Su Yang did not like coming to these CBDs very much, because after coming to these places, he always felt small. Because all the surrounding skyscrapers looked like giant mouths that devoured people, inspiring cowardice and fear of reality within him. He likes to live in his own comfort zone, just in that not-so-small place, at least because of the understanding, so as to be able to peace of mind. And once out of the comfort zone, it felt unnatural and uncomfortable. Ding! The host observes the building, celebrates the greatness of mankind, and sighs at the smallness of mankind. System reward, $99,999. There's a reward for all this? Walking into the mansion, he looked at the layout of the building. Like a gossip-like hall, a large chandelier hung in the air. It wasn't noisy like other malls. Instead, it seemed very secluded. It could be seen that there were still a lot of people coming. Su Yang raised his leg and stood on the elevator, slowly looking around and picking the restaurant he wanted to eat. Looking at a black wall not far away, a few big golden words. Xin Rongji? Walk up. Su Yang's main focus was one of pampering himself as he went along, and right now, he wanted to keep experiencing all sorts of establishments and different cuisines like this. Waiting for the follow-up to keep going around to see the scenery. Enjoy life. Upon entering, the lobby wasn't very large. And like many places, the lobby didn't have a fancy bar or a variety of things. Their lobby is simple. It was a not too big or not too small square table placed not far away. The table was carved with flowers, curry-colored wooden table, European style. Right behind that square table stood two welcoming guests in suits. And there was someone at the table who was talking to the other party. Seeing Su Yang come in, one of the welcome guests immediately walked over quickly and bowed. Welcome to New Rongji. May I ask if you have a reservation? Su Yang sniffed and looked at the other party in surprise. Do I need to make an appointment? Yes, it does, sir. The receptionist smiled and nodded. No sarcasm or impatience appeared on her face. One could see that the other party did have the patience to explain. The man standing in front of the small table not far away looked at Su Yang and opened his mouth to yell, "Dude, don't look, this place still needs to make a reservation to get in. It says there's no room. Obviously when I came here just now, I saw that there was still room. Now it says there's no room. How funny, why can't I enter if there's room?" The man's tone was a bit dissatisfied. The girl on the side stood aside a bit awkwardly, at a loss for words, her head lowered in silence. Su Yang sniffed and scratched his head. This was the first time he knew. Brother Tong Tong, fish me out. Ding. The reservation fee was originally $1,000, but because of the temporary queue jumping, $10,000 is required. Whether to make an appointment? Make an appointment. Hearing that the cost of the reservation was $1,000, Su Yang was really interested. Taking out his cell phone from his pocket, he looked at the time. Su Yang smiled and looked at the girl in front of him. Sorry, wait a moment, I'll ask. Okay sir, she thought this was Su Yang's pretext, then turned around and walked back to the bar. Su Yang, on the other hand, surveyed the decorations of the store. Looking at the expensive marble tiles on the floor, the bottom half of the walls were half wrapped in solid wood, while the top was a darker colored wallpaper with some floral patterns printed on it. Looking up at the chandelier, it was also closer to the European style. The man was still softening up with the lady at the bar. Su Yang, on the other hand, surveyed the surrounding decorations. After all, it was the first, oh no, it should be the second time he came to eat at such a place. The last time, Yu Jilan had already made Su Yang realize what it meant to be a resentful seed. One could only say that the environment and the food did not go well together. If the decoration of Yu Jilan was made more ancient, then Su Yang wouldn't feel that it wasn't worth it. The main thing is that the decoration is too casual, just that simple to get. It feels like the 70s and 80s. The family is a little bit better than the home of the family in Suzhou and Hangzhou as well. Not to say that the family has four walls, but also even if it is a well-off level. The receptionist's landline rang. The receptionist girl reached out and picked up the landline. After connecting it, she raised her eyes and looked at Su Yang. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Nodding her head repeatedly, she then hung up the phone. Hanging up the phone, she stepped on her high-heeled shoes, the heels of her shoes colliding on the ground emitting a loud and clear sound. The service staff here wore not the kind of high heels with a thin heel, but thick-soled high heels. So stepping on the ground would not be as crisp as the high heels, instead it was a bit stuffy. Su Yang realized that nowadays he was more likely to care about some of the details in life. He also understands why those rich people can taste so many things when they take a sip of tea. Just a perfume is also divided into top note, middle note, and bottom note. This is not pure boredom, now he is basically like this. He was so bored that he was listening to the sound made by the heels of his shoes. Excuse me, sir, is your surname Su? Su Yang nodded slightly and looked at the other party with a smile. Mr. Su, sorry for being slow. The headquarters has already given us your reservation special delivery just now. Please follow me. Well, good. Su Yang nodded slightly and followed behind the receptionist girl, walking slowly towards the inside. Hey, not how did he go in? The man watched Su Yang go in, and for a moment he was a bit confused, and shouted irritably, you guys are treating people differently, aren't you? I'm sorry sir, this gentleman has an appointment at the headquarters, just not submitted to our branch in Duchang. Someone from the headquarters contacted us just now. So he has an appointment. The girl left behind at the front desk, still with that smiling look, gave an explanation to the other party. Hearing this, the man's expression was unhappy. Then how do you make an appointment? You tell me, I'll make a reservation now as well. I don't believe that I can't eat today. I'm sorry sir, reservations from the headquarters can only be made to eat at the main store in Hangzhou. Then why can he get in? Hearing this, the man clammed up and slammed the table. Because that gentleman made a reservation at the head office and the head office submitted it to our branch. Then I said it. The corners of the man's mouth twitched and he gritted his teeth. Give me a channel to make an appointment at the headquarters. I'll make a reservation there and come here to eat. I'm sorry sir, headquarters reservations can only be made to eat at the main store. The receptionist girl's tone was not the least bit impatient, as if it was set by the AI. She continued with a reply. Then tell me. Hearing this, the man slapped the table and asked angrily, how can you eat here? Then sir, you can directly make a reservation with us and then eat here. The girl at the front desk, with a smile on her face, explained with a gentle tone. Then I'll make a reservation for now. The man's tone eased slightly. I'm sorry sir, there's no room today. Please make a reservation for a place after the first. Man. Su Yang. Girl. Unable to tense up, Su Yang looked at the man who kept slapping his big mouth. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. He bit the corner of his own mouth and ruthlessly pinched his hand. Hold back, hold back. Ha ha ha. Couldn't hold back a bit at all. After walking away from the corner, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Listening to Su Yang's refreshing and magical disappearance, the reception beside her also almost laughed out loud. She had a smile on her face, only the muscles on her face were shaking a bit. No more food. Su Yang, who was just around the corner, heard a shout from the back. The man instantly left with a black face. Su Yang took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. Sure enough, this world was a world made up of a bunch of lezzies. Looking at the seafood cabinet in front of him, looking at the various kinds of seafood inside. To say a word of shame, Su Yang had never really eaten any seafood except for oysters. White burnt shrimp counts as one. Then two. Finished, the rest really haven't eaten. The people in Shankakari had never even seen the sea, so how could they eat seafood? So looking at the seafood cabinet in front of him, Su Yang sighed at the diversity of species in the world. Living so 20 years, or the first time to see this big shrimp. This big fish. Especially that scallop, he had never seen it before. There were all kinds of dishes placed around, looking at the seafood placed on the ice chips, the fish and shrimp in the water cooler, and the fresh dishes not far away. Under the light, it was possible to see those emerald greens, all of which were dishes of very good quality. Sir, these are the dishes needed for the meal. We, Xin Rongji, have always adhered to the principle of using the best dishes, using the best seasonings, and hiring the best chefs to cook the most delicious meals and give our customers the best service. The reception on the side, just like that, stood beside Su Yang and introduced him to the origin of these dishes. Listening to the other party's words, Su Yang nodded slightly. With that, he walked towards the inside again. Not to mention, their store place was quite big. Chapter 144, Luxurious Enjoyment Plus 1. Not to mention, the location of the restaurant was indeed large. Moreover, when you walked out from the food area, there was their open kitchen, and you could most directly see the environment in which the chef was cooking. It was indeed clean and hygienic. The countertops are also neat and tidy. After watching the chef's technique and way of cooking for a while longer, he turned around and continued walking towards the dining area. Sir, may I ask if you were sitting on the terrace? Or indoors? Indoor it is. Su Yang looked outside the house. The weather in Ducheng really wasn't that good. Especially when it was cloudy, that guy, the cold Quin, was shivering. It had to be said that the decoration inside the store was very luxurious. There is a kind of return to the last century Shanghai Bund illusion. The various kinds of European-style decorations, in conjunction with solid wood furniture, chandeliers on the roof, and wallpaper on the walls. I can't say, Su Yang does not feel vulgar. Maybe it is not so brilliant? Instead, it was said that shades like gold appeared rarely. The other party was very careful to replace the gold color with a warm color, so it doesn't look earthy. The reception reached out and pulled out the chair. Su Yang sat down and looked at the store. Indeed, there were still more people. However, it seemed that after coming to such an occasion, everyone spoke softly, and didn't feel noisy. Such a place, Su Yang still preferred it. After all, he just came alone to enjoy his lunch, so he didn't really like too much noise. Sitting in the corner by the window, Su Yang looked out at the downstairs through the floor-to-ceiling window. It was estimated that the people upstairs were looking at themselves in the same way just now. In Su Yang's perspective, everything below was very small, and the vehicles on the road seemed to have gotten much smaller. Not to mention the people. Humans were just like ants, a tiny black dot. It had nothing to do with beauty or ugliness, or height, all was equal when looking down from a high position. TSK. So this is how the bigwigs look at themselves and others? Su Yang's expression teased. Mr. Su, this is the menu. You can take a look. Okay, thanks. Su Yang reached out and took the menu, flipping through it. Honestly, the first time he came to these places, he really didn't know what to eat. Any recommendations? Su Yang looked at the menu, his head didn't lift, and inquired. The voice was calm and did not carry arrogance, instead it was very peaceful. Then Mr. Su, may I ask if you have any contraindications, or dishes that you don't like? The waiter sniffed, leaned over, and asked softly. No, basically anything, but don't really like tomatoes. Su Yang pondered for a moment and raised his eyes to look at the waiter beside him. The other party nodded at his words, wrote a bit on the book, and then opened his mouth to ask, then how are your tastes? Like to eat a little spicy. Su Yang raised his eyebrows and once again opened his mouth to add. Our store's signature golden crispy scallops and yellow fish are all good dishes, and the roasted squab is also good. If you're just one person, how would you feel about a portion of sand garlic roasted bean noodles as your main course, plus home roasted pomfret, and a small portion of golden crispy scallops? It's fine, just follow what you said. Su Yang closed the menu, looked at the waiter and nodded with a smile. Then Mr. Su, what do you need for drinks? The waiter stood aside and said with a smile, but I don't recommend you to drink any juice or drinks, this may have some effect on your ability to savor your meal. Then give me a pot of tea. Su Yang thought of the drinks he had just seen. Let's have a pot of Mao Jian. Well, good, Mr. Su, please wait. The waiter nodded slightly and took 2 steps back with the menu before turning to leave. The service was really good. And it doesn't make people feel how humble, instead, it's very attentive, very detailed, gentle as water, and the attitude isn't condescending. The tone of voice is also very comfortable. However, when one thinks of the service fee here is 10%, Su Yang feels that it is indeed okay. If it was 1,000 per capita, then the service fee for a table would be about 100. So their service was indeed good, and the service fee Su Yang felt was worth it. At least Su Yang felt that this service, at a more expensive service fee, was also acceptable. Just like you, Jilan, that big mom, the service fee is counted as 2.5%, right? Any more would be impolite. At least, have not yet eaten, but the experience is already enough. From the decoration of the store, and the quality of the service staff, Su Yang felt that it was not a false trip. If the flavor is a little better, then basically Su Yang can determine one thing. That is, the future is bound to often come here to eat, as one of the fixed point cafeteria. Occasionally, when you want to go to experience something new, then go to find another store. Playing with his cell phone, he swiped through his circle of friends. The girls in my circle of friends are still very generous. The little girl at the boutique, wearing a pleated skirt, taking a selfie in the mirror. But the store she was talking about froze and didn't talk to herself after so many days. Some regret that he had run into another big liar. Luckily, I was still looking forward to buying a bunch of dolls and peripherals. Looking at Huyu's selfie, Su Yang's eyes lit up. Rich, what fat buttocks, probably that kind of feeling. Huyu is still relatively plump, because of regular exercise, so it looks like the body is really good. Su Yang looked at the figure wearing a gray undershirt and yoga pants. Smilingly commented below. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, god of war, brother does not look at it for nothing. Brother wishes you a clean, fresh, and odorless time in the coming year. Huyu, who was sitting in the hospital at this time, looked at the red dots emerging from the circle of friends. Looking at that comment, a moment of silence. She was originally fishing, got only visible, just want to fish Su Yang. As a result, looking at this comment, froze her whole will not. How can this back? She had also thought, if Su Yang saw, complimented their body good, then she can naturally follow the trend in Su Yang to start chatting journey. The expected chat line was completely interrupted. She was confused, how to reply to this. Thank you, I am odorless. Thank you for your blessing? Wang DFA? Huyu rubbed her eyebrows, how to get along with a sand sculpture man? Mr. Su, this is your dessert. The subsequent dishes are being cooked, please wait for a moment. The waiter walked over with a tray. It was still the same waiter from before. Su Yang learned another piece of trivia, that is, like these higher-end stores, they were all specialized in personal service. But whether it was one-to-many, or one-to-one, Su Yang was not too sure. But it doesn't matter. Looking at the dessert on the table. Small twist? There was also a small dried fish, plus a small fruit platter. The waiter poured Su Yang a cup of tea. Once again, he left. Su Yang reached for his chopsticks and picked up a small twist. It was estimated to be just half the length of a small thumb. It wasn't very big either, just a bite-sized portion. And it was still a small bite of a girl's kind, but it was just right for a male. Chewing the small twists in his mouth, Su Yang slightly nodded, indeed good. Sweet and fluffy, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and with a noodle sweet flavor. And there were some white sesame seeds on the surface of the small twists. Good times. And then eat a small dried fish, the flavor is indeed good, is a small dried fish dried in the sun, fried, and then marinated with sauce spicy small dried fish. I guess the wine is strange delicious. It's similar to the $1 pack of dried fish. Only this one tastes better. It's not as spicy and has just the right amount of seasoning. And the main thing is that one is sweet and one is spicy, so this is a good combination. If both of them were sweet, I guess I wouldn't want to eat them after 2 bites. But when the sweet and spicy flavors are neutralized, the more you eat, the better you feel. Another mouthful of fruit. Su Yang previously was not in the habit of eating fruit, just occasionally eat a banana and apple. Or because of a whim, finish and buy one. Just buy one. Drink a mouthful of tea. Slurp, sigh, this ing is life The previous that lived in the end is a what Although it is said that the rich people wearing gold and silver is a life. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it myself. The desire is hard to fill, but who does not want to live a good life? A mouthful of turquoise tea soup under the mouth, lips and teeth. Flavor is indeed good. The quality of the tea leaves is estimated to be good, so it tastes good when you drink it. Su Yang tea not so much to pay attention to, by some tea leaves thrown in the cup bubble is. What work tea, what water temperature are not pay attention to. Mainly accustomed to drinking tea, so do not drink much white water or something. As for the drinks, seriously, Su Yang used to have no money to save, and then drink less. Just drink some occasionally. Later on, he also slowly stopped drinking those. When he used to eat outside, he liked to go in and make a cup of tea, then after eating, a mouthful of tea at the right temperature went down. That feeling is really soothing. Ding! High-end place, attentive service, delicious dessert. Make the host's heart happy, system reward, 6,666 yuan. Take off. The pre-dinner dessert was nothing more than stimulating the appetite first, so the portion wasn't very large. After a while, the meals were sent to the table one after another. When they were sent up, the waiter would also introduce himself to how the meal was prepared. Su Yang took his chopsticks and ate a mouthful of home-roasted pomfret. The flavor was good, it was very tender. And it carried a sauce flavor and a hint of spiciness. This hint of spiciness just satisfied Su Yang's need for spiciness. Because it was too light, Su Yang could eat it, but not much. The fish was very tender and melted in the mouth. Previously, Su Yang did not eat much seafood, so he did not have much to say about the pomfret, but I have to say, compared to grass carp or something, this pomfret flavor is still good. Not so heavy fishy flavor. Like grass carp these, if the marinating technique is not good, then it is easy to leave some fishy flavor. The fishy flavor will be very heavy. Most of the cooks, indeed, do just that. Moreover, it was troublesome to eat fish and spit out the thorns, so Su Yang didn't really like eating fish, and he used to emphasize on an efficiency. So he ate simpler meals. Golden crispy scallop is to choose the most tender part of the scallop. So the price was at $198, which was still acceptable. The exterior is crispy, and there are not many thorns, only the ones that go down the spine.